Kanglan City. Su family. Ancestral Hall, main shrine. Su Lan respectfully offers incense to the forebears, while behind him stand clan juniors, their faces full of gloom and distress. The eldest elder, highest in seniority, stands at the very front with an expression as though bearing all the world's suffering. It's over. The Empress has already issued her battle challenge. At midday today, she will decide victory or defeat with the Patriarch, and even wrote that she hopes the Patriarch will not begrudge his guidance. Su Lan's hand, still holding the incense, trembles slightly, and his face darkens. At dawn this morning, just as the sky was beginning to lighten, a battle letter descended from the heavens. Upon it was written, Qingxue Palace's Mu Qingxue has long heard the name of the Kanglan sword god. At midday at the third quarter, she hopes he will not begrudge his instruction. Note, should he refuse to fight, the Su family will be annihilated. It is extraordinarily domineering, perfectly in line with the Empress's style. The Su clan disciples wear faces full of grief and indignation. How could the Patriarch possibly be a match for the Empress? The Empress could blow the Patriarch away to dust with a single breath. This is sheer naked bullying. Blood-soaked hands upon the floating pagoda of 10,000 mountains, daring to make the blazing sun lose its brilliance. It's over. The Patriarch might not even leave behind ashes. Sword chi sweeping 30,000 li. If only the Patriarch truly were a sword god, at least he could preserve a whole corpse. Patriarch, perhaps you should flee. As long as the green hills remain, one need not fear lacking firewood. Flee. Tell me, how am I supposed to flee? Outside, it's all the Empress's people now. Voices clash one over another, making the vast ancestral hall feel particularly noisy. Su Lan's expression grows even darker. In truth, he is not a native of Panlong continent, but a transmigrant from a beautiful azure planet. Having thoroughly read 3,000 online novels in his former life, the instant he transmigrated, he felt this was the prelude to his meteoric rise. Yet after bitterly waiting for several years, neither cheat-like systems nor mysterious old grandfathers ever appeared. Coupled with his own poor cultivation aptitude, he gradually resigned himself to reality. After he came of age, his father passed away, and he naturally inherited the position of Patriarch. Unversed in clan affairs, he began living the life of early retirement at the age of 20. With nothing better to do, he would bring dozens of hangers-on to roam the pleasure quarters and tease virtuous women. A life that was admittedly quite comfortable. He simply never imagined that one day, while drinking and boasting in a tavern, his eyes hazy with drunkenness, he unintentionally blurted out a golden line from the novels of his past life. Sword chi sweeps across 30,000 li. One sword's cold light chills 19 provinces. That was it. The boast had been blown far beyond control. From that moment, he leapt to instant fame. The entire world knew his name. Sword cultivators from all corners came in admiration, treating him as a guide on the path of the sword. Countless unverifiable feats were forcibly pinned upon his head, severing a river with a single sword, slaying an evil Jiao in the eastern outskirts, sending one sword westward over 1,000 li to reap a villain's head. Rumors in the markets even claimed that his sword Dao touched the divine, that he could easily toy with the Empress herself. Toy with your sister? Are you all insane? Su Lan is on the verge of losing his mind. This perfectly illustrates what is meant by a lie becoming a tiger when repeated by 3 men, and words melting metal when many voices join. What was originally merely casual gossip over tea and meals in Kanglan City spread with a speed far beyond imagination. In merely half a month, it had become common knowledge throughout the world. Those idle gossip-loving onlookers completely treated him as a peerless sword god hidden among the common folk, of the sort that no one believes even if he tries to explain otherwise. And so, the Empress truly came personally, writing a battle letter that named Su Lan. With his trash-level strength at only the 5th layer of foundation establishment, how is he supposed to play this game? The battle letter descended in the morning. The person will depart at noon. The departure will be serene without pain. Su Lan lets out a sigh. He glances at the ancestral tablets packed densely within the hall, then turns without looking back and walks toward the exit. Patriarch, where are you going? I'm going to pack my luggage. Patriarch, why is that? My body is unwell today. I please inform the Empress that the battle shall be postponed. Patriarch, that will not do. You must not run. If you run, we will all die. Ah, you are so unbearably annoying. Seize the Patriarch. We mustn't let him run. Hurry. With a flurry of activity, the crowd pins Su Lan down and very thoughtfully binds him with hemp rope as thick as a man's arm. Can you at least act like decent human beings? Su Lan's mentality collapses. With clan members like these, he might as well not have any. Ding. HM. Su Lan freezes for a moment. Is it an auditory hallucination? This voice oddly feels familiar. System is currently loading. Humph. This damned system truly knows how to pick its timing. It doesn't come early or late, only arriving when he is about to kick the bucket. Patriarch, do you have any last instructions? The great elder sighs. In merely 2 hours, it will be midday at the third quarter. After you depart, this old man will take good care of this home. Sulan snaps, untie me. I need to bathe and change into fresh clothes. Very well. To depart with some dignity, you will not have come to this world in vain. The great elder sighs as he helps loosen the ropes. Sulan straightens up, glances at the clan members' furrowed brows, then struts proudly toward the rear court. With a system in hand, he naturally feels more confident. And indeed, before he even leaves the ancestral hall, the startup chime rings out. Ding. Startup complete. Detected that host and the current empress are in a hostile relationship. Detection complete. Host has no possibility of defeating the empress. Requesting host permission to unbind and depart from this system. Sulan is utterly dumbfounded. Are you serious? This is outrageous. Other people's systems either let their hosts trample heaven and earth, and even the air itself, or take them on pretentious, soaring adventures. Yet his own system immediately asks whether it can unbind and leave, essentially meaning it wants him dead, right? How pathetically lame. Thinking of how the entire clan is watching him, Sulan forcibly suppresses the urge to curse aloud. Ding. Please, host, make your choice. Option 1, agree to this system's departure. Reward 1, auspicious feng shui location. Option 2, forcefully hoodwink the empress, persuading her to abandon the battle. Reward, reversing immortal body, archaic immortal art, and an auto-cultivation device. Considering the host's extremely weak strength, the success rate of hoodwinking the empress is 0.0001. The system strongly recommends choosing option 1. Special reminder: the feng shui site selected by this system is unparalleled. It can easily shelter the Su family for 10,000 years without decline. For it to flourish and rise into a top-tier clan of the era would not be impossible. The system hopes the host will choose with utmost caution. Sulan's expression becomes wonderfully complex. Agreeing to its departure, and it gives him a feng shui treasure land. Shelter the Su clan from decline for 10,000 years, even allowing it to join the ranks of top clans. And it wants him to think carefully. The system is getting desperate. It seems that once bound, it requires the host's consent to unbind. So, if I refuse to unbind, then once I die you'll perish as well, won't you? Sulan bluntly poses the question. The system falls into sudden silence. Alright, no need to say more. I choose the second option. Hurry up and explain your functions. Whether the two of us manage to survive depends entirely on whether you pull your weight. Sulan simply decides to break the pot rather than mend it. In any case, death awaits either way. Why not drag a system down with him as a scapegoat? It is the perfect chance to see what this damned system is really made of. Host, this system thanks you from the bottom of its heart. Come on. Why are you being polite with me now of all? The strongest hoodwinking system is now at your service. This system's functions are as follows. To be honest, upon reading the system's description, Sulan nearly spat out a mouthful of old blood. As the name suggests, the hoodwinking system exists to hoodwink others. As long as the deception is executed flawlessly and others truly believe, hoodwink value will be earned. Its purchasing power is heaven-defying. Anything imaginable or unimaginable can be bought with it, including but not limited to heavenly materials and earthly treasures, divine weapons and secret artifacts, cultivation arts and pills, sacred physiques, and Tao embryos, and more. In simpler terms, as long as one hoodwinks effectively, nothing is impossible. The critical issue now, however, is that Sulan's opponent is the foremost powerhouse of the era, an empress who suppresses an entire generation. Though hoodwinking powerful beings yields vast hoodwink value, this is simply too outrageously absurd. It is like a rice grain-sized ant by the roadside stopping you to claim it has a cat at home that can do backflips. Should you believe it or not? Couldn't you at least give me a newbie gift pack with several 100,000 hoodwink value? We are grasshoppers tied to the same rope here. Host, please do not indulge in wild fantasies. If this system possessed such power, why would it bother binding to you? This is a dead end. Do not make futile resistance. Simply agree to this system's unbinding. Sigh, how can we know it is impossible if we do not at least try? Sulan's heart is a tangle of mixed flavors. Had he known, he would never have bragged. To wind up like this, what bitter folly. Patriarch. The elder calls out cautiously. Sulan has stood there dazed for the time of half a cup of tea, 2.5 minutes. Had he been frightened, stupid? He waves his hand. Bring me an ordinary iron sword, the kind completely eaten through with rust. The elder is taken aback, then quickly responds that is no problem. There are plenty in the armory. This old man will personally select one for the patriarch. Sulan nods. I'm going to bathe and change. See you later. Watching Sulan's free and easy departing back, the elder lets out a sigh. The patriarch is still, for the sake of his clan, choosing to go forth gallantly to his death. After bathing, Sulan changed into a plain azure robe. Gazing at his reflection in the mirror, he felt thoroughly satisfied. Though his cultivation aptitude was lacking, this outward appearance was undeniably strikingly handsome. His slightly sharp brows were softened by a pair of phoenix eyes. The resolute lines of his face, paired with a body 8 feet tall and a deliberately gentle warm expression made his overall bearing soar in an instant. If one ignored his cultivation level, he truly looked like a banished immortal descended to the mortal world. He pushed open the door. By now the rear courtyard was already packed with people, many of them sobbing uncontrollably and wiping away their tears. Patriarch, you are a good patriarch. Patriarch, will we truly never see you again? Patriarch, sob sob. Patriarch, I have found a few good women for you, there is still time. Make it quick, at least leave behind an heir. Patriarch, sob sob. The clan elder stepped forward, cradling an iron sword in his arms, grief written across his face. Patriarch, will you be able to return? Sulan took the sword from him and smiled wistfully. Perhaps I will not. After I leave, you must live on with strength. With that he turned away and departed without looking back. Patriarch. The clansmen shouted, yet could only watch as Su Lan's departing figure gradually blurred in the distance. On Wuyin Mountain at the Qingxue Palace, it was the heart of winter with wind and snow raging. Before the magnificent palace, a peerlessly beautiful figure stood quietly in the snow. Her crimson long robe billowed in the wind, tracing out a silhouette that could steal one's very soul. She was like a proud plum blossom blooming amid the storm. Mu Qingxue's eyes were deep and unfathomable, her gaze seeming to pierce space itself and fall upon a lone azure figure at the foot of the mountain. At that moment, a female elder in a dark blue long dress, a celestial sword strapped to her back, walked over. Empress, that Qinglan's sword god has left Qinglan City and is now strolling toward Wuyin Mountain. Mu Qingxue asked casually, I see. What time is it? It has just reached us, I sure. Mu Qingxue slightly furrowed her brows. Could it be that he truly has the confidence to advance the battle ahead of schedule? The female elder looked worriedly at the crimson silhouette. Empress, those hypocritical gentlemen from the so-called righteous sects have all sent people to Qinglan City, claiming they wish to observe the battle, but their intentions are clearly impure. The palace's hidden guards have been investigating for half a month. This Qinglan sword god, whose legend has been blown utterly out of proportion, has a lineage far too clean. He grew up in Qinglan City from childhood, and no one has ever witnessed him draw his sword. Aside from a slightly otherworldly temperament and somewhat strikingly handsome looks, he truly has nothing particularly extraordinary about him. Barely in his 20s, yet already bearing the title of sword god among the common folk. This is highly unusual. It is very likely that those sanctimonious hypocrites are deliberately fanning the flames, using him to probe your position on the board. I fear. Fear what? The female elder's brows knitted tightly as she spoke slowly. I fear they have already calculated that half-month each year when you are in a special state. Hearing this, the Empress sighed softly. Luluo, do you think I can avoid this battle? Under great renown, there are seldom hollow men. For this Qinglan sword god to dare spread word in Qinglan City, right under Qingxue Palace's nose, claiming his strength surpasses mine, he naturally has his own confidence. If I avoid the fight. Mu Qingxue's eyes grew even deeper as she gazed again into the distance. They will be able to pinpoint the exact days when my cultivation wanes. At that time it will not just be a single Qinglan sword god, but your current state. The Empress's eyes flashed with a fierce chill. Do you think I have slain few sword saints? Even if only 1/10 of my strength remains, I can still sever this so-called sword god with a single The worry in the female elder's eyes only deepened. Many experts from the notable righteous sects will be watching the battle. I fear we will not be able to conceal it from that pack of old foxes. Mu Qingxue stared into the distance, her voice tinged with desolation. At worst, I shall reverse the cultivation art. Lu Luo cried out urgently, Empress, you must not. Reversing the cultivation art will inflict immense damage upon your Dao foundation. Mu Qingxue closed her eyes. Say no more. Qingxue Palace has struggled hard to stand upon the stage. I absolutely will not allow us to be forced back into the shadows. Lu Luo elder gazed deeply at the Empress, but said nothing more. She understood the Empress's temperament. Once a decision was made, not even 9 true dragons could drag her back. Just then a female disciple hurried over, reporting to the Empress that Qinglan's sword god. He requested, let him enter. Mu Qingxue's eyes were filled with cold light. She was an empress. Why would she fear a sword god? I will go welcome him in. Lu Luo bit her lips, her gaze complicated. The cultivation art the empress practiced was flawed, though it greatly accelerated her progress. 10 years, equaling a century of others' effort. The price was a severe imbalance of extreme yin and blazing yang within her body. Once her cultivation reached a certain profound realm, she needed to find a Dao partner to dual cultivate, harmonizing yin and yang to suppress the imbalance. Otherwise her inner forces would spiral out of control, and her strength would diminish to a mere fraction. Yet the Empress's standards were impossibly high and her nature incomparably proud. How could an ordinary man possibly enter her gaze? Thus she could only rely on sheer willpower to suppress the imbalance within. But just now the fluctuation in the Empress's chi clearly showed she was close to losing control of that inner imbalance. Her cultivation had fallen to its lowest ebb. And at precisely this moment, that wretched sword god had come to challenge her. If only I were strong enough I could stand in for the empress in this battle. Lu Luo cast the empress a heartbroken glance, then respectfully withdrew down the mountain. Before long she returned leading a young man clad in an azure robe, a half-broken iron sword strap. Su Lan looked as steady as an old hound, but his heart was a frantic mess. He had thought that with his pathetic strength hoping to meet the female emperor ahead of schedule was nothing but a fool's dream. The entire Su estate was surrounded by the female emperor's people, let alone trying to infiltrate her lair. Any random disciple could pulverize him with a single punch. Yet here he was, one man with one sword, and no one dared to block his path. A person's shadow, a tree's name, his reputation as the Kanglan sword god had clearly taken deep root in their hearts. As Su Lan walked along, he overheard many disciples muttering among themselves. The Kanglan sword god truly lives up to his legend. With just a broken sword, he emanates a supreme sword intent that feels utterly natural and complete. Look, the sword god's aura appears to be no more than the fifth layer of foundation establishment, and yet it inexplicably gives me an oppressive feeling. That is the hallmark of a realm far beyond ours. Amid the mortal world's boundless vexations, an immortal banished to earth descends. The sword god's bearing is unrivaled. Even someone like me who wields a saber now yearns for the path of the sword. You're in my ass. My legs are trembling already, and you lot are still rambling on. A bunch of powerful cultivators at the Divine Bridge and Purple Mansion realms are telling me that I, a Foundation establishment rookie, radiate crushing pressure. Are you all insane? If anyone so much as lands a punch on me, you'll all be on your knees begging me not to die? Still, it wasn't without its benefits. At least these people's recognition of his fabricated sword god identity had earned him a considerable amount of bluffing points. Yet compared to the female emperor, the final boss he was about to face, it was merely a drop in the bucket. Just then Lulua halted. She turned and cast a wary glance at Su Lan before speaking respectfully. Sir, the female emperor awaits within the main hall. Thank you, Elder Lulua, for guiding me. Su Lan mentally steeled himself, then calmly gazed at the magnificent palace before him. The palace was not resplendent with gold and jade, but it exuded an oppressive, solemn majesty. The hall's doors 10 meters tall stood wide open. The interior was utterly empty, like some colossal beast opening its maw to devour him. Sigh. Once I step inside, I probably won't come out again, will I? Stealing his nerves, he walked in. Footsteps echoed through the vast hollow hall as Su Lan inexplicably felt a bone-piercing chill. After advancing a dozen or so steps, the sound of rushing water suddenly reached his ears. He looked up and saw a folding screen blocking his view. Through the interplay of light and shadow, wisps of mist drifted upward, revealing the alluring silhouette of a figure. A rich medicinal fragrance mingled with a subtle seductive scent wafted from behind the screen. She's taking a bath. Right in front of me. Do I have no dignity at all? Sigh. As expected, when you're weak you have no rights. Even if he truly were the sword god, the female emperor probably wouldn't grant him a single proper glance. Who was the female emperor after all? The only saint-tier powerhouse in the current era. The title of sword god the world bestowed on him was merely flattery. There were plenty of sword saints scattered across the continent. For in this world the cultivation system broadly consisted of Qi Si Foundation Establishment, Secret Treasury, Divine Bridge, Purple Mansion, Cave Heaven Spirit, Nurturing Spirit Terrace, Sainthood Great Saint, and Tao Integration. A sword cultivator who broke through to the spirit nurturing realm could be honored as a sword saint. And the female emperor. She was a ruthless fiend who could poke a sword saint dead with a single finger. How could she possibly spare a thought for a fake sword god in his 20s? It was like Su Lan had just started elementary school, while the female emperor had already graduated from university or even completed a master's degree. Could Su Lan be expected to beat the female emperor, a master of calculus, with his freshly learned arithmetic? The two weren't even operating on the same plane. Stay calm, Su Lan. You've got this. Civilization, kindness, freedom, equality. A modern man's greatest skill is bullshitting. What young lad doesn't love to brag? Believe in the light. Despite the panic churning inside him, Su Lan maintained his breezy, nonchalant facade. With a rusty, half-broken iron sword strapped to his back, he stood silently at the side, eyes closed in composed repose. He had to keep his sword god persona from crumbling. Only then would the female emperor deign to listen to him with a modicum of seriousness. Because the sole ability that blasted system granted him was making others subconsciously believe whatever he said. But the female emperor, having cultivated to the sainthood realm, possessed a will of iron. How could Su Lan possibly fool her with a few glib words? It wasn't that Su Lan hadn't considered just caving in. But knowing the female emperor's temperament, even if he groveled, she'd still butcher him to establish her prestige. Blood-soaked hands piled corpses across 10,000 mountains, daring to drain the blazing sun of its color. Her title hadn't been earned through worldly praise. It was carved out with real blood and steel. That was why the blasted system had zero confidence in him, and had even begged to sever their binding contract. Meanwhile, behind the screen, the female emperor was also exhaling a long sigh of relief. Her body smooth as mutton fat, jade soaked in the scalding medicinal bath, suppressing the yin-yang energy that had suddenly run amok within her. If the Kanglan sword god chose that moment to attack, she would have no recourse but to reverse her cultivation art, sacrifice her Tao foundation, and forcibly unleash a supreme ascent. And so, with Su Lan racked by anxiety and the female emperor on high alert, half a shurchin slipped quietly by. Lord Sword God certainly possesses remarkable composure. A cool, crisp voice rang out. Su Lan looked up to see Mu Qingxue emerging from behind the screen, clad in a seamless feathered robe. A dark green silken sash cinched her waist, accentuating an absolutely stunning figure. Her lips were cherried, her nose elegantly bridged, and especially those eyes, no more and no less, exactly two of them. Down there, don't get any ideas. We haven't got the luck for it. Form is emptiness, emptiness is form. My life depends on it. Su Lan's heart quaked violently as he silently recited the sutra of subduing desire, yet outwardly he remained as placid as drifting clouds. Fixing a calm, limpid gaze upon the female emperor, Su Lan spoke with neither overbearing pride nor obsequiousness. Su Lan pays his respects to the female emperor. Mu Qingxue's imperious gaze swept over him, yet within her heart stirred a faint, inexplicable flutter. She had assumed the Kanglan sword god would be a sword fanatic, a man with nothing in his heart but the blade. Never did she expect such a gentle, polished gentleman of refined bearing. At the very least, compared to the men who disgusted her at first glance, this sword god barely past 20 did not repel her. He even stirred a thread of goodwill. This man's aura concealment technique is exceptionally profound. Even I cannot perceive the slightest trace of his true depth. He appears indistinguishable from an ordinary Foundation establishment fifth-layer cultivator. The heavenly Tao bears no imprint of his aura. He cannot possibly be above sainthood, yet he dares to walk alone into the imperial palace. That audacity alone suggests at least spirit terrace. A spirit terrace cultivator in his 20s? With aptitude like that almost on par with my own. If only he could be brought into my service. Her mind raced with calculations. After all, the Star Moon Palace was a demonic sect, too few true prodigies within its ranks, and she alone struggled to hold the entire sect aloft. Though she was the only saint-tier expert on the continent, there were simply too many places where her strength fell short. Now, seeing Su Lan in such a light, she could hardly suppress the urge to recruit him. Reining in her stray thoughts, Mu Qingxue said, "Lord Sword God, our duel was set for the third coup of the noon hour. Why have you arrived early?" Su Lan replied coolly, "Female Emperor, I genuinely have no desire to cross swords with you." Mu Qingxue raised a delicate eyebrow and said in a measured murmur, "And what does my lord mean by that? Do you truly take my declaration of war as a mere jest?" All at once an immense pressure bore down on him. Su Lan sighed. The great Tao should never be so constricted. Be it me or you, Female Emperor, we are both steadfast seekers of the truth. We should not be provoked into needless bloodshed by the idle words of others. Lan has trained in the sword since childhood, over 20 years now, yet has never once drawn his blade against another. My name remained obscure until a drunken boast seized upon by those with ulterior motives swept through the realm. Claiming Lan's swordsmanship far surpasses the female emperor's. I cannot say who is so venomous. If Lan and the female emperor were to duel today, none could predict the outcome, but surely someone would be laughing in the shadows. I am well aware that calling off this battle now would certainly offend the female emperor's dignity. Yet to be reduced to a pawn of base schemers, I cannot swallow that. Hearing these words, Mu Qingxue found herself instinctively nodding in agreement. Of course she knew this was a conspiracy of those self-righteous orthodox sects. But she had no choice but to accept the challenge. A glimmer of appreciation flickered in her eyes. Mu Qingxue spoke slowly. My lord sees the matter clearly, but the battle between us is still unavoidable. At that, Su Lan's heart plummeted straight to the depths. Fight my foot. With this frail frame, the Empress' mere opening move would unleash pressure enough to crush him into pulp. Why is this Empress so stubborn? Is she so determined to kill me? Forcing down the trembling within him, Su Lan said calmly, "A battle with the Empress is not impossible, but I refuse to be a pawn for others. If your majesty insists on fighting, I Lan propose a 3-year pact. 3 years from now, I will fight your majesty with all my strength. This is an agreement between you and me alone and has nothing to do with the outside world. 30 years on the East Bank, 30 years on the West. How fortunes shift. Do you dare wait 3 years for me?" Su Lan was gambling. He understood that the Empress' dignity brooked no offense. Even if he knew this was someone else's scheme, once the challenge was issued, there was no taking it back. So he set a new pact: battle in 3 years. This was the benefit of maintaining his sword god persona. If he had simply cowered from the start, would the Empress have listened to his bluster? She would have killed him on the spot, and where would he go to seek justice? First he had to hoodwink the Empress and buy himself 3 years of breathing room. Then with the system's backing, who could say which of them would be the one doing the crushing 3 years later? Mu Qingxue furrowed her brows. If she could, she did not want to start this battle. After all, her cultivation now retained less than 1/10 of its original power. If she were forced to fight, leaving aside victory or defeat, the regression of her cultivation would definitely not be hidden. Su Lan's proposal was obviously the wise choice. But as the Empress, how could she change her decree so easily? Unless... A bold thought surfaced in Mu Qingxue's mind. Seeing the Empress' hesitation, Su Lan knew it was time to add the final flame. The fact that she did not refuse outright meant she was analyzing the advantages and disadvantages. He decisively drew the broken sword from behind his back and thrust it forward. "Oh, do you wish to debate the Tao with me now?" A flicker of sharpness passed through Mu Qingxue's eyes. Su Lan shook his head slightly, his voice carrying a deliberately desolate tone. "To be honest, Your Majesty, I was recently devoured by my inner demon. My sword heart is now covered in dust, no longer bearing the sharpness of the past. Even if I forced myself to fight, Your Majesty, defeat would be certain. If Your Majesty does not find it objectionable, I, Lan, am willing to join the Star Moon sect. This will neither diminish Your Majesty's prestige nor invite criticism from all directions." As he finished, Su Lan looked openly into Mu Qingxue's eyes. "As the sword god of the righteous path, aren't you afraid that those prestigious orthodox sects will also brand you as demonic if you join my Star Moon sect?" A hint of murderous intent flashed in Mu Qingxue's eyes. This Su Lan had perfectly voiced the thoughts in her heart. Indeed, this would perfectly solve the present dilemma. But how could such a coincidence exist in this world? Unless he was hiding ulterior motives and scheming with particular intent. "Your Majesty jokes. I am nothing more than a carefree wanderer, a wild crane among drifting clouds. To me, the righteous path and the demonic path are merely different ways of seeking the Tao. She might be treating me as a spy." A bone-chilling coldness swept through Su Lan. He knew that if he could not give a convincing explanation, the Empress would tear him apart directly. He steadied his mind, and his expression grew serious. After a moment of silence, he said slowly, "The righteous path cultivates virtue while the demonic path follows the heart. I have seen righteous cultivators using the demonic cult's name to commit heinous deeds, and I have seen demonic disciples with ferocious faces performing acts of kindness." On that point, Su Lan had not lied. He had indeed seen some members of famous orthodox sects visit brothels without paying, while some boorish demonic disciples would spend a fortune to win a bowtie smile. Compared to those who act against their conscience under the banner of doing justice in heaven's place, I am more suited to the path that points directly to the heart, a path of frank gratitude and open vengeance. A strange look flashed in Mu Qingxue's eyes. As the only one in this age to have achieved sagehood, she could not directly see into others' minds, but she had means to distinguish truth from lies in their words. From Su Lan's first sentence onward, Mu Qingxue knew that every word he said came from his true heart. The other words could be ignored, but that last sentence truly carried weight. Once a cultivator establishes the heart that seeks the Tao, the road ahead for their cultivation is fixed. If one ever commits an act that violates that Tao heart, at the very least their state of mind will darken and stall, at worst inner demons will arise, and their cultivation will suffer great harm. Just like the Su Lan before her, who upon realizing his path had gone astray, broke his sword and began anew. Such a person was terrifying. In time he would surely shine with an even more dazzling brilliance. Was taking him into the sect truly a wise choice? After a full silence of several seconds, Mu Qingxue finally spoke. "Do you know that your words just now saved your life?" Su Lan looked at the Empress with complete calm. She really is beautiful. "Very well then. Since you are the sword god and are willing to join my Star Moon sect, go to the guest elder hall and accept a nominal elder position." Mu Qingxue pondered for a moment, then said slowly, "Your sword heart is dust-covered, so you cannot fight, but your comprehension of the sword Tao is extremely profound. How about you teach the palace disciples in sword cultivation?" Su Lan smiled. "I will follow all of your Majesty's arrangements." Mu Qingxue nodded. "Go find Lu Luo and let her handle your appointment. You may withdraw." "Very well." Su Lan suppressed the joy inside him and withdrew with neither humility nor arrogance. As he left, in the main hall, Mu Qingxue's body trembled and her face instantly became pale. She spat out a mouthful of blood radiating fierce cold, and in an instant the blue stone floor was frozen solid. Must I really cultivate the supreme forgetfulness scripture? She took a deep breath to suppress the yin power raging out of control in her body. When the world mentioned this empress, all trembled in fear. Even her name could stop children from crying. Mu Qingxue bit her red lip, slowly slipped off her feathered garment, and sank into the surging medicinal liquid. A Tao companion. Huh. But no one had ever thought. As the greatest demonic sovereign overwhelming the era, she was above all a woman. The higher she stood, the lonelier her heart became. The energy that occasionally lost control within her caused a seed in the depths of her heart to take root and sprout. What man under heaven could ever be worthy of my eyes? My heart is so restless. Soaked in the medicinal bath, the empress' face gradually grew rosy. But for some reason her slender brows were faintly knit, and her red lips gently bitten, carrying a trace of shame and anger. Damn system, screw you. Get out here. I managed to fool the empress into calling off the war. I'm alive. Where is my reward? As soon as he left the main hall, Su Lan eagerly communicated with the system in his mind. Ding. Host is awesome. Rewards are being issued to the host. Congratulations. Host has obtained the chaos reversing immortal physique. Congratulations. Host has obtained the primordial immortal art. Congratulations. Host has obtained the idol cultivation device. Host's bluffing of the empress was successful. Total bluff points gained 1,000. It wasn't easy. Su Lan let out a long sigh. The process of fooling the empress seemed calm and uneventful, but it was actually like dancing on a tightrope. One mistake, and he would die without a whole body. But the ending was good. Next came improving his strength. The Star Moon Palace was a place where unruly and ruthless individuals gathered in abundance. If he didn't have some strength to back him up, he might not even know how he died. Idol cultivation device. Activate. Su Lan silently recited in his mind. In an instant, the vital essence and spiritual energy between heaven and earth slowly converged and silently seeped into his body. At the same time, a breath of aura that could overturn the universe and reverse yin and yang slowly spread from him. The sword god, truly lives up to his name. He cultivates anytime, anywhere. With such a rich aura, where is any sign of a dust-covered sword heart? Lu Luo, leading the way ahead, trembled, and her pupils contracted. The empress had sent her a voice transmission telling her to handle Su Lan's entry procedures, and also reminding her that this sword god's sword heart was tarnished, so she should treat him well. But why can he still cultivate with a tarnished sword heart? Is he not afraid of going into chi deviation, suffering mana backlash, and exploding to death? Curiosity prompted her to ask directly. Elder Su Lu Luo has a question. Oh, does Elder Luo have a query? Su Lan did not assume the airs of a sword god. After all, of Luo before him was the empress' most trusted subordinate. Luo spoke slowly. Elder Su, is your sword heart not clouded with dust? How dare you still absorb vital energy into your body? Are you not afraid of falling into a demonic deviation? Su Lan raised an eyebrow. He first turned off the idol cultivation device, then after a moment of silence smiled. Everything has both yin and yang. When one road is blocked, there is always another. For instance, my sword heart being clouded with dust is simply me denying myself. If the Tao has no path ahead, should I still stand rooted in place and wallow in self-abandonment? Know that stars vie with the moon and humans contend with heaven. Though she could not understand what he was saying, she felt he made perfect sense though. Luo's face lit up with sudden comprehension, and she said abashed, Elder Su's words are lofty. Luo has been enlightened. Ding. Host has successfully tricked Luo, a human race grotto heaven realm cultivator, into the fold. Obtained a total of 1,000 trick points. Phew. That was close. His persona nearly collapsed. Su Lan felt a wave of residual fear. His current identity was that of a peerless sword cultivator whose cultivation had gone awry. Yet here he was in front of others, boldly absorbing the essence of heaven and earth into his body. Wasn't that slapping his own face? Thankfully, this Luo didn't look too bright. A casual bit of blarney was enough to fool her. After that, the journey continued in silence. Luo led Su Lan to the front of a pavilion. Elder Su, ahead is the Hall of Guest Elders. I've already given word inside. Just go in and find Elder Mingyan. Luo will return to report back. Without waiting for Su Lan's response, Luo turned decisively and drifted away. Why is she fleeing so fast? How peculiar. Could there be a man-eating primordial beast inside? Su Lan's expression soured. Shaking his head, he walked in. The pavilion was utterly silent. Dresses of all styles hung haphazardly from the rafters. On tables, chairs, and stools lay scattered intimate garments like pink belly wraps. A handsome boy am over here. From deep within the hall, a voice dripping with seduction emerged. Gazing toward the voice, Su Lan finally understood why Luo had bolted from this place like a rabbit. A large bed stood across the inner chamber. On it lay a stunningly beautiful woman draped in a silky dark green nightgown with nothing beneath. She reclined lazily against the headboard cushions, exuding an air of languid allure. You must be sword god brother, so handsome. Her gaze was scorching and provocative, her words even more blatant, like a brothel madam. Su Lan gave a fleeting glance at the tempting display, then quickly lowered his eyes and refrained from further looking. Dear brother, am I not beautiful? Seeing him avoid her, the woman grew even more brazen. With a pair of plump, shapely legs exposed, and her robe half undone, she sauntered toward him. Brother, let's play a game. It's loads of fun, hell. Playing Monkey King, are we? Taste old sun staff. Old hag playing coy. You're obviously lusting after my body. Shame on you. Su Lan said calmly. Elder Minjian's charm is beyond compare, and ordinary people would find it hard to resist. A single glance would likely disturb one's tranquil heart. But Su's heart contains only the sword, nothing else, so I hope Elder Mingyan will exercise restraint. After all, the Empress sent me here for important matters. Minjian's willow brows arched slightly. Her seductive air gradually receded as she gave Su Lan a serious look. She buttoned up her nightgown and muttered, such a dull man. Ding. Host has successfully tricked Lu Mingyan, a human race spirit-nurturing realm cultivator, into the fold. Cumulative trick points, 100000. What? Where the hell did I trick this old witch? Are you damn system here just to mess with me? Su Lan exhaled, then said slowly. Elder Mingyan, please arrange the formalities for Su's admission. Lu Mingyan waved her hand. Little I'll leave this sword fellow to you. With that she swayed her waist and returned to bed. Su Lan endured it, staring expressionlessly at the deadly seductress writhing her waist on the bed. Thankfully he had seen plenty of tricks in brothels, and was no fool ruled by his lower half. Besides, this old woman hadn't used her charm magic on him. Otherwise had be finished. Before setting foot in the Star Moon Palace, he had gathered all sorts of intelligence on it. Lu Mingyan, known in the Jianghu as the thousand-faced enchantress, was supremely skilled in seduction. Countless men had been bewitched by her, and countless righteous young heroes had been toyed with until half dead. 300 years ago she had lured the holy son of the Taishu Holy Land, the supreme leader of the righteous path, into a profound love tribulation. He became ensnared in romance, lost his ambition to seek the Tao, and in the end his Tao heart shattered. Thus her name was made in a single stroke, and every righteous hero turned pale at the mention of her. It was only after the Empress came forth and slaughtered the world until rivers of blood flowed that the Star Moon Palace emerged from shadow into light, prompting her to abandon her old wanton ways. This was merely one of the ruthless figures of the Star Moon Palace. The Star Moon Palace was a demonic den, and there were plenty of lawless, sin-cursed overlords of the demonic path within. Now that he bore the title of Sword God, these ruthless people still showed him a modicum of respect. But if time passed, and he remained this pathetic, he was afraid these fiends would toy with him until not even his bones remained. Strength. Without strength you dare not even raise your voice. Damn it all. Su Lan was in the middle of his inner rant when the side door of the inner chamber slid open and a white-clad young girl with a tender, lovely face stepped out. The girl looked 13 or 14. A pair of glittering big eyes fixed on Su Lan for a long moment before she suddenly asked, "You're the celebrated Kanglan sword god, aren't you?" Her voice was like the chirping of an oriole, crisp and melodious. Su Lan nodded, giving her a mannerly smile. "Indeed I am, Su." The girl grinned. "Impressive. To think you weren't killed by the Empress, and you're still kicking as an honored guest elder of the Star Moon Palace. How did you manage that?" Su Lan's smile turned slightly stiff. "You guess." The girl scrutinized his face, smiling sweetly. "Fine, keep it to yourself. Hey, erase your identity token. Follow me. They'll show you to the elder's residence." Su Lan accepted the pitch-black token forged of dark iron and hurriedly followed the girl out of the pavilion. Inside that pavilion, it stirred a man's impulses too much. Meanwhile, inside the Empress Palace, Luo had just finished relating Su Lan's deceptive words to the Empress in full. "Empress, this Su Lan is quite intriguing. If you mull over his words, isn't he just discarding his cultivation path and starting all over? No destruction, no creation. If he truly manages to break the cocoon and emerge as a butterfly, I suspect this world will see another saint." Mu Qingxue's beautiful eyes were dark and inscrutable as she asked softly, "The news has already spread, hasn't it? What are the righteous sects saying?" Luo's brows knitted slightly as if she had something to say, but hesitated. "Speak." Alas, most of those righteous factions are merely watching the show. When they heard that the Kanglan sword god had yielded to the Empress and entered the Star Moon Palace, they dispersed in disappointment. But Luo gathered her thoughts, and Luo sighed. "They're coming for you. The wind is howling through the tower before the storm. Since they wish to probe my depths, I naturally won't show fear. Spread the word the Star Moon sect welcomes them." Mu Qingxue said in a cold voice, her eyes filled with grim malevolence. At the elder's residence of Star Moon sect, Su Lan followed a girl named Xiao Yi in silence until they arrived before a secluded standalone courtyard. A pavilion built of rosewood exuded a faint scent of freshly cut timber, clearly completed not long ago. Flecks of flying snow rested on the eaves and wisps of smoke drifted through the vast whiteness. Xiao Yi stopped and asked playfully, "Elder Swordman, what do you think of this residence?" Having remained silent the whole way, Su Lan finally spoke. I'm not called Swordman. You can call me Lang or Shug. Xiao Yi's bright eyes rolled playfully, a trace of cunning surfacing on her pretty face. Elder Swordman, you weren't like this back in Kanglan City. Back then you liked people to call you lover boy. I just never thought that a man who spends every day haunting pleasure houses could resist the temptations of that old witcherian. Your self-discipline is remarkable. How could this Su be that kind of man? Su Lan's face flushed. He knew the demon sect was so pervasive that they had probably investigated even what underwear he liked to wear to bed. Though patronizing pleasure houses was indeed a little out of line with the sword god's image, it was perfectly in tune with his persona. After all, he was a peerless sword cultivator who followed his heart. Visiting a pleasure house. Perfectly normal. Hearing Su Lan's words, Xiao Yi suddenly burst out laughing, loudly. Su Lan asked in surprise, what are you laughing at? Nothing, I just thought of something amusing. What amusing thing? Say it so I can have a laugh too. Xiao Yi gave him a strange look. Are you sure you want to hear it? A bad feeling stirred in Su Lan's heart, but he still nodded firmly. Actually, Xiao Yi lowered her voice and pursed her lips. Qingyao is an outer disciple of my Star Moon Palace. Ha ha ha. Then, he suddenly didn't want to talk anymore. What could be more awkward than this? It was like someone who had just sworn to be irreconcilable with vice being caught in a bathhouse the very next moment. And Qingyao was precisely a top courtesan at the pleasure house Su Lan frequented. Watching Xiao Yi nearly double over with laughter, Su Lan remained expressionless and waved his hand. I'm very satisfied with this place. If there's nothing else, miss, you should go back first. This girl was too sharp-witted, he couldn't handle her. All right. Xiao Yi's smile faded as if she remembered something. She fished out a map from her pocket and handed it to Su Lan, then flashed a mysterious smile. If Elder Swordman has any needs, you might go to Rumman Hall and take a look. There's a surprise. With that, she drifted away. As the girl's graceful figure vanished, Su Lan finally exhaled a long breath of relief. He was truly exhausted. First, he had to deceive the big boss, the female emperor, with every nerve stretched tight. Then he had to be seduced by that old witch at the spirit-nurturing realm. And finally, that sharp-witted Xiao Yi who attacked from such tricky angles. If he hadn't noticed how extraordinary her identity was, he wouldn't have wanted to deal with this little girl at all. Strength. If I truly had the sword god's strength, why would I need to be so riddled with anxiety? An endless craving for power suddenly surged in Su Lan's heart. With his trash cultivation at the 5th level of foundation establishment, even Xiao Yi, who was only 14, could crush him with ease. There was simply no sense of security. But then what is Rumman Hall? That girl's words had a hidden meaning. A surprise. Little brother, calm down. This is not the time for you to act up. Amitba. Damn it all. After calming down, Su Lan walked into the small courtyard and saw a hot... Without a word, he quickly stripped off his blue robe and plunged straight in. Oh, so good. Submerged in the hot springs, Su Lan let the day's weariness melt away. System, activate the idol cultivation device. Activated. The vital essence of heaven and earth surged towards Su Lan once more. The primordial immortal art granted by the system operated on its own, refining the vital essence of heaven and earth in his body into wisps of spiritual power that sank into his chi, driving Su Lan's cultivation higher. Within the time it takes to drink a cup of tea, he broke through from the peak of the 5th level of foundation establishment to the 6th level. This feeling of cultivation rising while lying still is kind of nice. Su Lan was a little surprised, but only a little. After all, his former yellow rank mid-grade bone constitution had become an immortal body, and his trashy yellow rank top-grade profound origin art had also become an immortal art. With the addition of an idol cultivation device that was pure cheating, it would be abnormal if his progress weren't fast. Since I have some free time, I can finally get a proper understanding of my cheat. System, you know what I mean, right? Su Lan directly contacted the system. The system, being tactful, promptly delivered the explanation. Chaos reversing immortal body, one of the top-tier physiques among the 3,000 great worlds. At grand completion, one wields the power to overturn yin and yang and invert heaven and earth. Details expandable. Primordial immortal art created by a towering immortal king of the immortal domain. At grand completion, one's immortal power shakes the universe and can stand above the river of time and space, gazing down upon all eternity. Details expandable. Idol cultivation device, once activated, it automatically operates cultivation arts, gains cultivation insights, absorbs the vital essence of heaven and earth, and ignores realm bottlenecks. Details expandable. After digesting the system's explanation, all in all, the cheats were extremely formidable. It could even be said that with enough time and resources, Su Lan could break through realm after realm and ascend to the world's highest peak. However, according to the system's calculations, even under the most ideal conditions, it would take him 10 years to reach a stage capable of suppressing the female emperor, that is, to break through to the great sage realm. Of course, that was assuming he relied entirely on the idol cultivation device. If Su Lan were willing to put in a bit more effort and cultivate personally, the time could be shortened even further. What a headache. Do I really have to keep groveling for 10 years? System, is there any way to accelerate my cultivation? Ding. Host, the path of cultivation demands steady down-to-earth effort. The essence of the idle cultivation device is to drive the host's body into deep cultivation without interfering with the host's daily life. Influenced by the host's own will and the shortage of vital essence between heaven and earth, being able to break through to the great sage realm in 10 years is already an ideal outcome. I understand all that, but with such low cultivation, I don't feel any security in this demon lair. Su Lan rubbed between his brows, his heart somewhat uneasy. It's not that there are no methods, but the system does not advise the host to do so. Tell me first, and I'll consider it. Su Lan raised an eyebrow, a glint flickering in his eyes. You can go pedo and use bluff points in place of the vital essence of heaven and earth, break free from resource limits, and double your cultivation speed. Oh, what downsides are there to using bluff points for this? Why don't you recommend it? Bluff points are energy of a higher grade than the vital essence of heaven and earth. Using them as a substitute is overkill. Furthermore, if the host's cultivation rises too quickly, his Tao foundation will be unstable, his insight insufficient, and his strength will be slightly weaker than that of cultivators in the same realm. Great. After hearing the system's explanation, Su Lan clapped his hands excitedly. Then I'll go pedoing. Can't beat others at the same realm. Piece of cake. Lie low and cultivate for a few more years. Once I'm an entire realm above the enemy, I'll come out and crush him. Spend now, system. Hurry up. Su Lan made the decision without delay. The 0 bluff points he had just acquired could hardly wait either. Each second consumes 1 bluff point. Are you sure you want to activate? A day has 12 Shurchen, 24 hours, 1440 minutes, and 86400 seconds. 80-some thousand bluff points were only enough for 1 day, while 10 bluff points would only last 100 or so days. Su Lan hesitated. 100+ days of accelerated cultivation could at most push him to the Purple Mansion realm. Above that were still the 3 major realms: Cavern Heaven, Spirit Nurturing, and Spirit Terrace, before he could match the Female Emperor. Moreover, the further he progressed, the longer breakthroughs took, and the more bluff points they consumed. Could his rate of earning bluff points keep up? Alright. Su Lan recalled something and communicated with the system. Where can I spend bluff points? When the system had introduced bluff points, it had said they could buy anything. He needed to first see what the bluff points could buy, and only after weighing the options could he decide whether to splurge on cultivation. A system notification sounded. The system mall is now open. As the system notification faded, a pale blue screen materialized in Su Lan's mind. Cultivation methods: physique, category chaos, immortal body, 0 bluff points. Heavenly Emperor Sutra, 9999999 bluff points. 6 paths: reincarnation fist, 8 bluff points. Immortal artifacts, treasures, category primordial chaos, great Tao axe, 9999999 bluff points. Purple thunder, 9 tribulations whip, 6666666 bluff points. Precious herbs, immortal pills, category Tao fusion flower, 100 bluff points. 9 revolutions golden elixir, 8 bluff points. Special category true dragon egg, 6666666 bluff points. Tao fusion realm 10-minute experience card, 9999999 bluff points. Great sage realm. The dazzling array of goods blinded Su Lan's eyes. For instance, the Tao fusion flower that could instantly allow one to attain Tao fusion upon refinement. For instance, the 9 revolutions golden elixir that could elevate one to the great sage realm the moment it was swallowed. There were simply too many good things. But soon a doubt surfaced in his mind. Damn system, do you actually have all these things? I feel like you're bluffing me. His intuition told him that this ultimate bluff system was highly likely to be bluffing him. Because he couldn't afford a single one he wanted, and the prices were all suspiciously auspicious numbers, clearly fabricated on the spot to deter him. Ding. Fixed prices, no fooling. No wonder it didn't advise me to spend real money on cultivation. So bluff points really had strong purchasing power, and using them as a substitute for consuming the essence of heaven and earth would be too wasteful. 10 bluff points could buy an ordinary quality source stone. Such a source stone contained pure essence of heaven and earth, reducing refinement time and boosting cultivation speed. The only drawback was that it took time to absorb the essence within the source stone, but compared to cultivating solely on the essence of heaven and earth, the speed was already a huge leap forward. Though it couldn't compare to splurging bluff points to break through to the Great Sage realm in 5 years, it still could surpass the Female Emperor within 7 years. Of course, that was all under ideal conditions. Psi time was still not enough. If only I had 5 years to catch up, I'd dare to make the Female Emperor lie at my bedside. Su Lan let out a sigh and revealed a relaxed smile. At least the system had given him a trump card, granting him a shred of confidence amid the demon-ridden Qingxue. Though he couldn't afford a Dao Fusion Realm experience card worth nearly 100 million, he could still spend 5 million for 10 minutes of Sage Realm cultivation experience. He might even bluff the big-shot Female Emperor a few more times, earn tens of billions of bluff points, and directly purchase the Dao Fusion Flower. As he was lost in thought, a voice suddenly sounded by his ear. Elder Su Lan, a grand initiation ceremony will be prepared for you in 3 days. Please make your preparations. Su Lan remained composed at the sudden voice. The voice belonged to the Female Emperor. A Sage Realm powerhouse could commune with heaven and earth, let alone just a voice. Su Lan wouldn't find it strange even if the Female Emperor suddenly appeared here. In 3 days, huh? Su Lan lazily leaned against the edge of the hot spring pool, murmuring, I might as well take a stroll to Rumming Hall and see what surprise awaits. With that thought in mind, Su Lan quickly dressed. First, he spent 1 million bluff points to purchase a 10-minute experience card for a spiritual Terrace Realm swordsman template. With his broken sword on his back, he eagerly strode out of the small courtyard. Following the map, Su Lan arrived at Rumming Hall. Unlike the solemn pavilions of the guest elder hall, he had imagined this place sprawled across several acres with pavilions and towers densely packed, and gardens, rockeries, and shimmering ponds stretching into the distance. Inside the pavilions, beautiful girls in scanty clothing danced gracefully, while many fierce-looking boorish men sat across from each other, drinking heartily. From the towers came faint strains of licentious music, and on the railing of a certain tower corridor 2 figures were even locked in an open-air battle. Holy crap! Did the demonic sect really play this wild? Was it really okay to wear so little in this deep winter? Su Lan was deeply shaken. He had imagined Rumming Hall to be an elegant club for listening to music, watching dances, and relaxing the body and mind. Yet it turned out to be a bathhouse for group duel cultivation. The hell is this supposed to be a surprise? Su Lan finally understood why that girl Xiao Yi's smile had been so sly. Do I look like some lecherous old perv who doesn't care what's on the menu? I may be romantic, but I'm not vulgar, damn it. Just as he was about to turn and leave, he came face to face with a rather familiar-looking woman. The woman looked at Su Lan with a mixture of melancholy and reproach, then bowed her head in greetings, Elder Su. Qingxue has been waiting for a long time. Su Lan's mouth twitched slightly as he forced a smile. What a coincidence. Why are you here? A seductive smile surfaced on the woman's face. This is all thanks to you, Elder Su. You hid your identity remarkably well. Though Qingxue knew your measure, she never knew you were also a sword god. Now that you have become a guest elder of the palace, Qingxue was naturally transferred back to serve you. Su Lan gave an awkward smile. No need. I'm fine on my own. Go do whatever you need to do. Qingxue stared blankly at Su Lan, biting her lower lip lightly, then gently pressed against him the soft fullness of her snow-white bosom, touching his arm, and said with melancholy reproach, Is Elder Su still blaming me? Her soft warmth and murmured words were all around him, yet Su Lan kept his eyes straight ahead, feeling as if tens of thousands of cuckolds were stampeding through his mind. This girl was actually only 20 with fair skin and delicate features. She was the top courtesan of Fuxiang Tower in Kanglan City, renowned as unrivaled in poetry and painting. Su Lan had once plagiarized a few short poems which made Qingxue famous, and after scattering quite a bit of silver, he was fortunate enough to become her private guest. And then, on one delightful night, the inexperienced Su Lan, damn it, without even realizing it, had 1/10 of his cultivation absorbed. Only later did he learn how reckless that move had been. Many of the top courtesans in the brothels were actually demonic sect disciples in disguise, cultivating through worldly experience, far more than a novice like him could handle. If those poems hadn't won Qingxue's heart so deeply before he could be hailed as the Kanglan sword god, he might have first earned the title of a debauched ghost. After that incident, Su Lan became much more restrained. Now that he had met Qingxue again, no matter how beautiful she was, he only wanted to keep his distance. He sighed softly, drew back half a foot, and said gently, It's not that I dislike you. It's just that my heart now desires only the great Tao. Oh, I can no longer bear the weight of romantic idols. Seeing his heartless rejection, a barely perceptible flicker of loss passed through Qingxue's eyes, but she quickly traced her jade-like fingers over Su Lan's chest and said in a seductive voice, The union of yin and yang is also the great Tao. Your servant once offended Elder, and now the water temperature is just right enough to nourish your yang energy. Elder need not exert himself. How about giving this servant a chance to make amends? Her posture made it all but explicit that Su Lan only needed to lie down, and she would do all the work. Su Lan smiled and shook his head, saying softly, I've sworn off it. Qingxue was stunned for a moment, then her seductive smile slowly faded. She took half a step back and said respectfully, It was presumptuous of me, Elder. Please forgive me. Qingxue will take her leave. With that, she cast a deep glance at Su Lan and drifted away. Ding. Host has successfully bluffed He Baitao, a human race secret vault realm cultivator, into arriving. Obtained a cumulative 3000 bluff points. Remaining total bluff points, 911300. Where exactly did I bluff her again? Su Lan was a little dazed. What was that system chime that suddenly rang out? He had spoken nothing but the truth. So how had that counted as tricking her? Unable to figure it out, Su Lan did not dwell on it. Getting 3,000 trickery points for free was a fine deal. Leaving the bathhouse behind, he hurried back to his own private courtyard. Before he even got close, Su Lan's eyes were instantly drawn to the teeming crowd of figures in the courtyard. This is demonic sect efficiency for you. I had only just joined, and within less than 2 hours they'd neatly moved all 200+ members of the Su family over. Hey, they really are a demonic sect doing such underhanded things. Afraid I might have second thoughts. As he drew near, the familiar droning chatter of his clansmen became clear. I heard those people say the clan leader has become an elder of the Star Moon Palace. That's incredible. Our clan leader is a good leader. For us to survive, he was willing to enter a demonic sect. Don't say that or I could cry. Su Lan walked in with a long, sour face, instantly drawing everyone's attention. The girl Xiao Yi, leaning against the door pillar, came up to him with a strange smile on her face. Elder Sword Knave, you haven't gone soft, have you? Unmoved even by the delicate and charming Qin Yao. Me soft? Want to give it a try? Su Lan couldn't be bothered to squabble with a child, and asked grimly, what do you mean by this? They were also afraid the righteous path would lay hands on your family, so they simply moved them all here. Take a look, is anyone missing? Xiao Yi said lightly. If all is well, I'm still in a hurry to arrange accommodation for them at the back mountain. Before Su Lan could say anything, a crowd of clansmen began chattering noisily. This place is quite spacious, well, just stay here. Right, we absolutely won't be separated from the clan leader. We can't get used to staying where the clan leader isn't. Xiao Yi pursed her lips at Su Lan, signaling him to rein them in. I wouldn't want to live with you guys anyway. Huh, a mob of rabble. Su Lan's face darkened as he barked, quiet. Do as you're told. The noise died down abruptly, but then out of nowhere came an AOO sound. A 4 or 5-year-old human child squeezed out of the crowd and ran towards Su Lan happily on his little short legs. Big brother. Su Fu, 5 years old, a tiny little thing, waddled over and hugged Su Lan's calf, tilting his head back to look at him. Who is this pretty lady, big brother? She's prettier than all the ones at Fuxiang Tower. The little bean said crisply. Do you like her? Want big brother to catch her and make her your wife? Su Lan chuckled. This was his second uncle's own son, a little cousin who had been following him around since he was 3. What is a wife? She's someone who plays fighting games with you in the same bed. Just like the ladies in Fuxiang Tower play with big cuckoo. The clansmen covered their faces, their bodies trembling slightly. Something like that. Looking at his little cousin's sparkling eyes, Su Lan could only console himself that children say whatever comes to mind. Then I don't want one. Why? I can't beat her. The little bean said with complete assurance, eyes bright as he stared at Xiao Yi a little timidly. Then want big brother to help you? Yes. Elder Sword Knave. Xiao Yi narrowed her eyes in a tone that was both teasing and reproachful. I'm right here. Su Lan glanced at her and clicked his tongue. Xiao Yi, you wouldn't be so petty, would you? Bickering with a child. Humph. Xiao Yi lifted her chin with feigned pride, her words barbed. Elder Sword Knave, I hope you're still alive in 3 days to say that to me. Big bro, why do you call her little aunt? She doesn't give me candy, and she's so fierce. The little bean asked, curiously looking up at the girl whose pretty face was slightly flushed while hugging Su Lan's calf tightly. Making this little girl choke on her words was obviously a pleasure. Su Lan's lips curled up slightly. No need for you to worry about me, miss. I've always lived quite well. Since no one's missing, please go arrange their accommodations. Night fell. A full moon hung high, and all was silent. After a busy day, Lord Su once again stripped himself bare and soaked in the steaming hot spring, feeling so relaxed that he didn't want to move. The auto-cultivation device ran silently, gathering the essence of heaven and earth for him, diligently raising his cultivation. After breaking free of the Su family's life and death crisis, he could finally sit calmly and ponder some philosophical questions about life. That girl Xiao Yi hopes he'll still be alive in 3 days. From the look of it, the initiation ceremony should have a tribulation in store for me. Su Lan knew his current situation very well. He was a righteous sword god who was praised to the skies by the world, yet had no backbone, kneeling beneath the female emperor's skirt. Although there were certain hidden hands behind the scenes who had helped fan the flames during his ascension to sword god and the world's praises, it was undeniable that the world desperately needed a righteous figure who could go against the female emperor, which was why the moment he appeared, he was immediately said to be stronger than the female emperor. In the end, it was because the female emperor was too terrifying. She slaughtered until rivers of blood floated shields across the world, and all living beings trembled. With no one in the righteous path able to cross swords with her, he rose at the right time and was naturally regarded by the world as that ray of light meant to save the world. Were those hidden hands all brainless? Had they never considered that I really am just a garbage foundation establishment cultivator? They want me to fight the female Emperor Hidden. Heh, screw you. Slap. He slapped the water, enraged. I'm only 20 years old. What wrong is there in wanting to brag a little? 3 days from now the initiation ceremony will have a tribulation for me, and most likely it comes from those hidden hands. Damn it. Do they really think I'm nothing but a pretty show? You bastards just wait. Before absolute power all schemes are nothing but paper. System spend 5 million to purchase 1 sword cultivator template. 10 minutes Saint Realm experience card. 5 million trickery points deducted. Current balance 4110000 points. Sensing that a golden legendary card had appeared in the system's storage compartment, he relaxed and unknowingly fell asleep. The Star Moon Palace Wuyin Mountain. The lifeless atmosphere of the daytime was gone. A large number of demonic sect disciples came out of their dwellings and began cultivating. For a moment star radiance rippled across the entire Wuyin Mountain and dense spiritual essence of heaven and earth rolled in. The female emperor's palace. The hall, empty and cold during the day, was now rather lively. As kings of the nighttime was precisely when the demonic path's big shots moved. A group of Star Moon Palace elders argued with flushed faces before the female emperor, ready to roll up their sleeves and fight at the slightest disagreement. The Taishu Sacred Hall has come to settle a grievance, and the Chunyang Sword Palace also wants to join the fun. Then let's fight. Fight? What are we going to fight with? The female emperor is currently at the critical moment of yin-yang cycling with less than a tenth of her power left. With just us, can we possibly be a match for spirit terrace powerhouses like the Taishu Sacred Lord or the Chunyang Sword Saint? Ridiculous. Back then the female emperor planted herself at the Sacred Land's gate, and not a single person from Taishu, the leader of the righteous path, dared to answer the challenge. If not for the protection of their Tao integration ancestors, supreme imperial weapon, the world would have one less sacred land. Now they come to bully us while the female emperor is in yin-yang cycling. They really are despicable. Compared to that, those fellow demonic practitioners who stick around like dogs are the most revolting. While we were too busy to split our attention, they secretly swallowed up a large chunk of the Star Moon Palace's properties. I'm ashamed to call them peers. No matter. As long as we make it through this tribulation, they will naturally return everything with interest. The only thing I fear is... Mu Qingxue sat on the golden imperial throne, one hand supporting her stunningly beautiful face, her willow brows slightly furrowed, and her gaze cold and distant. As the helm of the Star Moon Palace and the only Saint Realm powerhouse on the continent, she had led armies to attack countless factions that opposed her, and had also recruited a great number of demonic way experts to follow her. However, the demonic path had been weak for too long. Apart from her, who alone had transcended into the Saint Realm, the strongest among the rest had only reached spirit nurturing. But that was not a problem. One Saint Realm expert was enough to wipe out the demonic path's weakness accumulated over 1,000 years. In her heyday, all the major righteous forces could only hold their noses and turn a blind eye to the Star Moon Palace openly establishing its base. It could be said that she alone propped up the backbone of the demonic path. Precisely for this reason, once she had a problem, the Star Moon Palace would be reduced to its original state. Whenever she recalled the dark experience of her childhood, when everyone cursed and hunted her, forcing her to hide in every corner, Mu Qingxue's heart grew even more resolute. She would never allow the Star Moon Palace, which she had built with her own hands, to be driven back into the dark corner again. Just then, an aged voice rang out from the main hall. Female Emperor, allow this old woman to shield the Star Moon Palace one last time. In the darkness, an old woman shrouded in black robes walked out slowly. Lung Qingxue, the previous palace master of the Star Moon Palace, a mighty expert of the spiritual terrace realm, already half buried in the earth. Though her chi and blood had withered, her bewitchingly beautiful face had not aged, still no different from a 16-year-old girl. In her youth, she was a demoness who could contend with the leaders of the righteous path and never fall behind. She was also the only guide into the Saint Realm in the present age and the master of the Empress. Seeing the old woman step forward, Mu Qingxue's expression stirred slightly. She said with concern, Master, it's not yet time for you to act. I can handle this. Mu Qingxue. Lung Qingxue's eyes filled with seriousness as she said word by word, you are the hope of the Star Moon Palace's rise. I will never allow you to do anything that ruins your own foundation. Daring to call the Empress by her name. There was no one else who would other than her. Mu Qingxue gazed at Lung Qingxue for a long time, a trace of complexity flashing through her beautiful eyes. Then she smiled sweetly and said, Master, rest assured. Your disciple already has a plan. I will absolutely not ruin my own future. Qingxue, do you truly have to wrong yourself? Lung Qingxue looked deeply at Mu Qingxue. Mu Qingxue said nothing. She only pressed her red lips together and nodded heavily. Alas, you have suffered. It is your master who is useless. Mu Qingxue let out a faint sigh, her figure seeming to stoop even more. Mu Qingxue had been raised under her watch since childhood. There was only one way to resolve the current predicament without destroying her own foundation, and she knew better than anyone what decision Mu Qingxue had made. All of you withdraw. Mu Qingxue closed her eyes. The hall had over 100 elders, neither too many nor too few. All of them strong cultivators above the grotto heaven realm. Put outside, each would be a ruthless figure who dominated one side. But before the paramount figures of the righteous path, if they had even a bit of use, they would not have been so utterly useless. The only one who could truly be of use was her own beloved master. Even if her master could trap the Grand Void Saint Lord and the others for a few days, and buy her time to catch her breath after that battle, she would surely be doomed to fall. She was unwilling to see such an outcome, so she could only set aside the pride in her heart. For a time the elders all respectfully withdrew from the great hall. It was worth noting that many of the handsome male elders among them couldn't help curling the corners of their mouths, as if they had run into something delightful. For a moment, only the master and disciple remained in the hall. Qingxue, Mu Qingxue's eyes were full of pity. Have you truly made up your mind? Alas, Mu Qingxue let out a soft sigh, her gaze flickering. After hesitating for a while, she said, the yin-yang energy in my body has completely lost control. By myself alone, I can no longer suppress it. Before they knew it, a night had passed. When Sulan woke, the sky was already faintly bright. Stretching lazily, he discovered that his cultivation had risen to the peak of the 6th level of foundation establishment. He was only a sliver away from breaking through to the 7th. This is the correct way to cultivate immortality, leveling up just by lying down. It's just a pity there are no welfare rewards. With a sigh, Sulan changed into a loose white robe and fussed over his hair before the glass mirror in the inner chamber. In the mirror was reflected a handsome face. A pair of sword-like eyebrows was tempered by long, narrow phoenix eyes. His gaze was sharp, but not oppressive, and his chiseled features seemed carved by a knife. Still this handsome, clearly the face of a protagonist. Sulan nodded silently. Since crossing over, he had lamented more than once that his talent was unworthy of his looks. His unbearably handsome looks in this world that revered strength above all made it easy for some lonely, bored demonic maidens to grab him as a cauldron. Among them, the Hahuan Pavilion coveted him the most. In this world, there was the righteous path and the demonic path. 1 palace, 2 halls, 3 pavilions referred to the major factions of the demonic path. And the 1 palace was precisely the Star Moon Palace, the supreme leader of the demonic path. The 2 halls were the Shashing Hall and the Yuming Hall, while the 3 pavilions were the Chietian Pavilion, the Hahuan Pavilion, and the Wanfa Pavilion. Sulan had once experienced demonic maidens from the Yuming Hall and the Hahuan Pavilion fighting over his favor. Fortunately, he adhered to the principle that boys outside must protect themselves. Through multiple rounds of mediation, he managed to escape the misery of being used as a cauldron. The righteous powers that had kept the demonic path breathless for millennia were even more complex. The single line 4 saints 5 sects 10,000 gates was enough to show how vast the reach of the righteous path was. On the stage of the Qianlong continent, prestige was the most visible card a faction could hold. Every faction, no matter what it was, needed fresh blood each year to sustain the sect's long-lasting prosperity. What child would not want to join a prestigious righteous sect and become an immortal hero who acted on behalf of heaven? Under such general momentum, the righteous factions, standing in the spotlight, had a natural advantage. Every time the 4 holy lands recruited, crowds filled the foot of the mountain. People would even start fights over the chance to be admitted as a mere handyman disciple. In comparison, the demonic path, which could only hide in dark corners, was in a much more awkward position. But they did not try to save face. They went all the way down the dark road, dragging people by force, coercing and cheating, abducting or deceiving the highly talented, and even resorting to violence to force the innocent into sin. Once someone was inside the demonic gate, they were not afraid you would refuse to obey. The result was that the demonic sects were full of discord and disloyalty, yet they still had to huddle together for warmth, because the righteous path often killed demonic disciples under the banner of acting for heaven to build their own reputation. Cases like Sulan, who became famous with a single poem, were rare, almost non-existent. This state of the demonic sects continued until the empress suddenly appeared. 10 years after her debut, her cultivation had caught up with the older generation's greats. At less than 30, she had transcended the mundane and entered sagehood. With bloody hands, she slaughtered across 10,000 mountains, daring to drain the blazing sun of all color. She slaughtered until blood floated on shields throughout the world. Wherever sunlight touched, everything was stained blood red. From then on, the world bowed its head and crowned her with the title of empress. Countless righteous powers perished in the long river of history. With unmatched might, the Star Moon Palace established its mountain veiled in mist and recruited heroes from all under heaven. The Empress is truly a remarkable woman. I have only seen this kind of bold spirit in novels. Su Lan actually admired the Empress very much. This admiration was not just for her beauty, but more for the awe she inspired with her grand world-devouring spirit. But just then, speak of the devil, and the devil arrives. A voice sounded beside his ear. Elder Su Lan, it is not right for a famous sword god like you to speak ill of me in private. Come over here. Holy crap. How could you even hear that? I'm doomed. Su Lan broke out in a cold sweat, his breathing suddenly becoming rapid as he thought about whether he had offended the Empress just now. I didn't say anything bad about her just now, did I? I was praising her. Then why is she calling me over? Forget it. If a man dies, he dies. Besides, the Empress might not necessarily be able to kill me. Then I'll go. Su Lan set his 10-minute Saint Realm experience card to instant activation and could not help but calm down a lot. Then he forced a faint, indifferent smile at the mirror and strode toward the Empress Palace. Su Lan stood once again before the Empress Palace. The deep, shadowy palace gates he had walked through just yesterday now gave him pause for no discernible reason. Of course, that might have to do with a change in his state of mind. After all, yesterday he had gone in with an "if I die, I'll be a good man again" in 18 years mindset, so he had naturally felt fearless. But today he had only been summoned by the Empress after saying a few flirtatious words. Who the hell knew what the Empress wanted? The mind of a woman like her, a female demon, was uniquely hard to read. What if she really did intend to kill him? Should he fight her? Forget it. A 10-minute Saint Realm experience card could never challenge an Empress who had been steeped in the Saint Realm for years. At best, he could only hightail it out of there. But if he did, every last one of the Su clan's 200-plus members would die. Though his clansmen loved to act like complete bastards, Su Lan had spent day and night with them for so long that he truly cared for them. I must owe you all this much. Su Lan sighed and stepped straight inside the palace. The great hall was still empty and its ornaments as aesthetically pleasing as ever. The only difference was that the Empress was no longer soaking in her bath. Instead, she sat calmly on the highest imperial throne. If I may ask, what does Her Majesty summon this Su for? Su Lan cupped his hands, a refined and genial smile on his face. Walking like the wind, standing like the pine, extraordinary bearing, like an exiled immortal in the mortal world. No more options. Let it be him. Mu Qingxue's eyes were full of conflicting emotions. For years, she had relied on her formidable cultivation to suppress the runaway yin-yang power inside her. The price of that was an increasingly severe yin-yang imbalance, like a volcano fermenting for ages. When it erupted, it would shake heaven and earth. Yet this time the yin-yang imbalance had clearly reached a point she could no longer suppress. Su Lan, I have a favor to ask. Just say it. Not just one. Even 100 tasks, so long as they lie within Su's power, I will surely see them done. Su Lan said without batting an eye. Ding. Host successfully tricked the human Saint Realm cultivator Mu Qingxue into coming over. Deception points 1000000. Current balance 51000. Great. He had earned 1,000,000 points and could exchange them for another Saint Realm experience card. Su Lan eyed the Empress with full confidence. Empress, whatever it is, name it. Dual cultivation with me. Mu Qingxue said, directly, showing not the slightest shyness. Fine. Oh. Su Lan was stunned. What was going on? Had the mighty Empress really taken a fancy to his body? Though you're beautiful. Little brother, don't act up. Su Lan stammered, flustered. This. Isn't that a bit improper? Mu Qingxue let out a light hum, a faint red blush sweeping across her pretty face. In a tone that allowed no defiance, she said, Is this something beyond your ability? Come with me. It was indeed within his ability, but this was too direct. They had only met once, he was not someone so casual. Watching the Empress walk away toward the rear hall with a graceful silhouette, Su Lan's heart wrestled for 1 second, and in the end he chose not to resist. The rear hall of the Empress Palace opened onto an open-air flower garden. Strange and exotic flowers bloomed everywhere, and strands of fragrance refreshed the heart and mind. At the center of the garden was a hot spring pool about 10 meters square. Scalding steam rolled upward, and curling white mist made the place look like a wonderland. Don't be nervous. It's just the two of us here, the Empress said quietly without turning around, walking slowly to the edge of the pool. Phew. Empress, are you serious? Su Lan asked once more, still feeling he was in a dream. The Empress did not answer. Her jade-like hand waved lightly, and suddenly the hot spring bubbled violently, as a block of ice radiating waves of frost rose from the hot water. Empress, maybe I should still. Shut up. Don't give me that heart is devoted only to the sword nonsense. Did you think I didn't know about your little romantic affairs in Kanglan City? Mu Qingxue took a deep breath, lightly bit her rosy lips, grabbed Su Lan by the shoulder, and drifted down onto the ice bed. Set down again, Su Lan resignedly opened his collar, his face full of acceptance. Empress, do as you will. Slap. The hell? Su Lan covered his face. Caught completely off guard, He had actually taken the Empress' open palm across his cheek. Meeting the Empress' blazing beautiful eyes, Su Lan refused to yield. Empress, what is the meaning of this? It was you who said to duel cultivate. It was also you who pressed me down on the bed. And now you hit me with that big slap. So I guess there's no game after all. It was then that the Empress' voice came bashful and angry. Wipe those filthy thoughts out of your mind. That is not the dual cultivation I meant. Huh, not that kind of dual cultivation. Then what other kind is there? Su Lan felt he had gotten it wrong, and yet not entirely. Women's hearts were difficult to guess. The Empress' heart, damn, it was even more impossible to fathom. Then what do you mean? You? The Empress took a deep breath and said calmly, reach out your hand. Like this. Su Lan extended his slender palms. Hold your breath, focus your mind, circulate your cultivation technique, relax. Close your eyes. Let's see what sort of trick you're playing. Su Lan arranged his posture as the Empress instructed, then silently activated his idle cultivation device. The Empress looked at Su Lan, who stood obediently in front of her. Hesitating for a moment, she said in a cold voice, do not open your eyes, or I will surely kill you. Yeah, you're the boss. Su Lan grumbled inwardly. Without opening his eyes, he nodded. Su understood. Just as the words left his mouth, there was a loud bang. Su Lan felt a chill all over his body, as if his clothes had been shattered into dust. Before he could react, a cold, slippery, silky sensation suddenly came from his palms. Her hands had pressed against his. They were icy and smooth, and his clothes had been stripped away as well. Maybe I should open my eyes and take a look. A bold idea popped into Su Lan's mind, but he dismissed it just as quickly. Living was still a good thing. Next, don't be nervous. The Empress' nervous voice came through. Then Su Lan felt a force of incomparable cold pass from his palms through his meridians and spread throughout his body in an instant, as if even his primordial spirit were about to freeze. That force came like a raging river pouring into the tiny lake of his body. There was no way to contain it. He was nearly swept away. Fortunately, at that moment the idle cultivation device, strained at full power, the primeval immortal art churned crazily, and his chaos reversal immortal body revealed the divine exceptionality it was supposed to possess. Vast, primordial, and profound, yin and yang reversed. Su Lan's body seemed to become a deep black hole, actually swallowing the Empress' entire wave of force in one gulp. The extreme yin force was transformed into extreme yang force, surging into his chi and pushing his cultivation upward at a mad pace. But the power the Empress had transferred was still far too immense. Su Lan's body was like a vessel stretched beyond its limit. It could swallow no more. One more sip and it would explode. Su Lan now more or less understood what the Empress meant by dual cultivation. As if aided by some deity, he took the excess extreme yang energy inside his body and channeled it from his other hand back into the Empress. Mu Qingxue let out a soft moan, her delicate body trembling, and at last a trace of flush appeared on her face. Empress, what's wrong? Su Lan's scalp tingled. Don't open your eyes or else. Slower. Mu Qingxue let out another soft moan, because a warm power was flowing from Su Lan's palms. The sudden impact made it hard for her to restrain herself. You wicked woman. Let Big Bro show you what he's got. By this point Su Lan had fully figured out the whole story behind how he had been pushed to become the sword god. It was all entirely the Empress' fault. It was deep winter, the sky cold, and the earth frozen. Inside the hot spring pool upon a bed of mystic ice, two snow-white figures were hidden within the curling wisps of steam rising from the water. On one side was extreme yin, on the other supreme yang. Yin and yang nourished each other, blending as intimately as milk and water. Clearly they were engaged in an unorthodox form of dual cultivation. While transforming himself into a yin-yang converter and cultivating with the Empress, Su Lan noticed that something was deeply wrong with her condition. The extreme yin force inside her body was raging to an incredible degree. That she had not frozen herself into an ice block was only because her mighty Saint Realm cultivation was suppressing it. In such a state, let alone fighting at full strength, even releasing a tenth of her power would have been a struggle. And as being pushed up as the sword god right under the Empress' nose was clearly the doing of people with ulterior motives. They could not gauge the Empress' true condition, so they used him to probe her. It did not matter whether he actually came to blows with the Empress, as long as she responded to this matter their goal would be achieved. They were truly insidious. Was a small fry's life not a life? That he could stay alive and kicking right under the Empress' watchful eyes was already a blessing from heaven. If the Empress had not truly been in trouble, he would probably have been sent to the afterlife by a palm strike descending from the heavens long ago. After all, a great demoness like the Empress, beautiful though she was, would never reason with you. At the same time, Su Lan's heart grew heavy. Dual cultivation was mutual. Since he could perceive the Empress' condition, the Empress could naturally perceive exactly what kind of man he was as well. A mere foundation establishment cultivator, and yet he had dared to swagger in front of her and put on airs. He was doomed. No one could save him. Once he lost the protection of the sword god's halo, the empress would surely slaughter him as an offering to heaven. Still, Sulan was not too panicked. After all, a Saint Realm cultivator, who could not even bring out a tenth of her power, was no longer something he needed to deal with in fear and trembling. He simply needed to continue dual cultivation in peace and raise his cultivation. "What's the matter, my lord sword god? Are you afraid?" the empress suddenly spoke. Sulan was startled. A moment ago his mind had been filled with unseemly thoughts, causing a slight hitch in the yin-yang circulation he had formed with the empress. The empress is joking. How could Su be so pathetic? Sulan parried with a retort neither harsh nor soft. Shoving aside the urge to secretly open his eyes and peek, he held his breath, concentrated, and wholeheartedly resumed dual cultivation with the empress. After all, opportunities to raise his cultivation this quickly were rare, and Sulan did not want to anger the empress, even though the temptation of the empress sitting naked across from him was immense. Sensing another surge of extreme yang energy transmitted by Sulan, Mu Qingxue forcibly suppressed herself so as not to moan again. And so with Sulan's tacit cooperation, time slipped by quietly. Before he knew it, a full day and night had passed. Such sleepless, relentless dual cultivation not only allowed Sulan to successfully open the Boasting secret treasury, awaken the water kidney, and advance to the first heaven of the secret treasury realm, but also allowed the empress to successfully suppress the rampaging yin-yang force in her body, restoring her strength to threatens. At this moment the sun had climbed high above the treetops, and it was already noon. From the flower garden in the rear hall of the Empress Palace suddenly came the sound of splashing water and Sulan's angry voice. "Empress, what are you doing? Did I tell you to open your eyes?" Mu Qingxue's gaze was ice cold. Sulan was furious, but he knew he was in the wrong. "I did not do it on purpose. Besides, the steam was so thick I did not see anything at all." Ding. Host has successfully bluffed the human Saint Realm cultivator Mu Qingxue. Bluff points 1000000. Current balance 6113000. Damn it. I admit it was intentional, but I truly did not see anything. The addition of 1 million bluff points made Sulan feel somewhat less angry. Seeing that the empress was still staring at him coldly, Sulan raised his hand and said, "I swear before heaven that I did not see even the slightest bit of you, empress." Humph. Mu Qingxue gave a cold snort. "I will let it go this once. If you dare again, watch out for your eyeballs." With that she drifted away. Watching the empress' graceful figure disappear, Sulan muttered inwardly, "And next time, if there is, I would dare again." Just before this, once the dual cultivation had ended, the empress had no sooner dressed than she refused to acknowledge him and directly kicked Sulan off into the hot spring. Still dazed, Sulan choked on a big mouthful of water on the spot. He was so furious that he nearly activated the Saint Realm experience card and fought it out with the empress. In the end, he calmed down. After all, a target as good as the empress for farming bluff points was hard to come by. "If it were not for your pretty face, I would spend 10 minutes teaching you what it means to be a woman." Of course, Sulan did not say the latter half aloud, and after all, he did not know whether the empress was secretly watching from the dark. A little while later, a maid brought over a set of clothes. The pretty maid looked at Sulan curiously, covered her mouth with a smile, and said, "The empress sent me to serve you, as you change, young master." Humph. At least she had a conscience. Sulan looked at the set of silky green clothes the maid was holding, waved his hand, and said with a smile, "I can manage on my own. You may go." The maid did not insist, and left smiling. After soaking for a while in the hot spring, which was filled with the empress' faint fragrance, Sulan pulled on his clothes, slipped quietly out the back door, and headed toward the back mountain. In the main hall of the Empress Palace, sensing Sulan's departure, Mu Qingxue's lips curved into an enigmatic smile. A special constitution that can reverse yin and yang, a cultivation technique surpassing the heaven rank. You really carry many secrets on you, Sulan. The back mountain, Weo Hall. It was said to be a branch office of Qingxue Palace, but in reality, it was a city covering tens of thousands of mu. The city was thick with the smoke and bustle of daily life, yet its buildings and facilities were all brand new. Tens of thousands of people lived within, all of them relatives of Qingxue Palace disciples. It was also one of the sources through which Qingxue Palace replenished its fresh blood. Every child with cultivation talent would be taken in and nurtured by the palace. After coming down from Wuyin Mountain, Sulan headed straight for a large estate in the city. This estate was even larger and more imposing than the Su family's residence in Kanglan City. With its towers, courtyards, gardens, rockeries, and artificial lake, it was not inferior to the mansions of worldly princes and nobles. It had originally been reserved by an overbearing purple mansion realm steward of Qingxue Palace, but it was snatched away by Patriarch Su, who was devoted to securing benefits for his clansmen. Once the sword god's mighty name was invoked, the steward, no matter how unwilling, had no choice but to yield. Just as Sulan arrived outside the Su family compound, he happened to see his second uncle Su Chong walking out of the gate while cursing. Damn it, this is going too far. I'm going to find the clan chief. The clan chief is also an elder. Why should they be allowed to bully us so unscrupulously? His second uncle's face was pale, his clothes were disheveled, and his fists were covered with unhealed wounds. Behind him, his little cousin Su Fu's tender face was swollen into a little pig's head. Staggering along behind his father, he raised his small fist and mumbled indistinctly, "Big cuz. They be buoying me." Seeing this, Su Lan's expression darkened abruptly. "Second uncle, what happened?" Su Lan asked in a low voice, observing their expressions. Su Chong was taken aback, then said indignantly, "Clan leader, yesterday, Su Fu was bullied by older kids at the academy. This morning, I went to reason with their elders, but they were completely unreasonable. Relying on their numbers and higher cultivation, they even tried to beat me. I lost the fight and suffered a bit of a loss. That wasn't just losing. You were practically pinned to the ground and beaten." Su Lan looked at his disheveled second uncle and was at a loss for words. Little Bean also rushed over and hugged Su Lan's thigh, lisping noisily, "Big brother Yun Xiaohu called his big brother to beat me." Su Lan crouched down, patted his little cousin's head, and said softly, "Then big brother will take you to get them back." Su Fu rubbed his swollen cheek, thought for a moment, and said seriously, "Big brother is the best, but I want to beat Yun Xiaohu myself." Su Lan smiled, got up, looked at his second uncle, and said in a low voice, "Second uncle, didn't you mention my name?" Su Chong said shamefacedly, "I did. They said you're nothing." Heh. Su Lan laughed. So though he himself was not much, at least his name was known far and wide. These family members of some elder or other dared to lay hands on the Su clan despite his reputation as the sword god. Su Lan didn't need to think hard to know that some big shot from a demonic sect had taken a disliking to him, and it most likely had to do with his dual cultivation with the empress. Having spent a day among the demonic sect, Su Lan understood how these demon lords operated. They followed their hearts and did whatever they pleased without restraint. They acknowledged heaven as number one and themselves as number two. No one but the empress was worth their notice. Having joined the sect for only a day before being summoned by the empress for dual cultivation, Su Lan naturally incurred the displeasure of some elder. Do they really think I'm easy to push around? It seems I haven't drawn my sword in so long that they've all forgotten my title as the sword god. Su Lan was angry and shouted at Su Chong, "Second uncle, lead the way. I'm going to make them understand reason." Su Chong was startled, then suppressed his temper and advised kindly, "Clan leader, maybe forget it. The elder behind them is said to be the merciless scholar, not someone to be trifled with." Su Lan angrily drew his broken sword and declared, "I don't care who he is. Even if the empress herself came, it wouldn't matter. In Qingxue Palace, might makes right." Meanwhile, Mu Qingxue's face darkened in the empress palace. She had no idea where Su Lan, a mere cultivator at the first heaven of the hidden treasury, had found the courage to say such a thing. Was he always this audacious? After hearing this, Su Chong's expression changed. "Clan leader, do you have no idea what you amount to? Listen to your second uncle and hold back for now. If it were before, I might have endured it. But now," Su Lan answered loudly, "Second uncle, just lead the way. He'll handle everything." Su Chong looked at his nephew in astonishment, as if he had become somewhat unfamiliar. "Are you sure?" Su Chong asked one last time. Su Lan nodded. Su Chong said no more. He assumed his nephew had some other source of confidence, and silently walked ahead. Meanwhile, Mu Qingxue in the Empress Palace could no longer sit still, and her figure vanished from the imperial throne. Before long, led by Su Chong, Su Lan arrived before an imposing residence in the east of the city. 2 guards at the 3rd level of the Qi Si stood guard at the gate, glaring ferociously at passers-by. One of them saw Su Chong and immediately came over. "You're asking to die, coming back again." The man raised a palm as big as a fan and swung it at Su Chong's face with a sharp whoosh. Su Chong closed his eyes and braced himself calmly. A surge of wrath flared in Su Lan's heart, and the instant the palm was raised, a cold gleam flashed from the broken sword in his hand. The guard had no reaction to the sudden killing strike. His face still wore a sinister smile. Thud! In an instant, an arm flew backward and spurting blood stained a stretch of blue brick ground red. "Ow!" The fierce guard screamed and staggered back, staring in terror at Su Lan's icy face. At the same time, the other guard at the gate charged over and shouted in shock and anger, "You dare to hurt one of merciless elder's men. A mere guard treating my own people so savagely. If this were outside, you'd have eaten him alive." Su Lan said calmly, "I was wrong." The guard wisely backed down, having seen the elder's token dangling at Su Lan's waist. Su Lan couldn't be bothered to waste more words. He led his second uncle and little cousin through the gate with big strides. As soon as he crossed the threshold, he heard the sound of a flute. Behind the gate was a purple bamboo grove with a narrow path stretching from the entrance to a small pavilion in the center of the grove. The source of the flute music was a white figure in the pavilion with his back to him. Yes, white. A white robe so clean that it was unstained by even a single speck of dust, hair falling to his waist, was also pure white, with no trace of any other color. Seeing him play the flute, Su Lan finally recalled information about this person. The Merciless Scholar was only a title he had invented for himself, and was not widely known. His other title made people in the martial world turn pale at its mention. The Heart-Slaying Blood Flute. A great cultivator of the spirit-nurturing realm, he had originally been an idle wanderer. Yet after one fleeting glimpse, he was conquered by the Empress Supreme, bearing, and willingly became her servant. One man, one flute. He had slaughtered 13 sects. Those he killed all had their bodies intact, yet every one of them had died from a severed heart meridian and a dissipated primordial spirit. Hence the name Heart-Slaying Blood Flute. After Su Lan and his party entered, the flute song suddenly turned sharp and piercing, shaking down large numbers of bamboo leaves. This man had come with ill intent. He wanted to kill me. Su Lan's brow twitched, and he silently activated the 10-minute Spirit Terrace Realm experience card because he heard killing intent in the flute sound. Torrential power surged from the depths of his body, instantly filling his limbs and all 100 meridians. His sea of consciousness became clear and lucid, and an illusory Spirit Terrace gradually took shape, continuously pouring insights into the sword's way into his primordial spirit. Shielding his second uncle and little cousin, Su Lan walked slowly toward the pavilion. When he reached it before Su Lan could make his move, the Merciless Scholar turned around. It had to be said the fellow was quite handsome, with sword-like eyebrows, starry eyes, and thin lips. His complexion was rather pale, but it only accentuated his delicate feminine beauty. Compared with Su Lan, he was only slightly less handsome. The Merciless Scholar looked grim and said sinisterly, "So you're the one who Duel cultivated with the Empress for a day and a night. He's jealous." Su Lan answered loudly, "Exactly. The Empress tastes really damn good." The Merciless Scholar was clearly provoked. Putting down his long flute, he stared darkly at Su Lan and said sternly, "You're just a mere foundation establishment cultivator. What right do you have to Duel cultivate with the Empress? Only I am worthy of her." With that, a blood-colored domain suddenly expanded, enveloping all three of Su Lan's party and cutting them off from the outside world. An overwhelming pressure surged toward them, enough to grind a divine bridge realm cultivator to powder. Yet it couldn't get within 5 meters of Su Lan and his group. Big brother, why did the sky suddenly turn all red? Little Bean hid behind Su Lan, awed but uncomprehending at the change in their surroundings. Su Chong was smiling, whether because he was gratified that his nephew had slept with the Empress or because he already knew the coming outcome and was facing it with a smile. He simply took his son's little hand. Su Lan's eye sharpened. "How did you know I was a foundation establishment cultivator?" he asked in a low voice. Strange indeed. That he had been a foundation establishment cultivator before becoming the Sword God was known to everyone, but after the title of Sword God spread, no one believed it except his clansmen. The Merciless Scholar glanced at Su Lan with suspicion and surprise, pressed the long flute to his lips, and sneered, "I didn't expect your growth to be so great after Duel cultivating with the Empress. But it ends here. One tune of the heavenly sound wave to send you to the afterlife. Damn, is this guy out of his mind?" Su Lan cursed inwardly and decisively drew the rusty broken sword from behind his back. The Merciless Scholar was indeed a flute master of the spirit-nurturing realm. A single note was enough to make Su Lan feel irritated and stir in him an urge to beat the man to death on the spot. The sonic waves, amplified by the blood-colored domain of the Merciless Scholar, transformed into ferocious clawing figures that charged towards Su Lan. Truly, there is no reasoning with a madman. "Let me sober you up," Su Lan murmured softly. He lightly raised the broken sword in his hand, and a glimmer of cold light flickered across heaven and earth. In an instant, a majestic sword aura poured forth, splitting the entire domain in two, even carving a rift through heaven and earth itself. This single strike not only made the Merciless Scholar's face drastically change, but also stirred shock and doubt in someone observing from the shadows. With a crack, the jade flute snapped into 2 pieces. The Merciless Scholar was sent flying backward, a terrifying gash across his chest, blood spurting endlessly from his mouth. "You? How could you?" The Merciless Scholar roared in terror, then turned and transformed into a streak of light, fleeing in desperate haste. "Still trying to run?" Su Lan chuckled lightly as the broken sword shot forth like an arrow from a bow, instantly appearing at the back of the Merciless Scholar, who had already fled more than 3 miles away. The rust-covered broken sword, rippling with the will of the spiritual platform stage, pierced through the Merciless Scholar's body, pinning him firmly in midair. Su Lan stepped through the void and ascended. With an expressionless face, he delivered several resounding slaps to the Merciless Scholar, leaving him dazed, his eyes void of light. Only after the anger in his heart had somewhat subsided did he stop. "Take a deep breath. Don't be afraid. Now tell me obediently how you knew I am a foundation establishment cultivator." Su Lan patted the Merciless Scholar's back with feigned friendliness. The Merciless Scholar coughed up a mouthful of blood, raised his head, and said venomously, I never imagined you were hiding it so deeply. All my years of scheming have merely paved the way for you. Slap. Su Lan backhanded him across the face and said coldly, get to the point. Ha ha ha, I can die, but I will never die at your hands. The merciless scholar laughed maniacally, casting a vicious glare at Su Lan before his entire aura began to churn violently. Damn it, madman. Su Lan cursed in fury. It all happened within a single instant. He had no way to stop a mighty cultivator of the spirit-nurturing stage from self-destructing recklessly. He could only kick the merciless scholar away and retreat far from the center of the explosion. Boom. A colossal firework bloomed at the edge of the sky, its dazzling radiance blinding all who gazed upon it. The tremendous force shook even the very earth. Such a commotion occurring at the rear mountain of the Star Moon Palace immediately alerted the demonic sect grandmasters hidden throughout Misty Hidden Mountain. One by one figures rose from obscure corners, hovering in the air, watching the rare spectacle of a spirit-nurturing stage cultivator's self-destruction firework. Moments later the light faded. The demonic sect grandmasters seemed to remember their true purpose. Who dares to cause chaos on the grounds of my Star Moon Palace? Mu Qingxue, the leader, roared in fury, for she had detected the sword intent fluctuations of the spiritual platform stage. This sword intent was unfamiliar, belonging to none of the famed sword saints of the continent. With the Empress power not yet restored, this sword saint's sudden arrival made it impossible to tell friend from foe. Lady Lung, the aura of that self-destruction belongs to Wujing. An elder in a black robe suddenly spoke. Hearing this, Lung Qingxue's face instantly turned frosty as she commanded, lock down the area. Seeing his colleagues take formation, their auras shaking the void, Su Lan finally strolled out from the corner. Everyone, no need to panic. It was me. With an elder of the sect forced to self-destruct, Mu Qingxue had been furious. But upon seeing Su Lan, her gaze flickered and her expression turned somewhat unnatural as she asked sternly, Elder Su, why did you attack a fellow sect member? The other demonic sect elders also began to clamor. That's right, Sword God, you owe us an explanation. Could Elder Su be planning to slay demons and uphold righteousness? We hope the Sword God will give us a valid reason to clear his name. Yes, today he forced Wujing to self-destruct, and tomorrow he may kill us all. He must answer for this. Damn it all. He was the one who attacked first, yet you're all coming to question me. I was acting in self-defense. Who knew he would die so recklessly? Su Lan was seething with complaints, and the suppressed anger in his heart flared up once more. Though it sounds like a long story, from the moment the experience card was used to the merciless scholar's self-destruction, less than 2 minutes had passed. There were still 8 minutes of spiritual platform stage sword cultivator experience remaining. With such power at his command, Su Lan naturally felt no fear. Initially, he had thought of using the gathering of demonic grandmasters to earn some trickery points, but now he only had the desire to vent his pent-up frustration. Trickery points could be earned at any time, but if he didn't retaliate on the spot after being wronged, it would become an eternal knot in his heart. Gazing at the aggressive demonic sect elders, Su Lan said word by word, in all my life my actions have never required explanation to the likes of you. His voice thundered like a crack of lightning, and the awe-inspiring sword aura permeated the air, momentarily stirring the winds and clouds into upheaval. The demonic sect elders' faces shifted dramatically as they stared at Su Lan in terror. His body radiated an inexplicable, profound aura. He seemed even more of a demon than the self-indulgent cultivators of the demonic path. Alone he intimidated the many elders. Not a single one dared to utter a word in response. As for the merciless scholar, Su Lan swept the crowd with a proud, unyielding gaze. He brought it upon himself by offending me first. Anyone with objections step forward. The demonic sect elders exchanged uneasy glances, but remained rooted in place. Just then the Empress' majestic voice resounded across heaven and earth. Su Lan is blameless. Come to the Imperial Palace to find me afterward. As for the rest of you, disperse. Mu Qingxue and the others were bewildered, but with the Empress' decree, they had no choice but to obey. Su Lan, however, paid no heed to the Empress, heading straight down toward where his second uncle was. That woman had been watching the whole time and hadn't even come out to speak a word for him. Su Lan didn't know about anyone else, but he was absolutely certain that the Empress had seen everything that happened after he shattered the merciless scholar's domain. With her intellect, she would easily deduce the implications hidden in his dialogue with the merciless scholar. Behind his elevation to sword god lay the merciless scholar's greedy coveting of the Empress. He had desired to dual cultivate with the Empress, but she wouldn't even spare him a glance. Coinciding with the Empress' own problems, he conceived of creating a sword god to leverage the tides of the world and pressure her into submission. And Su Lan was merely a tool for his desires. Yet unexpectedly, the tool got there first and satisfied the Empress. That was why the merciless scholar said all his schemes had merely paved the way for Su Lan. The Empress knew everything but refused to come out and clear his name. She only waited until he grew furious before half-heartedly summoning him. In the end, I still bear it all alone. Su Lan sighed softly, patted his utterly stunned second uncle, then scooped up the little bean, who was so shocked his mouth could not close, pinching his chubby cheeks as he laughed. Wake up, you still have to defeat Yun Xiaohu for revenge. After all, Su Fu was still a child with a strong capacity for acceptance, but before long, he had recovered from his shock. Big brother, you're so cool. Su Fu's sparkling eyes were full of admiration. His chubby little hand made an unknown gesture as he asked eagerly, can I be as badass as Big Bro? Little Bean had picked up that word badass while running around with Su Lan, or as far as he could tell it was just a word for something extremely impressive. Su Lan ruffled his head and said with a smile, nothing in the world is difficult for one who has resolve. As long as you work hard, of course you can be as badass as Big Brother. Then I want to learn swordplay too. Su Fu looked utterly serious. The splendor of Su Lan's sword strike had been etched deep into his young heart. Ding. Host has successfully hoodwinked the human cub Su Fu. Hoodwink value 100. At most this was a well-intentioned lie. Big bro, can you put me down? Little Bean said in a clear, crisp voice, trying to squirm out of Su Lan's embrace. Su Lan set the little boy down and asked, what do you want to do? Little Bean did not reply. He ran over to the side by himself, chose a straight bamboo stick about a foot long, and swung it around with a series of ha and heh shouts. Then he turned to Su Lan and said seriously, sword practice. With that he turned back and hacked at the fallen leaves on the roadside, sending them flying into the sky. Little Bean twitched and jerked amid the shower of leaves, his small face completely earnest, as if he were cultivating some peerless divine art. Seeing this, Su Lan couldn't help the corners of his mouth curling up. Little Bean never failed to bring him unexpected joy. Just then from behind him came his second uncle's trembling voice. Holy shit. Patriarch, since when did you get this badass? When an avalanche falls, no snowflake is innocent. By the same token, no Su family member who had spent so long with Su Lan was still simple-minded. Facing his second uncle's question, Su Lan replied, I've always been like this. I just hit it so well that even I forgot. Ding. Host has successfully hoodwinked Su Chong, a human cultivator at the first heaven of the Qi Sea. Hoodwink value 300. You weren't like this before. The corner of second uncle's eye twitched. He lowered his voice and asked, given how things are now, do we still need to demand justice from them? Obviously Su Chong was a little embarrassed. After all, having killed their strongest backer and then trying to reason with them was just too much like bullying. Su Lan fell silent for a moment. Looking at Little Bean, who was swishing bamboo leaves aside with cheerful hey-ya shouts, he said slowly, one thing at a time. They were the ones who struck Xiaofu first. We can't just let it go. Su Chong nodded, walked over, and patted Little Bean on the shoulder. Son, do you still want to get revenge on Yun Xiaohu? Little Bean immediately put down his bamboo stick and said with a stern face, I want revenge. Big bro said, repay wrongs with revenge and kindness with kindness. Yun Xiaohu got his older brother to bully me, so I'll get my big bro to beat him up for me. After listening to Little Bean's unyielding declaration, Su Lan nodded with satisfaction and led the two toward the Yun family's back courtyard. In the end, Little Bean never got to complete his great revenge quest. The moment Su Lan walked in, more than 400 members of the Yun family knelt in unison, filling the entire ground. Not a single one of them had any backbone. They all wailed and begged for mercy. Although Little Bean found Yun Xiaohu and Yun Xiaohu's older brother in the crowd, the ones who had beaten him, they were both scared out of their wits and kept kowtowing and admitting their mistakes. It stunned Little Bean so completely that all he could do was follow Su Lan home in low spirits. On the way back, Little Bean pouted and asked, Big bro, there's something I can't understand. What is it? Why aren't they braver? The Yun family's collective kneeling surrender left Little Bean utterly puzzled. Having been influenced by his life mentor Su Lan, he believed that a man's knees were made of gold. He would kneel only to his parents, never to others. Even if he had to die, he would die standing. Though he was still small and couldn't quite understand how terrible death was, that did not stop him from treating his big brother's words as absolute truth. Su Lan laughed and answered, because their courage is given to them by others. It looks brave, but it shatters at the first touch. The strong draw their blades against those stronger than themselves. The weak slash at those weaker than themselves. For example, when Yun Xiaohu was beating you, did you surrender? Little Bean scratched his head and said sheepishly, I did surrender. What am I supposed to do with this kid? The corner of Su Lan's mouth twitched. He continued, why did you surrender? Because Big Bro said a gentleman does not stand under a crumbling wall. They were more numerous, so I couldn't beat them. Then do you accept defeat? No, I don't. Big Bro, I have another question. Great question. Don't ask it next time. All the way home, they bickered and laughed until the Su family estate appeared before them. The worried clansmen had been waiting in front of the gate for a long time. Thank heavens the patriarch is back alive. That explosion in the sky just now scared me half to death. Thank goodness the patriarch is all right. Exactly. The patriarch is so brave. The clan members were perfect in every way except that they had no idea how to speak. The corner of Su Lan's mouth twisted. Su Chong comforted him, patriarch, everyone is just worried about you. Don't take it to heart. Sigh. Su Lan let out a sigh. He stealthily drew a yellow-covered, thread-bound booklet from his chest and said in a low voice, second uncle, don't keep practicing the clan's trash techniques. I have something good here. Take it back and talk it over with the Grand Elder. This had been his real purpose in returning to the Su family today, while he had only been delayed until now by a series of trivial matters. I understand. His second uncle accepted it with perfect understanding and hid it away carefully. All right, the weather is nice today. Just the right time to go have a chat with the female emperor. Su Lan turned and left without looking back. Before long, in his own detached courtyard, Su Lan had shed his robes again and was soaking in the hot spring, feeling utterly comfortable. It wasn't that he particularly liked soaking in hot springs, but rather that the bottom of this spring was connected to a vein of heaven and earth essence. The vital essence that leaked out dissolved into the spring water, greatly accelerating the operating speed of his idol cultivation device. After dutifully cooperating with the idol cultivation device for a while to comprehend an immortal art, Su Lan still chose to slack off. After all, he had never been the sort to withstand loneliness and honestly sit in meditation to cultivate. Tomorrow is my initiation ceremony. The spectacle should be impressive. After all, the title of Sword God still carries weight. At the same time, it is also a calamity the female emperor is about to face. If I'm not wrong, that bastard heartless scholar has leaked the female emperor's situation. The righteous Bath people absolutely won't be able to sit still. If it weren't for me, the female emperor would probably have had no choice but to humble herself and choose someone to dual cultivate with in order to recover her strength. She should be thanking me. She's calling me over now, and I'm 80% sure she wants to do that dual cultivation with me again. The kind that's like scratching an itch through a boot. Let her wait a while. She loves watching a show anyway. Wait, why is my little brother a bit itchy? As he was thinking, Su Lan suddenly felt a slippery sensation around his lower body, as if a small snake were swimming to and fro. At the same time, faint golden light was shining out from beneath the water. Smack! Su Lan curled his 5 fingers into a claw and shot them between his legs with lightning speed. Su Lan's hand moved with both precision and speed. In an instant, he fished out a thin, short, golden little snake from the hot spring. For a moment, Su Lan was stunned. He had originally thought that something drifting between his legs was a massage fish bred in the hot spring. It turned out to be a newly hatched snake. It was about 20 centimeters long, radiating brilliant golden light, its body translucent and jade-like, with 2 rice grain-sized eyes that looked rather adorable. But it was a snake. As a child, Su Lan had been chased and bitten by a 2-meter snake, leaving a deep shadow on his heart. Even after transmigrating and becoming a cultivator, he could not shake his fear of this cold-blooded creature. Staring at the little snake in his hand, Su Lan's breathing suddenly turned rapid and his body trembled. Letting out a terrified shriek, he jumped out of the hot spring, naked, wildly flailing his right arm and flinging the snake far away, yet still not stopping. The golden snake, once thrown out, disappeared without a trace the moment it touched the ground, like a drop of water falling into the vast ocean. The next moment after the snake vanished, the empress figure appeared out of thin air. Her deep, beautiful eyes gazed at the spot where the snake had disappeared, and she sighed. It escaped again. Aunt. What the hell? Who the hell put a snake in the hot spring? It scared me to death. Su Lan had not yet noticed the empress' arrival, and was still flailing about, venting the terror inside him. Seeing Su Lan making such a fool of himself, Mu Qingxue became furious. With a flick of her sleeve, the naked Su Lan was swept back into the hot spring pool. Glug glug. Who the hell? Glug glug. After choking on a few mouthfuls of water, Su Lan finally calmed down. His fierce gaze swept around, then gradually softened when he saw the empress standing in the distance. Empress, perfect timing. Can you tell me who put the snake in the hot spring? I'd like to have a heart-to-heart talk with him. Su Lan. Mu Qingxue gritted her pearly teeth, squeezing out the words, that was not a snake. Not a snake. Climbing out of the hot spring, Su Lan retorted, slippery with 2 eyes. If it's not a snake, could it be a rice field eel? Heh. Mu Qingxue laughed in exasperation. Her unshakable state of mind was actually broken by Su Lan's words. She stamped her foot and said indignantly, that was the earth vein dragon I had spent 10 years searching for. You caught it, and then you let it go. Empress, you're breaking character. Stamping your foot. That's far too girlish for you. Su Lan quietly put on his clothes, then cautiously asked, what is the earth vein dragon? Mu Qingxue fell silent. After a long while, when Su Lan was almost losing patience, she slowly said, I've been thinking about something just now. Why didn't you come when I summoned you earlier? And didn't you say today that I taste pretty good? Empress, you're getting off topic. Su Lan felt a chill down his spine and said solemnly, when the empress suddenly summons, how would this Su dare not come? It's mainly because I just had a fierce battle with the heartless scholar and carried unclean aura on me. I did not want to be rash before your majesty, so I bathed, changed clothes, burned incense, and purified my heart. As for the empress, she indeed tastes quite good. Sulan thought to himself, though her majesty's palm was just a step away from his face in a split second, she would change her mind. That is because the empress is the most beautiful scenery of all. Once I see your majesty, every other beauty in the world becomes as tasteless as chewing wax, utterly devoid of flavor. Ding. Host has succeeded in bamboozling Mu Qingxue, a human sage realm cultivator. Fooling value 1.0 inch. What the hell? 10 million fooling points. Sulan was shocked. Although it had the system's buff, there was no denying it. The empress was rather shameless, actually deeply agreeing with his words. Mu Qingxue's raised hand froze in midair, her beautiful eyes filled with a mix of annoyance and shyness. Originally, she had only wanted to find an excuse to beat Sulan and vent her anger, but she had not expected Sulan to provoke her like this. The world feared her, saying she was ruthless and merciless, having slaughtered countless people and committed heinous crimes. Her subordinates within the sect revered her, submitting to her might and singing praises of her power. Over time, she had grown accustomed to wearing a mask called the Empress. But the world had forgotten that despite being the Empress, she was still a young woman under 30 in the prime of her bloom. It had been a long time since anyone had praised her for her beauty. This inevitably stirred an indescribable feeling within her heart, especially with this audacious man before her with whom she shared some unspeakable connection. Her inner defenses weakened even further. Smooth talker. Mu Qingxue slowly lowered her hand and turned her head away with sundra pride. Sulan did not care about that. Since the Empress liked to hear it, he should say more. Ordinary people may only stand in awe of your majesty's power, but this Su's sword heart is clouded with dust. I only see a peerless beauty, one who could make even the celestial immortals fall over themselves. Thump, thump, thump. Mu Qingxue felt her heartbeat quicken, blood rushing to her cheeks, and the yin-yang power within her began to show signs of disorder. Her body urged her to leave, but her spirit fiercely protested, protesting that she should not obey her bodhi's vulgar impulses. Ding. Host has bamboozled Mu Qingxue, a human sage realm cultivator. Fooling value 1.00000. Another 10 million fooling points credited. Sulan was in high spirits. Gazing at the charming empress, he said in a deep voice, "In the north there is a beauty peerless and independent. One glance topples a city, a second glance topples a nation. Who knows toppling cities or toppling nations? But such a beauty is ever so hard to find again. A rare beauty indeed." Ding. Host has bamboozled Mu Qingxue, a human sage realm cultivator. Fooling value 1.00000. Her hands are like soft catkins, her skin like congealed cream, her forehead like a cicadas, her eyebrows like moth antennae, her smile is charming, and her beautiful eyes sparkle. Ding. Host has bamboozled Mu Qingxue, a human sage realm cultivator. Fooling value 1.000. Seeing that Sulan intended to continue, Mu Qingxue cut him off. Tomorrow is your initiation ceremony. The Taishu Saint Lord and the Chunyang Sword Saint wish to have a bout with you. Prepare yourself. With that, she turned and drifted away without giving Sulan a chance to speak. Watching the Empress' silhouette disappear, Sulan touched his chin with some regret. This time he had seized the opportunity and earned 40 million. Next time, with the Empress on guard, he would not be able to farm fooling points so enjoyably. By the way, why does the Empress like hearing me praise her beauty? Is she starved for love? Actually, I could teach her what it truly means to be. As he thought about it, Sulan suddenly smiled. The Empress. She's actually quite cute. After laughing, Sulan began to consider serious matters. The Taishu Saint Lord and the Chunyang Sword Saint. Those two bastards of the righteous path are so eager to be used as pawns. Tomorrow will snap their spears. With 40 million fooling points weighing on him, Sulan was getting a bit full of himself. Alright system, what the hell is the Earth Vein Dragon? He remembered the golden snake that had scared him half to death. That thing seemed to be very important to the Empress. Earth Vein Dragon, a heaven and earth marvel, the spirit of essence veins. Price 3000000. I once had a 30 million gift grasped in my hand, but I didn't cherish it. Only after losing it did I sink into endless regret, and my heart ached. Sulan finally understood why the Empress had been so furious. It was truly because he had been an idiot. According to the system, the Earth Vein Dragon is a wonder of heaven and earth that can only form when a unique terrain gathers and nurtures the abundant essence of heaven and earth for tens of thousands of years. It sounds unbelievable, but its practical use is even more unbelievable. As long as an Earth Vein Dragon stays in one place for a long time, that area is bound to contain an extremely high-quality essence vein of heaven and earth. Essence veins condensed by ordinary terrain are always destined to be exhausted one day, but with an Earth Vein Dragon, one can possess an essence vein that never runs dry. Qingxue Palace chose Misty Hidden Mountain as its site because the Empress had sensed an earth-vein dragon hiding beneath it. And the reason the Empress wanted to capture the dragon was because of another, even more formidable function. The earth-vein dragon can bond with its master Duel in the Qi Sea and endlessly generate new essence to meet its owner's needs. In other words, the earth-vein dragon is a power bank with unlimited battery life. Moreover, because it was born of the earth-vein dragon possesses an inconceivable capacity for bearing and digesting power, allowing it to carry violent forces that its master cannot digest. In other words, if the Empress could catch the earth-vein dragon, her problem of losing control over the yin-yang power within her body would be solved immediately. But the earth-vein dragon is a spirit of the earth. Once it enters the ground, it is like a drop of water merging into the sea. Finding it is already difficult, let alone catching it. The Empress spent 10 years without even getting a single hair of it. Yet Su Lan had managed to catch it merely by soaking in a hot spring connected to the essence vein. A stroke of supreme luck. But he then flung the earth-vein dragon away again, and Su Lan was almost brought to tears by his own stupidity. His heart ached so much he could hardly breathe. "Little darling, I was wrong just now. Won't you come out?" Su Lan crooned softly as he loosened his clothes, then stepped back down into the hot spring pool. "I'm coming down again now. Aren't you fond of playing with my junior? Big brother will let you play with him as much as you like." That's right. Su Lan decided to use his body as bait and his junior as the lure to fish for the earth-vein dragon once more. After all, with the earth-vein dragon, he could break free from the restrictions of heaven and earth essence, and keep the idle cultivation device running at full power at all times. Inside the Empress Palace, Mu Qingxue sat on the imperial throne, her cheeks red and her mind still hazy, so confused that she didn't even know what she should do next. Damn it. That damn Su Lan daring to disturb my mind. One who seeks the Tao should keep the 6 roots pure and be single-minded. How can I let a few words stir my heart? Smooth-tongued devil who knows how many women he has deceived. But he didn't seem to be faking it. Every sentence came from his heart. Could it be? Mu Qingxue's breathing suddenly became rapid, and a rosy flush adorned her delicate cheeks. Humph. Mu Qingxue, don't forget. He is someone who even you failed to see through. Her eyes turned somber. She clenched her fists, suppressing the surging emotions within her. Tap, tap, tap. Footsteps echoed through the empty hall. Lu Luo said tensely in a low voice, "Empress Vice Palace Master Lung and the 10 Protector Elders request an audience. Let them in." Mu Qingxue resumed her cold, expressionless appearance. Before long, the highest echelons of Qingxue Palace were present. Lung Qingxiu was the first to ask Empress, "What crime did Yun Shaoxing commit? If there is no reason, I fear the hearts of the sect members will be unsettled." From behind, a Protector Elder at the soul-nourishing realm also said in a loud voice, "I mean no offense to the Sword God, but Elder Sword God had just joined the sect when he killed Yun Shaoxing, a man of many wartime achievements. Now everyone in the sect is panicking, afraid that the Sword God will come to their doors to slay demons and uphold righteousness." After hearing this, Mu Qingxue cast an indifferent glance over the crowd below and said casually, "Do you all believe I am shielding Su Lan? We would not dare." Except for Lung Qingxiu, the other 10 Protector Elders all knelt on one knee with clasped fists. Empress Yun Xiaoxing's death has made the sect restless. Indeed, an explanation is needed. Lung Qingxiu said slowly. "This is a fragment of Yun Xiaoxing's primordial spirit. Look at it, and you will understand." Mu Qingxue indifferently cast out a ball of light. Inside the ball of light was a faint human silhouette, none other than the Heartless Scholar. Lung Qingxiu and the 10 Protector Elders probed it with their divine sense, and immediately grasped the entire course of events. Empress, this. Although the memories were incomplete, they could still deduce that the Heartless Scholar had committed various acts of betraying the Empress and scheming against the Sword God. "Withdraw," Mu Qingxue said indifferently. Yes, that night Su Lan's prestige within Qingxue Palace rose to unprecedented heights. Early the next morning, Su Lan crawled out of the hot spring, his skin pale and wrinkled from soaking. Some things once missed are gone forever. He had waited all night, but the earth-vein dragon never showed itself again. Damn it, I'm not waiting anymore. If worst comes to worst, he'll just spend 30 million and buy one. Cursing and muttering, he put on the ornate elder's brocade robe the maid had brought and strode toward the peak of Misty Hidden Mountain. Today was his initiation ceremony. At the same time, it was a Hongmin banquet, a gathering shrouded in brewing storm clouds. Along the way, disciples kept greeting him respectfully, and some bold, alluring female disciples even slipped tokens into his hands saying they had cultivation problems they could not solve and hoped to have a heart-to-heart talk with him through the night. Su Lan responded to those disciples with gentle, refined courtesy, while his arms were stuffed full of wooden tokens that exuded a faint fragrance of their bodies. He then arrived at the Star Moon Hall on the mountaintop. The square before the hall was already packed with a bustling crowd. In front of the imposing Star Moon Hall, 2 long strips of red silk had been hung with solemn ceremony bearing several gilt characters written large. Upper line, the Kanglan sword god enters Star Moon Palace. Lower line, serving the Empress, he unites the realm for 1,000 autumns. While the demon sect always preferred being blunt and crude, it was not the type to craft elegant, refined congratulations. Entering the main hall, he immediately ran into Luluwa, the Empress' trusted confidant. Elder Su, the ceremony has not begun yet. Please rest in the rear hall for now. Su Lan nodded and followed Luluwa to the rear hall. Quite a few people were already seated there, demon sect elders who were rarely seen on ordinary days. Seeing Su Lan enter, the demon sect elders rose one after another to welcome him. Sword God Su, from this day on you and I are brothers. Please don't hold my rudeness yesterday against me. That wolf-hearted dog lunged. Yun Shaoxing plotted against Elder Su first, yet we failed to see it clearly and caused Elder Su to suffer. We deserve punishment. He'll start by drinking a cup. Elder Su was peerlessly domineering yesterday. That single line. What need is there to explain myself to you all? Filled me with admiration. He'll drink 3 cups. He'll down a whole jar. The elders behind then, without wasting words, took out wine from their storage rings and poured it straight into their mouths. Even the female elders did the same. These demon sect elders were all frank, impetuous people of passion. Ignoring Su Lan's reaction, they simply punished themselves by chugging 1 cup after another. One of them still found time to ask Su Lan, Elder Su, wasn't my apology sincere? I think you're simply using this as an excuse to drink. Su Lan raised an eyebrow and said, half amused and half exasperated, we're all our own people. I understand. Excellent. The elder hurled the bowl down and barked, Brother Su, come drink with us. I, the little wine god of Kanglan City, don't drink anymore. Su Lan declined. Thank you for the kindness, but I have little tolerance for alcohol. The initiation ceremony will begin soon, and it would never do to become a laughingstock. Ding. Host has tricked human spirit nurturing realm cultivator Qingxue into position. Trickery value 10000. Ding. Host has tricked human cave heaven realm cultivator Lang Sandow into position. Trickery value 1000. Ding. Host. Ding. Host tricked 23 human cultivators into position. Trickery value total 45340. A stream of system notification chimes filled Su Lan with pleasure, and he couldn't help but take a more respectful measure of the immaculately dressed man before him. Qingxue, that name is badass. Brother Su, what are you saying? I Qiniguan feel that we should have met much sooner. That line you said yesterday, I do as I please, oh why must I explain myself to you all, truly spoke to my heart. This is exactly how a cultivator should be. Qingxue was already bleary-eyed. He had not used his cultivation to purge the alcohol, so he was genuinely. The ceremony ahead is a major event for you, Brother Su, so I won't force you. But if you meet any trouble, it'll surely help you, brother. Hick. If you can't drink, go sit at the dog's table. Su Lan shook his head and laughed. Brother Qin, you're drunk. I'm fine, Brother Su. How come you know clone art? Su Lan. Seeing that Su Lan was not as remote as they had feared, the elders behind him all grew more boisterous. Brother Su, he's a bad drunk. Don't mind him. Rather than waste time on him, let's discuss how to deal with the Taishu Holy Lord and the Pure Yang Sword Saint when the time comes. That's right, that's right. That beast clearly can't hold his liquor, yet he still has to show off. By the way, Brother Su, when the Empress summoned you to the palace the day before yesterday, was it? I don't mean anything else by it. I just want to know how much of the Empress' strength has recovered. Otherwise, with only us here, I'm afraid we won't be a match for the Taishu Holy Lord and his people. Of course, I'm also a little curious. That's easy to say. Don't be fooled by how icy the Empress appears. In fact, she. Brother Su, you're amazing. Please accept our bow. After chatting with a group of Star Moon Palace elders, Su Lan had only farmed less than 20 million trickery value. This made him deeply appreciate the Empress benefits. Any casual round with her started at 1 million, and a better one could reach over 10 million. Hey, actually, just as he was about to continue farming trickery value, Lula hurried in. Elder Su, the Empress summons you. Oh ho. The elders instantly let out a chorus of knowing jeers, each looking at Su Lan with eyes that said, we all understand. Keep it low-key, it's all just routine. Su Lan smiled and nodded, then strode out under the worshipful gazes of the elders. Empress Palace. Su Lan came here once more. By now he no longer had many lingering feelings that felt just like going home. Empress, one night apart feels like 3 autumns. Your immortal countenance haunts my soul and dreams, leaving me tossing and turning all night. Before he had even seen her, Su Lan had already sent the flattery flying. Earning trickery value. There is nothing shameful about it. Mu Qingxue walked slowly down the steps with an expressionless face, her beautiful eyes staring coldly at Su Lan. Keep talking sweet-tongued nonsense, and ill sew your mouth shut. Ding. Host has tricked human sage entry realm cultivator Mu Qingxue into position. Trickery value 100. Although it was not 10 million, a million trickery value was enough to prove the point. Hell, women. Su Lan curled the corner of his mouth and gazed deeply into the Empress' eyes, saying mysteriously, Empress, you seem a little strange today. Mu Qingxue knitted her slender brows and asked, strange how? Su Lan smiled softly and said slowly, strangely beautiful. Ding. The host has successfully fooled Mu Qingxue, a human saint realm cultivator. Deception value 1000000. In youth one knows not the worth of the Empress and mistakes the worldly mortals for treasures. Su Lan was overwhelmed with emotion. Although these cheesy love lines were scoffed at in his previous life to this world that had never been polluted by them, they were nothing short of a dimensional reduction strike. Back in the day, Su Lan roamed the flower beds of Kanglan City with ease, relying precisely on this very legacy from his previous life. Little did he expect that the Empress, the great demoness whose name made the world turn pale, would actually fall for this trick. After all, she was still just a young girl. However, too much of a good thing is as bad as too little. Saying it too often would only weary the Empress. One should never drain the pond to catch the fish. That was Su Lan's creed. Su Lan smiled faintly, walked slowly toward the Empress, and said with deep gravity, in this vast floating world, I have but three loves: the sun, the moon, and you. The sun is for the morning, the moon is for the evening, and you are for every morning and every evening. Before meeting you, I never imagined spending a lifetime with anyone. After meeting you, it seems all my waiting was merely a preparation for you. After that heart-stirring routine, Su Lan at last revealed his true intentions. This fellow harbored wild ambitions. He had coveted the Empress for far longer than a day or two. 3 days ago, without strength, he dared not even think of it. 3 days later, he simply wanted to woo her. At these words, Mu Qingxue's breathing quietly quickened, and a mist of moisture gathered in her beautiful eyes. Suddenly, she turned away and said in a businesslike tone, Sword God, Su, do you know why a grand initiation ceremony is being held for you? The subject change was very abrupt. Mu Qingxue knew full well that if she kept listening to Su Lan's sweet nonsense, she might truly lose herself. No one knew just how red her face was as she turned away. Facing the Empress' coldness, Su Lan felt not the slightest disappointment. His goal had already been achieved, for the system had fed back the Empress' true inner thoughts. Ding. Host fooled Mu Qingxue, a human saint realm cultivator, with tremendous success. Deception value 3000000. Current balance 9564740. This single influx of 30 million deception value set an all-time high. Su Lan knew that the Empress' heart had already been breached by him. It was only a matter of time before he conquered. At the same time, he was deeply moved. The Empress was truly a treasure of a girl. In merely 3 days, she had brought his deception value balance to the threshold of the 100 million mark. Gazing at the Empress' beautiful back, Su Lan slowly answered her question. If a matter lacks proper justification, it cannot be smoothly accomplished. If the Star Moon Palace had not established its own sect and stepped into the public eye, there would have been no need for such a grand production. But now the Star Moon Palace is a transcendent force that contends with the 4 holy lands of the righteous path. Every move it makes sways the great trends of the world. Though I am not talented, I am still the sword god famed throughout the land. If even my joining the Star Moon Palace were so ambiguous, those unaware of the truth might think I was coerced by the Empress. That would not only be a blow to the palace's prestige, but also give the righteous path an opportunity to attack. Therefore, holding an initiation ceremony for me and inviting all the renowned sects of the world to observe is a crucial move for the Star Moon Palace to step into the limelight. Am I right? After hearing Su Lan's words, Mu Qingxue slowly turned around. Her beautiful eyes were deep and thoughtful as she sighed. You see things quite clearly. After a pause, Mu Qingxue said with slight despondency, under my restraint, the people of the Star Moon Palace have already curbed themselves a great deal. But why do they still cling to our past? Do not believe that nonsense about attaining Buddhahood the moment one drops the butcher's blade, Your Majesty. Su Lan pondered for a moment, then took a deep breath and said, the demonic sects follow the heart and act without scruples. The righteous cultivate virtue and act by the rules. Yet both demonic and righteous are human beings, and wherever there are humans, there is greed. The world is only so big. When one more person takes a share, what they obtain becomes a little less. Therefore, no matter how the Empress restrains her people, the prejudice in their hearts will never change. They cloak themselves in the mantle of upholding justice for heaven, standing on the moral high ground. Under the sunlight, the world cannot see their faces clearly. So why should the Empress care about the opinions of the world? In the end, whoever has the bigger fist has the bigger truth. Hearing these words, Mu Qingxue fell into deep contemplation. Crack! Suddenly a shackle in Mu Qingxue's mind was snapped. Her Tao heart became empty and clear, and faint signs of a breakthrough began to emerge. At the same moment, Su Lan also received a notification chime from the system. Ding. Host fooled Mu Qingxue, a human Saint Realm cultivator, with perfect precision. Deception value 2000000. Current balance 11564740. Oh, over 100 million. The Empress truly is a treasure. I must develop her well. Su Lan was elated, secretly thinking he was now one step closer to the Dao integration flower worth 1 billion. For Su Lan, these words were nothing more than the freely flowing drivel he used to sling at professional online arguers in his past life. He could spout it for 3 days and 3 nights without breaking a sweat. But to Mu Qingxue, they were like awe-inspiring heavenly tones that shattered the heart lock which had bound her. She was utterly shaken. Her complex gaze rested on Su Lan as she parted her red lips and said, Su Lan, since you possess such a penetrating Dao heart, how could your sword heart still be dimmed by dust? Also, during our dual cultivation, where did you hide that Dao fruit of the spirit terrace realm? Dao fruit, my ass. I am truly just weak. Ding. Host fooled Mu Qingxue, a human Saint Realm cultivator, aptly. Deception value 10000000. Su Lan fell silent at once, thinking he might as well talk for another 2 minutes. But just then a deep, powerful drumbeat sounded, reverberating through the entire palace with a solemn air. The Empress, whose expression had been relaxed just moments before, suddenly turned grave. Amidst the surging drumbeats, clear, booming announcements resounded across the entire Wuyin Mountain. The imperial family of Tianyuan has arrived. The Nether King of the Hall of Slaughter has arrived. The carefree sacred land. Nearly all the top-level powers under heaven had come to observe the ceremony. The vast procession entered through the mountain gate, heading toward the Star Moon Grand Hall on the mountainside. No one dared to fly, under the Empress' watchful eyes. Everyone walked on foot. The Star Moon disciples responsible for guidance bustled about. Some led the way, some kept order, making preparations for the ceremony to proceed smoothly. Standing in the cold wind, Su Lan listened to the thunderous names one after another and felt somewhat uninterested. So he turned his head and devoted himself entirely to admiring the Empress' graceful figure. Today the Empress wore a cyan-white long dress draped with a scarlet robe and bound at the waist by a jade belt that outlined her flawless figure. A gilded phoenix crown sat atop her head, and her long cascading black hair drifted in the breeze. Her bearing was ethereal, stunningly beautiful as hell. Seen enough. Mu Qingxue suddenly spoke. Not enough. A lifetime would not be enough. Su Lan answered very steadily. The Empress was silent for a moment, then said, Let's go. The ceremony is about to begin. Misty Hidden Mountain soared 1,000 zhang into the sky, its bluestone staircase ascending straight to the mountainside like a ladder reaching the heavens. At the end of the stone steps lay a vast plaza capable of holding 100,000 people. As it had only recently been completed, a faint scent of lime still lingered in the air. At the plaza's summit stood the Star Moon Grand Hall, with a stone platform 5 or 6 meters high erected before it, and spectator stands piled up further behind. Looking around, the plaza, figures had begun to trickle into the stands. Leaders of the major powers that shook the Shu Mountain Sacred Ground, the Carefree Sacred Ground, and the Xiantian Sacred Ground had all sent representatives. 3 of the 4 righteous sacred lords had arrived. Only the Taishu Sacred Lord, who had been shouting the loudest, had yet to appear. In contrast, every chieftain of the opposing demonic sect forces had already gathered. The righteous and demonic factions, opposed as fire and water, were unexpectedly coexisting in peace, as if awaiting the coming storm. The announcements had not yet ceased, and the number of spectators in the stands continued to grow. On one section of the stands, the Carefree Sacred Lord and the Xiantian Sacred Lord were conversing in low voices, their expressions somewhat grim. Is that old fool Taishu serious? Is this truly the period when Mu Qingxue's power wanes? He even brought an extreme Dao imperial weapon. What do you think? The Carefree Sacred Lord said casually. But the Xiantian Sacred Lord's gaze swept over the female mausoleum at the mountain peak, and he said in a deep voice, I detected nothing unusual about Mu Qingxue. The Carefree Sacred Lord smiled faintly. I'm merely here to observe the Sword God's initiation ceremony. If Taishu wants to slay a demon to prove his Dao, what does that have to do with me? I'm simply delighted to watch. The Xiantian Sacred Lord was silent for a moment, then chuckled. You old loach. Further down the stands, leaders and sect masters of first and second-rate powers sat in silence. Most of them had clashed with the Star Moon Palace before, and the only reason they came was a secret letter. The letter claimed that the Empress who had silenced the world was in grave trouble, her overwhelming power reduced to less than a tenth. It said that the recently renowned Kanglan Sword God was merely a pawn the Empress had pushed forward to restore her name, the two playing the roles of husband and wife in an attempt to cover up the truth of her greatly diminished power. The Taishu sacred lord had seen through their scheme, so he had brought the extreme Dao, imperial weapon left by the sect's ancestor of the Dao integration realm, intending to take advantage of this opportunity to slay the demon and prove his Dao. The claims sounded detailed and plausible, so they came, carrying their hatred for the empress. At noon, when the sun was at its most scorching. After a morning of busy preparations, the Star Moon disciples sealed the mountain gate and slowly gathered before the Star Moon Grand Hall. When everything was ready, Mu Qingxue, the previous palace master of Star Moon Palace, stepped onto the stone platform and announced in a loud voice, "Today marks the grand ceremony of the Kanglan Sword God joining Star Moon Palace. I welcome all of you here to witness this occasion." Her voice was grand and resounded across the entire Misty Hidden Mountain. The vast plaza erupted in cheers as all the Star Moon disciples shouted, "Sword God Elder." The stands, however, were dead silent. The leaders of the major powers shifted their gazes, their thoughts unknowable. After a long while, when the disciples' cheers had subsided, Mu Qingxue said word by word, "Invite the ancestral master." As soon as the words fell, 2 rows of disciples slowly walked out from the Star Moon Grand Hall behind. Carrying a 10-meter-tall statue of a woman, they slowly ascended the high platform. Watching the disciples carefully set the ancestral master statue in place, Mu Qingxue announced once more in a loud voice, "Invite the Kanglan Sword God, Su Lan." The sound reached the Star Moon Grand Hall, where Su Lan, who was sitting beside the empress peeling an orange for her, was taken aback. "It's my turn already." Mu Qingxue leaned languidly against the palace master's chair, extended her slender jade-like fingers, and took the 9-yang orange, radiating a warm orange glow from Su Lan's hand, murmuring, "Go on." Su Lan rose to his feet, his deep gaze resting on the empress, as he said seriously, "Stay here and don't wander off. He'll be back shortly." With that, he turned and walked outside, his silhouette stretching long and long beneath the sun. Under the converging gaze of tens of thousands in the plaza, a man stepped forth with bold strides, clad in magnificent elder robes with a rusty iron broken sword strapped to his back. His gaze swept calmly across the vast plaza before finally coming to rest on the towering statue before the stone platform. In the upper stands, the crowd wore solemn expressions, none daring to take Su Lan lightly despite his aura being merely at the first layer of the hidden treasury realm. Below the stands, the Star Moon disciples looked on with burning fervor, their cheers nearly tearing through. With this kind of spectacle, if it had been me right after I transmigrated, my legs probably would have gone weak. Su Lan was musing about how unpredictable life was when suddenly his heart jolted, as if some savage beast had locked onto him. He hesitated for a moment, yet ultimately did not activate the Saint Entry Realm experience card he had exchanged earlier, instead switching it to instant cast state. After all, the enemy's intentions were unknown, as striking first might scare them off and cost him the initiative. You can guard against a thief in the night, but not against one who covets you day and night. If you've got the guts, come out and fight me, Hedon. He'll beat the shit out of you. Su Lan let out a quiet sigh and walked toward the stone platform with heavy steps. Stepping onto the stone platform and looking down from the height, the sense of crisis surging within Su Lan grew ever stronger. Lifting his head to gaze at the thick clouds at the horizon, he felt they were deeply wrong, like a painting pasted onto the sky. Beside him, Mu Qingxue noticed nothing unusual about Su Lan, merely assuming he was unaccustomed to such a grand occasion. Once Su Lan had taken his position, Mu Qingxue drew the ancient sword from her back, walked before the ancestral master's statue, bowed deeply, and said solemnly, "Ancestral Master above Mu Qingxue, the 43rd generation successor of Star Moon, pays respects. Today Star Moon flourishes and shakes the world, never falling short of your will. All Star Moon disciples stand united." She prattled on at length, essentially praying to the ancestral master about how remarkable Star Moon Palace had become, all before a huge audience, making even Su Lan somewhat embarrassed. With an unknown enemy lurking in the shadows, Su Lan did not dare let his guard down. He stopped listening to Mu Qingxue's self-praise and instead focused completely on vigilance. Finally, after 5 full minutes of Mu Qingxue's bragging, she got to the real matter. "There is a man named Su Lan whose sword arts have reached the divine. All under heaven call him the Kanglan Sword God. With genuine sincerity, he wishes to enter the Star Moon sect. I ask the ancestral master to accept his 3 bows." Having said that, Mu Qingxue faced Su Lan with sword in hand and said in a low voice, "Elder Su, once you have bowed to the founding ancestral master, the ceremony will be complete. If I want to win over the empress, I suppose I really should pay respects to the ancestors first." Su Lan muttered inwardly, then respectfully bowed 3 times toward the ancestral master's statue. "The ritual is complete." Mu Qingxue smiled with relief, then announced in a loud voice, "Invite the empress to bestow the title of Sword God Elder." A ripple suddenly passed through the air, and Su Lan felt a familiar fragrance sweeping toward him. He looked up, and there before him stood the peerlessly elegant empress. It was at that very moment that Su Lan's hair suddenly stood on end. The sense of crisis surging within him had intensified to an extreme. Without a second thought, Su Lan instantly activated the Sage Entry experiential card. In an instant, boundless mana surged forth from his chi sea, flooding through his limbs and meridians to fill his entire body. Within his sea of consciousness, a grand spiritual platform materialized out of thin air, and natural laws poured in to strengthen his nascent soul. The entire world became clear and transparent in Su Lan's eyes, yet at the same time fragile, as if a single punch would be enough to shatter the heavens and split the earth. So this is the realm of the Empress. How powerful! As Su Lan marveled at the overwhelming might, an unexpected change suddenly occurred. From the distant firmament, golden light suddenly cascaded down. The thick clouds were torn apart like an unrolled scroll, and the colossal phantom of a Yinyang millstone appeared looming over the entire Wuyin Mountain. Above the stone platform where Su Lan and the Empress stood, a blazing beam descended, carrying a majestic will and oppressive might that warped the very space around it. How dare you! The Empress reacted swiftly. With a crisp rebuke, she thrust out a single palm, and a massive blood-red handprint materialized, surging toward the blazing beam descending from the heavens. Boom! In that instant, energy exploded with a deafening roar, violent shockwaves raging in all directions. After the clash of their strikes, a sky full of resplendent afterglow lingered in the air. Mu Qingxue, you have defied the way of heaven and slaughtered the innocent. Today justice descends from above to strip away your overwhelming power. I, this old man, shall seek justice for all living beings under heaven. A majestic voice suddenly resounded from the horizon. Above the colossal Yinyang millstone, an elder with an immortal ethereal bearing hovered in midair. In his left hand, he held a Taiji formation disc. In his right, he cradled a miniature exquisite pagoda. The overwhelming will emanated from that disc and that tower. The Toundao disc and the heaven sealing tower. This old bastard is actually getting serious. I never thought he'd dare bring both Supreme Emperor artifacts that suppress destiny. Is he not afraid of never making it back? Not necessarily. Mu Qingxue's condition truly seems off. Maybe he really can slay the demon and uphold the way. Let's keep watching. As the old man appeared, the three sacred masters on the highest viewing terrace exchanged astonished remarks. On the lower terraces, the sect masters and patriarchs of first-rate and second-rate forces were so excited they could hardly contain themselves, wishing nothing more than for the Taishu sacred master to slay the Empress on the spot. After the clash, Mu Qingxue was forced back half a step. She raised her head toward the terrifying aura of the Taishu sacred master in the sky, her beautiful eyes narrowing slightly with a solemn expression. If she were at her peak, she would not fear the Taishu sacred master, even with emperor artifacts in hand. But now she could barely spare the energy to protect the people beside her. Even from the mere shockwaves, Lung Qingxiu, who stood on the same stone platform, was blasted backward and spat out a mouthful of blood. Yet strangely, Su Lan, who also possessed the Tao fruit of the spiritual platform, remained completely unharmed. But Mu Qingxue had no time to ponder this, because the Taishu sacred master had no intention of giving her a chance to catch her breath. Before the lingering aftershocks had even faded, he once again drove the Supreme Emperor artifact in his right hand to awaken. The heaven-sealing tower spewed forth brilliant runes that condensed into a colossal sword phantom brimming with immense power, over 100 zhang tall, slashing straight toward the stone platform. Su Lan will hold him off. Take the disciples and retreat first. After leaving this urgent instruction, Mu Qingxue's entire aura began to churn violently, soaring to its peak in an instant, then plummeting to the depths the next. With the situation dire, she chose the most extreme method, forcibly reversing her cultivation technique, burning her own foundation for ultimate sublimation. Lung Qingxiu looked on in despair as she was blasted off the stone platform by the wild aura surging around the Empress, unable to stop it and forbidden from stopping it. Yet she noticed that a gently refined figure still stood calmly behind the Empress. The heavenly sword descended with terrifying speed. Mu Qingxue's technique was still reversing her aura, not yet reaching its peak, when the sword already reached them. Just as Mu Qingxue was about to fling herself upward and meet the heavenly sword with her incomplete strength, a warm, large hand suddenly pressed down on her shoulder. Startled, Mu Qingxue turned her head and saw Su Lan looking at her with a gentle smile. Don't push yourself. I've got everything under control. She felt a soft surge of energy flow into her body, calming the torrent of reversed mana within her. At the same time, a vast, overwhelming pressure surged forth from behind her, instantly flooding the entire Wuyin Mountain. Every living being trembled in fear. This pressure was even greater than her full-strength aura. It was the culmination of the Saint Entry realm at great accomplishment, while she was merely at minor accomplishment. The heavenly sword descended with such tremendous power that it could have leveled everything within 1,000 li of Wuyin Mountain. Yet the Taishu's sacred master through his supreme emperor artifact had condensed it all into a single point of sharp light, all for the sake of erasing the empress on that stone platform. But the heavenly sword had only descended halfway before it was frozen in place by the mighty pressure emanating from Su Lan. With a single effortless raise of his hand, the power-laden heavenly sword shattered like paper bursting into a sky full of dazzling radiance. The empress was stunned. The elders and disciples of the Star Moon Palace were stunned. Everyone from the prestigious sects across the world was stunned. Even the Taishu's sacred master in the heavens lost his composure for a moment. He truly had never expected that this so-called fake sword god they had pushed forward was the real deal. The vast open plaza fell so silent that one could hear a pin drop. Everyone was too shocked to breathe. After a long while, an uproar erupted across the entire scene. "Huh! Brother Su is unstoppable. His sword chi sweeps across 30,000 li. Elder Su is too powerful. Elder Su, I love you." The people of Star Moon Palace were wild with excitement, shouting at the top of their lungs. Meanwhile, the faces of the renowned sects on the viewing terraces darkened abruptly. One empress from Star Moon Palace had already silenced the entire world. Now with an even more powerful sword god like this, there was simply no way to survive. Quite a few afraid they wouldn't be able to leave later had already slipped away quietly. Even the Taishu's sacred master in the sky wished to make a quiet exit, but he couldn't. A sharp oppressive will had locked onto him. If he dared make a single rash move, he would invite a devastating strike. Even with the two supreme emperor artifacts left by the Fusion Realm Grandmaster, he was not assured of safety, because he could not awaken the dormant artifact spirits outside the Holy Land, nor could he truly unleash the full power of the two emperor artifacts. Once the sword god in the Saint Entry realm at full strength below launched an attack, the emperor artifacts could at most protect his nascent soul from destruction, but his physical body would not survive. Ahem. A dry cough came from the heavens. The Taishu's sacred master wore a sanctimonious expression and said with feigned seriousness, "Kanglin's sword god, I believe this is all a misunderstanding. The rumors all say you were forced into Star Moon Palace by the empress. In this bright and open world, where is the justice of heaven and earth?" Thus my heart burned with righteousness, unwilling to tolerate the empress' tyranny. So I came to rescue the sword god from peril. Now I was mistaken. Allow me to offer my apologies to the sword god and the empress here, and I beg your forgiveness. With that, he voluntarily retracted his divine manifestation and bowed in apology from afar. A true man knows when to bend and when to stand. What harm was there in a little submission? The Taishu's sacred master thought to himself. Yet the will locked onto him did not dissipate from his submission. Instead, it became even sharper. Empress, you see, they always love to stand on the moral high ground, babbling endlessly about the justice of heaven and earth, claiming it's all for my own good. Su Lan observed the empress' expression, comforting her while naturally grasping her jade-soft hand. But if I were even slightly weaker, they wouldn't be yielding. They'd be raging with thunderous fury, swearing to cut down this sword god, who willingly fell into the demonic sect. Mu Qingxue's pretty face flushed red as she slipped her hand out of Su Lan's warm grasp. Her beautiful eyes glared at his handsome face as she forced herself to stay calm. "Su Lan, just how many more secrets are you hiding from me?" Su Lan said with a smile, "The biggest secret in my heart is..." "Forget it, I won't say. How should we deal with this old man?" Mu Qingxue's beautiful eyes seemed about to spit fire. She hated it most when someone dangled suspense in front of her. Whenever she encountered such a case, she would suppress it directly. But if that person was Su Lan. Taking a deep breath, Mu Qingxue said calmly, "Can you capture him alive?" Su Lan pondered for a moment, then shook his head. "With those two supreme treasures protecting him, if he truly wants to flee, it's hard. But I can beat him to death to vent your anger." Putting facts aside, Su Lan could be called the foremost person of the current age. He clearly sensed that within those two imperial weapons lurked an extremely powerful will, the imperial essence condensed by the He Dao Great Emperor when forging the weapons, carrying a trace of the might of the He Dao realm. He could, however, rely on his overwhelming power to shake him to death through the imperial weapons. After all, no matter how powerful an imperial weapon was, it depended on who wielded it. Taishu's sacred lord was only at the spiritual platform realm. As for the two imperial weapons, Su Lan had no designs on them. After all, they had long been branded with the mark of the Taishu Holy Land. Even if Taishu's sacred lord was killed, the imperial weapons would fly back to the Holy Land on their own. Well, how about I beat him to death? Su Lan turned to look at the hesitant empress. Mu Qingxue frowned delicately and said in a soft voice, "He ruined your entrance ceremony. You decide. She's starting to value my opinions. The day when she'll fully trust me is within reach." Su Lan pondered for a moment, then said cheerfully, "Then I'll just beat him to death after all." On the heavenly screen, Taishu's sacred lord felt the pressure suddenly intensify, and beads of sweat the size of beans trickled from his forehead. They want to kill me. Taishu's sacred lord grew uneasy and said in a deep voice, Kanglin's sword god enmity should be resolved rather than prolonged. Have you truly thought it through? Do you really want to make enemies of the entire righteous path? Sulan looked up and said nonchalantly, threatening me. Can you represent the world's righteous path? With that he paused for a moment and turned to the eminent sects in the height-ear viewing stands asking softly, everyone present here. He says I want to be an enemy of the righteous path. Do you agree? Those who also felt the pressure soaring promptly denied it. Lord Sword God, we have no intention of being your enemy. We only came to witness the ceremony and congratulate you on joining Qingxue. How could we oppose you? The Taishu Holy Land was the chief of the righteous path. In normal times, once Taishu's sacred lord raised the banner of the righteous path, they would certainly follow his lead. But now, even the other 3 holy lands had fallen silent. Why would they pay any attention to a Taishu sacred lord who could not even protect himself? Of course, saving their own skins came first. Sulan nodded, satisfied with their reactions. He withdrew his saintly might and looked back at Taishu's sacred lord on the heavenly screen. See, the righteous path clearly doesn't want to be my enemy. As he spoke, Sulan drew out the half-length broken sword covered in rust from behind his back. Although this broken sword was forged from ordinary iron, it had accompanied Sulan through countless grand scenes. Now infused with the majestic sword chi of the Saint Realm, the rust on its blade became even more striking. Wait, I still have something to say. Taishu's sacred lord's face turned livid, and he said urgently. Sulan, however, acted as if he hadn't heard. With a single straight sword strike, a magnificent sword chi shot upward into the sky, instantly ripping a huge rent across the heavenly screen. Taishu's sacred lord was terrified. Letting out a fierce shout, he burned the essence blood in his body and poured vast energy into the imperial weapon. The Zhendao plate descended, carrying a destructive, world-exterminating pressure. Clang! Like the clash of weapons, a crisp sound rang throughout the universe. The magnificent sword chi did not breach the Zhendao plate in the slightest, but it sent the plate flying away. Seeing the Zhendao plate knocked away, Taishu's sacred lord, whose body was radiating dazzling light, dared not hesitate. He decisively burned his physical body and poured an immense amount of vital essence into the Suatian Tower. The green mountains remain and the blue waters flow. I will remember this enmity today. After leaving that harsh threat, Taishu's sacred lord, now reduced to his primordial spirit, hid inside the Suatian Tower and turned into a beam of golden light that vanished over the horizon. Sulan did not stop him. A half-revived imperial weapon was not something he could block, unless he was willing to go bankrupt to buy a great sage realm or even Hidao realm experience card. But there was no real need. Taishu's sacred lord's performance just now had not only cost him his physical body, but also sent his reputation tumbling from the clouds. After returning to the Holy Land, not to mention whether he could keep his position as Sacred Lord, the Taishu Holy Land would certainly not dare to clash with Qingxue Palace in the short term. With 2 saints in residence, Qingxue Palace was not a force they could afford to provoke. Watching the golden light fade into the distance, Sulan summoned the fallen Zhendao plate to his hand. At this moment, the Zhendao plate was dim and lusterless, with no trace of pressure emanating from it. It had completely sunk into deep slumber. Mu Qingxue walked up and stood alongside Sulan, shaking her head. This imperial weapon is of no use to us. Moreover, once Taishu's sacred lord returns, he can use the Holy Land's heritage to forcibly summon it back. They may not be able to summon it back. Sulan smiled, slightly pressing his hand on the Zhendao plate. Watch me perform a little trick for you. With that, he directly contacted the system. System, recycle this thing for me. Ding. Analyzing, please wait. The system had always had a recycling function, but Sulan had been utterly broke. He not only had nothing for the system to recycle, but also had to spend points to buy items from the system store. Now that he had picked up an imperial weapon for free, it was just the right time to test whether the system could recycle it. Analysis complete. Item: Zhendao plate. Grade: Hidao realm magic treasure. Value: 300 million trickery points. Recycling price: 30 million trickery points. 1 earth vein dragon. Do you choose to recycle? What the hell? It's worth 300 million, yet you're only giving me 60 million. And 30 million of that is replaced by an earth vein dragon. Ripoff. Absolutely insane. Sulan, with a dark face, selected recycle. The Zhendao plate under his hand vanished in an instant. Hiss. At this sight, the leaders of all present forces collectively sucked in a cold breath. Because an imperial weapon contained the will of the Hidao realm, it could not be collected into any spatial storage. And now no one knew what Sulan had done, yet the Zhendao plate had disappeared without a trace. The 3 sacred lords on the viewing stand wore grave expressions. They were all people who used imperial weapons to suppress their sect's fortune. Since Sulan could hide away the imperial weapon of the Taishu Holy Land, he could just as easily hide away the imperial weapons of their own sects. Mu Qingxue was astonished and asked urgently, "Where is the Zhun Dao plate? Where did you hide it?" "It has gone where it should go. I guarantee that the Taishu Holy Land will never find it again," Su Lan answered with a smile. At the same time, the Taishu Holy Land, tens of millions of miles away, suddenly trembled. A statue deep within the forbidden grounds split open with a loud crack, and a piercing bell rang through the entire Holy Land. There was a great upheaval across the whole Taishu Holy Land. Dozens of figures with dread auras soared into the air. The high-ranking executives convened an emergency meeting while tens of thousands of disciples gathered in terror. All because the imperial weapon that had suppressed the Holy Land's fortune for tens of thousands of years had completely lost its connection. Su Lan had no idea how much impact his actions had caused. At this moment, he was politely dismissing his guests. "Everyone, you've seen enough of the show. Do you need me, Su, to escort you home?" As the saying goes, the battlefield changes in an instant. Nobody had expected that the Taishu sacred lord who had arrived with such ferocious momentum just a moment before would be beaten so badly in a blink that only his primordial spirit escaped. And he even lost an imperial weapon. Now that this sword god of overwhelming menace had ordered people to leave, no one dared to disobey. They all took their leave one after another. At that same moment, Su Lan's powerful aura began to slowly recede. The heaven and earth no longer appeared transparent to his eyes, and a boundless sense of loss surged within him. If he had never experienced the immense power of the Saint Realm, Su Lan might still have endured the truth that he was merely at the first heaven of the secret treasury. But once he had tasted the flavor of power, he could never return to the past. Power truly was addictive. This was precisely why everyone in the world yearned so deeply for cultivation. Even if the road was full of dangers, they would never retreat. "What's wrong with you?" Mu Qingxue keenly sensed the change in Su Lan's state of mind. "It's nothing," Su Lan said calmly. Mu Qingxue raised her brow and asked softly, "Did you seal away your Dao fruit again?" Su Lan nodded. "The sword heart has gathered dust. Power only brings me annoyance." Ding. Host successfully bamboozled Mu Qingxue, a human Saint Realm cultivator, to completion. Trickery points 1000000. Current balance 156647400 points. The income of 10 million points immediately improved Su Lan's mood, but he did not continue his bamboozling. Because the trickery points he could farm from the Empress were limited each day, though once they reached a certain point, the trickery points obtainable would sharply decrease. After a pause, Su Lan said wearily, "I'm a bit tired. He'll go back and rest first." With that, he slowly walked away under the burning gazes of the disciples and elders. Watching Su Lan's back disappear into the distance, a trace of tenderness flashed through Mu Qingxue's beautiful eyes, but it vanished in the next instant. At a detached courtyard in the elder residence, Su Lan lounged lazily in a hot spring, pushing the idle cultivation device to its maximum output as he frantically absorbed the spiritual essence of the spring and the world to raise his cultivation. "At this rate, it will still take me 3 full days to refine the earth liver and open the second heaven of the secret treasury. Ever since I awakened the water kidney, my little brother has been prone to getting overheated. Should I find a few pretty female disciples for an all-night heart-o-heart? Better not. However fierce the Empress is, she is still a woman. And what woman wouldn't want her man to remain chaste and self-disciplined?" As his mind wandered, Su Lan suddenly glanced at a dozen or so wooden plaques quietly set aside, each carrying a faint fragrant trace. "After all the trouble I went through to win over the Empress, I can't be caught in bed with someone else and make her unhappy." With his thoughts racing, Su Lan made a ruthless decision and smashed the wooden plaque beside him into dust. "Women will only cloud my mind." Su Lan exhaled a turbid breath and told himself to remain restrained. "The Earth Vein Dragon could shorten those 3 days, but if I take it out, the Empress will notice the moment it appears. That won't do." In the system inventory slot, the glittering Earth Vein Dragon was tempting beyond measure, yet Su Lan could not take it out. Giving it to the Empress was absolutely out of the question. To put it plainly, Su Lan simply wanted to dual cultivate with the Empress to deepen their bond. After a moment of deliberation, Su Lan asked the system, "Can you refine the Earth Vein Dragon directly and merge it into my Qi without taking it out and exposing it to the outside world?" Ding. "Yes. It will require paying 100 bluff points to supply the energy." "All right, no more lingering worries." Su Lan happily paid the 100 bluff points, and within the broad Qi beneath his lower abdomen, a docile golden dragon appeared and began to swim. The appearance of the Earth Vein Dragon freed Su Lan from the limitations of scarce heaven and earth essence. At last, the idle cultivation device could run at full capacity anytime, anywhere. "With this, I can open the earth liver in at most a day." When Su Lan looked inward at his Qi to observe the Earth Vein Dragon, he suddenly discovered that his Qi had become extremely vast, and that his meridian strength had also improved immensely. He knew this was the after effect of using the experience card. Or perhaps he should have called it a benefit. No wonder the great literary master of his past life often said, "We are grateful to those who bore through the tunnel, but we should forever hold the deepest reverence for those who widened it." Su Lan now understood that saying with a far more intimate insight. After this battle, the crisis of Qingxue Palace has passed. With the Empress and me guarding it, who under heaven would dare to provoke us? If that is the case, will the Empress still seek me out for dual cultivation? She should be able to suppress the yin-yang imbalance within her body on her own by now, right? Having personally experienced the wonders of the Sage Realm, Su Lan naturally understood the Empress condition very well. After that one session of dual cultivation with him, the Empress' rampaging yin-yang power had been alleviated and her strength had recovered by 30%. She was now fully capable of suppressing the imbalance with her formidable cultivation and could even harmonize the chaotic yin-yang forces. Within at most 5 days, the Empress would recover to her full peak state. A man should take the initiative. An imbalance of yin-yang power is ultimately a hidden danger. If the Empress won't come to me, I'll go to her. Well, it's getting dark soon. He'll wash up and head over. Having silently made up his mind, Su Lan began to scrub his body with earnest care. Empress, at the hot spring pool in the center of the flower garden Mu Qingxue, was also bathing. Her snow-white arm lifted the hot spring water and gently let it trickle over her flawless collarbone. Her delicate figure, pure as mutton fat jade, lay hidden beneath the water. As ripples spread outward, white waves surged and stole the breath. Su Lan. The Empress gently stroked her jade-like arm and murmured, "What secret exactly is hidden within you? Within the heavenly Tao besides me, there is no trace of a second sage-level expert. Could it be that you walk the heaven-defying path of ancient legend, taking the body as the seed and the self as heaven and earth?" When Su Lan had erupted with the might of a fully realized Sage Realm expert back, then Mu Qingxue had been utterly astonished. But with a powerful enemy at hand, she had no time to think deeply. Now that she considered it carefully, she immediately saw the strangeness in it. When Su Lan acted, he did not borrow the power of heaven and earth. He relied on his own Dharma power to suppress heaven and earth. This matches the ancient records of the body seed path. But wasn't this path already rendered obsolete? If so, that explains why even during dual cultivation, I couldn't discover his real situation. Because the Tao he walks is fundamentally different from mine. With the body as seed, once he sealed his Tao fruit, I naturally couldn't perceive his true strength. Then why did he seal his own Tao fruit? Could it be that in the current age of heaven and earth, this path has already been severed? Mu Qingxue recalled the desolate look on Su Lan's face when he had sealed his Tao fruit, and it confirmed her inner conviction even further. To be able to start over from scratch under such a crushing blow, his Tao heart is frighteningly firm. Fortunately for Su Lan, he couldn't hear the Emperor's thoughts. If he could, he would have cried out from the bottom of his heart, "Please stop overthinking. I really am just a piece of trash." He is such a resolute man. Then his feelings toward me. No. In Kanglan City, he said the same thing to many women. But Mu Qingxue, didn't know what she had thought of, yet her expression became both bashful and angry. "Humph. My Tao heart is not the least bit inferior to yours. Don't even think about shaking my Tao heart." With her heart in complete turmoil, she sealed off her 5 senses and slowly sank into the water, hoping to calm herself. Unexpectedly at that moment, a warm and gentle voice came from the flower garden behind her. "Empress, are you there?" The flower garden in the rear hall of the Empress Palace was forbidden ground for the entire Qingxue Palace. Without the Empress' permission, no one could enter. This included even her trusted confidant Lu Luo and her master Lung Qingxiu. The palace gate was guarded by Lu Luo, a job that was remarkably easy. After all, no one dared to defy the Empress. On an ordinary day, people rarely came to the Empress Palace, let alone its rear hall. This was why Mu Qingxue could safely seal off her 5 senses and sink beneath the water to calm her mind. But every rule has its exception. Take, for instance, a certain sword god who was bold enough to shake the heavens. When Su Lan slipped into the main hall with practiced ease and found the Empress absent, he knew at once that she was cultivating in the flower garden at the rear hall. The mystic ice bed, which had left a deep impression on him, hovered above the scalding hot spring. Obviously a perfect place for the Empress to suppress the imbalance within her body. As for Lu Luo guarding the palace gate, she was hardly worth a thought. The moment Su Lan arrived, Lu Luo, knowing her place very well, opened the door for him, the admiration in her eyes plain to see. Of course, this had much to do with the fact that Su Lan had once dual cultivated with the Empress. Lu Luo naturally assumed that sword god Su and the Empress shared some indescribably intimate relationship. So letting sword god Su in was perfectly reasonable. And in this manner, Su Lan advanced unobstructed all the way to this mysterious forbidden garden. "Empress," Lu Luo said, "you haven't gone out. Empress, are you all right? Don't tell me something has happened." "I'm coming in." Su Lan called out softly in the flower garden, yet received no response. This was very wrong. He had personally walked the Saint Realm before, and he knew that a power at this level could perceive all of heaven and earth. No movement could escape her senses. Yet now he had called out several times in succession and received no feedback at all. Luluo, who had been on guard outside the whole time, also said that the Empress had never left this place. Therefore Su Lan concluded that something might have gone wrong with the Empress, so he strode toward the hot spring pool in the center. As he drew near the spring, a gust of air laden with a complicated fragrance swept over him. By the edge of the pool lay a silk dress, robes, and a bright crimson belly band. There was no one on the mystic ice bed, and the spring water radiated a biting cold. After a moment's observation, Su Lan caught sight of a pale white shadow beneath the water. This was dire. The scalding hot spring had frozen solid, which meant she really was in trouble. She needed him. Su Lan's heart jolted. He tore off his clothes and leapt into the pool. The water was no longer warm. Instead, it exuded a bone-deep, marrow-numbing chill. Su Lan shivered violently. He was only at the first level of the mystic treasury realm, unable to withstand the supreme aura radiating from the Empress. It was lucky that he had broken through to the mystic treasury realm and opened his internal circulation, allowing him to stay underwater for extended periods. Otherwise, he would have had to surface for air after holding his breath for a moment. The very thought was exhausting. Bull-headed woman. Su Lan's teeth chattered from the cold. The closer he got to the Empress, the lower the temperature dropped. This woman was too stubborn by half. She had a ready-made dual cultivation partner right before her, yet she insisted on enduring it alone. And now she couldn't hold on any longer. Instead, I have to risk my own life to clean up after her, this bull-headed woman. Finally, with grievances piling up in his heart, Su Lan touched an incomparably cold block of ice. Mu Qingxue's delicate body gave a faint tremor, and her heart felt an inexpressible complexity. She had perceived it the moment Su Lan entered the water. Sealing off her five senses did not mean she was utterly ignorant of the outside world. Apart from the five senses, a powerful cultivator also possessed an innate sixth sense of intuition and a keen seventh sense of spiritual perception. At this moment, however, she was fully occupied in suppressing the sudden violent turmoil of the yin-yang force within her body, leaving her no attention for anything else. With less than 30% of her power, she had met a strike from the Taishu Saint Sovereign wielding, and Su Lan plainly felt the Empress body tremble. Yet he pretended to be unaware, and with audacious boldness pressed his body directly against her stunningly curved figure. Hiss! This is deadly, truly deadly. Su Lan marveled at her softness, but no lascivious thoughts stirred in his heart. The reason was simple: the Empress' body was as hard as ice at that moment, sending tremors of cold through him. Su Lan attempted to lift the Empress out of the water, only to find that she was as heavy as 1,000 pounds. Far too heavy for him to budge. This put Su Lan in a bind. Helping the Empress quell the yin-yang force was actually simple. All they needed was for their qi to interact, forming a circulation within their bodies that turned supreme yin to supreme yang, thereby resolving the imbalance inside her. But dual cultivation was after all an affair for two people. Given the Empress' current state, it would be extremely difficult for him alone to complete it. Actually, there was another way. It would require only him to take the lead, and the whole situation could be turned around. It was just. At that thought, Su Lan felt deeply tempted. But he quickly discarded the idea. He might not be a gentleman of noble character, but he could never do something so despicable as taking advantage of another's peril. Even if he were utterly devoid of scruples, he could not accomplish anything significant. Having once personally stood in the Saint Realm, he knew very well how terrifying a Saint Realm body was. Ordinary magic treasures and sharp weapons could not harm it in the slightest, let alone the body he had only just begun to refine. In other words, he would be an egg hurled against a rock. Willing in spirit, but powerless in practice. Damn it, why did opening the Boda's secret treasuries have to start with the kidneys? Su Lan suppressed the needless thoughts and considered how he might guide the Empress to cooperate. But at that moment, the Empress suddenly moved. Her slender jade-white arms wrapped around Su Lan as the supreme yin force poured into him from all directions like crashing waves. So you can react after all. Su Lan was stunned. The Empress' sudden activeness caught him entirely off guard. Still, since she could move on her own, it undoubtedly made things much easier for Su Lan. He quietly slipped his hand past the side of the Empress' chest, and with a slight pull pressed his solid chest against her. Feeling the enormous pressure at his chest, Su Lan did not dare hesitate, and immediately channeled his inverse chaos immortal body with all his might to convert the supreme yin force. A short while later, Su Lan's whole body became a furnace. Clinging tightly to the Empress, he drove the cold away from her. An hour later, the hot spring steamed with warmth, again restored to its rightful state. From the murky water came Mu Qingxue's icy voice. Don't cling to me. Get lost. Su Lan raised an eyebrow, rested his chin on the Empress' smooth-as-cream shoulder, and pressed his chest unhesitatingly against her full Ferandrisi bosom. This dual cultivation allowed the Empress to successfully calm the yin-yang imbalance, while he also rose to the third level of the mystic treasury realm, unlocking the two great bodily secret treasuries, the earth liver and the metal lung. If Su Lan had relied on his own cultivation, it would have taken him 10 days to make such a breakthrough. But dual cultivating with the Empress took only an hour. I admit I was gambling on this. She really didn't push me away. Su Lan wrapped his arm around the Empress' waist with a roguish air and murmured, "Continue dual cultivation." Mu Qingxue fell silent. Faced with Su Lan's request, she found herself strangely unwilling to refuse. No matter how much she tried to deny it, genuine feelings for Su Lan truly existed in her heart. This shameless man had without warning barged into her life, and she had indulged him, even grown accustomed to his presence. Just 3 days ago she had prided herself that no man under heaven was worthy of her, yet now she was lying naked in the arms of a man. In the eyes of the mundane world, did this mean she had been defiled? Mu Qingxue opened her eyes and looked at the man clinging to her, a complex expression in her gaze. Parting her rosy lips, she asked, "Su Lan, do you like me? Someone as beautiful as you. Who wouldn't?" Su Lan suddenly stiffened, feeling a certain part of him turn cold. I like you very much." Su Lan silently retracted his hand, behaving with utmost honesty. Mu Qingxue wore a satisfied expression, then asked in a low voice, "Why do you like me? Everyone in this world calls me a female demon, a butcher who kills without blinking. Aren't you afraid? Because you're beautiful." Su Lan paused for a moment, then said deeply, "What do the world's opinions have to do with me?" After a brief pause, a flicker of tenderness passed through Su Lan's eyes, and he spoke softly. "Before I ever saw the Empress, I imagined her as a monstrous fiend, 3 heads and 6 arms with a ferocious countenance. But that day I realized she was simply a lovely woman, a remarkable lady locked away in the cold imperial palace by loneliness, standing against the whole world without ever yielding an inch. To call it love at first sight may sound too indulgent in physical beauty, but there is no denying that in a single glance my heart was utterly filled by the Empress figure." Ding. The host's bamboozlement of Mu Qingxue, a human Saintran cultivator, was exceedingly effective. Bluff points plus 30 million. Ignoring the system, Su Lan continued passionately, "Though we have not known each other long, love grows with time. I wish to remain by the Empress' side forever, or perhaps for the Empress to remain by my side, supporting each other in mutual affection, never parting, even in life or death." Mu Qingxue was stunned. This was the first time in her life someone had professed their love to her face, and an indescribable emotion surged uncontrollably within her heart. She looked at Su Lan, and Su Lan looked back at her. The instant their gazes met, both felt a wave of heat rise to their faces. Mu Qingxue truly had never imagined she would one day lie naked in a man's embrace, and far from feeling any resistance, her heart was filled with boundless tenderness. Nor had Su Lan expected to close the distance with the Empress so easily. By his seasoned judgment, this emotionally inexperienced Empress was clearly already stirred. All that remained was his final push, and he could win her soon. He was about to say something to ease the awkward atmosphere when the Empress suddenly seized his hand and swam upward. Before Su Lan could figure out what was happening, she had pressed him down onto the mystic ice bed. Mu Qingxue looked down at Su Lan from above, her voice trembling slightly as she said, "I want you to engage in true dual cultivation with me." I really can't do that." Su Lan was thinking of an excuse to placate the Empress when an icy soft sensation caught him completely off guard upon his lips. In that instant, Su Lan's eyes flew open wide, the Empress' flawless countenance reflected in his pupils. 10 minutes later, Mu Qingxue, draped in a robe, sat cross-legged on the mystic ice bed with a dazed look. She had not tidied her slightly disheveled hair, and a stretch of snow-white smoothness was revealed at her open collar. Her first proper dual cultivation had ended in an extremely hasty anticlimactic conclusion, leaving her heart filled with an indescribable mix of emotions. "I should be under the car and not inside the car," a tune echoed in Su Lan's mind. Avoiding the Empress' reproachful gaze, he stepped forward and took her delicate jade-like hands, saying with slight embarrassment, "Qingxue, let's first calm the imbalance in your body." Mu Qingxue shook off Su Lan's dog paws, staring at him with icy intensity, and bit out through clenched teeth, "Call me Empress." She was angry. Su Lan said helplessly, "Empress, we are already Dao partners." Mu Qingxue sneered, "Without the substance of a Dao partnership, how can there be the title?" To be honest, Su Lan was very annoyed. He thought about buying an experience card to forcefully boost his physical strength. But what could 10 minutes accomplish? The Empress asks whether it has begun, and then one says weakly that it is already over. He did have access to natural treasures that could enhance physical strength, but could he use them in front of the Empress? Having to take a pill just to get in the mood before eating meat. How humiliating. Su Lan imagined a series of scenes, but ultimately decided to endure for now. A true man knows when to bend, and when to stand tall. Fortunately, the Empress did not dwell on the topic. She proactively took Su Lan's hand and exchanged vital energy. Through their joined hands, the ultimate yin and ultimate yang forces circulated within their bodies, forming a grand heavenly cycle. Given their current relationship, there was naturally no need to be reserved. Even if Su Lan stared openly, Mu Qingxue would no longer kick him out of the hot spring as she had the first time. Yet he still chose to close his eyes, not daring to meet the Empress' gaze, for the reproach in her eyes made him deeply uneasy. After cultivating together for a while, Mu Qingxue suddenly lowered her voice and asked, "Do you know why I suffer from an imbalance of yin and yang?" On serious matters, Su Lan immediately opened his eyes and guessed, "Is it a problem with your cultivation method?" She nodded. "The technique I cultivate is called the Supreme Dual Polarity Record, created by the founding matriarch of the Star Moon Palace. Its grade surpasses the heaven rank, and it is precisely this cultivation method that has caused my yin-yang imbalance." The founding matriarch never perfected the technique. Though it allows extremely rapid progress in the early stages, it also planted the hidden calamity of conflict between the ultimate yin and ultimate yang forces. There is only one way to cure it: root and branch. A dual cultivation can merely alleviate it. "What way?" Su Lan asked in reply. Mu Qingxue glanced at him and said slowly, "To additionally cultivate the supreme heartlessness record and completely sever all emotions and desires." On hearing this, Su Lan's mood suddenly turned heavy. Supreme heartlessness. Just the name alone sounded like nothing good. If all emotions and desires were severed, what difference would there be from a block of stone? Yet somehow the names Supreme Dual Polarity Record and Supreme Heartlessness Record seemed oddly familiar, as if he had seen them somewhere before. A flash of inspiration struck Su Lan, and he immediately summoned the system mall interface. He searched for cultivation techniques with the keyword Supreme. The mall interface quickly brought up relevant information. Supreme Perception Record, Immortal King Grade, Down Method. Price, 50 million bluff points. Supreme Reincarnation Chapter, Immortal King Grade, Down Method. Price, 50 million bluff points. Supreme Plainclothes. Supreme Heartlessness Record, Immortal Rank, Low Grade, Down Method. Price, 1 million bluff points. Supreme Dual Polarity Record, Immortal Rank, High Grade, Down Method. Price, 5 million bluff points. Was the founding matriarch of the Star Moon Palace truly that remarkable, able to create an Immortal Rank, High Grade, Down Method? After finding the relevant information, Su Lan raised an eyebrow, his mind flooded with doubts. "Qingxue, could you let me see your cultivation method?" Su Lan spoke, wanting to compare the Supreme Dual Polarity record the Empress cultivated with the one in the system mall to see whether they were the same technique. "Are you telling me you can actually complete the cultivation technique for me?" Mu Qingxue gave a soft laugh. She knew that the art Su Lan practiced was by no means low-ranked. "Could I not consult our sex core technique?" Su Lan smiled and retorted. Mu Qingxue cast him a reproachful glance. "If you were even the slightest bit useful, I wouldn't have." She paused, then softened her tone. "The Supreme Yin-Yang Record is on the top floor of the Dharma Transmission Tower. If you want to read it, go ahead. I need to grow stronger. At least my physical body must grow stronger." Seeing the faint grievance in the Empress's eyes, Su Lan felt he truly should not remain any longer, so he took his leave. "Let's stop here for today. I'm going to look at the Supreme Yin-Yang Record." With that, he tried to halt the circulation cycle. But the Empress suddenly interlaced her fingers and trapped both of his palms in one motion, her beautiful eyes filled with unshakable authority. "It can be done right here. I can transmit it to you with my divine sense. Oh heavens. Just kill me now." Su Lan's face crumpled. This was simply too excruciating to endure. The greatest distance in the world is not the ends of the earth. It is two people gazing at each other across a thin membrane. The proper path was blocked, and the Empress refused to take the improper one. It was like having the most delicious feast in the world set before him, yet he could only look and not eat. A torture enough to kill a man. "What's wrong? Don't want to stay with me anymore." Mu Qingxue arched a brow. Su Lan's face flushed red, and he whispered, "It's unbearable." "Heh." The corner of her mouth curled up slightly, and she said coolly, "Bear it. Next, relax your mind. I will transmit the supreme mystic essence to you." After a pause, a sound of the Tao suddenly resonated within Su Lan's mind. Heaven and earth engender yin and yang. Man models himself on heaven and serves earth, drawing on heaven's yang and earth's yin to dwell between them. After reading the opening essentials of the Supreme Yin-Yang Record, Su Lan immediately paid 5 million bluff points to purchase the complete Immortal Rank top-grade Supreme Yin-Yang Record. Ding. Deduction successful. The Supreme Yin-Yang Record has been delivered immediately to your account. Current balance 181647400 points. Without hesitation, Su Lan called up the original text of the technique. "Now as for the yin and yang of heaven and earth, what floats up to the yellow heaven is yang, and what sinks into the thick earth is yin. It models itself on Earth and serves heaven, dwelling within the space between heaven and Earth. After careful comparison, it could not be said that the two were unrelated. One could only say they were exactly the same. Was this the collapse of morality or the loss of humanity? A perfectly good immortal rank top-grade technique had been corrupted into such a state. Although the manner of expression differed, the inner core was exactly the same, and the system-produced supreme yin-yang record explained the way of cultivation even more incisively. The only difference was that the system's version was complete, whereas the technique the Empress cultivated was shorter and incomplete. What's wrong? Have you noticed the problem with the technique? Mu Qingxue asked with a smile. I can complete it, Su Lan declared with utmost firmness. But I need time. Ding. Host has successfully bamboozled Mu Qingxue, a human cultivator in the Sane Tree realm. Bluff points 10000000. Fine. I could take it out right now, but I won't. Don't try to bamboozle me. The generations of founding masters at Qingyue Palace have all pushed their deductions to the limit, yet none could complete it. Mu Qingxue's expression turned solemn. She clearly did not believe Su Lan. Su Lan smiled. All things carry yin and embrace yang. The rushing qi brings them into harmony. Mu Qingxue's expression shifted. A line Su Lan had uttered casually connected perfectly to the missing essentials of the supreme yin-yang record. Can you really complete it? Her breathing was slightly unsteady as she asked in disbelief. What a joke. If I weren't afraid that you would cast me aside once you had the technique, I could pull it out and show you on the spot. Su Lan pondered as he watched her. The Empress was still the same Empress. Her ice-cold nobility and unparalleled beauty made her seem like an immortal maiden who had wandered into the mortal world. It was as if everything that had just happened were only Su Lan's delusion. Such a celestial maiden ought to live above the mortal world's dust and fire. What man could possibly deserve her? But Su Lan had indeed learned how supple the Empress's body was, and how tender her skin was. He simply could not harm her in the slightest, nor did he know her true foundation. I nearly slept with the Empress whom all under heaven fear. Su Lan still felt it was unreal. What are you even useful? Mu Qingxue lifted her eyes and shot him a glare, a faint trace of anger on her face. That was too hurtful. Just you wait. Su Lan withdrew his gaze and said slowly, I can't hold on any longer. My stamina is failing, so I won't be able to cultivate today. I'll go back first to complete the technique for you, then come again tomorrow night. Mu Qingxue studied Su Lan for a long while, then finally said slowly, come find me tomorrow at the hour of Shun. Only after Su Lan nodded in agreement did she end the dual cultivation and release their tightly clasped hands. Su Lan heaved a long sigh of relief, slipped down from the profound ice bed, crossed the flower garden, gave a friendly greeting to the green pothos, and then strode out of the Empress's palace. It was the tail end of the Mao hour 7:00 a.m. The morning light had already cut through the stillness of the night, and like Su Lan's heart, it was about to walk toward dawn. No sooner had he left the Empress's palace than he eagerly contacted the system. Redeem me some heavenly thunder spiritual liquid. I'm going to wipe away my past humiliation tonight. Dawn was breaking in winter. The sky always brightens a little later. Su Lan threaded through the first light of dawn, facing scattered snowflakes, and returned to his private courtyard. He closed the door in one fluid movement. After a moment's thought, he spent 100,000 bluff points to set up a privacy barrier that would keep his aura from leaking out and prevent the Empress from peeping. Now the Empress will have no idea what I'm doing in here. In the hall on the ground floor of the two-story building, Su Lan nodded, then took out the heavenly thunder spirit liquid from his system inventory. Instantly, a dazzling violet light flooded the entire hall. A jade vat appeared in the center of the room, arcs of electric light crackling up from its rim. The crystalline liquid rippled and crackled inside the vat, every droplet carrying the terrifying power of thunder and lightning. Heavenly thunder spirit liquid condensed from 10,000 bolts of heavenly thunder endowed with extraordinary vitality. The ultimate treasure for body tempering. Su Lan recalled the summary of the heavenly thunder spirit liquid and couldn't help but shiver. It was indeed a supreme treasure for body tempering, but the process of tempering was less than pleasant. One had to immerse the body in the liquid, endure the torment of 10,000 heavenly thunders, and then have it mended by the immense life force contained in the liquid. Through destruction came rebirth, greatly strengthening the physical body. In plain terms, the process was going to hurt quite a bit. Damn it. Screw it. Remembering the Empress's resentful expression, Su Lan hardened his heart, ripped off his robes, and dove headfirst into the vat. Plop. Damn. The instant he came into contact with the heavenly thunder spirit liquid, his whole body went numb. His silky hair was electrocuted into stiff vertical spikes. His entire body locked up. He could no longer feel its existence. Yet his consciousness remained perfectly clear. He could see his flesh split open and scorch black under the electric currents, then slowly mend and grow fresh skin sustained by the liquid's vast vitality. Needless to say, each cycle of destruction and rebirth was a full transformation of the physical body's strength. And under the constant operation of the idle cultivation device, Su Lan could clearly sense his cultivation base surging. The mystic treasury realm had 9 layers encompassing the 5 viscera, 6 bowels, and the outer 4 limbs. Dual cultivation with the Empress had already unlocked the power of his 5 viscera and elevated him to the 5th layer of the mystic treasury realm. Now tempered by the heavenly thunder spirit liquid, he had successfully refined the upper 3 bowels, the stomach, large intestine, and small intestine. Once the energy in the liquid was fully spent, it was estimated that Su Lan would have refined the lower 3 bowels and ascended to the 7th layer of the mystic treasury realm. Time flew by. In the blink of an eye, 4 hours had passed. The arcs of lightning in the heavenly thunder spirit liquid had weakened considerably. The once clear liquid was beginning to turn murky. Su Lan also regained control of his body. Small wonder the way of cultivation draws people like moths to a flame. The experience of gaining power is simply wonderful. Su Lan clenched his fist, then loosened it, savoring the surging strength within. He felt an unprecedented joy. Even when he had experienced the power of the spirit terrace realm or the sage realm before, it had never felt this comfortable. That power had never truly been his own. With my current physical strength, I should be able to hurt the Empress now, right? Soaking in the tingling spiritual liquid, Su Lan thought of this question. He reached down and gave his little brother a friendly flick. Hiss. It hurts a little, but not too much. Seems my little brother has made real progress too. Breaking through the Empress's defense shouldn't be a problem. Tonight is the night I wipe away my shame. At the thought, Su Lan began to feel a little restless. Meanwhile, the sky was brightening further, and a half-wheel of blazing red sun appeared above the windowsill. It's only noon, around 11:30. Should I go ahead and head over early? The Empress said to go to her at Shunshur. That is 3 in the afternoon. Sigh. Women in love always wish to be by their lover's side every moment. Very well, I'll reluctantly go later. Su Lan truly wanted to mount his horse immediately and charge straight into the dragon's den, but as a veteran who had long roamed the garden of love, he knew one thing very well. With a woman, you had to alternate between tightening and loosening the reins. You couldn't let her feel stifled. The Empress, despite her title, was at heart just a woman. A blank piece of paper when it came to emotions, completely innocent. He had to have some self-respect and not let her treat him as a mere appendage summoned at will. In other words, he must never become the Empress's simp. Su Lan suppressed his urges. He had soaked long enough. The essence of the heavenly thunder spirit liquid had been completely absorbed. He rose to put on his clothes, but just as he slipped into his inner robe, a voice came from outside. Elder Swordman, are you there? Shui, what was this little witch doing here? Before Su Lan could react, the tightly shut door was pushed open. Shui stood gracefully at the door, tilting her head to examine his unclad lower body, her smile gradually turning suggestive. Su Lan didn't panic. He calmly pulled on his trousers and said, exasperated, can't you knock before coming in? I knocked, but you wouldn't open the door, so I had to let myself in. Shui folded her arms and leaned against the doorframe, beaming. No wonder you're indifferent to everyone else. So you were aiming to bed my aunt. Uffed. Could she be any more direct? Su Lan choked on his saliva. Bed your aunt. Your aunt is. Yes, the Empress is my aunt. My name is Lu Xiaoi. She said brightly, so should I call? Su Lan pondered for a moment, then replied gravely, please do, and say it loudly. Uffed. Xiao Yi's eyes darted playfully as she laughed. What a shameless man. So my aunt was swept off her feet by your relentless pestering. Su Lan was in no mood for her nonsense, so he asked bluntly, niece, what do you want from me? Well, who says I can't come to see you without a reason? After a pause, Xiao Yi said casually, there is one small thing. Your reputation, Elder Swordman, is soaring within the sect, and the disciples are eager to hear you give a sermon. I've arranged for you to teach in 2 days, early morning. Don't forget. Did anyone ask my opinion? Su Lan's face darkened. And call me uncle. This little witch could change her mood in an instant. 1 second, she was dutifully calling him uncle. The next, she was back to Elder Swordman. Can't be bothered with you. Xiao Yi muttered and left. Damn it. This spoiled little niece. Just you wait. Once I win over your little aunt, I'll have her teach you a lesson. Honestly, why am I bickering with the child? Watching Xiao Yi's silhouette vanish at the end of the path, Su Lan shook his head with a wry smile. He turned, poured out the exhausted heavenly thunder spirit liquid, and climbed to the quiet room on the 2nd floor, where he found a bed and took a nap. It was still early, and he would have a fierce battle later, so conserving his energy was essential. Before long, faint snoring could be heard from the quiet chamber. The sun slanted low in the western sky. Winter nights come early. Barely a quarter into the hour of the rooster, the heavens had already dimmed. Su Lan still lay sprawled across the bed, lost in some unknown dream, a faint, glistening trace of moisture seeping from the corner of his lips. Within the quiet chamber at the edge of the desk, a graceful figure of breathtaking beauty sat erect. She turned the pages of a yellowed volume with a soft rustle, every so often lifting her lovely eyes to steal a glance at the man sleeping soundly on the bed. Finding that he had not yet awoken, she buried her gaze in the pages once more. After who knew how long, Sulan stretched and sat himself upright in bed in a single motion. He instinctively looked toward the window. The sky had already darkened, and his expression shifted slightly. Awake! A clear, cold voice drifted over. Sulan instinctively looked up, and an involuntary shudder ran through his whole body. Mu Qingxue sat composedly by the desk, a hint of indignation in her voice. Did I not tell you to come find me at the hour of the monkey? Gazing at the Empress' cold, exquisitely beautiful face, he found it gradually overlapping with the incomparably gentle figure from his dreams, striking Sulan momentarily speechless. I have been too hard-pressed in these past few days, so I slept a little too long. He stepped to the desk and took the Empress' smooth, silken hand in his. You're reading? Why are you reading account books? Sulan blurted out, astonished. He had assumed she was studying a secret cultivation manual, yet the pages recorded that some hall or other had spent 3,000 taels of gold today. Indeed, although this was a mystical cultivation world, the principal currency was not source stones imbued with the vital essence of heaven and earth, but gold. Source stones could be refined by mortal hands, whereas gold was a non-renewable resource. Scarcity breeds value, and so gold naturally became the standard by which worth was measured. Mu Qingxue turned her head to glance at him. Recently, the major industries beneath the sect have suffered severe blows, and we are barely able to make ends meet. I have been keeping an eye on the books. Does the Star Moon Palace really need to run industries? Sulan asked, bewildered. You were once a clan leader yourself. Surely you cannot be ignorant of this. Mu Qingxue cast him a sidelong glance and said unhurriedly, the palace has tens of thousands of disciples. It is not as if every one of them can live without food and grain. Clothing, dwellings. All require human labor to build, let alone the enormous quantities of cultivation resources consumed every day. Without industrial support, can you conjure them out of thin air? Sulan pondered, feeling as though something was off yet unable to put his finger on it. In a so-called fantasy world where martial might reign supreme, should not the strong enjoy the offerings of the weak? In other words, protection money. Was that not exactly how the renowned righteous sects operated? Whoever wanted to do business under the name of a sect had to pay protection fees to that sect. While he was in Kanglan City, Sulan had seen plenty of merchant houses doing just that. Why then did the demonic sects, so much more ferocious, have to rack their brains building industries of their own? That left Sulan utterly perplexed. Mu Qingxue kneaded her temples. Do not look at me with those strange eyes. The demonic sects do indeed take everything by force, but now that my Star Moon Palace has stepped into the light of day, can we still go out and rob? As she spoke, she even cast Sulan a hard glare. Take the floating fragrance tower you used to frequent in Kanglan City. It is one of our properties. You must have spent quite a fortune there, Master Su. Sulan raised both hands in surrender. At this moment, he had more or less figured out the basic structure upon which this world rested. A sect's development required resources, food, clothing, shelter, and travel all had to be produced by human hands. Since the lofty cultivators who devoted themselves to the Tao could hardly personally attend to every mundane matter, a series of industries naturally took shape. Resources needed to circulate, which in turn gave rise to various merchant houses to exchange them. The reason the demonic sects had always been suppressed by the righteous path was to a great extent that they had no regard for the rules, pillaging, burning, and killing, wreaking catastrophic damage upon the social order. They were nothing but criminals, and so the righteous had come to hunt them down and suppress them. Was there any fault in that? Not a single flaw. On the contrary, the world rejoiced at the sight, relishing tales of how some upright hero had beheaded yet another demonic sect cultivator. And the resources the demonic sects plundered were never enough to expand their sects, so they only grew weaker, forced to hide in dark, filthy corners, cursed and despised by the world. That the Star Moon Palace could brazenly run all manner of low-class ventures without being shut down by the righteous. The bulwark it relied on was that very war in which the Empress had stormed onto the world stage, slaughtering until blood soaked the land deep enough to float shields. But come to think of it, where had they found the gall to strike against the Star Moon Palace's industries now? Did they have no fear of the Empress paying another visit to their doorsteps? Overwhelming, crushing force was enough to establish a brand new order. Seeing Sulan lost in thought, Mu Qingxue read his mind and said quietly, "Are you wondering why I do not simply march on them?" Sulan nodded. Mu Qingxue's beautiful eyes were deep and unfathomable as she gazed at the moonlight through the window. She sighed, "You overestimate me and underestimate the righteous path, let alone the terrifying reservoirs of power hidden within the four sacred grounds. Even if you and I could sweep away every righteous force, do you believe that crowd of good for-nothings in the palace, whose minds think of nothing but fists, could govern the realm? When that day comes, heaven and earth will run red with blood. The human way will collapse. The mortal world will will become a wasteland and ruin will be close at hand. The renowned righteous sects may wear a sanctimonious veneer, but there is no denying that their existence keeps this world from being dragged into the abyss of annihilation. In the past, the Empress had stood aloof and lofty as though everything lay firmly within her grasp. Nothing like the present where she seemed strained, weary, and helpless. That sight made Su Lan's heart ache, and he could not help but take her soft, slender hand in his, saying gently, "If it is about making money, leave that to me. Do not exhaust yourself." Had the people of the Su clan seen him in such an earnest, responsible manner, they would have been shocked to the point of dropping their jaws. Since when had the patriarch, who had never been fond of handling affairs, become so full of a sense of duty? Mu Qingxue likewise knew Su Lan's history well, and gave him a strange look. "Are you serious?" Su Lan smiled, and said nothing. He had loved lying idle like a salted fish because his life had once held no pursuits. But now with the Empress, such a stunning beauty, set before his very eyes, claiming to have no pursuits would be far too disingenuous. The reason he and the Empress had come together was to a considerable degree simply the tide of events, much like boarding a carriage first and buying the ticket after. Whether their feelings ran truly deep was not at all certain, but fortunately under the coaxing of Su Lan's silver tongue, the Empress did not dislike him. She was even quite favorably disposed toward him. But to speak of reaching the intimacy of the bedsheets, they had not yet grown that close. What had occurred the day before was more like an impulsive act driven by passion. Once he had calmed down, Su Lan realized that the two of them, in fact, shared little emotional foundation. Honeyed words might win a moment of attraction, but mutual understanding and union let a bond endure. Even so, though he thought this way, Su Lan still wished to wash away his past disgrace. If you want a horse to gallop with holding its grass is impossible. Only when we have come to know each other through and through can I devote myself to warming our bond. After all, I cannot very well count on the Empress to chase after me. As Su Lan was silently formulating this thought, a chill suddenly crept up beside him, and his instincts told him an opportunity had arrived. Sure enough, in the next instant a pair of ice-cold hands reached over, and the Empress murmured in a low voice, "The yin and yang have fallen out of balance." The Empress had cultivated the supreme two principles record for over 20 years, and the discord of yin and yang had long since seeped into her very marrow. For all these years she had held it at bay by sheer cultivation. How could one or two superficial sessions of dual cultivation, like scratching an itch through a boot, ever quell it? Su Lan smiled a mysterious smile, took the Empress' hand, and led her toward the bed. The meditation chamber was modest in size, barely 3 zhang square. A faint fragrance lingered in the air, while rows of extraordinary spiritual plants, known as star moon trees, lined both sides of the room, emitting a soft radiance that illuminated the space. "I hold the moral high ground, and my distribution channels surpass yours. What do you have to compete with me?" As he closed the book, Su Lan already had a grand plan to turn the losses around. By now the sky had brightened completely. The winter sun hung high, casting its warm but gentle light through the window, wrapping Su Lan in a cozy golden glow. With a grand blueprint already taking shape in her mind, Su Lan could hardly wait to put her plans into action. She glanced back at the Empress. Still in deep meditation, her mind immersed in comprehending the supreme dual record. Choosing not to disturb her, Su Lan left as quietly as she could. Just as she reached out to touch the door, a cool, clear voice drifted over. "Where are you going?" Mu Qingxue had opened her eyes, fixing a quiet, penetrating stare at Su Lan, who looked like a thief caught in the act. "Returning to Kanglan City to take a look, then making money to provide for you." Su Lan answered without a hint of embarrassment. "He'll come too. Aren't you going to keep cultivating? With you here I can consolidate my cultivation later. It's the same either way." Mu Qingxue was a woman of few words. The imbalance inside her had already settled, so she withdrew her technique and walked towards Su Lan with long, graceful strides. She naturally took Su Lan's hand. "Let's go. I'm curious to see how you plan to turn this losing situation around. Treating me like her little husband." Su Lan found it a little odd, but said nothing. A woman this strong couldn't be expected to act like a clinging maiden anyway. Better to bring along this unbeatable bodyguard, the Empress herself, so that no short-sighted fool would dare cause trouble. With that thought, Su Lan happily took the Empress' hand and walked out the door. Kanglan City was only 100 li from Wuying Mountain, so close it might as well lie right under the nose of Starfall Palace. Within the time it took to finish a cup of tea, a striking new sight appeared outside the ancient city gates of. Su Lan felt dizzy as she clutched the Empress' slender waist, having been dragged through the air by her. She was getting a little airsick. It was rather embarrassing. Soaring through the clouds was something only possible after opening the Z Mansion, when the nascent spirit first grasped the heavens and earth. As a mere peak stage spirit bridge cultivator, Su Lan could not yet fly on her own, and the breakneck speed left her wholly disoriented. "Tonight, I must dual cultivate to consolidate my foundation. At least break through the gate of the Z Mansion." Su Lan made a silent resolution as she admired the elegant empress beside her. What are you thinking? Mu Qingxue asked offhandedly, having sensed his heartbeat quicken through his palm. Oh, it's just that your beauty makes it impossible for me to look away. Smooth talker. After a little teasing, Su Lan realized the empress had changed. In the past, the system's notification would have chimed at this very moment. But now she wasn't so easy to fool, and the deception points could no longer be farmed so freely. Such a handsome man and beautiful woman standing outside the city gates soon drew a crowd of passers-by. Mu Qingxue frowned, displeased by the pointing and murmuring around her. Let's go. The Qinglan City branch, she said softly, and before Su Lan could respond, the world blurred before her eyes. When her vision cleared, she found the surroundings oddly familiar. After taking a closer look, she almost cursed. Wasn't this the very backyard of fragrant floating tower where she used to stay the night? This is our branch in Qinglan City. Su Lan asked tentatively. Mu Qingxue nodded, then pointed with her sword fingers and spoke softly. Open. A wall not far away vanished on command, revealing a serene bamboo grove behind it. Seeing this, Su Lan suddenly understood. She had known it. How could the mighty Starfall Palace's Qinglan City branch be just a brothel's backyard? A formation had concealed the true headquarters. Just then, a voluptuous beauty emerged from the bamboo grove. Seeing Su Lan standing outside, her face immediately brightened with joy. That handsome young man who so often stayed the night was the sect's newly appointed elder, the renowned Qinglan sword god. News of what had happened at Wuyin Mountain headquarters had already spread here. The image of Su Lan cutting open the sky with a single sword stroke to slay the master of the Taishu Holy Land filled her with overwhelming admiration. She often regretted her own short-sightedness, for she had missed her chance at a fleeting romance with him, letting that Qin Yao, not even a proper outer disciple, seize the opportunity and be summoned back for promotion to inner disciple. Now that he was here again, wasn't this her chance? But when she saw the breathtakingly beautiful figure beside him, her expression shifted dramatically. And when she noticed their hands clasped together, shock coursed through her heart. The empress and the Qinglan sword god. She hastily tucked away her unrealistic thoughts, hurried out of the bamboo grove, and bowed gracefully before Mu Qingxue. Lu Bingbing, steward of Qinglan City, pays respects to Her Majesty the Empress. Then she bowed towards Su Lan. Greetings, Elder Su. Mu Qingxue gave a slight nod and said softly, Bingbing, tell me in detail how things stand at Fragrant Floating Tower now. Yes. Lu Bingbing acknowledged, pausing to organize her words before saying, recently Fragrant Floating Tower's revenue has dropped to less than 30% of what it once was. All the customers have been lured away by a newly opened establishment called 100 Flowers Garden. Su Lan arched an eyebrow. That's all. Lu Bingbing cast her a watery, enticing glance. That's all. Does Elder Su have any other questions? Su Lan continued. For instance, what force stands behind 100 Flowers Garden? Why have customers been stolen away? What attracts them so much? Haven't you investigated any of that? This? The young matron's eyes flickered with confusion, and she hesitated before responding. All I know is that the courtesans of 100 Flowers Garden are all inner disciples of the Pleasure Union Pavilion. Forget it. Su Lan's head began to ache. Where do you keep your archives of information from across the realm? Take me there. In that moment, she truly understood what it felt like to be surrounded by useless comrades. The demonic sects were supposed to be synonymous with sharp intelligence, especially Starfall Palace, the supreme leader of the demonic path. Its eyes and ears stretched across the entire continent. Nearly every major city housed one of its brothels, and a brothel was always a crossroads for all kinds of people, where information flowed ceaselessly day and night. Had Starfall Palace the will, it could even lay bare the smallest affairs hidden in the darkest corners of the world. Yet such a perfect channel was never properly utilized, or rather it was directed down the wrong paths. They loved collecting the scandals of righteous sects, endlessly investigating matters that yielded nothing. The archives of Starfall Palace's intelligence department were crammed with stale gossip. How some sacred lord once peeped at a sacred maiden's bath in his youth, and other such trivialities from ages past. With such a fine resource being wasted, no wonder their profits had all but vanished. As for Su Lan, she wanted to review these records to grasp the full landscape of the world. It was rather embarrassing, but truly, since she had crossed over, Su Lan had never once left the borders of Qinglan City. Her knowledge was limited to its streets, especially after she realized her natural talent was lackluster. She had lost all interest in the outside world. Why do you want to look at those? Mu Qingxue voiced her doubt at the perfect moment. None of it is secret. There's nothing useful in them. Clearly she too believed that anything openly discussed could hardly be important. Su Lan smiled slightly. Small details reveal the greater picture. Then let's go take a look. Mu Qingxue said casually. Lu Bingbing immediately understood and said respectfully, please follow me. Passing through the bamboo grove, the three arrived before a towering pavilion. Lu Bingbing pushed open the door at the front. Though the pavilion appeared grand from the outside, its interior was surprisingly cramped. The pavilion had no internal partitions, an open vertical space lined on all sides with bookshelves rising from floor to ceiling connected by 4 winding ladders that provided access to the upper reaches. The only open area was the modest main hall behind the doors spanning roughly 40 to 50 square meters. In the center of the hall stood a long table where 3 pretty young women were diligently writing with towering stacks of manuscript paper piled by their desks. Seeing Lu Bingbing enter, the 3 female disciples immediately rose to greet her. "Greetings, Manager Lu. No need for formalities." Lu Bingbing waved her hand and said seriously, "You may leave for today, no need to record any information." The 3 pretty disciples who had been curiously sizing up the handsome and upright Su Lan and the cold, breathtakingly beautiful Empress cheered upon hearing they were given the day off, long live. Watching the 3 female disciples bounce away, Lu Bingbing closed the door and said respectfully, "Empress Elder Su, this is where intelligence from all our outposts across the realm is stored." Su Lan nodded. "You may go about your duties." Lu Bingbing shot a questioning glance at the Empress and upon receiving her nod, took her leave. Within the cramped pavilion, only the lone man and woman remained. "Look through it yourself, I'll meditate on my cultivation technique," Mu Qingxue said, her interest evidently lacking. She took a jade meditation cushion from her storage ring, placed it on the long table, and sat cross-legged in cultivation. "I really can't do anything with you," Su Lan said with a helpless shake of his head, rubbing his temples as he walked toward the eastern bookshelf. Though his mind was brimming with ingenious schemes, enough to deliver a crushing advantage to this world still mired in primitive feudal stagnation. Not every tactic would suit this realm. Internet Plus models like O2O or C2C, for instance, were utterly inapplicable. Only by understanding the fundamentals of this world could Su Lan select the approach best suited to drag this world into his domain of expertise and overwhelm it with his vast experience. That was what a true transmigrator ought to do. Before, I never had a choice. Now I want to be a tycoon. Su Lan murmured to himself, beginning to flip through the vast sea of books in search of the information he needed. Time trickled by, and the sky gradually dimmed. Every corner of the pavilion bore the trace of Su Lan's presence. In truth, he felt rather helpless. Never had he pored over books with such intensity. He had been driven to this purely because these people had no concept of categorizing information. Only the intelligence they deemed important was given a slightly conspicuous spot with a label attached. And what they deemed important was beyond words. By now the 4-star moon trees placed around the pavilion had been lit, and Su Lan, by their soft glow, was reading a volume titled The Rise and Fall of the Tianyuan Empire. This was the last book he wished to read. The Qianlong continent was divided among 3 great empires, each holding the others in check. The imperial houses of these 3 empires were no weaker than the 4 sacred grounds. Yet their path was different and fraught with severe limitations. Cultivators traversed the human path to reach the heavenly path, ultimately defying fate itself. The imperial houses, however, remained forever upon the human path. They converged the spiritual energy and destiny of the people to nurture their national fortune, and under its protection, they wielded power comparable to cultivators. But once they left their own territory, their strength plummeted to less than a tenth. That was precisely why during the founding ceremony, only the Tianyuan imperial house had come to observe, for Misty Hidden Mountain lay within Tianyuan territory. As Su Lan was engrossed in studying the various institutions of the Tianyuan Empire, Mu Qingxue's voice suddenly came from behind him. "Why are you reading this?" She leaned in softly and whispered, "Those who walk the path of the human sovereign may instantly possess power rivaling the peak of the spirit platform, yet those bound by destiny cannot attain immortality. Within 100 years they turn to a handful of yellow dust." With that she snatched the volume from his hands, her deep eyes fixed upon Su Lan as she said word by word, "I will not let you walk the human sovereign path. You've misunderstood something." Su Lan said helplessly, "I'm only reading. I never said I'd take that path. I'm merely reminding you." Mu Qingxue tilted her head to look at him. "In the past you cultivated by making the body itself a seed. If it failed, you could seal your Tao fruit and start over. But once you touch the human sovereign path, the entanglement of fate can never be cast off." After a pause, she grabbed Su Lan's hand and said earnestly, "You promised you'd stay with me forever. What the hell? You're not the Empress at all. Who exactly are you?" Su Lan had to admit. Coming from the solemn, ever-serious Empress, those words made his heart flutter. Feeling the warmth in his palms, Su Lan curled his lips into a smile. "Are you afraid I'll leave you?" Mu Qingxue lifted her chin proudly. "You're merely the only one in this world I find passable. How could this sovereign fear your leaving? So stubborn about saving face." Su Lan glanced at the hand clutching his so tightly and said softly, "It's getting dark. We should consolidate our cultivation." She gave him a sidelong look and said casually, "No rush. You've been reading all day. Any gains?" "No rush," Su Lan replied with a sly smile. "I've already formed a plan. It only awaits the future." "The future?" Mu Qingxue's brows furrowed. "Can't you tell me now?" She doesn't understand my heart, pretending to stay calm. Su Lan raised an eyebrow and said suggestively, "Because we'll discuss it later, in the future." Mu Qingxue was no fool. Connecting his earlier words, she quickly grasped his meaning. She shot him a glare and said with feigned annoyance, "Fine then, let's reschedule for another day. If you keep dangling that bait in front of me." "Humph, whoa, did you get it, or did you get it?" Su Lan was stunned. Seeing the Empress grinding her teeth, he momentarily couldn't tell who the real fool was. The rear courtyard of Fuxiang Pavilion. Inside a refined room, pink decor filled the chamber with an alluring ambience. A 2-meter-wide bed was large enough to roll around on. At this moment, disheveled garments lay scattered beside the bed. Su Lan, however, was utterly serene, reclining against the headboard with a saintly expression. He had made yet another remarkable breakthrough. From the peak of the Divine Bridge, he had knocked open the gates of the Z Mansion and successfully ascended to the first heaven of the Z Mansion realm. From a trashy foundation establishment cultivator to a minor expert of the Z Mansion realm, Su Lan had taken less than 7 days. Such terrifying cultivation speed was rarely seen in the world. Though most of the achievement was a gift from the Empress, it was also inseparable from Su Lan's persistence and effort. "Why here?" Mu Qingxue asked, leaning against his shoulder. "Because I want to experience the feeling of renting a room again." Su Lan explained with a smile. "In front of you, I bid farewell to the past. From now on, I'll be a proper man and stop chasing after every pretty face." Ding. Successfully convinced Mu Qingxue, a human Saint Realm cultivator. Persuasion points 1000000. "You've got to be kidding me. Is it wrong for me to want to be a good man?" Su Lan was increasingly baffled by how persuasion points were actually earned. "I knew you wouldn't dare," Mu Qingxue huffed lightly. "Now can you tell me what you have in mind? If we don't start making money soon, the disciples may well grow disheartened and stray." Su Lan idly ran his fingers over her soft, smooth hands and said slowly, "There's no rush. Let me tell you a story first." He paused for a moment, then continued, "A long time ago, there was a great Thai empire that, like the Tianyuan Empire, used gold as its reserve to establish an imperial bank and issue gold notes. Later, there was a merchant whose wealth rivaled that of a country. He controlled vast industries and gold reserves, and with one move, he brought down the nation and made a killing. Can you guess how he did it?" Mu Qingxue fixed her bright black eyes on him. Su Lan didn't keep her waiting and said in a low voice, "He used his entire fortune as collateral to borrow a large number of gold notes from the Imperial Bank, promising to repay them in a few months. He then used those gold notes to exchange them for gold on the market at a loss and deliberately had his men spread rumors that the Imperial Bank could not redeem gold notes at full value, sparking panic among the people." With that, Su Lan closed his eyes, wearing an unhurried, self-satisfied expression. Mu Qingxue, who had been listening with rapt attention, was suddenly left hanging. Burning with curiosity, she asked, "And then?" "Kiss me, and he'll tell you." Su Lan pressed his index finger to his lips, looking at her expectantly. Mu Qingxue gave him a cold stare, then leaned in and pressed her lips to his. Just as Su Lan thought he had finally conquered this strong-willed woman, the next moment. Ouch, ouch, ouch. Su Lan covered his bleeding lip. The domineering woman had actually bitten his lower lip. "You bastard. See if you dare to keep me in suspense again." Mu Qingxue hadn't bitten hard, but she still cursed him after biting. Su Lan grimaced in pain. "It's bleeding, Your Majesty the Empress. My mouth is bleeding. Give me some spirit medicine to stop it." "Spirit medicine? Spirit medicine, my ass. Bastard, I'd like to see you dare to tease me again. I won't." Su Lan could bend when necessary. "Hurry up and tell me, what happened next?" "That merchant kept spending money, so how did he end up making a profit? Later, he successfully stirred up panic, causing people to lose all trust in the Imperial Bank's gold notes. They all believed the notes were just a trick by the Empire to swindle their gold. So," Su Lan paused, then heard Mu Qingxue grinding her teeth right beside him. Quickly taking her hand, he continued, "So people frantically flooded the Imperial Bank with their notes, all demanding to exchange them for their full value in gold. The purchasing power of gold notes came from the people's trust in the official authority of the Great Thai Empire. The Imperial Bank had that trust, so it could print extra gold notes to inject into the market, stimulating consumption and promoting the people's livelihood. This meant that the number of Empire gold notes in circulation far exceeded the bank's gold reserves. Once a large-scale run occurred, the bank would inevitably fail, and the authority of the Great Thai Empire would be completely shattered. So think, what would the imperial family of the Great Thai Empire do at such a moment?" This time Su Lan wasn't trying to tease her, he simply wanted to see what Mu Qingxue would think. A hint of confusion flashed through Mu Qingxue's black eyes. After a moment of thought, she glared at him angrily and squeezed out words through her teeth. Su Lan, you're teasing me again. I'm such a fool. Truly. Why did I ever try to reason with a woman? Su Lan said helplessly. Of course, the imperial family of the Great Tai Empire would never allow themselves to be completely discredited, so they would inevitably step in to rescue the market. Rescue the market. What does that mean? Rescuing the market means saving the market. The imperial family would use their strategic reserve funds to provide redemption, trying every means to stabilize the exchange ratio between gold notes and gold, so that people would not lose faith in the notes. Then that Great Tai Empire certainly failed to stabilize it, or that merchant couldn't possibly have made money. Mu Qingxue said confidently. Su Lan nodded. Indeed, the Great Tai Empire did not stabilize it. The merchant's manipulation of public opinion was remarkably successful. In just 3 months, he drained the empire's strategic reserves dry, and the credibility of its gold notes fell to rock bottom. A note with a face value of 100 taels could be exchanged for only 10 taels of gold, a tenfold drop. And then the merchant. At that point, Mu Qingxue confidently cut Su Lan off. And then the merchant bought gold notes from the market at a very low price and returned them to the Great Tai Empire, making a huge profit. Right. Su Lan gave a thumbs up. Smart. The next moment, Mu Qingxue turned over and straddled them, arms wrapped around his neck. Her eyes were shimmering as she parted her red lips and said, We have channels to spread rumors and deceive the masses. We have plenty of industries, and the banks of the Tianyuan Empire also offer loans. With such an open scheme, wouldn't the Tianyuan Empire be forced to dance to our tune? As she spoke, Mu Qingxue pressed against Su Lan's chest, squeezing him, and murmured, Su Lan, you're a genius. You make me more and more fascinated. No, the genius is Sua the crocodile. I'm just the keyboard immortal. Su Lan's heart was as still as water. Unmoved by the Empress' blatant seduction, he said with a saintly look, Of course, this is just a story. We must never use it against the Tianyuan Empire. Mu Qingxue was stunned for a moment, then asked why. Su Lan smiled. The business world is like a battlefield. Everything changes in the twinkling of an eye. How much capital can our industries possibly leverage? Compared with the size of the Tianyuan Empire, our industries are hardly worth mentioning. Even if we threw in all the gold notes we borrowed, at most it would make a somewhat modest splash. Besides, even if we could perfectly replicate this merchant's moves and collapse the Tianyuan Empire's gold note system, a market crash wouldn't bring us much benefit. Su Lan chattered on glibly, leaving Mu Qingxue somewhat dumbfounded. She stared at Su Lan with anger and said in a petulant voice, Then why did you tell me this story? Are you just trying to amuse yourself at my expense? Su Lan smiled awkwardly. Not at all. I told you this story just to broaden your horizons. For example, we have channels, but if our capital isn't enough, we can simply cooperate with the Tianyuan imperial family to make money. Boring. Mu Qingxue rolled her eyes with a graceful look and said crossly, What we need now is quick money. The disciples' stipends for the latter half of the month are about to go unpaid. She immediately pushed Su Lan away and got out of bed to dress. Su Lan also hurried off the bed and said while pulling on his clothes, Don't be upset. The plan for making quick money has already taken shape in my mind. A minor profit in 2 days, a major one in 3. Now what story is it? Mu Qingxue said irritably. Su Lan smiled slightly. Have you ever heard of welfare lottery? Welfare lottery? Mu Qingxue asked in confusion. What is a welfare lottery? Su Lan smiled, reached out a hand, and clenched his fist. Guess. Guess what? Guess which of my hands has something in it. Boring. Come on, just guess. Mu Qingxue said helplessly. This one. Su Lan opened his empty right hand. Unfortunately, you guessed wrong. You don't have anything in either hand, okay? She shot Su Lan a glance. Having reached the sage realm, she could communicate with heaven and earth, making it utterly effortless to see through appearance to essence. Su Lan was not discouraged. He took out a bottle filled with silver liquid, applied it to his hands, then extended 2 gleaming silver fists. Now guess again. Mu Qingxue gave a soft exclamation of surprise. She stared at Su Lan's hands for a long while, and said in astonishment, I can't see through them anymore. What kind of liquid is this that it can actually block divine sense from prying? Su Lan smiled. This is shielding liquid. It's cheap to make, only I have it, and it's how I'm going to make quick. Mu Qingxue waved her hand with complete disinterest. It can only block divine sense. That's hardly a rare thing. You can't sell it for much. Who said I was going to sell it directly? Su Lan felt that his earlier pitch had been made in vain. The female emperor simply hadn't caught on. This was clearly a monopoly technology. I can't explain it to you. Just watch my moves next. With that, Su Lan went over to the desk and sat down. First, he spent a few hustle points to buy 100 stiff paper cards, then buried his head in writing. Mu Qingxue curiously leaned over and saw that on most of the cards Su Lan was writing thank you for your patronage, while on just 1 or 2 he wrote prize 100 taels, prize 50 taels, and the like. Finally, Su Lan picked up a small brush, dipped it in the shielding liquid, and brushed it over the lettering. Su Lan looked at his masterpiece with satisfaction. Then he casually scattered the tickets and turned to the female emperor, who was lost in thought. Come on, baby, feel the magic of the lottery. Baby. Mu Qingxue snapped back to attention and chided how cheesy. Su Lan put his hands on his hips. What's cheesy? Forget that for now. Give this lottery a try. Seeing the female emperor's slender brows furrow, Su Lan quickly handed the ticket over. How do I try it? Mu Qingxue picked up a ticket, looked it over, but had no idea where to begin. Just scrape off the silver coating. Su Lan demonstrated. Only then did Mu Qingxue understand. She scraped the silver coating off the card in her hand, revealing the words, "Thank you for your patronage" underneath. Does that mean I didn't win? Mu Qingxue's eyes lit up as if a thought had struck her. Right. Unfortunately, you didn't win. Please pay 1 tael of silver first. Su Lan said, holding back a laugh. Interesting. I want more. Mu Qingxue pushed Su Lan aside, scooped the pile of tickets into her arms, and happily started scraping. Watching Mu Qingxue like this, Su Lan couldn't help sighing at how addictive scratch-offs were. For all that this thing had no technical sophistication, it wasn't something just anyone could pull off. In a world so steeped in mysticism, if one did not possess a shielding liquid like Su Lan's that could block divine sense, whoever tried to run this game would lose even their trousers. It was precisely because he understood this clearly that many of Su Lan's wilder schemes had been shelved. For example, big money tricks like the 3-color ball lottery couldn't be used. Otherwise, before you even drew the winning numbers, the great divination masters of the world, who calculated the heavenly secrets, would already have figured out your scheme. What drove Su Lan truly mad was that buying gold directly from the system shop wasn't a good deal either. System price 1 tael of gold, 10,000 hustle points. After all, a bottle of shielding liquid was only 100 hustle points. According to the system's explanation, the birth of the gold element required tremendous energy. For example, the energy produced by a solar explosion, to synthesize gold, and so on. Yet in a magnificent Xuanhuan world like this, they did not use cultivation resources like spirit stones or source stones as currency. Instead, they used the humble gold and silver. Moreover, gold had considerable purchasing power. 1 tael of gold could be exchanged for 10 taels of silver, equivalent to 10 strings of copper coins, 1 string being 1,000 coins. And 1 copper coin's purchasing power was roughly equivalent to a candied hawthorn stick. After checking the market conditions of the 3 empires, Su Lan found that a fist-sized source stone of ordinary quality, imbued with the vital essence of heaven and earth, and used for cultivation, fluctuated at around 1 tael of silver. Man-made source stones were even cheaper, often less than 80% of natural ones. Source stones were only a minor branch of cultivation resources. Even without them, cultivators could absorb vital essence from heaven and earth. Truly high-value cultivation resources, heavenly treasures, cultivation manuals, divine weapons, magical artifacts, were not bought with source stones. They were either bartered for other goods or measured entirely in gold. In some secret records, Su Lan even read about certain factions so poor they could barely keep their pots boiling, spending all day holed up in their mountain sects refining source stones to exchange for gold. With such massive output, the price of man-made source stones plummeted. In the end, the reason gold was favored by the people of this world was more because of its non-renewability and indestructibility. But come to think of it, where have all those treasures beyond price been hidden? It's a pity not to have an auction house ready. Just as he was musing, a pair of fair, delicate hands suddenly appeared before his eyes. Mu Qingxue's eyes curved into crescent moons as she waved 3 winning scratch-offs. 150 taels of gold. I won. Deducting the cost of 100 taels of silver, you still owe me 140 taels of gold. Pay up. You're a grown adult now, and still so playful. Su Lan held his forehead. Cut it out. Do you really think this lottery can be promoted across the world? Mu Qingxue thought for a moment, then said, this, not bad. You even know how to use shills. Su Lan remarked with feeling. You've basically mastered the whole lottery operation. Mu Qingxue added, the most important key is still that liquid you have that can block divine sense. We have strongholds in all 3 empires. If we set up lottery tickets in large numbers, we'll need enough shielding liquid. The shielding liquid is not a problem, but the lottery system is still too vague. I need to draw up a set of regulations first, Su Lan said seriously. This time he wanted to make a big play. He was going to hustle everyone under heaven into buying lottery tickets. And so in the few words exchanged between the two, a gambling industry that would shake the world quietly came into being. The sun had climbed above the treetops. At the headquarters of Fuxiang Tower. At this moment, Zhen Youqian, the chief director of the Liang Trading Company, hurried over. He was a portly middle-aged man, his round face always wearing a faint, good-natured smile. In the courtyard pavilion of the assembly hall, Zhen Youqian greeted Lu Bingbing with a beaming smile as soon as they met. Sister Bingbing, long time no see, you've grown even prettier. Stop being so glib. Lu Bingbing waved her hand, but the smile on her face couldn't be suppressed no matter how hard she tried. Zhen Youqian said cheerfully, Sister Bingbing, you know me. I've got nothing else going for me but honesty. I wonder which lucky fellow from 3 lifetimes of merit could earn the favor of such a beauty as you. He paused for a moment, then asked again, by the way, Sister Bingbing, why did the female emperor urgently summon me here? I still have so many matters to handle. Just come when you're called. How would I dare to guess the female emperor's mind? Lu Bingbing said with annoyance. Also, I suggest you keep a low profile recently. An incredible figure has come down this time. Zhen Yuqian's smile faded, and he asked cautiously, a big shot, even bigger than the female emperor. Mind your words. Indeed, even bigger than the female emperor, Lu Bingbing said in a low voice. She recalled that last night Su Lan, with a face full of spring breeze, had taken the female emperor by the hand and come to her for a private room. What was most terrifying was, the female emperor actually looked submissive, absolutely frightening. Zhen Yuqian's face crumpled like a steamed bun. Could it be Elder Su, the newly inducted Kanglan sword god? He asked uncertainly. Before his words faded, the door was suddenly pushed open. Zhen Yuqian looked up, and the moment he recognized the arrivals, his pupils contracted sharply. The first to enter was a man of striking elegance and handsome features, and behind him was the female emperor, her face flushed red. Observing the subtle intimacy in the couple's steps, Zhen Yuqian boldly guessed that the Kanglan sword god must have been slept with by the female emperor. Without another word, he knelt straight down. Liang Trading Company's chief steward Zhen Yuqian pays respects to the female emperor and to Elder Su. At this moment, his admiration for Su Lan surged like an unending river. Mu Qingxue was taken aback, a hint of displeasure appearing between her brows. In the demonic sect, kneeling in obeisance was not the custom. They were all hard-boned people who acknowledged only heaven as eldest and earth as second. Wasn't Lu Bingbing beside him merely giving a slight curtsy? She would never kneel in full obeisance. Su Lan hadn't expected this fellow to kneel without a word either. He shook his head with a smile and said, Chief Steward Zhen, no need for such a grand salute. Please rise. His tone was as warm as a spring breeze, and he dared to issue orders in front of the female emperor. All of this instantly gave Zhen Yuqian confidence. He stood up, his corpulent body trembling, and asked respectfully, May I ask why the female emperor has summoned me? Mu Qingxue moved a little closer to Su Lan and said coolly, Ask Elder Su. Indeed, the female emperor had truly won over Elder Su. Elder Su was truly a model for all of us. Zhen Yuqian grew even more admiring of Su Lan. Smiling, he began, Elder Su, if I may. Sit down first. Su Lan waved his hand, gesturing for everyone to take their seats. When Zhen Yuqian saw the female emperor and Su Lan sharing the large seat of honor, he was even more shaken. Lu Bingbing, highly skilled at reading the room, appeared calmer, yet she too felt restless. The female emperor's authority was deeply engraved in everyone's heart. Even without saying a word, just sitting there was imposing enough to put enormous pressure on all present. After everyone was seated, Su Lan finally spoke. I called you here to have you run a lottery business. Lottery? Zhen Yuqian blinked. What is a lottery? Erase the proposal. You'll understand at a glance. Su Lan took out a handwritten booklet and handed it to him. Zhen Yuqian received it and immediately began to flip through it. As he flipped through, his mind was immediately drawn in. Time passed drop by drop. Zhen Yuqian's round face wrinkled into a tangled ball of hemp. He was a pure businessman with a broader vision than even the female emperor. In this proposal, he saw an immensely vast prospect. If it could truly be carried out as described, it would be a business yielding enormous profits from a tiny investment. Can it really be played this way, eh? He widened his eyes in shock. All it takes is an irresistible temptation to make people swarm toward it. After reading the entire proposal, he gained a new understanding of the way of business. How is it? Su Lan asked with a smile. Is the plan feasible? Feasible, Zhen Yuqian said firmly. If we have enough divine sense-blocking spirit liquid, this lottery industry will become the pillar of our Xingyue Palace. Even the Liang Trading Company can ride the wave of the lottery and break through the blockade of the other trading firms. Elder Su, you are truly a divine being. Please accept my deepest bow. Seeing Zhen Yuqian struggling to bow with his fat squeezed together, Su Lan couldn't help but laugh. He stopped him, saying, No need to be so excited. This is only the beginning. The real money-making is yet to come. Zhen Yuqian had no idea what other plans Su Lan might have, but the current lottery scheme was already enough to keep him busy. If there came more products that could disrupt the market, he wouldn't mind at all. After all, when it comes to making money, he wasn't afraid of hard work. Suppressing the excitement in his heart, he spoke. Elder Su, may I ask what other ideas you have? Your subordinate is all ears. Su Lan smiled. What do you think of auctions? Auctions? Zhen Yuqian hesitated. Are you referring to those auctions that are advertised across the realm, gathering the world's unique treasures, where martial artists bid against each other and the highest bidder wins? Yes, exactly that kind of auction. Su Lan nodded. Zhen Yuqian showed a troubled expression and said with difficulty, Auctions do make a lot of money, but I'm afraid they can't be done. In the past other factions tried, but they all went bankrupt for one reason or another. Su Lan's mouth twitched. What reasons caused them to fail, he asked. His original intention in wanting to hold auctions was to earn bluff points. Making money was secondary. An auction was such a wonderful opportunity. If he could con all the heroes of the world into fighting over a perfectly ordinary treasure, how many bluff points would he earn? And now you tell me it can't be done. Zhen Yuqian gave Su Lan a strange look and said carefully, first there's the matter of strength. Gathering all kinds of rare treasures easily attracts covetous eyes. Oh, without enough strength, you can't hold on to them. Second, there's the safety of the participants. After each auction, both the buyer and the seller who paid a fortune to obtain the treasure struggle to make it back alive. Then there's the means of advertising across the realm. As he spoke, his expression grew stranger and stranger, as if he had thought of something, until finally, he couldn't go on. Just then Mu Qingxue, who had been standing by, suddenly spoke up. He's right. In the past, I once seized the treasures that the Chunyang sword sect had prepared for their auction, earning a full year's salary for the disciples of my sect. It's a pity that after that no one dared to hold auctions anymore. Case closed. So the culprit was right beside me all along. Su Lan looked at Mu Qingxue, who was lost in fond memories, and said with utter speechlessness, putting aside the facts for a moment, is there a possibility that it's precisely because of you that they no longer dare to hold auctions? Inside the meeting hall of the Fuxiang Tower headquarters, Su Lan felt rather speechless. He finally understood why there had also been a pure Yang sword saint among those who came to stir up trouble at the initiation ceremony. It was only because he had been too powerful back then, frightening the sword saint into not daring to show himself for a duel. Zhen Yuqian and Lu Bingbing lowered their heads, not daring to join the conversation. Mu Qingxue naturally raised her head with an air of pride. Alas, Zhen Yuqian, is there any problem with the auction now? Su Lan let out a faint sigh, then shook his head with a wry smile. With me personally guarding it, I suppose no one in the world would dare to cause trouble. Zhen Yuqian pondered for a moment, then hesitated. If Elder Su truly guards it personally in the name of the Kanglan sword god, the auction can certainly be held, but is there any other problem? Su Lan asked in a deep voice. But we have no treasures to auction. There is simply nothing to attract people. That is not your concern. Just spread the word and build up the mystery first. Su Lan said slowly, when the appetites of the world have been whetted, I will release a portion of the treasures. Zhen Yuqian seemed thoughtful. Although he did not know what gave Su Lan such confidence, the treasures of the Kanglan sword god could not possibly be too poor. After thinking for a while, he continued to ask, where should the auction be held? Su Lan intended to hold an auction known throughout the world, so the location naturally had to take many factors into account. For example, Su Lan narrowed his eyes and said slowly, let us set the location at Guangming City. This was the benefit of knowing the information of the world. Yesterday, Su Lan had viewed the world map at the information archive. Guangming City, though its name sounded magnificent and grand, was in truth filled with darkness. It was a chaotic city located at the junction of the three empires. Zhen Yuqian shook his head. I am afraid that will hardly convince everyone. Su Lan smiled and said word by word, I think no one will dare not to submit. Reputation is sometimes far more formidable than you imagine. Despite being only a minor expert who had just broken through to the first level of the Purple Mansion realm, his battle record was too awe-inspiring. With a single sword stroke, he had slain the Grand Void Saint Lord, who wielded an imperial weapon. With him as the spokesperson, no one would dare to disrupt the auction. In other words, he was a rising superstar in this world. Recently, the number of disciples joining the Qingxue Palace had increased dramatically, largely because they were. By the way, he had been so joyfully occupied with the empress that he seemed to have forgotten something. A bolt of lightning suddenly flashed through Su Lan's mind. It seemed he had remembered something, but he could not grasp it clearly. Just then the system notification sounded. Ding. Host has deceived Zhen Yuqian, a human cultivator at the Foundation Establishment realm, into coming over. Trickery points, 1000. Immediately afterward, Zhen Yuqian, who had been thinking hard, suddenly slapped his thigh. No one knew what he had realized, but he said excitedly, your subordinate understands. Hearing Elder Su's words, my decades of business expertise seem wasted. Your subordinate will go back at once to make preparations for the lottery business and the auction. Su Lan, had he just seen the light? Although Zhen Yuqian had been in business for many years, his thinking was still limited by the era. Could it be that his speech had opened the door of commerce for him? Looking at Zhen Yuqian's round face red with excitement, Su Lan didn't ask further. He shook his head with a smile. Since you understand, then go do it. With that, he produced a storage ring and handed it to him. Inside are 10,000 gene of concealment liquid, more than enough to spread our influence across the world. Taking the ring, Zhen Yuqian took his leave without hesitation. As soon as Zhen Yuqian left, Lu Bingbing was left to face the pressure from the two big shots alone. She stood up and said weakly, Empress Elder Su, if there is nothing else, your subordinate will take her leave too. Mu Qingxue was absorbed in comprehending a cultivation technique and did not respond. Su Lan nodded in agreement. Go attend to your duties. Watching Lu Bingbing's statuesque figure depart, Su Lan couldn't help but appreciate the benefits of relying on a powerful faction. Although the Qingyue Palace did not understand business, its heritage was too profound. Under Mu Qingxue's leadership, its various arrangements across the world had built an extremely solid network of channels. Now he only needed to steer the overall direction, while all the tedious matters were handled by those beneath him. Mu Qingxue only knew how to fight, not how to earn money to support a family. If Su Lan wanted to completely conquer this strong-willed woman, he naturally had to make up for her shortcomings with his strengths. Mu Qingxue did not know what he was thinking. She reminded him, the arrangements are complete, it is time to go back. Xiaoyi told me that you have a lecture at noon today. Damn, I knew I was forgetting something. Su Lan finally remembered the matter. Xiaoyi had asked him to take care of the day before yesterday. That little girl had quite a lot of pull. She could even reach the Empress' ears. Is Xiaoyi your biological niece? She is. Mu Qingxue nodded, nostalgic and sorrowful. When she was first born, she attracted too much attention, provoking several great powers into a murderous ambush. My elder sister died to save me. Before dying, she asked me to take good care of her. Pausing, she poked Su Lan's forehead with her fair fingers. So in the future, don't you bully her, or I wouldn't go so far as to quibble with a little girl, but... Su Lan frowned and said gravely, which righteous factions were the ones that ambushed you back then? Mu Qingxue's heart trembled. She raised the corners of her lips and smiled like a blooming flower. Are you planning to take revenge for me? Su Lan said earnestly. Even I can only be bullied by you. How dare they bully you? Hearing Su Lan say she bullied him, Mu Qingxue smiled even more radiantly. Let's go. I settled my revenge long ago. If we don't hurry, Xiaoyi will start complaining about me. With that, Mu Qingxue straightened her body, her captivating curves making one's head spin. Watching Mu Qingxue's beautiful figure in the sunlight, Su Lan inexplicably felt an overwhelming sense of invincibility. That was to be expected. With the Empress temperament, how could she ever leave her enemies alive to celebrate the new year? Perhaps the only thing that could stump her was making money. It was, what are you spacing out for? Let's go. Su Lan snapped back to attention and noticed a trace of delight flash across Mu Qingxue's eyes. The corners of his mouth rose involuntarily. Let's go, or the little niece will be angry at her uncle. Mu Qingxue raised an eyebrow and chided, some man's husband you are. I haven't married you yet. Su Lan turned his head and smiled. Then he'll marry you. Insolence. Mu Qingxue's pretty face flushed, and she promptly grabbed Su Lan's ear. In the past, the Empress had been aloof and composed, as if everything was under her control, without much emotional turbulence, like an immortal maiden who knew nothing of the mortal world. Not like now. Her suppressed nature had been unleashed. Though she often raged at Su Lan, it was much more like the playful bickering of young lovers, full of the warmth of human life. I'm wrong, let's talk this over. Su Lan's posture of apology was perfect. Mu Qingxue gave a light snort and finally let him go. Go out. The two of them walked out of the council hall side by side. Strolling into an open area, Mu Qingxue turned to look at Su Lan and asked casually, do you still need me to take you flying? Su Lan took a deep breath and declined Mu Qingxue's offer to carry him flying. By now he had already knocked open the gates of his purple mansion. The idle cultivation device kept sending cultivation insights into his sea of consciousness and primordial spirit, so his control over his cultivation was far from lacking. He immediately mustered his mind power to command the surrounding space, channeling his magical power to drag his body up from the ground. Up and up he floated, soaring straight into the clouds. Although this was his first time trying to take to the sky with his own strength, he was thankful that it didn't feel unfamiliar. He only thought that the wind up in the sky was so strong, so cold. Why do I get the feeling you're flying for the first time? Mu Qingxue looked at him strangely, stepping across the void to walk alongside Su Lan. Putting aside the experience card, this is indeed my first time in the sky. Su Lan smiled, then silently took out from his storage ring the iron sword that was broken in half and covered in rust. Mu Qingxue paused for a moment, then said with sudden understanding, are you feeling emotional? Because this is the first time you've relied on your own strength to fly since you began cultivating anew. No, I just wanted to ride a sword. Su Lan suddenly let out a sigh and silently put away the iron sword that could no longer hold magical power. He said casually, things have changed, and so have we. Let's go. Clearly that profound and desolate bearing struck a deep chord in Mu Qingxue's sentimental heart, causing the system notification to chime out the next moment. Ding. The host has unwittingly bluffed Mu Qingxue, a human Saint Entry Realm cultivator, into coming along. Bluff points 10000000. Has my power of bluffing already reached such a level? Truly dull and tedious. Su Lan sighed. Meanwhile, the square in front of the Star Moon Hall on Wuyin Mountain was already packed with a bustling crowd. At noon that day, Elder Su, the Kanglan sword god, was to hold a Tao lecture. Every Star Moon disciple was allowed to attend. Yet the whole of Wuyin Mountain had turned out. Every damn disciple wanted to hear Su Lan lecture. So much so that the specially designated lecture hall simply couldn't hold them all. There was no choice. The elder in charge was forced to arrange Su Lan's lecture on the Great Star Moon Square, which could accommodate tens of thousands of people. At that moment, Xiaoyi was pacing restlessly back and forth in the Star Moon Hall, extremely anxious. Quite a few people were also standing in the hall, all of them resident elders with nothing to do recently. "Miss Xiaoyi, why isn't Boss Su here yet?" Qingxue asked boisterously. He was a martial arts fanatic who cared nothing for administrative affairs, and having heard that Su Lan would give a lecture, he had come early to wait. "Elder Beast in human clothing, why are you in such a hurry?" "Elder Swordman will definitely come." Lu Xiaoyi's tongue was as sharp as ever. Qingxue was not annoyed and said cheerfully, "I'm just too eager for Boss Su's lecture. May I ask when Boss Su will be here?" "He went out gallivanting with my Annie," Xiaoyi said crossly. "How would I know when they'll be back?" Hiss. The hall instantly filled with sharp intakes of breath. Although they had more or less guessed it, hearing the female emperor's own niece say it so bluntly still gave them a shock. One after another they silently marveled. The Kanglan sword god was terrifying, truly so. That rascal Qingxue scratched the back of his head, and in a rather crude manner clenched his fist, and said, "Holy shit. Boss Su is a badass. A role model for us all." In no time, all the male elders excitedly echoed in agreement. "Sword God Su is a badass. A few days ago I thought he was just bragging, but it turned out my perspective was too. Sword God Su is truly amazing. He thinks what ordinary people dare not think, and does what ordinary people dare not do. This really broadens your horizons. I'm completely convinced." The great hall grew so lively that the noise inside was even louder than the clamor on the square. The sound leaked out, and inexplicably moved a few nearby disciples. No one knew which disciple started it, but in an instant it grew into a cheer from 10,000 people, a wave of sound that nearly overturned the clouds. "Sword God Su is a badass. Elder Su is awesome. Oh, awesome." Little did anyone know Su Lan, the one they were loudly hailing as awesome, was utterly startled at that moment. Standing on a top-grade spirit sword, he had just flown side by side with the female emperor to the skies above Wuyin Mountain, when he heard someone shouting that he was awesome and in a very loud voice. Hovering in midair on a pristine white cloud, he looked down and saw the entire square filled with his. Su Lan lowered his cloud and glanced at the square below. At that moment, tens of thousands of disciples had found the rhythm, waving their arms in unison and shouting at the top of their lungs. "Elder Su! Hey! Elder Su! Hey hey!" The noise was tremendous, deafening. "The disciples are very enthusiastic," Mu Qingxue said calmly. "It seems Lord Sword God is even more beloved than me, the female emperor." I'm yours. There's no need to draw such a clear line." Su Lan shrank his neck. A man as bold as he actually felt a trace of fear at this moment. In the end, he was only a phony sword god. Letting him talk big was fine, but making him lecture on the Tao, forget it. Like hell it was happening. Su Lan suddenly snapped awake. This was goddammit the perfect place for him to brag on the spot and grind out a fortune in bluff points. "It doesn't matter whether I'm the sword god. As long as they believe I am, every boast I make will be pursued and revered as truth. If so, doesn't that mean every sentence I speak is a handsome batch of bluff points?" Suddenly I've caught the disciples' fervor and my blood is boiling. At that thought, Su Lan turned serious. "Baby, I'm going down to give the lecture. Interested in listening. I'm also curious to hear the sword god's brilliant discourse, but..." Mu Qingxue rolled her eyes at him and said in a low voice, "Don't call me baby. It's too mushy. It's not like I'm supposed to call you some pet name like Stinky Treasure instead, right? Too cheesy." Su Lan grumbled inwardly. He did not answer her directly, instead taking a deep breath to calm his surging heart. Unnoticed, time had reached the third quarter of the noon hour, and the disciples' cheers gradually died down. They knew that the Kanglan sword god who had cut down the Taishu sacred lord with a single sword, their elder Su, was about to descend. The brief silence did not mean the fervor had diminished. Sword aura sweeps across 30,000 li, one sword's light chills the 19 prefectures. From the canopy of heaven came Su Lan's calm voice. On the square and in the great hall, whether elder or deacon, inner disciple or outer disciple, everyone was bursting with excitement. The star of the show had arrived. Everyone raised their heads and saw a tiny black speck at the edge of the sky. Instantly, a deafening chorus of cheers rang out in unison. "Welcome, Kanglan sword god, Elder Su. Look, Elder Su is coming on his sword, and there is another person beside him. It's the empress," someone suddenly shouted in astonishment. In an instant, tens of thousands of people turned their heads at the same time, countless gazes looking toward the heavens. Above the nine skies, a man stepping on a spirit sword and a woman treading the void slowly descended. The man was handsome and imposing, dressed in a simple blue robe, while the woman was stunningly beautiful, draped in a crimson phoenix robe. They were none other than the Kanglan sword god and the empress. The moment the two landed on the stone platform before the main hall, Su Lan's low sonorous chanting spread across the venue, accompanied by waves of Tao tones that resounded in the hearts of all present. Riding the sword and borne by the wind, I roam freely between heaven and earth. Once I rise with the same wind, I soar straight up 90,000 li. This. In the Star Moon Great Hall, the elders one after another unconsciously straightened their bodies, turning slightly to listen attentively as a sign of respect. At this, Su Lan held the spirit sword upside down and stepped forward. His low voice became impassioned and free-spirited. 10 steps kill one man, 1,000 miles without leaving a trace. When the deed is done, I flick my sleeves and leave hiding all merit and fame. On the plaza, the disciples raised their eyebrows one after another, their chi surging, and sword chi rose from the crowd in intermittent streaks. Su Lan took another step forward, tilted his sword to the sky, and cried out. A single body fought across 3,000 miles. A single sword once faced an army of 1,000,000. Mu Qingxue's eyes sparkled with brilliance as she stood behind Su Lan, gazing at him with rapt infatuation. In her eyes there seemed to be no room for anything but Su Lan's splendorous bearing. By then Su Lan had reached the very front of the stone platform. Looking at the fervent-faced disciples below, he even spotted the Su clan members among the crowd. His second uncle, face red and neck thick, was holding the little bean atop his shoulders, cheering and waving flags for him. The system's notification sounds rang nonstop. He could no longer hear clearly what exactly they were announcing. He only knew that they were in all likelihood a batch of bluff points contributed by tens of thousands of people, each pitifully small in value, yet their sheer number was staggering. Suddenly, he thrust the spirit sword into the stone platform. As the blade hummed softly, he let out a deep sigh and said, 10 years I honed a single sword. Its frosty edge has never been tested. Today I show it to the world. Who among you has an injustice to redress? At that moment, the whole venue was silent. After a long pause, the repressed atmosphere burst forth all at once, and the clamor surged like ocean waves sweeping across the entire plaza. The sword god is invincible. The sword god is invincible. For this Tao lecture, Su Lan had made no preparations at all apart from purchasing a Tao sound domain from the system on the spot, so that everyone could hear clearly. But clearly the effect was excellent. Line after line of soul-stirring verses enhanced by the system's power had everyone thoroughly enchanted. They had no intention of pondering the deeper meanings. They simply reveled in the world of sword chi woven by Su Lan's masterful lines. Inside the Star Moon Great Hall, Lu Xiaoyi pursed her lips, her bright eyes full of shock. She had to admit that the swordman elder truly looked formidable. Elder Su's sword Tao maxims are so profound and stirring that I can't help but prostrate myself in admiration. A refined elder in white robes praised sincerely. Badass. By contrast, some of the more vulgar elders could only use the words they had picked up from Su Lan to express the shock in their hearts. Qingxue was the most extreme among them. Veins bulging on his forehead, he tore open his collar to vent his boiling blood and roared, what the hell does it mean to show off one's saintly power before the eyes of the public? To use Boss Su's words, this is a little heifer doing a handstand. Badass to the skies. To be honest, this flex was somewhat cringy. But compared to the influx of over 100 million bluff points, while being a little cringy now and then was quite satisfying. As he summarized his gains, Su Lan glanced around, waiting for the disciples to calm down. The disciples who could enter the Star Moon Palace were for the most part people who followed their whims. When it came to being cringy, they were far more extreme than ordinary people. Just a few fine phrases from Su Lan sent them into wild excitement. After about 10 minutes, they finally calmed down in scattered waves. Su Lan pondered for a moment, then began the lecture without any hesitation. The Tao that can be spoken is not the eternal Tao. The name that can be named is not the eternal name. Non-being is the name of the beginning of heaven and earth. Being is the name of the mother of heaven and earth. The sword is the Tao. The sword is a keen edge hidden within gentleness. The sword chi is the celestial primal chi. He was spouting all kinds of nonsense, and Su Lan himself had no idea what he was saying. In his previous life, although heaven and earth had dried up and the world was in an age of dharma decline, it did not prevent the ancients who had fully maxed out their skill in discoursing on the Tao from conducting theoretical research and writing classics that could be passed down for 10,000 generations. These theoretical studies were extremely lofty and impressive. It was only because there was no spiritual chi or vital essence from heaven and earth to support cultivation that they could only be used as texts for self-cultivation and mental refinement. In his previous life, Su Lan had casually read quite a few of them. He had long forgotten the sources, but the classic lines had been remembered across 2 lifetimes. Splicing a line from here, inventing a line from there. Su Lan relied on this inheritance from his previous life to construct the content of this lecture. Judging by the slightly enlightened expressions on the faces of the elders, the disciples, and even the empress, they had apparently all been hoodwinked. Therefore, skill is born from practice, agility from speed, hardness from softness, and wisdom from clumsiness. In refining the sword, nothing precedes refining qi. In refining qi, the first priority is to preserve the spirit. Today's lecture ends here. Hush, all disciples. Do not disturb those who have gained insight. In the end, after rambling for a full half-hour, Teacher Su found that no more bluff points were coming in, so he announced the end of the lecture. But the entire venue fell strangely silent. Most of the disciples sat cross-legged on the spot, absorbing the Tao meaning. A small number of disciples had dazed eyes, their qi leaking out uncontrollably. For a moment, the tens of thousands of disciples on the plaza all seemed to emit faint traces of Tao resonance. Even the small number of disciples who had gained nothing and were preparing to leave were forced into a state of enlightenment. Even the empress at the sage entry realm furrowed her willow-like brows and fell into deep contemplation. Su Lan did not disturb them, still standing upon the stone platform. Invested 5 million to purchase the Tao sound domain. Let me just see how much I made this time. Su Lan summoned the system and opened the balance page. Current balance 389647400 points. After deducting the 5 million invested earlier, I made over 190 million this time. I'm truly looking forward to the auction. Su Lan murmured to himself. The targets of this lecture's bluffing were not of high cultivation realms. Most were cultivators at the Mystic Vault and Divine Bridge realms, so each disciple could only contribute a limited number of bluff points, but quantity made up for it. Each person contributed over 1,000 points at once, and with nearly 20,000 people in the plaza, that was over 20 million. After more than half an hour of bluffing, the total contributed by the disciples capped out at over 150 million. The remainder came from the elders of the cave heaven and spirit nurturing realms inside the Great Hall. Apart from the 10 million contributed by the Empress alone, the remaining 30 million or so were contributed by about 50 elders. Just over 50 cave heaven and spirit nurturing elders could contribute over 30 million. If this were an auction that drew worldwide attention with top movers and shakers from all factions attending, then I could just casually bluff. Su Lan was stunned by his own imagination. Didn't this mean that a single auction would be enough to earn the bluff points needed for the Tao Harmony flower? Just as he was thinking about this, a crisp, tender voice suddenly rang out. Su Lan looked up. Below the stone platform, a little being who was not even as tall as the steps was lifting a small hand high, calling to him, "Big brother, pull me up. I can't climb up." If there was one person present who couldn't be fooled into a trance by Su Lan, it would surely be Little Bean Su. After all, Su Lan wasn't relying on mere sweet talk. He also had the system's buff that made people believe him, subconsciously reinforced by a Tao sound domain that could grant enlightenment. These were all beneficial buffs, immensely helpful for enlightenment. Unless someone deliberately resisted, even the Empress herself would inevitably sink into a state of Tao comprehension. Those who could remain clear-headed while not resisting could be counted on one hand. It had nothing to do with aptitude, only with willpower and comprehension. Among cultivators who could resist the lure of enlightenment, not to mention cultivators, even mortals who had never encountered the Tao would fall into contemplation, and the more hardships one had weathered, the deeper the insight would be. As for why Little Bean could remain awake, his young age was one factor, but the main reason was he had been raised by Su Lan since early childhood and knew him far too well. Thus, no matter how reasonable Su Lan's words were, no matter how close they approached the great Tao, once they reached Little Bean's ears, they transformed into, "Do you want to follow Big Brother to Fuxiang Tower for some good food?" "Yes." "Want to go catch fish in the creek outside town?" "Yes." "Let's go. Let's go." Little Bean never thought about what Big Brother said. In his eyes, everything Big Brother said was right. Therefore, no matter how much Su Lan spoke with heavenly authority, he could never fool Little Bean. At that thought, Su Lan let out a sigh, walked over, scooped up Little Bean, and asked, "Why did you come here?" "Dad said Big Brother was about to show off, so he brought us to watch." "I just don't know why Dad and the others suddenly—" Su Fu pointed at Su Chong below, who was frowning, deeply lost in thought. This was second uncle style, the same familiar flavor sure enough. Su Lan looked at the dozen or so clansmen below, momentarily speechless. "Big Brother," Little Bean suddenly said. "What is it?" "I want that beautiful sword." "Mine." "Which one?" "The little sword that can grow and shrink and gives off a green glow." Little Bean nestled in Su Lan's arms, waved his limbs every which way, then pointed at the Qinghong sword, a top-grade spirit artifact thrust into the stone platform. "Why do you want this sword?" Su Lan asked curiously. "Because it's really cool," Little Bean said in a crisp voice. "If it can grow and shrink, I can use it secretly behind Dad's back to practice swordsmanship." "You want to practice swordsmanship?" "Yeah. Dad won't let me, so we'll practice in secret." I want to be as cool as Big Brother. This genuinely surprised Su Lan. The little fellow had been clamoring to practice swordsmanship ever since he saw Su Lan's magnificent bearing while wielding a sword. Su Lan had dismissed it as a child's whim, a 3-minute passion that would be forgotten in a few days. Besides, the boy was only 5 with a body still growing, and second uncle would never allow him to train recklessly. At that age, he should be sent to school to learn to read. He never expected that the reason Little Bean was still obsessed with learning swordsmanship was that he wanted to be just as cool as Su Lan. This was going to be a bit troublesome. The power of a role model in a mischievous child's heart was boundless, enough to ignite unimaginable persistence in Little Bean. Even if the role model himself refused to let him train, he would probably still practice secretly behind his back. At that thought, Su Lan ruffled Little Bean's hair and earnestly taught him, "Your perseverance is commendable, but if you want to be as cool as Big Brother, you must first study hard and learn to read." Why? Because only after you learn to read can you understand sword manuals. Once you know all the characters, Big Brother will teach you sword arts and give you an even more formidable sword. How about that? Okay, once I've learned all the characters, will come looking for Big Brother. Little Bean said happily. He never doubted that Big Brother would deceive him. The little guy is obedient after all. Let me see exactly what his aptitude is. Su Lan let out a breath and pressed and prodded Su Fu's body all over. What a pity, Su Lan sighed. What's wrong? A voice came suddenly from his side. The Empress. He turned his head as sure enough, she had already broken free from her state of enlightenment. My little cousin perfectly inherited the Su family bloodline. His meridians are tough, but they are far too narrow, making him unsuited for cultivation, Su Lan said with a shake of his head. Admittedly, the Su clan's bloodline was powerful with strikingly consistent traits. Their meridians were as tough as a genius, yet so narrow that spiritual power flowed poorly. Circulation through the heavenly cycle moved slowly, and cultivation yielded half the result with twice the effort. While that extra super doubled twice. Across dozens of generations, they had still never produced a single clansman of high aptitude. The strongest person in the clan genealogy was the founding ancestor, an utterly unremarkable divine bridge cultivator. Su Lan had only been reborn through the system's transformation, eventually surpassing the ancestor and breaking into the Purple Mansion realm. Let me take a look. Mu Qingxue stepped forward, took Su Fu's little hand, and after examining him with her divine sense, she also shook her head. Big Brother, this big sister is so pretty. Su Fu, looking timid, leaned close to Su Lan's ear and whispered. Su Lan bounced him lightly and said with a smile, "Call her sister-in-law." Sister-in-law. Su Fu immediately called out in a crisp voice, even though he had no idea what the word meant. Mu Qingxue flushed and said softly, "His situation isn't entirely without a solution." Hell, women. Just now she was shaking her head, but as soon as the little guy called her sister-in-law, she changed her tune. Su Lan grumbled inwardly, then asked, "Would you mind telling me?" It wasn't that he hadn't considered using the system's power to widen his little brother's meridians, but his little brother's foundation had not yet matured. Recklessly altering his constitution might cause him to stay in this little bean form forever. Su Lan didn't dare take the risk. If worst came to worst, he could wait until his little brother grew up and then act. But since the Empress had a way, he naturally listened to her. Mu Qingxue pondered for a moment and said softly, "Find a spirit transformation fruit tree. When the fruit is ripe, cut off a section of the root, grind it into powder, and swallow it right away. That will open the meridians." She paused, looked at little Su Fu, who was full of curiosity, and continued, "This method is gentle, but it only suits children of 5 or 6 whose foundation is just emerging. As it happens, there is a spirit transformation fruit tree in the garden that will ripen in a few days. Let's use it for the little boy." Su Lan nodded and bounced his little brother again. "Hurry and thank your sister-in-law." "Thank you, sister-in-law." Su Fu shouted very loudly. Mu Qingxue just smiled, then turned to look at the disciples below the stage who were still in enlightenment. Before they realized it, half an hour had passed, and it was now the Shin hour 1500. The disciples, sitting cross-legged in the square digesting their insights, gradually came to their senses one after another, then quietly rose and left without disturbing others. During this Tao listening session, quite a few disciples broke through. More importantly, their state of mind had been elevated. Awakened by Su Lan, their horizons suddenly opened wide, and in the future, they would likely never encounter confusion on the path of the Tao. Su Lan and Mu Qingxue were still on the stone platform, but they were not standing. They sat together on a soft sofa. As for little Su Fu, he had already been taken away by Su Chong after he woke up. "Darling, how much longer do we have to watch? At this pace, these disciples might not finish until tomorrow." Su Lan sighed helplessly and suggested, "I think a few elders." If Mu Qingxue hadn't insisted on waiting to watch, he would have left long ago with a flick of his sleeve. He truly couldn't understand what more they could possibly gain from enlightenment. Mu Qingxue lay on the sofa with her eyes closed, resting, and paid no heed to Su Lan. After a long while she softly spoke. Where did you get this chair? Compete with the empress for a man. She wasn't so addled as to throw her life away. Ha ha ha. Lu Xiaoyi laughed loudly. She had finally managed to give the old witch a taste of her own medicine. After her laughter subsided, Lu Xiaoyi resumed her busyness. With Su Lan's recent lecture on the Tao, a surge of breakthroughs among the sect's disciples was imminent. Breakthroughs in cultivation realms meant a heavy consumption of resources, and the existing reserves in the treasure vault were entirely insufficient for the disciples' redemption. She needed to make advance arrangements to be prepared for contingencies. Meanwhile, Su Lan also hastily concluded the meeting. He found that the elders' thinking was far too rigid, so much so that it had become an instinct carved into their bones. They would never connect one thing to another. Their first thought when encountering anything was always, can we just do it directly and skip the idle talk? If that were all, Su Lan could continue to hoodwink them for some hoodwink points. But perhaps because the hoodwink points earned from a single Tao lecture were too many, it seemed as if a cap had been placed on them. Su Lan hoodwinked them for ages, and the elders were thoroughly hoodwinked. Yet each of them only contributed 100 or 200 points every now and then. That amount of hoodwink points was not even enough to fill the gaps between his teeth. Having been accustomed to grand occasions, Su Lan couldn't help but look down on it. Helpless, he could only end this sorry meeting. Boss Su, hearing your words is just like hearing your words. I'll go take the lottery industry task right now. Qin Shou called out loudly as he walked, turning his head back. He always loved using sentences he had learned from Su Lan. Su Lan, watching the crowd of elders swarm out to grab tasks, an indescribable feeling stirred in his heart. Only at this moment did Su Lan feel heartfelt admiration for Xiao Yi, who could keep these elders so thoroughly in line. These fellows who considered themselves second only to heaven and earth could obey him largely because of his overwhelming strength. People of the demonic sect all worshipped the strong. And that girl Xiao Yi was only at the Purple Mansion realm equivalent to the level of an inner disciple. Yet she could make these cave heaven spirit nurturing elders follow her arrangements. Perhaps part of it was attributable to the Empress, but undeniably, she truly possessed the ability to make them obey. For example, the task point system Xiao Yi created won Su Lan's admiration. It looked simple, but in actual operation it was fraught with difficulties. This established another currency system for transactions within the Qingxue Palace. It revoked the old privilege of the elders to draw resources at will, forcing the elders to personally do missions to earn points which they could then use to exchange for various cultivation resources from the treasury. Such a system was one of a kind on the entire continent. Don't be deceived by the glamorous exterior of the 4 great holy lands of the righteous path. In reality, they were deeply troubled by the elders holding too much power. To gain better resources, an ordinary disciple had to first curry favor with the elders. To put it bluntly, the disciples in the Holy Lands worked so desperately hard at cultivation only to become elders one day and lord it over others. In contrast with the Empress suppressing everything, Xiao Yi's system had been smoothly implemented, putting elders and ordinary disciples on the same starting line. More work, more rewards. Although the elders had high cultivation and could complete more difficult missions to gain more points, ordinary disciples could also accumulate bit by bit to redeem cultivation resources that only elders used to enjoy. No wonder the major powers of the righteous path united to blockade and sanction them. With such an energetic sect atmosphere, if given a few more years, once the Empress breaks through to Tao integration and the Qingxue Palace has accumulated its foundation, wouldn't it leap to become the greatest power of the age? At this thought, Su Lan shook his head and smiled wryly. A wolf travels 1,000 miles to eat meat. If you don't give it meat and instead talk to it about ideals, how is that different from treating a person like a dog? No wonder all the elders sneered at the people of the righteous path. They really are hypocrites. Su Lan looked around the empty hall and suddenly felt that everything here had become vivid. I don't know how the other demonic sects are, but Qingxue Palace truly is a good fit for me. It seems that the Empress's challenge to me was arranged by heaven. It was sending me a wife. But now she has gone into seclusion for a month, leaving this mess in my hands. I can't even slack off. And there are only 6 days left before the disciples' base wages are due. She didn't go into seclusion because she didn't believe the lottery could earn back the money, did she? Jin Yuqian is quick. He should have started piloting the lottery by now. I'll go check later. After sitting and thinking about life for a while, Su Lan now, with a plan, rose and walked toward the Empress's palace. Arriving at the familiar palace, he saw Lu Luo faithfully stationed in front of the hall. She had set up a brazier and was roasting several glistening slices of meat on skewers. Seeing Su Lan arrive, she was clearly flustered. She threw the unidentified meat slices into the fire, blocked Su Lan's way, and said with an awkward smile, "Elder Su, the Empress is in seclusion. Why are you here?" Su Lan cast her a glance and said lightly, "Can I go in?" Lu Luo sidestepped and answered quickly, "You can." The Empress told me you would come to take the roots of the spirit-transforming fruit tree. Then go ahead and keep roasting. No need to be so formal. Su Lan said casually, then strode inside. Only after Su Lan had gone far did Lu Luo heave a sigh of relief and mutter softly, Elder Su's awe-inspiring presence is growing more terrifying by the day. Arriving at the flower garden in the rear hall of the Empress's palace, Su Lan stood at a distance and gazed at Mu Qingxue, who sat cross-legged on the bed of profound ice. He didn't go in. There was no need to take the roots from the garden. He could completely obtain them from the system mall. His purpose here was only to look at Mu Qingxue and incidentally leave a protective barrier for her. After all, he was about to leave the mountain gate and head to some cities to have fun. That is, to inspect the progress of the lottery industry and the auction promotions. Leaving her alone in the empty palace, he was ill at ease. Who knew whether she could still sense the outside world during seclusion? If some ill-intentioned person slipped in, the consequences would be unimaginable. Silently watching Mu Qingxue for a while, Su Lan contacted the system. System exchange for the two-phase void barrier. Ding. Confirm spending 5,000 hoodwink points to exchange for the two-phase void barrier. Confirmed. Ding. Successfully deducted 5,000 hoodwink points. Current balance 389647420 points. The two-phase void barrier has been exchanged. Please set the placement location. Place the two-phase void barrier over the flower garden in front. Deploying, please wait. With the system notification fading, an azure spherical light shield 50 meters in diameter appeared, wrapping the entire flower garden. Then its color slowly faded until it was transparent and invisible. Su Lan knew this was the state of a successfully deployed two-phase void barrier. Although it was invisible, intangible, and utterly undetectable to divine, since the moment someone crossed it from outside the garden, Su Lan would sense it no matter where he was. Moreover, the person who crossed the barrier would not enter the garden. Instead, they would be pulled into a void tunnel and appear beside Su Lan 10 seconds later to be taken care of personally by him. That was not the most impressive part. Even more impressively, after the intruder was pulled into the void tunnel, Su Lan could check the intruder's information through the system. He could even choose to cut off the connection of the void tunnel, banishing the intruder into the endless void to suffer the punishment of 1,000 cuts and 10,000 slashes from countless void blades. Of course, perhaps no one would dare to cause trouble in the Qingxue Palace with the Empress and the Sword God guarding it. Su Lan did this only to pull off a move called romance. The Empress would be in seclusion for a month. Su Lan hoped that the moment she came out, she would see him toiling outside. So, babe, I'm going out to earn money to support you. I've set up a grand formation here. When you leave seclusion, walk out of the garden, close your eyes, and walk back in. There's a surprise waiting for you. Having inscribed this line in a conspicuous place, Su Lan turned and left with satisfaction. After leaving the Emperor's palace and instructing Green Luo not to barge in recklessly, Su Lan arrived at Carefree City in the back mountains. Carefree City, named for its promise of a life without worries, was the dwelling place for the families of Star Moon Palace disciples. The Carefree Hall that managed this place was also affiliated with Xiao Yi's Task Hall. One had to admit that the little girl oversaw a great deal. Su Lan drifted past without stopping and soon arrived before the Su family manor. The current Su family manor was no longer the compound he had snatched from some steward when he first joined the sect. It had been replaced by a much grander mansion at the heart of the city. Those who lived here were all family members of Star Moon Palace elders who had rendered outstanding service in battle. There was hardly a single mortal among the neighbors, yet the Su family had only a few clansmen who could barely cultivate. Standing here, they were clearly out of place. But no matter how unimpressive the Su clansmen were, they had behind them the Kanglan Sword God. Nowadays, the Su family was famous throughout Carefree City. They were respected by all, and even when buying daily goods at shops, they could enjoy a 30% discount. Ordinary elders' families could only get a 15% discount. From a small family cowering in a corner of Kanglan City to one on the verge of becoming the foremost clan of Star Moon Palace, the Su family had taken merely 7 days. All of this began because their patriarch once got drunk in a tavern and started bragging. Just then, the Su clansmen were crowded around Su Chong and his group, who had just come down from Mist Shadow Mountain. Big Chong, tell us quickly, how did the patriarch show off later? He killed one man every 10 paces, leaving no trail for 1,000 miles. The patriarch is way too good at showing off. Thinking back, when the patriarch took us brothers rampaging through Kanglan City, we were never this glorious. Who the hell would have thought that when the patriarch was out fooling around, he looked like a street loafer, but behind the scenes, he was the #1 under heaven. Damn, the patriarch really knows how to put on an act. Hey, the patriarch's awesomeness is not something we can fathom. I heard he even slept with the Empress. Holy shit. It's only been a few days. Can you tell us more? Not so loud. I heard it from a good friend next door. His aunt is Elder Green Luo, whom the Empress trusts most. He heard from his aunt that the patriarch and the Empress were discussing wanting a child. Don't spread this around. Holy shit. The Patriarch and the Empress have a child. It's only been a few days. Are High Realm cultivators really that incredible? Tisk small thinking too small. This isn't strange at all. Remember the story the Patriarch once told? A strange pregnancy lasting 3 years, and the child turned out to be an immortal pearl reincarnated. By that logic, getting pregnant in a few days isn't weird either. So, doesn't that mean we're about to have a young Patriarch? The scene immediately erupted into clamor as clansmen kept voicing their opinions. All of this left Su Lan, who had just reached the courtyard entrance, utterly bewildered. What are they talking about? What young Patriarch? When the hell did I have a child? After lurking by the wall and listening for a while, Su Lan finally pieced together the truth from fragments of their gossip. Black lines crawled across his forehead. When exactly had he gotten the Empress pregnant? Damn these gossiping. So my reputation as the sword god of this age is partly thanks to you people, isn't it? But come to think of it, I've dual cultivated with the Empress so many times without any protection. Could she secretly be harboring such intentions? The thought itself was fine, but suddenly Su Lan felt goosebumps rising all over his body. She went into seclusion without any warning. Could it be? At the same time, a shameless line from his past life flashed through his mind. I'll use my inner energy to force out everything I left inside you. Even breaking through the Empress defenses was so difficult, so he probably wouldn't be hit that easily. Unless the Empress herself wanted it. Qingxue is a strong woman, only 27 or 28 now. She hasn't reached the age of overflowing maternal love. At this stage, a child would probably just be a burden to her, right? With that thought, Su Lan breathed a sigh of relief, but also felt a surge of irritation. Damn it. These inhuman clansmen always managed to break through his defenses in ways he never expected. He kicked open the gate and strode inside with ill intent. Big brother. Su Fu was by the gate intently studying an introductory book. Seeing Su Lan kick the door open, he immediately scampered over. Big brother, I can recognize 300 characters now. Can you teach me swordsmanship? Su Lan smiled and ruffled the little bean's head. There are 80,000 characters in this world. How many have you learned? The little bean froze, then stretched out his fingers to count. 8,000, 10,000, 10,000, 10,000, 80,000 is. When he realized it was an astronomical number, he plopped down on the ground and wailed loudly, "Wah! I still have to recognize so many characters. Wah! Poor kid, you only need to know 8,000. Blame your father. He talks way too much." Su Lan cast a pitying glance at the little bean, then strode toward the clansmen. The courtyard had fallen silent. Every clansman hung his head, not daring to look at Su Lan. "Go on, why did you stop?" Su Lan walked into the crowd and said lightly. It had to be Su Chong, who with a resolute face looked up and said with an awkward smile, "Patriarch, why do you have time to come back?" "If I hadn't come back, would I ever have known you were spreading rumors again?" Su Lan said irritably. "From now on, shut up about matters between me and the Empress. Watch your mouths, keep your feet moving, and focus on cultivation. That's the true path." From the crowd, the Grand Elder stepped out with a grimace and sighed. "Patriarch, you know the clansman's talent. We just can't cultivate." The words immediately struck a chord with the clansmen. Exactly. We cultivate for half a month and still can't match what others achieve in a single casual day. We waste resources and exhaust ourselves. Our bloodline just isn't suited for the path of cultivation. It devours too many resources. Would be better off practicing martial arts, tough and useful. Only the Patriarch with his heaven-defying talent can break the shackles of bloodline. How could any of us do that? That's right, Patriarch. As long as you're here, even if we're all trash, no one dares to look down on us. Don't worry, we can live just fine. Su Lan silently looked at the clansmen's resigned yet relieved expressions. Who knew their suffering better than he did? Before, he had no ability to change it. But now that was a different story. These clansmen were the people he trusted most in this world. The family infighting schemes and deadly rivalries that plagued other clans had never befallen his own. Although the clansmen often pulled off some truly inhuman stunts, they would never betray the family, or at the end of the day, it was all his own fault. He had taught them far too many things he shouldn't have back then. His gaze swept across the dejected clansmen one by one, and Su Lan spoke softly. "Everyone, don't give up on yourselves. I have found a way to break the shackles of our physique." The members of the Su clan were stunned, as if they had not heard Su Lan clearly, or perhaps they could not believe their ears. "Patriarch, what did you say?" "He said you're not allowed to eat tea eggs." "Huh. Why can't I have rice with toppings?" Su Lan. The chatter of the clansmen was very clear. He knew the clansmen did not believe him because their bones, tendons, and meridians had long been set. To transform their physiques and alter their innate aptitude would be as difficult as sending them back into their mother's wombs to be remade. "Patriarch, you're joking with this old man again." The most senior Grand Elder sighed. "If you could improve the limitations of one's physique, you wouldn't have waited until now." Without any further delay, Su Lan produced a bottle of crystal clear liquid. "This is marrow cleansing liquid. I just refined it. It can widen the meridians and improve the physique. Who wants to try? Ding. Host has successfully bamboozled human race foundation establishment 8th layer cultivator Su Dahai into place. Deception points 300. Ding. Host has successfully bamboozled human race Qi Si first heaven cultivator Su Chang into place. Deception points 100. Ding. Host has bamboozled multiple ordinary humans into place. Deception points 100. Well, actually this was exchanged for 1,000 deception points. Su Lan looked at the clansman's eyes, believing yet not quite believing, and called out, "Second uncle, do you trust me?" Su Chang swallowed. "I do, but this widening of meridians, will it hurt?" Su Lan laughed. "Not at all. The impurities accumulated inside the body are expelled, and the process of widening the meridians is very comfortable and pleasant." Ding. Host has bamboozled human race Qi Si first heaven cultivator Su Chang into place. Deception points 100. Hey, it's not pleasant at all. That feeling is worse than death with screams too miserable to hear. But I believe you. Su Lan smiled brilliantly. "Second uncle, come on. Drink this bottle of marrow cleansing liquid, and with the heaven grade technique I gave you earlier you'll immediately feel like you're flying." Looking into his nephew's earnest eyes and listening to his seductive words, Su Chang gritted his teeth, grabbed the bottle, popped off the cork, and guzzled it down in big gulps. The entire hall fell silent, everyone staring intently at Su Chang to see his reaction. What Su Lan didn't know was that Su Chang was roaring in his mind, this little bastard tricked me. What kind of marrow cleansing liquid is this? This is lava. It hurts, it's killing me." When the liquid first entered his mouth, it was sweet, icy, and cool, sliding gently down his throat into his stomach. But a few seconds later, that liquid transformed into scorching magma raging from his stomach. Its violent power erupted, instantly flooding into all 4 limbs and 100 meridians like a mighty river. He could clearly feel his meridians being widened, but the method was far too brutal. It was as if a red-hot iron rod were running rampant through his body, bringing agony beyond endurance everywhere it passed. "No, I can't be the only one to suffer this loss. I must not blow my cover. Endure." Su Chang's consciousness had begun to blur from the pain, but his powerful will kept his face expressionless. This made Su Lan look at him with newfound respect. Second uncle is a true man. Finally, as if reaching the limit of endurance, Su Chang burst into a wide grin and laughed loudly. "Ha ha, amazing. Ha ha ha, it's so great." With his laughter, a layer of dark, foul-smelling impurities was squeezed out, covering his skin. "Ha ha, you should all try it too. It really is wonderful. My meridians have truly been widened. If you can't bear it, just cry. Your laughing face is too painful to watch." Su Lan could hardly bear to look, but the clansman's eyes sparkled. Finally, someone could not resist. He stepped forward hopefully. "Patriarch, is there any marrow cleansing liquid left? I want to feel great too." This was an elder cousin from a side branch, a good brother, who used to frequent brothels with Su Lan. Su Lan glanced at him, then raised a hand and conjured a large chest of marrow cleansing liquid. With a kind smile he said, "Everyone gets a share. Come and take it yourself. Hurry, it feels amazing. I feel like I'm about to become an immortal." Su Chang urged, barely able to hold himself together. The clansmen no longer hesitated. Each took a bottle of marrow cleansing liquid. No, it was the Ascension Elixir, and downed it gladly. After watching all the clansmen drink the marrow cleansing liquid, Su Lan nodded with satisfaction, then dashed away without a trace. A few seconds later, did Xiangzi, you're even better at pretending than the patriarch. Water, water. My stomach is on fire. No, my whole body is on fire. It hurts. Damn it. Ha ha ha. From behind came the wails of the clansmen, mixed with Su Chang's laughing curses. Pain mingled with pleasure. Su Lan shook his head and walked toward the little bean peeking around nearby. This kid had remarkable. He had only been distracted by the wailing in the courtyard. Seeing Su Lan approach, the little bean asked curiously, "Big brother, why are all the uncles and elders crying? Did another grandfather pass away? Is there going to be a funeral feast?" In the little bean's memory, his uncles and elders only cried this sadly when an old man died. That was also the time when Big Brother always liked to squeeze into his table. Su Lan smiled. "They are shedding tears of happiness, not sorrow." "Happiness?" Su Fu tilted his head and thought for a moment, then asked puzzled, "Shouldn't one smile when happy? Why would they cry? They laugh until they cry." Seeing that Su Fu was about to ask more, Su Lan changed the subject. "Come, Big Brother has something tasty prepared for you." So saying, he took out a small bottle of pink liquid. The grown clansman, whose bones were already fixed, could use the crude method of marrow cleansing liquid, but the little bean's body was still tender, so naturally, he had to use the gentler method passed down by the female emperor. This bottle of spirit transformation tree root sap had cost 10,000 deception points, 10 times the price of a bottle of marrow cleansing liquid. It had to be said, children's products were indeed expensive. Popping off the cork, Su Lan smiled. "Here, drink this. It's good for your body." Oh, the little bean responded, took the small bottle, and drank. Big brother, is there more? It's so tasty. The little bean smacked his lips, still wanting more. Sulan smiled to himself. Just wait. You'll know how powerful it is. Although this method was gentle, it was only gentle enough for a young child to bear. How could marrow cleansing and tendon transformation be without pain? Within moments the medicine took effect. Su Fu's young face flushed bright red, and his exposed skin became as red as a boiled prawn. Big brother, I'm so hot. Su Fu scratched his red neck in discomfort. Be strong. Sulan ruffled the little bean's head, and after confirming there were no adverse reactions ran off, without looking back. Soon from every corner of the Su residence the children who had been playing began to wail with loud cries. They had all been tricked by their most revered patriarch into drinking the sweet spirit transformation tree root sap drink. That day the wailing and howling from the Su family mansion never ceased, striking fear into the hearts of passers-by. Had no one from the Su residence come out to explain, outsiders would have sworn the entire household was being exterminated. Yet the mastermind behind all this was humming a cheerful tune, having specially altered his appearance before slipping into Kanglan City. Kanglan City had no curfew and the streets remained bustling, the vendors' cries as familiar as ever. Humming his tune, Sulan leisurely wandered to a shop crowded with people. Welfare lottery tickets, 10 coins each. 10 coins can't buy you a carriage, 10 coins can't buy you a house. Come take a chance, turn common iron into immortal, or earn gold from copper coins. 2 massive star moon trees illuminated the shop front brightly, while 2 assistants energetically manipulated expensive amplification artifacts to hawk there, whereas their voices clear even 100 meters away. Passers-by witnessing this fervent scene and tempted by the irresistibly alluring advertising paused and hesitated for only a moment before making their way toward the shop. Yet that brief spark of curiosity would prove an inescapable pit dug specifically for greed. So many people. It seems the charm of scratch cards is truly unmatched, Sulan observed from a distance, surveying the crowd. The popularity of the lottery exceeded his expectations. Liang Commerce had over a dozen storefronts throughout Kanglan City, yet this particular shop was modest in size and normally enjoyed only average foot traffic. Night crowds were even sparser. People were either at pleasure quarters or taverns nowhere near as rowdy as the present scene. Indeed, the sheer number of people had caused a complete traffic paralysis on the street outside the shop, with the crowd packed so densely that not even water could seep through. Even many small stall vendors abandoned their own business to jostle their way inside, hoping to grab a scratch. Though the cost of a single scratch card was less than half a coin, the unknown possibilities it held, the gamble of risking little for great gain, and the temptation of enormous prizes were undeniably powerful. Priced at merely 10 coins per ticket, both cultivators and commoners could afford them, and after playing once, those with insufficient willpower would easily become addicted. That was the terrifying nature of scratch cards. Losing 10 coins was a trifling matter, but hitting the jackpot meant enormous profit. Anyone who had tried scratch cards and had spare coins would feel uneasy without purchasing at least 1 or 2. I wonder what's happening inside. Sulan extended his divine sense, penetrating the crowd, and spread. Soon the scene inside the shop was vividly reflected in his mind. Ha ha ha, I won. I actually won. 1 tael of gold. Pay up. Damn it. This old man refuses to believe he can't hit the jackpot. 1 tael of silver. Fetch me another 100 scratch cards. It's over. I was hoping to win enough to go big at the 100 Flowers Garden, but now I've nearly lost my entire stake. Haha, this old man's luck is good. Each person in the shop displayed different reactions. Some clutched winning tickets with uncontrollable excitement, others stared into empty wallets with faces ashen as death, while still others cast murderous glances at the winners with ill intent. There were quite a few people, mostly cultivators, though their realms were generally low, the strongest being an elder at the 3rd stage of the Purple Mansion realm. That elder also sensed Su Lan's divine sense, but paid it no mind, sitting front and center at the counter brandishing silver notes. The shop's corner was piled high with waste paper with a conservative estimate of at least 100,000 scratch. This has barely been half a day, and a medium-sized shop has already exceeded 10 taels of gold in revenue. If we add up the entire Kanglan City, wouldn't it be at least 500 taels of gold? And if we expand to larger cities? Sulan drew in a sharp breath. The vast prospects of the lottery industry surprised him. It was a gold-swallowing beast capable of propelling the Star Moon Palace's rapid development. Earning gold by the bucketful. What could 500 taels of gold accomplish? Even after deducting prize payouts, the profit was astronomical. Moreover, this was a business that could only be monopolized by the Star Moon Palace. Though the technology wasn't sophisticated, other forces would find it virtually impossible to replicate. When Sulan had reviewed the information at the Fuxiang Tower headquarters, he had specifically examined this aspect. There were many methods to block divine sense, but all were prohibitively expensive and could never compare to his own blocking technique. If they wanted to learn how to make lotteries, they could dream all they wanted. Unfortunately, unless I personally take the stage, I won't be able to collect deception points. Watching the enthusiastic crowd outside the shop, Su Lan couldn't help but sigh and shake his head. His original motives for creating scratch cards were twofold: first, to resolve the Empress' financial predicament, and second, to accumulate deception points. The essence of lottery scratch cards was to hoodwink people into purchasing them with the promise of enormous rewards. In Su Lan's conception, the scratch card was his own creation, and the core divine sense blocking technique was also of his design. By all rights, it should count as him deceiving the world. Yet, even now the system had not issued a single notification clearly indicating his assumption was incorrect. Never mind, let's see how the Zhun Yuqian auction house promotion is going. Making his decision, Su Lan immediately set off toward the Liang Commerce headquarters in the city center. However, barely a few steps into the crowd, Su Lan sensed several figures sneaking up behind him. With his divine sense spread out, he caught every word of their conversation. "Big brother, this guy doesn't look like a fat fish. Should we really go after him? What do you know? I've been watching this kid for a long time. He's been standing at the entrance of the Liang shop, all dressed in black, muttering something about lottery tickets and shop profits. With my years of experience roaming the Jianghu, this kid is definitely a fat fish, and a spineless one at that. Big brother's brilliant. Then we can't let him escape. Follow him for now, find a less crowded place, and deal with him." Su Lan couldn't help but laugh and sigh. He had thought they were some formidable experts, but they were merely a few foolish thieves who didn't know the heights of heaven or the depths of the earth. The highest cultivation among those pursuing him, social types they called themselves, was only at the 8th layer of foundation establishment. What gave them the courage to come after him, a purple mansion first-stage cultivator? Was it Liang Jingru? After leaving the crowded alley, Su Lan strolled leisurely toward a sparsely frequented lane. Within a few breaths, his figure vanished around a dim, shadowed corner. The few petty thieves behind him exchanged delighted looks. "Boss, this kid is practically walking to his death. I've been down that road before. It's a dead end. Good heaven is on my side. Third and fourth guard the rear, second come with me." The boss issued his orders, and 2 men kept watch while 2 made their move. When boss and second rushed into the dead end, the sight before them brought both up short. The black-clad young man was leaning casually against the wall. In the faint moonlight, they could vaguely make out a smile at the corner of his mouth, his contemptuous gaze fixed on them, as if he had known all along that they would come. Boss's heart gave a violent thump. He knew something was very wrong. Second, however, was a reckless brute. Seeing that Su Lan was unarmed, he yanked the gleaming saber from his back and bellowed, "Hey, you there. Just now, with all those people around, it wasn't easy to talk. Your grandpa here has been short on cash lately, so I'd like to borrow a little money from you. If you know what's good for you, hand over everything valuable you've got quick. Otherwise, if we fall out, I can't say what this saber in my hand might do." Su Lan. Is this guy always this bold? It was obvious that Su Lan had deliberately led them here. Couldn't he tell they'd run into a hard opponent? Compared with second, boss clearly had far more experience. His expression turned grim, and he reached out a hand to stop second. Second looked puzzled. "Boss, why are you patting me?" The light was too dim for him to read boss's expression, so second simply took it as a signal to act. Wielding his saber, he advanced on Su Lan with a fierce look. "Hey kid, are you deaf? I told you to hand over everything valuable." Thud. Before he could finish, a tremendous pressure suddenly descended on him. His knees went weak, and with a bewildered look, he pitched forward and knelt on the ground, only 10 paces from Su Lan. Even as he struggled to understand what had happened, he heard boss's frantic roar behind him, "You idiot." Second's temper flared, and he shot back, "Huh? What do you mean, boss? You're the one who said to deal with him, and now you say he can't be touched. Aren't you afraid of being struck by lightning?" Boss had no time to argue with that blockhead. Bending low, he said with a fawning smile, "Esteemed master, we were blind and muddle-headed to dare joke with you. Please be magnanimous and just let us go like a passing fart." He had no choice but to back down. The ordinary-looking man in black robes had just unleashed an aura that made his heart tremble. It was as though he could crush him with one hand. "Come here." Su Lan beckoned. Boss braced himself and stepped forward. "What instructions does the esteemed master have?" "Call in your 2 brothers outside." "This." Boss hesitated. "Don't want to sell out your brothers?" Su Lan asked idly. "It's not that." Boss shook his head and asked in a low voice, "If I call them in, can I go?" At that, second erupted in curses. "You're not my boss at all. Who are you? My boss would never abandon his brother. Better the other fellow die than one's own self." Boss ignored him and looked submissively at Su Lan. "Esteemed master, would that be all right? What do you think?" Su Lan curled his lip towards second, who was kneeling on the ground. Boss took the hint, nodded, walked over to second, and knelt down with a thud. "Third, fourth, hurry in. There's good news." Once he had knelt down, Boss shouted brazenly toward the mouth of the alley. He remembered the oath they had sworn together under the setting sun. True brothers die in the same year, the same month, the same day. Su Lan. A moment later, the baffled third and fourth walked in cheerfully. When they saw boss and second kneeling properly on the ground, their expressions changed drastically, and they instantly seized the weapons at their waists. One breath later, third and fourth, now kneeling in a row, asked amiably, "Boss, is your honored mother still in good health?" "She's fine. Your mother's on her last legs, isn't she?" Boss returned the goodwill with a friendly question of his own. Only second, full of unyielding pride, looked at Su Lan with utter resolve. "A man walks the Jianghu. How can his shoes stay dry? Kill or carve me up as you please. If I so much as frown, my name isn't Guan Yu." "What the hell? Your boss isn't by any chance named Liu Bei, is he?" Third brother Zhang Fei fourth. Su Lan raised an eyebrow, drew in a sharp breath, then said soberly, "Please introduce yourselves and tell me your dreams. If you speak well, I'll release you." At these words, the kneeling quartet's eyes suddenly lit up, but in an instant they exchanged uneasy glances. "Speak well and live, speak badly," and no one wanted to be the first to stick out his head and take the blow. In the end, it was boss, feeling a bit guilty, who spoke first. "Esteemed master, my name is Liu Bei. Tell me clearly which two characters those are." Su Lan waved his hand, cutting him off. Boss marshaled his words and continued, "My name is Liu Bei, the Liu of Liu Bei and the Bei of 8 generations of ancestors. I'm 28. My dream is to enter the Qingxue Palace and meet the Kanglan sword god whom I admire beyond measure." So it wasn't Liu Bei of the 3 kingdoms, just Liu Bei with the Bei of generations, and damn it all, the man was a fan of mine. Su Lan felt a strange twinge, but said nothing and turned to the next one. "My name is Guan Yu. I was born during a heavy downpour. My father's surname was Guan, so he gave me the single given name Yu. I am 26. I have no other dream, but like that Liu Bei, I regard the Kanglan sword god with boundless reverence." So it was this Guan Yu, all flowery and bookish, clearly a man of some learning, yet too much of a brute, and he was a fan of mine as well. Su Lan nodded and continued to the next one. "I am Liu Bu, the Liu of Luxia, a traveler's inn, and the Bu of Bufare steppe. I'm 21 and my life's dream is to take the Kanglan sword god as my adoptive father." "What the hell? How terrifying is that?" Su Lan couldn't help recalling a famous line, "If you, sir, are willing to accept me, I, Bu, would be honored to call you my adoptive father." This kid was named Liu Bu, nearly 2 meters tall, with a square, resolute face. It couldn't be such a coincidence, could it? Su Lan gave Liu Bu a long, deep look, then turned to the last one. "Senior, my name is Zhang Fei. Zhang of literature, Fei meaning extraordinary. I am 16, and my dream is also to enter the Starmoon Palace. The best outcome would be to study under the Kanglan sword god." As they finished speaking, all 4 stared gravely at Su Lan. After hearing their introductions, Su Lan fell silent as well. This was far too coincidental. He never imagined that a few petty thieves he had randomly encountered would bear such imposing reputations. As luck would have it, all 4 turned out to be his own fans. Perhaps it was fate that like-minded admirers had banned. He had merely intended to teach some ruffians a lesson, but after hearing their introductions, the collector's obsession inherent to a transmigrator stirred within him. Liu Bei, Guan Yu, Zhang Fei, and Liu Bu. This was practically a gathering of 3 heroes and 1 champion. At that thought, Su Lan spoke, "Rise, all of you." Hearing this, joy flickered across their brows, and they chorused, "Thank you, senior. We shall take our leave." With that, they turned to slip away as fast as their legs could carry them. "No need to rush off." Su Lan raised a hand and said calmly, "Since you wish to join the Starmoon Palace, then from now on you follow me." Their footsteps halted, disbelief flashing in their eyes. Liu Bei hesitated for a moment before retreating and forcing a fawning smile. "Senior, might you be from the Starmoon Palace?" He never expected that the plump prize he had casually hooked would turn out to be a bandit ancestor from the Starmoon Palace. Su Lan gave a slight nod. "If you're unwilling, then I'll simply break one of your legs before you go." Liu Bei, Guan Yu, Zhang Fei, Liu Bu. What more could they possibly say? Unwilling. They would dream of joining the Starmoon Palace. "Great senior above, please accept my bow." Liu Bei immediately clasped his fists and dropped to one knee in homage. The remaining 3 followed suit. "Great senior above, please accept our bows." Su Lan gracefully accepted this gesture of reverence. It was an essential ritual for taking on underlings. "All right, follow me." Su Lan casually commanded, then strode outward. The 4 exchanged smiles, quickly reconciled, rose to their feet, and obediently trailed behind him, earnest in their role as attendants. Emerging from the dim alley, Su Lan wasted no time and headed straight toward the headquarters of the Blazing Sun Trading Company at the city center. With 4 underlings trailing behind him along the way, Su Lan savored a familiar feeling from his days in Kanglan City. The thrill of swaggering through town with a gang of clansmen at his back. Back then he had only dared to throw his weight around the outer city of Kanglan. Now he could do so across the entire city. Before long, Su Lan arrived before a 9-story tower towering 50 meters tall in the heart of the city. Su Lan looked up at the gilded plaque above the majestic entrance. It bore 4 large characters, Blazing Sun Trading Company. The calligraphy was strikingly familiar, and gazing upon the plaque for too long sent a violent pressure surging against his body, squeezing his breath until it grew ragged. No need to guess. This was the personal handwriting of the Empress, imbued with a trace of her will. Any who stared too long would endure a sliver of pressure from a Saint Realm powerhouse. The higher one's cultivation, the greater the pressure endured. The 4 lackeys behind him were all of modest cultivation, yet even after a single glance they lowered their heads, daring not look again. Before the main gate stood 2 specially cultivated star moon trees, each 3.3 meters tall, radiating a soft luminous glow that illuminated the surroundings. Though it was already the hour of the pig, 9 o'clock in the evening, the main gate remained wide open. No guards stood watch and guests came and went in a steady stream. Through the entrance one could glimpse bustling silhouettes and hear lively clamor within. Sulan led the 4 inside at a leisurely pace. The hall was vast. The first floor alone boasted a ceiling height of 9 meters. The perimeter formed a circular ring where shops selling various goods were scattered, while the inner ring opened into a broad resting plaza. A spiral staircase along the plaza led to the upper floors, and dozens of star moon trees hung upside down from the dome, illuminating the nearly 1,000 square meter space. The shop fronts were a cacophony of voices with endless cries for scratch-off lottery tickets rising and falling. Every single person present was a cultivator, and every one of them remained rooted in place for the sake of those very tickets. One could say that the lottery industry had fueled the shop's prosperity. Because of the scratch-offs, whether they won or lost, people would buy some supplies nearby before heading out. Sulan observed the scene as he made his way toward the stairs when Liu Bei sidled up with blazing eyes and asked in a low voice, "Boss Senior, was this lottery exclusively invented by his venerable self, the Kanglan sword god?" Sulan replied casually, "Call me master." "How did you figure out that the lottery was the Kanglan sword god's creation?" Liu Bei answered excitedly, "Everyone knows the Blazing Sun Trading Company is a subordinate guild of the Star Moon Palace. Lottery tickets never existed here before, yet just days after the Kanglan sword god joined the Star Moon Palace they appeared. How could that have nothing to do with him? His venerable self. Only 28. Sulan knew it was a title of respect, but he could not help complaining inwardly. After a moment of deliberation, he explained offhandedly, "It was indeed the Kanglan sword god who created it. However, he is not old at all. He is yet to reach 30 this year, and he detests being called venerable." Ding. Host has deceived Liu Bei, an 8th level foundation establishment human cultivator. Deception value 500. Ding. Host has deceived human cultivators Guan Yu, Lu Bu, and Zhang Fei. Deception value 600. Ding. Host has deceived Qin Shou, a human spirit nurturing cultivator. Deception value 50000. Qin Shou is here. So his mission was to garrison Kanglan City. The sudden system notification caught Sulan off guard. "I knew it." Liu Bei grew even more fervent, his voice trembling as he said, "The Kanglan sword god is a heaven-defying genius, reaching the pinnacle of the world at such a young age, slaying the holy master of the void's sacred land with a single sword strike to shake the entire realm. His wisdom is unmatched, and he even invented world-shaking things like the lottery. Rumors also say the Kanglan sword god is a peerless, handsome man whose charm no man or woman can resist. I truly long to witness his supreme elegance with my own eyes." "Right, master. Can you let us meet the Kanglan sword god? Even a distant glance would be enough." The other 3 chimed in eagerly, their faces full of longing. "I have to admit, secretly listening to others praise me feels rather good." Sulan smiled and said, "If the chance arises, perhaps I can arrange for you to speak with the Kanglan sword god face to face." Hearing this, the 4 turned red with excitement. Just then a hearty laugh came from the side. "Ha, boss, so you really know how to have fun." A rugged, immaculately dressed, middle-aged man approached, winking at Sulan to signal that he would play along with his mischievous whim. Although Sulan was disguised, his aura could not be falsified, and there was no way to hide it from Qin Shou, a spirit-nurturing cultivator. "Boss Su, why didn't you send word? If I hadn't happened to extend my divine sense, I might not have known you were here." Qin Shou walked over with a beaming smile, cast an odd glance at the 4, and chuckled. "You 4 young lads must be admirers of the Kanglan sword god. Keep at it. Serve your master well, and one day he'll surely let you meet the Kanglan sword god." Liu Bei and the other 3 nodded blankly. Their hearts were utterly shaken. They had assumed their newly acknowledged master was at most some steward of the Star Moon Palace, never expecting he was on the level of an elder. Kanglan City was not far from the Star Moon Palace's mountain gate, and they often had the chance to see famous figures of the Star Moon Palace pass by. And this impeccably dressed man before them was none other than Qin, Iguana, Star Moon Palace elder known throughout the Jianghu. What did it mean when an elder called their master boss? It meant their master status was far higher than they had ever imagined. At this thought, the 3 heroes and 1 champion turned to Sulan with even greater reverence. "Enough. You sure know how to take it easy snatching the garrison task for Kanglan City. Su Lan chided with a smile. Since you're here, is Zhen Yuqian also around? Qingxue laughed. He's up on the top floor tallying the revenue. All those numbers gave me a headache, and just as I sensed you arriving, I came out for some air. Su Lan gave a slight nod. Take me to see him. Upon reaching the top floor, Su Lan understood why Qingxue had such a headache. The moment he arrived at the stairwell, he could already sense the terrifying scale of today's revenue. Standing at the stairwell and peering inward, the main gates hung wide open, wide enough for 10 people to enter side by side. Beyond the gates lay a spacious hall with hollowed-out walls on all sides. A gentle breeze drifted through, yet it could not dispel the heat within. The hall was crammed with tables and chairs. No fewer than 100 accountants sat with bloodshot eyes hunched over their desks, processing endless streams of bills. People were constantly coming and going. Nearly every 10 minutes a shop sent a messenger rushing over with account ledgers. At the center of the hall, Su Lan spotted the imposing figure of Zhen Yuqian. Unlike his timid demeanor before Su Lan and the empress, he now resembled a commanding general on a battlefield, directing his subordinates with impeccable order. Damn it. Has shop no 5 still not sent its ledger? Fucking hell, dragging my progress again. Go tell the owner of shop no 6 he has the time it takes to brew a cup of tea to send his ledger, or he'll toss him into the fragrant cloud pavilion to work as a pimp. Even if we have to stay up all night, we must calculate how much we've earned. Get it done, and tomorrow I'll send you all to the fragrant cloud pavilion for a good time. Fail, and I'll have you be the ones being enjoyed at the fragrant cloud pavilion. Su Lan. Quite the imposing aura, but quite the foul mouth too. Qingxue pursed his lips. Boss Su, you've seen it yourself. His state is enough to frighten even me. If you want to go in, go ahead. He'll just wait here. Su Lan shook his head as well. Forget it, I'm not in a hurry. Since the night is already deep, I'll head to the fragrant cloud pavilion to listen to some music and come back tomorrow. At these words, Qingxue's eyes went wide. Good heavens. The empress had just entered seclusion, and you're already unable to resist going to a brothel to listen to music. Seeing him dumbfounded, Su Lan read the look in his eyes and smiled lightly. I'm just going to listen to some music. Care to join? Qingxue hastily shook his head. I'm on duty. Boss Su, enjoy yourself as you please. Perfect then. Make sure you tell Zhen Yuqian to come find me at the fragrant cloud pavilion tomorrow. With that, Su Lan turned around coolly and beckoned the still stunned group of 4 to leave with him. Watching Su Lan's retreating figure, Qingxue secretly thought to himself, so this was your real purpose in coming in disguise all along, wasn't it? Should I secretly tell the empress? No, better not. Boss Su is even more terrifying. The night had grown deep. Compared to the clamorous headquarters of the Blazing Sun Trading Company, Su Lan much preferred the tranquil and elegant fragrant cloud pavilion. After wandering round and round all evening from the start of the night hour to the end of the late night hour, the Blazing Sun shops he passed along the way were still bustling with activity, though the crowds had thinned considerably. In this world without the internet, a night with so few forms of entertainment was surely incomparable. For those who were married, it wasn't so bad. After nightfall, they'd hold their young wives in bed and swat mosquitoes, often carrying on until late into the night. When they were tired, they'd sleep straight through until dawn. But cultivators rarely married. They were utterly carefree, priding themselves on the belief that a heart seeking the Tao should never be bound by a cultivation partner. And so they spent the whole night meditating and refining their essence. And when the surplus vitality accumulated too much, they would visit the pleasure quarters, pay to swat mosquitoes, and expend it. Liu Bei, Guan Yu, and the other 2 followed Su Lan. Finally, the youngest Zhang Fei could no longer hold back. Master, have we taken the wrong road? Up ahead is the 100 Flowers Garden, not the fragrant cloud pavilion. Su Lan, who had been silent the whole way, cast him a glance, then pointed toward a sprawling multi-story building ahead. One with winding paths, secluded charm, and the faint lilting strains of string music drifting through the air, and said, up ahead is the fragrant cloud pavilion. How could it be the 100 Flowers Garden? No one knows the fragrant cloud pavilion better than I do. The 4 of them were evidently taken aback, feeling that their master's words carried a strange magic. But Guan Yu, a man of unyielding pride, still insisted, Master, this is clearly the 100 Flowers Garden. As he spoke, he even pointed at the pink plaque in front of the building. Su Lan waved a hand and raised his voice a little. No one understands the fragrant cloud pavilion better than I do. How could this be the 100 Flowers Garden? Liu Bei, do you say this is the 100 Flowers Garden? Liu Bei was shaken. In that moment, he seemed to perceive a unique charm emanating from Su Lan. He promptly clasped his fists and bowed. This subordinate was short-sighted. This is indeed the fragrant cloud pavilion. Seeing this, the remaining 3 also caught on and spoke out in tacit unison, Master, this is indeed the fragrant cloud pavilion. It was Liu Bei who had the sharpest instincts. Su Lan cast an appreciative glance at Liu Bei and said with mischievous delight, then let the music play on and the dancing continue. And so he led the four of them into the fragrant cloud pavilion. The moment they stepped inside, a still alluring madam greeted them. "Oh my, these gentlemen look unfamiliar. Are you here for a quick meal, or a room for the night?" If Su Lan were a newcomer who had just transmigrated, he would have had no idea what the madam meant. A quick meal was the poor man's way. You could only order a pot of wine at a table in the main hall downstairs and chat with the girls. A room for the night, on the other hand, meant a private booth where several girls would keep you company, talk with you, and swat mosquitoes. Su Lan smiled. "I'd like to taste the Flower Queen's wine." "Right this way, young master. There are few guests tonight, so the Flower Queens all have vacant chambers." The madam's face blossomed with delight. Only cultivators whose cultivation exceeded the divine bridge realm and whose families were wealthy enough could afford to order the Flower Queen's wine. In the past, such a guest might come by once every few days. But today the fragrant cloud pavilion had come up with some kind of lottery scratch card game that had snatched most of the customers away. At this hour, business was usually at its peak, yet now only a sparse 30 or so customers sat drinking in the main hall. The business was utterly dismal. The madam had lost all hope, but to her surprise a big spender had arrived, so she naturally became exceptionally attentive. Following the madam up to a refined private room on the upper floor, Su Lan's gaze was immediately drawn to a painting of a beautiful woman hanging on the wall. A beauty stepping out of her bath, a few thin veils clinging to her curves faintly visible, yet tantalizingly hidden. An overwhelming presence came rushing off the paper. It was truly vivid. This little painting was remarkably lifelike. It did have some real skill to it. He casually glanced at the four men behind him whose eyes were nearly popping out of their sockets, then shook his head. Pushing open a door, he walked out onto the open viewing terrace and looked down at the main hall below. On the stage in the main hall, a young woman was playing the zither, her plaintive, lingering voice joining the mournful melody of the strings. Truly it could make those who heard it grieve and those who listened weep. It seemed the fragrant cloud pavilion's lottery had indeed attracted a fair number of customers back. Today the 100 Flowers Garden was quite desolate. Indeed, today's 100 Flowers Garden had very few customers. Its space was even more expansive than the fragrant cloud pavilions, yet only a little over 20 guests were present. Some buried their heads in the girls' bosoms, sobbing openly. Others, their hands wandering unrestrainedly, drew playful scolds from the girls before embracing them and heading into the small rooms in back to swat mosquitoes. The private rooms had good soundproofing, but because Su Lan had pushed open the door, waves of blushing, breathless sounds drifted in. Liu Bei crept over, hunched low, his face red as he asked, "Master, if we follow you, how much salary can we expect?" Su Lan glanced at him and said flatly, "Follow me, and there is no salary." Liu Bei's face stiffened. Though he knew he bore the fault first, and that receiving no salary was only natural, he still felt utterly exasperated. After a moment of silence, Liu Bei spoke again. "Then could master lend me a little silver first?" Su Lan asked, knowing full well, "What do you need the silver for?" Liu Bei said bluntly, "The brothers are all at the age of surging blood and fiery vigor. They want to vent some fire. So I beg master to lend me 10 taels of silver. I will definitely work hard to refine source stones and sell them to pay you back." In truth, Su Lan had long since noticed that these 3 heroes and 1 champion were at their limit. The moment they entered the 100 Flowers Garden, light gleamed in their eyes. The youngest, Zhang Fei, was so overcome that his blood surged upward and he almost got a nosebleed. It was just that Su Lan wanted to see what skills the girls of the Harmony Pavilion actually had, so he had been ignoring them all along. He hadn't expected these little prodigies to actually want to borrow money from him to vent their desires. Did he really look like the kind of boss who exploited the labor of his subordinates? At that thought, Su Lan laughed and scolded, "Do I look like someone who'd covet your little bit of money? Hold it in. Later I'll let you taste what the Flower Queens have to offer." Liu Bei was stunned. Flower Queens. The terrace wasn't large, so Liu Bu and Zhang Fei couldn't squeeze in. They stood behind the door, frantically swallowing their saliva. Seeing the 4 of them in such a sorry state, Su Lan shook his head with a smile. "Stick with me, and you won't miss out on the good things. Just be careful not to let the girls of the Harmony Pavilion drain you dry." As he spoke, something seemed to touch a painful memory, and Su Lan's gaze abruptly turned profoundly deep. His purpose in coming here was certainly not to seek out the fine ladies of the Harmony Pavilion to swat mosquitoes, but to avenge the humiliation of that year. Back then, because he was too handsome, he had once stirred the covetous desires of the demonesses of both the Harmony Pavilion and the Netherworld Hall. Though he had used every means possible to make the 2 demonesses give up on the idea of capturing him as a cultivation cauldron, on one humiliating night in the dead of night, a certain enchantress of the Harmony Pavilion barged into Su Lan's room without the slightest warning. Without a shred of pity, she employed her seductive arts, even resorting to certain tonic drugs, and mercilessly ravished Su Lan the entire night. Only after hollowing out his body did she leave satisfied at last. This was the deepest, most closely guarded secret hidden in Su Lan's heart. After that incident, he had needed a full half-year of rest to recover his vitality. And as for that enchantress of the Harmony Pavilion who had drained him back then, Su Lan had already identified her through the information archives at the Fragrant Cloud Pavilion. She was the premier flower queen of the 100 Flowers Garden, Han Xiaoxiao. Now the wheel of fortune had turned. It was finally time for him to take his revenge. Before long the madam returned with an ingratiating smile. Gentlemen, the courtesans are feeling a bit unwell today, so perhaps, quite possibly, they won't be able to receive guests. Su Lan cast a faint, indifferent glance at her and drew out a wad of 100 teal gold notes. I wonder if this might do something to cure them. The madam examined the notes, and the smile on her face suddenly turned dazzling. Which courtesan's company would the gentleman care to drink with? Have Miss Xiaoxiao come and keep me company. As for them. Su Lan glanced at the fidgeting F4. With that, Su Lan casually flicked out a crisp new 100 teal note and tossed it to the madam. The madam's rather fleshly lips stretched into a grin from ear to ear, and her voice turned shrill. Thank you, good sir. He'll fetch the ladies at once. Ordinarily, a top courtesan was not supposed to receive guests in a private parlor. The guest was to take a token and go to her chamber. But there was no helping it. This gentleman paid far too generously. The madam carefully stowed away the gold notes and quickly turned to leave. Watching her light, brisk retreat, Su Lan nearly burst out laughing. The notes he had given her were in truth counterfeit bills conjured from the system for 10 bamboozle points. Though they could fool the eye, no matching seal imprint existed in any money house of the Tianyuan Empire. If she ever tried to exchange them, she would likely be arrested on the spot for privately forging currency. As for whether the madam would give him away once it came to light, Lu Shuren's deed. What had it to do with me? I'm just here to enjoy the freebies. At that thought, Su Lan still laughed softly. If you're willing to be used as a blade, don't blame the blade when it snaps. Just then a graceful maidservant walked in carrying a wooden tray loaded with several plates of meat and 2 jugs of wine. The maidservant had delicate, pretty features. She was dressed in a thin gauze gown, its neckline cut very low to reveal a deep, tempting cleavage, enough to make a man long to bury his head in its mysteries. Her pair of bewitching water-bright fox eyes fixed on Su Lan. She knew he was the real master while the other 3 were only followers, so she bent forward slightly and said with a purse smile, Sir, please take your time. The sisters are still dressing and will be over shortly. A gulp, their Adam's apples bobbed. The foreman group of 3 heroes and 1 gallant could not drag their eyes away, their drool nearly spilling into the maidservant's bosom. The maidservant showed no dislike. Instead, she stood to one side with unruffled grace, her full voluptuous figure alone enough to stir the most primitive cravings in a man's heart. They really spare no expense. Even a maidservant carries an allure technique. Su Lan shook his head, cast a cursory glance at the 4 who could hardly restrain themselves, and picked up his chopsticks. Seeing Su Lan pick up a round slice of meat, the maidservant explained softly, this is donkey pizzle, slow braised from a donkey demon at the core formation realm. It was simmered over a low flame for 2 full hours, a powerful tonic. Suddenly he didn't feel like eating anymore. At the maidservant's explanation, Su Lan silently put down the slice already at his lips. You may withdraw. The maidservant was startled, took half a step back, and smiled sweetly. Your servant will take her leave. With that she drifted away. As the parlor door closed, the surging desires of the foreman group slowly began to ebb. Liu Bei, the eldest and most experienced, wiped the drool seeping from the corner of his mouth and said solemnly, a most formidable allure technique. Zhang Fei, the youngest, unconsciously shifted his legs and tugged his robe downward to cover his crotch. As for Guan Yu and Lu Bu, they said in perfect sync, so white. Exactly as expected of young lads with little experience of women, being bewitched by such a minor degree of allure technique, and one of them had even leaked into his trousers. How embarrassing. Su Lan couldn't be bothered to acknowledge them, and simply picked up a crystal dumpling to savor. It dissolved the moment it entered his mouth. The unfamiliar meat filling carried a light fragrance that lingered around his tongue. It was supremely tender, and a chill simultaneously arose, making his sea of consciousness feel clear and lucid. It seems my vision was too small. The pleasures of the palate, the most basic of desires, should never be given up, no matter where you are. Su Lan relished the aftertaste, then directed his chopsticks at another exquisitely prepared dish. Since breaking through to the secret treasury realm, he had almost never eaten again, relying instead on refining the vital essence emitted and scattered by the earth vein dragon within his chi si to supply what his body needed. The 4 men standing slack-jawed over there were in low spirits, gazing at the door with eager anticipation, praying that the one to push it open next would be the main course. After a short silence, Zhang Fei said timidly, brothers, this little brother is still a virgin. Since the master is treating us tonight, can I choose first later? The 3 older brothers remained silent in reply. Zhang Fei thought for a moment, then added, if that won't work, you go ahead and choose first. He'll be fine with anything. Liu Bei shook his head. Actually, I'm fine with anything. Guan here is also easy. Lu is not fussy. Zhang Fei. Su Lan. Truly some people only know how to show off after the fact. When Zhang Fei was making his request just now, why didn't any of them speak? Still Su Lan could understand. Before they met him, these four had been small-time thieves without even a proper meal to look forward to, so they certainly couldn't afford a place this refined. Let alone a top courtesan. They couldn't have dreamed of it. After all, summoning a top courtesan was not that simple. One needed not only money, but also real ability. Su Lan himself had once, without knowing his own limits, barged into Floating Fragrance Tower and asked for a top courtesan. Good heavens, a full layer of his cultivation had been drained right then and there. Seen that way, he really did spoil his fans, taking them to a brothel and treating them to top courtesans. Where in the world was there a celebrity this good to their followers? Say what you will, top courtesans sure knew how to put on airs. The food was nearly cold, and she still hadn't arrived. Su Lan set down his chopsticks, regulated his breathing to calm his mind, and quietly waited for the arrival of his old enemy. Finally, just as Su Lan was about to lose patience, a sound of silvery laughter came from outside the door. The door slowly opened, and four stunning young women of distinct temperaments walked in one after another. Each of the four leading courtesans represented a season, wearing green, blue, yellow, and white silk dresses that accentuated their charm. There was no denying that to become a top courtesan of the 100 Flowers Garden, one's appearance alone had to be exceptional. Combined with the unique, dreamy aura of the Joyous Union Pavilion disciples, it stirred deep desires in the heart, compelling one to explore their secrets. The four raised their heads in perfect sync, their blushing faces quite alluring. Su Lan swept a casual glance across the four courtesans before shifting his gaze to a graceful figure leaning leisurely against the doorframe. She wore a frost-red silk dress, and a pair of fair, delicate bare feet peeked out from beneath it. The elegant curve of her legs rose gracefully to her voluptuous hips, her figure perfectly proportioned with a slim waist and an astonishingly full bust. Her snow-white slender neck supported a face full of charming smiles. Her bright, thin red lips curved upwards, and her deep, enchanting eyes seemed capable of captivating one's very soul. Han Xiaoxiao. Even though several years had passed, seeing this enchantress of the Joyous Union Pavilion again never failed to send a sharp ache through Su Lan's waist. The humiliation and torment he had suffered that night had become an inescapable shadow, a scar buried deep in his heart that he never dared to reveal. Su Lan took a deep breath and rose to walk toward Han Xiaoxiao. He realized that his heart was remarkably calm at this moment. Before meeting Han Xiaoxiao again, he had imagined countless ways to take revenge. But now the best revenge was to repay her in kind, to do unto her as she had done unto him. My Lord Xiaoxiao greets you. Han Xiaoxiao curtsied, her voice soft and sweet. Su Lan pulled her slender waist close with a domineering air, walked to the balcony, and announced to the hall below, "Tonight's drinks are on me, Zhao Tai. Enjoy yourselves, brothers." With that, he casually tossed down 500 Liang gold notes. When dealing with enemies, he never showed mercy. He played as dirty as possible. After all, he had as much counterfeit money as he wanted. It wouldn't bankrupt the 100 Flowers Garden, but it would definitely make them hurt. Han Xiaoxiao, held in his arms, saw the thick stack of gold notes on Su Lan, and her eyes grew even more seductive, almost glistening with desire. She pressed her snow-white soft body against Su Lan's arm and cooed, "My Lord Xiaoxiao wants some too." Su Lan glanced at her and gave a devilish grin. "There will be more for you later." Meanwhile, the madam and the bouncer in the hall examined the gold notes, then shrieked, "Tonight's entire bill is on Master Zhao. Gentlemen, enjoy yourselves. Have a wonderful time." The regular patrons burst into cheers. "Master Zhao is so generous. Madam Chunlan, is Miss Rian available? I want a private room. I want to have fun with Qianqian." The once quiet 100 Flowers Garden instantly became as lively as a marketplace. Even many passers-by joyfully joined in upon hearing they could enjoy themselves for free. In contrast, the private room remained quite tranquil, with only faint murmurs of excitement reaching it. Su Lan didn't linger either. After telling his four fanatical underlings to do as they pleased, he wrapped an arm around Han Xiaoxiao and entered a separate sleeping chamber with better soundproofing. A moment later, Su Lan lay on the bed with his eyes closed, resting. Han Xiaoxiao, clad only in a bellyband, stood before the bed and leisurely fumbled with a strange outfit. It was a black and white dress with a fluffy white-cut skirt that was provocatively open, a white apron, and thin, silky black stockings. "My lord, is this how it's worn?" Before long, Han Xiaoxiao's voice reached his ears. Su Lan looked up and saw Han Xiaoxiao standing before the bed, her eyes charmingly seductive. Her restless hands lightly brushed the white lace hem of her skirt, and the black stockings clinging to her plump thighs created an alluring sight. "Huh." Han Xiaoxiao smiled bewitchingly. Her soft body pressed gently against Su Lan's chest as her slender hands moved downward. Her vivid lips brushed against Su Lan's earlobe as she whispered, "My lord, is Xiaoxiao doing well?" Su Lan remained silent. It had to be said, The enchantress who once tormented him mercilessly was now nothing but gentle. Money really could make the world go round. After steadying himself for a moment, Su Lan turned over and fed a pink pill into Han Xiaoxiao's mouth. As an outer disciple of the Joyous Union Pavilion, she recognized by its scent alone that it was a potent aphrodisiac. After a moment's hesitation, she swallowed it anyway. This lord had given her too much to refuse. Soon the drug took effect. Her fair skin burned hot, and with a moan she lunged towards Su Lan on the bed. But at that very moment Su Lan rolled off the bed in one swift motion and cast a barrier of chi, sealing Han Xiaoxiao firmly on the bed. With her mere 5th level of the hidden treasury stage, she couldn't break through the barrier. All she could do was gaze at Su Lan with pitiful eyes while her scorching body writhed against the chi wall. My lord, stop playing around. Xiaoxiao feels terrible. Stop dreaming. Your lord is a man you'll never have. Su Lan remained utterly unmoved, even watching her with grim satisfaction. He was no longer the helpless weakling he had been back then. You toyed with me all those years ago. Now I'll make you taste what it's like to want something beyond your reach. The night passed quickly. As the sky began to lighten, Su Lan walked out of the sleeping chamber refreshed and invigorated, adjusting his belt. He had finally cured his psychological shadow. Han Xiaoxiao had been tormented by her burning desire until she passed out several times, but Su Lan forced her awake with wakefulness pills each time. Over and over her foundation was severely damaged, just like Su Lan back then, and she couldn't recover without at least 6 months of recuperation. After tidying his clothes, he kicked open the doors of the 3 heroes and 1 hero group, one by one. To his slight disappointment, none of them looked as emaciated as he had imagined. Perhaps it was because Su Lan had paid too generously, leaving the sisters of the Joyous Union Pavilion too embarrassed to drain them dry. The 4 of them looked completely serene, yet they still clung tightly to the spring summer-autumn courtesans of the 100 Flowers Garden and refused to let go. When they saw their lord kick open the door, they reacted in perfect unison. They quickly grabbed the girls beside them and planted a few more kisses before pulling up their pants to follow Su Lan. Passing through the messy hall, Su Lan left the 100 Flowers Garden without looking back and disappeared. It wasn't to skip the bill. The 500 taels of gold notes he had tossed down yesterday were more than enough to cover the 100 Flowers Garden's 3 months of revenue. The reason for his hurry was that he had asked Qingxue to summon Jin Yuqian last night, so he naturally had to return to Fuxiang Tower early to prepare. On the way back, Su Lan asked casually, "When we get to Fuxiang Tower, do you know where we were last night?" The 4 of them fell into deep thought. Liu Bei pondered for a moment and said, "Reporting to our lord, we stayed the night at the Liang Trading Company headquarters." Hearing this, Guan Yu, Lu Bu, and Zhang Fei's eyes lit up. Su Lan nodded and continued, "Then when we reached the Liang Trading Company, what should we say?" "My lord, Guan has an idea." Guan Yu said calmly, "If anyone at the Liang Trading Company happens to ask, then we followed our lord to have a night of music at Fuxiang Tower." Lu Bu added, "Naturally, since our lord didn't want to expose his identity and cause a stir, he entered Fuxiang Tower under a disguised identity." Zhang Fei scratched his head. "I think everything the older brothers said is right. The boy is teachable." Su Lan nodded, said no more, and strolled leisurely toward Fuxiang Tower. It was just the middle of the Mao hour 6:00 a.m., and dawn was only just beginning to break. Few people were on the streets. After all, night had not yet fully retreated. The winter morning breeze was bitingly cold, and most people still huddled in their modest homes for warmth. Only a few breakfast stalls and small shops had opened their doors, busily preparing for the day ahead. Su Lan walked along, spending 10 guile points from the system to buy a caddy of green tangerines. He deftly peeled a green tangerine and rubbed the rind against his clothes. A strange thought suddenly surfaced in his mind. In the past, he had only used green tangerines to dispel odor when leaving a brothel and heading home. Now he was using one to mask the distinctive scent of one brothel before returning to another. Wasn't that just like a guilty conscience? Once the tart, bitter juice of the green tangerine had covered the Rujin powder fragrance on his clothes, Su Lan casually handed the peeled fruit to Liu Bei behind him. Liu Bei did not understand the reason, but since it was his lord's gift, he could not refuse. "Don't waste it," Su Lan said, continuing forward without looking back. Guan Yu and the other 2 were crafty. They instantly moved away from Liu Bei and followed closely behind Su Lan. Only Liu Bei was left behind, clutching a bag of green tangerines, and the cold wind his mind in turmoil. Arriving at Fuxiang Tower, nothing went against Su Lan's expectation. Jin Yuqian, sure enough, had not yet arrived. Compared with the somewhat desolate Baiwa Garden, this place was clearly far livelier. The star moon tree in front of the entrance radiated a brilliant glow, illuminating the entire street-facing building. Boisterous shouts and laughter came without pause, and through the open door one could see a blur of moving figures inside. With his hands clasped behind his back, Su Lan instructed the foreman group to enter separately, then walked into Fuxiang Tower with an utterly nonchalant stride, just like an ordinary patron. but the sight that greeted his eyes made him freeze for a moment. At the main entrance, someone was rolling on the ground, howling, "You savage. You stole from me. I finally won a 1-month free pass ticket, and someone snatched it away. You people can't just stand there and do nothing." Sulan. He slipped in through the door and saw the Madam of Fuxiang Tower and her guards gathered around the prostrate patron, looking at one another in bewilderment. They did not notice Sulan and his party enter, and even if they had, they would not have paid much attention. After all, business the previous night had been so booming that the madam and the male attendants were too worn out to cope, so they simply let guests make their own way in and only remained at the counter to take orders when visitors came up. After Sulan had slipped into Fuxiang Tower and waited a moment, the 3 heroes and 1 hero foreman group quietly appeared behind him. Finding a spot with few people around, Sulan wiped away the disguised makeup on his face, revealing his original features. The 4 watched their lord transform from an utterly unremarkable man into a breathtakingly handsome one of rare distinction. The tremendous contrast left them thunderstruck, their souls nearly scattering to the heavens. Zhang Fei swallowed hard. "B brothers, is this really our lord? Even though I've never met the Kanglan sword god, I somehow feel that our lord might not be inferior to him in looks." Guan Yu murmured, "As well, if we talk purely about appearance, I think our lord may be a cut above. After all, the Kanglan sword god is a transcendent being. In aura, our lord probably cannot match him." Lu Bu. Liu Bei. Sulan finished straightening his robes, hung the elder token that symbolized his identity at his waist, and walked out with an extremely solemn expression. Arriving at the clamorous main entrance, he asked calmly, "What's going on here?" A guard at the rear explained this patron spent 100 taels of silver on a scratch-and-win lottery and won a 1-month free pass. When he went to the counter to redeem it, a Violet Palace realm cultivator, who appeared from nowhere, snatched it away. "Our men didn't catch him, so this patron has been making a scene here." As he spoke, he unconsciously turned his head. The moment he saw Sulan's face, clearly he was taken aback. His first thought was, could such a handsome man really have come to a place of ill repute in search of pleasure? But when he saw the elder token hanging from Sulan's waist, his heart skipped a beat, and he immediately moved to salute Sulan. At that moment, however, the teammate beside him was the first to call out, "Subordinate greets the elder." He also bowed at the same time, except the direction of his bow was opposite to that of his fellow guards. It was only after finishing the bow and straightening up that he realized they were bowing to another elder who had just walked in from outside the building. He was at a loss. "Elder I." Sulan patted him on the shoulder to show understanding. It was only natural that this guard, being new, did not recognize him. Qingxue spotted Sulan at a glance from behind the crowd. He pushed through people and walked over, winking and smirking. "Boss Su, enjoying yourself?" He paused mid-sentence. "Why do you have such a sour tangerine smell on you?" Qingxue's words at once made everyone turn their heads. When they saw Sulan's appearance, their breathing abruptly became heavy, and more people began whispering among themselves. "Is that him?" "It's him. It is, the sword god." One sword stroke severed the river. With fingers pressed together, he cleaved the void. "It's the sword god. That's right, it's him. That day when he bellowed that line in the tavern." Sword aura swept across 30,000 miles. One blade's light chilled 19 prefectures. "I was right below. I once fought with him over Lady Qingyao. Just thinking about it still frightens me. Oh, luckily the sword god was magnanimous and didn't blow me to ashes with a breath." Before Sulan had gained the title of sword god, he had already been a regular at Fuxiang Tower, and the madam's male attendants and many veteran patrons all knew him. Even the patrons who had never met Sulan came to understand from the whispered discussions of those in the know. Most especially the 3 heroes and 1 hero quartet in the crowd was so shocked that their mouths couldn't close. Sai finally recognized. "Yes, it's me." Sulan avoided Qingxue's question about the tangerine scent and said with a sigh, "You finally arrived. I've been waiting for you all for quite some time." Ding. Host has bamboozled Qingxue, a human cultivator at the spirit nurturing realm, into showing up. Guile points 100000. Ding. Host has bamboozled 348 humans into showing up in succession. Guile points 58961. They actually believed it. A bunch of simpletons. All my careful attention to detail was wasted. Sulan couldn't help complaining inwardly. "Haha, sorry to have kept Boss Su waiting. In a moment I'll punish myself with 3 cups." Qingxue laughed. Sulan gave him a steady look. "We'll talk about it later." He paused, then beckoned to the guard captain, speaking with the knowing air of a veteran insider. "Since this patron was robbed inside Fuxiang Tower, we bear some responsibility. We have opened our doors for business, so we must accept that responsibility. Register this patron and record a 1-month free pass. As for that guest who snatched the ticket, if you step forward now and offer a proper apology, I will not pursue the matter. Otherwise, no mercy." Strictly speaking, the matter could be handled as either trivial or serious. The patron had been robbed because of his own insufficient strength, which had nothing to do with Fuxiang Tower. Yet of all times, he had to be robbed at the counter right when he was redeeming and registering his prize. With so many witnesses, it was inevitable that people would start speculating, and that would do enormous damage to Fushan Tower's reputation. Su Lan had seen the power of public opinion before, so he handled it while he could do so without trouble. After all, among more than 100,000 tickets, this patron's luck in hitting a 1-month free pass was really not bad. Meanwhile, hearing this, Qingxue's face darkened at once. His majestic divine sense instantly expanded across all of Kanglan City, and he shouted sharply that guest who dared to rob someone in Fushan Tower. Will you come out on your own, or shall I drag you out? His voice rang out beside the ears of every Violet Palace realm cultivator in Kanglan City. It was no wonder Qingxue was so furious. For a moment the scene fell silent, everyone had been badly cowed by Qingxue's overbearing might. Shortly afterward, from a private room on the 3rd floor of Fushan Tower, a gaunt, sallow-faced, middle-aged man suddenly jumped down. He landed in front of Fushan Tower's main entrance, dropped to his knees with a thud, and trembled all over. Lord Sword God, this lowly one was momentarily blinded by avarice. Please forgive my offense. People's renown is like a tree's shadow. In this fantasy world where everyone chased fame, Su Lan was unquestionably a rising star. With one stroke of his sword, he slew the Taishu Saint Lord, a solid, verifiable feat that made his name known to everyone in the world. The Zifu realm cultivator kneeling before the building was the perfect example. After snatching someone's winning scratch-off lottery ticket, he had hidden inside Fushan Tower. If he did not come out on his own, Qingxue would have had a hard time dragging him into the open. Yet he still chose to surrender. And all because the Kanglan Sword God was present. No one knew what other heaven-reaching, earth-shattering abilities the Kanglan Sword God might possess. If he were dragged out, there would be only one outcome. So he did not dare gamble on luck. Su Lan merely cast a casual glance at the haggard, middle-aged man. Without a word, he strolled leisurely. Qingxue shot the man a fierce glance. Since Boss Su said that your coming forward of your own accord would be forgiven, I'll spare you. But if you ever commit an offense under the banner of our Xingyue Palace again, I will kill you. With that, he followed Su Lan away. Jin Yuqian came out and said amiably, the show is over. Everyone go back to what you were doing. This incident was an oversight in our Xingyue Palace's arrangements. As an apology, every guest present today will receive a 10% discount on all purchases. I wish you all a pleasant time. He was the chief steward of the Liang Trading House, so he naturally had the authority to supervise Fushan Tower. After Jun Yuqian left, the hall burst into clamor, though not because of the 10% discount, but because the Kanglan Sword God was here. Although people knew the Kanglan Sword God had probably only come to inspect Fushan Tower, it did not stop the enthusiastic crowd from voluntarily spreading the tower's fame. Hey brother, have you heard? The Sword God from our Kanglan City came to Fushan Tower again today. A great Zifu realm cultivator robbed the place. The moment he heard that the Kanglan Sword God was present, he came out and knelt to beg for mercy. What? The Kanglan Sword God went to a brothel and made someone kneel and beg for mercy. What? The Kanglan Sword God went to a brothel and fought someone over the top courtesan, beating him until he knelt and begged for mercy. Huh. Someone dared to snatch a girl from the Kanglan Sword God. Are they tired of living? In this world with so few forms of entertainment, bizarre anecdotes always found a deep resonance in people's hearts. It was as if passing on the deeds of the great by word of mouth granted the tellers extraordinary delight. But as the story spread, its flavor began to warp. Even Su Lan, who had expected something of the sort, could not have imagined the rumor would become this absurd. Meanwhile, in the headquarters meeting hall in the rear courtyard of Fushan Tower. Sorry to have kept Boss Su waiting. I'll find myself 3 cups first. Qingxue came in carrying a jug of wine. He first poured a cup for Su Lan, then, without another word, down 3 cups at once. Tripod cups as large as the mouth of a bull. After 3 cups went down, the bastard did not circulate his chi to expel the alcohol. His face, which in the Yangshan realm was as tough as dark iron, flushed bright red. He wobbled, leaned against the long table, and slurred, Boss Su, your old brother. Before he could finish, there was a plop as he pitched headfirst onto the floor, cracking a shallow pit into it. Even a dog could hold his liquor better than you. That was the thought shared by Su Lan and Jun Yuqian at that moment. Shooting him a look of disgust, Su Lan asked casually, how were the lottery earnings yesterday? Elder Su, the lottery exploded. Jun Yuqian trembled all over and said excitedly, in the Kanglan City pilot alone from the Shun hour to the Z hour, total revenue was 5 million copper coins, 4325 taels of silver, and 111 taels of gold. After deducting prize payouts and costs, we made a profit of 972 taels of gold. At present, it's only a pilot in Kanglan City. If the lottery were promoted across all branches, the profits would be beyond imagination. After hearing Jin Yuqian's report, Su Lan calculated privately. If all these assorted sums were converted into units of gold, then selling lottery tickets had earned 1393 taels. Let the total prize pool be 1400 taels, only less than 400 taels was paid out. A payout rate under 30%. Damn, so this is really how profitable the lottery is. I'll punish myself with a cup for my previous life's ignorance. At this thought, Su Lan raised the tripod cup and took a small sip, then said the lottery is decent. Has the auction begun to be advertised? Compared with the lottery, which could not provide him with bluff points, he looked forward even more to the auction that would gather the heroes of the world. After one grand auction, he might directly accumulate enough bluff points to buy the Dao Union flower. Jin Youqian's expression stiffened visibly. He said awkwardly, Elder Su, after you spoke yesterday, I related to all the branches across the world through the sound transmission formation only. Su Lan set down the tripod cup and said flatly, only what? But the responses sent back from each branch are very poor. Jin Youqian sighed and said the Empress had gone too far back then. When the world heard that Xingyue Palace was going to hold an auction, everyone shook their heads. Not only did no one have the idea of consigning items, even the leaders of major powers openly declared that they would never attend an auction opened by a power that had once robbed an auction house. Hearing this, Su Lan was taken aback. So it seemed that the Empress's past robbery of the auction house had indeed caused a huge impact, making people afraid that attending a Xingyue Palace auction would result in being robbed by the host on the spot. If he wasn't guessing wrong, the Chunyang sword sect must have shouted the loudest. After all, they were the ones who had been robbed back then. But if the major powers of the righteous path all refused to come, what was the point of his holding this auction? After a moment's deliberation, Su Lan said slowly, no matter. As long as it drew attention, that's enough. Keep sending word that this auction will be hosted by me personally, and I guarantee on my honor that no such thing as the organizer robbing his own house will happen. Jin Youqian paused for a moment, brow knitted. Elder Su, you slew the Taishu Saint Lord. The righteous powers fear you even more than they fear the Empress. To put it bluntly, if you were the host, they may be even less daring to send anyone. Su Lan fell silent. It had clearly been the Taishu Saint Lord who struck first. Was he wrong to defend himself? Jin Youqian added, no one will consign items, and no one is willing to come. If there is really no need, then don't trouble yourself with such a thankless task. The lottery industry alone is already enough for our development. Su Lan swirled the tripod cup, gazing at the sparkling translucent wine, swaying at its rim, his expression somewhat odd. The ultimate purpose of holding the auction was not to make money, but to gather the world's heroes, especially the mighty masters, so that they would listen seriously to him boast at the auction and earn him a few small bluff points. Why did the world always refuse to let things go his way? It was simple to break the prejudice in people's hearts. One only had to scratch the place that itched. There are no eternal enemies under heaven, only eternal interests. But what could pierce straight to human greed? Su Lan sank into thought. Jin Youqian did not know what was on his mind, so he lowered his head slightly and said no more. In the meeting hall, silence fell so completely that the drop of a needle could be heard except for Qin Shou's occasional snoring. After a long while, a flash of inspiration struck Su Lan. In the instant he raised his head, the idea had already taken shape. All the world bustles and hustles, ever coming and ever going, all for gain. Su Lan said slowly, they are unwilling to come simply because the benefits on offer are not yet enough to move them. Jin Youqian's eyes lit up. What a profoundly reasoned saying. Elder Su, your talent is truly beyond compare. You have laid bare the very essence of the world in a single phrase. Please wait a moment, Elder Su. I must copy this down and hang it in my study, so I may reflect on it every day. Watching Jin Youqian actually pull out a charcoal pencil and begin writing it down, Su Lan found himself utterly speechless. Perhaps it was because he seemed like a reasonable man, or perhaps because he had been too easygoing that these subordinates respected him, but would never fear him the way they feared the Empress. Had the Empress been the one speaking, Jin Youqian would never have dared to make any other move. He would only sit bolt upright, terrified that some misstep might provoke her wrath. Su Lan shook his head. After Jin Youqian finished writing, he continued, spread the word that I will auction off a copy of the Sword Dao True Interpretation. Its grade surpasses the heaven tier, and it is my life-bound cultivation art. If necessary, you may leak the opening section. Ding. Host has successfully hoodwinked Jin Youqian, a first heaven realm cultivator of the human clan's hidden vault, into coming on board. Hoodwink value, 1000. Elder Su, you cannot. How could you offer your life-bound cultivation art for auction? Jin Youqian's expression changed drastically as he tried to dissuade him. It is only a minor auction. If it cannot be held, then so be it. How can you use your life-bound cultivation art as a publicity stunt? As expected, the reputation of the sword god carried real weight. Even his own people had grown anxious. Su Lan let out a breath and said calmly, no need to say more. This auction I will open no matter what. Jin Youqian gave him a strange look. Elder Su, there is something I am not sure I should say. Speak. He fell silent for a moment, then asked, why must you hold this auction? Even if it truly opens, it may not be as wildly profitable as the lottery, right? Su Lan raised an eyebrow and forced an explanation. It is about making money, and while we are at it, redeeming the Star Moon Palace's reputation. Just do as I say, No more discussion. As he spoke, he flicked his sleeve and sent out a roll of tattered leather parchment. This is the foremost section of the Sword Dao True Interpretation. Take it and use it for publicity. Jin Yuqian seemed about to say something more, but Su Lan had already turned away. Helpless, he carefully put away the parchment and withdrew, saying, "Then this subordinate will go and handle it now." With that, he carefully closed the door behind him. After Jin Yuqian left, Su Lan lightly kicked Qin Shou, who was sprawled on the floor. "Quit playing drunk. Time to wake up." A dignified great cultivator of the spirit-nurturing realm could indeed experience drunkenness if he suppressed his primordial spirit power and refrained from circulating his cultivation to expel the alcohol. But he would never be drunk into oblivion. His primordial spirit was surely wide awake. He simply did not want to wake up. Sure enough, after a few kicks, Qin Shou stood up with a dazed expression, expelled the wine fumes with his cultivation, and asked spiritedly, "All done talking?" Su Lan nodded slightly and asked casually, "How do you usually pass the time when you are bored?" Qin Shou was startled, somewhat baffled. But when he caught the flicker of expectation in Su Lan's eyes, he understood at once. Boss Su was testing his Dao-seeking heart. With that in mind, he answered with a perfectly serious expression, "How could we cultivators ever be bored? We must treasure every moment to scale the peak. When there is leisure, I sit in meditation and time passes swiftly." Who are you trying to fool with that act? Do you really think the title Qiniguan was given to you for nothing? What rotten shady things have you never done? Su Lan suppressed the urge to mock him and glanced at him sidelong. "I am asking if you have a good way to kill time, not for a lecture on high-sounding principles." Now that matters were being handled by subordinates, Mu Qingxue was in seclusion, there was no internet for amusement, and the system was as dull as a dead fish. Su Lan had to admit he was thoroughly bored. He was never one to sit still. Were it not for the idle cultivation device, that essential tool for a salted fish slacker, he might have managed to settle down for meditation and cultivation. But the system had forcibly thrust the idle cultivation device upon him, so there was no helping it. Fortunately, Qin Iguan, a man renowned for indulging in every kind of flashy amusement, was right there. Hence the question. When Qin Shou heard Su Lan's desire to while away his time, he seemed to think of something, and his eyes inexplicably brightened. He cleared his throat and said, "Ah, this humble one was dull-witted. I forgot that Boss Su already stands at the pinnacle of the human path, so meditation and cultivation are of little use. Time is like fine sand in the hand. It slips away unnoticed even if you pay it no heed. I venture to guess, does Boss Su wish to make time's passing more interesting? I underestimated you. You are even better at spinning words than I am." Su Lan looked at the eloquent Qin Shou with slight astonishment and chuckled, "I am indeed rather bored. Brother Qin Shou, do you have a clever solution?" Hearing this, Qin Shou's face froze, but he quickly recovered. Apart from the empress and that girl Xiao Yi, Su Lan was the only one who could call him by his real name without making him fly into a rage on the spot. After pondering a moment, Qin Shou said, "To be frank, I do have an especially fine way to pass the time, if Boss Su does not mind." Su Lan said coolly, "Let us hear it." Heh. Qin Shou smiled mysteriously. "You know how those who walk the righteous path love to meddle in others' affairs, so we." His voice gradually trailed off, but from time to time eerie laughter and the sound of a hand striking the table echoed through the empty assembly hall. At the same time, not far away atop Wuyin Mountain in a mysterious flower garden, Mu Qingxue sat cross-legged on a bed of mystic ice. Her formidable aura suddenly hitched, then she slowly opened her eyes. In her pupils, a yin-yang diagram flickered faintly. Yin embraced yang within, yet yang could not encircle yin. Alas, 3 feet of ice is not frozen in a single day. Su Lan was indeed right. The forces of extreme yin and ultimate yang have accumulated for years, entangled, yet incompatible. Even with the complete supreme dual polarity record, setting them aright is no easy task. I had only just begun to balance them when the extreme yin power rebelled, shattering the equilibrium I had worked so hard to maintain. As she was thinking, Mu Qingxue's cheeks inexplicably flushed. Sigh. I can suppress it myself, so why do I keep wanting Su Lan to help harmonize it? I promised to go into seclusion for a month. Mu Qingxue, you cannot break your word. 10 years of abstinence have already passed. I can endure a little longer. It is only 1 month. It will pass in the blink of an eye. The more Mu Qingxue thought, the pinker her face became, and the more turbulent her heart grew. But when she wanted to soak in the hot spring to calm down, she glimpsed a line of writing at the edge of the pool, and she could no longer suppress the imbalance within her on her own. "Old man, stop this. If you keep going, you'll scream. Go ahead and scream. Nobody will come to save you even if you shout your throat raw. Help. Rip." In a dim alley of Kanglan City, a middle-aged man with a lecherous grin pressed a young woman against the wall, roughly tearing at her clothes. The woman seemed to be struggling, yet at the same time her movements seemed to subtly cooperate with the man as he stripped away her many layers of inner garments. "You beast. Let the girl go." Just as the man was about to proceed, a sudden sharp rebuke startled him so much that his legs went weak and his loose trousers slid down. "Which mangy cur dares to ruin my fun?" the man roared as he hurriedly pulled his trousers up. "In broad daylight under the bright and open sky, how dare a lecher like you commit such outrage?" From the depths of the alley a young man emerged clad in a flowing Taoist robe with wide sleeves, his delicate features and ethereal bearing exuding an otherworldly elegance. "Didn't your mother ever teach you not to stick your nose where it doesn't belong?" Before he could finish, a soft clang rang out as a gleaming sword pierced the ground right before the middle-aged man. A strand of the man's hair drifted down. He stumbled back a few steps and blustered, "Fine. You just wait." After tossing out the threat, he turned and fled. Seeing the assailant flee in panic, the young man in Taoist robe smiled in satisfaction, then walked toward the woman who was huddled in the alley sobbing with her arms wrapped around her knees. Her clothes were in disarray, so he took off his own shawl and draped it over her to cover her exposed figure, speaking in a gentle tone. "Miss, do not be afraid. I have already driven that villain away." Hearing his warm voice as gentle as the spring sunshine, the woman stopped trembling and looked up with tearful eyes. "Kind sir, your great kindness leaves me with no way to repay you, so I can only—" As she spoke, a vivid blush spread across her cheeks. The Taoist-robed man smiled and shook his head. "Miss, there is no need for that. To uphold justice is the duty of. So the only thing I can do is respectfully ask you to die." The sudden twist left the Taoist-robed man completely dumbfounded. This was the moment of his triumph. Shouldn't the woman have been unable to repay him, and thus offered herself to him, leading him to politely decline 3 times before walking away with an air of detachment? But the woman gave him no chance to react. This was his most unguarded moment. Strike while the iron was hot. She drew a poisoned dagger from her bosom, her hidden cultivation exploding forth in an instant as she drove the blade with all her might into the Taoist-robed man's heart. Having landed the blow, she immediately withdrew. She was only at the 5th layer of foundation establishment, while the Taoist-robed man was at the pinnacle of the secret treasury realm and had long since tempered his heart. His formidable physique would not allow the poison to fell him instantly. Realizing the danger, he paid her no mind and turned to flee. But the moment he reached the mouth of the alley, he ran straight into the mockingly grinning assailant. "I told you not to meddle in other people's business, but you just wouldn't listen, would you?" On a rooftop nearby, Su Lan, who had witnessed the entire spectacle, could no longer hold back her laughter. This was a live broadcast of an otherworldly honey trap scam. She had to admit that Qingxue's way of passing the time was rather entertaining. Beside her, Qingxue chuckled and explained, "The righteous sort pride themselves on being chivalrous heroes who uphold justice. That compulsive need to meddle lets plenty of schemers exploit them to rake in easy money. The man down there just now was exactly that." Su Lan said in surprise, "So brazen. Haven't the elders of the righteous sects ever taught them this lesson?" Qingxue sneered. "How would they teach it? Tell their disciples not to meddle in other people's business. Huh, they value their reputation above all else. What if it isn't a swindler's trap, but a real woman being assaulted and a righteous hero passes by without lifting a finger? Their reputation would be ruined, and that is something they simply cannot afford." Su Lan thought it over and found the logic perfectly sound. The righteous truly cared far too much about face. Even those who had merely reached the spirit nurturing or spirit terrace stage loved to adorn themselves with empty titles like sword sage or holy lord. Qingxue continued, "And even if they did teach it, it would be useless. The higher the law, the stronger the devil. These swindlers' tricks are far too cunning. Let alone greenhorns, even seasoned veterans can fall for them if they let their guard down. The easiest marks are the righteous heroines, whether young girls or mature beauties. They get tricked out of their wealth and bodies without even realizing it, stubbornly convinced they've met their destined soulmate. Truly wondrous beyond measure." Su Lan shot him a strange look. When it came to con artists, Qingxue was the undisputed kingpin. If she remembered correctly, the origin of Qingxue's alias, Qiniguan, was precisely because he relied on his dignified looks, thick brows, large eyes, and that face full of righteousness to roam the Jianghu, seducing righteous heroines left and right. After getting what he wanted, he would pull up his pants and walk away, leaving countless heroines pining with lovesickness, weeping bitter tears, wasting away to nothing. What Qingxue did was not exactly heinous or heaven-defying, but it was certainly against all human ethics and morality. No wonder he was a man of the demonic sect. In the end, it was only when the deceived heroines gathered together that they exposed his true face to the world. Everyone was utterly shocked, and they crowned him with the title Iguan in unison. Truly a beast in human clothing. The scum of the mortal world. Qingxue scratched his head sheepishly. "Boss Su, please don't look at me like that. That's all in the distant past. I don't do that sort of thing often anymore." Su Lan said thoughtfully, "So you mean you still do it occasionally? A few times a month?" Qingxue said with a shameless grin, The girls have gotten smarter now. It takes 2 or 3 days to reel in just one, so I only manage about 5 or 6 a month. Su Lan was rendered utterly speechless. 1 mark in 2 or 3 days, 5 or 6 in a month. And the Star Moon Palace even had a teleportation array spread across the world, allowing him to descend anywhere in the 4 seas. What was the epitome among the flower world? What did it mean to cast his nets across every stream and gather them into a sea? This stalwart man before her, with his dignified appearance and thick brows and large eyes, was a peerless example, truly worthy of the title scum of the mortal world. While she was still lost in silence, Su Lan suddenly felt a tremor in her heart, and the system's notification tone rang out immediately. Ding! Someone has intruded into the 2-phase void barrier. Would you like to view this person's information? Su Lan raised an eyebrow and silently intoned, "Confirm viewing." As a stunningly elegant figure entered her mind, Su Lan's expression drastically changed. She swiftly turned and leapt down from the rooftop, spreading her divine sense to search for the nearest blazing sun shop. As she left, she reminded Qingxue, "Don't just stand there. Get back to the trade guild headquarters and hold the fort." With that, she vanished in an instant. Qingxue didn't react at first. Seeing Su Lan so flustered, he assumed something major had happened. But on second thought, there were only 2 possibilities that could make Boss Su this tense. First, the sky was falling, which could be ruled out. Second, the Empress had come. At that thought, he couldn't help but shudder, and his silhouette vanished from the spot in the blink of an eye. The weekend had arrived, yet there were somehow even more things to deal with. Damn it. One more chapter will be delivered in the evening. Su Lan moved with striking speed. In less than 2 seconds, he appeared outside a blazing sun shop that had become wildly popular because of its lottery, his face steeped in solemn thought. Little did he imagine that Mu Qingxue, who had promised to remain in secluded cultivation for a month, would suddenly emerge from seclusion. If not for his foresight in setting up a 2-phase void boundary as an early warning, Mu Qingxue's silent emergence would have caught him doing something that could ruin his image. Wouldn't that have been instant social death? Wifey will reach the battlefield in 3 seconds, but I'm fully prepared. Am not panicking in the slightest. Su Lan suppressed the mana seething within him from his rapid movement, let out a breath, and began silently counting down. 3, 2, 1. She's here. As the countdown ended, the void not far from Su Lan suddenly rippled. A tall, graceful figure gradually took shape. Clad in red robes, her beautiful eyes filled with wonder, Mu Qingxue appeared in the blink of an eye. Her languid gaze swept across the surroundings. This was Kanglan City, and ahead was the blazing sun shop, its entrance crowded with a surging stream of people. Amid the din came shouts of "I won! I won!" After letting her gaze drift over the motley crowd and commotion, Mu Qingxue finally rested her eyes on Su Lan, who was stroking his chin with a contemplative expression. Without hesitation, "Come here and give me a hug." Mu Qingxue rolled her eyes at him. She let him wrap an arm around her slender waist, then said softly, "Cut it out. You knew I was coming long ago, didn't you?" He had forgotten that he was the one who had set up the boundary. How embarrassing. Su Lan slowly released the beauty, his toes nearly digging a 3-bedroom, 1-living-room apartment into the ground, then said with the utmost gravity, "I was busy observing the lottery business of this shop the whole time. I just now noticed the 2-phase void boundary had been activated." As he spoke, Su Lan drew a strange compass shimmering with rainbow-colored light from his bosom, as if to confirm his words. Mu Qingxue did not press the matter. Instead, she turned her attention to the compass and observed it for a while before saying, "So this is the teleportation terminal formation compass of the so-called 2-phase void boundary. With a single step, I passed through a rainbow-colored passage that could withstand the blades of the void and appeared at your side in an instant. Truly miraculous." Clearly, she had not followed Su Lan's advice to enter the 2-phase void boundary with her eyes closed. Instead, she had traversed it while gazing at the splendid 7-colored spatial passage. Su Lan glanced at her curiously. "Aren't all spatial passages like this?" No. Mu Qingxue shook her head. "They are different. The spatial passages formed by ordinary teleportation formations are unstable. You could even say ragged and shabby. Every now and then void blades invade them, and anyone whose cultivation has not reached the cave heaven realm will be torn apart. So that's why teleportation formations can only be used by elders." "What else?" Mu Qingxue rolled her eyes at him. "Did you really think it was an elder's privilege? In that case, the one I constructed." As he spoke, Su Lan's sword-shaped brows suddenly knit. Some commoners nearby had spotted the breathtaking empress, and snatches of whispered conversation drifted into his ears. "Whoa, that woman is gorgeous. If only I could. Ugh. Brother Chen, why did you shove your hand in my mouth? You goddamn fool, if you want to die, don't drag me with you. Open your dog eyes and see who's standing beside that woman. Forgive me. It is the Kanglan sword god in person. I had eyes but failed to see. The Kanglan sword god is certainly lucky in love." Yesterday he was at Fuxiang Tower fighting another man over a woman, and today he is strolling arm in arm with such a beauty. Wasn't that in the early hours of this morning? I was there below the stage. The Kanglan sword god was utterly domineering. That fool had no idea how high the sky was and dared to fight him for the top courtesan. Don't go on. The Kanglan sword god has a terrible temper. Yesterday someone whispered about him visiting a brothel, and he beat the man until he knelt and begged for mercy. What the hell? These damned peasants are full of nonsense. Who the hell spread those rumors? When the hell did I ever do any of those things? Every last one of them is slandering me. The more Su Lan listened, the more his heart raged. Especially when he caught the flicker of danger in Mu Qingxue's eyes, he wished he could seize every bastard spreading wild rumors, stuff them into a latrine pit, and suppress them for 10,000 years. I can explain. I believe you. Let's go. This isn't the place to talk. We'll talk about it properly. When she finished speaking, Mu Qingxue smiled sweetly, gently took Su Lan's hand, and rose into the air. Hell, women. She says she isn't angry, but she's clearly jealous. Su Lan kept a completely calm expression. Even though Mu Qingxue was gripping his hand until it hurt, he did not pull away. When they reached a secluded pavilion at the headquarters of Fuxiang Tower, Mu Qingxue finally released Su Lan's hand. Go on. What's this about fighting over a woman? If you meant what happened in Baiwa Garden, I might feel guilty. But if you're talking about Fuxiang Tower, every guard and madam present, there is my ironclad witness. Su Lan smiled and said slowly, rumors end with the wise. Something utterly detestable happened at Fuxiang Tower this morning. Let me tell you slowly. With vivid expressions and a smooth, unhurried tone, Su Lan narrated the morning's events in detail, and without leaving a trace, made it clear that after returning from the Blazing Sun trading headquarters last night, he had spent the entire time at Fuxiang Tower listening to music and soothing his body and mind. He had done nothing else. After hearing Su Lan's explanation, Mu Qingxue's furrowed brows relaxed. So you really were at Fuxiang Tower listening to music all night. My subordinates can all testify for me. I believe you. But what is this faint sour orange scent on you? Mu Qingxue leaned close to Su Lan and sniffed. At this season Fuxiang Tower doesn't stock green. Are you some kind of hound? You can still smell it after half a day. Su Lan sighed, a nostalgic glimmer shining in his eyes, and said wistfully, I was suddenly reminded of the hard times from the past. Back then I was so poor that I had to share half a green orange with little Su Fu. Mu Qingxue rolled her eyes at him. Cut it out. Your Su family counts as a moderately well-off household in Kanglan City. When were you ever that poor? Trying to fool me again. Oh no, this was bad. Mu Qingxue had grown. She was no longer so easy to fool, and even the system-blessed buff was useless. So much for her subconscious belief in whatever he said. Su Lan cursed the damned system in his heart, then decided to drop the topic. He took her slender jade-like hands and asked with concern, didn't you say you would be in seclusion for a month? Why did you suddenly come out of seclusion? Did something go wrong? Mu Qingxue fixed her eyes on him. Her cheeks suddenly reddened, and after a slight nod, she bit her red lip and said, it's not a big problem. It's just that the imbalance in my body suddenly worsened again. The imbalance in your body has worsened again. I've read plenty, so you can't fool me. Su Lan shot Mu Qingxue a strange look and asked solemnly, is it very serious? Mu Qingxue's delicate brows drooped as she pursed her lips and murmured, I can't do it without you. SSS. She's flirting with me. Goosebumps are scattering all over the floor. Who could withstand an empress like this? Su Lan suppressed the pounding in his chest and said slowly, in that case, there's no time to waste. There are sleeping quarters in the attic and delays invite trouble. Mu Qingxue was silent for a moment, then raised a hand to stop Su Lan's chest as he leaned in, shaking her head. The sky is not dark yet, and the extreme Yin force has not reached the moment of eruption. No rush. Su Lan sounded a little disappointed. I see. Mu Qingxue cast him a sidelong glance and said coolly, can you deploy your two-phase void barrier formation in large numbers? Su Lan took a deep breath and calmed down before asking, do you want to tightly connect all the strongholds through? Mu Qingxue nodded. Ordinary teleportation arrays suffer too much loss. There are too many variables if we try to transport the cultivation resources harvested in various places back to Wuing Mountain. We can only sell them on the spot. Su Lan fell into thought. It seemed that this world's freight network was not well developed. Transportation still relied entirely on walking or flying. Why hadn't he noticed the flaws of teleportation arrays before? If the two-phase void barrier could really be deployed all over the world, perhaps he could start a courier service. Take on cargo transport. Become a spokesperson for Xingyue Palace and hoodwink the masses of the world. Wouldn't that be something? Unfortunately, there was no internet and information circulated in too disorderly a fashion. Once those wily commoners started spreading it, it would quickly turn into rumors. Moreover, deploying the two-phase void barrier formation consumed too many bluff points, 5 million per formation. With his current bluff points, he had just enough for 70 or 80 at most. The cost-effectiveness was terrible. If he couldn't earn it back, the loss would be too great. But it didn't have to be the two-phase void barrier formation. Seeing Su Lan's silent, Mu Qingxue sighed softly. If it can't be done, then forget it. A divine formation like this must require extremely precious materials to set up. It's not that I can't. Su Lan looked at Mu Qingxue with a beaming smile. If it's only for teleportation, I can provide formation runes that keep a spatial passage stable. There's no need to use the two-phase void barrier formation. I arranged that one specially to protect you. I know. Mu Qingxue looked at him with tender ripples in her eyes. Otherwise I wouldn't have come out of seclusion. What? What did she mean? Was the reason she came out of seclusion because the formation I set up moved her, so she came to show a little gratitude? Su Lan was a little stunned and murmured, so you can actually suppress the imbalance yourself? Mu Qingxue cast him a languid sidelong glance and said, what? Annoyed to see me? Gazing at the seductive proud figure so close at hand, Su Lan swallowed hard. You have no idea how boring the days are without you. I've been dying of missing you. Humph. Mu Qingxue pouted. I really can't tell. Feelings are not something you can see. Su Lan did not argue. He rose and walked behind Mu Qingxue, wrapped his arms around her slender waist, rested his chin on her shoulder, and whispered softly close to her delicate pink earlobe. Feelings are made through action, and acting always matters more than words. The Empress pear-shaped figure was dangerously tempting. Holding her felt truly wonderful. Her proud plump rear pressed against his lower abdomen, while her slim waist was soft and slender. Oh, it was lethal, absolutely lethal. Holding the Empress, Su Lan felt as if he embraced the entire world, his mind full of wild fancies. Mu Qingxue's back pressed against Su Lan's chest, and she felt very warm, as if she had cast aside some hardened facade. She confided in a low voice like a little woman, I have fought my way across the world for 15 years, and led Qingyue Palace all the way here. My heart in pursuit of the Tao could hardly be called anything but firm. No matter how grave the situation or how tense the circumstances, none of it could move my will in the slightest. Yet I never expected to be so helplessly vulnerable before a little man. Am not little. Su Lan grumbled discontentedly, then gently bit her fair, translucent ear. Strangely, for some reason, Mu Qingxue's body did not grow hot under his teasing. Instead, it gradually grew. Hadn't it been said that yang energy was heavy during the day and it only lost control after nightfall? Su Lan was a little puzzled, then heard her murmur again, hurry up and help me harmonize yin and yang. Faking it. Definitely faking it. Su Lan lowered his head to look at Mu Qingxue's neck and cheeks gradually flushing pink, and suddenly understood. She was clearly once again unable to set aside her pride and reserve as an empress to take the initiative in seeking intimacy, so she had deliberately provoked the yin-yang energies in her body to put herself in peril. That way she would be the passive party rather than the active one. Yet the yin-yang energies inside her body were obviously not cooperating. They had suddenly become obedient as hell and refused to move no matter how she commanded them. But an arrow already laid on the string must be released. Words once spoken were like spilled water that could not be gathered back. So she could only do something reckless on her own. Su Lan, hurry up, please. I'm so cold. When Su Lan still made no move, Mu Qingxue urged him in a closed-eye murmur, her face visibly turning crimson. Hey, it's not like this has been just once or twice. Still acting so tsundra. The last few times you were the one pressing me down underneath you. Su Lan grumbled, inwardly recalling her old domineering ways. Then he mischievously leaned close to Mu Qingxue's ear and chuckled, babe, you don't look like your yin and yang are out of control at all. He could clearly feel Mu Qingxue's body stiffen, and from the corner of his eye he saw her delicate hand quietly clench into a fist. Su Lan's heart remained as calm as still water. He licked his lips and said in a low voice, are you saying that from now on, even when yin and yang are not imbalanced, I can still dual cultivate with you? Mu Qingxue opened her eyes, glaring at him with shame and indignation, her teeth clenched. She spat out word by word, Su Lan. Babe, I was just joking. Su Lan knew when to stop. Then he scooped the fair lady up by the waist and started toward the bedroom, only to be caught off guard by the angry Mu Qingxue's punishment. The little lady opened her cherry lips and bit hard down on Su Lan's shoulder. She must have been born under the sign of the dog, she likes biting so much. Su Lan knew a neat bite mark had appeared on his shoulder and that it must have drawn blood, but he endured it in silence. With steady strides he carried Mu Qingxue to the Emperor's private bedchamber on the top floor and flung her down onto the red-draped soft couch. You bit me again. Today I'll let you see that I bite too. After saying that fiercely, Su Lan pressed down on top of her. Time trickled away. The sky darkened even more profoundly. At some point specks of snow began to drift down from the heavens, scattering freely with the mournful wind. It was the winter season, and Kanglan City, long chilled by frost, had finally begun to see snowfall. Under the heavy snowfall, Fuxiang Tower was wrapped in a silver cloak outside, yet inside it remained ablaze with lights. From time to time the hearty shouts of old brothel patrons and crisp, but somewhat affected giggles wafted out. A bustling, lively atmosphere. Of course those sounds only echoed through the street-facing building of Fuxiang Tower. They could not affect in the slightest the Kanglan City branch of the Xingyue Palace, which was concealed behind a formation. In a quiet bedchamber, the Xingyue tree had not been activated. Only silvery moonlight along with white snow filtered through the window, dimly illuminating the many garments scattered all around. Among them were numerous intimate garments of a young woman. Silk bodices, ultra-short pleated skirts, pure white blouses, and thin black and white silk stockings hanging haphazardly here and there. 20 pieces in all. Huh, these shameful clothes again. How come I never noticed before that you Su Lan are such a lecher? Mu Qingxue's coquettish voice came through the darkness. This isn't lechery. This is aesthetics, the uninhibited expression of my will. Don't try to change the subject. Hurry up and put them on, or it'll bite you. Su Lan urged. In the moonlight, his eyes glinted with a sinister faint light. In the dark and quiet surroundings, the faint grinding sound of his teeth became even clearer. He'll put them on all right. Mu Qingxue muttered, hugging her chest as she moved her delicate figure back to the wall at the inner side of the soft couch. After a rustling sound of dressing, Mu Qingxue cried out in a coquettish tone, "You're so annoying. Look, is this the way to wear it?" Su Lan, by the moonlight, carefully examined the bashful Mu Qingxue at the inner side of the couch. She was now wearing a red chest-high dress, its upper edge decorated with snow-white plush. 2 white pom-poms hung from her high, full bosom. Thin red oversleeves covered her arms, and the white lace hem was extremely short. Indeed, with snowflakes flying all around, it was a Christmas outfit perfectly suited to the occasion. Su Lan's gaze moved from top to bottom. Mu Qingxue's jet black hair cascaded down to her waist, and her breathtakingly beautiful face held an expression of shy annoyance. She was tugging at the red oversleeves on her hand, somewhat at a loss. His gaze continued further down. Beneath her full bosom was a waist so slender that one hand could encircle it. The skirt could not conceal her plump thighs, pale, smooth, and utterly enticing. Continuing down, her gracefully curved calves were pressed together as she knelt sideways on the couch, a red silk ribbon tied around her ankle with a golden bell hanging from it. This ribbon should have been tied around her fair jade white neck, but because Mu Qingxue had never worn such an outfit, she had bound it around her ankle instead. It had to be said that this way was even more alluring. TSK. Today the Empress is exceptionally gentle, actually willing to put aside her pride to cooperate with me. What tremendous progress. Su Lan sighed inwardly. His eyes gleaming, he lunged straight at her. Qingxue, you're so wonderful. Let me properly balance your yin and yang again. No. After a spell of inexplicable feigned resistance, the rustling sounds began anew. Yet no clothing was tossed out, for whatever could be removed had already been stripped clean. Dawn broke. Outside the window, it was already faintly bright. Mu Qingxue draped a silk robe over herself and pushed open the window, letting the cold wind ruffle her disheveled hair. She simply stared blankly at the stretch of silver in the distance. Maybe you don't have to go back into seclusion. Su Lan's voice came from behind. Just as Mu Qingxue was about to speak, a pair of arms wrapped around her slender waist. Su Lan embraced her from behind and buried his head into her fair jade-like neck. Goosebumps prickled all over Mu Qingxue's body, yet she didn't push him away. Instead, she leaned back a little, the better to feel the warmth of his arms. Outside the window, rain and snow whirled about. After being held by Su Lan for a while, Mu Qingxue let out a soft sigh. The imbalance has already calmed. It's time for me to go back. What if you don't go? Su Lan raised his head. Don't be like this. Mu Qingxue's expression softened. She could clearly feel his reluctance, and her eyes turned tender as she said, if I stay with you all the time, I won't be able to focus on resolving the hidden problem in my foundation. Su Lan was silent for a moment, then suddenly tightened his arms around her. Then, when will the yin-yang power inside you lose control again? Mu Qingxue burst into laughter, then scolded him, can't you wish for something better? After a pause, she continued in a serious tone, this time, I truly have to thoroughly resolve the hidden problem in my foundation before coming out of seclusion. At least half a month, at most a month. A whole month. Su Lan gently kissed Mu Qingxue's delicate collarbone, then murmured, in the days ahead, he'll be traveling to various strongholds across the realm to set up formations. Aren't you afraid I might sneak a bite elsewhere? Heh. Mu Qingxue smiled meaningfully. Are you also thinking of having Qin Iguan accompany you so the two of you can be partners in crime? Su Lan smiled as well. That's not impossible. With him around, the journey won't be dull. Then go with him. Mu Qingxue's mind was a little unsettled. After pondering a while, she pouted, if you're going to philander out there, you'd better not let me find out. Otherwise, humph. Su Lan raised an eyebrow, and Mu Qingxue pointed her sword-like finger at a certain spot, as if issuing a threat. With you alone, that's enough. What other woman in this world could catch my eye? Rest assured, I will keep myself pure as jade. Mu Qingxue shot him a glance of reproach, said nothing, and quietly savored the brief warmth. Time slipped by slowly, and outside the wind and snow gradually diminished until at last they stopped abruptly. I should go now, Mu Qingxue said in a low voice. Su Lan responded, yet kept his arms around her without letting go. What a torment you are. Mu Qingxue sighed softly. Being held by him while both were naked was not a solution, but she couldn't bear to break free. So she bit her lower lip, slowly undid her sash, and under Su Lan's astonished gaze suddenly turned around and pressed him against the windowsill. Wait for me to come out of seclusion. After saying this, she bent down. Winter weather was just like a woman's face, changing at a moment's notice. Snowflakes like goose feathers fell one by one once more. On the quiet rooftop pavilion, Su Lan, dressed in a green robe, gazed into the distance, toward Wuying Mountain. His shoulders were covered with snow, yet he remained unmoving for a long time. It was only when a burly figure drifted down to land beside him that he finally snapped out of his reverie with a sense of loss. Seeing Su Lan in such a state, Qingxue said with a strange expression, "Boss, Su, do you know what I admire most about you?" Su Lan lowered his brows and glanced at Qingxue with bewilderment, wondering what trick he was about to spring this time. "What do you admire most about me?" Su Lan asked coolly. Qingxue said a little wistfully, "I imagine that when the world calls me Qin Iguan, the title is never without a hint of gallantry. Some curse me as a ruthless flower-plucking scoundrel, the dregs of humanity, while others praise me as the king of seduction." "Stop. What does that have to do with me?" Su Lan darkened and cut him off, pausing briefly before saying irritably, "Well said. Just don't ever say." Qingxue let out an awkward laugh and went on, "Boss, Su, you've said it yourself, it takes comparison for there to be hurt. Sure, I've bedded countless women, but they were all just common painted girls clinging to me day and night, asking for more. But the female emperor is different. She stands at the pinnacle of womankind, and her imperious bearing is more than a match for any man. Think of me, a strapping man. Yet I tremble before the female emperor and hardly dare speak above a whisper. Compared to you, who can make the female emperor show a woman's soft side. I'm simply far too inferior. Therefore, when it comes solely to the art of women, I prostrate myself in awe of you. That little mouth really is smeared with honey. A man who can talk like that should keep talking." Su Lan couldn't help laughing. "One companion is enough for me on the path to immortality. Not like you, who follows the flesh instead of the heart. Only the flesh, not the heart." Qingxue was briefly stunned, then laughed. "Boss, Su, you really are full of golden phrases. Those words fit me perfectly, far better than being called a ruthless flower plucker." Su Lan shook his head and laughed. "Enough. I wasn't complimenting you. Time to get down to real business." The two then descended through the snow and arrived at a vast square three-story pavilion. Lu Bingbing, who had been waiting there, immediately came forward. "Elder Su, the formation foundation on the first floor of the teleportation pavilion has been cleared, and all the formations have been shut down. What do you intend to do?" Su Lan clasped his hands behind his back and said slowly, "Set up a formation." "Set up a formation?" Lu Bingbing and Qingxue were both taken aback. After a moment of silence, Qingxue asked dubiously, "Boss Su, if I heard correctly, you said you want to set up a formation. Are you joking?" Lu Bingbing remained silent and looked at Su Lan with the same suspicion. "Sai, it's time to show off again." Su Lan gave a faint smile and said slowly, "This paltry formation art is nothing but a trifle to me. At most it takes a little attention to grasp. No need to be so astonished." The system chime he had expected did not ring. Qingxue and Lu Bingbing still watched him with dubious eyes. It all clearly meant the two did not believe a word of Su Lan's nonsense. After all, the art of formations was profoundly mysterious. A talented person who could barely get through the gate after a lifetime of study was already a genius. If one could truly enter the inner hall, that was a prodigy found once in a million, and every major power would fight for the chance to recruit them. Throughout the long river of history, only one master had achieved perfection in formations, the divine prohibition, heavenly venerable, and he had merged formations with the Tao, ultimately smashing through the heavens and departing. For Su Lan, so young to have made such achievements in the way of the sword, was already beyond what ordinary people could imagine. How could he possibly have spare talent left to be skilled in formations? A little attention, and you comprehend it. You're trying to fool a child. His showing off had not landed well, leaving Su Lan a little embarrassed. He had promised Mu Qingxue that he would set up a teleportation formation with a stable spatial channel to replace the traditional teleportation formations with their defects. The dual-phase void barrier's cost-effectiveness was poor, and its limitations were too great, so Su Lan found another formation in the system mall that was far more practical. The Great Star-Shifting Formation cost 100,000 deception points. Compared with the teleportation formations commonly used in this world, complex in pattern, single in function, and unstable, the system-produced Great Star-Shifting Formation was clearly several grades superior. He only had to fix the location, and with a wave of his hand the great formation would be complete. Yet you ended up doubting that I can arrange formations. At that thought, Su Lan stopped wasting his breath. You'll know soon enough, he declared. I'm going in to set it up now. You two stay here, don't go anywhere, and keep watch so nobody comes in to bother me. Then he turned and entered the sealed formation chamber, made of special materials to shut out all outside interference. Qingxue and Lu Bingbing exchanged a glance. Elder Qin, do you think Elder Su really can have mastery in formation arts? Lu Bingbing swallowed hard and asked. Who knows? Qingxue shrugged. Boss Su is no ordinary man. Although I don't believe he has mastery in formations, either judging by his confident look, I'm afraid he's about to teach us another lesson. Teach us another lesson. What does that mean? Boss Su won't be coming out for a while. Why don't you and I step into the side room? After I teach you, you'll understand. Elder Qin, please behave yourself. Lu Bingbing declined tactfully. Suddenly Qingxue grabbed Lu Bingbing by the shoulder with an overbearing grip, tenderness surfacing between his heavy brows and large eyes. It's all my fault for roaming the world too long and neglecting you. You won't even call me Qin Lang anymore. When you say Elder Qin, it's so distant and your eyes are so unfeeling. Binger, my heart aches. If you don't believe me, feel it. Lu Bingbing's soft body went weak. Half resisting, half yielding, she curled into Qingxue's broad chest and cooed, you devil, how annoying. Let's go to the second floor. I've already told everyone. No one will come up to disturb us. The isolation inside the formation chamber was excellent. Su Lan had no idea that the shameless pair outside had rekindled their old flame and gone to swat mosquitoes in the dead of winter. He was now choosing a location to lay the formation foundations. The Great Star-Shifting Formation consisted of a master formation and subformations. The master formation could teleport to any subformation, while the subformations could only teleport one way back to the master formation. The one worth 100,000 deception points was the master formation. By his visual estimate, the formation chamber on the first floor of the teleportation pavilion was a rectangle 30 meters long and 20 meters wide, covering nearly 1 mu. Su Lan walked to the center of the chamber and said to the system, take me as the center and lay out the master formation for the Great Star-Shifting Formation. Ding. Now arranging it for you. Please wait. The system notification fell silent. Brilliant light suddenly flared beneath Su Lan's feet. Extremely intricate array lines began to trace themselves out. Amid the glow, an irregular jet-black stone disk slowly emerged, and at last the array lines settled upon it. Rumble. After a thunderous roar. At Su Lan's feet now stood a pitch-black circular formation disk made of void stone. Its surface was carved with dense lines of varying depth, thick and thin, in orderly arrangement, and the light paths flowing between the lines were plainly inscrutable in their profundity. A single casual glance was enough to make Su Lan's eyes swim. The formation is set. One master formation is enough to cover the whole Tianyuan Empire. As for the subformations, let the elders take them to the empire's various branches. Su Lan murmured, then raised a hand and waved. 50 subformation discs appeared in the empty space of the chamber. The subformations were different from the master formation. The master formation had to be arranged by Su Lan personally. A subformation only needed a circular disc 1 meter in diameter to carry it, and all that was required was pouring in enough spiritual power to keep the void channel open. The elders could simply take them by traditional teleportation formations to the major cities of the Tianyuan Empire. It's time to prove myself. In less than 10 minutes, I set up an unparalleled grand formation. I am a true grandmaster of formation arts. Ding. The host has fooled himself to perfection. Friendship reward deception points 1. Su Lan. When he walked out of the formation chamber, Su Lan frowned. He did not see Qingxue and Lu Bingbing. Hadn't he told them to stay here and keep watch? It was only a few minutes. Where had those two gone? Even his spiritual sense could not spread far through the formation pavilion built entirely from special materials. Just as Su Lan was feeling puzzled, he vaguely heard a rustling sound. Over there. He immediately followed the sound and walked over. Following the sound to the corner, the faint noises gradually became clearer. You rascal, why don't we go to the... Boss Su told us not to let anyone in and disturb things. From here I can see the main gate with just a turn of my head, so it's safer. Oh, you're thoughtful. Hey, don't pull at my pants. If you tear them, I'll have to change. So annoying. Haha. Su Lan. Standing at the corner of the wall with the man and woman about to engage in illicit acts right ahead, should she step forward to interrupt? After a few seconds of silence, Su Lan turned around and walked away dejected. The couple, lost in their urgent passion, never noticed that Su Lan had been there. Half an hour later, Qingxue emerged from the dark corner of the stairwell, holding his belt. The moment he saw that the door to the formation chamber on the first floor was open, his expression shifted slightly. He walked over to the chamber entrance without making a sound and peered inside. Apart from a dark formation plate shimmering with a faint glow, he saw no trace of Su Lan. In an instant, a fine sheen of cold sweat broke out on his back. Crap, Boss Su told me to guard the place, so why did I let myself be seduced into sneaking off to hook up with Lu Bingbing? He didn't see me, did he? Qingxue began to panic. Just then a hand suddenly patted his shoulder. Startled, his legs gave way, and he collapsed onto the ground. Boss Sua. Qingxue was about to explain, but realized the person behind him was Lu Bingbing. His voice trembled as he said, "Ah, it's you. You scare me to death. You." Lu Bingbing also saw the open door and immediately changed her address. "Elder Qin, what's wrong? Has Elder Su finished setting up the formation? Has Elder Su finished setting up the formation?" Qingxue, a burly man who usually wore a tough expression, now looked pale. In a low voice he said, "Boss Su must have come out at some point without us knowing. It's possible he even discovered what we were just." Hearing this, Lu Bingbing's slightly flushed face instantly lost all its color. "What do we do? Elder Su won't blame us, will he?" Qingxue was also a little panicked, but his instinct as a playboy made him pull Lu Bingbing into his arms and soothe her in a gentle tone. "Don't be afraid. He'll handle everything." Held by Qingxue, Lu Bingbing's panicked heart suddenly found comfort. She murmured vaguely, "Qin Lang, you're so good to me." Qingxue smiled helplessly, steadied his emotions, released Lu Bingbing, and walked out of the teleportation pavilion. Outside, the cold wind howled fiercely and heavy snowflakes drifted down like goose feathers. A single glance revealed a figure standing in the snowstorm, gazing into the distance in silence. For no apparent reason, Qingxue's mind recalled a casual remark Su Lan had once made. "I offered my heart to the bright moon, but the bright moon chose to shine upon a ditch. Boss Su trusted me enough to let me guard the door, so how could I not control myself?" Qingxue felt deep guilt. He walked over slowly and said in a low voice, "Boss Su, I'm sorry. I failed your trust." Su Lan turned around slowly, shaking off the snow that had gathered on her, and raised an eyebrow. "All done." Qingxue forced an awkward smile. "Did you see everything?" "How could I?" Su Lan shook her head. Qingxue felt a little better, but then Su Lan added, "I merely heard some sounds I shouldn't have." Qingxue gave a stiff smile. Seeing that Su Lan did not seem to blame him, he let out a sigh. Mimicking Su Lan's way of changing the subject, he asked, "Boss Su, the patterns on that formation plate are truly complex and profound. Did you really carve them out in less than half an hour?" "That's unbelievable," Su Lan said bluntly. "To be precise, it took less than a quarter of an hour. I told you formations are nothing but a minor triviality." Qingxue's body trembled, and his brows lifted slightly as he exclaimed, "Boss Su is incredible." Su Lan's mouth twitched. This bastard was pretending to admire her on the surface, but in his heart, he clearly didn't believe a word. The simplest way to prove it was that the system notification had never sounded. Seeing that Su Lan's expression was a little off, Qingxue forced a smile and cautiously asked, "Boss Su, if I may be so bold, what exactly is this formation you set up for?" Just when she was worried about not having a suitable guinea pig, this fool volunteered himself. Su Lan smiled. "Try it, and you'll know." With that, she turned and walked into the teleportation pavilion. Qingxue sensed something was off, but he still steeled himself and followed. "Greetings, Elder Su." Inside the teleportation pavilion, Lu Bingbing bowed with her head lowered, not daring to look at Su Lan. "You come in too," Su Lan said indifferently. "Boss Su, one man takes responsibility for his own deeds. I forced her, so let me be the one to test the formation. He'll do it alone." Qingxue resolutely blocked Lu Bingbing behind him. "What test formation? Is it dangerous?" Lu Bingbing stepped out from beside Qingxue, tears welling in her eyes, and said with determination, "It was I who seduced Elder Qin. He did nothing wrong. Let me do it, Elder Su." "Oh wow, as expected of you. The #1 playboy under heaven." Su Lan smiled. "Enough, you two. It's just a test of a teleportation formation, not a parting for life and death. There's no danger." Hearing this, Qingxue sighed in relief and pulled Lu Bingbing behind him. He said solemnly, "Boss Su, please let me test the teleportation formation. I'm thick-skinned and tough, so nothing will happen to me. But Binger is only at the Violet Palace realm. She can't withstand the ravaging of the Void Blades. You shameless beast, that's enough. Are you using me as your wingman to earn her affection?" Su Lan's mouth twitched slightly, and she said in a deep voice, "She won't enter the teleportation formation." After a pause, Su Lan summoned a subformation plate from the chamber and floated it gently in front of Lu Bingbing with a soft force. She smiled and said, "Lu Bingbing, take this formation plate and go up into the sky. The higher the better. The higher you go, the more stable the teleportation channel will be, and the safer Elder Qin will be." "All right. They'll do it right away," Lu Bingbing acknowledged. Carefully protecting the formation plate, she turned and rushed out the door, determined to soar 90,000 li into the heavens to protect her beloved Qin Lang. After Lu Bingbing left, Su Lan began activating the main formation. Seeing that the profound formation patterns truly began to glow, radiating an aura that shook the void itself, Qingxue revealed a smile uglier than crying. "Boss Su, where is this teleportation formation going to send me? I have a bad feeling about this. You used me as a wingman and even swatted mosquitoes right in front of me." Su Lan smiled and waved her hand. "Safe travels." The The moment the words left her mouth, the star shift formation activated instantly. Ripples spread through the void around Qingxue, and in the blink of an eye he was swallowed into it. After finishing all of this, Su Lan walked out of the teleportation pavilion in an excellent mood. Looking up at the sky, violent winds swept the falling snow into a furious frenzy. Before long, a tiny black dot grew larger and larger within the vast expanse of white. Qingxue descended with a grim expression, clutching Lu Bingbing as he swooped down. Landing before Su Lan, he said in a low voice, "Boss Su, this formation. Did you really create it in less than a quarter of an hour?" Qingxue descended with a grim expression, clutching Lu Bingbing as he swooped down. Landing before Su Lan, he said in a low voice, "Boss Su, this formation. Did you really create it in less than a quarter of an hour?" Qingxue descended with a grim expression, clutching Lu Bingbing as he swooped down. Landing before Su Lan, he said in a low voice, "Boss Su, this formation. Did you really create it in less than a quarter of an hour?" Qingxue knew quality when he saw it. As an elder of the Star Moon Palace, he naturally understood how much benefit this teleportation array capable of constructing a stable spatial passage would bring to the Star Moon Palace's mission of spreading its teachings across the world. Putting everything else aside, the branch offices located in remote areas responded to summonses, but refused to be redeployed. As Boss Su put it, a general in the field is not bound by the sovereign's orders. Although they bore the title of Star Moon Palace branches, they were in truth the cores of other minor sects. The empress and a host of elders were deeply troubled. The branches were tangled in intricate networks, and since there had been no open rebellion, it was not worth rashly sending elders to take charge there. They could only indulge them. Now that this perfect teleportation array existed, and had lowered the threshold for teleportation, which branch would still dare to act recklessly? Which branch would still dare to defy a deployment order? There was no need for elders to make a move. The disciples at the Wuying Mountain headquarters, who had been worrying over a lack of assignments, and were so poor that their eyes gleamed with hunger, could descend directly through the teleportation array. Only then could the Star Moon Palace truly claim control over the world. However, could such a profound and complex array really be inscribed in less than a quarter of an hour? Alas! Su Lan sighed, and said in a low, distant tone, "A quarter of an hour was too boastful. In truth, I had already spent half an hour inscribing the array disk. I only need to find a place to set it up and activate it." He did not go on bragging without any logic. For such a complex grand array, a single hairbreadth deviation in the array patterns would lead to the effect being off by 1,000 li. Moreover, the Tao resonance contained within the array had to be interlinked. To claim that such work could be completed in a mere quarter of an hour was too arrogant. Half an hour was about right. Sure enough, Qingxue and Lu Bingbing finally believed it. Ding. Host has successfully tricked Qingxue, a human spirit nourishment realm cultivator, into compliance. Deception points 10000. Ding. Host has successfully tricked Lu Bingbing, a human purple mansion realm cultivator, into compliance. Deception points 500. One was at spirit nourishment, the other at purple mansion, yet they were worth just this paltry 10500 deception points. Are the two of you trying to tell me that you believe me, but not completely? Su Lan shook his head helplessly. Lu Bingbing, take these subarrays and find Lu Xiaoyi. As he spoke, he took out a small booklet and handed it to Lu Bingbing. He said solemnly, "This is the array's instruction manual. Take it back and give it to her to issue tasks, then have the elders deliver them to the various branches of the Tianyuan Empire along their way." Having witnessed the array's power, Lu Bingbing immediately accepted as you command. Qingxue chuckled from the side. "This array is excellent. From now on we won't have to waste elders' time on transport missions and can free up more strength to explore secret realms. By the way, Boss Su, what is this array called?" "The array is called Star Shifting." Su Lan glanced at him and said flatly, "Don't smile yet. You have a mission too. You're coming with me to the Huanyu Empire headquarters." Hearing this, Qingxue raised his eyebrows slightly and asked in a low voice, "Are we going there to lay down the mother array of the Star Shifting formation?" Su Lan nodded. Subarrays can only transmit to the mother array, and mother arrays can transmit to one another. If we deploy one mother array in each of the three great empires, we can tightly connect all the branches under heaven. Qingxue nodded with deep approval. "All right, I'll go with you, Boss Su. When do we set out?" Su Lan shrugged and said solemnly, "Right now. They'll give you a quarter of an hour, 15 minutes to pack, and then we leave immediately." "So urgent?" Qingxue said shamelessly, "Since you've already carved the array patterns on the array disk, it won't take a quarter of an hour to activate. Why don't we rest for one night before going? I'm a little tired today. I'm too embarrassed to expose the filth in your mind." Su Lan gave him a cold look and said flatly, "You now have half a quarter of an hour left. If you have nothing to pack, we leave now." The reason he was in such a hurry to leave was that he truly did not want to spend even a single moment longer in this heartrending Kanglan city. Everyone here was a talent, but none of them spoke pleasantly. The slightest incident would be blown up into a major affair by the enthusiastic masses. Even disguise was now of little use. Ever since the locals had learned that Su Lan was in Kanglan City, whenever they had nothing to do they would gather around unfamiliar faces and probe them subtly or openly. Some even went so far as to lay hands on people. If the person was not the Kanglan sword god, there was no harm done. At worst it caused a bit of displeasure. But if it was the Kanglan sword god, O ancestors of 18 generations above, your descendant has brought glory to our lineage. I touched the #1 person of this age, the Kanglan sword god. I will never wash this hand again for the rest of my life. I will carry this supreme sword intent to meet you all in the afterlife. Exactly. This was the real incident that happened after Su Lan left the teleportation pavilion, while Qingxue and Lu Bingbing had just been applauding for love. Such fanatical fan behavior made Su Lan feel that although Kanglan City was vast, there was not a single place for him to stand. Qingxue looked at him sidelong. Though he did not know why Boss Su was in such a hurry to leave, he vaguely felt that it had no small connection to himself. Glancing at Lu Bingbing, who had packed the array discs and was quietly waiting at the side, Qingxue said with a wry smile, "There's nothing left to pack. We can set out. By the way, Binger, the teleportation array to the Huanyu Empire hasn't been moved, has it?" Lu Bingbing smiled radiantly. "It's still in the know. 2 Earth row compartment on the 3rd floor. Hearing this, Su Lan walked with his hands behind his back toward the stairwell leading upward. The Huanyu Empire was countless li away. Without taking a teleportation array, relying solely on one's own flying power would take several months. Moreover, only elders could ride the teleportation arrays. Although the dual cultivation with the empress this time had not yielded as much progress as before, it still pushed Su Lan up 2 minor realms. Now he had knocked open 2 more purple mansion gates and ascended to the 3rd heaven of the purple mansion realm. But this was not the reason he could confidently step into a traditional teleportation array. The void blades could not be resisted by anyone below the cave heaven realm. His true reliance was the anti-void shield produced by the system, worth 1 deception points. Otherwise, how could it be justified that he, a dignified sword god, dared not enter a teleportation array? As he was about to step onto the stairs, Su Lan suddenly thought of something, stopped, and turned back. "All right, my 4 attendants. Arrange some work for them as you see fit. And make sure they eat some green tangerines every day. It's good for their health. Tell them it's my instruction." With that, he turned and ascended to the 3rd floor. Green tangerines. Lu Bingbing was stunned for a moment. She suddenly remembered that many stalls selling green tangerines had appeared outside Fusheng Tower. It seemed that Elder Su's 4 attendants were the ones behind the scenes, and business was doing fairly well. Could this be something Elder Su had instructed behind the scenes? It seems those 4 have earned Elder Su's deep trust. They'll have to take them more seriously from now on. Murmuring softly, Lu Bingbing set off toward Wuing Mountain, 100 li away, carrying the sub-array discs of the star-shifting array. Half an hour later, an uproar resounded through the Star Moon Grand Hall. "Damn! Sword God Su is also accomplished in the Tao of formations. Isn't that monstrous? Monstrous, my eye. That's not even human anymore. You bastard, you dare curse Boss Su. Take this under." In the lively atmosphere, a white-haired elder with a frail, aged bearing chased after Lu Bingbing in great excitement to ask questions. Deacon Lu, was this star-shifting array truly created by Elder Su? It was indeed personally laid out by Elder Su. How is the teleportation effect? Is the void passage stable? The spatial passage is stable. Elder Qiniguan experienced it personally. Huh. I, Lu Sanwen, have painstakingly studied the Tao of formations for over 100 years, yet my understanding is not as profound as what Elder Su achieved by casually diverting his attention. With just this one array, if I can comprehend even one hint of it in my entire life, I will have entered the Hall of Mastery. Elder Huanshan, isn't that an exaggeration? You people simply don't understand me or the Tao of formations. Based on this array alone, Elder Su can already be called a Grandmaster of formations. If Elder Su were to devote himself wholeheartedly to the Tao of formations, even merging with the Tao through formations would not be a difficult matter. Deacon Lu, has Elder Su gone to the Huanyu Empire? I can no longer restrain myself. I'm going to seek Elder Su's guidance right now. No, I want to become his disciple. They'll beg him to teach me the Tao of formations. Ding. The host's deception of Lu Sanwen, a human cultivator of the spirit-nurturing realm, was exceptionally effective. Fooling points 80000. The host's sustained deception of 38 powerful human cultivators was thoroughly successful. Fooling points 35000. Current balance 396855300 points. No sooner had Su Lan arrived at the second largest city of the Huanyu Empire than a string of system notification chimes sounded. Look at them. Even when I'm absent, others contribute more fooling points than you. After the broadcast, Su Lan couldn't help but glance at Qingxue, who was barking orders at his subordinates. If he guessed correctly, Lu Bingbing had taken the subarray to Wuying Mountain, and Xiao Yi had gathered the elders for those adorable elders had in one stroke reimbursed all the fooling points he had spent on the star-shifting formation and the anti-void shield, and even earned him a tidy profit. Especially that Lu Sanwen, with merely his spirit-nurturing cultivation, had contributed 8,000 fooling points almost equal to casually fooling Mu Qingxue. No comparison, no harm. Yu Qingxue at the peak of spirit-nurturing only contributed 10,000. Is that meaningful? The more Su Lan looked at Qingxue, the more irksome he found him. Sensing the hostility, Qingxue turned around and met Su Lan's disdainful gaze. Somewhat confused, he asked, "Boss Su, why are you staring at me like that?" Phew. Su Lan let out a breath and said slowly, "It's nothing." Whenever someone says it's nothing, it definitely means something. But why would Boss Su suddenly look at me with such contempt? Qingxue furrowed his brow. Could it be that my affair with Binger made him think of the Empress? Right, the Empress is in seclusion again. With Boss Su's amorous nature, it's normal for him to miss a woman. Got it. This is the moment for me to shine. Qingxue cast a strange look at Su Lan and asked cautiously, "Boss Su, clearing the formation foundations on the first floor of the teleportation pavilion will take 3, perhaps a day. Would you like to go out and experience the local customs of the Huanyu Empire?" Hearing this, Su Lan raised an eyebrow. After a moment of deliberation, he said, "Fine. Let's go see how Jin Yuqian's publicity for the auction is going." Just as I thought, Boss Su was thinking the same thing. Qingxue gave a strange smile, waved his subordinates away, and lowered his voice. "If you want to gather information, the best choice is a brothel teeming with all sorts of people. I hear the girls at the Huanyu Empire's Jiaofeng Sea are quite attractive. We'll disguise ourselves, and no one will recognize us." Su Lan cast a surprised glance at Qingxue and thought to himself that Mu Qingxue had indeed spoken truth. They had just arrived in the Huanyu Empire, and he was already eager to be partners in crime with him. Drawing a deep breath, Su Lan said slowly, "No need. It's fine to just go to one under the Star Moon banner." Qingxue was taken aback. "Boss Su, are you truly that bold? Don't you fear the Empress?" As soon as the words left his mouth, he realized it was inappropriate. Such matters shouldn't be put to him so directly. Boss Su was the renowned sword god, a man who could split the sky with a single strike. How could he fear the Empress? He merely accommodated her out of love. By asking that, how was Boss Su supposed to answer? Su Lan's mouth twitched. Scram. Seeing the resolute look in Su Lan's eyes, Qingxue finally understood something. He gave an apologetic smile and said, "I misspoke. They'll discipline myself with 3 cups later." Fuxiang Tower, a building on the street front. As a chain brothel operated by the Star Moon Palace in the Empire's second-largest city, the space here was obviously much larger than that of the Fuxiang Tower in Kanglan City. In the Tianzi No, one private room upstairs, Su Lan leaned back in a rocking chair with a pot of clear tea, observing the main hall below from a partitioned balcony. The main hall below was exceedingly vast. At its center stood an elevated stage of roughly 100 square meters, surrounded by no fewer than 1,000 seats arranged in a rising gradient from near to far. The upper private boxes were divided into 3 tiers. The highest ones could overlook everything in the main hall, offering an experience of transcendent luxury. Compared with Kanglan City, however, the atmosphere here was noticeably more desolate. The first reason was that the scratch card game had yet to spread here. The second was that it was not yet near dusk, the time when business was most booming. Only nearly 100 customers occupied the main hall below, listening to the girls on stage playing flutes and music as they prepared to welcome the evening. The guests chatted in desultory fragments, and amid the echoing strings it all sounded quite clamorous. With still an hour before sunset and nothing to occupy him, Su Lan deliberately extended his divine sense, curious to see what these lower-level cultivators thought of the auction the Star Moon Palace was about to hold. "Brother Zhang, what happy occasion prompted you to invite me to listen to music today? Yesterday, I narrowly unlocked the water secret treasury, so I wanted to compete with you once more. That's quite an expense. But since my kidney has already been unlocked for a long time, I fear tonight will still end with me enduring to the last. How that remains to be seen." Junior brother Xiao, speak freely. What is the purpose of this generous expense? Senior brother Li, since you recently passed the assessment and were promoted to the inner sect of the Taigu sect, this junior has a request. Could you pass this letter to senior sister Roqian? Easily said. But if I may speak bluntly, senior sister Roqian's heart is set on the Kanglan sword god. I heard the Kanglan sword god is to preside over an auction in Guangming City. She has already set out to meet him. I fear your request, junior brother Xiao, will go unanswered. He's nothing but a man seeking fame by dubious means. I heard he's even going to auction off his own lifebound cultivation art. Su Lan set down his teacup. How could disaster fall from nowhere while he sat quietly at home? It wasn't his fault he was handsome. With a mentality like that, it would be a wonder if his loyal little admirer Roqian ever took a liking to him. At least he had obtained the information he wanted. Zhen Yuqian's efficiency deserved praise. If even these low-level cultivators were already eagerly anticipating it, then those at the higher echelons would likely be unable to resist the temptation either. The auction was an imperative step. He might need to release a few more heavenly treasures to allure them. There could be no returns without investment. He hoped this auction would yield a surprise. Break through 10 billion points outright purchase the He Dao flower and crush all who refused to submit. Just as he was thinking, the door to the private room was kicked open all of a sudden. A corpulent figure shoved aside the old madam who tried to stop him and barged in with a dozen burly guards. Who the hell dares to grab this princess? Tianzi no. One private room. The newcomer was insufferably arrogant, his rotund face brimming with haughtiness. Gulp. He swallowed, a faint green glimmer flickering in his soybean-sized eyes. He licked his thick lips and said, "What a handsome lad. All soldiers hear my command, tie him up. This prince favors men tonight." Meanwhile, the one who had barged in was a frequent patron of Floating Fragrance Tower, a prince of the Huanyu Empire, supremely noble in status. If the two sides truly came to a violent clash, not only would her superiors never forgive her, but even the manager would be unable to protect himself. Sensing that disaster was imminent, she desperately blocked the guards and shrieked, "My lords, you must not. The guest in the Heaven #1 private box cannot be provoked. He is." Before she could finish, a guard roughly shoved her aside. She was merely at the Foundation establishment stage. How could she possibly be a match for these guards of the Divine Bridge stage? Still, her words made them halt, and they turned questioningly toward their master behind them. The prince of the Huanyu Empire stepped forward, his round face brimming with lust, his mung bean-sized eyes gleaming with a strange light. He patted the madam's cheek and said in a low voice, "I advise you not to meddle in matters that don't concern you. In this Tianwang city, I am the king. No matter how distinguished some mere purple mansion cultivator's identity might be, he cannot possibly be more distinguished than me. Don't think that just because your Star Moon Palace produced a Kanglan sword god, you can act so arrogantly. If you want to do business on my turf, you must listen to me. Rest assured. As long as you keep your mouth shut, who would ever know that two fewer people exist in this world?" With that, he turned his bulky frame, casting a predatory gaze at Su Lan, who was still watching the show from his rocking chair, and leered, "What are you waiting for? Tie this man up and take him back to the residence. With such a handsome face once is hardly enough. Remember to seal his cultivation. I want him right now." Su Lan shook his head helplessly as he watched the guards charging at him with murderous intent. He truly had not expected to run into this kind of protagonist treatment, where someone practically slaps their own face and begs to be beaten. He took a sip of tea, cast a dismissive glance at the lecherous obese prince behind him, and murmured softly, "Courting death." Even though Zhen Yuqian was equally rotund, one found him far more agreeable to the eye. But this fat fool before him was nothing but a disgusting idiot. If not for the imperial fortune protecting the royal bloodline of the Huanyu Empire, someone would have put an end to him long ago. Having such a thing happen while merely listening to music in his own club thoroughly ruined Su Lan's good mood. The guard stepped over Qingxue, who was sprawled on the ground snoring, and advanced menacingly toward the partitioned balcony. The guard captain was also at the Purple Mansion stage, but thanks to his official rank and the blessing of fortune, he could unleash strength no less than a mid-stage cavern heaven cultivator. At this moment his brows were tightly knit as his divine sense firmly locked onto Su Lan, who remained composed in the rocking chair. A mere third-level Purple Mansion cultivator remains this calm under such a display of force. He must have some sort of trump card. But what exactly is his backing? As the prince's guard captain, his foremost duty was to protect the prince, so naturally he had to consider every possible threat to his master. Yet before he could think further, a violent power suddenly erupted beneath him, flinging all 15 guards into the air and crashing them against the ceiling of the private box. Boom! The 15 guards hit the ground heavily, spitting out large mouthfuls of blood. "Your Highness, run. It's a spirit nurturing." The guard captain shouted in terror before immediately passing out. Qingxue rose lazily and cursed, "Which bastard dares disturb my beauty sleep?" He then looked at the fat prince, who was stumbling backward, and sneered, "So it's you who's been yapping all along. Kneel." Qingxue's words carried the authority of heaven itself, and the overwhelming pressure of the spirit nurturing stage rolled down, pressing violently upon the fat prince. But suddenly golden light radiated from the prince's body, and he actually managed to withstand the pressure. "Oh, a royal member after all." Qingxue sneered contemptuously, reaching out his hand. A crimson palm silhouette instantly dragged the fat prince, who had retreated to the doorway, back. With a heavy thud, the fat prince's flabby flesh trembled as he was forced heavily to his knees before Qingxue. "I am Prince Han of the Huanyu Empire. How dare you treat me like this, you brat?" Slap. Qingxue delivered a massive backhand across his face and said crudely, "Screw your so-called Prince Han. Disturbing my beauty sleep is a minor matter, but you've offended someone you had no right to offend." Then Qingxue turned his head and asked, Boss Su, what should we do with this piece of trash? Su Lan took a sip of tea and said slowly, since he's fond of men, and evening is approaching with many guests around, cover his head, put a bounty on him, and announce that anyone who shares his tastes may enjoy him once for 10 taels of gold paid on the spot. Qingxue inhaled sharply. Isn't 10 taels of gold a bit too lavish? Before Su Lan could respond, the terrified Prince Han on the ground wailed, no, don't. Ancestor, save me. Noisy. Slap. Qingxue delivered another heavy slap. At the same time, a powerful divine sense swept down from the sky. The owner of this divine sense was also at the spirit nurturing stage, the ancestral elder of the Huanyu Empire's royal family. Immediately, an aged voice echoed through the private box. Taoist friend, why do you harm the royal bloodline of my Huanyu Empire? After a pause, the owner of the divine sense noticed Prince Han kneeling on the ground and thundered furiously, how dare you humiliate my royal family like this? Do you truly believe the Huanyu bloodline is so easy to bully? The moment his words fell, dazzling golden light instantly enveloped the entire floating fragrance tower, and an overwhelming will cascaded down. The people inside, unaware of what was happening, were thrown into panic. At the same time, several other powerful divine senses probed over from various corners of the city, all of them spirit-nurturing stage grand cultivators. They had simply gathered to watch the excitement. Qingxue frowned and said in a low voice, Boss Su, this is a tough nut to crack. This old fellow has the imperial fortune protecting him and can unleash strength at the initial spirit terrace stage. The implication was clear. He was asking Su Lan to stop slacking off because he could not hold out much longer. Sigh, I really don't know what to do with you. Su Lan let out a helpless sigh. The moment he stood up, a 5 million valued Saint Ascension experience card had already been activated. A surge of overwhelming power welled up from the depths of his body, flooding through every limb and meridian. Within his sea of consciousness, a phantom spiritual platform took shape, and the enlightenment of the saint entering realm fused into his nascent soul. In truth, there was no need to expend a 5 million worth saint entering realm experience card to handle the situation at hand. Even with points to spare, this was hardly the way to spend them. Yet Su Lan chose to wield the power of the saint entering realm to resolve the current trouble. For one, the entire city was watching, and he could seize the chance to display that his earth-shaking cultivation stemmed from the sword Dao true interpretation, building momentum for the auction. Second, the experience card brought its own benefits. Each time it was used, his cultivation speed increased dramatically. Ordinarily, he would need the idle cultivation device running at full capacity for 5 days to break through to the next realm, but after using the card it took only 2. Meanwhile, sensing Su Lan's steadily rising aura, Qingxue felt tremendously relieved. Brother Su is as formidable as ever. That so-called dulled sword heart. As far as I'm concerned, it's just a ruse to break down the Empress' psychological defenses. Huh, and he still has the nerve to despise me. He's no better himself. Just as Qingxue was lost in these reflections, a hunched figure abruptly appeared atop the Fuxiang Tower. It was an elder with snow-white hair, a face etched with wrinkles, and 1 foot already in the grave. He stood with his hands behind his back on the rooftop, golden light rippling all around him, a faint golden dragon coiling within the radiance. The onlookers gathered outside Fuxiang Tower erupted in startled cries. It's Lai Tu Wang, ranked 10th on the Empire's combat power leaderboard. How is he still alive? Unbelievable. He's 138 this year, isn't he? Shouldn't he have kicked the bucket long ago? Although the longest-lived bearer of fortune reached 152, wasn't Lai Tu Wang gravely wounded by the Demon King in the dark forest? With his chi and blood withered, how can he still be alive? The crowd's murmurs did not affect the legendary Lai Tu Wang. His murky old eyes burned with fury as he shattered the ceiling of the VIP suite with 1 palm strike and thundered, Qin Iguan, you've gone too far. Qingxue expressionless patted the kneeling Prince Han's cheek and sneered, all my life I've done as I please. Why should I explain myself to the likes of you? Su Lan, you've truly mastered this game. Lai Tu Wang provoked said in a deep voice. Then let actions speak louder than words. Dare you fight me outside the city? You think I'm afraid of you? Qingxue craned his neck stubbornly, then turned to Su Lan and said, Brother Su, I leave him to you. Exactly like you. Su Lan couldn't help but laugh. He had also heard the crowd's chatter outside. A top 10 figure on the Empire's combat power leaderboard was indeed a formidable big shot, so Qingxue's cowardice was understandable. Looking up at the elder outside, Su Lan said calmly, I don't like looking up to others. Lai Tu Wang's brows knitted tightly as he slowly retracted his aura and asked in a deep voice, May I ask who you are? He could not discern even a trace of this man's aura. Could he be some grand cultivator of the spiritual platform? You'll know soon enough. Su Lan smiled slightly and pointed skyward with his sword fingers. The next moment, a 1,000 zhang sword shadow manifested above Fuxiang Tower, visible for 1,000 li in every direction. Countless people looked up, all trembling with fear under the overwhelming sword intent. What is that? It looks like a sword. Oh my god, why did my legs suddenly turn to jelly? Another big shot has started fighting. This sword intent is terrifying. That's Fuxiang Tower under the Star Moon Palace. With sword intent like this, could it be the Kanglin's sword god making his move? Heavens, is the Kanglin's sword god planning to wipe out the entire city with that sword? What? The Kanglin's sword god is going to massacre the city. The whole city was in an uproar, and within 10 li of Fuxiang Tower, almost no one could remain. Lai Tu Wang's legs gave way too. Unable to bear the oppressive might of a saint entering realm powerhouse, his stiff body slipped down through the hole he had smashed and collapsed in front of Su Lan, his face filled with terror. CC Kanglin's sword god. Su Lan's divine sense enveloped the entire city. Seeing that the intimidating display had achieved its purpose, he withdrew his divine power and glanced down at Lai Tu Wang. Isn't it better to talk like this? Why stand so high? Lai Tu Wang swallowed hard. This old man was rude. Pray tell, how has my unworthy descendant offended your excellency, the sword god? I'll butcher him myself to make amends. With that he glared viciously at Prince Han, who was lying in a puddle of his own filth. You wicked child. Turning arrogant and domineering on ordinary days is one thing, but today you had the audacity to provoke the sword god. Rather than let you plague the people in the future, I might as well slay you here as an offering to heaven. Great-grandfather, I was wrong. I truly didn't know he was the sword god. I won't dare do it again, Wowo. Prince Han kept knocking his head against the ground, his rolls of fat trembling violently. You want it next time? Wicked child. Wicked child. Lai Tu Wang raised his palm high. Why don't you just hit him already? All thunder, no rain, putting on a show of bitter suffering for me. Su Lan shook his head. That's enough. 1,000,000 taels of gold plus a formal visit to apologize tomorrow, and this matter is settled. This, Lai Tu Wang said with some reluctance. How about I just butcher him to make amends instead? Wicked child. He moved as if he really would strike. Su Lan did not stop him, simply watching calmly. Did he truly believe that killing the man would let him off the payment? Qingxue was also amused, even cheering from the sidelines. Go on, strike. Smash his crown chakra. In the end, Lai Tu Wang could not bring himself to do it. He sighed. Fine, 1,000,000 taels it is. Thank you, sword god, for sparing this wicked child's life. Su Lan nodded slightly. Deliver it before noon tomorrow. Now my Fuxiang Tower is open for business. Hearing this, Lai Tu Wang rose respectfully and said, Then I shall not disturb the sword god's pleasure. This king takes his leave. With that, ignoring the guards sprawled all over the floor, he grabbed the unconscious Prince Han and soared into the air, vanishing into the distance. Watching the figure disappear, Qingxue sighed with admiration. This money is so easy to earn. There are plenty of these rich, brainless royal brats around. Brother Su, I think I've discovered a path to wealth. What's it called? Su Lan merely smiled. Letting Prince Han go was not for money. But if he could add the feat of forcing a prince ranked in the top 10 of the Empire's combat power leaderboard to submit with a single sword stroke, and have him willingly send 1,000,000 taels of gold as an apology, that would be a feat worth proclaiming far and wide. The tale of slaying the Void Sovereign with one sword had become old news. A new boast-worthy achievement was needed to keep the momentum. By the time Lai Tu Wang came to apologize with 1,000,000 taels of gold tomorrow, the rumor would spread further and further. The more the world praised and exalted him, the more feverish the anticipation for the upcoming auction. After all, this auction would sell his life-bound cultivation art, a grand feast for harvesting points. Just as he was pondering how to amplify the impact of the incident, a cacophony of voices suddenly erupted outside the tower, so turbulent that even Fuxiang Tower began to tremble slightly. No need to amplify it after all. I almost forgot how fast these rabble can spread rumors. Su Lan could not help but laugh, half amused, half exasperated. Rising and stepping over the guards lying in a heap, Su Lan reached the windowsill and indeed saw the street before the main gate jam-packed with people shoving and jostling. Every face bore a strange excitement, heads tilted up toward Fuxiang Tower, eyes blazing with fanatical fervor. Kanglin's sword god. Why are you all squeezing me over here? Who? Kanglin's sword god. Kanglin's sword god. Ah, I saw him. He truly is an immortal among men. Is it him? It's him. He's too handsome. I've fallen in love with him. The crowd packed the street outside Fuxiang Tower so tightly it was nearly impossible to pass. Men and women, old and young. People of every age were gathered there. In this world where all other pursuits were considered base and only cultivation stood high, strength reigned supreme and drew the most fervent adoration. Some had heard of Su Lan's legends and felt reverence, others were simply awed by his sword intent and turned from passing strangers into devoted fans. They had originally been rational fans after all. The Huanyu Empire was too far from the Qingyue Palace. But when Su Lan truly appeared here and revealed his divine abilities, they became the wildest fans. Their fervor could not be compared to that of the jaded rabble in Kanglan City who had long grown used to such sights. Even the guards of Fuxiang Tower were infected by the frenzy. They held their posts and kept the crazed crowd from surging inside, yet even they could not help shouting things like Kanglan's sword god I love you. Su Lan looked down from the window of the finest private suite. For no reason a lyric suddenly echoed in his mind. Sometimes, I feel I'm a superstar. Everyone loves me rich and famous. As I am now, I have money when I want money, and people when I want people. I've truly replaced Mu Qingxue as the new #1 superstar under heaven. I have to say it feels quite good. Su Lan shook his head with a smile, gathered his spiritual power, and sent his voice far and wide, saying warmly, I can feel your enthusiasm. It's getting dark now. A crowd this packed is dangerous, so all of you should go back. It would have been better if he hadn't said a word. His words simply detonated the fans' passion. He's worried about us. A sword god like this. Who could fail to love him? Sword god, don't worry. I'm thick-skinned and tough. Being squeezed actually feels amazing. Forget it. This batch of fans is too hard to manage. It's better to hide and let them calm down. Su Lan grumbled, inwardly leisurely turned around and disappeared from the window. When the fans below saw him vanish, their excitement gradually subsided. Many took the opportunity to leave, but more stayed. Quite a few with a clever glint in their eyes went into Fuxiang Tower to spend money. Su Lan, however, did not get the peace he had imagined. He had barely changed into a clean private room when one of his most fervent fans traveled a great distance to seek him out. Not a sword god fan, but a formation Dao fan. Master Su, may I call you that? Lu Sanwen was so agitated that his voice trembled. Your star-shifting formation is truly too brilliant. I can't even find the slightest opening to approach it. Please give me some guidance. If you don't find me unworthy, I, Lu Sanwen, would be honored to become your disciple. Su Lan. Guidance my ass. The formation Dao was gaudy and convoluted, dense and intricate enough to give him a headache at the sight. And now this man wanted to become his disciple. Was he supposed to teach him how to bamboozle people? Faced with the fervent formation Dao fan before him, Su Lan was at a loss. It seemed he had bamboozled the man so thoroughly that there was no turning back. No wonder a mere spirit-nurturing realm cultivator had just contributed 800,000 trickster points in one go. This was a little hard to handle. He couldn't just break a fan's heart. After thinking for a moment, Su Lan said calmly, we're all fellow practitioners of the Dao, so it's unnecessary to become my disciple. What I've learned all comes from the true solution to the formation Dao. I can pass it on to you. All you need is to devote yourself to studying it. Ding. Host has successfully fooled human spirit nurturing realm cultivator Lu Sanwen. Trickster points 100,000. Hearing the system notification, Su Lan cheerfully spent 100 trickster points to purchase the heaven grade supreme true solution to the formation Dao and readily handed it to Lu Sanwen. Master Su, how can I accept this? Lu Sanwen put the true solution to the formation Dao away as though it were a treasure, then said earnestly, the art must not be passed on casually. I truly should become your disciple. Master Su above, please accept your disciple. With that, he started to bow in formal apprenticeship. Su Lan could only press his forehead in helplessness, stepping aside to avoid receiving the bow. Lu Sanwen looked up a little melancholy. But that depended on whom he was compared to. Against ordinary people he was naturally haughty. Others would kneel to become his disciple. Yet now he could not even become Su Lan's disciple. Su Lan shook his head. I've always been too free-spirited. I'm not good at taking on disciples. Besides, I believe Elder Lu's perceptiveness will surely allow you to fathom the true solution to the formation Dao and attain true mastery in the way of formations. Once you have comprehended it, you can place it in the sect's cultivation skill pavilion and nurture more formation masters for the sect, making your own contribution to the formation Dao. I have high hopes for you. Ding. Host has successfully fooled human spirit nurturing realm cultivator Lu Sanwen. Trickster points 100,000. Master Su, do you really think I can do it? Lu Sanwen was deeply stirred, a radiant self-confidence blazing in his eyes. I also think I can. I will definitely attain true mastery in the formation Dao. Why do I feel less like I'm fooling you, and more like you're fooling yourself? Su Lan raised an eyebrow and chuckled. Keep it up. Qingxue, who had been silent all along, added Ao Li Gei. Lu Sanwen didn't know what Ao Li Gei meant, so he just smiled and said, I won't fail Master Su's expectations. Keep it up, Ao. Ao Li Gei. Enough. Su Lan could not stand it anymore. That bastard Qingxue loved leading people astray. Su Lan waved his hand. The teleportation pavilion is almost cleaned up. Let's go set up the mother formation before anything else. Hearing this, Lu Sanwen's eyes lit up. Master Su, I'll help you. Did he want to observe my formation setting? I'm really afraid that if you saw the divine miracle of my formation setting, your Dao heart would collapse. Su Lan gave him a faint glance and shook his head. No need. When I set up formations, I don't like anyone present. I see. Lu Sanwen didn't overthink it. Carving formation patterns did require extreme concentration, so it was indeed unsuitable for anyone to be there causing distractions. He silently followed Su Lan. The three of them arrived at the teleportation pavilion. The formation foundation on the first floor had already been cleared away. Su Lan told Qingxue and Lu Sanwen to stand guard outside, then turned and entered the formation chamber. Lu Sanwen looked up at the darkening sky and said gravely, "Brother Qin, who knows how long Master Su will take to carve the formation patterns? Stay on guard here and inform me if anything happens. I'll go over there and study the true solution to the formation Dao." After saying this, he started walking toward the star moon tree nearby. Qingxue grabbed him and shook his head. "Boss Su is quick. He'll be out in less than a quarter of an hour." Less than a quarter of an hour? Lu Sanwen was shocked. "Brother Qin, you'd better not be fooling me." A hint of complicated emotion flickered in Qingxue's eyes, and he lowered his voice. "Back then I was just like you. I thought Boss Su would need a long time to carve formation patterns, so never mind. It was a lesson paid in blood. We just need to wait here. Boss Su is really fast." Before his voice faded, Su Lan's voice came from behind them. "A real man is never called fast. I'm very enduring. Stop spreading rumors about me, damn it." As the greatest victim of the rumors, Su Lan knew all too well how absurdly such tales could spread. If Qingxue were to announce here that he was fast, and some overzealous fan overheard him and passed it on. Within a few days, Su Lan could already imagine the absurd rumors that he was impotent, that he couldn't satisfy a woman, that he finished in a single breath, and other outlandish falsehoods. Qingxue gave an awkward laugh. "Boss Su, has the mother formation been set?" Su Lan nodded slightly, and said in a deep voice, "Be precise when you speak. What's fast is the carving of the formation runes. Don't keep omitting key details." Receiving Su Lan's affirmative answer, Lu Sanwen said in shock, "Master Su, are you really that fast? You went in for only a few breaths, and it was already over." Qingxue added, "See, I told you Boss Su is fast." Su Lan. He suddenly didn't feel like talking. "Let me see Master Su's miracle." Lu Sanwen could not wait and rushed into the formation compartment on the first floor. Qingxue looked up at the sky and said with a chuckle, "Boss Su, it's getting dark. That old codger, the king of Riven Earth, still has to bring the money tomorrow. Let's rest for the night before we set out." The entire day had been spent on the teleportation array. Even with his cultivation at the spirit-nourishing realm, Qingxue was somewhat weary. It had to be said that traditional teleportation arrays had grave drawbacks. Not only did they leak wind, but they also required manual flight. The only praiseworthy aspect, perhaps, was that they could greatly shorten the distance between 2 points. In less than 2 hours, one could traverse a territory of 10 million miles. Compared to relying on flying artifacts or pure manpower, it indeed saved a tremendous amount of time. Although Su Lan possessed the anti-void shield, flying half a day through the spatial passage had also left him tired. Thinking this, he nodded slightly. "Very well, let's rest for the night." Qingxue smiled, then said mysteriously, "Boss Su, would you like to have a taste of the heart-tip meat and blood gall of the Blackwater Sunshadao, Flood Dragon?" Seeing the lewd grin on that fellow, Su Lan knew at once he was up to no good, so he asked casually, "What benefits do those two things have?" Meanwhile, he opened the system mall in his mind and searched for the Blackwater Sunshadao Flood Dragon. Qingxue lowered his voice and said, "This is a true treasure. A flesh and blood panacea, specially used to temper the body and invigorate qi and blood. Paired with my vintage drunken immortal brew, it's absolutely sublime. If it weren't for you, Boss Su, I wouldn't be willing to share it with anyone." Watching Qingxue's dead serious expression, Su Lan nearly fell for his nonsense. This fellow was clearly suffering from one of his special vices again. Too embarrassed to visit his old flame, he wanted to drag Su Lan down with him. The system mall plainly recorded Blackwater Sunshadao Flood Dragon. Its heart harbors blazing fire, its gall fortifies yang. Taking both can strengthen the bones and constitution. Side effects: kindles an unquenchable fire of lust. Little trickster, are you trying to fool me? In your dreams? Su Lan cast a sidelong glance at him and said offhandedly, "I have no interest in aphrodisiacs. You should enjoy them yourself. Mind you, don't overdo it. We depart for the flying immortal dynasty before noon tomorrow." Even though he had been exposed, Qingxue didn't look embarrassed. He scratched the back of his head and said, "Boss Su, you are a man of vast learning. I am truly in awe." Scram. Sure thing. And so it was. Of the three elder figures who had come down from the headquarters, one had vanished without a trace, and another stubbornly clung to the teleportation pavilion, refusing to come out. As for the last one, he had spent the entire night in Sweet Tian No, listening to a girl play the flute. Qingxue, refreshed and in high spirits, knocked on the door of Heavenly Sweet No. 2. Su Lan was still reclining leisurely on a rocking chair, listening to the sound of a zither drifting up from the hall below. The music of this world was not simply instrumental music. It was performed in conjunction with a soul's secret art that could cleanse the weariness from people's hearts. Thus the brothel quarters were truly an elegant place to relax both body and mind. When one hit a bottleneck in cultivation and felt vexed, one could come to listen to music. When one suffered setbacks and felt low, one could also come to release the bitterness within. It was only that lottery tickets had not yet been popularized here, so business was somewhat sluggish. They couldn't compete with the 100 Flowers Garden, which had the support of the Hahuan Pavilion's professional seduction arts. Though the place remained packed all night, in reality, most of the crowd had come just to catch a glimpse of Su Lan. When they saw that he wouldn't show himself, they left one after another and threw themselves into the embrace of the 100 Flowers Garden. Qingxue, wearing a meek and deferential expression, picked up the teapot on the side, poured a cup for Su Lan, then said slowly, "Boss Su, the king of Riven Earth, has gathered 1,000,000 taels of gold and will probably deliver it shortly." Su Lan opened his eyes and asked nonchalantly, "How do you know?" A trace of shyness surfaced on Qingxue's resolute face. With a hint of pride, he said, "Last night, I went to see Xiang. She is a commandery princess, and her granduncle is the king of Riven Earth." Su Lan fell silent. This bastard was clearly here to flaunt his superiority. At that moment, Lu Sanwen also pushed the door open and walked in. His steps were faltering, his eye sockets deeply sunken, his cheeks gaunt, and hair kept falling out as he went. This was obviously not the result of overindulgence, but the exhaustion of his primordial spirit. Seeing him like this, Qingxue exclaimed in surprise, "You studied the formation all night." Lu Sanwen forced himself to rouse his spirits, casually yanked out a strand of hair, and said with vigor, "Master Su, I spent the whole night studying the star-shifting formation and poring over the true commentary on formation Tao. Many fragmentary insights have appeared in my mind. If I can digest them, reaching the Hall of Mastery in the Tao of Formations will be within my grasp. I have not failed your expectations." Su Lan nodded and encouraged, "Keep going. Work at it. I believe in you." Oh. Before he could finish, the word effort barely rising to his throat, Lu Sanwen's eyes rolled back, foam spilled from his mouth, and he collapsed to the ground. Tisk tisk tsk. Qingxue helped Lu Sanwen up while lamenting, "Back in the day, I also had talent in the Tao of Formations. Just look at your hair loss. I'm thankful I didn't stray down that wrong path back then." Su Lan smiled, paid him no mind, and continued listening to the music. Before they knew it, the time had come to noon. Outside the fragrant floating tower, a radiant golden carriage slowly descended from the heavens. It was drawn by a three-headed flood dragon exuding a terrifying aura, driven by a cave heaven realm master, and flanked by a retinue of purple mansion realm guards hovering in the air. The golden carriage was carved with dragons and painted with phoenixes inscribed with many arcane and extraordinary formation runes. Such a magnificent spectacle immediately drew enthusiastic onlookers to gather spontaneously. The king of Riven Earth. What's he doing here? He looks all menacing. Could he be planning to offer his own head to the Kanglan sword god as a ball? Heh. The crowd buzzed with discussion, especially Su Lan's fans, who laughed contemptuously. If it were any other mighty cultivator, they might be too frightened to comment. But if the person was an official blessed with fortune, they would even dare to curse him to his face. Those who carry fortune share in the people's fortune. If they harm the people, they shall suffer fortune's backlash. The golden carriage landed before the main gate of the fragrant floating tower. A guard stepped forward and announced loudly, "The king of Riven Earth, bearing 1,000,000 taels of gold as an apology, brings his unfilial descendant Prince Han to apologize to the Kanglan sword god." Hearing these words, the onlookers instantly fell into an uproar. Su Lan surveyed the crowd's reactions with his divine sense. At last someone has brought Prince Han to heel. Thanks to the Kanglan sword god. 1,000,000 taels of gold. A sum I couldn't earn in 100,000 years, to say nothing of it being mere reparation. King Lietu, ranked 10th on the Huanyu Empire's combat power leaderboard, offers 1,000,000 gold to the Kanglan sword god as an apology. What? The Kanglan sword god forced King Lietu to hand over 1,000,000 gold as an apology. Just as I expected. The rumor mill was about to run rampant again. After a moment's deliberation, Su Lan said softly, "To acknowledge one's mistakes and correct them is the greatest virtue." His voice rippled outward through his divine sense, resounding in the ears of everyone nearby. "Sword god, these are the universal gold notes of the Huanyu Empire's banks, totaling 1,000,000 taels of gold. Inside the Tianzi No. 2 private box, King Lietu took out an ironwood chest half a man's height. Sword god, these are the universal gold notes of the Huanyu Empire's banks, totaling 1,000,000 taels of gold. Inside the Tianzi No. 2 private box, King Lietu took out an ironwood chest half a man's height from his storage ring. When opened, it was crammed full of 100 teal gold notes, the largest denomination the Huanyu Empire had ever issued. Su Lan swept a glance over it and said offhandedly, "I can feel your sincerity. We have always won people over with reason." Qingxue put away the sincerity. Qingxue wore a gleaming, good-natured smile. Prince Han truly is a fine man, Su Lan said with a smile. And I hope King Lietu won't make things difficult for Prince Han. The doors of my Fuxiang Tower are always open to him. King Lietu's face stiffened, and he said in a low voice, I'm afraid that little wretch won't be able to go anywhere from now on. Last night his father broke both his legs. Poor child, Su Lan lamented. How terribly unfortunate. A royal second-generation heir with more money than sense. What harm would a few more of his kind do? It's just a pity he wasn't more ambitious. King Lietu cast one final look at the money chest in Qingxue's hands, drew a deep breath, and said, If there's nothing else, this king will take his leave. Su Lan nodded. Go ahead. Counting the money, even as he enthusiastically saw the guest out, Qingxue said, Come by any time when you're free. Bah, you demonic sect are all birds of a feather. Only a dog would set foot in your Fuxiang Tower. King Lietu cursed furiously inside, yet his face still overflowed with smiles. Next time, certainly. Next time. With that, he took his leave without a backward glance. Watching until the golden carriage vanished from sight, Qingxue held up the chest laden with 1,000,000 taels of gold, and sighed with emotion. 1,000,000 taels of gold, Boss Su. You have no idea? This nearly equals the Qingxue Palace's entire yearly income in the past. These royal clans are the truly wealthy. If not for the fate-bound aura clinging to them and forbidding immortality, there would be no room left for the likes of us to speak. Su Lan said calmly, All gains come at a price. An ordinary cultivator may train for 100 years and reach at most the cave heaven realm. Even one of transcendent natural talent would barely attain spirit nurturing. Yet the imperial royalty who cultivate exclusively the path of humanity can command power no less than the spirit nurturing and spirit terra stages in a mere decade or so. Heaven and earth are fair. While granting them speed far beyond ordinary people, they likewise deprive them of their years. Qingxue nodded in deep agreement. Boss Su, the Faxian dynasty is the richest of all. Since the news hasn't spread all that quickly, why not fleece them too? Su Lan shook his head. The Faxian dynasty is unlike the other two great empires. Their information network is far more responsive than you can imagine. By now they will have certainly received the news and already issued orders that no official body may cause any trouble to any enterprise under our Qingxue Palace. Qingxue paused, then said with some regret, True indeed. The people of the Faxian dynasty are far too prudent. They're not easy to make a move against. Of course, there was one more thing Su Lan left unsaid. He actually had a favorable impression of the Faxian dynasty and saw no need to make an enemy of it. From what he had learned, the Faxian dynasty was the wealthiest of the three great empires, and also the one that hid itself the deepest. Although it ranked only second in overt comprehensive strength, secretly no one knew just how profound its reserves truly were. The immense wealth and cultivation resources it possessed could be used to nurture or recruit countless powerful experts. But the experts it nurtured were never used to conquer lands or expand territory. Instead, they established an organization called the Blade Bearers to preserve order, suppressing petty villains within and repelling enemies from all directions without. Anyone who violated the dynasty's laws, commoner or cultivator alike, would be mercilessly subdued by the Blade Bearers. No one knew how many experts the Blade Bearers numbered, just as no one knew that Su Lan was in truth merely a minor expert at the third heaven of the Purple Mansion realm. And when the Blade Bearers encountered someone like Su Lan, the foremost master of the present age, whom they could not suppress, they would resort to conciliatory measures. As long as you did not act rashly, they would give whatever you asked for. As long as you did not overstep, the Faxian dynasty would go to every length to satisfy your needs. This was also the point Su Lan admired most about them, for they had never made things difficult for Mu Qingxue, and had even gifted her resources. Though their actions came from fear of Mu Qingxue's might, one had to admit their conduct left no room for resentment to grow, especially since the Blade Bearers also bore the duty of protecting commoners and upholding justice for the people, which only increased Su Lan's inexplicable fondness for them. One must remember that in the other two great empires, human life was as cheap as grass. Cultivators held extraordinary privileges. They could slaughter mortals whenever they pleased, and the authorities turned a blind eye to it, so long as the killing was not too excessive. Seeing Su Lan silent, Qingxue had a general idea of what he was thinking and asked, Boss Su, are you thinking about the Blade Bearers of the Faxian dynasty? This fellow can't be kept around. Su Lan shot him a surprised glance and nodded slightly. That the Blade Bearers can champion the common folk is indeed worthy of admiration. Who would have expected Qingxue to give a contemptuous snort? It's all an act. Justice for the people. They simply weren't paid enough. Boss Su, you have no idea why the Faxian royal clan established the Blade Bearers. Back then Seeing Qingxue was about to launch into another lengthy speech, Su Lan directly interrupted, Enough. Where light reaches, darkness follows. The blade wielders under a flourishing age may have their decadence, but they also have their merits. With that he turned and entered the teleportation pavilion. Qingxue's urge to speak was suppressed, and the emotions he had been brewing found no outlet. Not daring to hold Su Lan back and force him to listen, he could only pull a long face and chase after him shouting, "Wait for me." As expected, the journey to the Faxian Empire was entirely uneventful. Outside the Star Moon Palace's headquarters in the Faxian Empire, blade bearers in disguise were scattered everywhere. Anyone with ill intent was suppressed and kept out by them. Inside Fuxiang Tower, it was equally harmonious. To avoid causing Su Lan's displeasure, the Blade Bearer organization even sent people in to pose as guests, packing the place to full capacity. They flung at Fuxiang Tower, the Blazing Sun Trading Company, or any business under the Star Moon Palace, one could always see some extravagant guests. Ever since news had arrived from the Huanyu Empire, the Blade Bearers knew that the Kanglan Sword God would surely visit the Faxian Empire. The Blade Bearers, however, could not be sure when the Kanglan Sword God would arrive or by which route, so all they could do was cast a wide net and fish slowly. Even though the amount they spent daily in various Star Moon Palace enterprises was as high as 10,000 taels of gold, they remained more than happy to do it. Since they enjoyed spending money, Su Lan saw no need to make a spectacle of himself. All of them were sensible people. Thus he stayed at the Star Moon Palace headquarters in the Faxian Empire for only half a day. After outlining the star-shifting array, he left quietly. As for whether the auction he planned to hold would fall flat in the Faxian Empire, Su Lan trusted that the Faxian royal family would not let him down. It was a matter of unspoken mutual understanding. Guangming City, also known as the City of Chaos, it stood at the border of the three great empires. Guangming City covered an extremely vast area, nearly 1,000 li in length and width, with no fewer than 50 million people. Here chaos reigned, and no worldly rules remained. Powerful strength alone was the measure of all. In Guangming City, though not every person was a vicious criminal, none were decent folk. Bloody incidents large and small took place in every corner of the city every day. For instance, as soon as Su Lan and Qingxue stepped out of the teleportation array, the disciple guarding the array approached to verify their identities. Boom! A tremendous crash came from beyond the dome, shaking the entire teleportation pavilion 3 times. Su Lan frowned, sensing that things were not that simple. Yet Qingxue and all the disciples looked as if they were used to it. Could it be that the teleportation pavilion, the final evacuation point of headquarters, was attacked on a regular basis? What's going on? Su Lan asked. It's probably just another fight. Someone was blasted into the headquarters behind the formation barrier. Qingxue spread his hands, looking utterly unconcerned. Su Lan was taken aback for a moment, then continued, "What if it really is an enemy attack?" Then a disciple who looked about 20 years old with roguish insolence all over his face stepped forward and said with overbearing arrogance, "Senior, don't you know that our Star Moon Palace has a He Dao realm great emperor stationed here? Which blind force would dare to provoke us? Even the 4 Holy Lands and the 3 imperial clans dare not." Upon hearing this, Su Lan's tiger-like body trembled. This kid was remarkably gifted at showing off. But what the hell was this He Dao great emperor about? Did such a person even exist in this world? If Star Moon Palace truly had a He Dao great emperor, why had it been driven into such a miserable state? For tens of thousands of years, no one had managed to achieve He Dao. Even great saints were extremely rare. Where in the hell did this He Dao come from? Qingxue looked at Su Lan's puzzled expression, shook his head, and laughed. "Boss Su, don't listen to this kid's nonsense. There is no He Dao, it's just an emotionless block of ice." Hearing Qingxue address Su Lan like that, then looking at Su Lan's otherworldly temperament and striking features, the few disciples on guard felt their eyes light up. They felt the somewhat dim teleportation pavilion suddenly brighten, as if the man were radiating light. "May I ask, Elder, are we in the presence of the Kanglan Sword God, Elder Su?" the ruffian disciple asked in a trembling voice. "You guessed right. It is indeed the Kanglan Sword God before you." Qingxue nodded slightly and went on. "Has there been any progress on the auction venue? You were asked to find one capable of holding at least 10,000 people." The teleportation pavilion was not spacious. Besides tightly packed array compartments, there was only an empty corridor. Qingxue's voice echoed through the empty corridor. A moment later, curious faces poked out from nearly every compartment. Reporting to the elder, there is no building that can hold 10,000 people right now, but Hearing his voice, all the disciples on the 3rd floor of the teleportation pavilion could no longer restrain themselves. One by one, they walked out of their array compartments. "Is the Kanglan Sword God Elder here?" With this sort of bearing and these features, it can only be the Sword God Elder in person. Finally, the Sword God Elder has arrived. Thank goodness I didn't take an outside assignment, or I would have missed him. For a moment, the crowd was seething with excitement. When there are too many fans, it is hard to lead the team. Su Lan's helpless gaze swept across the crowd of fanatical disciples, and finally stopped on that roguish-faced disciple. He asked amiably, "You said earlier that a He Dao Great Emperor guards this place. Can you tell me in detail what exactly is going on?" "Yes." The disciple straightened his back. Being able to answer the Kanglan sword god's questions was an opportunity not earned in several lifetimes, so he naturally had to seize it. After organizing his words, he said slowly, "Sword god Elder, this is a long story. To avoid wasting your time, I will keep it brief. After all, regarding the matter of the He Dao Great Emperor, every disciple on a mission in Guangming City knows it very well. Everyone knows that behind it is said by senior fellow disciples that the He Dao Great Emperor lives at the bottom of the Iron Tower. It can only be said that those who understand, those who don't need more talk. This disciple knows only that much. I wonder if the sword god Elder understands." Sulan. This was no different from saying anything at all. The only useful point was the mention of a Nine-story Iron Tower. As for the concrete details of that mysterious He Dao expert, you didn't mention a single one. He was the one. Perhaps the Nine-story Iron Tower held only an expert of the spirit-nurturing realm or the spiritual terrace realm, and due to some indescribable coincidence, enthusiastic disciples had transformed him into a reincarnated He Dao master. Such was the power of rumor. However, this rumor had not spread as widely as his own. After all, a He Dao Great Emperor was too terrifying. But even that was not right logically. If he had no real skill, he could not have been rumored to be a He Dao reincarnate. Sulan felt this deeply. He himself had been saddled with the title of Kanglan Sword God by some fabricated achievements. The disciples were clearly so full of confidence in the mysterious He Dao Great Emperor that they were thoroughly emboldened and could face any external upheaval with calm. All of it indicated that this mysterious powerhouse was definitely a top-level expert of the world, at the very least a ferocious figure in the league of a holy land's holy lord. Sulan gave the disciple a long, deep look and said amiably, "Well said. What is your name?" The disciple replied with immense pride, "Sword God Elder, my name is Chun Haonan." "What the hell? Brother Haonan." Sulan was stunned. "Boss Su, let me explain." Finally, Qin Shou could no longer watch on. He sighed and said, "The disciples know very little about the so-called He Dao Great Emperor. The female emperor also forbids us from talking about him, and only a few scraps of gossip have leaked out to the disciples. You're just as bad as him." Sulan's mouth twitched. "Get to the point." Qin Shou gave a jolt, and without another word went straight to the point. That so-called He Dao Great Emperor is actually the female emperor's senior brother. What the hell? When did Mu Qingxue suddenly gain a senior brother? Could he be a love rival? Sulan's heart gave a violent lurch, but he suppressed his impatience and continued listening to Qin Shou's tale. Hearing Qin Shou's account, Sulan finally breathed a sigh of relief. Yi Jiayong, Mu Qingxue's senior brother, her childhood companion, and a ruthless cultivator of the supreme emotion-forgetting record. This man could be called extremely powerful, yet in a way that did not command fear. He was powerful because he could merge with the Tao in a single thought, instantly becoming the heavens and earth and unleashing unimaginable might. What made him unfeared was that he was only at the spirit platform realm and his condition was highly unstable. The moment he attacked, there was every chance he would directly merge with the Tao, blending his body into the heavenly Tao, losing all emotion and thought, and becoming a mere strand of Tao law. Thus, a spirit platform cultivator in such an unstable state. No one could say for certain whether he would still possess even a shred of self-awareness in the instant he merged with the Tao. Naturally, no one wished to provoke him. According to Qin Shou, both the Supreme Emotion-Forgetting Record and the Supreme Duality Record were closely guarded mysteries never passed down outside the Xinhua Palace. Unfortunately, both secret manuals were incomplete to some degree. In those days, Yi Jiaoyang was as arrogant as Mu Qingxue because of his talent, believing he could fill in the missing parts of the cultivation method. Thus, he resolutely cultivated the Supreme Emotion-Forgetting Record. The result was like Mu Qingxue's, a serious complication. Mu Qingxue had it relatively easy, as she merely suffered a severe imbalance of yin and yang energies in her body. But this fellow, he had directly sliced away his own humanity. Fortunately, he regained consciousness at the last moment and did not cut away his final attachment to this world. Otherwise, he would have directly merged with the Tao, or perhaps it would be more accurate to say dissolved into the Tao. The heavenly Tao is unfeeling in essence. It is an inflexibly operating mechanism. Once Yi Jiayong merged with the Tao, all traces of him in this world would vanish into nothingness, and his very being would become nourishment to repair the Tao's deficiencies. As for what that final attachment was, no one knew. All anyone knew was that he had kept himself suppressed beneath the nine-story iron pagoda for 10 years, never once emerging. Qin Shou concluded originally Yi Jiaoyang was the palace master, but he held the position for only a few days before hiding in this place and refusing to come out. After the empress succeeded to the palace mastership, she once came to see him. She said that the mortal aura here was dense enough to help Yi Jiaoyang hold on to that last shred of his humanity. After hearing this, Su Lan said, slowly, the 9-story iron pagoda is behind the teleportation pavilion, right? I'll go take a look. Yi Jiaoyang was someone beyond his control. If he did not see him with his own eyes, he could not feel at ease. Qingxue raised an eyebrow and whispered, Boss, Su Yi Jiaoyang's condition is unknown. Maybe we should just forget it. He believed that as a vital strategic deterrent of the Qingxue Palace, Yi Jiaoyang ought not to be disturbed unless necessary. Su Lan cut him off. Lead the way. Qingxue instinctively snapped his legs together and answered loudly, as you command. Clearly he was more in awe of Su Lan stabbing him with a sword than of Yi Jiaoyang's strategic deterrence. The disciples immediately surged forward in a noisy crowd to clear the way, fawning with uncommon zeal. Soon enough the group arrived before the 9-story iron pagoda behind the teleportation pavilion. They stopped 10 zhang short of the iron pagoda. Chunhao looked at Su Lan with a troubled expression and said respectfully, ahead is forbidden ground. I am afraid this disciple cannot lead any further. Please don't add extra scenes for yourself, dear fan. Su Lan grumbled internally, then said mildly, go about your duties. You don't need to concern yourselves here. We aren't busy. We'll just watch from here. Sword God Elder, go on. Just pretend we're not here. Right. The disciples were so enthusiastic that they insisted on staying to observe. Su Lan ignored them. The brain circuits of fans always spin around their idol. Once their fervor cooled, it would pass. Qingxue stepped forward, pushed open the iron door thick with dust, and cautiously peered inside. Nobody could tell what he saw, but his face changed abruptly, then quickly returned to calm. He slammed the iron door shut with a bang. Face impassive, Qingxue said, Boss Su, the dust inside is too thick. Let's wait for it to settle before going in. He paused, then glared at the gathered disciples. Stop dawdling here. Is the teleportation pavilion a place for you to abandon your posts? Get the hell back to your guard posts. Not wishing to reveal it then and there, Su Lan understood Qingxue's meaning and played along, waving a hand. What's the need for such shouting? Don't frighten the disciples. All the same, the teleportation pavilion truly cannot be left unguarded. Go on back, all of you. Yes. The disciples, who had been bracing for punishment after Qingxue's outburst, scattered noisily in a great throng. Only after the disciples had returned did Su Lan walk over and ask gravely what happened. Qingxue took a deep breath, then slowly opened the door a crack. His voice was barely audible. Yi Jiaoyang has already dissolved into the Tao at some unknown time. Scarcely had the words left his mouth when a dense Tao resonance surged out through the door crack along with a few scattered fragments of the great Tao. The instant the Tao resonance touched Su Lan, his spirit shook, and a ripple of pleasure spread through his body, as if every cell craved that power. This is... Qingxue channeled his spiritual power to force the Tao resonance back and close the door again. He said solemnly, this might be the final legacy Yi Jiaoyang left to the Qingxue Palace before merging into the heavenly Tao, fragments of the great Tao containing the enlightenment of Tao integration. As he spoke, an uncontrollable greed glimmered in Qingxue's eyes. But the moment it met Su Lan's gaze, it quickly receded. He let out a long breath and sighed. Boss Su, this Tao resonance left by Yi Jiaoyang. If I'm not mistaken, it was meant for the Empress to help her break through to the great sage stage and perhaps reach Tao integration. Su Lan frowned, feeling displeased. How could his own woman ever use something residual left behind in another man's body? Qingxue did not notice Su Lan's expression and went on without pause. I just saw the completed section of the Supreme Duality record inside. This Tao resonance carries the last trace of Yi Jiaoyang's will. Outsiders cannot absorb so much as a hair of it. Only the Empress, I fear, could absorb and refine it. As he said this, Qingxue seemed to recall something and turned to Su Lan with a peculiar expression. Boss Su, it seems you just absorbed a wisp of that Tao fragment. Looking at Qingxue's hesitant, withholding manner, a lyric inexplicably surfaced in Su Lan's mind. You carry the scent of her perfume, a crime my nose has committed. Yi Jiaoyang's residual, recognized aura alone, not the person. Since Su Lan and Mu Qingxue had engaged in dual cultivation together so many times, their auras had long ago blended into each other. It could be said that each contained a bit of the other. It was only natural that such a faint trace of Yi Jiaoyang's will could not determine whether the visitor was Mu Qingxue. That was why Su Lan could not only absorb that majestic Tao resonance, but his body even stirred in hunger for it. Qingxue also noticed Su Lan's knitted brows. With his rich life experience, he had a decent guess as to what Su Lan was thinking. Nothing more than an overbearing, squeamish possessiveness flaring up. At that thought, Qingxue lowered his brows in a fawning manner and tempted him. Boss Su, why don't you just refine this Tao resonance? After all, you and the Empress are already beyond separation. Su Lan pondered for a long while. Qingxue's proposal was quite tempting to him. It was not because this Tao resonance would bring him enormous benefit that he desired to devour it. At most, this wisp of Tao resonance could only raise his cultivation realm by a large margin, and the system mall contained far better things than this. The real reason was that Su Lan believed this Yi Jiaoyang was not a good man. In his final moments before dissolving into the Tao, all he could think of was leaving Mu Qingxue, the complete Taishang Liangyi record and fragments of his own Tao integration comprehension. How the hell could a man like that be a good person? Mu Qingxue was now his woman, the Tao companion destined to be by his side for life. There was no way he would let Mu Qingxue enjoy another man's legacy. If she was to use anything, it had to be his own. It was a little domineering perhaps, but Su Lan had the capital to be domineering. Wasn't it just a cluster of Tao resonance carrying Tao integration enlightenment? His little darling Mu Qingxue had something far better waiting for her. At that thought, Su Lan opened the system mall in his sea of consciousness. Tao integration pearl. Price 300 million hoodwink points. Description: when a middle thousand world is destroyed, 10 extraordinary spirit pearls are born containing countless fragments of the heavenly Tao and boundless energy. Effect: once a cultivator refines it, they can transcend the heavenly Tao, merge with the Tao through their own body to suppress the heavenly Tao, shatter the fetters of the middle thousand world, and ascend to the great thousand world. This was simply not a thing that could appear in this world. Or rather, once the Tao integration pearl appeared, this world would cease to exist. Refining it would allow one to advance to Tao integration. Its value was not much inferior to that of the Tao integration flower. It wasn't that he was reluctant to give Mu Qingxue the Tao integration flower. Rather, the Tao integration pearl, in both cost-effectiveness and functionality, suited a powerhouse like Mu Qingxue, who was already close to Tao integration, even better. The reason the Tao integration flower was so expensive was that it required no tedious refining process. After swallowing it, one only needed to digest it a little, and a Tao fruit would form on its own, bringing about Tao integration on the spot. It was perfect for a slacker like Su Lan. Hence its value was twice that of the Tao integration pearl. Unfortunately, Su Lan's hoodwink points were still insufficient. Together, the Tao integration flower and the Tao integration pearl cost 1.5 billion hoodwink points, and he currently had only a paltry 390 million or so. Far from enough. If he had a few 100 billion hoodwink points, he could damn well boil 100 or so Tao integration flowers into soup and feed it to Mu Qingxue bit by bit. Sai still broke. Huh. Boss, what are you saying? Broke? Are we broke? Qingxue asked in astonishment. Don't ask about the affairs of society, Su Lan said in a low, faraway voice, giving a slight toss of his head. Open the door. It's not as if it's anything all that precious. Qingxue didn't quite understand what society meant, but that didn't stop him from learning another new phrase from Su Lan. Society. State. The meaning should be about the same. Don't ask about the affairs of society. A fine line. Qingxue muttered to himself as he opened the door again. The next second, that Tao resonance which had been luring his bodily desires surged out again. There was not the slightest trace of Yi Jiaoyang's corpse on the first floor of the Iron Pagoda. Instead, ribbons of hazy light drifted through the void, manifestations of shattered great Tao fragments. Su Lan swept his gaze across the dim space, and at its center saw a stele inscribed in blood. On it was exactly the fragmentary Taishang Liangyi record that Yi Jiaoyang had completed. Su Lan only glanced at it idly, then looked away. After hesitating for a moment, he sighed. As he raised his hand, a jet-black crystal bead appeared in his palm. He tossed the bead into the air and called out softly, "Collect." Instantly, a terrifying suction force came from the bead, seeking to absorb all the Tao resonance, filling the entire Iron Pagoda. Perhaps because Su Lan carried the dense aura of Mu Qingxue, the will within the Tao resonance left by Yi Jiaoyang did not resist. It docilely flowed into the crystal bead. Boss Su, if you're not absorbing and refining it, what are you doing? Qingxue asked, raising an eyebrow in surprise. None of your damn business. Su Lan retorted, annoyed. He had just spent 1.0 hoodwink points to make himself miserable, and he was in a foul mood. After all, Yi Jiaoyang was Mu Qingxue's senior brother. No matter how much Su Lan detested him, the dead were owed respect. This Tao resonance was the last trace Yi Jiaoyang left in the world. Su Lan could not erase it behind Mu Qingxue's back. She had the right to know. As for Yi Jiaoyang's Tao resonance of Tao integration insights, let it be left to a destined person in the Star Moon Palace. Mu Qingxue deserved better. After absorbing all the Tao resonance permeating the nine-story Iron Pagoda, the originally jet-black crystal bead became a seven-colored glazed treasure orb radiating dazzling brilliance. Putting the bead away, Su Lan said casually, "Keep an eye on the auction house's construction here. I'm going back to the palace." Qingxue was briefly startled, then bowed his head. "Boss Su, rest assured and go. Leave this to me." When he raised his head again, Su Lan was already gone from before him. Boss Su really is uncommonly fast. Qingxue shook his head and walked into the Iron Pagoda. Gazing at the bloodstained stele, he sighed, "I have to say Boss Su is far too indecisive. No, I should say he cares too much about the Emperor's thoughts. If it were me, I wouldn't let any of the remnants Yi Jiaoyang left behind appear before the Emperor's eyes. Perhaps this is love. At Wuying Mountain of the Qingxue Palace, in the rear flower garden of the Emperor's palace, a ripple spread through the void, and Su Lan's figure slowly materialized. The two-way void barrier was naturally not limited to one-way teleportation. As long as the nodes were properly placed, Su Lan, as the one who controlled it, could shuttle freely between any 2 points. Lifting his foot lightly, Su Lan stepped into the barrier. Arriving beside the steaming hot spring pool, he looked up at the mystic ice bed radiating faint frost upon which lay a beanbag sofa. Mu Qingxue sat cross-legged on the beanbag sofa, eyes shut tightly, her graceful figure upright, while a powerful aura pulsed around her. Su Lan did not disturb her with a sound, quietly watching this tranquil portrait of beauty from the side. He knew that Mu Qingxue's seclusion did not mean her mind was wholly immersed in her own world. Occasionally, she would still divert a thread of awareness to sense changes outside. If nothing urgent happened, she would not easily conclude her cultivation. That was why she would not allow Su Lan to disturb her casually. Otherwise, with Su Lan around, how could she possibly focus on her closed-door cultivation? After a moment, as if sensing something, Mu Qingxue's eyelids fluttered as she slowly opened her eyes. Her gentle, water-soft gaze fell on Su Lan. With a slight curve at the corners of her lips, she asked softly, "Why are you here?" Su Lan forced out an awkward smile, unsure what to say. "Why do you look so unhappy?" Mu Qingxue knitted her willow brows, realizing that something seemed off about Su Lan. In the past, whenever she saw him, Su Lan would always reveal a smile that came from the depths of his heart. She loved that smile, or rather she loved Su Lan. No matter how gloomy her mood was, as long as Su Lan stood in front of her and gave a gentle smile, all her bad feelings would be swept away. But now Su Lan looked torn, as if he had done something that betrayed her and was too ashamed to speak. Seeing that Su Lan remained silent, Mu Qingxue could no longer sit still. She immediately stopped her cultivation, lightly leaped in front of Su Lan, and looked straight into his eyes, saying in a low voice, "Have you been fooling around with other women again? Confess at once." Mu Qingxue carried a very pleasant fragrance. At such close range, the alluring scent made Su Lan's heart itch. Seeing Mu Qingxue in an interrogative posture, Su Lan was silent for a moment, then slowly said, "Yi Jiaoyang merged with the Tao." Hearing this, Mu Qingxue was taken aback. After a long pause, she sighed softly, "I saw this coming. Senior brother went too deep into the Tao of supreme forgetfulness. As early as 10 years ago, half of his primordial spirit had already merged with the heavenly Tao. If not for the dense mortal atmosphere of Guangming City, masking the heavenly Tao's perception, he would never have held on until now." Mu Qingxue paused, then asked with a strange look, "Was it Qin Shou who told you about my senior brother? You've never even met him." "Even I didn't grieve much when he merged with the Tao. Why do you seem sadder than I am?" Su Lan looked at her with frank eyes. "Before he merged with the Tao, he left behind an insight into merging with the Tao meant for you. But I refined it all away. You won't blame me, will you?" Mu Qingxue raised her eyebrows high and said with a strange expression, "Su Lan, don't tell me you think senior brother Yi had feelings for me." She finally understood. This little man was jealous. Su Lan nodded. "Before he merged with the Tao, he deliberately left behind the supplementary complete chapter of the Supreme Two-Form Scripture and a strand of Tao resonance for you. It makes me uncomfortable." Mu Qingxue slightly curled the corners of her mouth, her lovely eyes staring quietly at the silent Su Lan. Suddenly she stretched out her jade-like arm and pressed his head firmly against her full bosom. "I really can't do anything with you. Even the peerless sword god learns to be jealous like ordinary mortals. Listen carefully to what my heart says." The sudden move stunned Su Lan. The unique fragrance flooded his mind, and the smooth snow-white skin nearly suffocated him. Judging from Mu Qingxue's reaction, it seemed that she and Yi Jiaoyang had only a senior-junior sister relationship without much sentiment. But then again, he had been blinded by his concern. How could someone who cultivated the ruthless supreme forgetfulness record possibly have feelings? Having severed all emotions and desires and extinguished his humanity, Yi Jiaoyang was indeed, as Qin Shou had said, nothing but an ice cube. In his eyes, all things in the world might be the same. Even Mu Qingxue was perhaps just an object with the title of junior sister, something he needed to protect. Could his last attachment have been the responsibility he carried for the rise of the Qingxue Palace? That was why, after hearing that the world's #1 person had joined the Qingxue Palace and was enough to dominate the current era, he could lay down his final responsibility and peacefully merge with the Tao. As for the supplementary Supreme Two-Form Scripture and the Tao resonance left for Mu Qingxue, was that merely duty? Thinking carefully, the timing of Yi Jiaoyang's merging with the Tao was about 1 day after he slew the Taishu Holy Lord. After being pressed into Mu Qingxue's embrace, Su Lan's thoughts became unimpeded. In an instant, he understood what Yi Jiaoyang's intentions had been. Swallowing hard, Su Lan found it hard to breathe, So he opened his mouth and gave a gentle bite. Mu Qingxue's delicate body stiffened. She released the hand pressing on Su Lan and said with feigned anger, "Do you like biting me that much? And I rather like it when you bite me." Su Lan licked his lips. Somewhat embarrassed, he rubbed his nose and took out the glass bead that carried the Tao resonance left behind by Yi Jiaoyang. Speaking slowly, he said, "This bead stores the Tao resonance left after senior brother Yi merged with the Tao. Didn't you say you had refined it all away?" Mu Qingxue glanced at the bead, glowing with a hazy brilliance, then said indifferently, "Giving it to me. It was originally left for you by senior brother Yi." Su Lan nodded. Mu Qingxue took the bead, looked askance at him, and asked, "Then I'll refine it." Su Lan's brows knitted together again. Puffing out his lips, he said, "Why not keep it as a memento? After all, this is the final trace that senior brother Yi ever existed in the world." Seeing Su Lan's aggrieved expression, Mu Qingxue laughed joyfully. "Forget it. This Tao resonance carries the will and aura of another man. I'm afraid a certain little man will feel unhappy again." Su Lan's face reddened. He admitted that he was indeed deeply infatuated with Mu Qingxue, but he was definitely not little. Mu Qingxue tucked the bead back into Su Lan's hand and said seriously, "This Tao resonance was left by senior brother Yi for the Qingyue Palace, not just for me alone. Since you won't let me absorb it, then absorb it yourself. It should be of great benefit to you." Su Lan casually tossed the bead into his storage ring, then took Mu Qingxue's hand and said seriously, "Once the auction is held successfully, it'll show you a great treasure. As for now," he paused, revealing a reluctant expression, and said in a deep voice, "You should continue your seclusion and restore your condition." "Wait." Seeing Su Lan slowly walking out, Mu Qingxue called out to him, "I'll go with you." Su Lan was slightly stunned and asked in surprise, "You still need to go into seclusion to resolve the long-standing hidden danger. Where are you going?" Mu Qingxue walked over and naturally took Su Lan's hand, saying calmly, "You've already arrived at Guangming City and presumably have already deployed the Do Zhuan Xingyi formation across the world. There's no point in me going into seclusion now." Then suddenly Mu Qingxue fixed Su Lan with a fierce glare and said, "Besides, I can't bear to let a young man like you wander around outside alone." Su Lan was completely bewildered. He looked at her in confusion, wondering what on earth she meant. Her words made no logical sense at all. Mu Qingxue explained calmly, "What I mean is you've sealed away the Tao fruit of your former self, so you can't draw upon it at will. And you're planning to host an auction. Without someone to hold things together, I simply can't rest easy." Also, that's what she meant. I thought she was afraid I'd cause trouble outside, which is why she wouldn't go into seclusion. But she's underestimating her man. Am I someone who fears troublemakers? I'd beat them until they cried for their mother. Su Lan muttered to himself, just about to say something to reassure Mu Qingxue into returning to her seclusion. But Mu Qingxue continued, "Don't try to persuade me. I'm in no mood for seclusion right now. Every time I enter it, my mind inevitably drifts to you. I'm tormented moment by moment. Rather than suppressing my longing and secluding myself, I'd rather be with you and feel at peace." Oh no, she's learned to play by his own rules. Su Lan's heart began to race rapidly. If those cheesy lines had come from any other woman, Su Lan would have remained as calm as still water, perhaps even amused. But coming from Mu Qingxue, he had absolutely no resistance whatsoever. Perhaps this was karma. Once upon a time he had used such words to bewitch Mu Qingxue until she was utterly captivated. Now she wielded the very same weapons, leaving him completely spellbound. Thinking of this, Su Lan could no longer restrain himself. He boldly wrapped his arms around Mu Qingxue's slender waist, drawing her close against his chest. Looking down into her sparkling eyes, he whispered softly, "Then perhaps it's fine not to seclude yourself. In your absence I've felt nothing but loneliness." Mu Qingxue found it almost unbearable. As a supreme empress, how could she be held like some delicate maiden in a man's arms? It was utterly inconsistent with her majestic, world-conquering demeanor. So she slipped one arm around Su Lan's waist and suddenly pulled him close with great force. Caught off guard, Su Lan stumbled forward and buried his face deep within her soft embrace. Not again. Is this a pillow or a facial cleanser? Su Lan thought quizzically. When he finally lifted his head and met Mu Qingxue's gaze, his heart skipped a beat. That look in her eyes was filled with profound affection mingled with some indescribable undertone. Unknowingly, Mu Qingxue's body temperature rose rapidly. Her burning skin even caused Su Lan a slight sensation of heat. "Su Lan." Mu Qingxue spoke, her voice trembling as if she could barely contain her inner excitement. A hint of longing emerged from her beautiful eyes. "My yin and yang are out of balance again. Since we have nothing pressing to do today." "I understand." Su Lan knew perfectly well this wasn't about yin-yang imbalance at all. It was simply that Mu Qingxue desired him deeply. Before Su Lan could say more, Mu Qingxue wrapped her arms around him and flew toward the profound ice bed. "Wait a moment, I still have a secret manual here." Su Lan was about to produce the heaven and earth yin-yang harmony classic he had long prepared, but Mu Qingxue, showing no reserve whatsoever, pounced upon him. What nonsense! Let's resolve the imbalance first, then we can talk slowly. Time flew by swiftly. Su Lan had returned at midday, but now not even a trace of the setting sun could be seen. In the hot spring, two figures floated and sank, washing away the sticky sweat from their bodies. Mu Qingxue gently massaged Su Lan's temples, letting him rest his head upon her chest. Su Lan closed his eyes, savoring the softness beneath him, feeling the smooth silkiness against his back. Having completely won over Mu Qingxue, he finally felt deeply satisfied, transformed from the pursued to the pursuer. He lay lazily against her warm, silky body, unwilling to move an inch. Mu Qingxue suddenly spoke in a tender voice, "Husband." For the first time calling him by such a term, Mu Qingxue felt somewhat awkward. Her already flushed cheeks grew. A fine goosebumps broke out over Su Lan's skin as his lower back sent up waves of. There has never been a field ruined by plowing, only an ox worked to death. The same saying holds true for Though dual cultivation between cultivators may be far more miraculous than that of mortals, the blending of yin and yang and the mutual replenishment of vital essence never surpass the bounds of living beings. Essence, chi, and primal force are all finite. Needless to say, Mu Qingxue's realm was far higher than Su Lan's. The speed at which Su Lan's body replenished its stores simply could not match the speed at which they were consumed. To put it plainly, even if Su Lan's spirit was willing, his body truthfully could not squeeze out another drop. Mu Qingxue understood his difficulty. At this moment, tears silently filled Su Lan's heart. He felt that his life was almost complete. By his side, yet even if he were invincible under heaven before Mu Qingxue, he would likely have to brace himself against the wall just to walk out. "Won't you please?" When Su Lan did not respond, Mu Qingxue gave a coquettish huff and lightly nibbled the lobe of his ear. Damn it, since when did she learn to act so coy? At the Xingyue Palace branch in the rear courtyard of Fuxiang Pavilion, on the first level of the 90-year iron tower, the void suddenly trembled and a spatial vortex formed. Mu Qingxue walked out of the vortex, slowly, her head held high. "I truly never expected that the supreme two extremes record senior brother ye perfected after merging with the Tao would not be as good as the one you perfected, husband." Mu Qingxue murmured, gazing at the stone stele standing in the center of the first level. "Of course, your husband's might is something you cannot even imagine." Mu Qingxue turned her head, and seeing him like this, scolded, "Can you straighten your back? If anyone sees you, they'll think I did something to you. Can you hear my kidneys wailing? That's from being ravaged by you." Su Lan's mouth twitched. He circulated his mana to fill both sides of his waist and forced himself to stand tall. At that moment, boom. A loud crash. Qingxue in tattered clothes slammed through the door. Panic was written all over his face. Could it be that news of Yi Jiuyang's dissolution into the Tao had still gotten out, bringing an invasion? Before Su Lan could ask, a crisp, charming shout came from outside. "Qingxue, what is this supposed to be? Daring to act, but not daring to own it. Do you think you can just pull up your pants and walk away? My innocence has been ruined at your hands. Get out here." Su Lan. If he guessed right, and he was surely right, this was clearly a love debt that Qingxue had incurred, and the young lady had come right to his doorstep. "Boss Su, the task you assigned me went completely wrong. That woman is a full-fledged spirit terrace cultivator, but she pretended to be young and fooled my tender heart. Now she wants to tie me up and take me back for marriage. Boss Su, you have to save me." Mu Qingxue's beautiful eyes narrowed. She came out from behind the stone stele and said icily, "Qingxue, what exactly is going on? What did Su Lan ask you to do? Wife, he's spouting nonsense." Su Lan tore himself free from Qingxue and quickly moved to Mu Qingxue's side, making it clear he had absolutely nothing to do with this. "Are you joking? Other than having Qingxue oversee the auction, he hadn't assigned him any other messy business. That bastard Qingxue was rambling and trying to drag him into everything. Couldn't he see Mu Qingxue was right there? Empress." Qingxue froze, then squeezed out an ugly smile. "Didn't you go into seclusion?" Mu Qingxue arched her slender eyebrows. "What did Su Lan have you do?" Su Lan added, "Tell the truth." Qingxue swallowed hard. The last thing had ever expected was that the Empress had come out of seclusion again and been lured here by Su Lan. Originally, Head meant only to let Boss Su see that Head been wounded in the line of duty, and with Boss Su's personality, he would never stand idly by. But now it seemed he had stumbled into an even bigger problem. It did not take long for Qingxue, with his keen intellect and rich experience, to discern from the forms of address between the Empress and Su Lan that the two had formally become Tao companions. Given the Empress' overbearing nature, she was sure to keep Boss Su's beauty all to herself. And here he was pinning false accusations on Boss Su. If he did not explain himself properly, even if the Empress did not kill him, Boss Su would hardly let him off easy. "Qingxue, tell me, what did I ask you to do?" Su Lan's repeated question made a thin layer of cold sweat seep from Qingxue's temples. The mere thought of Boss Su's methods of punishment made his hair stand on end. Yet he was not the least bit flustered. Having followed Boss Su for some time, he had not learned much else but the most basic tricks, remaining unflappable in the face of crisis and twisting black into white. He could execute with effortless ease. At that thought, Qingxue heaved a sigh and said with complete seriousness, "Boss Su had me oversee the construction of the auction hall. Everything was going smoothly when for some unknown reason a supplier of a special clay suddenly refused to sell it to us anymore. Without that clay, the enormous auction hall capable of holding 50,000 people could not possibly be built. With the auction only 4 days away, the hall was still missing its final finishing touches. The thought of Boss Su's instructions made me burn with anxiety. I had no choice but to lead people to find that supplier. But who would have imagined?" At this point, Qingxue could not help shivering, and his voice trembled as he continued, "The mastermind behind that supplier turned out to be none other than the Tianshan Snow Maiden. That old woman has lived for 3,000 years. Her cultivation reached the absolute peak of the Spirit Terrace stage. Yet 5 years ago she transformed into an innocent worldly young maiden and descended to the mortal realm for training. Back then I pitied her purity and could not bear to see her deceived by others, so I reached out to help. Little did I expect that I was the naive one. A dignified peak Spirit Terrace cultivator like her could never take a loss. After that she latched onto me, pestering me day and night to absorb my yang essence without pause, and even forced a primordial soul blood pact upon me. Had the Empress not intervened back then, I would probably be trapped in the Tianshan Mountains, drained into a withered husk." Just as Qingxue finished his vivid narration, a charming shout rang out from outside the Iron Tower. "Qingxue, come out. It's been 5 years. I miss you terribly. I promise I won't do anything to you. Just come out." The Tianshan Snow Maiden, wary of Yi Jiayong, within the Ninostery Iron Tower, dared not force her way in, and could only plead sorrowfully from outside. "Cuckoo, cuckoo." Seeing this, Sulan suddenly turned around, his whole body shaking. For some reason, the thought that Qingxue, a notorious playboy, had finally met his match made Sulan want to burst into laughter. Mu Qingxue furrowed her delicate brows and asked in a low voice, "So after 5 years, she still hasn't let go of you?" Before Qingxue could answer, Sulan cut in, "Wife, if I remember correctly, a snow maiden will only ever recognize one partner in her lifetime. This 3,000-year-old Tianshan Snow Maiden is likely the queen of the Snow Maiden clan. Once she has set her heart on Elder Qin, she will never abandon him for life. Even if Elder Qin dies, she will remain beside his grave until her own final breath." Qingxue glanced at Sulan with surprise and flattered. "Boss Su is indeed remarkably learned. Xueji did say something similar when she forged the primordial soul blood pact with me, and she even begged the Empress to save me." Boss Su was clearly unreliable. Better to plead with the Empress instead. The Empress had fought Xueji before, as long as she stepped in, Xueji would naturally back off. But this time he had miscalculated. Mu Qingxue was no longer the Mu Qingxue she used to be. The demon sect truly cared little for worldly moral restraints. It did exactly as it pleased. Qingxue walked the path of severing emotions, first entering love, then cutting it away. But he had strayed from the proper course and could never completely sever his emotions, which was why he remained stuck at the peak of the spirit nurturing stage, unable to advance or retreat. Had it been the old Mu Qingxue who bathed the world in blood, she might have stepped forward to drive off the Tianshan Snow Maiden outright, for Qingxue was a veteran of the Star Moon Palace with illustrious achievements. But the Mu Qingxue of now was merely a young girl who had just fallen in love. Seeing the Snow Maiden's stubborn devotion to love, then looking at Qingxue, who had romantic debts wherever he went, and still had the audacity to ask for her help, an inexplicable fury surged within her. Casting a cold glance at Qingxue, Mu Qingxue said softly, "Elder Qin, you have worked hard." No, not at all." Qingxue waved his hands repeatedly. "It's all my what the..." Before the words died out, Mu Qingxue flicked her sleeve. A formidable aura surged outward and swept Qingxue flying out of the tower. Immediately, the Tianshan Snow Maiden's overjoyed cheers rose from outside. "Ah, Qin Lang, have you finally come around? Come back with me. I will do whatever you ask, as long as you never leave me again." "Up. Boss Su, save me." Inside the Iron Pagoda, Mu Qingxue was still fuming. That beast Qingxue. Why did I ever heed his lies? The Snow Maiden's love is so heavy. He should go and atone for it. Sulan. The Mu Qingxue of old had been overbearing, cold, and merciless. To Sulan she felt like a lofty sovereign, whose every word was law. To put it bluntly, the old Mu Qingxue would never have troubled herself with all this. She would have sent the Snow Maiden flying with one slap long ago. After all, how dare anyone lay a hand on one of the Emperor's people? But now she was forever throwing little girl tantrums. Simply because the Snow Maiden had been loyal in love, she had handed over an elder of her own sect. Qingxue was hardly a good man, but this made it clear exactly how much Mu Qingxue had changed. At that thought, Su Lan sidestepped forward and put an arm around Mu Qingxue's shoulders, saying softly, Elder Qin is after all a man of my Star Moon Palace. We can't let the Snow Maiden tie him up and drag him back to Tianshan like this. Mu Qingxue retorted, then what? Save that beast Qin Shou. Since he refuses to be heartless, let him spend the rest of his life with the Snow Maiden. Su Lan's head throbbed slightly. He lowered his voice and coaxed, there's no need for that. Elder Qin is after all a fine man of our Star Moon Palace, and the Star Moon Palace is his home. How can we let him marry into Tianshan? What should happen is for Elder Qin to marry the Snow Maiden. After all, Qin Shou was his #1 henchman. If he were simply carried back to Tianshan like this by the time they met again, he would probably have withered into a skeleton. Su Lan couldn't bear that. Mu Qingxue nodded thoughtfully and said, "He'll do as you say." Outside the Ninastery, Qin Shou, burly and over 2 meters tall, wore a pallid expression as he was held tightly in the arms of a snow-white figure, half his head buried in a deep ravine. She was a woman untouched by even a trace of black. Her hair was snow-white, soft and fine, and she wore a snow-white dress, her bare skin whiter than snow. However, the Tianshan Snow Maiden was petite, just over 1.6 meters tall. Standing beside the towering 2-meter-plus Qin Shou, they looked less like lovers and more like father and daughter. When Su Lan came out arm in arm with Mu Qingxue and saw that, he couldn't help laughing. In this respect, Qin Shou really was the most beastly of all. This Tianshan Snow Maiden might carry the world on her chest, but she looked like a pure little lowly. How the hell could Qin Shou bring himself to do that? Did he have no sense of guilt? Oh, Qin Shou is scum from the demonic sect. That explains it. Star Moon Empress, thank you for finally not stopping me and my dear Qin. The Tianshan Snow Maiden said happily. She had stayed all along because she was waiting for Mu Qingxue to come out. If Mu Qingxue hadn't driven Qin Shou out of the Ninastery Iron Pagoda, she really wouldn't have dared to rush into Yi Zhou-Yang's secluded retreat. Mu Qingxue said lightly, no need to thank me. Qin Shou owed you this. In the Tianshan Snow Maiden's arms, Qin Shou smiled bitterly and said, Boss Su, I'm going back to Tianshan with Shuiji. You'll never see me again. Take good care of yourself. He was clear. With those words, Qin Shou's spirit seemed to be utterly drained. His face ashen, he collapsed into the Snow Maiden's arms. The Tianshan Snow Maiden glanced at Su Lan fearfully, then held Qin Shou even tighter and said solemnly, Lord Kanglin's sword god cutting off the clay supply was only a forced measure solely to make my dear Qin come see me. I hope you will forgive me. Now that I have gotten what I wanted, I will never do anything so foolish again. Su Lan smiled and nodded. That's good. Be sure to treat Elder Qin well. Seeing that Su Lan had no intention of stopping them, the Snow Maiden joyfully took her leave with Qin Shou in her arms. Just as they turned away, Qin Shou, whose face was deathly pale, suddenly let out a frantic cry. Boss Su will miss you so much. MMPH. The Tianshan Snow Maiden reacted quickly, covered his mouth to stop him from making any sound, and flew off into the distance without pausing for an instant. Mu Qingxue gave Su Lan a strange look and asked, Didn't you say that Qin Shou should marry the Snow Maiden? Just like that you're letting her go. Su Lan smiled. No need to rush. Let Qin Shou suffer a little first. That will help his cultivation. Oh, Mu Qingxue hummed softly, then slowly leaned her head on Su Lan's shoulder and murmured, Husband. Su Lan lowered his head, buried his nose in her dark hair, breathed in the fragrance, and asked in a low voice, What's wrong? What big treasure are you going to show me after the auction? A treasure that will let you achieve Dao Union. But the power of heaven and earth has long since dried up. It can no longer support the appearance of Dao Union. Can you, husband, really conjure up a Dao Union flower for me? Then do you want a Dao Union flower? No, I only want my husband. Stop it. It's not dark yet. Husband, I'm so bored. Let's go cultivate. In the Guangming City branch at the main tower of the Star Moon Palace's assembly hall, fragrant smoke lingered in the spacious top-floor meeting chamber as a soft, sizzling sound echoed gently. Mu Qingxue sat in the seat of honor, one leg crossed over the other. On the table before her lay a barbecue grill and a large bottle of thick, milky white drink. At that moment, she was using her magical power to control the heat, leisurely turning skewers of meat roasted to a golden crisp. She slid one skewer into her mouth, took a sip of the milky drink, and a satisfied expression spread across her face. Clearly all of this was Su Lan's masterpiece. Just as Mu Qingxue was about to drag him back to their room, inspiration struck him, and he diverted her attention with the temptation of delicious food. The craving for good food is one of humanity's greatest needs. Though cultivators could abstain from eating, that was only because ordinary food was not extraordinary enough. To stir Mu Qingxue's appetite, common fare simply would not do. But how could what Su Lan brought out be anything simple? A single divine phoenix wing was worth 10,000 high points, and a cup of 10,000-year earth spirit bell nectar cost 30,000 high points. Even the seasonings were ground from immortal herbs and sacred medicines staggeringly expensive. Just preparing this small spread for Mu Qingxue had cost 3 million hype points. Still seeing Mu Qingxue's contented expression, Su Lan felt it was worth it. Just then Mu Qingxue looked up with a beaming smile, waving a skewer of golden, sizzling meat at him. Husband, your grilled kidneys are ready. Come quick. Wife, you're too good to me. I'm so moved. Sob. With tears in his eyes, Su Lan ate the grilled white tiger kidney, imbued with Mu Qingxue's overflowing affection. This thing was not bought with hype points at all. Mu Qingxue had gone out of her way to hunt it down to nourish his body. It was just too damn touching, alright. It's not even spicy, so why are you crying? Zhen Yuqian is almost here. Let me wipe them for you. You look terrible. Mu Qingxue gently wiped the moisture from the corner of Su Lan's eye and asked curiously, Husband, this auction doesn't seem to make as much money as the lottery, so why insist on holding it? And you're even digging out quite a few treasures to sell. While digesting the vast vital essence contained in the white tiger kidney, Su Lan explained, holding an auction isn't about making money. It's about building reputation. Mu Qingxue asked curiously, reputation? What does our Star Moon Palace need a reputation for? Indeed, what use did a demonic sect have for reputation? The prejudice in people's hearts was like a mountain. Even a chicken that had turned over a new leaf would still have its past dragged up. Su Lan was momentarily at a loss for words. The auction truly did not make money, and Su Lan could not care less about the meager profits. In his eyes, what mattered most were the people. That was why he had chosen to hold the auction in a place like Guangming City. First, it was to weed out the low-ranking cultivators from remote backwaters who could not contribute much in hype points. But he certainly could not tell Mu Qingxue that he was a cheater carrying a system, and that the auction was meant to earn hype points, could he? That would sound utterly absurd to Mu Qingxue. Fortunately, at that moment Zhen Yuqian's voice came from outside. Elder Su Yuqian requests an audience. Su Lan seized the chance to climb down from the awkward topic, and said seriously, Wife, take your time eating here. He'll go discuss the auction arrangements with Zhen Yuqian. Mu Qingxue rolled her eyes at him. Go on then, hurry back. It's getting dark. A prickle of dread ran across Su Lan's scalp, and he promptly slipped away. In the side chamber of the conference hall, Zhen Yuqian reported to Su Lan on the auction's progress. There were still 3 days until the auction. Preparing an auction was not as simple as one might imagine. Moreover, this form of trading had been extinct for years, and it was Mu Qingxue who had made it extinct. To revive the tradition now was far harder than expected. First came the preparation of auction items, which was actually easy to solve. Even if no one brought treasures to consign, Su Lan could spend some hype points to gather enough. They were guaranteed to be strange things that the people of this world had never seen before. For example, an air purifier, a supreme treasure capable of transforming air into the essential spirit of heaven and earth, was valued at 10,000 hype points. Take for instance a pack of Ascension brand smokes. A single one could greatly boost the power of one's primordial spirit, priced at 500 hype points. Whether useful or not, as long as something was curious enough, there would naturally be people willing to pay. Take Zhen Yuqian, who was stunned, dumbfounded at that moment. With a half-smoked cigarette pinched between his fingers, it took him a long while to snap back, and he blurted out, Holy shit. This thing is going to be fought over like crazy. Next came the issue of publicity. No matter how good the auction items were, it was all for nothing if no one knew about them. Zhen Yuqian had already handled this matter, and according to him the effect seemed quite good. Finally, there was the problem of people's ingrained prejudice. This was not easy to overcome. Su Lan could only offer auction items that the world could not resist, so as to lure people to attend. After all, Su Lan's sudden rise to become the sword god had been not only swift, but also mysterious. He had reached #1 in the world within just a few short years. No one could resist the temptation of the natal cultivation art he practiced. The countless people who had flooded into Guangming City were the best proof. Though the great righteous sects cursed him loudly, the ones who came most eagerly were still them. The true interpretation of the sword Tao that Su Lan had released surpassed the heaven rank and stood at the threshold of the immortal grade, valued at 100,000 hype points. Just a glimpse of its opening chapters had them itching with desire, desperate to read the entire work. Moreover, the great sects were not exactly on harmonious terms. They fought one another constantly. What if by not attending, one of their enemy sects snatched up the true interpretation of the sword Tao at auction? Naturally, not one of them stayed away. They all came, damn it. Of course, one exception was the Taishu Holy Land, which had inexplicably sealed its mountain. At this point, Zhen Yuqian lowered his voice. Elder Su, the Taishu Holy Land's mountain sealing was very sudden. According to intelligence sent back by the Shadow Guards, there is a strong possibility it is targeted at you. The Taishu Sacred Land wants to send me a Tao integration imperial weapon yet again. How very thoughtful. As for the conspiracy of the Taishu Sacred Land, Su Lan merely laughed it off and said calmly, no matter. They cannot stir up any waves. A sacred land with a long heritage, Su Lan indeed would not rashly storm their stronghold. It was not because he feared their hidden foundations, but because a single Dao integration experience card was rather expensive and not worth the cost. Zhen Yuqian looked at Su Lan with reverence, and said slowly, Elder, Su suppresses everything under heaven. A mere Taishu sacred land only dares to release harsh words in the dark. How could it dare act insolently before you? Stop flattering me. Su Lan scolded with a smile. The auction house will be completed in another day. The leaders of the major powers have almost all arrived in Guangming City. It is time to start sending out the auction invitations. Zhen Yuqian hesitated for a moment and asked Elder Su, what should this auction house be named? Su Lan paused briefly, then said word by word, call it. Daxia, Xiaoyao Sacred Lord, this is the invitation from our sword god elder. Inside the Xiaoyao restaurant in Guangming City, a disciple of the Star Moon Palace handed over a gilded invitation. The graceful and refined Xiaoyao Sacred Lord accepted it calmly. By rights, a mere outer disciple of the Star Moon Palace was not worth him receiving in person. But since this disciple had come in the name of Kanglin's sword god, he had to show due respect. When he opened the invitation, the Xiaoyao Sacred Lord could not help the corner of his eye twitching. The Daxiao auction house will begin in 3 days. All recipients of this invitation are requested to be present. How utterly outrageous. This Kanglin sword god was even more overbearing than the empress of that year. But he only dared to mutter these words in his heart. Wearing a friendly smile, he asked, young friend, is it true that Kanglin's sword god intends to auction off his life-bound cultivation method this time? The disciple replied with neither humility nor arrogance, the sword god elder's word once spoken cannot be taken back, even by 4 horses. The original copy of the true sword Dao interpretation has already arrived at the auction house. After a pause, the disciple continued, the invitation has been delivered. I hope the Xiaoyao Sacred Lord will weigh this carefully. The sword god elder also said that if the Daxiao auction house has not recovered the corresponding invitations by then, he will personally visit every recipient one by one. With that, the disciple strode out, head held high. The meaning was exactly that. Come and all would be fine, you do not come, and you could go home and wait for him to personally call on your doorstep. With Su Lan backing him, that disciple thoroughly relished letting those harsh words fly. With only a mere secret vault cultivation base, he could utter threats in front of the spiritual Terrace Sacred Lord of a major sacred land and still walk away safely. Apart from him, only a few fellow disciples lucky enough to have been chosen could claim the same. After the Star Moon Palace disciple left, the Xiaoyao Sacred Lord's face turned very dark. An accompanying elder behind him said indignantly, Sacred Lord Kanglin, sword god has gone too far. We only came to this auction to show him respect, and yet he sends people to threaten us. Why don't we just leave and skip this damn auction? I refuse to believe he dares to run wild in our Xiaoyao sacred land. The Xiaoyao Sacred Lord's face turned even darker. What options did he have? Not a tent. He had already come. This was what happened at the Xiaoyao restaurant. The same scene was unfolding at the residences of every major power in Guangming City, the 3 transcendent orthodox sacred lands, Xiaoyao Shushan and Xiantian, the 3 great empires, Tianyuan, Huanyu, and Feixian. The 5 top orthodox sects, Pure Yang Sword Sect, Beast Taming Sect, Body, Refining Sect, Void Gate, and Flying Snow Sect, were also among them. In addition to these renowned powers, as for the demonic sects, Su Lan showed them some courtesy. He sent no one to expose their headquarters, they would come on their own. The sun rose and set, and 2 hurried days passed. The blazing sun had just risen. Guangming City, hidden in darkness, was illuminated once again. Today was the day the Daxiao auction house was to hold it, so much so that every tavern and pleasure house and brothel was packed to capacity. In a square in the northeastern corner of Guangming City stood a grand and imposing auction house. It was only the Qin hour, 7 o'clock in the morning, yet the area outside the Daxiao auction house was already crowded to overflowing. These were people who had not received invitations, but still wanted to enter the auction house for a glimpse of the sword god's true face. At the main entrance, a row of imposing Star Moon Palace disciples stood guard. The leader Qin Haonan climbed to a high point and shouted, everyone calm down. Let me say a few words. Damn it. I traveled 1,000 miles to get here. How can I not be allowed in without an invitation? Oh, let me in. Which shameless bastard is groping my ass? I'll chop off your dog paws. Ooh, stop shoving from behind. You've crushed my balls. Outside the main gate the noise was tremendous, yet not a single person listened to Qin Haonan's blathering. Qin Haonan's expression turned grave. With such a dense crowd, disasters could easily happen. If someone with ill intentions stirred up trouble, all it would take was a single spark to drag everyone into the chaos. Foreseeing that something terrible was about to happen, Qin Haonan made a prompt decision to report it. Shanji, you keep watch here. I'll go ask Elder Su. After instructing a fellow disciple beside him, Qin Haonan slipped away. Sunlight spilled across the windowsill. Su Lan, panting heavily, barely managed to crawl out from beneath the spring gauze bed canopy. Today was the opening day of the Daxiao auction. He could no longer afford to sink helplessly into Mu Qingxue's warm embrace. From the gauntness of his cheeks, one could tell that his gains over the past 2 days had been enormous. First was a leap in cultivation level from the third heaven of the Zifu realm. He shattered 6 primordial spirit chains in succession and ascended to the peak of the Zifu realm. All he needed next was to open a cave heaven within his sea of consciousness, and he would ascend to the cave. Mu Qingxue's gains were no less substantial. The flawed Dao foundation she had carried for years was now 80% repaired. As long as she and Su Lan practiced dual cultivation a few more times, she would be able to completely reshape her Dao foundation. Su Lan donned his signature blue gown robe, strapped on his world-renowned rusty broken sword, and tidied himself up so that he did not appear too weak. Once everything was in order, Su Lan turned back and said, "Wife, take your time to consolidate your foundation. Your husband is leaving now." A soft hum came from beyond the pink gauze curtain, and then it sank back into silence. Su Lan let out a sigh, gently closed the door, and walked out full of hope. The moment he stepped outside, he ran straight into Chun Haonan, who was hurrying toward him. As soon as he saw Su Lan, Chun Haonan reported, "Elder Su, something terrible has happened." Su Lan raised an eyebrow and asked in a low voice what happened. Chun Haonan answered tersely, "Too many people have come. I'm afraid there will be trouble." The Daxiao auction house. A sea of people. Dense masses of figures packed the square and streets outside until not a drop of water could pass. From time to time, quarrels broke out with people squabbling noisily, yet no one came to blows. After all, this auction had been organized by the Kanglan sword god. It was a rare grand spectacle for the whole world. No matter how dissatisfied anyone was, no one dared to stir up trouble on this turf. By now, Su Lan had reached the outer edge and was looking at the scene with a slight headache. A big crowd was good, but too big a crowd could easily cause problems, especially since every one of them was a cultivator, the type of temperament that would start a fight over the slightest disagreement. And if they hadn't started fighting yet, it was probably because they were all his fans. Elder Su, the Daxiao auction house has seats for at most 30,000 people, but there are at least 100,000 here. If we don't handle this well, it may easily lead to a riot. Chun Haonan said with a grim expression from behind Su Lan. 70,000 out of 100,000 could not enter the venue. With so many people shut out, no one could predict what chaos might erupt. Su Lan cast a glance at the towering Daxiao auction house and instantly formed an idea. "Go keep order first. I have my ways, don't worry." "Understood." "Hey, what's that? Is someone flying up there? Who's that bolt? Daring to fly above the Kanglan sword god? Do they not want to live? He's also wearing a blue robe and carrying a broken sword. Does he think he's the Kanglan sword god? I mean, is there a possibility that he truly is the Kanglan sword god? Quiet, the lot of you. That is our elder Su, the Kanglan sword god." "Ow." A burst of exclamations sounded from the entrance. With Chun Haonan, a disciple of Xingyue Palace, speaking up, there was no mistake. Everyone stared with burning eyes and suddenly felt that the plain and ordinary figure had become enveloped in a few strands of sword intent. Standing atop the dome of the Daxiao auction house, Su Lan looked down contentedly at the surging crowd below. This crop of fans was too enthusiastic. If he didn't harvest a wave of leaks, he would be letting himself down. There were at least 100,000 people, most of them cultivators who had come from far away. Though their strength was nothing impressive, they were all at the secret treasury and divine bridge stages. If each one contributed even 10,000, or even 1,000 deception points, he would earn at least 100 million points. How could Su Lan bear to let a fortune like that slip through his fingers? How could Su Lan bear to let his fans who had traveled thousands of miles go home disappointed? All he needed was to set up a live broadcast. With the Daxiao auction house being so large, installing a real-time projection screen surrounding the venue was a simple matter. No sooner thought than done. Su Lan immediately spent 10,000 deception points to buy 4 pairs of projection beads from the system. A moment later, suddenly streams of light flickered across the outer stone walls of the Daxiao auction house, and hazy images were cast out from within the glow. "What is that? It looks like 2 little figures fighting." The crowd buzzed with discussion, curious about the sudden change. As time passed, the images gradually became clear. That's the scene inside the auction house. This is the water moon mirror flower art, capable of perfectly projecting a scene from one place to another. The Kanglan sword god's skill is miraculous. This trip wasn't in vain. Worth it. Most of the fans in the back rows knew perfectly well that the auction house was only so big, so of course not everyone could get in. That was why they had been pushing forward so eagerly, hoping to secure a seat and catch a glimpse of the world-famous spectacle. They hadn't expected the Kanglan sword god to be so thoughtful, addressing precisely what they had in their hearts. He had specially cast the water moon mirror flower art to display everything happening inside the auction house. Even if they couldn't grab seats inside, they could still watch the proceedings from outside. After adjusting the equipment, Su Lan cleared his throat and activated the Dao sound domain purchased while preaching not a one-time consumable to cover the entire venue. He said softly, "Everyone has come to support the auction hosted by my Qingxue palace. I so truly appreciate this kindness. But the Daxiao auction house has limited seating, and I cannot let everyone in to watch. For that reason, I so have cast the water moon mirror flower art to present the scenes inside the auction house one by one. May I ask you not to return disappointed?" With the enhancement of the Dao sound domain, Su Lan's voice sounded clearly in everyone's ear. The clamor abruptly stopped, and all eyes blazed as they fixed on that peerless figure atop the Daxiao auction house. A moment later, the system notification sounds went off frantically. Ding. Host fooled Huan when a human cultivator at the Zifu realm into arriving. Deception points 10000. Ding. Host fooled Ran Luo, a human divine bridge stage cultivator, into arriving. Deception points 3000. Ding. Host fooled humans. Ding. Ding. Host continuously fooled 10,000 human divine bridge stage cultivators into arriving. Deception points 10000. Ding. Host continuously fooled 50,000. After this wave of operations, he had earned 100 million deception points for nothing. Of course, earning these deception points was nothing, and what mattered was that he hadn't let his fans down, and he could still harvest a few more waves of leaks. Ignoring the enthusiastic cheers of the fans below, Su Lan turned and entered the auction house. As soon as he reached the rear hall, he heard Jin Yuqian rambling nonsense. "Quick, take that pile of foundation-nourishing pills, which usually can't be sold even for 1 tael of silver, and put a price tag of 3 taels per bottle. Let's make a damn fortune from this shady deal." No, wait. All these people came because of Elder Su's fame. Damn it, carve the words Kanglan Sword God on the labels and sell them for 5 taels a bottle. He was directing the disciples to sort out the goods that the Liang Trading Company usually had trouble selling, planning to sell them to ordinary cultivators when the auction began. Su Lan frowned. Jin Yuqian truly was a scoundrel of the demonic sect. He was all too skilled at this kind of shady business. But using my reputation to make money was not right. How could he let the family suffer losses? The fans outside the auction house must be taken care of as well. Unknowingly, time reached high noon. "Xiaoyao, didn't you say you weren't coming?" "Xuantian, what face do you have to say that?" "Listen to me, everyone, let's all go back." "Chunyang, didn't you say not even dogs would come?" "Heh, only dogs wouldn't come. Invitation letters are collected here. Holy lords and sect masters, please line up one by one." A clear empty zone opened up at the entrance. The holy lords of the 3 holy lands and the sect masters of the 5 great sects exchanged pleasantries briefly, then guided by their disciples, each entered their own private box. They were people of status, so naturally they would not crowd into the hall like ordinary cultivators. The moment they took their seats in the private box, they saw a man sitting leisurely on the central stage below. With an azure robe and a broken sword, he exuded an unruffled air and an otherworldly countenance. One glance told you he was extraordinary. The holy lords and sect masters all looked solemn and sighed. In all likelihood, a year later, after he swept away the fog over his Dao path, he could ascend to great saint in one stroke. In this era where the vital essence of heaven and earth was increasingly drying up, one great saint was enough to sweep away everything. When that time came, who in the world could still halt the advance of Star Moon Palace? I'm afraid that other than befriending the Kanglan Sword God and Star Moon Palace, there was no other recourse. This was the common thought of every well-informed holy lord and sect master. In their hearts, as if by tacit agreement, Su Lan had cast a shadow over them. Before long, people began to flood into the empty, chilly auction hall, taking their seats one after another in the spacious hall downstairs. Dense crowds packed every limited seat to the brim. The whispers of tens of thousands interwove, but were confined among the seats by a formation without disturbing the solemn atmosphere of the auction. This auction was a spectacle rarely seen in the world. The holy lords of the 3 holy lands, the sect masters of the 5 great sects, and many other people of far-reaching renown had all arrived. Anyone who could squeeze in to witness this would have something worth boasting about. Su Lan sat on the auction stage watching it all with great excitement. There had been a similar chance during the initiation ceremony, but at that time, he was still a greenhorn, unaware of the true essence of bluffing, and had missed an opportunity to rake in a mountain of bluff points. Now it was time to earn back everything he had missed. Without hesitating, Su Lan directly activated the intelligent projection bead in his hand. A dazzling screen suddenly appeared above the stage. Right after that, the Dao sound domain unfolded. "Thank you all for honoring Daxiao Auction House with your presence. Today's auction will be hosted by yours truly, Su." His voice resounded throughout the venue, even clearly audible outside the auction house. The audience below quieted instantly. To them, being able to witness with their own eyes an auction personally hosted by the Kanglan Sword God made a lifetime worthwhile. The holy lords and sect masters in the private boxes also turned solemn, An auction worthy of being hosted by the Kanglin's sword god was bound to be spectacular. Su Lan did not waste words and went straight to the point. There are 5 auction items in total. Now let us begin with the first one. As his voice faded, a female disciple with a bewitching face and a willowy waist walked up the stage with cat-like steps, carrying a tray covered with red cloth. Since ancient times, beauty has stirred hearts just as much as wealth and power. All eyes were instantly drawn to that alluring female disciple, and at the same time their curiosity about the first item burned even hotter. Without wasting time, Su Lan lifted the red cloth. On the large screen above, a yellowed sheepskin scroll on the tray was shown in real time. Su Lan gently stroked the parchment that exuded a decaying aura, a trace of remembrance flashing through his eyes, and said slowly, "When I was young, my innate bone constitution was extremely poor. Despite consuming a great deal of resources, I failed to enter Qi refining even after 3 years of training, and my clansmen labeled me a waste. Despairing of cultivation, I could only place all my passion on the mountains and rivers. Then in a small river, I picked up a piece of parchment." Listening to the system notification sounds blaring wildly, Su Lan's tone gradually became more fervent. "Heaven truly favored me, Su." On the parchment was recorded a cultivation art. To this day, I still do not know its rank. Following the method on the parchment, I practiced the sword for 5 years, and in a single morning, I broke through into the azure clouds. This is the first item of today, the true interpretation of the sword Tao of unknown rank. The instant Su Lan finished speaking, the entire auction house inside and out burst into an uproar. Hiss! I never imagined the sword god Su had endured such things in his youth. It truly makes one's heart. As far as I know, sword god Su indeed failed at cultivation in his early years and was ridiculed by others. It was precisely because of this that he was able to temper an unbreakable Tao heart through adversity. After obtaining the true interpretation of the sword Tao, he soared straight into the sky. Sword god Su is even willing to auction off his life-bound cultivation art. How truly magnanimous. I bid 500 taels of gold. I bid 1,000 taels. Even the holy lords and sect masters in the private boxes could no longer sit still. They had come precisely for this true interpretation of the sword Tao, yet they had never expected it to be the first item. Moreover, they believed Su Lan's words without the slightest doubt. This was not only because of the subconscious trust buff granted by the system, but also because they had investigated Su Lan's life path. When Su Lan was young, he had indeed earned the name of a waste in Kanglin City. With these two factors combined, the holy lords and sect masters contributed an extremely high-quality batch of bluff points to Su Lan. Su Lan smiled brilliantly and said with complete indifference, "The true interpretation of the sword Tao will have no starting price. Everyone feel free to let loose. 500,000. The moment those words fell, someone spoke from one of the private boxes, instantly silencing the crowd below, who had been bidding for the fun of it. 1,500,000. 2 million. 2,500,000. 10 million. Bid after bid rose without end. Yet Su Lan was utterly uninterested in listening. He simply let them do as they pleased. Was money really important to him? At that moment, he opened his personal panel in his mind. Listening to the delightful system notification chimes and watching the balance leap upward was what truly delighted him. Ding. Host is bluffing. Ding ding ding. Current balance 986746400 bluff points. Current balance 1136557520 bluff points. Current balance 138563120 bluff points. The balance kept jumping so rapidly that Su Lan could not even tell how much he had actually earned. But in a certain instant, Su Lan's expression turned grave. He directly spent 9999999 bluff points to purchase a Tao Integration Realm Experience card. Without the slightest hesitation, he used it immediately. A power that could overturn the world surged from within him, and Su Lan's primordial spirit was elevated to an infinite height in that single moment. In an instant, heaven and earth held no secrets from him any longer. It seemed that if he merely wished it, he could even take the place of the Tao itself. At the same time, outside the auction house, dark clouds gathered abruptly. Streaks of purple lightning like roaming dragons flickered in and out of visibility, and from the depths of the sky, an eye devoid of any emotion slowly opened. The raucous atmosphere inside the auction house came to an abrupt halt. Everyone trembled as they looked at Su Lan upon the high platform. A pressure so overwhelming it was suffocating radiated from Su Lan's body. All living beings within and without the auction house, from the saint sovereigns and sect masters of the spirit terrace realm down to a tiny ant passing by in search of food, were pressed by this aura and couldn't stop shaking. Tao integration. The great emperor. The Kanglin sword god is a great emperor. 100,000 years have passed, and finally another emperor has emerged. To live in this era is the greatest luck of my life. At this moment, both true fans and haters alike had transformed into Su Lan's most devout followers. This was a faith engraved deep within their bloodline. The reason why Dao integration cultivators were honored as great emperors was that every Dao integration cultivator was nurtured by draining all the power of an era from heaven and earth. They were the vanguard of an era and equally its creator. They were the faith of all living beings and the guardians of the world. Ages suppressed by a great emperor were always the most prosperous ages. Yet Sulan was in no mood to care about these frenzied believers. The reason he had unhesitatingly spent 100 million Huyo points to use the Dao integration experience card was not because he had earned too many Huyo points at once and lost his mind. It was because of a system notification. Ding. Host has tricked the Spirit Clan's king-level life form devouring Heaven King into submission. Huyo points 100,000,000. 100 million Huyo points. A standard trick on Mu Qingxue only yielded 10 million points. Sulan had no idea what level of existence this mysterious Spirit Clan's devouring Heaven King actually was. The situation had completely exceeded his control, and his phobia of insufficient firepower had acted up again. That was why he used the Dao integration power With the blessing of Dao integration power, Sulan's gaze fell upon an ordinary middle-aged man below the stage. Spirit Clan, what kind of mighty being are you? His voice exploded like thunder. Chains of order and law materialized out of thin air, firmly locking the middle-aged man in place. Haha. Seeing he had been discovered, the middle-aged man didn't panic. Instead, he let out a sneer and said, I never expected this withered world still has a Dao integration cultivator. Interesting, truly interesting. Sulan frowned and said in a deep voice, state your purpose. As soon as he spoke, an invisible chain of order lashed toward the middle-aged man. This was the power of speaking and becoming law. In the Dao integration state, every word Sulan spoke formed a chain of rules. Now those chains targeted the middle-aged man. Unless he possessed power equal to Sulan's, he could only follow Sulan's command and speak the truth. However, obviously this mysterious king-level creature of the Spirit Clan was extremely powerful. Although he hadn't reached the strength of Dao integration, he was equivalent to the peak of the Great Sage realm right at the threshold of Dao integration. His dry, withered, sallow skin cracked like porcelain. Dense spiderweb-like fissures instantly covered his whole body, yet he still didn't open his mouth, continuing to resist Sulan's power. Bang! Flesh and blood flew everywhere. The devouring Heaven King revealed his true form. It was a silver humanoid life form. Its body was covered in silver scales similar to fish scales, while its face, unmarked by scales, resembled that of a human and looked rather handsome. Its silver hair in particular cascaded down like a waterfall, giving it a bewitching beauty. Yet unlike human features, between its brows grew a vertical eye with a golden pupil, while the pupils of its two other eyes were silver. The three eyes stared at Sulan most frighteningly. Very well, lowly human, you are qualified to be my battle servant. In that instant, golden light surged like waves, savagely bursting through the chains of order, and arrived right in front of Sulan within a blink. Everyone in the auction house was stunned. This silver life form was absolutely powerful. Under the suppression of a great emperor, it could still counterattack. Just how strong was it? Sulan frowned. Raising his hand, he bound that golden ribbon of destructive power, and his figure appeared behind the silver life form in a flash. He did not know what trump card the devouring Heaven King had that allowed him to brag before a Dao integration cultivator, but he knew that striking first was definitely the right thing to do. Waiting for the devouring Heaven King to reveal his trump card was a fool's move. His sword finger thrust out, piercing the silver life form's right chest. This was where the devouring Heaven King's primordial spirit was located. Unlike the human primordial spirit, which resided high in the purple mansion, the Spirit Clan's primordial spirit could flow anywhere in the body. Wrapped in immense force and towering, while Sulan's finger strike blasted the devouring Heaven King's primordial spirit into countless fragments. It all happened in a flash. The devouring Heaven King's eerie face still bore an arrogant expression. The third eye between his brows was still emitting golden divine light, saturated with destructive aura. A bloody hole appeared in the devouring Heaven King's chest. The vigorous aura around his body rapidly decayed, and his life began to drain away at terrifying speed. But Sulan did not relax. Instead, his expression grew more solemn, because he noticed that although his strike, carrying his will to kill, had scattered the devouring Heaven King's primordial spirit, his own killing will had also been worn away by some force. This was highly unusual. Under the empowered state of Dao integration, Sulan was absolutely certain that his will could not dissipate simply because the devouring Heaven King's primordial spirit was destroyed. It should have permanently suppressed the primordial spirit fragments. Even if the primordial spirit had dissolved into nothing, that will should have persisted for 10,000 years, never fading slowly like this. No, he still has a trump card. Sulan's brows knitted tightly. He extended his hand, condensing tens of thousands of chains of order to seal off a 1-meter radius around the devouring Heaven King's body. He showed no mercy. His 5 fingers clenched, releasing grand sweeping power that wrapped around the devouring Heaven King's towering body, intending to crush him into nothingness. Chi. A faint sound. The devouring Heaven King's body was compressed by the immense power into a ball of crystalline silver blood. Truly hard to kill. Su Lan's tightly knitted brows still did not loosen. Haha. A cold laugh came from the silver blood, and after a moment it once again took the form of the devouring Heaven King. At the same time, a burst of silver flames rose around him, burning fiercely, even melting the chains of order that bound him. Standing at the center, the devouring Heaven King, everyone in the auction house drew a cold breath. This mysterious silver life form was far stronger than they had ever imagined. Even a Dao integration great emperor couldn't kill it. They sensed impending doom. In a clash between Dao integration powers, even the shockwaves alone would be enough to reduce the entire Guangming city to nothingness. Everyone wanted to flee, but their bodies were frozen in place. Su Lan's overwhelming pressure swept across the entire venue, both to shield them and to guard against any other mysterious spirit clan life forms secretly spying from the shadows. And you have thoroughly enraged your king. Kneel and surrender, and I will spare your life. The devouring Heaven King spoke. The light in his vertical eye burned even brighter, and the golden rays it shot out instantly melted half of the chains of order around him. Su Lan's expression remained composed. The devouring Heaven King's aura was still rising. He could not delay any longer. Not because there were only 9 minutes left in the Dao integration experience, but because a graceful figure was rushing anxiously toward the Daxiao auction house. Absorbing attack power is your greatest trump card, Su Lan murmured. He had already seen through the true nature of this mysterious devouring Heaven King, who grew stronger with every battle. To avoid making Mu Qingxue worry, he had to eliminate the devouring Heaven King as fast as possible. Primordial immortal art, chaos inversion, Dharma seal, suppress and kill. Suppress and kill. Su Lan spoke with heavenly authority. He flipped his single hand, and a diagram of yin-yang life and death appeared in his palm, striking at the silver creature. In embracing yang-yang, embracing yin life and death standing side by side, twisting the very forces of yin and yang. Trivial tricks. The devouring Heavenly King sneered with disdain, even slightly retracting the silver flames around him, spreading his arms wide to welcome the diagram of life and death. It was extremely confident in its innate divine ability. As long as the power of this human before it had not reached the immortal level, it would be impossible to break through its innate divine ability. Hiss, a sound like the mingling of fire and water arose. The diagram of yin-yang life and death directly erased a pair of silver-forged arms. The silver creature's expression changed drastically. The third eye between its brows opened wide, unleashing a devastating golden blaze that blasted toward the diagram of life and death. But it was too late. Su Lan hated trouble throughout his life. If he could settle something on the spot, he would. This diagram of yin-yang life and death was an innate divine ability of the chaos-reversing immortal body. Bearing the immensely profound and ancient aura of the primordial immortal art, it was activated by Su Lan in his Dao integration state, nearly touching the immortal Dao realm. At the same cultivation level, no one could withstand it. The instant the golden blaze collided with the diagram of yin-yang life and death, there was no earth-shattering explosion nor violent shockwaves. Only a reverse absorption, like rivers returning to the sea. The diagram of yin-yang life and death instead devoured the blazing light shot out by the devouring Heavenly King. Then the power contained within that blaze was reversed, causing the diagram's aura to become even more formidable. No, the devouring Heavenly King was finally afraid. His expression that had scorned everything was replaced by terror. This diagram of yin-yang life and death completely countered his innate divine ability. He could not absorb it. Instead, it was this damned diagram that had absorbed his pair of arms. He wanted to retreat and flee from the approaching diagram, but was firmly bound by the chains of law behind him. All he could do was watch helplessly as the diagram drew closer. First his chest, then his legs, his brain, and finally his nascent soul, which had shifted to his buttocks. In the end, a void of darkness devoured everything about him. Emperor Kanglin is invincible, may he reign for 10,000 ages. The Emperor slew the alien race and protected our human realm from invasion. Please accept a bow from this humble one. Accept my bow. Then he'll kowtow to the Emperor as well. The Emperor has emerged once more. An age of prosperity will dawn. To live in the same era as the Emperor is the fortune of our generation. The great Xia auction house, which had seemed to be under a mute button, suddenly erupted inside and out with a roar that could overturn the very clouds. After all, Su Lan had not turned off the projection orb, nor had he deactivated the Dao sound domain. The scene of him slaughtering the devouring heavenly king of the spirit race was being broadcast in real time on the giant screen. Inside and outside the Great Xia auction house, over 100,000 people witnessed it all. Su Lan, the Tao integration Great Emperor, slew a mysterious alien being. In particular, the moment when the devouring heavenly king called humans ants, and Su Lan slew him in righteous fury, made everyone's blood boil with excitement. At that moment outside the Great Xia auction house, a graceful figure descended swiftly. Hearing the fervent cries of the crowd and learning that the mysterious Tao integration cultivator was Su Lan Mu Qingxue's suspended heart finally settled. Originally, when she sensed this unfamiliar Tao integration aura, she thought Su Lan was in danger. She was so anxious, she almost cried, afraid that if she came too late, she would only be able to collect his corpse. So disregarding everything, she flew straight toward the Great Xia auction house, braving the overwhelming pressure of the Tao integration realm. But what was the result? That bastard Su Lan had hidden it so deeply. At first she thought his sealed Tao fruit was the Spirit Terrace stage, and then the Saint Entry stage. Both were understandable. And now he suddenly jumped straight to Tao integration. This was beyond Mu Qingxue's comprehension. After all, every Tao integration cultivator was an emperor who could swallow the universe and suppress an entire era. Unlike Su Lan, so carefree and undisciplined. A dignified Tao integration great emperor, yet without any trace of grandeur, and worse, using the excuse of a dust-stained sword heart to act as a shameless heart thief. Mu Qingxue secretly spat in disdain, yet she was still somewhat worried. Though she didn't know what had happened for Su Lan to use his Tao integration power, it must be something earth-shaking enough to topple heaven and earth. At this thought, Mu Qingxue rubbed her slightly reddened eyes. After restoring her composure, she vanished in a flash and appeared inside the Great Xia auction house. The main hall buzzed with excitement. Her eyes immediately found the figure at the center of the auction floor, the one upon whom all gazes rested. In a green robe and long garment with a rusted broken sword. Just as when he had left that morning, except now, he carried an extra aura of overbearing transcendence. At this moment Su Lan turned back. His gentle gaze rested on her, and he said with a smiling, radiant expression, "I'm fine, don't worry." For some reason at the moment she saw Su Lan safe and sound, the pent-up anger in Mu Qingxue's heart suddenly dissolved. She lightly nodded her head and softly replied, "Mm." Under the gaze of the entire venue, Su Lan slowly walked up to Mu Qingxue. At this moment, inside and outside the entire auction house, it was terrifyingly quiet. With a true great emperor and the revered female emperor of the era standing face to face, the crowd could not utter a single word. Because both of these two who left heaven and earth speechless were figures from the Star Moon Palace, the leader of the demonic sect. No, that's not right. Since the Star Moon Palace now produced an emperor, it would no longer be a demonic sect, but would ascend to a transcendent power, becoming the fifth holy land. Su Lan ignored all the stares. His eyes were only for Mu Qingxue. "Go sit in the private room first. Your husband still has to continue hosting the auction. When it's over, he'll give you a surprise." She murmured softly. Mu Qingxue rarely lowered her head, not daring to meet Su Lan's dazzling gaze at that moment. Su Lan smiled. "The Tianzi, no. One private box has always been kept for you. Let's go wait for me to finish." Ding. Host has successfully fooled human Saint Interstage cultivator Mu Qingxue into position. Deception points 1000000. Ding. Host has continuously fooled a total of 32 human spirit terracist cultivators into position. Deception points 3000000. Ding. Host continuing to fool. Current balance 31935855560 points. Current balance 33456836666. Damn, he forgot the Daosound domain was still on. Watching the wildly jumping deception points balance, Su Lan felt extremely delighted. He hadn't expected that a casual sentence to please Mu Qingxue would have brought in nearly 1 billion deception points. That was equivalent to a Tao integration flower. It seemed that if he didn't earn at least 100 or so Tao integration flowers today, he would be letting down the auction he had meticulously prepared for over half a month. After Mu Qingxue entered the private room, Su Lan immediately announced in a loud voice, "There was a minor interlude just now, everyone need not worry. Now the auction continues. Please welcome the second item. A pack of huazi." The moment Su Lan's words fell, someone in the audience could not wait to speak. "Does the great emperor need money? I'll offer my entire fortune, 100,000 taels of gold, just to add a bit of excitement. Auction or no auction, huazi or no huazi. I don't care. I just want to give the great emperor money." "Well said. Though I'm poor, I can still offer 1,000 taels of gold as a small token of respect." These fans must all be insane. Su Lan was baffled. Did he really have that much charm? On ordinary days, every one of them was stingy, unwilling to spend even on better cultivation resources. Yet now they were scrambling to hand him money. He had never seen such a strange demand. Sulan said directly to those of you who just offered me money, please go to the backstage area afterward and speak with manager Zhen Yuqian of the Liang trading firm. Now let's move on to the second lot. Oh, Great Emperor, I was joking. Even if I sold myself, I wouldn't be worth 100,000 taels. Tisk, I'll just sell myself to the Xingyue Palace. I know Grand Manager Zhen Yuqian. We're old acquaintances. The Great Emperor's words are law. Since I can't produce the money, I can only sell myself to the Xingyue Palace to work like an ox or a horse. Oh, I'm so happy. Amid the fans' frenzied cries, a graceful, alluring female disciple presented the lot covered in red cloth. Unwilling to bother with these troublesome fans, Sulan simply swept aside the red cloth and cut to the chase. This is today's second lot. Huazi brand cigarettes. On the large screen, a palm-sized soft paper package with red accents appeared in real time on a plate. Huazi brand cigarettes. What a strange name. Why have I never heard of such a divine object? Would the Great Emperor sell you rubbish? This must surely be an even more precious treasure than the true interpretation of the Sword Dao. Obviously, if it's being auctioned right after the true interpretation of the Sword Dao, how could it be anything ordinary? Too bad we can only broaden our horizons. This is a battle among the noble figures in the private boxes. To see a living Great Emperor on this trip is already a blessing accumulated over 8 generations. Seeing that everyone's attention was riveted, Sulan immediately began his spiel. Know his introduction. This is a mysterious object from an unknown kingdom. Its rank is unknown. Light 1 end with fire, and it gives off a lingering fragrance with wisps of white smoke. Smoke it, and it can strengthen the primordial spirit and even dispel inner demons. Light 1 up, and all worries vanish. As he spoke, Sulan took out a huazi and lit it by way of demonstration. With a dashing air, he blew a smoke ring, then said slowly, back then I broke into an extremely perilous forbidden land and barely obtained this single pack, 19 sticks. Now bidding begins. 100,000. The instant Sulan's words fell, someone called out from a certain VIP box, instantly silencing the audience below. Plainly, this was a struggle among the great sacred lords and sect masters in the private boxes. Their shared intention was to first knock the fun-seeking spectators below out of the competition. Immediately after, the other boxes joined the fray. 1,500,000. 2 million. As for the bidding process, Sulan ignored it with practiced skill. At that moment, he opened his personal panel again. Watching the balance of Huyo points climb wildly, the joy in his heart was beyond words. Ding. Host Huyo. Current balance 423820000. Current balance 4340000. Compared with the explosive surge at the opening of the auction, the effect of this second Huyo was clearly much weaker. The Huyo points only rose by a little over 2 billion before they refused to climb further. Compared with the very beginning, it was 1 billion fewer Huyo points. Well, exactly 1 fewer He Dao flower. Still, it was understandable. After all, people had natural resistance, and leeks had to be harvested 1 crop at a time. The first time produced the best effect, the second time was half as effective, and after that the effect would near zero. Having gone through an entire auction, Sulan estimated that this session's gains could reach at most 8 billion Huyo points. Once the auction was over, he would let his dear leeks recover for 10 days to half a month, and then he could harvest another wave. 8 billion. He would be rich overnight. As Sulan was happily daydreaming about how to spend his Huyo points, the trial time for the He Dao realm came to an end. The surging power within his body suddenly vanished, and his primordial spirit seemed to crash from the clouds into the depths of a valley. The intense contrast left Sulan feeling completely at a loss. At the same time, the auction of the Huazi had come to a close. Among the 3 great sacred lands, the Xiaoyao sacred lord now had burning eyes. The carefree, unrestrained manner in which Sulan had smoked the Huazi utterly captivated him, let alone the Huazi's miraculous effect of dispelling inner demons. Spending 19 million taels to win it was in no way a loss, compared with his excitement. Apart from the Shu Mountain sword master, who was even more delighted than he, the sacred lords and sect masters in the other boxes wore rather sour expressions. It was not a matter of financial strength. In terms of wealth, the 3 great sacred lands and the 5 great sects were not all that far apart. They had originally assumed this trip was merely to show the Kanglan sword god some respect, and incidentally, to bid for the true interpretation of the Sword Dao. That was why the money each faction brought was more or less the same. Because they knew that Shu Mountain, the sacred land of the Sword Dao, was certain to exhaust its coffers to bid for the true interpretation of the Sword Dao, and they had no intention of bankrupting themselves to play that game with Shu Mountain. Yet who could have known? Kanglan's sword god was more than just a sword god. He was a living great emperor. The true interpretation of the Sword Dao was essentially an emperor's scripture. To have been taken so easily by Shu Mountain, they were anguished to the point of barely being able to breathe. Sacred Lord, do not be angry. Shu Mountain and Xiaoyao have already withdrawn. Among the remaining 3 lots we are certain to seize 1, or even 2. 1 would already be good enough. We only came to join in the excitement this time, and we didn't bring much money. Do you think the 5 great sects are poor? Conversations similar to those in the Xiantian Sacred Lands box rang out in the other boxes as well. It was easy to foresee that the competition ahead would become even fiercer. Yet Sulan did not care much about any of this. To him, money was nothing but a floating cloud beyond the body. Only Huyo points were the true way. In the tense, gunpowder-filled atmosphere, Sulan adjusted his state of mind and began the 3rd wave of harvesting Huyo points. The graceful female disciple appeared once more, but she was no longer the focus of everyone's gaze. All eyes were fixed on the auction lot she held in both hands. We will now continue the auction. The 3rd lot. A divine object from the outer void. A pack of divine dragon brand spicy strips. Sulan lifted the red cloth, and the large screen displayed on a jade plate short little strands coated with glistening red oil. Under Sulan's highly inflammatory words, this plate of 30 spicy strips fetched a staggering 21 million taels of gold. But the Huyo points gained had dropped to 2 billion. The 4th lot was a purifier capable of converting air into the vital essence of heaven and earth. Although it fetched a high price of 20 million taels of gold, the Huyo points it earned were still less than 1 billion. The final lot was even more lackluster. No matter how Sulan talked it up, the Huyo points did not even reach 300 million, completely uninteresting. In the end, having harvested 7.3 billion Huyo points, Sulan hastily concluded the auction. After announcing that the time of the next auction was still to be determined, Sulan hurried away. Backstage, he found Mu Qingxue peeling and eating a spirit tangerine. Without another word, he took her hand and returned directly to the palace of the female emperor through the 2-phase void barrier. At the empress palace in the rear garden, Mu Qingxue asked with a bewildered expression, "Husband, why are you in such a hurry to come back? I had only peeled half of my spirit tangerine and hadn't even eaten it yet." Sulan's expression was solemn. Without answering Mu Qingxue, he first opened the system mall and spent 10 million to purchase a void barrier. Void barrier, a wall of subspace that isolates everything and creates its own space. It cannot be broken by any being below the immortal Tao realm. Selecting the entire flower garden within the 2-fold void barrier, a wall flowing with deep blue light appeared, isolating the whole garden and turning it into a world of its own. Sensing that this place was completely cut off from the outside world, Mu Qingxue frowned slightly and asked in a low voice, "Did something happen?" A dignified Tao integration cultivator like him wouldn't isolate the outside world so seriously unless something major she didn't know about had occurred. Sulan let out a long breath and said slowly, "It's just that this world is about to be refined by someone. That's hardly a big deal. You scared me to death, I thought." Mu Qingxue's brows had just relaxed when she suddenly froze. After realizing what he meant, her expression turned grave. "Wait. Husband, are you saying this world is going to be refined by someone? Isn't that still a big deal? If it had been a few days ago, it might have been a major matter. But now?" Sulan smiled contemptuously. "At most, it's a medium-small matter. Saying it's nothing to mention would be too arrogant. What are you saying? Stop clowning around." Mu Qingxue barely suppressed the urge to punch Sulan and asked solemnly, "What on earth is happening?" Sulan stopped joking. Raising his hand, he took out a ball of crystalline silver liquid and said calmly, "Beyond heaven and earth lies the boundless void, and within the void stand countless worlds. The world we live in is but one of the 10,000 worlds. In recent years, it has been growing ever more depleted. The glorious era when Tao integration cultivators appeared frequently is gone. Now, even entering the sage realm is a rare sight. Inevitably, the Qianlong continent has indeed declined. Without the protection of powerhouses, it has naturally become a coveted prize in the eyes of other worlds." Mu Qingxue suddenly understood, recalling her own difficulty in breaking through. "True. After I broke through to the sage realm, the essence between heaven and earth was simply insufficient for me to step into the great sage realm. Is that why we have been noticed by beings from other worlds?" As she spoke, Mu Qingxue stared fixedly at the silver essence held in Sulan's palm and said, "So the alien race you killed at the Dashao auction house was actually a being from the outside world?" Sulan nodded. "This essence came from a king-rank spirit race life form I killed. And the spirit race? They are the masterminds behind the plot to refine our world." "Spirit race?" Mu Qingxue's beautiful eyes grew dim. "Are they very strong? Even you, husband at Tao integration, can do nothing about them." "I'm not even at Tao integration." Sulan said gravely, "They are very strong. A king-rank spirit race life form is equivalent to a human great sage realm cultivator, and its innate divine ability can push its combat power to the peak, far surpassing human cultivators of the same realm. Moreover, after soul-searching the primordial spirit of this king-rank creature, I learned that in order to refine this world, they have dispatched 3 emperor rank and 10 king-rank spirit beings. 1 emperor rank is equivalent to a human Tao integration cultivator. And yet you say this is a small matter. Mu Qingxue frowned deeply and said slowly, the reason you hurriedly brought me back is it to flee the Qianlong continent. 3 Dao integration cultivators and 10 great sages. Such a lineup made Mu Qingxue feel despair. On the Qianlong continent, apart from Su Lan, as the only Dao integration cultivator, there was not even a single great sage to be found. What could humanity use to fight the spirit race? Even if Su Lan's combat power was heaven-defying, and he could take on 3 alone with no one else to take over, he would ultimately end up dying from exhaustion. Mu Qingxue admitted that she was selfish. She was unwilling to let Su Lan fight for the countless beings of the Qianlong continent, and she couldn't bear to even imagine that scene. She was afraid that Su Lan would truly stand with his back to all living beings and wage war against the spirit race. She was afraid he would no longer be there. At this thought, Mu Qingxue involuntarily tightened her grip on Su Lan's hand and said in a trembling voice, "I won't let you die." Su Lan. What was this silly girl imagining? He was someone who treasured his life dearly. How could he be about to die? Feeling the immense force from the grip on his hand, Su Lan understood something. She probably thought that since he was a Dao integration emperor, he would never abandon the countless living beings of the Qianlong continent, and would instead choose to fight the spirit race he'd right. Relax, him, just a nobody at the peak of the Purple Mansion realm. I don't have the boldness to shoulder the survival of the entire world. So, could you hold on a little lighter? I really can't withstand Sage Realm strength. Suddenly, crack. A crisp sound of bone fracture. Mu Qingxue stared blankly at Su Lan's badly distorted palm. Recalling how fragile his physical body was after his recultivation, she said in a panic, "Husband, this. I didn't mean it. I'm fine, don't worry." Inside, Su Lan's tears were streaming down like rivers, but his expression remained calm and brief. Seeing that Mu Qingxue still wore a self-blaming expression, Su Lan, while circulating his mana to mend the shattered bones of his palm, changed the subject. "Wife, I told you I'd show you a big treasure after the auction. Look." As he spoke, he spent 1 billion bluff points to purchase a Dao integration flower and took it out. In that, a surging Dao resonance filled the entire space. A dazzling flower blossomed brilliantly in the void. The legendary Dao integration flower, which was said that only one could be nurtured in an entire world. This Dao integration flower was about a meter long, part tree, part grass. When one looked at it carefully, it seemed to turn into a person, then in the next moment grew heavy and profound, as if great mountains and rivers lay hidden within it. Its whole body was crystal clear and flowed with light, yet it shifted in countless ways, as if all the myriad things in the world could be manifested on it, veiled in a profound Dao mystery. Had Su Lan not had the foresight to set up the void barrier in advance, isolating this place from the outside world, the aura released when the Dao integration flower appeared would definitely have spread across the entire world. When that happened, not only would the world be shaken, but the emperor-rank spirit race life forms lurking outside the realm would certainly descend ahead of time to suppress the heavenly Dao. Mu Qingxue looked stunned and murmured in a daze, "Husband, this is..." Su Lan smiled. "This is the big treasure I prepared for you, my dear. The Dao integration flower. Wife, hurry up and eat." Refine the Dao integration flower. Su Lan felt a headache coming on. He hadn't expected this so-called Dao integration flower to be over a meter tall. Was this thing even a flower? What the hell? This is basically a tree now. Mu Qingxue was so stunned she couldn't even speak. She had imagined that Su Lan would show her some curious little trinkets after the auction, and she had also imagined that he was merely trying to please her by taking out his big treasure for her to see. But Mu Qingxue had never imagined that the big treasure Su Lan spoke of was actually the Dao integration flower, which she had only heard of in legends. After a long silence, Mu Qingxue slowly said, "Husband, perhaps you should refine it instead. The Dao integration flower is inestimably precious. For you to obtain even one is heaven's blessing. What's more, your Dao fruit is sealed in dust, and your cultivation path must be reopened. With this flower's aid, you can cleanse your Dao wounds, return to your peak, and gain 2 Dao fruits, standing at the summit of Dao integration and sweeping away all enemies." When she finished, Mu Qingxue turned to Su Lan with determined eyes. But Su Lan shook his head. "Your husband has already integrated with the Dao. This thing is useless to me. Be good and refine it." Ding. The host has successfully bamboozled Mu Qingxue, a human cultivator at the Saint Entry realm, into accepting it. Deception points 1000000. Hearing this, Mu Qingxue still insisted, "Don't try to fool me, husband. Ancient records say that the Dao integration flower is still effective for those who have already merged with the Dao, especially for those with a damaged Dao fruit. It can return them to their peak. Your Dao fruit is sealed in dust, so the Dao integration flower obviously has a miraculous effect on you. I won't accept it. This little lady is really stubborn." Su Lan rubbed his forehead and said helplessly, "Your husband can make do with anything. As for this Dao integration flower thing, I still have more." With that, he raised his hand and waved. The Dao resonance in the space suddenly became even thicker as another Dao integration flower bloomed in the void. Mu Qingxue. Who am I? Where am I? What am I supposed to be doing? The two dazzlingly swaying Dao integration flowers in the void were so radiant and extraordinary, each complementing the other, that the dense, profound Dao resonance almost transformed the place into an immortal domain. Mu Qingxue's eyes were vacant. A single Dao integration flower had already shaken her deeply too. She simply couldn't snap out of it. After a long time, Mu Qingxue's empty eyes slowly moved, gradually regaining a little color. Staring blankly at Su Lan, she voiced the question from the deepest part of her soul. Husband, tell me honestly, are you still human? Su Lan. Mu Qingxue continued, the Dao integration flower is a heavenly wonder. At most, a single world can bring forth only one. It is exceedingly rare. 1,000,000 years ago, in an unknown era, it manifested once, and afterward only its legends remained. No one in the world ever witnessed its miracles again. Husband, where in the world did you obtain two Dao integration flowers? Could husband have been reincarnated into the Su family from the immortal realm? Does the immortal realm really exist? Poor Mu Qingxue, born into an impoverished and barren world, unlearned as she was, had been shocked into questioning her own existence by two Dao integration flowers. Su Lan gave her a pitying look, then pulled her into his arms. Feeling her soft, delicate body, he murmured, my precious wife, does it really matter whether I come from the immortal realm? I'm still your handsome husband. Mu Qingxue raised her head, her bright eyes as if hiding stars stared fixedly at Su Lan. Now can you refine the Dao integration flower? I alone can't hold off the spirit race, you know. Su Lan patted Mu Qingxue's back and said softly. Hearing this, Mu Qingxue finally snapped back to reality. The great enemy was already here. This was not the time for tender romance. Her eyes, tender as water, suddenly turned blazing with determination. I will fight alongside you, husband. Then she turned and walked toward the Mu Qingxue spread her arms wide as the Dao integration flower slowly merged into her body, and the refinement gradually entered the proper course. Not knowing when she would finish, Su Lan put the other Dao integration flower back into the system's storage space, then silently withdrew from the flower garden, shielded by the void barrier. It was a helpless move. After all, Su Lan was only a lowly piece of trash at the peak of the Purple Mansion realm. Although he dearly wished to witness Mu Qingxue's bearing as she integrated with the Dao, his strength simply did not permit it. Even a trace of pressure from a Dao integration great emperor would be enough to grind him to powder. He arrived at the main hall of the Empress Palace, sat on Mu Qingxue's imperial throne, and began deducing the spirit race's plans. After refining the devouring king's primordial spirit, Su Lan learned many of the spirit race's schemes. The Qianlong continent's fortune had yet to be exhausted. Although the heavenly Dao was incomplete, it still possessed enough power to suppress and kill even Dao integration cultivators. When Su Lan was in the Dao integration state, the heavenly Dao had also manifested the eye of heavenly punishment and wanted to slaughter him, but a thick aura of being a local native of the Qianlong continent lingered on his body. That was why he hadn't directly confronted the heavenly Dao. The spirit race was different, however. They were outsiders. The heavenly Dao of the Qianlong continent absolutely rejected foreign beings. If any emperor-level creature of the spirit race dared to enter the world, it would invoke the Qianlong continent's heavenly Dao to pour out the force of the entire world and slay it. Therefore, the 3 emperor-level spirit race clans could only lay their schemes beyond the world, restraining the heavenly Dao of the Qianlong continent, while the 10 king-level spirit race clans entered the world to throw it into chaos, destroy its fortune, and drain the power of the heavenly Dao. That was why when the auction was held, every significant figure on the Qianlong continent had come. The Great Xia auction house became a nexus where fortune gathered, and naturally, it became the spirit race's primary target. If Su Lan had not discovered it in time, and immediately used his Dao integration power to kill the devouring king, who was spying from the shadows, no one in the Great Xia auction house would have survived. That even included Su Lan. No matter how many cheats he possessed, it could not erase the fact that he was only in the Purple Mansion realm. He simply could not react in time against great saint-level strength. Remember, the devouring king had planned to slaughter everyone in the Great Xia auction house with overwhelming force. The reason he hadn't acted was that he was waiting for the auction to end. Because at that moment, the Great Xia auction house was a gathering place of heroes buzzing with voices and blazing with fortune, a place the heavenly Dao was watching closely. If the devouring king had struck at the very beginning and slaughtered everyone inside, he would have been killed by the heavenly Dao in turn. So he could only wait until the auction was over and the seething fortune had receded before making his move. Unfortunately, he had run into Su Lan, an unreasonable cheat. In the spirit race's calculations, Su Lan was merely a slightly bigger ant with at most saint-level combat power. He was simply not worth their attention. Yet now this ant had suddenly become a primordial savage beast, shattering all their previous arrangements and forcing them to replan everything. The spirit race should have recalled all the remaining 9 king-level beings by now. With full knowledge that someone at Dao integration like me is here, they wouldn't dare send anyone to make trouble. If I'm not mistaken, the Taishu sacred land which suddenly closed its mountains has already been annihilated by the spirit race. Su Lan recalled what Zhen Yuqian had reported and made this inference from the devouring king's fragmentary memories. The Taishu sacred land hadn't been plotting against him at all. The entire sect had been wiped out to the last. If they don't act fine, but when they act they wipe out the orthodox leader that has dominated the Qianlong continent for tens of thousands of years. The sword has already been unsheathed. Between the Qianlong continent and the spirit race, one side must perish, unfortunately. Su Lan's pupils gleamed darkly as he murmured, "This is Mu Qingxue's homeland, and it is also my second home. Those who violate our homeland will be punished no matter how far away they are." Time flowed like water. 7 full days and 7 full nights passed. Su Lan stayed holed up in the Nudie Palace, wallowing in idleness, going nowhere. For someone of Su Lan's naturally restless disposition, this was a rare feat. Mu Qingxue still had not completed her Dao integration, and beyond the palace the spirit race was watching covetously. Su Lan dared not lower his guard, carefully bracing himself for the spirit race's next move. Refining the Dao integration flower would take who knew how long. So long that he did not dare hide away to consume it, afraid that by the time he emerged from the void barrier the world would already have been destroyed. The blazing sun had just risen. The first ray of light slipped through the window, fell upon the flagstone floor of the Nudie Palace, and cast a shimmering glow across Su Lan's languid face. Warm and comfortable. Today is the 8th day. Winter has passed, and spring is here. The season when all things come back to life. Leaning against a cushion, Su Lan opened his drowsy eyes and looked toward the rear hall. "Babe, it's been 8 days of missing you." Murmuring this, Su Lan settled his mind and began digesting the residual Dao integration insights in his sea of consciousness. The Dao integration experience card he had used 7 days earlier had left its power gone without a trace, but the insights into the Dao integration realm still lingered scattered in the depths of his sea of consciousness. For these 7 days Su Lan had passed the time by consuming those insights while laying a little groundwork for taking the Dao integration flower himself. But just as Su Lan was entering a wonderful state, a system notification abruptly rang out, shattering the feeling he had just managed to foster. Ding! Detected the host's intense desire. The system has approved an upgrade. The upgrade is expected to take 1 shurchen. Countdown 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Upgrade commencing. During the upgrade, all system functions except storage will be temporarily disabled. What the hell? Don't do this. Seriously, if you mess around like this, I can't take it. Watching the system interface sink entirely into gray, Su Lan's heart was on the verge of collapse. At this critical moment, this goddamn piece of crap system force upgrades. What strong desire do I have? 1 shurchen, 2 hours. 3 Dao integration beings, 9 great sages. I'm just a piece of trash at the peak of the Zifu realm. How can you bear to leave me facing danger alone while you go upgrade? Aren't you afraid that if I kick the bucket you'll be gone too? No matter how Su Lan called out, the system gave no response. Only a red progress bar inched slowly forward. Don't panic. I've weathered great storms. Why fear such a small problem? Su Lan forced himself. The spirit race must also be wary. I can't panic. The heavenly Dao has sealed the gate, so they can't get in. Don't scare yourself. Su Lan took a deep breath and barely regained his composure. Damn it. As expected, even this blasted system can't be relied on. Your own power is the safest guarantee. At this moment, Su Lan profoundly realized the importance of his own strength. If he had Dao integration realm cultivation, now why would he be so nervous? Even if the system upgrade took a year, he would be as steady as a rock. Unfortunately, he was only at the peak of the Zifu realm. Though he counted as a minor expert on the Qianlong continent, compared to a behemoth like the spirit race, he was like a grain of rice beside the bright moon. A trifling thing that a single glare could kill. Suddenly Su Lan's heart throbbed. He took a black secret key from the still functional system storage space. After a brief probe with his spiritual sense, he let out a long sigh of relief. He suddenly understood that damned system must have calculated the time when Mu Qingxue would succeed in Dao integration, which was why it felt safe forcing the upgrade. Otherwise, given the life and death bond between them, the blasted system would never act like this. Having figured that out, Su Lan's heart lightened considerably. With a cheerful stride, he crossed the 2-phase void barrier in the span of a breath and used the black void key to open a breach in the void barrier. Entering the flower garden, Su Lan finally saw the one he had missed day and night. Mu Qingxue sat cross-legged at the very center of the flower garden, so beautiful that she seemed unreal, ethereal, and serene. Though she was right before him, Su Lan felt as if she were in the immortal realm gazing at him across an endless distance. This was a Dao integration cultivator. A realization washed over Su Lan. He remembered the time at the Daxiao auction house, when he himself had stood within the Dao integration domain. Mu Qingxue must have felt then that he did not belong to this world, which was why she wore that uneasy longing expression. My darling wife. The moment Su Lan spoke, one phrase dispelled all the ethereal aura around Mu Qingxue. She opened her eyes clear and deep, as if containing the transformations of all things in the world. After a moment, she gathered her vast aura and drifted down before Su Lan. Without a word, she extended her jade-like arms, wrapped them around Su Lan's waist, and buried her head in his chest. Su Lan's heart pounded fiercely. After achieving Dao integration, Mu Qingxue's figure seemed evil. Su Lan was a little surprised. Since when had his self-control become so poor? Even so, he didn't dwell on it. He placed his hand on the small of Mu Qingxue's back, lowered his head to breathe in the fragrance of her hair, and stayed silent. The two held each other like statues for a long time, neither speaking. Wife. In the end, Su Lan was the first to break the silence. Though holding Mu Qingxue's perfect figure was so comfortable that he didn't want to let go, this was not the time for idle comfort. He still had more important matters to attend to. After a moment's thought, Su Lan said in a low voice, the spirit race has 3 emperor-level beings comparable to Dao integration and 9 at the Great Sage King level. We are at a disadvantage, so we need to find a few trustworthy people to bolster our ranks. Mu Qingxue looked up and asked curiously, husband, do you happen to have another Dao integration flower? Su Lan looked at those glossy red lips just inches away, and an inexplicable impulse surged through him. Without thinking, he gave them a light peck. Mu Qingxue was taken aback. She immediately looped her arms around Su Lan's neck and responded, but Su Lan only tasted her before pulling back. Meeting her tender yet imperious gaze, he forced his head up, stopped her next move, and said gravely, stop. This isn't the time for that. I still have 2 Dao integration pearls and 10 9-cycle golden elixir pills, enough to give us 2 more Dao integration cultivators and 10 great sages. Dao integration pearls, 9-cycle golden elixir pills. Mu Qingxue was a little puzzled. A Dao integration pearl is formed when a world is destroyed. The 9-cycle golden elixir pill is a sub-immortal grade elixir refined primarily from a damaged immortal flower. A single pill can allow one to break through to great sage. After briefly explaining the functions of these 2 divine treasures, Su Lan asked, wife, do you know of any suitable candidates? Mu Qingxue was silent for a long while, then spoke, my husband, the human heart is hidden behind the ribs. Some people may appear loyal on the surface, but what truly lies in their hearts is unknowable. 4 divine treasures like the Dao integration pearl and the 9 revolutions golden core pill, if we entrust them to the wrong person. There are 2 things in this world that cannot be stared at directly. One is the blazing sun, and the other is the inscrutable human heart. But Su Lan was left with no choice. To fight against the spirit race, raising another Dao integration expert and a few great sages from among his own people was undoubtedly the best option at the moment. It was also the only choice Su Lan could make. The system upgrade would require 2 hours, and he had no idea what the outcome would be after it was complete. Although the system store had a huge pile of immortal-grade techniques, even a great many immortal king-level arts, few of them had any real practical use. The spirit race would never give the Qianlong continent side a moment to catch their breath. They could launch their schemes at any time. Even if there were immortal king-level techniques, there was no time or opportunity to cultivate them. And the highest realm cultivation experience card in the system store only reached the peak of Dao integration. In other words, once Su Lan used the Dao integration flower to break through to Dao integration, the experience card's usefulness would be reduced to almost nothing. Mu Qingxue was Dao integration and Su Lan was Dao integration too. Counting this way, the Qianlong continent side had only 2 Dao integration cultivators, and as for great sages, not a single one. Compared to the spirit race's invading force of 3 emperor level and 9 king level experts, they still didn't have much room to resist. But when a great enemy loomed, the pettiness in people's hearts and the hidden perils of the future could all be put aside for later. Furthermore, Su Lan had a premonition that after the system's sudden upgrade was complete, it would most likely give him a perfect solution. Thinking of this, Su Lan let out a long sigh. My wife, to repel the spirit race, the 2 of us alone are not enough. Without allies, we would have to abandon our homeland and flee. Mu Qingxue pressed her lips together, her gaze wavering for a moment before settling into determination. Husband, you once said, as long as the green hills remain, there will never be a shortage of firewood. At worst, the 2 of us can flee into the outer void. As long as you work hard, we will leave the Dao integration pearl and the 9 revolutions golden core pill to our future child. When the child grows up, we can seek revenge against the spirit race. Oh boy, here I was still thinking about how to deal with the spirit race, and you've already arranged our child's future. Looking at Mu Qingxue's earnest and solemn expression, Su Lan didn't know whether to laugh or cry. My wife, there's no need to rush this. Your husband has no lack of treasures. How could a mere Tao integration pearl be worthy of our future child? Besides, how could our child grow up in a godforsaken place like the outer void? It's the lush mountains and clear waters of our homeland that should fill their childhood. Be good. I'm going to refine the Tao integration flower right now to restore myself to my peak. Please go find a few trustworthy people, my wife. All right, I'll do as you say, husband. Mu Qingxue leaned against Su Lan's chest and gave a soft hum. Su Lan barely restrained himself as he released Mu Qingxue's alluring body, hunched over, and retreated a few paces. He took out the black key that could open the void barrier and said, time waits for no one. I'm going to begin refining the Tao integration flower. This black key can pass through the void barrier. If the spirit race comes suddenly, be sure to notify me in time. After Mu Qingxue had achieved Tao integration, Su Lan felt she grew more and more enchanting. Every second with her brought a fresh novelty. Her striking curves, her pure and regal voice like a heavenly melody, and an irresistible charm. If they clung together any longer, Su Lan was afraid he would never get the chance to refine the Tao integration flower. The day would be wasted on cultivation again. Mu Qingxue cast him a flirtatious glance, but said nothing, then turned and left. Watching her graceful silhouette disappear and the void barrier close once more, Su Lan didn't hurry to take out the Tao integration flower for refinement. Instead, he sat cross-legged on the ground, silently calming his turbulent mood as he waited for the system upgrade to complete. An hour later. Ding. System upgrade complete. The upgrade contains a great deal of information. Version notes are being sent out. This system and the host are a community of shared destiny. We hope the host will continue to work hard and soon help the system enter its next upgrade. Su Lan. He was used to it. The system had always kept its doggish ways. From the very beginning, when it urged him to throw away his life, Su Lan had seen that the system was no upright system. He silently opened the version update notes. A stream of information poured into his sea of consciousness. Strongest Bluff System version update 2.0. Upholding honesty and modesty, we have now corrected the system name. The strongest mowing system is at your service. Su Lan. Bluff points have been redefined as the original 7135639666 bluff points have been converted into 71363960 mowing points. Damn. Over 7 billion bluff points turned into such a paltry amount. Su Lan suppressed the urge to complain and continued reading. Mowing points, the upgraded version of bluff points with purchasing power far surpassing bluff points. Any living creature, as long as they have some concept of the host in their hearts and are stirred by it, can have their emotional origin force harvested. After the system upgrade, its abilities have surged. The acquisition of mowing points will no longer be limited to the host location. The harvesting range now covers the entire Qianlong continent. Holy crap. Seeing this, Su Lan was stunned. Although the new name the system had given itself didn't sound all that pleasing, its functions were now vastly stronger than before. The strongest mowing. Mowing that encompasses an entire world. And the best part was that he didn't even need to do the bluffing himself. He simply needed all sentient beings to experience emotional fluctuations about him. Wasn't this just straight up invincible? With his massive fanbase throughout the Qianlong continent, plus the onlookers who love to shoot their mouths off. How many mowing points could he rake in per day? Take the simplest example. The Tianyuan Empire, ranked second in total population, had a full 50 billion people. Even if 99% of them were mortals, and after eliminating the half-baked cultivators among those who remained, the number who could genuinely contribute mowing points to him was at least a staggering 1 million. Besides, mortals love listening to stories about cultivators. Even if the stories were of poor quality, there were too many people to discount. And this was only a single Tianyuan empire. How many living beings were there on the entire Qianlong continent? There was simply no way to estimate it. How many mowing points would he rake in per freaking day? This system upgrade was just too powerful. Shaken to the core, Su Lan solemnly apologized to the system in his heart. I am sorry for my past discourtesy. In my youthful recklessness, I was all too ready to misunderstand you. From now on, you are my fatty liver, my precious system. I will definitely keep working hard, striving to help you reach the upgrade threshold soon. System. Su Lan did not mind the system's aloofness. He continued reading the update information. System store updated 99999 new items added. For details, please check the system store. New subsystem added vassal. Vassal system. Any living being whose conviction toward the host exceeds 60 may be registered in the vassal system. Those exceeding 85 are the host's devoted followers. Should the score reach full value, the host may project his will into that target's sea of consciousness through the vassal system and control their primordial spirit. Yet the human heart is unfathomable and conviction shifts in real time. For those whose conviction exceeds 90, the host may forcibly impose a spiritual brand through the vassal system, locking their loyalty. Note, anything produced by the system mall can be imprinted with the host's will. Those who enjoy the host's favor will have their conviction automatically rise to 90, and the host may choose whether or not to lock it. New subsystem added question answering system. The question answering system is omniscient and omnipotent. As long as the host pays grass-cutting points, it can search the long river of time and space for answers to any question. The above is the main content of this update to the strongest grass-cutting system. For more details, the host may discover them on his own. I hereby declare you the strongest. After reading through the system update information, Su Lan let out a heartfelt exclamation. He then immediately opened the question-answering system. Ding! The question-answering subsystem is at your service. I've always been troubled by one question: which came first, the chicken or the egg? Please give me an answer. Searching. This question concerns the dawn of the universe and the supreme principles of heaven and earth. To answer it, the question-answering system must explore the earliest reaches of the river of time and space. Do you agree to let it consume an unknown amount of grass-cutting points for the calculation? Su Lan. Rivers and mountains may change, but one's nature never does. A moment ago, it was still claiming to be omniscient and omnipotent, and now it doesn't even know how many grass-cutting points it will need. Huh, you dog. You fatty liver baby of a system. Your child is far better at bamboozling people than you. After rejecting the question-answering subsystem's request, Su Lan, cursing under his breath, opened his personal panel within his sea of consciousness. At this moment, he had no mood to continue refining the Dao integration flower. Unless he tested every new function of the system, he truly could not set his mind at ease. Besides, he had other important matters to handle. First, to understand the purchasing power of grass-cutting points, because that would decide whether he had the capital to contend with the spirit race. The personal panel had not changed much save for one extra system notification box at the very bottom. Su Lan's attention focused on the grass-cutting points balance section. Current balance, 713639600 grass-cutting points. Starting global harvesting. With a ding, the system notification sound rang out. The system notification box below the personal panel suddenly flashed with streams of dazzling data. They were mostly messages like the host has successfully mowed down so-and-so, gaining the Santhat many grass-cutting points. Judging from the frenziedly scrolling grass-cutting points balance, this wave of harvesting had clearly been a great success. Current balance, 8350000. Current balance, 13000. Current balance, 15000. Watching the grass-cutting points balance leap madly, Su Lan suddenly found it all rather dull. He knew without needing to think that it was moving by several hundred million every minute. The world was so vast, surely the upward trend would continue for a long time. Originally facing the fierce invasion of the spirit race, Su Lan had felt somewhat heavy-hearted. But now, kneel before me. He closed the personal panel and opened the system mall panel. The first change he saw was that the pale blue screen had turned deep purple. The two sections, cultivation methods and physiques, and immortal artifacts and magical treasures, had few new additions. Presumably the original goods were already top-tier, and Su Lan had little use for them, so there was nothing left to upgrade. The new items were mainly in the categories of precious herbs and immortal pills and special. In precious herbs and immortal pills, billion-year rule origin crystal. Smooth at the entry, a single stream down the throat. Consume at sleep, 10,000 years, live through 100 lifetimes, and upon waking at dawn attain the fruition of an immortal king. Price 999. 9 billion grass-cutting points. Creation golden pill. 10 immortal lords perished in a forbidden land. Their Dao fruit essences served as fuel forged by the great void fire over 1,000,000 years. Once absorbed, it can send one directly into the immortal lord domain. Price 188. 8 billion grass-cutting points. Special. A drop of an immortal king's origin true blood. After use, one can obtain about half an hour of immortal king power experience. Price 99. 9 billion grass-cutting points. Immortal lord. True immortal realm. 10-minute experience card. Price 100 million grass-cutting points. This damned sense of security. Although he wasn't sure what level of existence a true immortal was. But judging from the Dao Integration Realm experience card, whose price had already dropped to 5 million grass-cutting points, it was clear that a single true immortal realm experience card worth 100 million points would be enough to pulverize the spirit race. As for those flashy immortal kings and immortal lords and such, they could be left for later. Su Lan let out a long breath and finally revealed the first relaxed smile he had worn in 7 days. Before the system update, his peak combat power was merely Dao integration. To claim he could defeat the spirit race's 3 emperor powerhouses would clearly have been pure braggadocio. If the spirit race had really attacked within those 7 days, the most he could have done was cast a void barrier over Wuing Mountain hole up and preserve the last embers of the human race. Unfortunately, the deterrent power of Su Lan's Dao integration made the spirit race fighting far from home so wary that for 7 whole days they didn't dare let out so much as a fart. I gave you a chance, but you were useless. Now you don't even qualify to make me lift a finger. Su Lan muttered softly, then opened the vassal system. Using a true Immortal Realm experience card worth 100 million grass-cutting points just to deal with a measly spirit race was too wasteful. After all, a single Dao integration flower now cost only 50 million grass-cutting points. Wouldn't it be wonderful to use the vassal system to raise a few long-term enforcers? Su Lan was confident that there were absolutely people whose conviction toward him exceeded 85 and had become his devoted followers. The vassal system opened at once, projecting a dark black screen into Su Lan's sea of consciousness. On the screen were 4 colored sections: blue, yellow, red, and black. Blue section, conviction above 60. Total 3680 people. Expand details. Yellow section, conviction above 85. Total 18 people. Expand details. Red section, conviction above 90. Can be locked. Total 2 people. Expand details. Black section, conviction at full value. Can serve as the host's avatar. Total 1 person. Expand details. To Su Lan's surprise, the number of people with conviction toward him above 60 was extraordinarily high. But those above 85 becoming devoted followers were few. What surprised him even more was that someone had actually pushed conviction to maximum. A full conviction score meant that Su Lan could project his will into that person's sea of consciousness through the vassal system without meeting any resistance, and could even directly replace that person's primordial spirit and control their body. That person would become Su Lan's outright puppet. Just who was such a hardcore believer able to push conviction all the way to full marks? Was it Mu Qingxue? No. Mu Qingxue was very attached to him, but the two were Dao companions. She had not yet reached the point where whatever he said was absolute law. Was it little brother Su Fu? No, not him either. That lad took Su Lan as his role model and believed everything he said, but when Su Lan tricked him into taking medicine, he still had doubts. The question then was, how exactly was the vassal system's conviction score calculated? Was there really someone who could reach a perfect score? Burning with intense curiosity, Su Lan used his will to tap the only option on that black panel. In a forgotten corner, a tall and stalwart figure stood atop a snow-covered mountain peak. His eyes were sunken, his cheeks pale and gaunt, yet his lips were strangely rosy and translucent. His vacant pupils stared blankly into the distance as he murmured to himself, appearing utterly lost in thought. I have lived my entire life with honor and integrity, only to be brought down by Shui. How tragic. Snowflakes flutter, north winds sigh. I have seen the light form is emptiness, emptiness is form. Rather than exchange passion for indifference, it is better to be devoted to one alone. Boss Su, where are you? I miss you so much. I heard Boss Su achieved Dao integration and became a great emperor, now unrivaled under heaven. Boss Su, when will you come to save me? Shui forces me every day. I'm about to break down. Persistent longing will always be answered, but Boss Su, why haven't you come yet? In this godforsaken place, my devout conviction cannot be transmitted. Boss Su certainly hasn't heard it. He will definitely come. Whoosh. A cold wind swept by snowflakes fell and melted upon him, turning into slush that trickled at Qingxue's feet. At that moment, Qingxue jerked his head up, his pupils contracted, and in his calm, well-like eyes flames seemed to flare up. In his pupils a figure slowly took shape and grew clear. A person in green robes, like a banished, immortal, ethereal, and otherworldly. Su. Boss Su. That figure was exactly the one he had been waiting for. In an instant, Qingxue's mind sank into a sea of consciousness where a vast will was descending. In Qingxue's sea of consciousness that will gradually outline Su Lan's form, growing clearer and clearer, as if Su Lan's primordial spirit had descended into Qingxue's sea of consciousness. Qingxue's primordial spirit shook violently, gazing in disbelief at Su Lan suspended high above his sea of consciousness. His trembling voice resounded across the sea. Boss Su, have you finally remembered Xiao Shou? Su Lan was silent for a moment. Are you insane? What's all this bottom nonsense? It makes it sound like I'm not only gay but also a heartless bastard who seduced and then abandoned someone. Su Lan couldn't help but complain inwardly. He had never expected that the only one whose devotion reached full value was actually this Qingxue. He had forgotten. Originally, he had intended to have the Tianshan Snow Maiden help Qingxue cultivate for a few days, allowing him to nurture his Dao to its initial success, break through to the spiritual platform, and then settle the matter between him and the Snow Maiden. But he had spent 2 days playing with Mu Qingxue, and later the Spirit Clan appeared. With the situation growing tense, Qingxue was naturally forgotten, and then was tied up by the Snow Maiden and taken back to Tianshan. With a slight probe, Su Lan understood why this guy's devotion had reached full value. He had indeed broken through to the spiritual platform, but the entire state of Qingxue's primordial spirit radiated an aura of utter despair and world-weariness. Although he had become a top spiritual platform powerhouse of the world, this guy's body was extremely frail, completely lacking the formidable physique that a spiritual platform cultivator should possess. It seemed that during these 7 days he had been locked in a dark room by the Snow Maiden, drained in some indescribable. He couldn't resist the Snow Maiden, who possessed 3,000 years of cultivation. A fierce, dominant playboy was forced to become a bottom. Although the Tianshan Snow Maiden looked like a lowly with a sweet voice and a soft body easy to push down, this was undoubtedly a death sentence for the free-spirited and unrestrained Qingxue. In fact, Qingxue did not fear death. If he had, why would he have joined a demonic sect? What he feared was being trapped on Tianshan for the rest of his life with a future that was predictably bleak. Under these circumstances, his boss, the sword god, the Tao integration great emperor, naturally became the spiritual pillar of his bleak life. So it turned out that Qingxue's devotion reaching full value was both unexpected and entirely reasonable. Boss Su, have you come to rescue Xiaoshou from this sea of suffering? Seeing Su Lan's figure silent for a long time, Qingxue couldn't help saying, I knew you would definitely come to save Xiaoshou. Enough. That's disgusting. If you keep calling yourself a bottom, you can just rot away. Su Lan said furiously. Every time this guy called himself Xiaoshou, it made him feel a chill of disgust. Qingxue also felt that something was odd. Shrinking his primordial spirit into the spiritual platform, he said timidly, I've gotten used to being called that. I won't dare anymore. Su Lan's mouth twitched, about to say something, when he heard a coquettish voice from the outside world. Xiaoshou, why are you standing here spacing out? I'm wearing your favorite pink today. Hang in there. I'll come save you right away. Goodbye. Su Lan declared righteously, then his will projection rippled and dispersed in an instant within Qingxue's sea of consciousness. No. Boss Su, I really can't hold on. Take me with you. No matter how Qingxue shouted, Su Lan was as if he had never appeared. Qingxue, feeling his life was shrouded in bleakness, trembled all over. A pair of snow-white ice-gold arms wrapped around his neck from behind, and a cold breath blew against his ear. Xiaoshou, what are you thinking about? You've been spacing out for a long time. Shui, I understand. No, you don't understand. Look how thin you've grown. I've just stewed a bowl of 10th sandier snow lotus. Come back. The wind is strong here. No, I don't want to. Be a good boy and come back with me. Meanwhile, on the other side, Su Lan withdrew his will and couldn't help shivering. He had no interest in witnessing Qingxue's live show. Just the Tianshan Snow Maiden's coquettish, nauseating voice made his skin crawl. Qingxue deserves a Tao integration pearl. Su Lan muttered while shaking his head. In the system shop, the price of a Tao integration pearl had dropped to 10 million harvest points, while the price of 9 revolutions golden pills had fallen to an appallingly low, only 2 million harvest points each. Ever since the system launched its worldwide harvesting, Su Lan earned more than 2 million harvest points in a single breath. In the time it took to drink a cup of tea, he could afford a Tao integration pearl. The treasures that had once been beyond reach were now common as dirt. With a grand wave of his hand, Su Lan splurged 200 million harvest points to prepare a grand gift for the Spirit Clan, 10 Tao integration cultivators, and 50 great sages. Qingxue had suffered so much and his devotion had hit full marks. It would be unreasonable not to give him a Tao integration pearl. There are still 9 Tao integration slots left. Let me see which lucky one will receive the blessing. Closing the full value panel of the vassal system, Su Lan opened the panel listing those with devotion over 90. Sure enough, it was Mu Qingxue and his little brother Su Fu. Mu Qingxue, female, 29 years old, human race, Tao integration realm cultivator, devotion 99, host Tao companion. Su Fu, male, 6 years old, human race, Qi refining first heaven cultivator, devotion 96, host relative. Little Fu has already reached Qi refining first heaven. How long has it been since I went back to see him? Has he finished learning his characters? Su Lan was momentarily dazed, recalling his promise to Su Fu that once he finished learning his characters, he would teach him swordsmanship. Now Su Fu had become a cute newbie in the cultivation world. It was time to fulfill that promise. With that thought, Su Lan closed the vassal system and stood up, heading outside. But a moment later he returned with an exasperated expression on his face. Su Lan's face was filled with exasperation. The void barrier had only one key, and he had given it to Mu Qingxue. Yet who could believe that even the system, what was more, the void barrier, was extraordinarily sturdy, unbreakable by any power below the immortal path. Hence the only way out proposed by the system was to recommend Su Lan purchase a true immortal experience card and forcibly blast the void barrier apart. He had spent 10 million bluff points to buy the void barrier, yet to get out he had to spend 100 million mowing points. Mind you, 100 million mowing points was equivalent to at least 1 billion bluff points. It had to be said the cost-effectiveness of this void barrier was a bit too high. Damn it, one lock with one key. Couldn't you have kept a spare? Unscrupulous merchant. Su Lan grumbled. Ding. All products from the system mall come with detailed instructions. It was the host who didn't read them. This has nothing to do with the system. Sulan was momentarily at a loss for words. What well-adjusted person would carefully read the manual when buying something? Don't they all just skim and figure it out themselves? I wonder when my wife will be back. Sulan sat dejectedly cross-legged on the beanbag chair. He truly didn't want to spend 100 million mowing points to forcibly break open the void barrier. Even though he now possessed 10 billion mowing points, this was not how to waste them. Forget it, let's continue choosing lucky winners. Sulan sighed and opened the vassal system again. The yellow panel, the section for over 85 conviction, unfolded at once. Lu Sanwen, male, 385 years old, a human cultivator at the spirit nurturing realm, conviction 89, subordinate of the host. Su Chong, male, 39 years old, a human cultivator at the foundation establishment realm, conviction 89, relative of the host. Su Xiang, male, 94 years old, a human cultivator at the secret vault realm, conviction 88, relative of the host. Good heavens, there were fully 18 people with conviction above 85. Apart from that one Lu Sanwen, the rest were all members of the Su clan. But the problem was also here. Except for Lu Sanwen, who could be entrusted with important tasks, the rest were all a bunch of rotten melons and split dates. It was not that Su Lan looked down on his own clan members, but the highest among them was only at the secret vault realm, far below the threshold for refining the Dao Union flower. Even Su Lan himself had only obtained the qualification to refine the Dao Union flower after knocking open the Purple Mansion's gate, opening the Sea of Consciousness, and grasping the primordial spirit. As for the remaining ones with conviction over 60, let alone those, they were all his fervent fans. Su Lan merely glanced at it casually, then closed the vassal system. Having tested all the updated functions of the system, Su Lan finally calmed his mind. He took out the Dao Union flower from the system's storage space. In an instant, visions unfolded in profusion, and the vast Dao resonance once again filled the space. Gazing at the Dao Union flower, which stood over a meter tall in the void, Su Lan hesitated for a moment, then spread his arms and stepped into the outer realm. On a broken star, an archaic crystal palace stood. Around it, brilliant rays rolled like a celestial realm, faint Dao sounds lingered, and various spirit herbs and miraculous trees dotted the surroundings. Magnificent and extraordinary, like an immortal palace where celestial beings dwelled. Deep within the crystal palace, 3 colossal figures stood silently, while below them have the ancestral lands still not sent anyone. After a moment of silence, another figure answered. The spirit ancestor has sent the twin sovereigns of water and fire and 20 king-level experts, but the road is long. They have not arrived yet. How much longer? Around 10 days. Back then we should have refined a spatial array. Who would have thought this world with a damaged heavenly Dao still harbored a Dao Union cultivator? At the end of the world, there are bound to be heaven-blessed ones. It is no surprise. Once the twin sovereigns of water and fire arrive, we 5 spirit sovereigns will press forward. The Qianlong heavenly Dao, having exhausted its origin essence to nurture this one Dao Union cultivator, will merely add a plentiful feast of blood and qi for us. This human Dao Union cultivator of the Qianlong continent slew the devouring king, so he should have long known our schemes. If he intended to flee, I fear we might not be able to stop him. No need to worry. I have already deployed a killing formation in the outer realm. He cannot escape. Perfect. We only wait for the arrival of the twin sovereigns of water and fire. Ga. After a burst of unrestrained laughter came from the crystal palace, it soon fell into deathly silence. Deep in the western desert of the Tianyuan Empire on the Qianlong continent, a battle had just come. A group of yellow beast corpses lay scattered in all directions, their highly corrosive green blood scorching the yellow sand into black patches. A black-clad figure stood beside a corpse holding a sharp treasured sword, slowly and methodically carving open the beast's flesh to extract the demon core condensed from its essence. Blood splattered, yet the old woman in black robes remained unstained by even a drop. She was precisely Mu Qingxue's master, the previous palace master of the Star Moon Palace, Lung Qingxue. Yellow sandworms. 1 demon core can be exchanged for 1,000 points. Find 1 more nest, and the task will be complete. Lung Qingxue put away the demon core, a relaxed expression appearing on her delicate, coldly beautiful face. Boom. Suddenly a thunderclap resounded across the wilderness. Then a rift split open in the void and gorgeous rosy light leaked out from it. In response, the cloudless sky was suddenly covered in dark clouds. Purple serpentine dragons flickered in and out among the clouds, and an overwhelming pressure came crashing down. Is this heavenly punishment? Lung Qingxue narrowed her eyes, her expression turning grave. Heavenly punishment had vanished since ancient times, because aside from peak stage great saints who had touched the threshold of Dao Union, the only things that could trigger it were transcendent divine medicines that had survived from the primeval age, absorbing the essence of heaven and earth over the long years and gaining sentience. In this era, no great saint could appear in the world, so it could only be. Such divine medicines had not appeared for tens of thousands of years. Each one contained extraordinary essence. If she could obtain one, perhaps it would allow her already blood-ki-depleted body to regain vitality and restore her youth. Mu Qingxue's figure flickered as she instantly arrived outside the void rift in midair. Raising the sword in her hand, she held her breath and concentrated, ready to strike down the divine medicine the moment it appeared. For a divine medicine at this level, if one did not seize it the moment it emerged, it would flee 1,000 li and disappear without a trace. Yet just as she was about to swing her sword, she saw what was within the void rift. The excitement on her face slowly faded, replaced by desolation. "It's Qingxue, why have you come?" A trace of loneliness flickered in Mu Qingxue's eyes, then she smiled with resignation. "Master, it's been a long time." Mu Qingxue stepped out from a rift in the void. Radiant light surged beneath her feet, and golden lotuses bloomed from the void, supporting her as she walked through the air. Seven-colored glow cascaded like silk ribbons, with faint Tao intonations resounding. A spectacle as grand as an ancient emperor's procession. In the sky, thick, dark clouds parted, revealing a gigantic eye. Devoid of any emotion, it coldly stared at Mu Qingxue, who stood atop golden lotuses. Mu Qingxue's pupils contracted in astonishment. How could such anomalies accompany a saint-entry cultivator's travels? She had watched her disciple, Mu Qingxue, grow up. Never had she seen Mu Qingxue display such divine phenomena. Even when Mu Qingxue broke through to saint-entry, she had not triggered heavenly tribulation, let alone the legendary Eye of Heavenly Punishment. Why were they all appearing today? Could it be? Mu Qingxue asked incredulously. "Qingxue, have you broken through to great sage?" "I've achieved Tao integration." Mu Qingxue looked at Mu Qingxue, a smile in her beautiful eyes. "My husband gave me a Tao integration flower." "Oh." Mu Qingxue was stunned, overwhelmed by shock. She knew that the Kanglan sword god was no ordinary man, and she also knew of the entanglement between her disciple and Su Lan. But she never imagined that Su Lan actually possessed the legendary Tao integration flower. How long had it been since they last met? Her disciple had directly achieved Tao integration. Did that make her an emperor's master? What kind of myth was this? Yet the various phenomena surrounding Mu Qingxue before her clearly indicated that her disciple had truly become a Tao integration emperor. Mu Qingxue continued, "Master, currently 3 Tao integration powerhouses of the spirit race are pressing on our borders. My husband asked me to find a few trusted individuals. He will help them achieve Tao integration to jointly resist the great enemy of the spirit race. You are both a teacher and a mother to me. So, Master, are you willing to achieve Tao integration?" Mu Qingxue choked up. She had never imagined she could achieve Tao integration. With her blood and qi dried up and her lifespan exhausted, she had already chosen a place to dissolve into the Tao. Yet at this moment, Mu Qingxue, who had already achieved Tao integration, appeared before her and said she could do the same. How could she believe it? So real that she dared not believe it. Mu Qingxue said nothing more, quietly watching, giving Mu Qingxue time to compose herself. After a long while, Mu Qingxue finally absorbed everything Mu Qingxue had said and asked with a trembling voice, "Qingxue, is everything you said true?" Mu Qingxue nodded slightly. "My husband has never lied to me." Unable to hide her excitement, Mu Qingxue said, "Good. This master will benefit from your blessings." Mu Qingxue smiled, raised her hand, and tore through space, opening a passage back to Wuying Mountain. "Master, please return and wait. This disciple will go find a few more people." "Good." The same thing also happened in the eastern wasteland of the Faxian imperial dynasty, the forbidden dark forest of the Huanyu Empire, and the Tianshan Mountain on the Arctic ice field of the frozen winterland. Under Mu Qingxue's careful selection, a list of lucky candidates gradually took shape. Time passed quickly. By the time Mu Qingxue returned to the stronghold of Wuying Mountain, it was already near dusk. Elder Lung, long time no see. Elder Lu, you look as distinguished as ever. Haha, you flatter me. Brothers, have any of you seen Qiniguan? I have urgent business with him. Oh, what might Elderly need him for? I just saw him being dragged to a side hall by a petite white-haired woman. That beast. He even laid hands on his own senior's disciple. I was trapped in the eastern wasteland for a year, and that bastard tricked my disciple into bed. If I catch him, I'll skin him alive. Brother Wang Xian, say what you will, that Qiniguan is scum, but he seems to have broken through to Lingtai. Indeed, and I heard he is close to the Kanglan Emperor. This time, when the Kanglan Emperor bestows the opportunity for Tao integration, there's a good chance he'll get a share. Damn it. So what if he achieved Tao integration? We're all fellow disciples. The Kanglan Emperor is a transcendent being, and certainly won't shield a villain. That Qiniguan must give me an explanation. My poor disciple has been listless these days, unable to eat or drink, and her cultivation has stalled. Forget it, we're not exactly reasonable people. By the way, can the Kanglan Emperor really grant us the opportunity for Tao integration? The female emperor has already achieved Tao integration. How could it be false? True. I don't ask for Tao integration, a great sage is enough. I heard that the Kinglan Emperor is actually a being from the immortal domain. Wonders like the Tao integration flower. The Kinglan Emperor has many. Could you elaborate? Where did you hear such a secret? For some reason, the originally harmonious atmosphere suddenly turned somewhat strange. In the Female Emperor Palace, Mu Qingxue had been back here for some time. The people had gathered, all veteran experts who had accompanied the Star Moon Palace through the bloody and stormy Dark Era. However, Mu Qingxue was in no hurry to disturb Sulan. In the flower garden of the rear hall of the Female Emperor Palace, Sulan slowly opened his eyes, and a vast oppressive aura instantly filled the space. He slowly raised his arm. A fine light burst from his body, and with a sword finger strike, he blasted the void barrier, causing ripples to spread across it. Sulan was somewhat puzzled as he sensed the vast power within him. He felt as if he had become a boundless void capable of shattering the sky with a single punch. That's not right. My wife, with her saint entry cultivation, needed a full 7 days to refine a Tao integration flower. Why did I finish in less than 5 shirts in 10 hours? Could it be that this flower has genders, and I'm so handsome that the flower couldn't resist? Sulan thought, shamelessly feeling bewildered. He had clearly done nothing at all. The Tao integration flower was like a maiden meeting her lover. Without a hint of reserve, it dissolved into surging essence that washed through his limbs and meridians, enhanced his physical body, and finally condensed in his sea of consciousness as a Tao integration fruit merging into his primordial spirit. Sulan just lay there in complete bewilderment, motionless the whole time. Answer system, come out and explain to me what the hell is surprise. Ding. Surprise is used to describe suddenly obtaining a desired item or encountering a wonderful thing without prior knowledge. I meant for you to explain what the hell is happening to me. Sulan asked speechlessly. Now answering for you. The host previously used an experience card for Tao integration realm power, so you already had a foundation. Coupled with the chaos, immortal Bodhi's formidable resilience, as well as the heaven-defying functions of the primordial immortal art, and the AFK cultivation device, the refinement naturally succeeded. You can achieve Tao integration in at most 10 hours. No wonder the Tao integration flower was so unreserved. It was because I'm too awesome. Sulan stood up in high spirits, stepping lightly on the ground. Crack! The garden floor suddenly split like a spider web, and the hard stone slabs instantly shattered into powder. Bang! The entire garden caved in, unable to withstand Sulan's gentle step. If the void barrier hadn't also covered the underground, the whole Wuing Mountain would probably have torn in half. Even he was shocked by the immense power contained in his body. A gentle exhale could cause the void to crack apart inch by inch. With a slight movement, his clothes burst into shreds. This was different from the all-around enhancement of the Tao integration experience card. This was his own power now. He had jumped directly from the peak of Zifu to Tao integration in such a short time, and the realm leap was too great for him to perfectly control his surging power. If not for the void barrier's solidity in containing all the uncontrolled pressure within a dozen meters, a mere wisp of leaking pressure would have been enough to crush all the innocent disciples on Wuing Mountain to death. Answer system, if I go out like this, would I become a human-shaped walking nuclear bomb where one careless moment would kill all living beings within 100 li? Sulan asked cautiously, while at the same time buying a set of tough clothes from the system and putting them on. According to the host's current state, once you leave the void barrier boundary within a 10th centimeter radius centered on the host, all beings below the Zifu realm will have their internal organs ruptured by the immense pressure and die. I'm that fierce. Then how do I solve the problem of not being able to control my power? Ding. There are 2 solutions. First, go into seclusion for 7 days, master the mysteries of the Tao integration realm, and control your power. True mastery lies in the details. Second, suppress the leaking power inside your body and release it only after you become familiar with and can fully control it. Since the host cannot do it on your own, it is recommended to purchase a sealing talisman. Seclusion? Not happening. I don't have the patience. Buy the sealing talisman. 1 million mowing points deducted successfully. The sealing talisman has arrived. Do you want to use it? Use it. As soon as he said it, Sulan felt a warmth on the back of his right hand. He raised his hand and saw a complex dark red rune on the back of his hand, like a tattoo imprinted on his skin, occasionally flickering with a faint red glow. In an instant it felt as if a thin veil had bound his body, and the rampant pressure vanished instantly. Sulan slowly landed on the ground and lightly stamped his foot. The ground, now covered with fine sand, trembled slightly, but did not collapse as it had before. Not bad, my power is under control. Sulan clenched his fist, looking at the dark red rune tattoo on the back of his right hand, and felt it was rather cool. After stretching his limbs, he glanced around, and the urge to go out immediately became impossible to control. He was never one to stay idle. Besides, everything in the garden had been ground to dust by the power he had unintentionally leaked just now. All vitality. Time to go out. 100 million mowing points is just 100 million mowing points. Su Lan said helplessly. He was afraid that Mu Qingxue, not wanting to disturb his refining of the Dao integration flower, would never come in unless something major happened. Wouldn't that be idiotic? Who knew how long the spirit race would scheme before daring to forcibly open the heavenly Dao of Qianlong continent? Su Lan didn't have the patience to stay in this godforsaken place for days. What was 100 million mowing points? Just treat it as throwing money into the water for fun. With that thought, Su Lan casually glanced at his mowing points balance. The growth had slowed recently. It had skyrocketed to 20 billion, and now it only trickled in steadily, no longer jumping by millions at a time. 100 million mowing points. Just a drop in the bucket. Buy the True Immortal Realm Experience card. 100 million mowing points deducted. Current balance 20378594000 points. The True Immortal Experience card has arrived. Looking at the row of empty system storage slots, Su Lan felt uneasy. The storage space had a total of 100 slots and 99 were empty. That was too shabby for a tycoon like him, who carried 20 billion on his back. With a quick thought, Su Lan waved his hand grandly and splurged another 200 million mowing points on resources to nurture his underlings. True Immortal Realm Experience Card X1 Dao Integration Pearl X10 9 Cycle Golden Core Pill X50 Remaining Storage Capacity 39. Looking at the rows of colorful storage slots, Su Lan said with satisfaction, "That's about enough. Time to go out." In the Star Moon Great Hall, the discussion over whether Su Lan was truly from the immortal domain had reached a climax. Motherfucker, the Kanglan Emperor is only 26. Not only did he become an emperor in an age of withered heaven and earth, but he also had the spare power to help the female emperor achieve Dao integration. How the hell could anyone not born in the immortal domain do that? Whether the immortal domain even exists is unknown. The Kanglan Emperor achieved this through his own effort and perseverance along with overwhelming fortune. Is it fun for you to insist on tacking on an unverified identity to the emperor? Stop arguing, listen to me. Listen to your mother. Don't stop me. I'm going to teach this young whelp a lesson. Old bastard, I've put up with you for long enough. Do you dare to fight? The demon sect folks had always been hot-tempered, ready to fight at the slightest disagreement. But in the next moment, everyone's bodies stiffened and they looked toward the mountain peak with shock. But when she realized that this aura, which could overwhelm even a Dao integration cultivator, came from the rear hall's flower garden, a beautiful curve lifted the corner of her mouth. Beyond the borders of Qianlong continent, in a crystal palace on a broken star, the three imperial-level existences of the spirit race revealed their true forms with drastically changed expressions, while the 9 king-level ones trembled in terror. This aura is on par with the spirit ancestor. How is this possible? How can Qianlong continent also harbor an ancient ancestor? Conspiracy. This is a conspiracy. Run, run. But before they could flee, a giant hand enveloped the entire star. In the boundless void, an immensely huge figure suddenly appeared. The blazing sun was barely as large as its palm. The moment the figure opened its eyes, 2 bright stars appeared in the dark, starry sky. Su Lan felt an extraordinary sensation. The experience of the true immortal realm was far beyond what the He Dao realm could compare to. Using the True Immortal Realm Experience card did not produce, as the He Dao Realm Experience card had a surging torrent of power erupting from the depths of his body and sea of consciousness. At the moment he activated the True Immortal Realm Experience card, Su Lan felt his primordial spirit being lifted higher and higher. His senses broke through the limits of the human body of heaven and earth, and even transcended the shackles of time and space. When Su Lan perceived the feedback from his primordial spirit, he finally understood why the True Immortal Realm Experience card was 100 times superior to the He Dao realm. His primordial spirit seemed to transform into an immensely vast Dharma image. Or rather, his primordial spirit had always stood within his sea of consciousness, merely projecting an incarnate Dharma image that towered across the void with sun, moon, and stars no more than tiny beads. His gaze sharpened, and he could see the river of time and the entire long history of the Qianlong continent unfolded before his eyes without a single omission. With a light raise and wave of his hand, he could summon a colossal gale that tore apart stars. An extremely vast amount of information poured into his sea of consciousness. At first he was not accustomed to it, but as his primordial spirit's processing capability expanded, Su Lan gradually digested this immense body of information. He saw generation after generation of forerunners on the Qianlong continent marching forward in triumph, saw the continent's once glorious and flourishing era, and also learned the reason for its decline. He saw the spirit clan on a ruined star driving an ornate crystal palace about to tear open the void and flee. But all of this was futile. Su Lan's Dharma image had suppressed the void for hundreds of millions of miles. With their strength alone, they could not possibly tear open the void and escape beneath his suppression. Su Lan merely raised his hand and clenched it, crushing that crystal palace. Within the palace had been contained a strand of immortal Tao law, but at this moment, it was shattered by Su Lan, turning into countless specks of light that vanished between his fingers. Su Lan looked down at the spirit clan powerhouses who were falling from the crystal palace and saw the despair and terror on their faces. Ancient ancestor of the human clan. True immortal. How can a true immortal return from the immortal domain? This is impossible. Could it be that he has already reached the immortal Lord realm? No, absolutely impossible. The spirit clan powerhouses all roared. Their voices were laced with horror and disbelief. The spirit clan was a pinnacle existence in the dark void, ranking among the foremost of the 100 races of the void. As long as they did not provoke the immortal domain, they, possessing a true immortal level ancient ancestor to anchor their fortune, were qualified to stand at the apex of this starry region. They had never imagined that a fallen world would secretly harbor a mysterious ancient ancestor of the human clan. Ancient ancestor of the human clan, this matter is the fault of our spirit clan. We are willing to atone, and we beg you to spare us. Our spirit ancestor is also an immortal Tao cultivator and can provide compensation that will satisfy you. A spirit emperor bowed, begging for Su Lan's forgiveness. It knew that all secrets lay exposed before a being of the immortal Tao realm. To continue putting up stubborn resistance would only lead to certain death. Confessing and offering reparations was the only correct path. Su Lan did not listen to their nonsense. With a single thought, he instantly wiped out their consciousness. Yet he left behind clusters of pure energy, the essence of 3 spirit emperors and 9 spirit kings, the origins of their Tao fruits. Could a mere apology erase all they had done to the Qianlong continent? Though the Taishu sacred land had never seen eye to eye with him, they were still of the human clan. Nearly 100,000 people of the entire sect had been slaughtered and devoured by the spirit clan. The memories of one spirit emperor's primordial spirit told him that the Taishu sacred land, with a total of over 130,000 members, had all been devoured by them as nourishment for their blood and qi. After refining the primordial spirits of the 3 spirit emperors and learning the truth, Su Lan shook his head with a sigh, then casually scattered their essence toward the Qianlong continent. The sky over the Qianlong continent suddenly transformed, becoming radiant with flowing colors as streaks of colorful light fell like a meteor shower. I can feel it. The energy between heaven and earth is becoming abundant. The suppression of the heavenly Tao has vanished. The heavenly Tao is becoming whole. Is the golden great era about to arrive? I've broken through. Cultivation seems to have become easier. It's the Kanglan sword god. No, the Kanglan great emperor. Just now the sky suddenly changed. Behind the black curtain I saw an immensely huge figure. It is the Kanglan great emperor. It was the Kanglan great emperor who opened this golden great era. I saw it too. Was that really the Kanglan great emperor? Across the world, countless cultivators looked up at the sky, too stirred to contain themselves. Even mortals were no exception. Though mortals did not know what was happening, their bodies suddenly became light and comfortable, and chronic ailments that had plagued them for years disappeared. All these changes were telling them that heaven had changed. Just then a grand voice came from beyond the dome of the sky, resounding across the entire Qianlong continent. In the dark void beyond the realm, countless small worlds stand side by side. The strong devouring the weak is the only law of survival. The heavenly Tao is complete. I, Su Lan, shall once again usher in the golden great era. I hope you all will strive forth. Naturally, Su Lan would not miss this excellent opportunity to harvest. Hundreds of millions of living beings across the continent immediately erupted into a frenzy of celebration. Cheers for the Kanglan sword god, and the Kanglan great emperor rose one after another, echoing through the heavens. Mortals live but 100 years, seeking only good health and family reunion. Cultivators practice only to gain longevity and a smooth life. Yet when the origin of heaven and earth is insufficient, it suppresses living beings too harshly. Mortals suffer frequent disasters and illnesses. Cultivators' paths are fraught with setbacks, and none of their hopes are ever fulfilled. In the golden great era of antiquity, every person was like a dragon. Great sages emerged in abundance, and emperors led their times. Even mortals who never cultivated could live a joyful life under the abundant heaven and earth. But as heaven and earth gradually declined, their suppression of all living beings grew ever fiercer. The golden great era existed only in ancient history, becoming a memory for all beings to look back on with longing. Now Su Lan had used the origin essence of the 3 spirit emperors and 9 spirit kings to repair the missing parts of the heavenly Tao, filling heaven and earth with abundant energy and complete laws. The golden great era that everyone had yearned for had descended once more. It was also the harvesting session that Su Lan loved to see. Watching the harvest points whose growth had already slowed soar wildly once again, Su Lan's mood was as joyful as the excitement of the people. The experience time had less than 3 minutes remaining. With a thought, Su Lan extracted the key memory nodes from the primordial spirits of the 3 spirit emperors. Otherwise, once the experience time ended, his cultivation at the early He Dao realm would be utterly incapable of processing the vast ocean-like fragments of memory left by the 3 spirit emperors. The memories of the 3 spirit emperors were utterly horrifying. Scene after scene of living beings wailing and heaven and earth stained red was a shocking sight. Without attaining immortality, one could never achieve eternal life. Even a life form at the He Dao level, no matter how flourishing its blood and chi, could not escape the great calamity of lifespan. After 10,000 years, when its blood and chi withered, it would dissolve into the Dao before reaching 15,000 years. These 3 spirit emperors were all over 50,000 years old. This was not due to their racial talent, but because they had slaughtered countless living worlds and devoured the life essence of entire worlds to keep themselves in a constant state of peak prosperity. While extracting the memory nodes of the 3 spirit emperors, Su Lan inevitably saw the scenes of one destroyed world after another. One horrific tableau after another caused Su Lan's fury to surge beyond control. Among the countless living beings slaughtered by the 3 spirit emperors, most were of the human clan. The essence of human blood and chi was highly beneficial to the spirit clan, so they deliberately targeted declining worlds that harbored human civilizations. Afterward, they cleaned up thoroughly to ensure no human clan powerhouses would ever discover the truth. Yet now every bit of it was laid bare before Su Lan's eyes, relentlessly assaulting his heart and mind. A moment later, having finished processing the memories of the 3 spirit emperors, boundless killing intent surged within Su Lan's heart. Spirit clan, very well. The survival of the fittest is beyond reproach. So 2 more spirit emperors are coming, are they? Let you witness the wrath of the human clan. He sighed softly, and the colossal Dharma image of a giant dispersed. Wuing Mountain. This was a place specially favored by Su Lan. Rosy clouds filled the sky, and the Dao rime was dense. From the 9 heavens a vast rain of light descended, incomparably brilliant and beautiful. On the mountain paths and among the woods, every star moon disciple busy cultivating sat cross-legged on the spot, arms wide open to welcome the rain of light. This was not rain, but a heaven-sent fortune. Every drop of light was spiritual essence condensed into liquid form. By now the roof of the Star Moon Grand Hall had been torn off by the furious elders. More than 90 elders sat on the ground, inhaling and exhaling the essence, vast Dao rime flowing and terrifying pressure cascading down. They had been suppressed by heaven and earth for too long. Like a mortal imprisoned in heavy iron shackles for ages, who once the fetters were cast off, unleashed unimaginable potential. In less than the span of a cup of tea, someone easily shattered the bottleneck that had confined them for years and broke through to the next realm. Yet the breakthroughs did not stop. This was a tremendous fortune. Vast life force scattered down, and the light rain containing fragments of the laws was extremely beneficial. Even Mu Qingxue in the Empress Palace casually captured large pieces of rule fragments and pondered them deeply. Su Lan slowly walked out from the rear hall, appearing somewhat listless. It was as if the moment the power of the true immortal realm was drawn out from his body, his very essence, energy, and spirit had also been drained away. Though he knew it was an illusion, he had not lost any strength at all, and if not for the sealing talisman on the back of his hand locking his energy within, it would have been enough to collapse the entire Wuing Mountain. Yet after his primordial spirit had been filled by the power of the true immortal realm, the power of the He Dao realm he once longed for now felt like a mistress grown tiresome to the eye, leaving Su Lan empty inside. Although Su Lan's points were now enough to purchase a true immortal Dao fruit, one could not try to ascend to heaven before learning to walk. He had just refined the He Dao flower, and his foundation was not yet stabilized. Taking another true immortal fruit would overwhelm anyone. Seeing him like this, Mu Qingxue thought that reopening the great era had exhausted his mind, so she asked softly, "Husband, are you tired?" Su Lan nodded, then shook his head. His primordial spirit felt empty, but his body was quite excited. Taking a deep breath to suppress the spiritual emptiness, Su Lan said solemnly, "I'm fine." Mu Qingxue looked unconvinced. The dejected expression on Su Lan's face just now was clearly the languor of overexertion. "Babe, what are you doing?" Without a word, Mu Qingxue came over and began to undress him. Under Su Lan's dumbfounded gaze, she swiftly stripped him down to a single pair of trousers. "Do it." While unbuckling her own belt, Mu Qingxue said seriously, "Dual cultivation with mental fusion helps invigorate the primordial spirit. I see that your spirit is weak, husband, so I want to infuse you with vitality." "What the hell? Who the hell taught you all this?" Where was the innocent Mu Qingxue of the past? The woman before me is even less proper than I am. Su Lan's mouth twitched. Mu Qingxue's "do it" was clearly pregnant with double meaning. In the moment he was dazed, Mu Qingxue was left in only a pink belly band. Only because no one in the Emperor's palace dared to barge in was Mu Qingxue bold enough to seduce Su Lan in broad daylight. She stretched out a fair, tender hand to caress the handsome face, before her eyes brimming with intent. "Husband, I really adore you." Hearing that pure, alluring, and soft voice by his ear, Su Lan's heart shook. Even after reaching He Dao, he still found it hard to resist Mu Qingxue's temptation. Since everything had already come off, Su Lan licked his lips. "Don't say it, I really am a little tired." The next morning, Su Lan woke up refreshed from the spacious Emperor's throne. For a He Dao cultivator, emptying the mind and letting the primordial spirit sink into a selfless, ethereal state was the best way to restore one's essence. Especially for someone like Su Lan, who had taken a shortcut to He Dao sleep, was an unrenounceable delight. Rubbing his sleep-laden eyes, he sat up and looked at Mu Qingxue, still sound asleep, in his arms. Su Lan smiled softly, leaned down, and kissed her forehead. Having toiled over his beloved for a long time last night, Su Lan, whose realm had finally caught up with Mu Qingxue's, at last won around thanks to Mu Qingxue's deliberate restraint. The He Dao body is truly not just for show. I can even fight 300 more rounds right now. Mu Qingxue opened her drowsy, beautiful eyes, looked at the man in front of her, and seeing his arrogant demeanor, she couldn't help but reveal a doting smile, parting her red lips. "From the way you say it, you're quite brave, huh?" Su Lan felt a sudden chill in his heart. Though couples who stay together long enough gradually come to resemble each other, was it really good for her to deliberately pick up only the bad things? Not good. Facing Mu Qingxue's provocative gaze, Su Lan said seriously, "Swear, have you found all the trustworthy people I asked you to find before?" "What? Not calling me baby anymore?" Mu Qingxue said with a smile. "I still prefer it when you call me baby." Having said that, she reached out her pink tongue and licked Su Lan's Adam's apple. Su Lan was silent for a moment, then said helplessly, "Swear, we're talking business. Be serious, okay?" He stubbornly tried to pull the increasingly wayward Mu Qingxue back on track. "I wonder who corrupted me." Mu Qingxue muttered, then said in surprise, "The people have been found, but didn't you already annihilate all the spirit tribe that invaded from outside the realm?" Mu Qingxue was at the He Dao realm, and had witnessed Su Lan's miracle with her own eyes, so she said admiringly, "Besides, with your strength, even if the entire spirit tribe came, they wouldn't be your match, would they, Oi? Why would you need to test people's hearts and painstakingly train a few He Dao cultivators just to make life difficult for yourself? I really am only at He Dao, but don't always make me mow the grass." Su Lan sighed. "In 10 days, 2 Emperor level and 20 King level spirit tribe members will come. I can't personally handle every single trouble, can I, eh?" Mu Qingxue frowned slightly and asked, "Husband, your hostility is quite strong. What did the spirit tribe do to make you speak of them as if they were animals?" Su Lan did not speak. He selected a memory image of a spirit emperor destroying the world and raised his hand to display it. A star shattered into pieces, reduced to ashes and dust, never to exist again. The scene reversed. This had once been a verdant, ancient world brimming with life. At a certain moment, a colossal silver humanoid creature appeared outside the ancient world. The might of Dao integration swept across the entire world, and countless living beings perished, blood staining the earth crimson. The silver creature opened its mouth and inhaled. Vast quantities of vital essence ascended as radiant light devoured by it. That was the life essence of the dead. A world was destroyed, plunged into eternal silence. Mu Qingxue watched in silence. She had no concrete impression of the spirit race and had never even seen them. Everything she knew about the spirit race came from Su Lan. Now that she had witnessed the atrocities committed by the spirit race with her own eyes, she finally understood why Su Lan spoke of them with such contempt, calling them beasts. Heaven and earth mourned together. All living beings wept in anguish. As a human Dao integration cultivator, she could not remain indifferent while her own kind were slaughtered like this. Yet the images Su Lan displayed were far from over. The scene flickered and shifted once more. This was another ancient world of life similar to Qianlong continent. Countless living beings thrived here with abundant heavenly energy and complete laws of heaven and earth. It was far more prosperous than Qianlong continent. Great sage-level powerhouses lurked in seclusion, and within a certain forbidden land the figure of a Dao integration cultivator even floated in the depths. At a certain moment, 5 colossal silver figures appeared outside the ancient world. One silver creature took a single step, and the overwhelming aura of Dao integration swept across the heavens and earth. The entire ancient world instantly split apart, breaking into fragments. Countless lives perished beneath that single step. Wails of grief filled the ancient world, cries and sobs echoed across the horizon. Looking closely, one could see corpses strewn across the land, blood flowing like rivers. Too many had died. A single casual step by a Dao integration cultivator had nearly annihilated the world. On the ground, hunched figures crawled through pools of blood, struggling desperately toward their children. One after another, young children wailed as they shook the youthful corpses of their parents, but their fathers and mothers could never wake again. Woo! Father! Mother! Father, mother, open your eyes, wake up. I'm scared. Child, don't cry. Grandma is still here. Grandma, what happened to my parents? Wah! The entire land had become a hell on earth. Most of those who were young, strong, and brimming with vital energy lay fallen in pools of blood, their life essence rising as wisps of radiant light. Fathers and mothers who had fallen in pools of blood lay with infants firmly sheltered beneath them. The babies wailed loudly, curled up in blood-soaked swaddling clothes, tears and bloodstains across their tender faces. This was a living hell too tragic to bear. The Dao integration cultivator from the Forbidden Land shot into the sky and lunged at the silver creature that was devouring lives. But the other 4 figures intercepted him and dragged him beyond the heavens. My fellow cultivators, draw your swords. Great sages flew out from every sacred mountain and great river. Countless cultivators braced themselves against the overwhelming pressure and rose with their swords. But it was futile. The silver creature merely raised a hand, and the rising cultivators turned into showers of blood as they fell. Who? The silver creature took a deep breath. From the body of every fallen cultivator, a wisp of white mist flew out and was devoured. In the end, the great battle beyond the heavens came to a close. The Dao integration cultivator had his vital essence devoured by 4 spirit emperors, and a grand era came to an end. Only at that moment did the overwhelming might of Dao integration finally fade. From beneath that ancient world of life came mournful wails. Tens of billions of people had perished. The ground had split open, filled with blood. Corpses were countless, piled up like mountains. Humans with vigorous vital energy and thick life essence had mostly died, leaving behind only the old, the weak, and the young. The same was true for other races, birds, beasts, spirits, and demons alike. Only the elderly and the young remained, along with a portion of the young and strong to reproduce. This was not mercy on the part of the spirit race. It was because this world had been turned into a breeding ground. The old, weak, and young, whose vital energy was not so abundant, were kept as embers to carry on. When this world flourished once more, they would come again to harvest their blood and flesh. The vision gradually disintegrated. Mu Qingxue trembled with rage, her beautiful face filled with fury. She could imagine that if Qianlong continent had no Sulan, it would have fallen into the same endless despair and darkness as those worlds. She would never allow such a thing to happen. Filled with boundless killing intent, Mu Qingxue said coldly, "Husband, there are still 2 spirit emperors and 20 spirit kings from the spirit race coming, right?" Sulan nodded. "They will arrive in 10 days. Mu Qingxue added, "When the time comes, I will personally slay a spirit emperor." Sulan chuckled. "Do you think spirit emperors are cabbages? They aren't that easy to kill. Their innate divine abilities are terrifying, and they have immersed themselves in Dao integration for many years. You only entered Dao integration recently." Sulan didn't finish, but to be honest, Mu Qingxue really was no match for a spirit emperor who had lived for tens of thousands of years. Doused with cold water, Mu Qingxue, who had been blinded by anger, suddenly woke up. Yes, how could a spirit emperor be so easy to kill? She remembered what Sulan had once said: the spirit race's innate divine abilities were extremely terrifying. They could absorb attack power and enhance their own combat strength. And she had only entered Dao integration a few days ago, not even familiar with the attack methods of the Dao integration realm. How could she possibly be a match for a spirit emperor? Calming down, Mu Qingxue softly asked, "Then what do you mean, husband?" Sulan smiled slightly. "We have numbers. We'll make 10 or 20 Dao integration cultivators gang up on them. No matter how experienced they are, they'll still be beaten to the ground. When that happens, you can vent your anger however you like." Mu Qingxue was stunned for a moment, then asked in confusion, "Husband, do you really have that many Dao integration pearls? How many mowing points did a single Dao integration pearl even cost?" "I make tens of millions every minute, all right." Sulan instinctively glanced at his mowing points balance. Current balance 10058450000. Current balance 10060314000. Perfect. After one magnificent flex, mowing points had broken through the 100 billion mark. Moreover, as the laws of heaven and earth gradually grew complete, people's discussions about him became even more fervent and their emotions grew more intense. In the blink of an eye, mowing points jumped by millions, and in a single breath tens of millions were harvested. He had no idea how much he would reap once this wave of hype died down, but Sulan had already figured out how to ignite the next wave. A single Dao integration pearl cost only 10 million mowing points, and a 9-turn golden pill that could elevate one to Great Sage was only 2 million. 10 Dao integration pearls and 59-turn golden pills still lay in the system storage space. If that really wasn't enough. 1, 2, 3. More than enough, more than enough. Su Lan silently counted to 3 inside his mind, only to realize that the mowing points he had harvested were enough to buy a Dao integration pearl and 3 or 4 9-turn golden pills. Ever since the vassal system update had been released, Su Lan no longer had to worry about trusting the wrong people. As long as he used items produced by the system, their trust level would soar to 90. You'll just lock. Thinking of this, Su Lan spoke up. We can have as many Dao integration pearls as we need. Even if we want every steward above the Purple Mansion realm in the sect to achieve Dao integration, it's not a problem. However, Qianlong continent cannot bear more than 12 Dao integration cultivators. Once that number is exceeded, the world will collapse. So apart from you and me, we must first select 10 candidates with solid foundations to undergo Dao integration. Do you have anyone in mind, my dear? Yes. Su Lan swallowed hard. Mu Qingxue was still pressed against his chest. With the slightest movement, she sent a wave of smooth, supple softness through him, constantly testing the limits of his self-control. Mu Qingxue suddenly sensed something stirring against her lower abdomen, and she smiled with pursed lips. Husband, you're blushing. He was supposed to be the rogue here, so why did he feel like the one being teased? This could no longer be endured. An hour later, the beauty had collapsed limply at his side, and Su Lan began to study the list with a heart as calm as still water. Mu Qingxue had ranked the names according to trustworthiness. Although it was an unnecessary move for Su Lan, who already possessed the vassal system, he could still feel the care she had put into it. At the top of the list was Lung Qingxiu, the previous palace master of Xingyue Palace, and Mu Qingxue's dearest master. She could be counted as half a mother-in-law to Su Lan. He had brought the beauty home without giving any betrothal gifts at all, yet his mother-in-law's character was completely worthy of trust. Second on the list was an old acquaintance, Qin Shou, a spirit terrace first-rank cultivator. Mu Qingxue had pulled that fellow out of the sea of suffering, but not completely, because the Tianshan Snow Maiden had followed him over, leading the entire Snow Maiden clan into Xingyue Palace. Still, the reason Mu Qingxue ranked him second was not just Su Lan's influence. Qin Shou's reputation within Xingyue Palace was also genuinely commendable. When Su Lan opened the vassal system, Qin Shou was still the only one whose conviction was at full value. It would be absolutely indefensible not to give him a Dao integration pearl. What surprised him, though, was that those with conviction at or above 85 numbered over 10,000, and among them more than 500 had surpassed 90. It must be because I displayed a divine miracle, mended heaven and earth, and bestowed blessings which caused the world's conviction to surge. Su Lan casually opened the interface for those with conviction above 90. Sure enough, aside from the 5 newly risen names at the top with Ninetanine, he did not recognize a single one of the rest. And those 5 were also old acquaintances. Liu Bei, gender male, 29 years old, human race, Purple Mansion, first heaven realm cultivator, conviction 99, one host subordinate. Guan Yu, gender male, 26 years old, human race, spirit bridge, 8 segment. Lu Bu, gender male, 21 years old, human race, spirit bridge, 3rd segment realm cultivator, conviction 99, one host subordinate. Zhang Fei, gender male, 16 years old, human race, secret treasury, dragon spine realm cultivator, conviction 99, one host subordinate. The 4-person group of 3 heroes and 1 peerless warrior had made remarkable progress. In such a short time, they had broken straight through from Foundation Establishment and Qi to Purple Mansion and Spirit Bridge. That was especially difficult for people whose cultivation aptitudes had already fully formed, or it seemed they had truly put in painstaking effort. But what did this 989 plus conviction mean? Clarification system, come out and explain to me what this 989 plus means. Su Lan summoned the clarification system in his mind without wasting a word. Ding. These 4 subordinates are utterly devoted to the host, but they believe the host has already forgotten them. Therefore, their conviction has been hovering around the edge of full value. Hence the special mark 99 plus 1. How could I forget them? They are the first batch of underlings I personally recruited in this world, and by such a coincidence, they make up the Peach Garden Oath and the Peerless War God. If these 4 were not secretly blessed with immense fortune, I wouldn't believe it. Su Lan mused quietly in his heart, then turned his gaze to the last follower, whose conviction had reached 99. Liu Sanwen, gender male, 385 years old, human race, spirit terrace, first rank, cultivator, conviction 99, host subordinate. See, the shower of purescence light he had scattered had directly allowed Liu Sanwen, originally in the spirit nurturing realm, to break through to spirit terrace, and his conviction had instantly soared to 99. Moreover, Liu Sanwen was also on Mu Qingxue's list, ranked 5th. Third was Liu Xiaoyi, which was understandable, even though Mu Qingxue was a little guilty of favoring her own people. But what was wrong with favoring her own? Mu Qingxue was her aunt, and that did not make Su Lan any less. Had there been enough time, and had his clansmen not been hopeless ados who could not be propped up against a wall, what would it have mattered if Su Lan gave each of them a Dao integration pearl? Besides, although that girl Xiaoi was a little loose-stung, her contribution to and love for Qingxue Palace were plain to see. Moreover, the girl's conviction toward him was now fairly high. It had not reached 90, but at least it had passed. Lu Xiaoi's cultivation was now at Purple Mansion, so there was no problem there. The reward came from her uncle's love, one Dao integration pearl, as solid as could be. As for the fourth spot on Mu Qingxue's lucky list, that was ridiculous. It was the Tianshan Snow Maiden of all people. The Tianshan Snow Maiden's conviction did not even reach 60. Okay. Shuer, why did you rank the Tianshan Snow Maiden fourth? Sulan asked curiously. He truly could not understand what qualified the Tianshan Snow Maiden to be placed fourth by Mu Qingxue. Mu Qingxue, her face still flushed, reclined on the seat, and said casually, she is Qin Shou's Dao companion. She listens to whatever Qin Shou says. Qin Shou is utterly loyal, and the Snow Maiden is also at the peak of Spirit Terrace, so she gets fourth place. Are you sure the Snow Maiden listens to whatever Qin Shou says? Sulan wore a very odd expression. This was not what he had seen when his will descended into Qin Shou's sea of consciousness. That Snow Maiden, an old lowly. She was the type who would not stop until she had drained Qin Shou dry. Mu Qingxue leaned closer and murmured softly, Qin Shou abandoned the Snow Maiden for 3 years. To keep Qin Shou from turning callous and ungrateful once his cultivation soared. Husband, let the Snow Maiden share the same treatment as Qin Shou. All right. I'll do as you say. Sulan raised his hands in surrender. Faced with the coquettish pleading of a mature beauty like Mu Qingxue, he had no resistance at all. He observed 3 silent seconds of mourning for Qin Shou, then continued down the list. Mu Qingxue's compiled list of fortunate candidates had 14 names on it. Sulan remembered very few of them, but he could find the corresponding information in the vassal system. All those who made the list had some degree of conviction toward him, and every one of them had at least cleared the passing threshold. However, the Dao integration slots were limited, only 10. Qianlong Continent could not bear any more than that. Thus, deciding which of the 14 should undergo Dao integration and which should become great sages required careful consideration. After all, those who entered Dao integration first once their realms were stabilized would have even greater opportunities waiting for them when Sulan became rich in grass-cutting points later on. By comparison, the path to great sage was far less appealing. Sulan could not hold the scales perfectly even, so aside from Lung Qingxiu, Lu Xiaoi, and the Tianshan Snow Maiden, the 3 Mu Qingxue had singled out. He decided to choose whoever had the highest conviction as the lucky winners. With that in mind, Sulan jostled Mu Qingxue, who was still fooling around on top of him, and forced down the urge rising in his heart. All right, it's about time. We should go out now. Get down and let your husband change clothes first. After Mu Qingxue finished dressing, Sulan slung the rusty broken sword, his tetanus-inviting divine artifact that had always accompanied him, onto his back. Then with Mu Qingxue's hand in his, he strode out the door. Arriving at the Star Moon Hall, Sulan was first stunned to find its roof missing without a trace. Then at a loss for words, he looked at the elders inside, still breathing in and out the refined essence. What grudge, what resentment? Had the roof which shielded them from wind and rain and bore its burden without complaint offended you? Sulan gained a new understanding of the explosive temper of the demonic sect. Just because they felt the roof was blocking the fortune descending from above, they simply tore it down. Would an ordinary person do such a thing? Would it kill you to move to the square outside? Sulan raised his hand and dispersed the light rain enveloping the Star Moon Hall. This primal light rain covering the whole Mist Shadow Mountain was supposed to last for 7 days. The concentrated essence of 3 spirit sovereigns and 9 spirit kings was beyond immense. Even though Sulan had fed most of it back to the heavenly Dao, leaving less than 1% to become fortune, it was still enough to satisfy tens of thousands of Star Moon Palace disciples. But the spirit race had no time to wait for the elders to feast. 10 days. Oh no, only 9 days remained. In 9 days, 2 spirit sovereigns of the spirit race would arrive. Sulan had no desire to experience once more the hollowness of having true immortal level power drained from him. As he dispersed the light rain, the fiery-tempered elders in the Star Moon Hall instantly woke up. Who did this? The fortune Emperor Kanglan scattered upon the mortal world should have lasted for at least a few more days. How is it gone? I am on the verge of breaking through to the spiritual terrace. Whoever dares to cut off my fortune, I will sever his lifeline. Bah! The fierce elders looked as if someone had pressed the mute button. The vicious stares they cast at the door gradually softened. I admit I spoke a bit loudly just now, but I absolutely did not mean any disrespect to His Majesty the Emperor or Her Majesty the Empress. The middle-aged elder who had roared the loudest showed off an instant face change, shifting from fierce glare to meek deference, with great naturalness, bowing respectfully to Sulan as he spoke. Your disciple Li Feiyu pays respects to Emperor Kanglan. Led by him, the demonic sect elders all saluted in reverence and shouted in unison. Disciples pay respects to Emperor Kanglan. Rise all of you. I do not care for such formality. Su Lan gestured for everyone to rise, swept his gaze across the assembly, and announced in a clear voice. I think you all know why I have gathered you here. Needless to say, I do indeed possess the chance for immediate Dao integration and the opportunity to become a great sage. Hiss. A wave of heat surged through the hall. Although they had long heard the Empress mention it, hearing Su Lan say it with his own mouth still made them inhale sharply. What did immediate Dao integration mean? Everyone present knew it all too well. It was absolutely a leap to heaven in one step. No one doubted the truth of Su Lan's words. Just look at the Empress. A while ago she was still at sage entry, and the title of Empress was only a courtesy. Yet in such a short time, she had successfully achieved Dao integration and become a true Empress who suppressed all, deserving of the name with no water added. With such a chance laid right before them, who would not be tempted? But everyone knew perfectly well in their hearts that temptation was useless. Opportunities for Dao integration defied the heavens, so their number was bound to be extremely rare. Yet 14 people stood here. As for who would obtain this heaven-defying fortune, everyone already had their guesses. Even the opportunities to become great sages were probably not many. The temptation of rising to heaven in one step was too great. Swallowing involuntarily their hearts surging, they waited in silence for Su Lan's choice. The atmosphere fell silent for a moment. Watching the changing expressions of the crowd, Su Lan curled the corner of his mouth, nodded in satisfaction, and continued, there are 10 shares of Dao integration fortune. As for the rest of you, each can obtain a 9 revolutions golden pill and also become a great sage. What? Your Majesty, you must be joking, right? 10 shares of Dao integration fortune is already absurd enough. Does each of us really also have the right to become a great sage? What was that saying again? Ridiculous knocked on its mother's door. Ridiculous is home. All hail the Emperor. The hall instantly exploded into chaos. From the crowd, Lung Qingxue, who had been silent all along, stepped forward and asked, Your Majesty, may I ask how many shares of great sage fortune there are? Hearing this, everyone was startled, then relieved. They knew Lung Qingxue was asking for their sake. Everyone present will have a share, Su Lan said with a smile. This world can only bear 12 Dao integrators. Apart from me and Qingxue, that leaves 10 slots for Dao integration. However, there are enough 9 revolutions golden pills for everyone to become a great sage. But do not lose heart. As long as the world's level ascends and its capacity grows stronger, everyone will still have a chance at Dao integration. At these words, the entire hall burst into an uproar. World ascension. 10 Dao integrators is still too few. We all have a chance. Since when did great sage become so easy to achieve? Why is it that I am only at the spirit nourishing stage, yet I feel like Dao integration is easy to advance to? Is this the boldness of His Majesty the Emperor? Everyone can achieve Dao integration. The elders were thoroughly questioning their lives. After all, no great sage realm expert had appeared on the Qianlong continent for tens of thousands of years. The world lacked spiritual energy, and the heavenly Dao suppressed all living beings ruthlessly. Over the past 10,000 years, only Mu Qingxue, with her astonishing talent, had broken through to sage entry and been crowned empress. From this, one could imagine that breaking through to high realms was nowhere near as easy as low realms. It was harder than climbing to heaven. Yet now from Su Lan's mouth, it had become great sages as common as dogs, Dao integrators everywhere. After a long while, the crowd in the hall finally calmed down. One of them was the first to shout, "We will follow all of your Majesty's arrangements." The others also bowed respectfully. For them, let alone Dao integration, even breaking through to great sage was a fortune they had never dared to imagine. Although the heaven and earth were now filled with abundant energy, and the rules were complete, great sage was still not a realm one could reach just by wanting to. Even in the golden age of antiquity, great sages were rare. Among those who competed for Dao integration, those who could become great sages were none other than prodigies. 1 in a million. As for them, they were old bones who had struggled in the spirit nourishing and spiritual terra stages for years. The aggressive sharpness of their youth had long been worn away by time. Being able to attain great sage was already more than enough. They no longer dared to hope for Dao integration. Su Lan looked at the elders, whose eyes burned with fervor, yet were completely open. Without wasting words, he slowly said, "Those chosen for Dao integration this time are Lung Qingxue. Where did that fellow Qingxue go?" Just now the hall had been crowded with figures. Only then did Su Lan realize that Qingxue, that scumbag, was not among them. Did Mu Qingxue not bring him back? Where the hell did he run off to now? Everyone exchanged bewildered glances. One of them answered, "Your Majesty, Qiniguan. He seems to be in the side hall." The moment the words fell, the side door of the hall was pushed open. Qingxue walked out with an embarrassed expression, smiling sheepishly. "Boss Su, I have been here all along." Behind his tall frame hid the lowly-like Tianshan, Snow Maiden. Occasionally, poking her little head out to examine the surroundings. Su Lan's mouth twitched. He did not need to think to know what those two had been doing. Speaking of which, was Tianshan Snow Maiden's petite body really a match for Qingxue? And what was worse, Qingxue had clearly been at a disadvantage. Qingxue winked at Su Lan, trying to send a telepathic message. Boss Su, I miss you so much. I long for the days when we traveled the world together. Su Lan ignored him completely and said in a formal tone, next I will announce the selected Dao integrators. Everyone pricked up their ears, their hearts lifting into their throats, and even their breathing slowed for half a beat. Long Qingxue Qingxue Tianshan Snow Maiden Lu Sanwen Lu Xiaoyi. Su Lan was announcing the Dao integration quotas, and the elders were full of anticipation. Mu Qingxue, who had been quietly watching from the side, suddenly interrupted. Wait, husband, why are you letting Xiaoyi undergo Dao integration? Huh? Su Lan asked in astonishment. Didn't you rank her third? I thought you wanted her to integrate the Dao. After a pause, Mu Qingxue said with a strange expression, Xiaoyi is not yet 18. Although she has already broken through to the Purple Mansion realm, her state of mind is not yet perfect, and her Dao heart is unformed. If you give her a Dao integration pearl and forcefully elevate her cultivation, she will lose herself in power and be controlled by it rather than controlling it. Haven't you considered that, husband? Su Lan. What the hell? If the Dao heart is unformed, rashly integrating the Dao will be controlled by power. I also directly refined a Dao integration flower at the Purple Mansion realm. It just meant I couldn't easily control my own power. There was no sign of losing my mind at all. Oh, I'm a cheater, forget it. Mu Qingxue continued. Besides, the spirit race will arrive in 9 days. Only elders who have immersed themselves in the Dao for many years can barely begin to refine the Dao integration pearls in such a short time. Xiaoyi is still too inexperienced to handle it. So don't waste a slot. There's still a long road ahead. Let her grow more. If that's the case, Liu Bei can't be used either. Su Lan nodded with deep agreement. My wife is right. Then exclude Xiaoyi from the Dao integration list. Hearing this, some elders who had not been selected suddenly felt a spark of hope. Su Lan scanned the entire hall, seeming to choose candidates. At that moment, a tense and thrilling atmosphere enveloped the hall. Everyone held their breath, their hearts in their throats, nervously awaiting the final outcome of the Dao integration list. This atmosphere felt strangely familiar to Su Lan, like in his past life, when he waited for exam results after the test ended. Whether it would be a delicious plate of braised beef or a thrashing with bamboo strips, it all depended on the announcement. Such waiting was agonizing. Every second felt like a year. Su Lan knew this well, so he didn't drag it out. He directly announced, Lung Qingxue Qingxue Tianshan Snow Maiden Lu Sanwen, Li Feiyu Lu Mingyan Han Qingyun, by Changxing Yi Guqing Zhao Feiyu. As Su Lan finished reading the final name, the elders sighed in relief one by one. The chosen ones beamed with joy, and even those not selected offered their congratulations. Every person on this list ranked at the top in credibility, possessed profound cultivation, and had a stable. Even though the list included an unfamiliar name, like Tianshan Snow Maiden, no one dared to question Su Lan's fairness in selection, for everything the great emperor said was truth. Soon after exchanging pleasantries, they turned their burning gazes towards Su Lan. After all, although the Dao integration opportunity was not theirs, becoming a great sage was still a dream beyond their reach in this lifetime. Su Lan did not immediately arrange their breakthroughs. Instead, in a grave tone, he said, Everyone, don't be happy just yet. Dao integration may not be a good thing. Allow me to first tell you a tragic story. Great Emperor, please speak. Everyone listened attentively, not blinking an eye. Su Lan said in a deep voice, This is a story that truly happened in the boundless void where humans were treated as blood nourishment. It is also the challenge we are about to face. As he spoke, he raised his hand and projected the intercepted memory fragments of the Spirit Emperor. Only real weakness was the original sin, and the strong bullied at will. The blood of countless living beings was nothing more than nourishment for a spirit race emperor-level life form to sustain its peak. In the void, shattered worlds were stained with blood and corpses piled up like mountains. The Spirit Emperor's cold laughter, humanity's mournful cries. The images flickered continuously. Before long, furious roars rang out from the Starmoon Hall. Beasts. They treat us humans as ants and slaughter our people as blood food. Do they truly think our race has no one? I wish I could eat their flesh and drink their blood. Kill these beasts. Kill. One elder after another had reddened eyes. Not from sorrow, but from unrestrained rage. Though humans love to fight among themselves and slaughter each other, the same blood still flows in their bones. No one could remain indifferent before such a living hell on earth. Most members of the demonic sect were passionate souls. Though they were lawless, bloodstained, and each a scum of the mortal world, they were still human. A group of people who valued loyalty above all. Qingxue walked forward with a grim face and asked in a low voice, Boss Su, has the spirit race set its sights on our Qianlong continent? Su Lan nodded. The spirit race's vanguard has been wiped out by me. Behind them 2 spirit emperors and 20 spirit kings are coming. Heh. Qingxue let out a low chuckle and said through gritted teeth, Boss Su, please bestow the Dao integration opportunity quickly. I can't wait to slay a spirit emperor with my own hands. Why does everyone think spirit emperors are cabbages? Su Lan complained inwardly, then announced loudly, the Dao integration opportunities are prepared. Do not be impatient. We beg the great emperor to bestow the opportunities. We wish to slay the spirit race, take their heads, and offer them to the billions of wronged human souls. The elders behind also voiced the same plea. Su Lan had no choice but to raise his hand and set up a void barrier over the entire Star Moon Hall. This was to prevent these people from losing control during their breakthroughs and leaking even a wisp of pressure that would crush all the disciples of Mount Wuing to death. Then he had the bewildered crowd separate according to the list. Those undergoing Dao integration stand to one side, and those breaking through to Great Sage to the other. He then, we will follow the Great Emperor's decree. Enough. Su Lan waved his hand, took out 10 Dao integration pearls and 13 9-turn golden pills from his storage space, and said casually, catch. With that, he levitated the Dao integration pearls and 9-turn golden pills in front of the corresponding people and instructed, these are the Dao integration pearls and 9-turn golden pills. Just swallow and refine them. Take your time training. I'm off. Having said, they exited the Qingxue Hall. Su Lan pulled Mu Qingxue and headed straight for the back mountain. Walking along the main street of Wuyo City, the street was bustling with people, lively and extraordinary. Su Lan saw many elderly people shedding their robes, spreading their arms wide to welcome the primal light rain descending from the horizon. After the baptism of the primal light rain, the wrinkled, withered skin of the old people gradually became smooth and lustrous. Their withered chi and blood began to revive, returning them to the prime of their lives. The primal light rain spread by my husband is for mortals, almost letting them live another life. Mu Qingxue watched the frantic people and said softly, most of the people in Wuyo City are the relatives whom the disciples of Qingxue Palace care about. After the disciples set foot on the immortal path, their lifespans soar, while their mortal relatives are bound by lifespan limits. To speak of immortals and mortals being eternally separated is nothing but self-deception. Su Lan sighed as he walked. Humans are not grass or trees. Who can be without emotion? Cultivators are merely stronger humans with longer lifespans. They can only watch helplessly as their relatives and friends age, wither, and die. This is simply the greatest pain in the mortal world. If all friends and family are gone, what does it matter if one eventually becomes an immortal? Walking the immortal Tao alone, living forever, overlooking the rise and fall of all beings, yet powerless to bring back those who have passed. One would be nothing more than a solitary man with a lonely heart. After hearing this, Mu Qingxue fell silent for a long time, then slowly said, your words, my husband, are truly disheartening. Even though I have already achieved Dao integration and have a lifespan of 10,000 years, how many of my peers will remain after 1,000 years? Watching each kinsman leave one by one, that feeling is truly unbearable. As she spoke, Mu Qingxue suddenly grabbed Su Lan's hand tightly. If 10,000 years from now my chi and blood decay, I would rather go before you. Before she could finish, Su Lan pressed close and covered her mouth. The two embracing and kissing in the busy street did not attract the attention of the crowd. The primal light rain fell, and the rosy clouds and watery mist obscured everyone's view. In the blur, Mu Qingxue's body went limp in Su Lan's arms. Her beautiful eyes brimmed with mist, and she gently stroked his cheek while murmuring, husband, I am so afraid. In the mortal world, there is no method for immortality. Where should I search for the immortal domain? My husband is already an immortal, and one day he must return to the immortal domain. I had to take a shortcut even in Dao integration. How can I possibly catch up with you? Women in love to fantasize. I only expressed my feelings, and you already thought about 10,000 years later. Su Lan felt helpless, lowered his head, and kissed her forehead, saying softly, why search for the immortal domain? Wherever I stand is the immortal domain. So what if it's the immortal domain? It's nothing more than a great thousand world. Since you, my wife, have said so, I will forge the Qianlong continent into another immortal domain. In that way, we don't need to choose ascension and go suffer grievances in a strange, godforsaken place. Su Lan's face was earnest, and his words rang with conviction. For ordinary people, the immortal domain is an unattainable dream. Only by advancing from the Dao integration realm to the immortal Dao realm can one stir the laws of the immortal domain and open the celestial gate to ascend. But for Su Lan, the immortal domain was just another great thousand world, merely with a larger territory, more living beings, and stronger laws. Ascending or not was only a thought away. The immortal domain had never even entered the menu of Su Lan's life choices. When he used the true immortal experience card, he had already understood the truth of the world. The immortal domain's world level might be higher now, but in the endless ages before it was only a middle thousand world like the Qianlong continent. But it was just that the immortal domain stood out from countless middle thousand worlds merging who knows how many middle thousand worlds to form its current self and was yearned for by countless creatures. As for Sulan wanting to make the Qianlong continent a world no worse than the immortal domain, it was not impossible, but it would cost unimaginable time and energy. So what he was doing right now was simply talking big. At that moment, a beam of golden light suddenly fell from the hazy nine heavens, as if the heavenly Tao was also echoing Su Lan's words. Su Lan, bathed in golden light, made Mu Qingxue watch in fascination. After a long while, Mu Qingxue finally spoke slowly. Meeting you, husband, is the greatest fortune of Qingxue's life. Undoubtedly, Su Lan's boasting touched the softest corner of Mu Qingxue's heart. Looking at Mu Qingxue's watery eyes, Su Lan was somewhat dazed. At the same time, the long-awaited system notification sound came. Ding. Host has successfully mowed down the heavenly Tao, the combined embodiment of all beings' mental power and rule logic on the Qianlong continent. Harvest points 100 billion. Current balance 25804956000. This heavenly Tao is too sincere. I was just talking big, how could you believe it too? Heavenly Tao, you are ruthless. Can a mere set of rules give rise to emotional fluctuations? Could it be that the heavenly Tao answering system come out and explain what's going on with this heavenly Tao? With a thought, Su Lan summoned the answering system. Ding. The heavenly Tao of the Qianlong continent had originally been incomplete because the Tao integration cultivators who absorbed the world's primal essence over the ages had all gone away to outer realms. Later, because the host used the law essences of the 3 spirit emperors and the 9 spirit kings to repair the heavenly Tao's defects, the heavenly Tao gradually became complete, giving birth to the most basic thoughts and emotional fluctuations. In the final analysis, the heavenly Tao is a combination of the collective will of all sentient beings in a world and the logic of rules. The more thriving the sentient beings, the stronger the heavenly Tao and the more nimble its thinking. When the heavenly Tao of the Qianlong continent becomes fully complete, it will display its original majesty. Anyone or anything that hinders the vigorous development of all beings will be punished. For example, committing every evil leads to heaven's retribution, and breaking vows invokes lightning strikes. These are all manifestations of the heavenly Tao's emotions. And since the host is the mender of heaven, the newly revived will of the heavenly Tao has come to view the host as its creator or rebuilder. Every word and deed of the host is observed by the heavenly Tao. Therefore, when the host said he would turn the Qianlong continent into an immortal domain, the heavenly Tao had such great emotional fluctuations. So the heavenly Tao considers me its father. The heavenly Tao is my son. Analyzing. The host can think of it that way. What the hell? Su Lan was astonished. Even Lu Bu didn't acknowledge me as his adoptive father, but you, a heartless heavenly Tao, acknowledged me first. No script would dare to write this. Husband, what are you thinking about again? Mu Qingxue leaned against his chest, tilting her head to ask curiously. She had long been used to Su Lan occasionally zoning out. This, she figured, was probably the difference between those in the immortal Tao realm and mortals. She didn't find it strange and often waited patiently for Su Lan to come back to his senses. But this time Su Lan's pupils subtly contracted and expanded, clearly indicating he had encountered something shocking, so she asked out of curiosity. Su Lan gulped, looking as though he doubted his own existence. Wi-Fi seemed to have an extra son. Huh. Mu Qingxue's pretty face flushed bright red. She lowered her head and murmured in a voice as faint as a mosquito's buzz, "So you found out after all, husband." My. Su Lan's eyes widened instantly. He stared at Mu Qingxue in disbelief, his voice trembling. What? Mu Qingxue shyly buried her head into Su Lan's chest, her voice syrupy. I was going to give my husband a surprise, but who knew my husband would take to staring at my belly all the time? What the hell? Su Lan instinctively extended his divine sense toward Mu Qingxue's lower abdomen. A hazy, clouded area made it impossible to discern anything. But then Mu Qingxue withdrew her own magical power and stopped hiding it. Su Lan's heart suddenly jolted. Within the chaotic haze over Mu Qingxue's lower abdomen, a life aura, so faint it could barely be detected, flickered and pulsed. Who was Su Lan? He was a great power who had ascended to the Tao integration realm. This faint life aura would certainly be imperceptible to ordinary people, but under his divine sense it was no less than a world-shattering thunderclap crashing within his heart. This was his bloodline. He had a child. When did he land that shot? From the little one's aura fluctuations, it looked like it had happened on the day he ascended to Tao integration. He had a child, damn it. Boy or girl? The life aura was too faint to tell. What name should I choose? Oh, I have a child, damn it. Calm down, Su Lan, you need to calm down. Oh, I have a child, damn it. Su Lan's heart throbbed violently. He unconsciously pulled Mu Qingxue closer, trembling all over his eyes vacant. It had only been such a short time, and he had gone from an unknown nobody in Qinglan City to the well-deserved Qinglan Emperor, and had even gotten the world's most beautiful woman pregnant. Everything felt like a dream, utterly unreal. After a long while, he finally calmed down. Feeling the warmth of the beauty in his arms, Su Lan smiled, and said, "My dear wife, you truly gave me a surprise. I love you to death." "No." Mu Qingxue suddenly raised her head, her beautiful eyes full of suspicion. "Husband, what about this son you mentioned? It seems to have nothing to do with the child in my belly." Just now Su Lan had thrown out only a basic attack, and Mu Qingxue, after already unleashing her ultimate, discovered his reaction was not right. It seemed he had no idea she was pregnant, but was talking about some other son. A son. The life in her belly had only just been conceived. Even she as its mother couldn't sense whether it was a boy or a girl. How could Su Lan know? Beings of the immortal path possess powers unfathomable to gods and ghosts. Could it be that my husband, just now, when his spirit wandered beyond his body, sensed something, and went to peep at a corner of the future? Mu Qingxue thought of a possibility, but quickly rejected it again. If Su Lan had used his divine power to observe the long river of time and space, and seen a corner of the future, he could not possibly have been unaware that she was pregnant. So, does my husband perhaps have another child wandering outside? Mu Qingxue looked up and asked. Pregnant women truly are suspicious, the ancient saying never fails. Su Lan chuckled. Without any explanation, he bent down, scooped Mu Qingxue up in his arms, and flew toward the sky. Mu Qingxue remained suspicious. Looping her arms around Su Lan's neck, she let him carry her as they flew into the sky, and said softly, "If my husband really does have a child outside, just bring him back. I can." Before the words were out, a large hand gently spanked her proud bottom, sending ripples through her curves. Su Lan chuckled. "It's only an adopted son, not my own flesh and blood. My wife, what are you thinking? Why have I never heard that my husband has an adopted son?" Mu Qingxue gave Su Lan a suspicious glance, then said with a reproachful reminder, "Husband, don't mess around. What if you hurt the child in my belly? My wife is overly cautious." Su Lan didn't know whether to laugh or cry. How could the offspring of a mighty Dao integration expert be hurt so easily? But seeing Mu Qingxue radiating the glow of motherhood, Su Lan still comforted her. "Don't worry, I know my limits. I won't hurt the child." Mu Qingxue leaned against Su Lan's shoulder and asked softly, "Then where is my husband taking me?" "To see my adopted son, of course, so you won't overthink and get upset," Su Lan said indulgently. "Huh?" Mu Qingxue asked in surprise. "Is my husband's adopted son in the sky?" You'll know in a moment." Su Lan smiled mysteriously. Protecting Mu Qingxue, he passed through vast expanses of white clouds, went up above the clouds, and stepped down onto a layer of clouds. The scenery here was the most beautiful. Beyond this point, there was only the void. Leaning against Su Lan, Mu Qingxue looked around and said doubtfully, "There is nothing here at all." All around, apart from the rather pleasant scenery and the strong wind, there was not a trace of life. "Watch carefully, don't be too shocked." Su Lan first cautioned Mu Qingxue, then raised his head, looked deeper into the sky, and called out, "O heavenly Tao, my big son, reveal yourself, so that me, your father, your mother, and your unborn little brother can have a look." Nothing changed. Only the sound of the sobbing wind answered. Mu Qingxue slightly raised an eyebrow, extended her fair jade hand, and touched Su Lan's forehead. "Can even an immortal have delusions? Husband, have you gone mad?" Taking her to fly above the clouds, he had been proud and pleased to treat the emotionless heavenly Tao as his adopted son. This made Mu Qingxue think Su Lan must have been carried away by the sudden joy, and that was why he did such a baffling thing. "Su Lan, this heavenly Tao son just wouldn't listen. Wife, I can explain. I'm not delusional. The heavenly Tao really did acknowledge me as its father." Su Lan tried to struggle one last time. Mu Qingxue, however, looked at him with eyes full of loving concern and smiled slightly. "I know, I understand. My husband must be trying to amuse me. I'm very happy. Let's go back. The wind up here is strong and we mustn't let the child catch cold." After speaking, Mu Qingxue wrapped one arm around Su Lan's neck and placed the other over her lower abdomen, her face glowing with maternal tenderness. Su Lan gave in. The heavenly Tao's heartlessness was indeed no empty claim. It did not give even him, its father, the slightest response. "Damn that unfilial son. Alas, I'll do whatever my wife says. Let's go back now." With a long sigh, Su Lan prepared to descend, holding Mu Qingxue. But just at this moment, rumble! A great crash sounded from all directions. In the void, boundless rosy light suddenly burst forth. Ripples spread and mountains and rivers appeared. Huge peaks towered, silver waterfalls cascaded, ancient trees scraped the heavens, and long rivers surged across the land. A magnificent and beautiful landscape emerged in the rosy light. And still it didn't stop. Within the boundless rosy light a majestic sun rose, and then countless stars filled the sky, each great star more radiant than the sun. The azure glow transformed into a vast ocean where sea and sky merged into one color. The jade sea was like a mirror reflecting thousands of stars. As ripples spread over the water, clusters of golden lotuses sprouted from the surface, their leaves dotted with glistening dewdrops, vibrant and dazzling. A gentle breeze blew by, the jade sea rippled, and golden lotuses bloomed in profusion. A dense vitality rushed toward the face, making one feel as if standing at the dawn of creation, teeming with life. A figure manifested from the depths of the jade sea. Seated high in the ninth heaven, it gazed down upon the world below, hazy, elusive, and unfathomable. Formless and shapeless, yet all beings take their forms. Above the nine heavens, clouds and winds churn, and wondrous phenomena constantly arise. Though nothing tangible exists, one can sense a grand will brewing into shape. This is the heavenly Tao of the Qianlong continent. That figure above the azure sea was ethereal and distant, yet seemed almost within reach. Mu Qingxue stared in utter astonishment, disbelief written all over her face. Su Lan was somewhat stunned as well, thinking to himself that this rebellious son had been holding back his grand entrance all along. Must say the way he made his appearance was truly spectacular, truly impressive. Husband, is the heavenly Tao truly your adopted son? Mu Qingxue asked in bewilderment. Indeed. I helped him remake himself, and he recognizes me as his reborn parent. Would that not make me his adoptive father? Su Lan confirmed. It does seem so, but isn't the heavenly Tao supposed to be without consciousness? Why would it heed your words? Mu Qingxue nodded, thoroughly confused. Given her limited understanding, she found it hard to imagine that the heavenly Tao could possess thoughts. Su Lan shook his head. In the past, the heavenly Tao was incomplete, so naturally it had no consciousness. But a complete heavenly Tao is different. It possesses not only thought, but also emotion. However, since the heavenly Tao oversees all living beings, its thoughts and emotions never fluctuate dramatically, which is why one cannot normally sense its will. The moment his words fell, a will descended. The countless wondrous phenomena in the sky transformed into purple auras stretching tens of thousands of li, only to condense in an instant into a single strand of extraordinarily luminous purple mist, which slowly settled upon Mu Qingxue and Su Lan's embrace. This is the heavenly Tao's blessing. Mu Qingxue touched her belly, stunned. Husband, the heavenly Tao is blessing our child. Su Lan nodded. The heavenly Tao is a filial son. He knows to send gifts to his unborn brother or sister. Our child will surely be a dragon among men upon birth. The heavenly Tao's blessing transformed countless phenomena into innate primordial essence, nourishing the child within Mu Qingxue's womb. Without a doubt, few throughout the river of history could have received such treatment. Su Lan's child had not yet fully formed when it received such profound blessings, and with both parents being powerful beings at the harmony with Tao realm, its innate talent must have been beyond imagination. The heavenly Tao never revealed its true form throughout the entire process. Only a grand will lingered ethereally. Even that figure seated upon the nine heavens was merely a wondrous phenomenon, a gift prepared for its inexplicable younger brother or younger sister. Once the sky-filling purple aura dissipated, tranquility returned. The wind did not stir, nor did the clouds move. The heavenly Tao didn't even utter a single word to Su Lan. It seemed to have performed this spectacular display merely to fulfill his words, completing its act and departing without a moment's delay. Husband, has the heavenly Tao left? Mu Qingxue's body shimmered with a faint purple radiance, her aura extraordinary. No, my dear son is everywhere. Su Lan said calmly. Indeed, our child hasn't even been born yet, and already has a heavenly Tao as an elder brother. Mu Qingxue suddenly smiled. Perhaps it will be a sister. Su Lan smiled as well. Mu Qingxue affectionately stroked her belly, then puckered her lips and said to Su Lan, I'm hungry. She gazed at him with large longing eyes. Her peach blossom eyes, when narrowed, resembled crescent moons, exuding a languid charm. Now flushed pink, her complexion glowed all the more vividly against the fading sunset. Su Lan was taken aback. Even at the harmony with Tao realm, she was still hungry. But remembering Mu Qingxue carried his child, he grinned and said, Dear child, what would you like to eat? Your husband will prepare it for you. I want roasted divine phoenix wings, crystal dumplings, raspberry fruit, and bell milk. Mu Qingxue softly wrapped her arms around Su Lan's neck and listed a string of delicacies. Very well, I'll make anything you desire, Su Lan said with indulgent affection, carrying her as they descended toward Mount Wuing. Su Lan had originally intended to return to the Su family, but surprises always arrive so suddenly. Of course, he would tend to his great treasure and little treasure first. Empress Palace, rear garden flower bed. This place had once been destroyed by Su Lan, and all the rare spiritual herbs had been reduced to dust never to return. When Mu Qingxue saw the garden in ruins, she pouted displeased. Bad man. I worked so hard to collect these treasures from across the world. Su Lan scratched the back of his head, rather embarrassed. My fault, my fault. This husband will rebuild an even better flower bed for my lady. In order to provide Mu Qingxue with the finest environment for nurturing their child, Su Lan spared no expense, going to almost irrational lengths. He first spent 10 million grass-cutting points on various foods, allowing Mu Qingxue to recline on a massage chair worth 1 million grass-cutting points, enjoying her meal in comfort. Su Lan began reconstructing the flower bed. First, he spent 500 million grass-cutting points to install an upgraded void barrier enveloping 100 meters around. Though it appeared to occupy only 1,000 square meters, the space within the barrier was far greater. The upgraded void barrier, valued at 500 million grass-cutting points, was no mere illusion. The value had arguably increased 500-fold. Unlike the previous single-function void barrier, Su Lan had carefully read the description of this upgraded version and found it thoroughly worth the purchase. First, its defensive capabilities. Even an immortal sovereign-level powerhouse would need at least an incensed stick's time to breach it. A true immortal, no matter how exhausted, could not shake it in the slightest. Then there was the principle of containing the vast within the infinitesimal. The interior space of the upgraded void barrier was magnified. Though it occupied only 1,000 square meters externally, the interior could expand to 1,000,000 li. A flower bed that was too large would not do. Step by step, each scene unfolding. A garden of 1 li in circumference was most exquisite. So Su Lan shaped the interior space to approximately 1 li across. 1 li in circumference was no small matter. Over 500 meters in both length and width, covering more than 25,000 square meters, roughly 40+ mu of land. The sole drawback of the upgraded void barrier was that its key remained singular. Fortunately, it possessed aura recognition. By infusing the key with a person's aura, they could enter without the key. With the foundation settled, Su Lan, wishing to give Mu Qingxue a worry-free environment for nurturing their child, meticulously selected desired items from the system marketplace, sparing no expense in the renovation. First, he spent 10 billion mowing points to spread a layer of primordial chaos, immortal soil, filling the entire garden with vibrant vitality and suffusing it with the aura of primordial chaos. A single handful of primordial chaos, immortal soil, weighed 10,000 jin. Were it not for the upgraded void barrier supporting it, even one handful alone might have collapsed Wuing Mountain. Every grain of primordial chaos, immortal soil, contained incredibly surging vitality. Even a withered spiritual plant, once its roots took to the soil, could sprout anew within moments and be renewed with life. Even in the immortal domain, primordial chaos, immortal soil, was extremely precious. Only powerhouses at or above the immortal lord level could possess it, and it was considered peerless immortal soil for nurturing immortal plants, undying elixirs, and other such treasures. Yet such precious immortal soil was used by Su Lan merely to build a garden, an extravagance beyond compare. Once the foundation was complete, Su Lan began arranging the scenery. In the central area, he dug a hot spring pool 5 meters wide and 1 meter deep, then filled it with constant temperature ageless spring water worth 2 billion mowing points. This was yet another divine spring, rare even in the immortal domain. The ageless spring was also known as the longevity spring. Every drop contained boundless life aura and a trace of longevity substance. A mortal who swallowed one drop without even refining it would live for 10,000 years. But in Su Lan's hands, it was intended as bathwater for a lover's soak with Mu Qingxue. A sapling of the innate spiritual root enlightenment tea tree, 10 meters tall, bore tender tea, leaves each one golden. A beautiful sight worth 3 billion mowing points. The enlightenment tea tree, a single leaf of which could allow one to awaken to their own Tao, was only used by Su Lan to provide shade for Mu Qingxue. Another innate spiritual root, the calming Bodhi tree, worth 2 billion mowing points, was likewise only to help Mu Qingxue sleep even more soundly. Now, to nourish the child in her womb, Mu Qingxue had ceased cultivation and did not even use her spiritual power, living like any ordinary person. Ensuring sufficient sleep was vital. There were also clusters of immortal spirit fruit trees, peaches, plums, oranges, persimmons, and more, spread across the area. They were both beautiful and capable of bearing fruit for Mu Qingxue to eat. Immortal spirit grass seeds cost 10 million mowing points each. Su Lan bought them by the sackful and scattered them over the primordial chaos, immortal soil. In an instant, the bare ground turned into a lush green carpet. One must know that immortal spirit grass was an immortal plant that could inhale and exhale immortal qi. Su Lan's move was for both aesthetics and practicality. Nurturing a pregnancy in a place dense with immortal qi would surely make the child extraordinary. Sulan even felt that a sea of green alone was uncomfortable, so he purchased a large batch of immortal blossom seeds. Flowers of every color burst into bloom. Dao resonance manifested everywhere, and a rich fragrance filled the air. Then, to ensure that daybreak and nightfall could occur within the void barrier, he spent another 10 billion mowing points to buy a Fusang divine tree and a moonlight laurel tree. Given time to grow, these two divine trees would at least reach the immortal lord level. Yet in Su Lan's garden, the Fusang divine tree was used to sustain daylight, while the moonlight laurel tree was used to draw the curtain of night. Such behavior could no longer be described as sheer madness. It was outrageous wealth with no sense of humanity. Say what you will, but in the immortal domain, was there any place that could compare to this tiny garden? With primordial chaos, immortal soil, and a vast expanse of immortal plants inhaling and exhaling immortal chi, the energy intensity inside this space had already far exceeded that of the immortal domain. Even an immortal king's residence might fall short. After all, no immortal king was idle enough to gather such a collection of rare spiritual herbs, immortal plants, divine trees, and sacred blossoms as Su Lan had. Other than the fact that it was not the immortal domain itself, Su Lan was confident this garden for Mu Qingxue's pregnancy was definitely more luxurious than an immortal king's residence. It's time to let my lady come in and take a look. I spent 90 billion mowing points, almost enough to purchase a golden immortal Dao fruit. Su Lan murmured with some heartache. A Dao fruit that could grant one true immortal status cost only 5 billion mowing points, and a Dao crystal that could help one below the immortal lord level rise to golden immortal was only 99.9 billion. In an act of monstrous extravagance, he had blown what could buy 18 true immortal slots. For Su Lan, who currently had more than 260 billion mowing points, it was not exactly painless. It still hurt a little. But looking at the breathtaking garden, a place even more like the immortal domain than the immortal domain itself, Su Lan felt that everything was worth it. Munch munch. Puff puff. Mu Qingxue was blowing on a roasted divine phoenix wing. Seeing Su Lan come out, she said happily, "Husband, have you finished remodeling the flower garden?" Su Lan squeezed into the massage chair, hugged Mu Qingxue, and snatched the freshly roasted divine phoenix wing from her hand, taking a large bite. Speaking indistinctly, he said, "The remodeling was a success. Rare herbs, divine trees, immortal plants, and spiritual blossoms. Everything is there. It's much better than before." Mu Qingxue threw him a glance, picked up another divine phoenix wing, and pouted, "What do you mean better than before? You went in empty-handed. You're just trying to fool me." Su Lan scratched his head and chuckled. "When have I ever fooled you? Qingxue, my precious, trust me. The remodeled garden will absolutely surprise you." "Huh?" Mu Qingxue narrowed her eyes. "Husband, you didn't bring some immortal treasure unseen in the mortal world in there again, did you, eh?" She remembered how Su Lan had once also joked that he wanted to show her a big treasure, and she had indulged in naughty thoughts. But that big treasure had turned out to be a Dao integration flower. Now that they had already reached Dao integration, he was half-jokingly saying there was another surprise. It was hard for Mu Qingxue not to let her imagination run wild. Just go in and see." Su Lan smiled mysteriously, picked up Mu Qingxue, and headed toward the void barrier. For some reason, Su Lan liked holding Mu Qingxue more and more. It was not because her pregnancy made her weak and pitiable, but simply because this fellow thought her soft, delicate body felt very comfortable in his arms. After passing through the void barrier, a rich wave of immortal chi rushed to meet them, unlike any energy on the Qianlong continent. Mu Qingxue took only a gentle breath and sensed the vast pure essence contained within it. Looking up, Mu Qingxue was stunned. Even with her mental preparation, she was shocked by Su Lan's extravagance. That fiery red tree radiating a light even more blinding than the sun. What divine tree was that? That immortal plant standing its ground beneath the dazzling light, shimmering with a soft silver glow. What was it? And the vast orchard heavy with fruit, every crystalline fruit filled with majestic essence. What immortal fruit was this? Green grass spread everywhere, and flowers clustered in dense beauty. Why did every immortal blossom, or even every tiny blade of grass, seem more advanced than the spiritual plants she had once gathered by sweeping across the world? The pool beneath the tree shade was not clear spring water. It was a rainbow fallen from heaven. Did this place still have any resemblance to the mortal world? Was this the immortal domain? Mu Qingxue even thought that perhaps even the immortal domain could not compare to this tiny garden Su Lan had built. Her eyes wide, she stared at Su Lan in a daze. "Husband, are you really going to turn the Qianlong continent into the immortal domain?" The instant Su Lan thought about how it had cost 90 billion just to remodel this one space, and then thought about the boundless territory of the Qianlong continent, his heart tightened. But seeing the adoring look in Mu Qingxue's eyes, he could not bring himself to say anything deflating, so he steeled himself and said, "Well, Turning the boundless territories of the Qianlong continent into the immortal domain is not something that can be done overnight. It must be carefully planned from the long term. There is plenty of time. Mu Qingxue nodded. Indeed, the immortal domain is ancient and mysterious. No one knows in which era it arose. Since the beginning of the Qianlong continent's recorded history, it has been passed down, drawing the dazzling prodigies of countless worlds to vie for ascension. Its foundations are terrifyingly profound. Yes. Hearing this, Mu Qingxue gazed at the fairyland before her, as if in a trance, and murmured, I love it. I love it so much. Ever since I met you, life has felt like a dream. As she spoke, she suddenly looped her arms around Su Lan's neck, her bright eyes glistening as she looked at him, and whispered, Husband, can you put me down? I want to walk around here. The immortal qi is so abundant, walking will be good for the child. Husband, will you walk with me? Tell me the stories behind these immortal plants, so that when the child is born I can share them with our child too. Su Lan nodded with a smile. Just as he set Mu Qingxue down, a faint tremor suddenly stirred in his heart. It seems someone is calling me. Su Lan frowned almost imperceptibly. The Tao integration realm gave one a keen perception of impending danger. A palpitation like this could only mean that something momentous related to him was taking place. Inside the upgraded void barrier, it was very safe. Su Lan did not alert Mu Qingxue and let her pull him forward. But at the same time, the palpitation in his heart grew more and more intense, as if someone was knocking on the door of his heart, growing increasingly anxious. He walked several steps through the garden with Mu Qingxue, his expression unchanged. The palpitations surging from within grew more and more anxious, as if someone knocking at the door of his heart had begun slamming against it in a frenzy. They arrived beneath the Bodhi tree. Su Lan pulled out a beanbag chair, settled Mu Qingxue into it, and said with a serious expression, Baby, I just remembered there are still some minor matters to deal with outside. Rest here for a while, we'll go out and be back in no time. Mu Qingxue stroked her flat belly, then took out the unfinished delicacies and a delicate little brazier. Raising her head, she said, Go quickly and come back soon. The child and I will be waiting for you. This was what it meant to hold leverage. It had only been a few days, and that little thing had not even taken shape yet. Su Lan cast a sly glance at Mu Qingxue's belly and shook his head with a helpless chuckle. He'll be back very soon. Doubt resolution system, why did I suddenly feel such a heavy palpitation? And why did the palpitation disappear as soon as I came out? What exactly happened? Su Lan asked in surprise. He had just come out of the garden and sat down on the Empress Phoenix throne when that violent palpitation vanished without a trace, as if it had never existed at all. Ding. Searching. Answer for the host. 10 minutes ago, the host entered the self-contained small world inside the void barrier, completely isolated from the outside world, and disappeared from the perception of the Qianlong continent's heavenly Tao. As the host is the creator of the Qianlong continent's heavenly Tao, the host's importance to the Qianlong continent is unparalleled. Therefore, when the host entered the void barrier, the Qianlong continent's heavenly Tao shook and used the power of all living beings to call out to the host. That was why the host felt those palpitations. When the host came out of the void barrier, the heavenly Tao sensed the host's existence once more, so the palpitations naturally vanished. I see. Su Lan suddenly realized what had happened. He turned around and went back into the void barrier. Sure enough, the palpitations struck again and gradually grew stronger. Su Lan felt a headache coming on. His good son, the heavenly Tao, was good in every way except its brain might be a little slow. Your daddy keeps going in and out, appearing and then vanishing, clearly toying with you. Why can't you learn any sense? Doubt resolution system, is there any solution? Su Lan asked. It keeps pounding on my heart's door at every opportunity. Who could withstand that? A woman needs company while she is pregnant, especially an empress like Mu Qingxue, who appeared cold and aloof on the outside, but actually had a little girl living in her heart. He estimated that perhaps 90% of his time would be spent together with her. If he stayed in the void barrier for this period of time, and this heavenly Tao son could not find him anxiously pounding on his heart's door every moment, would there still be any fun in that? Answer for the host, there are two solutions. First, the host returns to the Qianlong continent, so the heavenly Tao can sense the host's existence. Then all will naturally be well. Second, it is recommended that the host relax the permissions and turn the small world inside the void barrier into a part of the Qianlong continent, allowing the Qianlong continent's heavenly Tao to cover the heaven and earth inside the void barrier. Then the host will have no worries. The first one definitely cannot be chosen. I can't have Mu Qingxue carrying our little one and braving the elements outside with me. As for the second, Su Lan stroked his chin in thought, then suddenly posed another question to the doubt resolution system. If I relax the permissions and let the 90 billion garden merge with the Qianlong continent, what will happen? Analyzing. Answer for the host. The garden the host built with 90 billion grass-cutting points contains extremely dense, immortal spiritual energy, as well as immortal Tao rules emitted by various divine trees and immortal plants. If the host relaxes the permissions and fuses it with the Qianlong continent, there will be both advantages and disadvantages. The advantage is that the Qianlong continent's heavenly Tao can draw immortal Tao rules and immortal spiritual energy from the 90 billion garden, nourishing itself in return and undergoing a leap in world rank. At the same time, the various immortal plants in the garden can come into contact with the Qianlong continent's heavenly Tao, receive the support of heaven and earth, and also discharge the pure essences they cannot digest, beneficial to their own growth. The disadvantage is that the concentration of immortal spiritual energy in the 90 billion garden will decline. Furthermore, the garden's existence will be recorded by the heavenly Tao and can be sensed by those who have risen to the sage level, making it a place for attaining immortality that all the world will covet. I thought it would be some huge threat. Is that all? Using the 90 billion garden as a foundation, releasing the immortal Qi and rules of the immortal Tao domain to gradually raise the Qianlong continent's world rank. This was a good thing. After all, the heavenly Tao was his good son. The higher the world rank, the stronger the power the heavenly Tao could wield. As for being yearned for by the world, how could that be considered a disadvantage? It was merely another chance for him to harvest the leeks. Su Lan had even thought of a method for the harvest. For example, Kanglin, the great emperor, recreates an immortal domain and all the world gains hope for eternal life. Wouldn't this stir up another huge wave of public attention? As time passed, the world's fervor about him had already cooled off. The points he harvested could no longer rise by 100 million at a time. Now another opportunity for harvesting had been delivered to him. How could he let it go? He rose from the phoenix throne and said to himself, then, that's what he'll do, so my good son, the heavenly Tao, will stop causing me trouble all the time. How should I operate it? Resolving the host's doubts, the host may set the void barrier to a semi-void state. Living beings cannot enter, but heaven and earth can be exchanged. Say what you will. After the system had been upgraded to include the doubt resolution system, Su Lan saved himself. If it had been the old half-dead system, Su Lan would have had to study the item description for a long time before working out the method. In fact, one could say that without this doubt resolution system, Su Lan could not even have found the cause of his palpitations. After all, even though the heavenly Tao acknowledged him as its father, the heavenly Tao's nature meant it would never communicate with him. At most, it would reveal some visions to express its will. With a method in hand, Su Lan set to work immediately. He went to the rear hall, took out the void key, and set the void barrier to a semi-void state. The rear hall, originally empty, instantly manifested a black spherical light barrier, and the barrier was gradually shifting toward a translucent state. Before long, the black spherical light barrier turned into a blurry glass dome. An incomparably dense, immortal spiritual energy emanated from within. Boom! A tremendous sound suddenly rang out between heaven and earth. The flawless azure sky above Wuing Mountain was abruptly covered in purple. Purple Qi surged across tens of thousands of miles, and within a few breaths it covered the mountains, rivers, and territories of the entire Qianlong continent. Within the rolling purple Qi, a hazy image took shape. Divine grasses and immortal blossoms intertwined. One divine tree served as the sun, another immortal plant reigned over the night. An immortal Qi billowed upward, just like an immortal domain. Countless living beings, unaware of what was happening, looked up one after another at the vision filling the sky. Is that an immortal domain? Divine grasses and immortal blossoms, a divine tree propping up the sky as the sun, immortal Qi rising thickly. It is an immortal domain. The immortal domain is real. There is hope for eternal life. Where is the immortal domain? Why did it suddenly appear? Quick look, that immortal domain seems. A mighty cultivator at the spirit platform realm widened his eyes and stared at the horizon in disbelief. Is the immortal domain held up by a single palm? Who is that? It is Kanglin, the great emperor. I have seen the emperor's bearing before. It's him, it's really him. The great emperor of our human race, the Kanglin sword god. Could the great emperor have personally created an immortal domain? This is a revelation from the heavenly Tao. It cannot be wrong. All my old friends have passed away. My heart is unwilling. I want eternal life. Wuing Mountain, Qingxue Palace, Kanglin, the great emperor. I must go there. I beg the great emperor to show mercy and let me enter the immortal domain. Countless mighty cultivators prostrated themselves on the ground, their eyes full of shock and longing. Among them, the most fervent were the mighty nourishing spirit and spirit platform cultivators whose blood Qi had withered, whose spirit platforms were decaying, and whose lifespan was nearly exhausted. As if by unspoken agreement, they set out from every corner of the continent toward the place the vision had indicated. Wuing Mountain, Qingxue Palace. While the world was in an uproar, Su Lan in the Empress Palace was grinning from ear to ear. Just now the taciturn heavenly Tao, his good son, sent a will roughly expressing gratitude to his father for the immortal spirit qi and celestial Tao rules, and then asking whether he could reveal a portion of the 90 billion garden. How could Su Lan let such a golden opportunity to reap a windfall slip by? He immediately joined forces with Heavenly Tao, struck a dashing pose, and had Heavenly Tao manifest. Heavenly Tao, the good son, obediently did as instructed. Su Lan was then beside himself with joy. With Heavenly Tao providing the endorsement, people's belief was far stronger than if he had bragged personally. In only a blink of an eye, the grass-cutting points soared by 10 billion and showed no signs of stopping. Within a mere half-minute, the 90 billion spent on building the garden had been earned back. After the excitement faded, Su Lan rubbed his chin and began to think through the contingency plans. The world's craving for the immortal domain, or rather for immortality, far exceeded his imagination. Once the box of desire had been opened, it was rarely closed again. In the past, on the Qianlong continent, the immortal domain was but a legend. The mortals yearned for it endlessly, yet they knew their place, understanding they could. And now he, the Kanglan Emperor, had personally forged a small immortal domain. Its temptation to the world was extraordinary. It was as if on a life path whose end could be seen at a glance, he had opened a new road to immortality. It was easy to imagine, as long as he truly opened the void barrier, letting cultivators who met a certain threshold enter, and then spread the tale across the mortal world, stirring worldly desires. This wave of fever would be enough to feast on for a lifetime. The 90 billion garden is the secret garden of me and Mu Qingxue. I won't let outsiders touch even a sliver of it. But if I cover the garden with a void barrier, and then wrap another void barrier around it, in that half-void state, the immortal spirit qi and the celestial Tao rules can still diffuse outward, while the world barrier of the Qianlong continent serves as yet another shield. A cover upon a cover upon a cover. One segment stronger than 6. What a jumble. That's not important. Su Lan pulled his thoughts back on track and continued to ponder and refine the plan. In this way, the 90 billion garden becomes the innermost ring. Then with an outer ring of void barrier, I can carve out territory spanning 1,000,000 li, or even 10 million li. Spend a bit of grass-cutting points to decorate it, and construct a false immortal domain territory. Wouldn't the prototype of an immortal domain just take shape? Moreover, it seems I can also set the ascension rules. The void key needs my infused qi before anyone can enter. And since Heavenly Tao is my good son, I can have Heavenly Tao monitor all beings. I set a threshold, and any creature that reaches it can enter this false immortal domain. What bullshit false immortal domain? With me here, this is the true immortal domain, damn it. Su Lan's eyes lit up, and he said directly, Heavenly Tao, my son, your father has a not-quite-ripe idea that requires your cooperation. No response came. Su Lan was not surprised. After all, that Heavenly Tao fellow was everywhere. As long as he spoke, it would naturally understand. It was merely that he was talking to himself all by himself, which did look rather foolish. Heavenly Tao, my son, listen well. Your father wants to create an immortal realm hanging high above the mortal world. With a clear mind, Su Lan recounted his demands one by one. Among them were naming this immortal domain the immortal realm, having Heavenly Tao help build an immortal gate, and after cultivators broke through to the Saint Realm, they could trigger the immortal gate, and with Su Lan's permission, enter the immortal realm. Heavenly Tao, my son, do you understand? Finally, Su Lan casually asked. Boom. A thunderclap resounded once more between heaven and earth. Su Lan knew this was Heavenly Tao's reply, so he nodded contentedly and began work on the plan to construct the immortal realm. Meanwhile, across the Qianlong continent, a palpitating tremor struck the hearts of every powerful being, and they instantly comprehended the rules of ascension to the immortal realm. No one but Heavenly Tao could transmit information with such suddenness. This undoubtedly caused every powerful being on the Qianlong continent to believe even more firmly. Northern domain of the Tianyuan Empire, deep within the sword tomb at the farthest end of the Shushan sacred ground. In that instant, but because heaven and earth had been depleted, they could not take a single step further in their entire lives. Without becoming an immortal, one could never attain eternal life. Thus they hid inside the sword tomb to drag out their remaining years, ignoring worldly affairs, reducing every expenditure of qi and blood, waiting for the day when the Golden Age would descend once more. Now, not only had the Golden Age arrived long ago, but even the immortal realm had descended. The Golden Age has reopened, the immortal realm has come, and immortality is within sight. I never expected that in my remaining years I would still see hope of immortality. Heaven has not treated me poorly. Break through to the Saint Realm, and you can trigger the immortal gate. Now that heaven and earth are complete, this old man will stake his last remaining blood and qi to gamble on immortality. How many of my generation remain? Only I am left lonely and alone. I refuse to die here. Let me gamble once on immortality. Gamble once for immortality. They were all prodigies of their respective eras, silent for many years, their comprehension of the Tao having reached the acme of perfection. What difficulty was there in breaking through to the saint realm? But the vital essence between heaven and earth could not satisfy their needs after a breakthrough. Once they broke through, they would very likely burn up their last wisp of qi and blood in a short time and depart forever. Mu Qingxue, relying on her unmatched talent, had stepped into the saint realm during the most vigorous years of her qi and blood. As the only saint in the world at that time, she still did not dare to act tyrannically inside a sacred ground. This was exactly the reason. Even though these elders were withered in blood and qi, they could still ascend to their peak in an extremely short time and enter sainthood at a stroke. Even if Mu Qingxue in her prime and flush with vitality could exhaust 10 or 20 of them to death, there were several hundred here. Not to mention that the 4 ancient sacred grounds, the Taishu sacred grounds, still existed, then all possessed the heritage of Tao-integrated emperor weapons. If Mu Qingxue had truly dared to act tyrannically within a sacred ground, Su Lan might have lost his wife. And everything occurring within the Shushan sacred ground was likewise happening across every corner of the Qianlong continent. Xiaoyao sacred ground, Xintian sacred ground, the Iron Blood Army headquarters in the eastern wasteland of the Tianyuan Empire, the basement beneath the Stargazing Tower in the imperial city of the Huanyu Empire, the Bladekeeper headquarters in the capital of the Faxian dynasty. Pure Yang Sword Sect, Body Tempering Sect, Beast Taming Sect, Void Gate, Flying Snow Sect, Slaughter Hall. The whole world was astir, and powerful experts emerged one after another. On this day, pure qi filled the world. Countless monstrous prodigies, with withered blood and qi, broke into the saint realm in one motion. In bygone days, countless prodigies, after breaking through to the spiritual terrace realm in an age when heaven and earth were withering, felt that the path ahead was sealed and hid themselves within coffins for over 1,000 years. 1,000 years of closed-door death meditation brought their lifelong cultivation insights to the pinnacle of perfection. At the Shushan sacred land, swords rose. More than 100 ancient sword saints whose lifespans were exhausted broke through to the saint realm in one surge, absorbing the now extremely dense vital essence of heaven and earth and the thin immortal spiritual energy to nourish themselves. Lifespan sword. The spiritual terrace realm granted at most 1,000 years of life, but entering sainthood could double it. With abundant vital essence nourishing their qi and blood, their lifespan could break through the Tuthausandier mark. Their aged, withered, deeply wrinkled skin became plump and full once more. In an instant they were restored to their prime. From the depths of the Xiaoyao sacred land flew a cloud with faint Tao sounds drifting through the air, as if the carefree figures of immortals were hidden within. In a single day, the full hidden heritage of the Xiaoyao sacred land emerged, adding over 100 saints. Above the Xintian sacred land, thunder and lightning raged. Over 100 majestic figures bathed in lightning and were reborn. In the eastern wasteland of the Tianyuan Empire, at the headquarters of 1,000,000 iron-blooded troops, fierce shouts one after another blasted apart the drifting clouds, leaving heaven and earth clear and bright. In the imperial city of the Huanyu Empire, a vision of countless stars appeared above a majestic tower. In the capital of the Faxian dynasty, deep within an imposing government office, cold light flickered as extraordinary curved blades spun in circles. At the Yusho sect, beast roars shook the heavens as hundreds of colossal beasts soared into the air. From the mountain gate of the Liandi sect, several figures walked out, and a single gentle step crushed mountain peaks. Too many. Some, relying on the last remnants of their qi and blood, forcibly defied heaven to enter sainthood. Others exhausted their final lifespan and were permanently reduced to a pile of withered bones. But compared to before, when Mu Qingxue was the only saint in the world, this was already far too great. Saints appearing by the hundreds and thousands caused the fortune of the Qianlong continent to boil over at once. Suppressed for too long, the world had forgotten that the Qianlong continent was once a land of outstanding people and abundant spiritual energy, a world where prodigies emerged in great numbers. Throughout that day, wind and clouds churned endlessly above the 9 heavens. A colossal white jade immortal gate appeared again and again. Whenever someone soared into the sky, it always drew gasps from the world. Quick look! Another sword saint from the Shushan sacred land has opened the immortal gate with his sword. Oh, that's the 108th one. The Yusho sect is usually so unremarkable. Who knew they were the ones hiding the deepest? Fuck several hundred beast kings. The Liani sect is the truly insane one. Their founding patriarch is still fucking alive. I just saw him bare-chested swinging his fist to smash open the immortal gate. Fuck me, how come after one nap saints are as common as dogs? Not long ago there was only the female emperor. Come on, if you've got the guts, say that to a saint's face. He'll blow you dead with a single breath. Don't be so ignorant. We should all thank great Emperor Kanglan. Yet Great Emperor Kinglan really is reliable. When trouble comes, he actually steps up. He built the immortal realm and reopened the dream of immortality for everyone. Who else could do that? Great Emperor Kinglan is a good man. Yet the Great. Within the outer void barrier, he had carved out a colossal space whose height, width, and depth all reached 999 myriad li. Although it was only 1/10 of the Qianlong continent's territory, constructing its actual contents was an immensely massive project. The space carved out of the void barrier was nothing but sheer emptiness. Apart from the immortal spiritual energy wafting from the 90 billion garden in the inner ring, which gave this space a hint of color, there was only a deathly stillness. The immortal realm was not just a name. If those people from the Qianlong continent ascended and found nothing here, how could it still be called an immortal realm? So the first problem Su Lan had to solve was the matter of land and the rules of the immortal realm. The rules of the immortal realm were easy enough to resolve with the heavenly Tao taking residence. The suppressive force of the rules could be adjusted to be 10 or even 100 times stronger than that of the Qianlong continent, matching the stature of an immortal realm. The alternation of day and night could be handled by the divine Fusang tree and the lunar osmanthus tree in the 90 billion garden. But crafting the terrestrial environment required Su Lan to take personal charge. After all, every piece of land on the Qianlong continent was indivisible, and even the heavenly Tao was powerless. So Su Lan began pouring water. No, wait. He poured out an entire sea. Compared to spending a huge amount of grass-cutting points to build a durable landmass, creating a bottomless ocean was the best choice. Beyond the seas lie immortal mountains, vague and ethereal, whose exquisite pavilions rise graceful with many immortal maidens. Above the azure waves of the vast ocean, Su Lan hovered in midair and murmured to himself, "I've given you the sea. Mountains will come soon. Pavilions and immortal maidens. You'll have to work for those yourselves." As he spoke with a raise of his hand, dozens of towering mountains, each a myriad zhang tall, appeared and crashed heavily onto the ocean, sending up colossal waves. Done. Wrapping up. After 4 hours of hard work, Master Su finally threw down the load and slipped straight back into the 90 billion garden to be lovey-dovey with Mu Qingxue. Not long after Su Lan left, the newcomers who had just broken through to the Saint Realm and blasted open the heavenly gate appeared over this ocean. Is this the immortal realm created by the great Emperor Kinglan? Such dense immortal chi. It has been too long since I felt this relaxed. With such a scene before me, I want to compose a poem. Why is everything before my eyes nothing but sea? Is there no land? Why is there not a single trace of life here besides us? The great emperor has only just begun his creation, and the immortal realm has only just opened. We are the first living beings to enter this place. You are simply making a fuss over nothing. Look, there is a huge island over there. These people came from many different eras, yet they remained sharply divided according to their own factions. All of them curiously surveyed the immortal realm, presenting a congenial and harmonious picture. Yet where there are people, there are worldly entanglements. Wherever interests conflict, there are contradictions. Of particular note were the 18 islands casually cast down by Su Lan. Varying in size and scattered far and near in every direction, they gathered immortal spiritual energy according to their distance from the center of the sea. The closer the denser, the farther the thinner. Soon discordant voices began to erupt on the island that had the best location and the greatest area. Fellow Shushan friends, why don't we form an alliance? From the Shantian Holy Lands camp, a middle-aged man dressed in a Yinyang Taoist robe spoke in a low voice. I was just about to suggest the same. A sword Saint Patriarch at the head of the Shushan camp echoed in agreement. Our foe, the 3 Holy Lands, are branches of the same tree. How can we allow petty villains to offend us? A handsome young man from the Xiaoyao Holy Land cut in. He was one of that Holy Land's ancient ancestors. Fuck you. Do you think this is still the Qianlong continent? Who will merge with the Tao first is yet to be decided. What are you acting so high and mighty for? On the other side, more than 200 bare-chested men bulged with muscles and stared over with malevolent faces. At their head stood a fierce-looking giant over 5 meters tall, his voice like a great bell. You pack of sons of bitches have oppressed my body sect for years. I am a sworn brother of your Shushan Taiji Sword Emperor. Shouldn't you old bastards be calling me great-grandfather? The group of Shushan sword sages put on deadfish faces and turned away without answering. The founding patriarch of the body sect then aimed his attack at the Xiaoyao Holy Land, saying crudely, "And you bunch of girlish whelps. Do you also want a taste of your granddaddy's cauldron-sized fists?" Everyone in the Xiaoyao Holy Land darkened their faces and turned away. "And you hot-tempered bastards, alliance my arse. Do you think my body sect has no allies?" Just as he finished, a clear, imperious female voice rang out from afar. "Who says otherwise?" "The 4. Oh no, the 3 Holy Lands, relying on their imperial weapons, have joined hands to oppress our 5 great sects for years. Now that we've all entered the immortal realm, and stand on the same starting line, do you still intend to throw your weight around? In the distance, a host of colossal beasts came blotting out the sky and sun, birds and animals alike, every one of them enormous and radiating monstrous might. In this explosive wave of sage breakthroughs, the faction that crossed into the Immortal Gate in the greatest numbers was not the three holy lands that had dominated the Qianlong continent for hundreds of thousands of years, but the unremarkable beast-taming sect. Demon beasts live far longer than humans, so this time the beast-taming sect had produced a full 500-odd demon kings. To think that the three holy lands together had only just over 700 successful sage breakthroughs. Atop a divine plume eagle at the Demon King realm with a wingspan of 100 meters, a young woman with the appearance of a girl of 16 cried out, "This island belongs to my beast-taming sect. Does anyone object?" The founding patriarch of the body sect smiled ingratiatingly. "Sister Luan Yu, this island is big enough. Why don't our two sects share it and look out for each other? That way those bastards of the three holy lands won't dare come sneaking back for revenge." Luan Yu, the leader of the beast-taming sect, rolled her eyes at him, but said nothing, taking it as tacit consent. "It looks like we'll have to fight it out first," the leader of the Xintian Holy Land said with a cold smile. "With just those 700-odd people, can you even withstand your granddaddy's fists?" The founding patriarch of the body sect said scornfully, brandishing a fist larger than a human head. "Do you really think all your 5 great sects are of one mind?" The leader of the Xiaoyao Holy Land sneered. "Pyongyang Sword Palace Flying Snow Sect, are you still not coming out?" From the rear of the island burst over 70 sword cultivators from the Pyongyang Sword Sect, and more than 80 from the Flying Snow Sect. Their leader smiled awkwardly and said, "Forgive me, Grandmaster Li. Don't blame me. They simply gave too much." The faces of the Flying Snow Sect members beside him were utterly cold. The founding patriarch of the body sect roared furiously, "You bastard. Spineless piece of trash." Luan Yu of the beast-taming sect's delicate face was covered with frost, and she said in a low voice, "Then let's fight." Roar. The beast roars shook the heavens as pairs of enormous multicolored pupils stared coldly at the side of the three holy lands. A gang of brawny men from the body sect drew bizarre weapons, weighed them in their hands, and began loosening their muscles. The people of the three holy lands also took formation, joined by the 2 defected members of the 5 great sects, for a total of 855 sages. The combined forces of the body sect and the beast-taming sect numbered only 814, leaving them at a slight disadvantage. But if it truly came to a fight, the outcome was anyone's guess. After all, the beast kings of the beast-taming sect were slightly stronger than human cultivators of the same realm, and the body sect's body-tempering brutes, with their thick skin and iron flesh, were tough, durable, and just as hard to deal with. Hurry up and fight. I haven't seen people at this level make a move in ages. The three holy lands may actually come out on the losing end this time. I just saw those damn Taoists from Void Gate coming over. Oh, might I ask where you hail from, brother? Simple. I am the 80th generation Yama King of the Slaughter. I'll take my leave. Many spectators watched from outside the island. Some were patriarchs of second-tier forces, some were rogue cultivators, and some were old-generation demonic sect patriarchs mixed into the crowd. They knew they had no ability to claim this place with the richest immortal spiritual energy, so they had no intention of getting involved, and simply came to enjoy the show. Just as the 2 sides on the island became locked in a standoff, another mighty wave of people arrived. Look, the guardian forces of the 3 great empires have also come to join the fun. If they unite, they are nothing to scoff at. It only gets lively if they truly fight. A war of words without blood is boring. Lord Yama, would you kindly stay a bit farther away from me? Why? I refuse to stand alongside the demonic sect. Your mother. The reason the 3 great empires could contend with the Holy Lands and their ilk was not only the mighty imperial clans that followed the human emperor path, but also the guardian forces that took the path of cultivation. For example, there was the Iron Blood Army, supported by the imperial family of the Tianyuan Empire, the Star Observation Tower of the Huanyu Empire, and the Blade Bearers of the Faxian Dynasty, whose foundation was the strongest. Among these 3 guardian forces were many predecessors at the spirit platform stage, whose talent was peerless, yet who had been unable to advance due to the limitations of heaven and earth. Quite a few had even succeeded in breaking through to sagehood. 88 in total, among whom the Faxian Blade Bearers alone accounted for 45. The arrival of the 3 empires' guardian forces immediately made the 2 opposing factions on the island suspend hostilities for a time. An old ancestor of the Xintian Holy Land said in a deep voice, "Are the 3 empires also going to contend for this island?" The founding patriarch of the body sect grinned. "Young whelps, how about we first deal with these people, then have a good talk about who the island belongs to?" On the side of the 3 great empires, a person wearing the standard uniform of the Blade Bearers cupped his fists. "Everyone killing and fighting will only hurt our harmony." "No. Patriarch of the body sect, you put it too strongly. We have absolutely no intention of claiming that roar. More than 500 tame beasts howled in unison, their huge pupils abruptly contracting. Under the stare of more than 500 demon kings, the blade bearer's temples broke out in a fine sheen of sweat. He cupped his fists and said, I only meant that everyone should put peace first. I have absolutely no intention of giving offense. Humph. One Yu gave a cold snort and remained unyielding. The three holy lands have oppressed my beast-taming sect for years. In the mortal world one might still bear with it, but in the immortal realm we are absolutely unwilling to share a roof with them. We are absolutely unwilling. Roar. The beast tamers behind her shouted in unison, and the demon kings raised their heads and roared in accompaniment. Heh. A person from the Xiaoyao Holy Land sneered. Women truly change their faces faster than turning a page. You were the ones who wronged us first. That is the privilege of the strong. Has still the same old face. But right now it seems our side is stronger. Brothers, grab your weapons and show these bastards a thing or two. Everyone, let us settle this in peace. After a long standoff, no one made the first move. Just then a majestic voice descended from the sky. Arguing is useless. If you want to fight, then fight. I will answer for the consequences. Do not fear mutual ruin and leaving the gains to others. The winning side will have the right to decide the fate of this island. High in the sky inside the 90 billion garden beneath the Tao Comprehension tea tree, Su Lan watched the image projected from below and grumbled, I've got my melon seeds ready. Are you people going to fight or not? On the table before him sat a pot of hot tea and a pile of fruits and snacks. Keeping Mu Qingxue company through her pregnancy was warm and sweet, but also extremely dull. It was rare entertainment, and Su Lan was the sort who enjoyed a good spectacle. The bigger the trouble, the better. Yet after all that bickering, no one made a move. Unable to stay seated, he stepped forward and set himself up as the bookmaker. If Mu Qingxue hadn't held him back, he would have gone down to watch the excitement in person. Mu Qingxue said with a smile, enough. With my husband stepping forward, they won't give. Su Lan cracked melon seeds and spat out the shells as he spoke. Who could have imagined that a holy land that had reigned supreme on the Qianlong continent for hundreds of thousands of years would have to eat humble pie in the immortal realm? A new king slaying the old emperor. That kind of fun doesn't come often. Mu Qingxue laughed. The three holy lands have deep foundations, but they are still human cultivators on the orthodox path. Not like the beast-taming sect and the body sect. Neither has ever produced a Tao integration great emperor in its history, yet their qi and blood are terrifyingly vigorous, and the undying old monsters living in their forbidden grounds are far more numerous than those of the Holy Lands. If they really fight, it's hard to say who will get the last laugh. Su Lan asked, which side does my wife favor? Mu Qingxue gave a slight shake of her head. Just watch it as a show. Whichever side laughs last, it has nothing much to do with us, right? Take a guess. I bet the new king wins. Su Lan urged. It's just for fun anyway. Mu Qingxue rolled her eyes at him. Then I'll bet the old emperor wins. Su Lan said excitedly, good. If I lose, your husband is at your mercy. Meanwhile, on the largest island below, the two factions that had been at loggerheads no longer had any lingering fears. The founding patriarch of the body sect took the lead, burst out of his clothes, revealed a body of knotted muscles like mountain valleys, flexed his pectorals, and roared, little bastard, take a punch from your grandpa. With that, swinging a fist twice the size of a human head, he pushed off with both feet and shot toward the Shushan Holy Land camp like a cannonball. I gave you face, and you threw it away. Don't blame me for being merciless. The founding patriarch of the body sect, with his Vajra indestructible body, opened the fight by sending Shushan's most senior sword saint flying with one punch. Huh, come on. One old man isn't enough? I'll take 10. Don't be so arrogant. I, Li Anlin, alone am more than enough. A defeated opponent still dares to yap. Take this punch. You two, save me. You dare hurt my master. You're asking for death. Patriarch, don't panic. We're coming. My children, charge. Tear them apart. Roar, roar, roar. In an instant, a free-for-all began. On the island, in the sky, and even in the water, giant beasts fought humans, humans fought humans, and even weapons entered into autonomous combat. People kept falling, losing the ability to fight, while giant beasts had their limbs severed and blood spilled everywhere. Yet not a single life was lost. Clearly they had all reached an unspoken consensus. Severe wounds were allowed, but killing was not. Once someone actually fell, the situation would change. It had originally been only a battle for interests, with everyone keeping some measure of courtesy. But if someone were killed, the masks would be torn off completely. It would become an endless death feud. Neither side wanted to see that. So they could strike hard, but they absolutely could not strike to kill. Ultimately, the melee lasted 6 hours. Only 5 people still stood on the field with the strength to fight. The beast-taming sect had been completely routed, and the body sect had only its stubborn founding patriarch left. On the Holy Land side, Shushan still had 2 people standing, while the Xiantian and Xiaoyao Holy Lands each had 1 left. In the end, the old emperor, the established Holy Lands, came out slightly ahead. Patriarch of the body sect, give up. You are no match for the four of us. A sword saint from Shushan pointed his blade at the man below, who was like a small mountain, and said in a low voice, "Dream on." The founding patriarch of the body sect spat out a mouthful of blood. He tried to throw another punch, but his strength was exhausted. In bitter unwillingness, he collapsed, raising a cloud of dust. Phew. The four who remained on the field let out a long sigh of relief at the same time. They too were spent. The mana in their bodies was almost completely dry. They exchanged glances, and in the end, setting aside any thought of fighting on, they spoke together. "We beg the Kanglan Great Emperor to issue a Dharma decree. This island shall be jointly owned by Shushan, Xuantian, and Xiaoyao." After a long time, a voice faintly drifted down from the heavens. "Granted. Thank you, Great Emperor." Back in the 90 billion garden, Sulan sighed. "I lost my wife. What do you want to do to me?" Mu Qingxue smiled. "My husband must have known the old emperor would win all along, so you deliberately bet on the new king just to make me happy, didn't you? Huh. When did I ever realize the old emperor was sure to win? What made it exhilarating was the new king breaking down the old entrenched class barriers." Sulan gave Mu Qingxue a strange look, then took the out she offered. "So you saw through me." Mu Qingxue nestled into his arms and said coquettishly, "But since my husband promised to be at my disposal." "Wife, why are you taking off my clothes?" Sulan asked, utterly dumbfounded. This woman was already pregnant. How could she still be so improper? Mu Qingxue leaned close to Sulan's ear, blew a gentle breath, and said, "Husband, for some reason the little thing in my belly is extremely good at absorbing magical power. I don't want to circulate my cultivation and hurt the child, so my body has been drained terribly. So, what the hell? Is this little thing really that powerful? Before it has even taken shape, it's already tormenting its mother." Sulan swallowed and asked cautiously, "Then what does my wife intend to do? Let your wife take a little nourishment from you." Mu Qingxue pressed close to him. Beneath her clothes, she was completely naked, clearly prepared. "But, the child," Sulan said, bewildered. "It will be fine as long as you are gentle." Mu Qingxue pressed Sulan down. "Besides, my husband already said I could do as I please. I. At just the right time, the moonlight osmanthus tree bloomed with a soft glow, drawing a curtain of night over the entire garden. Time flowed like water, and 6 hours passed in the blink of an eye. In the fountain of eternal youth at the center of the 90 billion garden, Sulan lay limp in the spring water, rich with dense life essence, recovering his strength, while Mu Qingxue, radiant and glowing, bathed beside him, scooping up water to wash her body. The fountain of eternal youth did more than lengthen one's lifespan. Soaking in it could restore one's vitality and also keep one young forever. Watching Mu Qingxue's flawless naked body, Sulan felt his desire stir, even as a dull ache slowly spread through his lower back. Summoning tremendous willpower, he turned his head away from her and asked directly, in his mind, doubt resolution system, "What the hell is going on with that little brat? Not only did it drain its mother dry, even its father, was nearly sucked dry. Just what does she carry?" Query received. Analyzing, please wait. As he watched the interface of the doubt resolution system sink into a lengthy analysis, Sulan felt an indescribable complexity in his heart. He had only thought Mu Qingxue was making up an excuse to vent her desires. But he never expected that when she pressed herself against him, a strange suction force truly came through. In just 6 hours, it had emptied his abundant magical power completely. This was Dao integration realm power, damn it. Add Mu Qingxue, and that was 2 Dao integration powerhouses. Even that couldn't satisfy that little thing's appetite. Was she pregnant with a Neza? And the most terrifying part, it had not even formed yet. It was hard to imagine once this thing took on an embryonic shape, could he and Mu Qingxue really withstand it? The little thing hasn't even been born, and it's already doing a number on me. Qingxue must have suffered so much. Sulan's heart was filled with tender sympathy. Just then the doubt resolution system let out a notification chime. Ding. Answering the host's question. The host bears the chaotic immortal body, an extraordinary bloodline, and Mu Qingxue's constitution is equally remarkable. She possesses the innate Dao fetus, ranked 10th among the 3,000 physiques of the vast universe. A child born of your union would fuse both parents' constitutions, giving rise to a mysterious physique never seen before. Because this physique appears for the first time in the myriad worlds, it incorporates the foundational laws of both the chaotic immortal body and the innate Dao fetus, yet transcends the limits of both. It is so powerful that it even disrupts the balance of the great Dao. Moreover, the host's offspring has received the blessings of the Qianlong continent's heavenly Dao, which has infused the power of the heavenly Dao into the child, granting it the ability to manifest an entire world within itself. Therefore, for the host's child to be born successfully, an incalculable amount of energy essence must be. If the host spares no expense and uses all kinds of precious immortal herbs as nourishment, the child will possess limitless potential. Upon birth, it might even ascend directly to immortality. However, if the host cannot provide sufficient innate nourishment, the child will drain the mother's essence dry, and due to congenital deficiencies, the child will die shortly after birth. 2 lives lost in one tragedy. In summary, the host's offspring possesses the natural aptitude of an immortal emperor. It is advised that the host prepare himself mentally. When such an immortal fetus is born, it is highly likely to draw the wariness of the immortal kings in the immortal domain, who may take action to annihilate it. Sulan couldn't help but draw in a sharp breath. My son has the makings of an immortal emperor. This little brat is even more impressive than his old man. No wonder he's such a glutton. I've struggled all this time just to barely reach Dao integration, and this little rascal can become an immortal the moment he's born. The kid is indeed extraordinary, but I'm afraid you won't even make it into this world. After the initial shock, Su Lan's eyes grew vacant. He turned his head slowly, gazing at Mu Qingxue, who had just stepped out of her bath, his eyes lingering on her smooth flat belly for a long time. As for raising the child, at the current rate his grass-cutting points were increasing, Su Lan could certainly afford it. Feeding the child all kinds of precious immortal herbs and divine fluids every day would be no problem at all. Naturally, he would never allow this little thing to drain Mu Qingxue dry. But once raised, this creature would be far too monstrous, and Su Lan couldn't bear the consequences of its birth. Though the system didn't say it outright, Su Lan knew that when such a heaven-defying immortal fetus was born, it would inevitably send ripples through the river of time. The immortal kings who overlooked countless ages in the immortal domain would likely all sense it. Who seated at the pinnacle would willingly be dragged down from their throne. Which immortal king would want to see someone standing shoulder to shoulder with them? There are only so many seats to go around. It warms hearts when one is lost, but adding another would surely invite utter catastrophe. Knowing full well that this immortal fetus could very likely rival, or even surpass everyone alive, and reach an unknown height, which immortal king could resist the urge to kill it rather than choose to befriend it? Especially since the parents and clan of this immortal fetus were mere Dao integration cultivators. The outcome was sealed annihilation. Su Lan didn't know much about the situation in the immortal domain, nor how many immortal kings existed there. But he understood one thing with absolute clarity: at the end of the path to immortality, every being who attained the rank of immortal king must have weathered a bloody storm to get there. Even if they too had once started from weakness, the moment they assumed that throne, they became exactly what they once hated the most. In other words, the dragon slayer inevitably becomes the dragon. What could he even use to fight an immortal? Su Lan had considered purchasing the 10 billion year rule origin crystal priced at 9 billion grass-cutting points. At the current rate his points were increasing, he could probably accumulate 1 trillion within half a month. But refining the 10 billion year rule origin crystal required 10,000 years of slumber to attain the immortal king fruit. Would the child wait 10,000 years to be born? A freak born of heaven and earth might be able to wait, but the human race could not. It was a limitation of the race itself. The child would be born within at most 10 years, and only if Su Lan provided sufficient nourishment. In fact, it might not even take until the child's birth. Those unfathomable immortal kings might sense the existence of this immortal fetus ahead of time. With a mere wisp of their will descending, the entire Qianlong continent, including Su Lan himself, would be reduced to nothingness in an instant. After all, Su Lan was no true immortal king. If only he could foresee the future, he might be able to use a drop of an immortal king's true blood to empower himself and briefly ascend to the immortal king realm. But the flaw was just as obvious. Which immortal king was ever a simple character? Being able to see through everything, they would easily discover whether Su Lan was genuine or not. The trick of using a borrowed banner as a tiger skin wouldn't work. What should he do? Was he supposed to kill his own flesh and blood? Never mind that, Mu Qingxue would never agree. Even Su Lan himself couldn't do it. Mystery resolution system, can you give me a solution? Su Lan asked, refusing to give up. Some things the mystery resolution system couldn't say outright. Its warning for him to prepare mentally clearly implied that he should be the one to do the deed. Host, you know that this system shares your life and death, and deep down you already have your answer. The system's notification tone remained as cold as ever. This wasn't the mystery resolution subsystem, but the strongest grass-cutting system itself. Even you've come out. Does that really mean there's no other way? Su Lan's heart turned cold. The host's offspring has far exceeded this system's expectations. I'm sorry, host, but we haven't grown strong enough to face the immortal domain just yet. There's at least 3 years left, isn't there? Don't you think I can pull the immortal kings from their thrones within 3 years? That possibility is hundreds of millions of times lower than when the host tricked the empress back then. The first time you upgraded, you refreshed to include some fine goods at the immortal king level. Didn't you say that as long as I keep working hard at harvesting, you could keep upgrading? Su Lan still refused to accept his fate. If the host could harvest 100 trillion grass-cutting points, this system would have enough energy to upgrade. But the living beings of the Qianlong continent are too few in number. Based on the host's current harvesting speed, it would take at least 30 years. Su Lan closed his eyes, a listless aura radiating from his entire being. What's wrong? Are you tired? A melody echoed unbidden in Su Lan's mind. Where's the promised happiness? As he opened his eyes to find Mu Qingxue gazing at him tenderly. Husband, you seemed so despairing just now. What's wrong? Are you angry about the childbirth? Mu Qingxue cooed sweetly. Su Lan fell silent for a long while, then slowly broke into a smile. This little brat has worn his father and mother out. Even the combined strength of two Harmony Dao realm powerhouses isn't enough. That's why, to spare you further hardship in the future, I just came up with a clever idea. Mu Qingxue smiled softly. The child of mine and my husband's will surely be a dragon among men with the makings of an immortal. Su Lan forced a smile. Your vision is too small, my dear. This child has the makings of an immortal emperor. Regardless of the child's aptitude, Mu Qingxue said, stroking her belly with a gentle smile blossoming on her fair, delicate face, I only hope that in the future the child will be happy and safe. That will happen. In Su Lan's eyes, the bewilderment was instantly replaced by a determination as unshakable as bedrock. Our child will surely grow up happy and safe. Husband, what's gotten into you? Mu Qingxue cast him a puzzled glance and asked, you seem rather Su Lan took a deep breath, forcing himself to act as nonchalant as usual. Don't I look devilishly handsome today? Ew. Mu Qingxue curled her lips. Conceited. Splash. Su Lan rose abruptly, revealing his perfect physique. Drops of crystal clear immortal spring water playfully trickled down the chiseled, yet gentle contours of his muscles. Mu Qingxue leaned in, unable to resist caressing his firm chest muscles, and murmured, Husband, has your vitality recovered? The child is hungry again. As he felt the pressure pressing against his chest despite the stirring in his heart, his mind remained like still water. Every moment now was precious. He could not afford to waste time on such distractions. With a casual gesture, he drew a blanket to him and gently wiped the liquid off her flawless smooth body. Then he straightened Mu Qingxue's posture and, looking into the spring water in her alluring eyes, said with complete seriousness, You and I alone cannot feed this little creature. The essence of energy required for his growth is beyond imagination. Mu Qingxue pouted and asked, Then what do you mean, husband? Su Lan smiled. I'm going to prepare some immortal herbs and divine liquids now and brew a pot of pregnancy-soothing soup. Once that little rascal is fed, you won't have to suffer so much. All right. Mu Qingxue took the blanket and draped it around herself, covering her exposed charm. Hurry back. I'm afraid the child can't wait. Wait a moment, my dear. ITLL, be ready soon. Watching Mu Qingxue sit cross-legged and begin to absorb and refine the immortal spiritual energy to nourish the child, Su Lan dared not linger. He turned and took out a set of pots and pans at the immortal artifact grade along with various immortal herbs and divine liquids and began to brew. 9-leaf spirit-nurturing herbs, soul-soothing and spirit-nourishing jujubes, half a true phoenix bone, half golden chicken meat steeped in extreme heavy water, then instantly boiled with void fire of the great void and finally balanced in temperature with yin-yang winter plum. A quarter of an hour later, a pot of immortal herb divine liquid pregnancy-soothing soup worth 5 billion grass-cutting points was freshly made. My dear, the chicken soup is here. Drink this pot, and the little rascal won't make a fuss for the next 7 days. Su Lan walked over carrying a large pot, emitting shimmering, immortal radiance. Mu Qingxue glanced at it indifferently, hardly surprised that Su Lan could always produce some bizarre objects. She took the chicken soup and sipped it slowly. In an instant, wisps of rosy mist radiated from Mu Qingxue's entire body, and especially from her lower abdomen, a strange purple, immortal light shot forth. Su Lan was bathed in the immortal light, his whole body tinged purple, and his expression became complicated. This was only the beginning. If the child made such a stir now, what would happen soon? At the thought of his child being destroyed by a giant of an immortal king across the endless void before even being born, an oppressive weight settled on Su Lan's heart. After a moment of deliberation, Su Lan spoke. My dear, I need to go out for a while. Mu Qingxue pursed her lips. Is the spirit clan coming? The spirit clan? Huh. Compared to an immortal king, what is a mere spirit clan? Su Lan forced a smile and said, Yes, I need to make some preparations in advance. Mu Qingxue nodded. Can I go to battle as well? I said I would personally slay a spirit emperor. Su Lan shook his head. Better not. Don't risk disturbing the pregnancy. Mu Qingxue rolled her eyes at him. How could the pregnancy be so easily disturbed? This little one might be stronger than his own mother. After a pause, Mu Qingxue walked over, gently smoothed the wrinkles on his clothes, and said submissively, I'll listen to you, husband. I won't go after all to avoid the smell of blood startling the child. Just be careful, my husband. Even a gutter can capsize a big ship. The two of us will wait for your return. What is an immortal king? If he dares to touch those I love, I will surely kill him. Su Lan's heart felt warm. Looking at the beauty before him, he instructed, I don't know how long this campaign to exterminate the spirit clan will take, so I've prepared 7 doses of pregnancy-soothing soup over there. You needn't worry about the heat. It will be ready to serve by itself every 7 days. Remember to drink it then. Also, the immortal spring has extraordinary effects. Soak in it when you're free for health and vitality, and brew a cup of enlightenment tea when you're bored. He nagged on and on with countless reminders. After Mu Qingxue listened quietly, she said slowly, Why do I feel like you're settling your last will? Could it be that you lack confidence facing 2 spirit emperors, eh? Or perhaps I should. Before she could finish, Su Lan interrupted with a smile. As a first-time father, I'm just a little worried about the 2 of you, so I ended up rambling too much. Don't overthink it, my dear. Other than giving birth, what in this world could possibly stump me? Mu Qingxue stared at Su Lan for a long time, but in the end said nothing. She merely gave him a gentle embrace. A long moment passed. Mu Qingxue pushed Su Lan away, turned her back, and said softly, Come back soon. I can't live without you, and our child cannot be without a father. Go and don't look back. Su Lan felt as if his heart were blocked by something. Clenching his fists, he gritted his teeth, turned around, and slowly walked out. Every step was heavy, for he feared that if he looked back, the strength he held up with such effort would crumble. Emerging from the void barrier, Su Lan headed straight for Misty Shadow Mountain. The 90 billion garden no longer sat within the rear hall of the former Empress Palace. Su Lan had relocated it to the 9th heaven, where the heavenly Tao had carved out a new space for him. The so-called immortal realm was established there as well. Mortals only had to blast open the immortal gate, and after the heavenly Tao reported to Su Lan, they could enter the immortal realm directly. He arrived outside the Star Moon Grand Hall. 3 days had already passed since Qingxue and the other veterans of Star Moon Palace began refining the harmonized Tao bead and the 9-turn golden elixir. Unsurprisingly, not one of them had succeeded in refining either. Su Lan produced the void secret key, opened the first-generation void barrier, and entered the Grand Hall. The elders sat cross-legged in various spots, their auras surging and roiling clearly in the midst of breakthroughs. With a mournful expression, Su Lan slowly walked to the foremost seat at the top of the Star Moon Grand Hall and sat down. Only now could he stop putting on the relaxed, carefree facade he had maintained before Mu Qingxue. His handsome face was steeped in sorrow, laying his vulnerable side completely bare. 1 man, 1 system, 3 years. How can I challenge an immortal king? Su Lan closed his eyes and leaned back against the soft cushions of the main seat, lost in thought. Palpitations of dread kept washing over him. Su Lan knew it was the heavenly Tao calling, but he ignored it entirely, sinking into his own solitary world. After a long pause, Su Lan, his thoughts in chaos, began to ask the system itself. System, you said that as long as I accumulate 100 trillion harvest points, I'll reach the threshold for an upgrade, right? Yes. The population base on Qianlong continent is too small. Even if the world's attention on me keeps burning hot, I can only harvest at most 10 billion a day, and in 3 years at most 10 trillion. But if I could make Qianlong continent's population explode 10-fold, even 100-fold, could I reach 100 trillion within 1 year? The probability is 0. Host must understand that Qianlong continent can only support a finite number of living beings. Every day some are born and some die, so the total remains constant. Newborns, ignorant and naive, will not produce much emotional fluctuation for Host, and the harvest points gained from them are negligible. Those who can truly supply Host with harvest points are beings in their prime, with clear minds, bright spirits, and lively souls. Su Lan's brows knitted deeply. After a long deliberation, he asked the system again, since Qianlong continent has limited territory and its population base is insufficient, I'll simply open up an even greater territory. After all, the heavenly Tao is my good son. Expanding certainly won't be all that difficult. Then I'll bring in living beings from outside and communicate with my good son, the heavenly Tao, getting it to accept them and settle them on Qianlong continent. These new beings have never heard of my legend, so the vitality of their souls will surely be considerable. I should be able to reap a handsome number of harvest points, right? The system replied, Host's meaning. Is it possible you intend to conquer the myriad worlds and plunder living beings to harvest them? This answer made Su Lan see a glimmer of hope. That's small-minded. What do you mean plunder? I'm saving them, casting glorious light into their gloomy lives. Qianlong continent's environment is so excellent, yet they live in such poverty. My conscience cannot bear it. Besides, the spirit race slaughters our human race, at will turning hundreds of lesser worlds into living hells, leaving countless people without homes and without lives, keeping them penned up and feeding on them as blood food. Shouldn't I save these human compatriots, these suffering beings? When poor one cultivates his own virtue, when successful one benefits all under heaven. Though I, Su Lan, am no sage, I still wish to make this grand vow. Wherever the sun and moon shine, wherever humanity treads, all shall be Qianlong territory. This plan, will it work? Even the system was kept silent by Su Lan's speech. Or rather, the system wasn't silent. It was analyzing the feasibility of the blueprint Su Lan had painted. A long while later, the system finally sent a chime. Host speaks most truly. After analysis, the system confirms that Host's plan is wholly feasible. This system can pinpoint the coordinates of worlds where beings are suffering in dire circumstances and where population bases are vast. Migrating whole worlds is far easier than migrating populations, especially since the heavenly Tao of Qianlong continent is close to Host. You can make Qianlong continent's heavenly Tao devour the heavenly Tao of other worlds, shifting those worlds entirely beyond Qianlong continent's bounds and turning them into subsidiary worlds of Qianlong continent. By doing so, the time required for every project will be greatly shortened. Then the immortal domain Host crafts will become a land of longing for the beings of countless worlds. Host's fame will spread throughout the hearts of beings numbering in the hundreds of trillions, allowing you to reap harvest points beyond measure. For the specific execution details, Host should ask the puzzle-solving subsystem. This system will not elaborate. I hope Host will continue striving to achieve the goal soon and help this system level up. Good. Su Lan shot up from the main seat, and the heart that had been suspended abruptly settled, for he had caught a hint of excitement in the system's cold mechanical voice. Clearly the system itself recognized and fully supported the plan. At the same time, Su Lan felt an urge to curse. He truly hadn't expected that the system's vision would be so narrow, focused solely on a tiny Qianlong. That damned puzzle-solving system which claimed to know all and be capable of all across the heavens and myriad worlds. It was pure deception. It had made him anxious for so long, and then one bold idea of his broke this deadlock. Su Lan felt wonderful all over now. The gloom that had plagued him for so long was swept clean away. Reaching 100 trillion harvest points was now within sight. 1 trillion harvest points could create an immortal king. 100 trillion meant 100 immortal kings. Immortal kings were no cheap commodities. Those who could be called titans were fearsome figures who could look down upon the sweep of 10,000 ages. Su Lan just wanted to ask, could the immortal domain field 100 immortal kings? And this was goddamn before the system had even upgraded. Once the system upgraded, what the hell it might turn into is anyone's guess. Time waits for no one. The sooner I level up, the sooner I can rest easy. After exhaling a long turbid breath, Su Lan summoned the puzzle-solving system. Puzzle-solving system, proactively organize the coordinates of the worlds nearest to Qianlong continent and list for me one by one the conditions needed for world migration and the harvest points it would cost. Ding. Within 10,000 light years of Qianlong continent, there are 12 worlds with life. From nearest to farthest, they are star Gamma C662 Galaxy, Zeta QW435. For world migration, Host may choose to open a dark void gate and pay harvest points according to the world scale to shift the entire world to the target location. For example, the Night Heaven Star domain, which is similar in scale to Qianlong continent, would cost only 1 billion harvest points to migrate. Note, when migrating a world, Host should first suppress or refine that world's heavenly Tao in advance, otherwise you will encounter resistance from the heavenly Tao. If the heavenly Tao is not dealt with and the world is forcibly migrated, every living being in it will die. Having received the puzzle-solving system's explanation, Su Lan did not hesitate. Without a second thought, he spent 1 billion harvest points to purchase a void gate that could travel between two worlds. He input the destination coordinates, Night Heaven Star domain. Outside the Yetian Star region. With his hands clasped behind his back, he frowned and trod on the void, observing the Yetian Star region ahead. Called a star region, it was in truth a shattered zone of starry space. A single great world broken apart into over 100 small continents. Each continent was separated by a vast expanse of void in which floated countless boulders and pulverized dust. Once territories of the great Yetian world, now destroyed and reduced to nothingness. What the system said about its scale being comparable to that of the Qianlong continent actually meant that the number of living beings on these 100-odd planets beneath the heavenly Tao of the Yetian Star region was comparable to that of the Qianlong continent. In that battle, the spirit race deployed a full 18 spirit sovereigns and over 100 spirit kings, sealing off the outer reaches of the Yetian Great World so that not a single wisp of aura could escape. At that time, the Yetian Great World was at its zenith, no less flourishing than today's Qianlong continent, with a full 5 Tao integration powerhouses living in the same era. Its population was more than 5 times that of the currently reviving Qianlong continent. At that time in the Yetian Great World, both humans and other races stood as one to defend their homeland, fighting desperately against the spirit race for an entire year. In the end, relying on their formidable racial gifts and overwhelming numerical superiority, the spirit race triumphed. Because no one could take over the mantle in the Yetian Great World, the 5 Tao integration powerhouses died from exhaustion. The heavens collapsed in an instant. Hundreds of billions of living beings fed 5 withered spirit sovereigns, including the one Su Lan later slew, restoring them to their prime and extending their lifespans by 10,000 years. To secure an endless source of vital essence, the spirit race, in their madness, blasted the Yetian Great World apart, transforming it into these 108 small continents. They also stopped at nothing to help the heavenly Tao of the Yetian world revive, letting the heavenly Tao govern these 108 small worlds and tap into their enormous developmental potential, enabling each continent to sustain nearly 10 billion living beings. Moreover, they planted the seeds of hatred, driving the surviving beings of the Yetian world to strive, cultivate diligently, and eventually come to seek revenge against them. But with the world incomplete, how could a Tao integration powerhouse ever emerge again? Still, generation after generation of unyielding spirits in the Yetian world pressed forward for an unattainable dream, only to eventually become a rich mouthful of vital essence for the spirit race. The Yetian Star region was neither the nearest living world to the Qianlong continent, nor the one with the largest population, yet it was the world Su Lan was most eager to reach. Because the spirit race had raised the Yetian Great World as livestock for a full 30,000 years. Every 5,000 years, once the beings of the Yetian world had developed to a certain point, the spirit race would slaughter them to replenish their vital essence, and hundreds of billions of lives would perish in that carnage. And from the fragments of that spirit sovereign's primordial spirit memories, Su Lan deduced that the beings of the Yetian Star region had now multiplied to a level ripe for harvest. He could not say exactly when the spirit race would commit their world-ending act, but it would definitely be soon. Possibly within a year, or perhaps the slaughter had already happened. That was why Su Lan had rushed over so impatiently. Thankfully, it hasn't yet become a living hell. No spirit sovereign has come to replenish their vital essence. Approaching one of the small continents floating in the void, Su Lan saw it still displayed a scene of thriving prosperity, and he let out a sigh of relief. As long as the people were here, collecting the harvest points later would not be a problem. On Yetian continent No. 13, within the royal capital of the Xinjiang kingdom. It was high noon, the liveliest time of the day. Roads extended in all directions, luxurious carriages raced by like the wind, the pedestrians numbered in the tens of thousands, the street stalls and grand shops bustled with noise, filled with the cries of vendors and hawkers, an unmistakable scene of golden prosperity. Yet beneath that prosperity, countless elders were burdened with worry. Deep within the Xinjiang royal palace, several aged figures gathered together. Another 5,000 years. Those brutal silver beings should be coming again, shouldn't they? The world has never seen that living hell they treat it as nothing but myths in ancient texts. 5,000 years ago, the silver beings descended. With a single inhale from their mouths, countless beings died, blood dyed the land. I was young then and narrowly escaped. Even now, thinking back, I still tremble. Beings like us, so-called earth immortals, fell in an instant at their hands. Our essence turned into their blood food. Some elders were pessimistic, seeing no hope at all, filled with despair. I once obtained. An elder roared, his murky old eyes filled with hatred and defiance. I have lived for more than 5,000 years. I have lived long enough. But what crime have my descendants committed? In olden days, I heard there were ancient human emperors who protected the fortune of humanity and faced the silver beings without defeat. But where have our human emperors gone now? Have they abandoned? Shielding himself from the broken heavenly Tao of the Yetian world, Su Lan entered this land, Yetian continent No. 13, and arrived outside the Xinjiang royal palace, where the fortune of humanity was at its strongest. The conversation among those earth immortals in the palace did not escape his perception. Though called earth immortals, they were in fact roughly equivalent to cultivators at the 3rd or 4th level of the spiritual terrace stage in the cultivation system of the Qianlong continent. Hearing their exchange, Su Lan frowned slightly. This is somewhat troublesome. The people of the Yetian world have forgotten history. They all treat the spirit race as mythology. Only these old coots who witnessed it personally believe the spirit race exists. If I step in now to save this world, the ignorant masses would be ungrateful. They would instead resent this human emperor for meddling and oppressing them. Though resentment was also a form of emotional fluctuation, the harvest points contributed by negative emotions were too meager, and such popularity would not last long. Soon the world would forget him. To make a name for myself in one fell swoop, saving the world at the critical moment when the spirit race reappears would be the best choice. But who knows when the spirit race will come? Su Lan sighed. Time waits for no one. Since this was the first world he intended to take action on, Su Lan was thinking more deeply, accumulating experience to facilitate the later relocation across countless small worlds and great worlds. But things did not go as he wished. He had no time to wait for the spirit race to give him a chance to show off. In the end, Su Lan still chose not to relocate the Yetian Star domain right away. First, the problem of the heavenly Tao had yet to be solved. Second, he had discovered the contingency the Spirit Clan had left outside the Yetian star domain. It was a special formation that monitored all living beings within the Yetian star domain. As long as a Tao integration-level powerhouse appeared in the domain, it would trigger and send that information to the Spirit Clan's headquarters. Moreover, on a damaged great star outside the Yetian star domain, the Spirit Clan had specially laid a teleportation formation. This made Su Lan see the possibility of resolving the Yetian star domain situation perfectly. So he made a split-second decision to go beyond the domain, withdrew his concealment, and wantonly unleashed the full force of his Tao integration aura. In an instant, the formation laid by the Spirit Clan was activated, transforming into a net of laws that covered the entire star domain and firmly sealed off the whole Yetian star domain. Even a Tao integration cultivator, if they wanted to break through this net of laws and escape, would need a full day to tear open a single gap in the formation. And a single day was enough for the Spirit Clan to launch a massive invasion. Su Lan had scanned the Spirit Clan's teleportation formation. Even if they reacted as fast as possible and rushed over the moment they received the news, they would still need at least 6 hours. In other words, he had at least 6 hours to prepare for the relocation of the Yetian star domain. Outside the Yetian star domain, Su Lan stood with his hands behind his back, his powerful Tao integration aura pouring out without reservation. Gazing at the giant net of laws stretching across countless miles, he felt an inexplicable ease welling up inside him. I did not plan to deal with you lot, but who knew you would be thoughtful enough to come knocking at my door? With the two-world void gate, I'll head back and discuss this with my good son, the heavenly Tao. That bastard keeps pounding on my heart's door. It's driving me crazy. Perfect. I'll grant it a little favor. Let it absorb the broken heavenly Tao of the Yetian star domain, and then when the Spirit Clan comes, I'll step out to show off, reap a harvest along the way, and relocate the Yetian star domain. With the idea settled, Su Lan paused not a single moment. He raised his hand and summoned the void gate, and in an instant his figure vanished from outside the Yetian star domain, in the unknown reaches of the boundless void, on a great star that emitted a soft green radiance. Ancient trees towered into the sky, and the ground was made of crystalline glass-like stones that refracted a faint green light everywhere. This was the Spirit Clan's ancestral star, a vast lush green world brimming with vitality. An immense city stood at the center of the entire world with soaring towers and skyscrapers. Everything in sight was emerald. Apart from the silver-bodied humanoid creatures flying between the towers, no other color could be seen, and at this moment, in a tower at the heart of the giant city, a shrill bell suddenly rang. The young Spirit Clan member stationed there was not flustered in the least. He slowly took out a crystal-like stone and murmured softly, "A king-tier fluctuation has appeared in the Yetian star domain. It is suspected that a lost king-tier being has stumbled into Yetian. Recommendation: harvest it." On the 108 small land masses of the Yetian star domain, countless beings raised their heads and gazed upward. In the sky, thick bands of light stretched across, radiating wave after wave of terrifying oppressive aura, like chains that firmly bound this world. Only now did they remember what their elders had passed down by word of mouth. Every 5,000 years a group of silver demons would descend from beyond the heavens. They slaughtered all beings and reduced the mortal world to a wasteland. It's not a legend, it's real. Grandpa wasn't telling a story, it's real. The chains of law have bound Yetian. Everything is exactly as my great-grandmother said. They're coming. The devils are coming. Don't be afraid. As long as we stand together and believe in love and justice, we will surely defeat. It's over. Everything is over. Huh. We're all going to die anyway, so what do I have to fear? If I'm dying, I'll die with no regrets. Some had inexplicable confidence and believed in love and justice. Others trembled, unable to control their terror. But more people went utterly mad, throwing off every restraint, burning, killing, looting, and tearing apart all order. This was the fear of the Spirit Clan that every Yetian being had grown up hearing, a fear fused into their blood and engraved into their marrow. They had managed to forget it during the age of flourishing, but now that everything matched the old tales, that fear burst out with unstoppable force. Before the Spirit Clan even descended, many people had already died in the chaos. Deep in the sky above the Qianlong continent, the void rippled, and a gateway gradually took shape. Su Lan stormed out, saying irritably, "Stop rushing me. Your father isn't dead yet. What the hell are you rushing for?" His good son, the heavenly Tao, was frantically knocking on his heart's door, and the unremitting palpitations made him wild with irritation. Yet the heavenly Tao gave no response at all to its creator. But the frantic palpitations that had been tormenting him suddenly vanished without a trace. Su Lan breathed a sigh of relief and said slowly, "Next time my aura suddenly disappears, stop your damn nagging. You might not be annoyed, but I am. Your old man won't get into any real trouble." Boom. A thunderous crash came from all around. No way to tell whether the heavenly Tao agreed or objected. Su Lan did not dwell on it. Since even the system could not read the heavenly Tao's thoughts, he was even more clueless. After a moment's deliberation, Su Lan took out a dazzling multicolored pearl and continued, "My good son, heavenly Tao, split off a wisp of your origin and pour it into this pearl. Your father will take you to devour the heavenly Taos of other worlds and grow stronger." The heavenly Tao could not leave the territory of its own world, but who was Su Lan? He was a cheater. He spent a full 1 billion mowing points to buy a world pearl capable of nurturing an entire complete world. By having the heavenly Tao of the Qianlong continent split off a portion of its origin into the world pearl, Su Lan could bring his good son the heavenly Tao wherever he went, no longer having to endure the nuisance of it knocking on his heart's door. Boom! Another thunderous sound rumbled across heaven and earth. Sensing that the inside of the once chaotic world pearl had started to become clear, Su Lan curled the corner of his mouth. His good son, the heavenly Tao, indeed had not defied him. It had very obediently split off a portion of its origin and sent it into the world pearl. "Good son, follow your old man in peace. Sooner or later we'll crush that stinking immortal domain," Su Lan said softly. It seemed to comfort the heavenly Tao, but in truth he was stealing his own courage. Finally, after casting a distant glance at the 90 billion gardens through the void barrier, Su Lan did not stay any longer. He turned and entered the void gate. What was bound to come has come. Farewell, everyone. While there is still time, I will go take one last look at the great mountains and rivers and make up for my past regrets. I also must go back to see my 48th generation descendant. That child was born with a saint spirit body. If he can survive this with the method to become a saint that I passed down, he is certain to become a saint in the future. The mountains and rivers weep blood, heaven and earth mourn together, all beings cry in grief. Gentlemen, farewell. Deep within the imperial palace of the Xinjiang kingdom on Yishan's continent No. 13. A group of elders who had survived the previous era, facing the end of days, were serenely making their final farewells. But at that very moment, a figure descended from the sky carrying a powerful, vigorous aura of qi and blood, yet tinged with traces of rottenness. The newcomer was a man in silver robes with a ruddy complexion and smooth skin, looking rather young. Yet his magical power fluctuations reached the land immortal level, even somewhat stronger than each of the land immortals present. The man blocked the elders who were about to leave and announced in a loud voice, "Do not give up, everyone. Hear me out. There is still a chance. I have traveled across all 108 domains of Yetian and read every ancient tome from the Great Cataclysm era. There I obtained a heaven-defying method that can summon the heroic spirits of the ancient great emperors. Against the silver beings, we are not necessarily without the power to fight. If the silver beings descend to this world, none of us cultivators will escape death. Rather than waiting to die peacefully, why not have you all mobilize your disciples and join me in this heaven-defying undertaking?" "Who are you?" asked an ancestral elder of a great sect. The seemingly youthful land immortal before them, however vigorous his vitality, could not conceal the air of decay seeping from within his bones. This person had definitely lived far longer than these old relics who had survived from the previous era. The young man gave a faint smile. "Who I am is not important. What matters is that we are all people who wish to live in the Yetian world free from subjugation. Rather than letting that savage silver creature devour our vital essence, better to use this qi and blood to summon the heroic spirits of the ancient great emperors. Even if we cannot defeat it, let us die a death that shakes the heavens." It had to be said. This young man had a whole arsenal of tricks to sway the masses. The old men whose edges had been worn smooth by time felt a blaze reigniting deep in their hearts. "You are right. We cultivators must forge a heavenly path for later generations. Rather than die a coward's death, let us shine with radiance enough to illuminate 10,000 ages. Even if we fail, future generations will carry on our will. If 10,000 years are insufficient, then 1,000,000 years. When we die, we will become heroic spirits awaiting the war drums of our successors to sound and return once more." They raised their voices in resistance. One by one the land immortals erupted with fierce battle intent. "How do we summon the heroic spirits of the ancient great emperors?" an old man asked. The young man flicked his sleeve, revealing a crystalline bone and a rust-stained fragment of a golden halberd, and said in a clarion voice, "These are the emperor bone and emperor weapon fragments left by the ancient great emperor. We descendants must offer up our qi blood and primordial spirit to summon the heroic spirit of the ancient great emperor between heaven and earth. You are all ancestral elders of great sects with countless disciples and followers. All you need to do is gather all your disciples and cultivators to participate in the spirit summoning grand array, and we can invoke the heroic spirit of an ancient great emperor to battle." After hearing the man's account, the elders felt some doubts, but with a great calamity at hand, they did not have much. "Fine. I'll go gather my disciples right away. My entire clan high and low will join the array. Wait, I am the founding ancestor of Xinjiang. I will have my descendants proclaim to the world and summon all men of resolution to come. The old fellows all shouted in agreement with the man and immediately set out to summon their disciples without. That is human nature. On the verge of drowning, one will desperately clutch even the flimsiest straw, even if that straw cannot possibly bear one's own weight. But at that moment a grand voice resounded abruptly by everyone's ear. Do not listen to the slander of a base man. I am here. The voice carried immense majesty, and the faces of the ancestral elders changed drastically. This was the might of an emperor. Although they had never seen a great emperor before, as if a memory born in the depths of their blood, they instantly recognized that this was an ancient great emperor who had surpassed saints. This aura, this pressure, it belongs to our human ancient great emperor. Oh great emperor, have you heard our calls? Your people are about to be slaughtered. An ancient great emperor. There is hope, there is hope. The old wretches who had lived for over 5,000 years wept with joy and knelt prostrate on the ground. The young man's face stiffened suddenly before he forced a smile, and cried out, I have traversed the 108 domains of Yetian and never seen any traces of an ancient great emperor. May I ask where this great emperor comes from? At the edge of the sky, clouds of radiance suddenly burst forth. Golden lotuses bloomed from the void, and a figure in green robes descended, treading upon the brilliant, blossoming lotuses. The supernatural phenomenon covered the entire imperial capital of Xinjiang. A warm, gentle aura rippled across the 13th continent of Yetian, soothing the fear in people's hearts. In the streets and alleys the rioting stopped. Countless people who had taken advantage of the chaos halted in their tracks. The madness in their eyes faded, replaced by a glimmer of remorse, and they knelt to confess the evils they had committed. The dim sky gradually became clear, and radiance once more spilled upon the mortal world. In the Xinjiang Imperial Palace, Su Lan descended on golden lotuses in the void and landed before the group of kneeling old wretches. A human great emperor. It truly is our human great emperor. Ancient great emperor, is it truly you who has returned? Have you returned to save your people? Throughout the long ages, the legends of the ancient great emperors were deeply rooted in people's hearts across the 108 domains of Yetian, yet never had an ancient great emperor manifested in the world. Now that they truly beheld a great emperor, they could hardly believe they were not dreaming. Great emperors saved the human race. Oh great emperor! At that the ancestral elders of the great sects shouted and roared utterly beside themselves with excitement. They knelt before the great emperor, knocking their heads to the ground to convey the ecstasy and reverence in their hearts. Su Lan remained silent, merely watching the distant young man with cold eyes. He had originally intended to wait until the heavenly Tao's beloved son swallowed the heavenly Tao of the Yetian star domain, fusing the shattered 108 domains into a complete world before appearing before the masses to manifest his sanctity. But certain despicable deeds forced him to emerge. If he delayed any longer, these cultivators, the most harvest-worthy resources in the Yetian star domain, would be sold off. You are not the human great emperor. You are a spy of the spirit clan. Don't believe him. The young man shouted, bluster masking his cowardice, his entire body trembling uncontrollably. No one replied. By now they had all caught on, and they simply looked at the young land immortal with cold stares. Anyone who had attained the level of land immortal was a figure of prominence, whether on the 13th continent of Yetian or across the entire 108 domains of Yetian. And this young man not only had a mysterious origin, but his cultivation was even deeper than theirs, with chi and blood at their very peak. If he had truly become a land immortal at such a young age, it would be impossible for him to remain unheard of in the 108 domains of Yetian. Moreover, the ancestral elders detected a deeply decayed aura from the young man. The smell of one who had been weathered by endless ages, absolutely impossible to conceal. He was even more ancient than they were. Old monsters who had survived the previous era of destruction. Everywhere indicated strangeness. A moment ago there had been no time to think deeply. Now the more they thought, the more horrified they became. Believe me, he is a servant of the spirit clan sent to trick you into willingly offering your most delicious vital essence to the spirit clan as flesh and blood sustenance. The young man, seeing the ancestral elders unmoved, cried out in desperation, damn it. Why won't you? How did you know that silver creature is from the spirit clan? An ancestral elder of a great sect demanded. You want us to gather all our disciples and cultivators to summon the heroic spirits of the ancient great emperors using chi and blood essence. Another old man said somberly, I rather suspect the one tricking us into offering our chi and blood essence is you. Who exactly are you? Yet another elder knelt before the great emperor and glared at the young man aggressively. Damn it, the young man said furiously. Why would a great emperor appear within my jurisdiction? Since a great emperor is present and I won't live past today, anyway I might as well stop hiding. With that he straightened up and said with a ferocious smile, I serve under the spirit clan, the shepherd envoy of the 13 domains of Yetian, code name Pangolin. Do you know why I carry the sin of ages on my body? I have lived since the Great Destruction era. Every 5,000 years when the spirit clan's master comes to harvest vital essence, I gather the cultivators of the 13 domains of Yetian and set up a sacrificial grand array to reap vast amounts of qi and blood to present to my lord. Each time mindful of my toil and merits, the master rewards me with a generous portion of qi and blood, extending my life by several thousand years. I only want to live. What crime is that? Even if the human race has a great emperor, will you still not die? Remember, the spirit clan has 3,000 imperial sovereigns, and every single one of them can easily slay a great emperor. Aren't you despairing now? Even if I die today, it's merely an early departure. I'll be waiting for you all on the nether path. The young man laughed, his gloomy hawk-like eyes fixed tightly on the human great emperor who had appeared so suddenly. Great emperor, you are not a native of Yetian, are you? Why must you wade into this troubled water in the Yetian star domain? Are you not afraid of losing your life? Facing the accusation of this human traitor, Su Lan remained silent and simply scattered all of the man's cultivation with a wave of his hand. Human nature is extreme. Some stand fearless before doom, while others abandon their conscience. In such desperate straits on the Yetian continent, some chose to defect to the spirit race, willingly becoming slaves and servants, turning their blades upon their own kin merely to cling to a sliver of hope and live on in shame. Hearing this traitor to humanity recount his sins, Su Lan was at first a little angry, but soon returned to his usual calm. Without having suffered another's pain, do not urge them to be kind. If he could not see even a single thread of hope, who would be willing to betray his clan and himself? But that was no reason to spare him. The crimes he had committed were unforgivable in the eyes of heaven. How many human cultivators had been ready to fight to the death only to be deceived by him and die in bitter resentment without ever getting the chance to make a move? The ancestral patriarchs of the great sects were shaking with fury. An old man in a yellow robe was the first to step forward and plead, Great Emperor, please allow me to butcher this beast and offer a sacrifice to the countless unyielding heroic souls. I beg the Great Emperor to grant this. The rest also shouted. With Su Lan, the human emperor, right before them, they dared not act rashly. But Su Lan shook his head. No rush. Keep him for now. Once he has seen the light, then send him into the darkness. They looked at one another, and at last submitted. We shall obey all the great emperor's arrangements. Su Lan turned his gaze to the one codenamed Pangolin. His cultivation had been shattered, and his body could not stop trembling, but his eyes remained full of disdain. Clearly he believed this human emperor was doomed sooner or later. What would it matter if he were killed? Wouldn't they meet merrily in the underworld anyway? And so-called shepherd envoys like him numbered one for every domain among Yishan's 108 domains. For 30,000 years, how many heroic spirits had died with regret? The current shepherd envoys believed that the 108 domains of Yetian could never overturn their fate. Their hearts were filled with darkness and despair, so killing them outright was too easy on them. Such people can endure the darkness because they have never seen the light. Once they have seen the light, the great wall of will built in their hearts will collapse in an instant. Once the way of heaven's good son had merged the entire Yetian world into a single whole, and he himself had crushed the invading spirit race, allowing the Yetian world to be reborn, he would then watch this man die in bitter regret. With that thought, Su Lan raised his head, his gaze piercing through an endless distance to fall upon the other continents in the Yetian star domain. What had happened in Domain 13 was likewise happening in the other 107 domains. But Su Lan had no intention to go and stop it personally, because by now the way of heaven's good son had essentially finished fusing the origin of the way of heaven, which had shattered into 108 pieces and had already begun to reforge the Yetian world, split into 108 domains back into one. Boom. With a thunderclap, a slight tremor ran through the earth. The living beings of the 108 domains of Yetian raised their heads to the sky, their eyes filled with shock. The stars shifted rapidly. The other land masses, which had been like vast stars, were closing in at frightening speed, visibly growing larger to the naked eye. Has the apocalypse come? Why are the other land masses approaching? At this speed, are they about to collide with us? Is this the work of those silver creatures? Are they going to destroy the world? It does not seem so. I can sense the heavenly Tao reviving. The heavenly Tao is protecting all living beings. I can also sense the heavenly Tao reviving. What use is revival? It will only allow those silver beasts to destroy it once more. The living beings on the other land masses buzzed with discussion, still steeped in despair. Domain 13, where Su Lan stood, was no exception. Yet because Su Lan, the human emperor, was present, the hearts of the people in Domain 13 were comparatively at ease. Great Emperor, have those silver spirit race beings come. Behind Su Lan, a group of old men with withered chi and blood brimmed with battle intent. They each took out their weapons and shouted in unison, "If the spirit race comes to attack, we will follow the great emperor to the death and die without regret." Pangolin collapsed nearby, smiled darkly. "The sovereign of the spirit race is coming. I am waiting for you all to be buried with me." Su Lan remained silent. When it came down to it, he was not familiar with these old fogies, nor did he have any interest in understanding them. They were nothing but a patch of vibrant green leeks. Just wait quietly to be harvested. Do not add scenes for yourselves. Seeing the great emperor so aloof, the old fogies were not embarrassed. They went ahead and stirred the magical power that had lain dormant for years, nurturing their battle intent and preparing for a life-or-death struggle. The atmosphere on the field grew strained and silent. Su Lan could not be bothered with them, his mind focused on the way of heaven's good sun, fusing the shattered Yetian star domain. Before they knew it, 2 hours had passed. Boom. The ground suddenly shuddered violently, as if struck by some giant object. That was exactly the case. The merging of land masses was never silent. It unleashed a force great enough to destroy heaven and earth. What was astonishing was that amid the violent shaking, the ground showed no signs of cracking and not a single house toppled. The rivers rolled and surged, yet still failed to overflow their banks. Countless people fled wildly in panic, only to discover at last that beneath the collapse of the earth as terrible as the end of days, there were barely any casualties. Some even perished by jumping from second-floor windows in their panic during the violent quaking, becoming a moment. Such was the suppressing effect of Su Lan, the Tao-integrating human emperor. After all, no matter how weak the beings of Yetian were, as long as their souls remained active and their emotions could be properly regulated, they were a fine crop of leeks. With the coordination of the way of heaven's good sun, the 108 domains of Yetian were once again fused into a magnificent great world, its size even twice that of the Qianlong continent. The void portal, having been tempered for tens of thousands of years, finally solidified. A colossal silver palm emerged from within, unleashing an overwhelming aura of pressure. A voice trembling with excitement and carrying an extraordinarily bizarre tone echoed from beyond the void portal. Su Lan, having refined the primordial soul of a spirit emperor, immediately recognized this as the native tongue of the spirit clan. It roughly meant, unexpectedly, a human Tao integration cultivator has broken into this shabby world. It has been ages since I last savored such exquisite blood sustenance. What wonderful fortune. Su Lan slowly turned around. Once all 5 spirit emperors had emerged from the void portal, he activated his true immortal realm experience card and smiled faintly. Indeed, what wonderful fortune. Khotun Herman was the first Ling emperor of the 35th generation of the spirit clan, renowned for his brutal slaughter of living beings across 13 worlds, earning him the title Blood Emperor. This primordial light rain was not merely intended for cultivators, but for all living beings throughout the Yetian world. Humans, beasts, birds, and plant spirits alike all received tremendous benefits. Even the lifeless desert wastelands, once devoid of any trace of vitality, were nourished by this primordial light rain and burst forth with renewed life. All these transformations stemmed from that towering figure in the heavens. In that instant, all races bowed in reverence as praises for Emperor Kanglin once again echoed across this world. Host has harvested the human race's terrestrial immortals. Host has harvested. The barrage of messages in the prompt box scrolled even more wildly. Many beings who had fainted from sheer excitement were now revived by the radiance of origin light scattered by Su Lan. Caught between liberation from darkness and the bestowed grace, the souls of the masses surged with extreme vitality. Moreover, the essence contained within the origin light rain provided what their bodies needed, leaving no fear of exhaustion. Until the origin light rain dispersed, it would be a frenzied harvest. Su Lan suddenly felt a wave of emptiness. His mood was like a man who had stumbled upon a mountain of gold. Excited at first, but once he calmed down, it was just that. Wasn't it merely a mere 5 trillion mowing points? A far cry from the 100 trillion he still needed. I still have 1 minute of true immortal experience left. Time to move the entire world back. After inspecting himself, Su Lan sent a thought to his dear heavenly Tao: prepare to return. Make sure to construct a barrier of light so the world doesn't fall into darkness. The heavenly Tao responded, understood. Receiving his heavenly Tao son's affirmation, Su Lan immediately activated the dark void gate. In an instant, boundless darkness engulfed the entire Yeti world. Yet suddenly, the incarnation of faith in the sky of the Yeti world erupted with immeasurable golden light. A warm and gentle aura filled the heavens and earth, putting all beings at ease, while their cries of adoration for Su Lan grew even fiercer. Vast power of faith materialized around Su Lan, rendering him sacred and inviolable. Deep beneath the sky of the Yeti world, Su Lan merely watched indifferently then turned and merged this immense power of faith into the incarnation, bestowing it upon his dear, heavenly Tao Son. To be honest, this faith power might possess extraordinary might. For cultivators treading the path of divine doctrine, it was greatly beneficial, capable of instantly forging an immortal god. But to Sulan it was utterly useless. The divine path was but a minor path with a high floor and a low ceiling. It could never lead to immortality, and even if it offered eternal life, one would forever be constrained by worldly entanglements. Not only was it useless, it could even be harmful. It would interfere with his ability to harvest mowing points. The acquisition of mowing points depended on intense emotional fluctuations from living beings. The higher the soul activity, the more points he could harvest. If the world came to worship him as a faith, it might yield a large harvest in the short term, but in the long run it was extremely disadvantageous. After all, if everyone in the Yeti world made him their faith, no matter what happened they would silently chant his name for comfort, hoping to survive their trials, thereby failing to generate powerful emotional fluctuations. Take this for example: you finally find a rare heavenly treasure and your breakthrough is within reach. But suddenly a cultivator of higher realm appears to rob you. What do? You would naturally press your palms together and piously intone, "Ah, Emperor Kanglan will bless you." And so faith is something that should never be encouraged. Sulan preferred that the world regard him as an idol, a guiding light on the path of life, rather than a godlike comfort to soothe their hearts. After all, just mentioning an idol stirs fervent passion and violent emotional waves, not a serene, tranquil prayer for Emperor Kanglan's protection. In this respect, the ruffians of Qianlong continent did exceptionally well. When they mentioned Sulan, they first roared, "Awesome," and then recounted his deeds one after another like treasured tales, using them to boost their own courage and inspire others to press forward. Finally, they would cap it off with stories of some immortal ascending to the immortal realm and beguile others with the temptation of immortal longevity, keeping the world consistently heated. A perfect, streamlined harvest of the masses. Drawing on his experience from the Qianlong continent, Sulan knew he must now stop revealing divine miracles to prevent the world from locking its image of him into rigid worship. After reaping this wave of fervent faith-harvested mowing points, he needed to lie low in the Yeti world. Then, after the Yeti world relocated to the void beyond the Qianlong continent and became its revival world, he would cast the radiance of the immortal realm upon this violated world, perfectly diverting people's attention to sustain his popularity. Sulan's popularity in the world represented his mowing point income. The experience accumulated across the Qianlong and Yeti worlds allowed him to clearly discern the best way to conquer all realms and maximize his harvest of mowing points. At that thought, Sulan let out a long sigh. The power within him that could extinguish stars with a snap of his fingers faded in an instant. An endless emptiness flooded his mind. That mere power of Tao integration might be unattainable for most prodigies in their entire lifetimes. But in the eyes of Sulan, who had witnessed far grander vistas, it was like Mistress Cow, who had grown tiresome to the eye. Power is addictive. If one's mind was not firm enough, it was easy to lose oneself within the vortex. Take this moment for example: though the Tao integration power within him churned like a mighty ocean, his state of mind was shattered, still ensnared by the true immortal power that resembled a boundless starry sea, unable to pull free. The first time he used it, Sulan easily snapped back. After all, it was his first taste, and addiction wasn't easy. But the second time he truly developed dependence on true immortal power, and Tao integration power could no longer satisfy the cravings it had unleashed. A powerful urge rose within him, nearly making Sulan lose control. He wanted to purchase a true immortal Tao fruit, ascend immediately, and fill his empty nascent soul. This was the hallmark of a mind and cultivation that were out of balance. Sulan's power had grown too fast. He had never truly settled down to temper his state of mind. After a long while, Sulan let out a deep sigh and summoned the puzzle-solving system in his mind. How much longer until we reach the outside of the Qianlong continent? Ding. Answering the host, based on the current construction speed of the Dark Void Passage, it will still take 30 minutes and 28 seconds, 27 seconds, 26 seconds. Sulan pondered briefly, then emptied his mind silently, dispelling the negative emotions within him as he began to review the gains and losses of this Yeti world expedition. This time I invested 1.6 billion mowing points and reaped over 4.8 trillion. Not a huge profit. There's still a gap of more than 90 trillion before reaching 100 trillion. The Yeti world can still generate over 100 million per second right now, but this is only the first wave of fervor. Once the origin light rain ends, emotions will dip and adjust briefly, likely yielding another 8 trillion or so. After that, it should settle at a level comparable to or even exceeding the Qianlong continent. Qianlong and Yeti are roughly equal in scale, If the Qianlong continent can produce over 10 billion a day, then once Yeti world stabilizes, it should be able to generate about 20 to 30 billion mowing points per day. After all, legends of me are everywhere in Yeti. But I still need to ration those true immortal experience cards. If I get addicted the day my power is taken away, I might go insane. My state of mind is still lacking. My power grew too fast, and I never took the time to temper my mind. That's why I lost myself over a little power. I couldn't even hold steady at Dao integration and wanted to jump straight to true immortal. But true immortal power really is so comfortable. Sulan, every true immortal level powerhouse broke through only after 10,000 years of tempering. How many years have you had? You can't even walk yet, and you want to run. Even persistence and hard work wouldn't justify such recklessness. It's too absurd. Through this self-counseling, Su Lan's mind, troubled by true immortal power, began to recover. He no longer uncontrollably yearned to swallow a pill and ascend right away. After calming his mentality, Su Lan began planning his next world to conquer. Within a range of 10,000 light years around Qianlong continent, there were 12 worlds with life. Excluding 5 with too few living beings, and the Yetian star domain 6 remained. Of these 6, 3 had been trampled and raised like livestock by the spirit race. As for the next world, although I really want to choose one that was trampled by the spirit race, I absolutely cannot recklessly use the true immortal experience card again in a short time. Su Lan felt despondent. From the memories of the Spirit Emperor's primordial spirit he had refined, he knew that although those 3 worlds caged by the spirit race had not yet reached the season of slaughter, he could not simply wait until the spirit race arrived to save them. They were living beings surviving in fear and darkness. Let's wait for now. An army is raised for 1,000 days only to be used for 1 moment. Although I have not been cultivating for long, I have people under my command. The disturbance to my state of mind from using the true immortal realm experience card requires more than a month of quiet meditation to recover. I don't have that much time to wait. Conquering worlds beyond the immortal domain can be completely done by letting my subordinates do the fighting. I just need to act as an emotionless teleportation machine. Su Lan thought of the elders still in the Star Moon Hall, refining the flower of Dao integration and the 9 revolutions golden elixir. They are all old monsters who have lived for hundreds of years. Refining the flower of Dao integration definitely won't take them as long as it took Mu Qingxue. Refining the flower of Dao integration had little to do with natural talent, but a great deal with one's state of mind. Mu Qingxue at the Saint Realm needed 7 days and 7 nights to refine it, while Su Lan at the Purple Mansion Realm took less than a day. Perhaps his constitution cultivation technique and the idol cultivation device all played a part, but what held the most weight was Su Lan's past experience of having ascended to the Dao integration realm. Mu Qingxue in reality was merely a young woman of 29. Although her aptitude was extraordinary, she was severely lacking in life experience. She was in no way comparable to those old devils of the demonic sect who had roamed the Jianghu for years and witnessed all the joys and sorrows of the world. That was why she needed 7 days to refine the flower of Dao integration, while the old devils, at most 5 days. For days had already passed now, and there should have been someone who had succeeded in refining the flower of Dao integration. Su Lan couldn't help but picture a small snow-white figure in his mind. He subconsciously summoned the subordinate system. As expected, 2 people had successfully attained Dao integration. But what was unexpected was, the first to integrate was not the Tianshan Snow Maiden, who possessed 3,000 years of rich experience. Rather it was Qingxue male, 386 years old, human race, Dao integration realm cultivator, loyalty, 100 subordinate of the host. In this regard you really are the most beastly one. Su Lan's mouth twitched as he looked at the subordinate panel. Although it was somewhat unexpected, Qingxue being the first to attain Dao integration was entirely within Su Lan's understanding. First, Qingxue was from the previous generation of the Star Moon Palace, the second to step into the Spirit Terrace after Lung Qingxiu, laying a cultivation foundation for his refinement of the flower of Dao integration. Secondly, Qingxue was dubbed a well-dressed beast by the world, not an honorable title, but a genuine piece of scum. Over the course of several hundred years, his experiences were so rich that Su Lan couldn't even imagine them. In the end, after being locked in a small dark room by the Tianshan Snow Maiden, he underwent a great awakening. Not only did he step into the Spirit Terrace, but his state of mind had become incomparably clear and transparent. So was there any problem with Qingxue being the first to successfully refine the flower of Dao integration? No problem. As for the second to integrate, it went without saying that it was naturally the previous palace master of the Star Moon Palace, the cold and enchanting demoness who had dominated the world for over 1,000 years, Lung Qingxiu. Although the Tianshan Snow Maiden had lived for more than 3,000 years in reality, she had been coaxed by Qingxue until she no longer knew north from south. a pure sweet and clueless little girl. What a waste that she had lived over 3,000 years. Mu Qingxue was different. She was a big shot of the demonic sect. In her life of over 1,000 years, not to say she had done every evil deed, but she could toy with all the varied scenes of the mortal world in the palm of her hand. Coupled with her 8th grade spirit terrace cultivation, it was completely within understanding that she became the second to succeed in Dao integration after Qingxue. Finally, there are usable fighters under my command. I don't have to lift a finger. Wait a few more days, and at least 9 Dao integration cultivators will appear. But they have just integrated, so they definitely can't defeat a Spirit Emperor Hidden. A Spirit Emperor who has immersed himself in the Dao integration realm for tens of thousands of years is no common cabbage. 2 against 1 is already stretching at 3 against 1 is equal, and only 4 against 1 can be considered steady. Having fought the spirit race, many times Su Lan knew very well that every Spirit Emperor was an elite among those of the same realm. Especially with their disgusting innate divine powers backing them, they were extremely troublesome. The old devils who had just achieved Dao integration were too green before a Spirit Emperor. It was not too much to say that a Spirit Emperor could toy with them in the palm of his hand. This was the same principle as a battle-hardened old gangster facing a soft, tender young street punk. The little street punk was completely at the old gangster's mercy. Only when the little street punks were numerous enough could they pin down the old gangster. Overwhelming the few with the many and using superior force to oppress others had always been a truth Su Lan firmly believed. Still a little short of people. Su Lan frowned slightly, calculating how the old devils could topple the spirit race if he just watched the show and did not act. Not enough combat power. Make up for it with techniques. Pass them some awesome techniques and divine powers. But that seems to be useless. They only reach Dao integration by taking pills. Comprehending immortal grade techniques and divine powers is too difficult for them. No matter how high one's kung fu, one still fears a kitchen knife. Equip each of them with a super powerful divine weapon or magical treasure. The effect isn't obvious. If their strength isn't up to par, they can't even activate a supreme grade immortal artifact. After thinking it over, Su Lan still believed that the human wave tactic would forever be the royal road. After digesting what the system mall produced, we can trust it completely. Before, the heavenly Dao, my good son, couldn't bear more than 10 Dao integration cultivators. But now, with that in mind, Su Lan asked the heavenly Dao, "Good son, how many Dao integration cultivators can you bear now?" After a moment, the heavenly Dao sent a will. Once the Yetian world merged with the main body, its carrying capacity would be greatly strengthened, and it could bear at most 50 beings in the Dao integration realm. 10 against 1. Or 20 against 1. Barely enough. Back then he had no money. A single Dao integration flower cost 1 billion hustle points. For Su Lan at that time it was far too expensive. He had to exhaust himself setting up an entire auction just to scrape together enough for 1 Dao integration flower. But now that Su Lan had stood tall and witnessed a far broader world, he could not help but disdain the Dao integration flower. A single flower cost only 50 million mowing points. With his current income, one casual refresh would send it climbing by hundreds of millions. If not for the fact that his good son, the heavenly Dao, could only accommodate at most 50 Dao integration cultivators, Su Lan would have wanted to mass forge the tens of thousands of Xingyue Palace disciples into Dao integration experts. An army of tens of thousands of Dao integration cultivators. Even the immortal domain might not be able to muster such a force. But even an army of tens of thousands of Dao integration cultivators could not withstand a single wisp of will sent down by an immortal king. Like a million ants against a fire-breathing dragon, numbers at lower realms could never pile up into an immortal king, nor even match the combat strength of an immortal lord. So according to Su Lan's plan, he wanted to mass-produce immortal kings and build an entire immortal king army. Of course, for now, Su Lan was just thinking about it. Because even if he spent mowing points recklessly and swallowed rule crystals like candy, it would take at least 10,000 years to achieve one immortal king. 10,000 years was too long. A single glance could not see its end. He only had 3 years. If he still could not defeat an immortal king after the system upgraded, then he would truly be in deep trouble. At the thought, the sense of urgency in Su Lan's heart suddenly intensified once more. Go back, call Qingxue and my mother-in-law Mu Qingxue. Before those 2 spirit emperors and 20 spirit kings arrive, let's first go rescue some barren world from the sea. A sudden tremor came from his heart. It was a will transmitted by the heavenly Dao, his good son. Its general meaning was, "Dad, am not qualified to grant you qualification. Please stop talking nonsense, okay?" Su Lan. It had to be said that after the Qianlong heavenly Dao devoured the Yetian heavenly Dao and upgraded its mind, had become far more agile. The lofty and majestic heavenly Dao of the past, which could not produce a single fart even after half a day, was no more. Unknowingly, half an hour passed. Beyond the Qianlong continent, A dark abyss, immensely deep and vast, suddenly opened in the void. A colossal world glowing with soft golden light slowly drifted out from within. At this moment, half of the Qianlong continent was shrouded in night and the other half in daylight. On the night side, people were astonished to discover that the faintly silver night sky had become much brighter. On the daylight side, in the cloudless azure sky, a great star suddenly appeared. Even under the blinding sun, it still blazed with a brilliance of its own. Though what they saw differed, their reactions were mysteriously identical. Their faces flushed crimson, and their chi and blood began to flow backward. What is this? Why do I keep feeling like I can't breathe? That huge star. Damn, why does it seem to be getting bigger and bigger? Breathing gets harder by the second. What on earth is happening? Everyone, don't panic. They'll take the liberty of guessing. This must be another of Great Emperor Qinglan's doings. Ah, Great Emperor Qinglan. Then there's nothing to worry about. Right? Great Emperor Qinglan is incredibly powerful. With him holding things down, what the hell is there to fear? Indeed, we've long since realized that Great Emperor Qinglan is someone solid. When trouble comes, he really steps up. What? Great Emperor Qinglan can get it up. Where is your mother? He'll beat your mouth to a pulp. Goddamn it, have you forgotten? When Great Emperor Qinglan was still the sword god, he was visiting a brothel in Qinglan City when he beat a man who fought him over a girl into kneeling. And you still dare to spew nonsense? The Great Emperor's divine power pervades heaven and earth. He just might have heard your shameless bragging. I stand corrected. Great Emperor Qinglan is truly badass. Badass? What does that mean? I don't know either. I learned it from an outer disciple of the Xinyue Palace. And when has heaven and earth ever dared to fetter the Great Emperor? He is badass to the point of invincible. You're the one who's even more badass. Overpraise, overpraise. The crowd had panicked at first, but soon they were enthusiastically discussing the exploits of Great Emperor Qinglan. Even when their noses bled, they paid it no mind. Perhaps this was the unmatched sense of security bestowed by Great Emperor Qinglan. Meanwhile, above the 9 heavens of the Qianlong continent, there was a special space filled with swirling immortal mist, abundant spiritual energy, and perfect laws. It was the immortal realm Su Lan had created. At the highest point of the immortal realm, amid a garden of divine trees and immortal blossoms stretching boundlessly, Mu Qingxue, who was drinking a bowl of nourishing broth for her pregnancy, furrowed her slender brows. Her gaze pierced through layer after layer of barriers and fell upon the colossal world that had appeared beyond the Qianlong continent. Is this my husband's doing? She murmured, drained the steaming crystal-clear broth in one gulp, then flew forth. She passed through 2 upgraded void barriers without the slightest obstruction and arrived in the outer realm. At this moment in the space between the 2 worlds, Su Lan was cursing as he drove his entire Dao integration cultivation to dissolve the enormous attraction pulling them together. The reason for all this was that Su Lan had forgotten the most basic law for maintaining cosmic stability: universal gravitation. 2 objects with mass exert an attractive force on each other. The magnitude of that force is directly proportional to the product of their masses and inversely proportional to the square of the distance between them. Su Lan heard a voice from deep within his DNA and could not help but curse himself for an idiot. Every bit of knowledge he had learned had been returned to his teacher, 2 celestial bodies with such immense mass, and he had in a death-seeking move placed the 2 worlds this close together. If not for his quick reaction, the massive gravitational force in that instant would have nearly sent the 2 worlds crashing into each other. It was hard to imagine that had Su Lan not used his full Dao integration cultivation to withstand that wave of gravity, the collision that would have followed might have destroyed both worlds. Doubt resolution system, goddammit, give me a solution now. Su Lan struggled to hold up both worlds while roaring inwardly to summon the doubt resolution system. Analyzing. Ding. Host can place a void array in the Qianlong main world, thereby eliminating the gravitational influence on all future world relocations. Goddammit. I'm here holding these 2 worlds up. How the hell can I get away to go back and set up a formation? Can you bastard, be a bit more reliable? Su Lan snapped. Ding. Host can spend a certain number of mowing points to purchase a void array plate. You only need to have someone place it at the core of the Qianlong main world, then activate it remotely. Goddammit. Without reaching the Great Sage realm, who the hell can get out to the outer realm? Give me another plan. Analyzing. Just as the doubt resolution system was analyzing anew, a soft, familiar voice drifted over. Husband, what are you doing? Mu Qingxue came closer. Watching Su Lan mobilize his chi and pour out enormous power, as if bearing some invisible weight, she asked in slight confusion, are you holding up this world, husband? Mu Qingxue was quite accustomed to Su Lan's tendency to engage in baffling operations. She knew that every great star floating in the boundless void appeared to have no support, and seemed as if a single push could send it drifting, yet in reality, each star's weight was unimaginably immense. A powerhouse at the Dao synthesis stage could easily destroy a great star by brute force, but moving one intact was extremely difficult. Not impossible, but requiring such vast and profound magical power that few could sustain the force needed to shift it. Let alone a world teeming with life and civilization. One slight misstep could reduce that vibrant world to a wasteland, killing every living being upon it. Yet Sulan not only supported such a world, but had carried it all the way to the outer reaches of the Qianlong domain. And even more absurdly, the world remained perfectly intact, not reduced to ruins. Although she knew Sulan was extraordinary, she still could not fathom why he would move a living world beyond the Qianlong continent's domain. Was he not afraid of triggering unknown changes? Unaware of how much was running through Mu Qingxue's clever little head, Sulan, as if seeing his savior, called out to her cheerfully, "Wife, I have a formation disk here. I can't step away right now, so take it and place it at the core of the Qianlong continent. Heaven's Tao, our good son, will open a passage for you to the planet's center." As he spoke, he spent 1 billion mowing points to purchase a void formation disk. Mu Qingxue took the small, exquisitely profound disk and asked curiously, "Husband, why did you move this world outside the Qianlong continent?" "Little ancestor, please hurry. I can barely hold on." Sulan's magical power was draining at an alarming rate, yet a serene smile still hung on his face as he said, "It's a long story. Let's talk about it slowly once we're back, all right?" Seeming to notice Sulan's exhaustion, Mu Qingxue stopped asking further and turned to descend toward the Qianlong continent. Watching her graceful silhouette disappear, Sulan first heaved several heavy breaths to steady himself, then hastily sent a thought to Heaven's Tao, instructing it to open a passage to the planet's core for Mu Qingxue. Heaven's Tao understood the gravity of the situation. The moment Mu Qingxue entered the Qianlong domain, a beam of golden light guided her toward the northwestern sea. There the northwestern sea churned with towering waves, and at the center of the vast waters gaped a deep sea eye, a whirlpool over a kilometer in diameter, mercilessly devouring the surrounding seawater. At the whirlpool's center stood a pillar of light from which the seawater recoiled. It was the passage to the planet's core. Following Heaven's Tao's guidance, Mu Qingxue arrived in an instant at the deepest depths beneath the earth. The temperature there was extreme, with molten rock everywhere radiating waves of terrifying heat. Even a saint entering cultivator could not linger there for long. Yet Mu Qingxue stepped barefoot, lightly treading upon the blazing crimson ground. Of course, it was not because she relied on her Tao synthesis cultivation to shield herself so recklessly. Rather, a resplendent multicolored halo firmly protected her entire body. Wherever she passed, the magma retreated, leaving a patch of coolness. Clearly, Heaven's Tao knew exactly what was at stake. If it dared let any harm befall Mu Qingxue, even a single strand of her hair singed, it dared not imagine what Sulan would do to it. A slight smile tugged at the corner of Mu Qingxue's lips. After placing the small formation disk in the position Heaven's Tao had indicated, she said softly, "Heaven's Tao, I know you can hear me. Go tell Sulan that I've placed it." As her words ended, a faint tremor stirred within her heart. It was the will of Heaven's Tao. After reading Heaven's Tao's intent, Mu Qingxue found it both amusing and exasperating. Because what Heaven's Tao said was, "Got it, Mom. He'll go tell Dad right away." Was this still the same cold and majestic Heaven's Tao as before? Meanwhile, on the other side, Sulan, having received the message from Heaven's Tao, unhesitatingly connected with the system and remotely activated the void formation disk across space. Boom! A strange ripple spread outward from the Qianlong continent behind him. The immense gravitational pull between Qianlong and Yeet vanished in an instant, as if the entire region of space had fused into one. Good, no big problem. Sulan let out a long sigh of relief and released the power that had been binding the surveying the two colossal celestial bodies that were extremely close yet exerted no gravitational pull on each other. Sulan curiously opened the system mall and searched for the detailed description of the void formation disk. Ever since he had been locked once by a void barrier, Sulan had developed the good habit of reading instruction manuals, especially for anything that could be associated with the void and bore the name of the void, which warranted extra attention. The situation earlier had been too urgent for him to read it, but now that he had freed up his hands, he naturally wanted to peruse it carefully to avoid being deceived again. The system mall interface soon displayed the details of the void formation disk. Void formation disk price, 1 billion mowing points. Primary function: the disk's manipulator can alter the void distance, expanding or compressing the distance between 2 points in the void countless times, while the actual distance can be set arbitrarily by the manipulator, and the positions of the 2 points remain unchanged. Note: the disk requires no external energy to operate, that functions solely through the rules within the disk. SSS. The manual was very concise. After one glance, Sulan couldn't help but sharply inhale. Yet because the void was utter emptiness, he drew in no air and almost choked on his own saliva instead. Those were trivial details, hardly able to express the shock within Sulan's heart. In short, the void formation disk being worth 1 billion mowing points was truly formidable. Su Lan even felt the price failed to match the disk's sheer prestige. It was like having only 4 digits in your account balance, yet possessing a modifier that could endlessly draw from that 4-digit balance, while the balance itself never changed, and everything remained perfectly reasonable. Or rather, that modifier itself was the logic. The void formation disk was exactly such an object that defied the rules. The actual distance between the two worlds of Yeet and Qianlong was not far, a little over 30 million kilometers. Yet under the void formation disk's tampering, that distance was stretched to an absurd 1 million light-years, light-year being a unit of distance. The distance between them had grown so vast that their mutual gravitational pull became virtually non-existent. Even more absurdly, although the void distance between the two worlds had been altered to an astronomical magnitude, the actual distance between them remained only a little over 30 million kilometers. This meant that a great Sage Realm powerhouse could break through the world barrier, fly at full speed through the obstruction-free void for a few days and travel between the two worlds. Su Lan could even set the actual distance of 30 million kilometers to 0, allowing him to step directly from the Qianlong continent to the Yeet continent in a single stride. And the positions of the two worlds, Qianlong and Yeet, remained unchanged. Was that not absurd? Moreover, the void formation disk's functions were not limited to this alone. The immortal realm Su Lan had created within the Qianlong continent lacked the necessary ascension laws, so it could not function like the immortal domain, where reaching the threshold would trigger the laws of the immortal domain and allow ascension. To enter the immortal realm within the Qianlong continent, a saint entering cultivator could only trigger the heavenly gate and ascend while within the territory of the Qianlong continent. But now with the void formation disk, everything was different. With the distance between the 2 points reduced to 0, and with Heaven's Tao being the same entity, Su Lan could simply have Heaven's Tao, his good son, operated, allowing the immortal gate to open wide in the Yeet world as well. SSS. This void formation disk was truly worth buying. At that thought, Su Lan couldn't help but sharply inhale again. He still didn't draw in any air, but instead caught a whiff of fragrance. What are you thinking about, so lost in thought? I'm making plans to overthrow the immortal king in the future. Su Lan muttered inwardly. He looked up and saw Mu Qingxue already standing gracefully before him. Her skin was fair as congealed jade, her cherry lips tender and fresh, her delicate features bright with a charming smile. Her tall, slender figure was set off by a flowing crimson phoenix robe, curvaceous and breathtakingly beautiful beyond words. Yet Su Lan's gaze fell upon the slight swell beneath her wide phoenix robe, her lower abdomen, and he could not look away for a long time. Had he only been away for a day? How had this little brat grown so big already? Su Lan began to question life itself. He had not taken a close look earlier, and only now did he realize that Mu Qingxue no longer looked newly pregnant. She looked like a mortal woman 3 or 4 months along. Was it because cultivators transcended the mundane, so even pregnancy was different for them? Or was this little brat relying on being an immortal fetus, simply doing whatever he pleased? Mu Qingxue knew exactly what Su Lan was thinking from the look in his eyes. Her jade-like fingers gently stroked her slightly swollen belly, her exquisite face filled with maternal radiance as she smiled. Husband, with the pregnancy-calming tonic you brewed, the child is growing ever so fast. I don't want this little brat to grow this fast. He's forcing his father to fight for his life. Su Lan swallowed hard. Is this child even normal? It's only been a few days. Are you tired, my lady? Do you know if this little brat is a boy or a little princess? Concern had muddled his thoughts. Su Lan had forgotten that Mu Qingxue was a true Tao integration realm powerhouse. Just a moment ago, she had helped him lay down a formation deep within the Earth's core. Not to mention that with Su Lan's richly nourishing pregnancy tonic, the child could not absorb all the dense energy essence, which had left Mu Qingxue looking quite a bit plumper now. Mu Qingxue was amused by Su Lan's babbling. She tucked her lips into a smile. It's a chubby little boy. Then suddenly, Mu Qingxue's slender brows knitted slightly as she pressed her palm gently against her belly. Beside her, Su Lan's face turned pale with fright. He hastily used his magical power to isolate the surrounding void and asked in a trembling voice, my lady, what's wrong? Is the radiation here too strong and making you uncomfortable? Mu Qingxue shook her head slightly. It's nothing. This little one is hungry again, urging me, his mother, to feed him. What a handful this little brat is. Always making me jumpy. Su Lan let out a light sigh. Let's go. The void is full of radiation. We mustn't disturb your pregnancy. In the Star Moon Grand Hall, having been the first to wake, Qingxue and Lung Qingxue sat across from each other sharing a drink. After breaking through to Tao integration, the two were full of lofty ambitions and eager to realize their aspirations. But the void barrier Su Lan had set up shattered both of their inflated confidence. The two Tao integration cultivators joined forces, yet could not leave even a single mark on the void barrier. This Tao integration is truly dull. Qingxue took a sip of tea and asked leisurely Palace Master Lung, who do you think will be the first to refine the Tao integration flower? Lung Qingxue, whose withered vital essence had now recovered, was glowing with health and in a wonderful mood. She smiled. I rather favor the Tianshan Snow Maiden. Shuiji does have a good chance. Qingxue's resolute face stiffened involuntarily. He had never expected that Boss Su would let Shuiji onto the Tao integration list. Wasn't that trying to kill him? Qingxue sighed, using tea to conceal the fragility within his heart, and changed the subject. I wonder when Boss Su will return. Lung Qingxue said calmly, no rush. The spirit race should arrive in roughly 4 days. We might as well take this time to consolidate our cultivation. By the way, Elder Qin, how are your Tao integration insights? Qingxue put down his teacup and said slowly, nothing special. It came naturally. Lung Qingxue. The atmosphere was silent for a moment, but at that moment a stream of light shone softly into the hall. With light footsteps, a figure like a banished immortal strolled forward amid the radiance. Qingxue's eyes lit up. He immediately rose and said with great respect, Boss Su, I've also succeeded in Tao integration. Do you think I'm awesome? Su Lan gave him a strange look and said, I'm not looking at that thing of yours. Huh. Qingxue was startled, then seemed to understand. He scratched his head. Boss Su, that's not what I meant. Shut up. Su Lan waved his hand. Behind him, Lung Qingxue smiled and nodded slightly. Greetings, Emperor Kanglin. Su Lan shook his head. Master Lung, no need to be so formal. Qingxue is my Tao companion. Just call me Su Lan. Then I'll be presumptuous and take that liberty. Lung Qingxue nodded and smiled. I must also thank Su Lan for the Tao integration flower. Otherwise this old woman probably wouldn't have much longer to live. Then I have to thank Boss Su too. If not for Boss Su, I might not have even a few good years left. Qingxue interjected from the side. We are all family. A few mere Tao integration flowers are not worth mentioning. After the pleasantries, Su Lan got down to business. Now that Master Lung and Elder Qin have already attained Tao integration, it is time to scheme for something great. What great scheme? Are the spirit races 2 spirit emperors and 20 spirit kings descending ahead of time? Qingxue and Lung Qingxue spoke at the same time. Su Lan shook his head. The spirit race won't be coming so soon. They are constructing a teleportation formation outside the Qianlong domain, and even at the fastest they will need 3 more days to arrive. Hearing this, Qingxue asked excitedly, then what great scheme is Boss Su planning? To Qingxue, Su Lan was synonymous with omnipotence. For Su Lan to plan something that required the help of 2 insignificant newly promoted Tao integration cultivators like them, it was surely an earth-shattering, heaven-shaking affair. Especially when he thought that the Tianshan Snow Maiden had yet to successfully refine the Tao integration flower, leaving only him and Lung Qingxue able to take the field. He felt exceptionally thrilled. Finally, I don't have to face Shuiji. Boss Su, hurry up and tell us. I'm dying of impatience. It doesn't matter what great scheme you're hatching as long as I can go out and taste some wild game. Qingxue was elated, staring at Su Lan with burning, expectant eyes. For some reason, Su Lan miraculously perceived exactly what Qingxue was thinking at a single glance. No, wait. Was the Snow Maiden really that terrifying to Qingxue? Su Lan could not help but glance at the white-haired lowly in the distance, still, in seclusion, comprehending the mysteries of the Tao integration flower. Wasn't she just petite and adorable? However, Su Lan indeed had not included the Tianshan Snow Maiden in this operation. For this white-haired lowly to refine the Tao integration flower, with a soul that had remained pure and flawless after living 3,000 years, she would probably need at least half a month more. Shaking his head, Su Lan did not keep them in suspense. The great scheme I speak of is to conquer all heavens and myriad worlds and forge the Qianlong continent into a land no less than the immortal domain. Hiss. Qingxue and Lung Qingxue both drew in a sharp breath. Although they did not quite understand the connection between conquering the myriad worlds and forging the Qianlong continent into an immortal domain, it did not prevent them from being awed by Su Lan's bold vision. Conquering all the heavens and myriad worlds. The very thought made one's blood race. But after calming down, doubts surged in his heart again. Lung Qingxue was the first to ask him to conquer all the myriad worlds. First, we need to know where the other worlds are, right? If we have no clear direction, even one who has attained Tao integration could easily get lost in the boundless void. Also, didn't you say that the spirit race has 2 spirit emperors and 20 spirit kings coming to invade our Qianlong continent? It wouldn't be right to leave at this time. Qingxue chimed in. Boss Su, I have no doubt that you have the power to conquer other worlds, but Palace Master Lung is right. Without a direction, the boundless void is the darkest forest. Upon hearing the words dark forest, a nerve twitched in Su Lan. That Qingxue. He has some insight. What do you mean? Why is the boundless void a dark forest? Hearing Su Lan's question, a trace of recollection flashed in Qingxue's eyes, as he said slowly, I once read an ancient text left by a great sage who had returned in disgrace from the void. It recorded what this great sage had seen and heard over millennia in the boundless void. That Qingxue loved to drone on about a simple matter and still missed the point entirely. It was only when Su Lan kicked him impatiently that he finally got to the point. This great sage believed that the boundless void contains countless worlds, each with its own civilization. Across the entire void apart from the supreme immortal domain, which can illuminate all eras with power that transcends all the civilizations of all other worlds, are murderers lurking in the shadows. Since none can determine whether another is good or evil, the only thing to do upon discovering another civilization is to destroy it. In the ancient text, the great sage warned future generations never expose the location of the Qianlong continent, or it will invite invasion, even annihilation from other worlds. Even Dao integration cultivators, or even immortals, must tread carefully, because you cannot be certain whether other worlds in the void possess the power to slay Dao integration experts, or even true immortals. By the end, Qingxue lowered his head with a grave expression. So as I see it, the location of our Qianlong continent must have been exposed, which is why the spirit race invaded. Judging by the memories of the spirit emperor that Boss Su obtained, the spirit race must be one of the first-rate killer worlds described in that great sage's book. After Qingxue's account, Su Lan fell silent. Although there were some logical contradictions in what Qingxue had said, there was no doubt that the contents recorded in that ancient text were precisely the dark forest law described in a book he had read in his past life. The universe is a dark forest, and every civilization is a hunter with a gun. Everywhere in the forest lurk hunters just like that. If another life form is discovered, the only thing to do is to open fire and eliminate it. Su Lan had known this law to be valid ever since he refined the primordial spirit of the first spirit, because no matter which spirit emperor, deep in their memories, everything about the spirit race's ancestral star was extremely vague, and even all the outside teleportation arrays were specially made with one-way transmission only. The spirit race had never revealed anything about their ancestral star. Except for the immortal domain powerful enough to illuminate all eras, no world dared to expose its own positional coordinates. After listening to Qingxue's narration, Lung Qingxue couldn't help knitting her delicate brows and murmured, "So Su Lan, you want us to play the role of killers? To destroy the living beings of other worlds and plunder every resource to strengthen Qianlong?" Qingxue also tried to dissuade him. "Boss Su, I know your strength is unfathomable, but we don't know how deep the void is. It's hard to gauge." Su Lan shook his head. "I know the locations of other worlds and their exact strength, so the risk is reduced to nothing. Besides, we're not going to be killers. We're going to be saviors." "What?" Lung Qingxue and Qingxue both exclaimed in shock. "We are vicious old demons who have done every kind of evil, and you want us to be saviors? Are you kidding? Bossu, do I look like someone who would be a savior? It does not align with my Dao. Don't forget my nickname, a beast in human clothing." Qingxue politely declined. "Elder Qin is right. In our demonic sect, our cultivation only seeks to be true to one's heart. If we act sanctimoniously against our true hearts, I fear our Dao hearts would be greatly damaged, leading to Qi deviation." Lung Qingxue, on the other hand, stated the stakes. "Fine, it's understandable from Lung Qingxue, but Qingxue, what do you mean by that? Are these words from a person with max conviction?" Ding. The vassal system reminds you that when conviction reaches full value, it means the person with full conviction will believe every word you say. However, a person with full conviction is not the host's puppet. For instance, if you say excrement tastes like immortal herbs, the person will believe it deeply, eh? But if you force-feed excrement to the person with full conviction, they will still resist. If the host dislikes the personality of the full conviction person, the vassal system can erase that personality on the host's behalf, making that person completely obedient to the host. If his personality were erased, would he still be the same Qingxue? "Sai, a bigger team is harder to lead." Su Lan sighed and still explained, "When have I ever done something that benefits others, but not myself? What I mean by being saviors is not to let you go to other worlds to uphold justice, but to have you conquer them, suppress all voices against us in other worlds, then move the entire world to the outer reaches of Qianlong, so that beings living in barrenness may be bathed in the radiance of the Qianlong heavenly Dao, which in turn nourishes the Qianlong heavenly Dao, allowing it to eventually become an existence like the immortal domain." Of course, the most important thing was to harvest all living beings, obtain as soon as possible the 100 trillion mowing points to upgrade the system, but there was no need to mention that. After hearing this, Qingxue and Lung Qingxue fell into silence at the same time. Meanwhile, Su Lan felt a tremor in his heart. The heavenly Dao's fine son sent a congratulatory message from the World Pearl that Su Lan carried with him, roughly meaning "Daddy is right, Daddy is amazing," and the like. After a long moment, Qingxue let out a long breath, his eyes full of admiration. "Boss Su really knows how to talk. You know, the savior label actually suits me quite well, ha." Lung Qingxue also nodded. "This is an act true to the heart. What I have always wished for. In that case, let's set off now." Su Lan shook his head, turned, and walked outside. The moment they came out, both of them frowned. This world seems to have changed. Is it an illusion created by Dao integration? Why do I feel that the suppression of the rules has become stronger, yet also easier to comprehend? The two already Dao integration experts instantly sensed the tremendous change in the outside world. A great star has appeared at the edge of the sky, blazing bright. Qingxue gazed upward at the heavens. That is a world even vaster than the Qianlong continent. Lung Qingxue's gaze pierced through countless miles, beholding the true form of the night heaven world. A bold conjecture arose in Qingxue's mind, and he said slowly, "Boss Su, have you truly dragged an entire world back here? The heavenly Dao of the Qianlong continent has undergone a leap, its laws growing ever mightier. Is that why we feel breakthroughs have become easier?" Su Lan, who was walking ahead, halted and nodded. "Well guessed. Every world conquered strengthens the laws of the Qianlong continent. The transformation of heaven and earth now is precisely because the Qianlong heavenly Dao has received nourishment from another world." "I see." Qingxue and Lung Qingxue suddenly understood. "Then Boss Su, how do we journey to the next?" Being called the savior does sound rather thrilling. But I'd prefer challenger of the immortal domain or founder of the immortal realm. Qingxue rubbed his fists eagerly. Su Lan wasted no words, raising his hand to summon the Void Gate. Planet Iota-C-08, a living world 300 light-years from the Qianlong continent, inhabited by intelligent beings whose numbers were just barely passable. Its size was roughly 1/10 that of the Qianlong continent. Precisely because this living planet was relatively small, and its world's heavenly Dao was not strong enough to ever produce a Dao integration realm powerhouse, Su Lan had chosen it as a practice target. Yet when Su Lan led the two exhilarated old devils through the Void Gate and arrived outside the Iota-C-08 star system, they witnessed a sight that made their scalps crawl. And a squeak, squeak, squeak. Strange piercing sounds shook the void, and every boulder and broken star drifting along the path turned to nothing. This black mist was not mist at all, but a terrifying army formed by countless tiny insectoid life forms gathered together. Boss Su. Thighs seems to be the void, soul-eating insect swarm. That great sage once recorded it as one of the 14 void blights. Qingxue's scalp tingled. A single insect barely reaching demon spirit strength he could extinguish with a flick of his hand. Yet here there were no fewer than 100 million of them. Not to mention deep within the insect army, there were over 10,000 insect emperors, each comparable in size to a mountain and on par with human great sage realm powerhouses. He had never imagined that his first confident step into the void would confront such a terrifying insect army. That great sage had spoken true. The void was indeed perilous beyond measure. "Su Lan, what should we do?" Lung Qingxue frowned deeply and said in a low voice, "An army formed of these insects could likely devour even a Dao integration cultivator. What else can we do? Kill them all, of course. Otherwise, didn't we come all this way for nothing?" Su Lan, his own goosebumps had risen too, not from fear, but because those insects were truly hideous, packed densely together enough to trigger anyone's trypophobia. Moreover, the vanguard of the insect swarm had already reached the atmosphere of Iota-C-08, beginning to gnaw at it, and one could even see the desperate resistance of the planet's intelligent beings. This Su Lan could not tolerate. These were his crops, how could he let the insect swarm reap them first? Without a second thought, he rummaged through the system mall for insecticide. Hearing Su Lan's words, Lung Qingxue drew a deep breath and said slowly, "This time I'm afraid you'll need to take action. Elder Qin and I alone cannot face this terrifying insect tide." Qingxue grinned wryly from the side. "Boss Su, it's not that I'm useless, but this tide is just too fierce. I never said to fight Hedon. Use your wits." Su Lan shook his head, then turned to purchase 2,000 bottles of potent insecticide from the system mall, tossing 1,000 to each. He said sternly, "This is a special liquid with devastating lethality to insects. Just spray it at them. You two attack from the rear while I hold the front. Together we'll annihilate these void blights. Whatever you do, don't confront the swarm directly. They can't touch us." Qingxue and Lung Qingxue stared at the 1,000 delicate little bottles floating before them, exuding a pungent odor, and couldn't help but question their life choices. "Are you sure this liquid, which carries not even a trace of spiritual energy fluctuation, can kill these void soul-eating insects, each one at least equivalent to a spirit bridge realm cultivator?" But this was where the power of trust showed itself. Neither of them doubted Su Lan. They grabbed the potent insecticide and charged toward the insect army. Su Lan also took the field, personally flickering past the world's barrier into Iota-C-08 itself. He produced the world pearl, letting his heavenly Dao adopted son suppress and devour this world's heavenly Dao. Then, he spent an enormous amount of mowing points to purchase 100,000 caddies of the potent insecticide liquid. Potent Price 10,000 mowing points per caddy, 1 caddy per bottle. 100,000 caddies meant 100,000 bottles. Before Su Lan, countless exquisite little glass bottles materialized in dense array. As the main force, he not only had to face the insect-tide heathen, but also let his towering figure shine upon this world. The insects had come, darkness descended, and all living beings despaired. This was a perfect opportunity to stir the emotions of the masses. But when he saw the beings of this world, he was somewhat disappointed. For Iota C908 was a world ruled by beasts. Though their cold, cunning eyes shimmered with intelligence, no matter how high their wisdom, they could not contribute many mowing points to Su Lan. For although this world teemed with life, regrettably, they had not formed a settled social structure. They mostly did their own thing, fiercely territorial, and aside from devouring one another, there was little communication. This doomed the fervor of Su Lan saving this world to be short-lived, at most a single wave. With a sigh, Su Lan still activated his Dao sound domain. Every bit of meat counted, no matter how small. The beast races spoke different languages, but that did not hinder Su Lan's Dao sound domain from reaching straight into their hearts, using thoughts to make them understand. The one who saves you is the supreme and benevolent Qinglan, great emperor of the 9 heavens. Chant my true name, and all darkness shall be repelled. This voice resounded in the heart of every living being in the beast world, so majestic that all creatures collapsed to the ground. The words might have been a bit cringe, but Su Lan did it deliberately. After all, the best way to stir beast emotions was overwhelming force. Beasts believed in survival of the fittest, in other words, the strong rule. Only the strong could make their beast blood boil. And sure enough, the countless beasts pressed to the ground did not rage, instead they converged a collective will, roughly meaning they wanted Su Lan to ride them. Watching the mowing points on the system panel begin to rise, Su Lan shook his head and turned to face the surging insect tide once more. Qingxue and Lung Qingxue faithfully executed Su Lan's intent. With more than 1,000 bottles of potent insecticide, they sprayed down countless void spirit-eroding insects. One after another, the pitch-black void spirit-eroding insects were stripped of their vitality, their corpses floating in a potent insecticide mist that carried a faint pungent odor. The slaughter of so many of their kind drove the king of the void spirit-eroding insects mad. Leading tens of millions of his kin, he charged at Qingxue and Lung Qingxue in a mighty, overwhelming tide. A single king of the void spirit-eroding insects was equivalent to a human cultivator in the sage realm. With tens of millions of insects whose chi could merge as one, even a Dao integration expert would have to steer clear of their edge. What more with dozens of insect kings? Even a Dao integration expert would suffer a bitter defeat beneath this insect tide. But soon even this terrifying insect tide crumbled under the potent insecticide spray of Qingxue and Lung Qingxue. The two even drove them forward toward the Iota C908 star. Su Lan waited for a moment. Finally, the vast insect army was herded by the two into close range of Iota C908. It was not the vanguard, it was the shattered main force. Watching the dense mass of insects charging, each one hideous beyond measure, Su Lan could not help but break out in goosebumps again. After the void spirit-eroding insect army was completely surrounded by the three, Su Lan immediately activated the 100,000 bottles of potent insecticide before him. Zzz. A vast white mist spread out and instantly enveloped the black haze. Squeak, squeak, squeak. A shrill, piercing sound rang across the entire world. They broke at the first touch. The black mist grew thinner and thinner. Every moment, countless lives were extinguished. One after another, the corpses of void spirit-eroding insects fell from the white mist, struck the ground heavily, and piled up into a mountain of insect corpses. The king of the void spirit-eroding insects wanted to flee, but was forced back by Qingxue and Lung Qingxue, who had sealed off the rear. In the end, beneath 1 million gene of Su Lan's potent insecticide, the countless void spirit-eroding insects that had roamed the void and found no worthy opponent were left forever on this weak, insignificant life-bearing planet. At the same time, Su Lan was astonished to discover that the mowing points harvested on this life-bearing planet had suddenly skyrocketed. He sent his divine sense down to investigate. Countless beasts roared excitedly toward the sky, endlessly praising the supreme and benevolent Emperor Qinglan in their hearts, their beast blood seething. It was not because Su Lan had eliminated the insect swarm, saved the world, and saved them too, but because these beasts had discovered that these void spirit-eroding insect corpses contained extremely abundant energy and could be considered their food. The fierce battles among the beasts were fought for a single ration enough to fill their stomachs. To them, what did Su Lan saving the world even mean? After all, mutual slaughter had long become the norm, and life and death had long been cast aside. But if you gave them a ration that they might not finish in 10 years, that was a different matter. The weak herbivorous beasts no longer had to live in constant fear over a single ration, and the carnivorous beasts no longer had to fear starving to death because they could not hunt. Naturally, they all felt heartfelt gratitude toward this supreme and benevolent Emperor King. After this unintentional move, Su Lan was astonished to discover that Iota C908, which was less than 1/10 the size of the Qianlong continent, had contributed 300 billion mowing points. Although the beasts would soon forget him as the supreme and benevolent Emperor Kanglan, he had to admit that this harvest was truly satisfying. After annihilating all the void's spirit-eroding insects, Qingxue and Lung Qingxue also came over. Boss Su, this world is nothing but demonic beasts. Can it really be of any help to the Qianlong heavenly Tao? Qingxue glanced at the countless beasts below and curled his lips. If the people of the beast-taming sect saw so many giant beasts, they would probably laugh themselves crazy. I think I can sense the aura of the Qianlong heavenly Tao in this world. Lung Qingxue, who paid more attention to details, asked in disbelief after sensing that familiar aura. Su Lan, can you actually communicate? Su Lan smiled. The Qianlong heavenly Tao is practically my adopted son. Oh, being obedient is only natural. This is simply ridiculous. Lung Qingxue drew in a sharp breath. Boss Su, you are truly incredible. Qingxue gave a thumbs up. He believed every word Su Lan said. Su Lan waved his hand and smiled. It's all routine. Once my fine heavenly Tao son has fused with this world's heavenly Tao, we can go back. Just as he finished speaking, the clouds at the edge of the sky churned and formed the shape of a smiling face. The Qianlong heavenly Tao was using this to show that it had completed its fusion with the heavenly Tao of Iota C908. Seeing this, Qingxue and Lung Qingxue could not help but applaud. Beyond the domain of the Qianlong continent, a familiar deep and colossal abyss tore through the void and appeared without a sound. With a void array disk seated in the core of the Qianlong main world, releasing even more worlds outside the domain was no problem. The people on the Qianlong continent did not even notice that another bright star had appeared in the sky. Only a few powerhouses at the spirit platform level noticed that the suppression of the rules had suddenly become a bit stronger, and that breakthroughs had also become somewhat easier. Lost in thought, they looked up at the sky, and only then saw that beside the great star that had suddenly appeared yesterday, there was now a small star. Animal World was the name Su Lan gave to Iota C908. With the fusion of the animal world, the Qianlong heavenly Tao seemed to have shattered some bottleneck, and its might abruptly shot upward by a large margin. Although it had not yet reached the point of being able to derive immortal Tao laws, Tao integration level powerhouses were no longer restricted. After returning from beyond the domain, Su Lan left the thoroughly stunned Qingxue and Lung Qingxue behind, slipped back into the 90 billion garden, and held the slightly plump Mu Qingxue as he began to stare blankly. The moment he returned, Su Lan removed all the pregnancy-preserving soup made from top-grade immortal herbs and spirit springs and replaced it with a nourishing soup that ordinary true immortals would enjoy. Just enough to sustain what the child needed without overtiring Mu Qingxue. There was no other reason. That little brat was simply too good at stirring up trouble. Whatever you gave, he drank it all. The better what you gave, the faster he grew. Because the child was his own seed, Su Lan had originally given him the best of everything. But that little brat had nearly worn his father out. If he kept feeding him the ultimate pregnancy-boosting tonic soup, the little brat would probably pop out in less than 10 months and give Su Lan a surprise. Caressing Mu Qingxue's increasingly prominent belly, Su Lan felt immense pressure. Husband, why are you suppressing the child's growth? Mu Qingxue, with one hand resting on her waist, pouted and said, it feels like the child is very hungry. It was all because this freaking kid was too incredible. The moment one let down one's guard, he would shoot straight to the heavens. The tree that stands out in the forest is the first to be felled by the wind. Su Lan's mouth twitched almost imperceptibly. He brought a steaming bowl of red feather. Come, my dear. The divine essence in this bowl of chicken soup is enough to sustain the child for a whole day. Down this bowl, and the child won't make a fuss for an entire day. After drinking the chicken soup, Mu Qingxue leaned against the beanbag sofa and soon fell into a deep sleep. Since having the child, she no longer relied on meditation to restore her energy. Instead, like a mortal, she slept as much as 12 hours a day. Quite the sleepiness. The beanbag sofa was enormous, even larger than an ordinary double bed. Su Lan lay down beside her, his hand gently resting on her full and elegant waist. Inhaling the faint scent of milk, he began to plan the journey ahead. Plans never keep up with changes. After 2 days of nourishment from the finest essences, the child has already begun to take shape. Even if I now give only ordinary wound-calming soup, at most a year from now the child will be born. Time is short. My previous ideas can be discarded. Aside from worlds that have formed settled communities and possess rich civilizations, the rest that remain in primitive eras can also be discarded. Su Lan opened the system panel in his sea of consciousness. On the harvesting section for the animal world, the income had already fallen to less than 100 million points per hour. It hadn't even been a full day, and these beast clans had already forgotten his monumental achievements. Only when eating the flesh of void spirit-eroding worms did they remember that there was such a being as the supremely exalted and benevolent Kanglan Great Emperor. After a brief thrill of excitement, they went right back to wolfing it down. It could be predicted that within no more than 3 days the harvest point income from the animal world would drop, as I thought I should go stir up trouble with the spirit race. The worlds they keep in captivity are mostly worlds dominated by the human race. One of those is worth dozens of other worlds. Sulan couldn't help but recall the glory of the Yetian world. In a single day it had contributed more than 5 trillion harvest points, and in the days that followed it continued to supply a steady stream of tens of billions in income. And on top of that he would also be able to save his fellow humans being kept by the spirit race. That made it all the more. Conquering an animal world took 2 Shurchen and stopped at a profit of a little over 300 billion. Conquering a Yetian world on the other hand took 6 Shurchen, 3 times longer, but its yield was over 30 times that of an animal world. And as time went on the gap would only continue to widen. In comparison the animal worlds were simply too inferior. That won't do. He had gone through considerable effort to move the animal world back here. It couldn't be that he would only earn a little over 300 billion points. He could grant the people of the Yusho sect some benefits and let them go conquer the animal world, reigniting its popularity. With an idea in mind, Sulan instantly extended his divine sense out from the 90 billion garden and sent a thought to a certain island below. On the island, Luan Yu, who was just then bonding with the giant beast, suddenly stiffened. A grand and mighty thought forcibly transmitted itself into her consciousness, accompanied by a series of flashing images. Luan Yu suddenly became excited. There is an animal world beyond this domain filled entirely with powerful exotic beasts. Does the Yusho sect have any interest in going to conquer it? After digesting the message from the voice, Luan Yu bowed gracefully, her voice trembling. I am willing. I thank the Great Emperor for giving our sect this opportunity. Just as Sulan had expected, the Yusho sect indeed could not refuse such an undeveloped animal world. The temptation was no less than an innocent youth suddenly discovering a naked body lying beside his bed. And damn it all, it was the dream girl of his heart. Who could withstand that? Having dealt with the problem of the animal world's insufficient activity, Sulan fell into deep thought once again. The spirit race's 2 spirit emperors and 20 spirit kings will arrive in less than 2 days. Right now 9 have broken through to Hidao, while all the great sages have successfully advanced, 13 in total. Still not enough. Even if Hidao flowers were supplied in unlimited quantities and the world could sustain a great many Hidao cultivators, nurturing 1 Hidao cultivator takes at least 5 days. And the candidates must be at the spirit platform stage or above, at the very least spirit nourishment. There are simply too few people in Qingxue Palace. Should I then deploy those righteous path cultivators who have already entered the immortal realm? Forget it. They're not my people, and using them would just leave a bad taste in my mouth. They'll have to act personally. There's no more time to wait. At that thought, Sulan rose softly and walked outside. Wuying Mountain in the Qingxue Grand Hall. At this moment, the void barriers around the Hidao domain had already been removed. 8 Hidao cultivators, including Qingxue Lu Sanwen and Li Feiyu, were seated in the upper seats of the main hall. Apart from the Tianshan Snow Maiden, who was still painstakingly refining, and Lung Qingxiu, who was away handling matters, all the remaining 7 old devils of Qingxue Palace, who had successfully advanced to Hidao, were present. A little further down sat a full 13 great sages. In only 7 days, besides the Tianshan Snow Maiden, all the old demons of Qingxue Palace had successfully advanced to become Hidao great sages. After breaking through, the old demons were in excellent spirits and were chatting with great fervor. Haha, brotherly, I never dreamed that we too would one day attain Hidao. If this were ancient times, every one of us could be a great emperor. Mind your words. There is but one great emperor in an era. Are you thinking of challenging the great emperor? Haha, how would I dare? Everything I have was bestowed by the great emperor. Even if the great emperor wanted this old man's life, I would offer it willingly. Well said. I wonder what great matter the great emperor wishes to discuss this time. I figured those 2 spirit emperors wouldn't arrive for another day or more, right? The great emperor's actions need no explanation to us. It is enough to serve with all our hearts. Brother Qin, you were the first to break through to Hidao. I recall that the great emperor once took you out. May I ask what it was about? Li Feiyu, sitting close to Qingxue, asked directly. Qingxue answered mysteriously, can't say. In any case, it's utterly insane. I can only reveal a little. What the great emperor is doing can give us hope of becoming immortals. Come on, just tell us. We're all brothers here. We can't let the great emperor worry about everything alone. Didn't the great emperor help us advance to Hidao precisely so that we could be of help? Damn it. Qingxue, you bastard, this old man has tolerated you for far too long. Are you going to talk or not? If not, I'll beat you to death. Immortality. That was something one heard of only in legends. Now that the great emperor was suppressing the present age and was carrying out a task that could give everyone hope of becoming immortals, who could resist such temptation? Everyone present had been personally brought up by Su Lan. Whether he Dao cultivators or great sages, they all fully believed that as long as they followed Su Lan, everything that had once existed only in legends would be fulfilled one by one. Thus, when Qingxue said that the great emperor was doing something that could give everyone hope of becoming immortals, their first reaction was to believe it, and they were more than eager to join in. It was just that this bastard Qingxue, of all the things he could imitate, had to imitate the trick of keeping people in suspense. Every single person present had a fiery temper, and with the swelling arrogance brought by their sudden surge in power, they began cracking their knuckles and casting sinister looks at Qingxue. 9 He Dao cultivators facing the spirit race's 2 spirit emperors could fight to a draw, but killing them would still be difficult. Forget it. Let them go scout out the geographical and cultural intelligence of the various worlds for me. After using the True Immortal Experience card, I need to calm my mind for a few days to settle the aftereffects of that power. Once they've gathered information on the various worlds, they'll be able to pick out the high-value worlds to strike. What the hell? Qingxue is being ganged up on. That exciting. Su Lan, still deep in thought, was astonished by the scene in the Qingxue Grand Hall. A group of old demon masters whose ages added up to over 10,000 years tacitly agreed not to use their power. Like common mortals, they rolled up their sleeves and brawled with bare fists. Of course, it was impossible to tell whether Qingxue was single-handedly taking on 47 old brothers or 47 old demons were ganging up on Qingxue alone. One could only see Qingxue covered in dust being pinned to the ground as fists as big as cauldrons rained down on him. The beating was punctuated by vulgar shouts. Brothers, let me kick him twice first. Let me land a few punches first to avenge my precious disciple, and other crude remarks. Qingxue was quite tough. Even while being beaten by the crowd, he refused to surrender. Instead, he rolled around on the ground, flinging wild punches in every direction. You bastards have no martial honor. 47 of you ambushed me alone. If you've got guts, duel me onion. What, you think I'm afraid of you? Bring it on. Damn it, he's still not convinced. Beat him. To be honest, if this had been a street brawl between common thugs in the mundane world, it would have been a perfectly, but damn it all, these were He Dao great sages standing at the very pinnacle of the mortal world, fighting with their physical bodies like ordinary people. And Su Lan felt not the slightest sense of dissonance. After all, they were a bunch of hot-tempered old demons, ancestor-level old thugs. If they truly used mana in a chaotic battle, and their tempers flared, it would become an endless struggle of life and death. For the sake of harmony with one another when they wanted to fight, they didn't use mana. Relying purely on their physical bodies to brawl was the best way to vent their emotions. After all, a He Dao great sage's physical body couldn't be broken by such punches. So seeing Qingxue being pummeled, Su Lan had no intention whatsoever of stopping it. He even watched from the side with secret delight. Yes, hit him. This scoundrel deserves a beating. 10 minutes passed quickly. Qingxue, still pressed to the ground, was running his mouth. With his thick skin and tough flesh, he couldn't feel a hint of pain. The old demons continued throwing merciless punches at Qingxue, one after another, completing a full round. After watching the show for 10 minutes, and finally growing bored, Su Lan walked in from outside the hall. Hearing this, the old demons grinned, sheepishly withdrew their fists one by one, and returned to their seats, as if nothing had occurred. In truth, they had long since noticed Su Lan's arrival. It was just that when they were about to stop, they received an encouraging thought from Su Lan, which was why they had been so vigorously laying into Qingxue. Boss Su, you're so heartless. Qingxue climbed up from the ground with a resentful look, dusted off the huge footprints on his butt, and sniffled. This mortal world isn't worth it. Su Lan's mouth twitched. Ignoring Qingxue, who was up to his tricks again, he turned serious and said, I have gathered everyone here today because there are matters I need to entrust to you. Half an hour later, the 14 elders present, including Lung Qingxue, who had just returned from his trip, were divided into 7 groups, each led by an old demon at the He Dao realm. And so a formidable team for exploring outer domain civilizations was born. Su Lan thoughtfully prepared 3 world coordinates for each group so that they could collect and compile detailed information about each world. He also equipped them with void dimension doors capable of shuttling between the 2 realms, making it easy to travel back and forth. After giving all the instructions, Su Lan urged them lightly, everyone get moving. He'll guard this place. We'll do our duty without hesitation. The demonic sect elders, as if injected with stimulants, scrambled to open the void dimension doors and stepped onto the road to explore outer domain civilizations without looking back. Watching the last group, Qingxue's group, disappear behind the void door, Su Lan slumped down onto the master's seat. Finally, I can briefly set down everything and properly nourish my mind, Su Lan murmured with vacant eyes. The after effects left behind by his use of the true immortal experience card in the Yetian star domain had still not disappeared. In particular, every time he opened the system mall and saw the true immortal Dao fruit, which cost only 10 billion, he always wanted to buy one and taste it. This state was truly dangerous. To become an immortal was to live long and see far, looking down upon the changes of 10,000 ages. But without a state of mind to match this power was enough to devour one's sanity. Because when one's state of mind lagged too far behind one's cultivation realm, it was all too easy for power to lure inner demons to rise repeatedly. With the slightest misstep, one would lose all reason and become a madman who merely vented power. Su Lan was fully aware of this. Thus, even though he carried a fortune of 10 trillion points, it wasn't that he had never thought of solving the problem of his lagging state of mind. But every item in the system mall that could temper the strength of one's mind and grant it the weight of vicissitudes required Su Lan to sleep for a period of time and live through an illusory life, thereby elevating his mental strength. In simple terms, if Su Lan wanted to raise his mental state to the point where he could become an immortal, it would take at least a year. Did he have a year to sleep? No. The child could not wait. He would be born within at most a year. The immortal kings could not be trifled with either. As soon as Su Lan's child dared to leak even a wisp of aura, they would descend their will and annihilate it. In the entire world, any living being connected to the child would all perish under the immortal king's absolute will to kill. The only thing Su Lan could do was within this limited 1 year to harvest as quickly as possible toward the goal of 100 trillion points and seize a thread of hope. As he pondered, Su Lan's mind sank into the deepest chaos. The sun rose and the moon set. The dazzling sun slowly emerged above the horizon, and a gentle beam of sunlight shone in through the windowsill. Ring, ring, ring. From the empty, silent Qingxue Grand Hall came the crisp sound of wind chimes. Ring, ring, ring. On the main throne, Su Lan was roused from his vacant state by the sound of wind chimes. He opened his eyes, a trace of confusion flickering in his gaze, before gradually clearing under the sunlight. Has time really passed this quickly? It felt like only a moment in meditation, yet more than a day has gone by. Su Lan stretched lazily. Once he entered that state of vacant transcendent meditation, his sense of time became blurred. Had no external disturbance interrupted him, it would hardly be surprising to find that 10 days, half a month, or even a year or more had slipped away in what seemed like an instant. Everyone in the Star Moon Great Hall had been sent out to work. Mu Qingxue was far away in the 90 billion gardens deep in the vault of heaven, and the ordinary disciples of Star Moon Palace dared not come to disturb him. Had he not deliberately set an alarm before entering meditation, Su Lan might well have remained in that trance until the 2 spirit sovereigns of the spirit race came to invade. Around Weishur today, those 2 spirit sovereigns and 20 spirit kings should be about to arrive. Shaking off the lingering drowsiness, Su Lan blurred into motion and vanished from the throne. Oliver Benson and McPherson Neal were 2 spirit sovereigns who had attained sovereignty in the mid-generation of the spirit race's 35th generation. By a remarkable stroke of fate, both had fallen into a wondrous yin-yang dual eye in the void, undergoing a life transition to become sovereigns. Hence they were known as the profound ice-water sovereign and the blazing flame-fire sovereign, or simply the water sovereign and the fire sovereign. Having received a distress signal from their kin exploring an unknown star domain, they immediately mustered 20 descendants and rushed to provide reinforcement. Old Water, that idiot Carter, discovered an unknown world, yet didn't establish a spatial formation, first forcing us to sprint at full speed for 120 Shurchen just to reach this unknown star domain. No matter what, we must take half of this unknown domain's life essence. That is the price. Silvery skin wreathed in trails of fire, wisps of white smoke streaming from his mouth as he spoke. Enough nonsense. That hidden dragon star is still a distance away, but we'll reach it within 2 Shurchen. The water sovereign's voice was icy. Sovereigns, could we rest a while? We can't go on. Behind the water and fire sovereigns, a group of panting spirit kings spoke up. Dragged by the 2 sovereigns across countless billions of miles of void, they had long since run out of strength. Rest? What rest? We're already here. Let's first enjoy this hard-earned feast of blood and chi before that idiot Carter steals the lead. Keep moving. The fire sovereign refused them bluntly. The spirit race group once again transformed into a beam of silver light shooting toward their destination. The Void Annihilation Formation, the Void Ray Cannons, 380 million mowing points. Can I wipe out 2 spirit sovereigns and 20 spirit kings without lifting a finger? Ding. Answering the host, absolutely no problem. Less than 5 days had passed since he last used the true immortal experience card, and the after effects of the cracks in his Dao heart had yet to fade. Su Lan had no desire to add an even larger crack to his state of mind, so he chose to spend Although the true immortal experience card for 100 million mowing points was cheap and practical, the Void Annihilation Formation for 200 million and 18 Void Ray Cannons for 180 million were hardly unpalatable either. In the system mall, anything bearing the name of the Void was monstrously absurd to an unreasonable degree. Void Annihilation Formation annihilates the Void itself. Those who enter shall suffer the strikes of the Void and be reduced to nothingness. Primary effect redefines the enemy's existence from being to non-being. Living beings outside the immortal path cannot resist. Price 200 million mowing points. Void Ray Cannon array that does not exist, impossible to detect. When you notice something inexplicably vanishing, that is where the ray has reached. Primary effect transforms substance into void. Wherever the ray reaches, all objects return to their most primitive state. Beings outside the immortal path cannot resist. Price 10 million mowing points per cannon. Below the immortal path, the void reigns supreme. Above the immortal path, I don't know either, Sulon muttered to himself in awe. He gazed with satisfaction at the 18 Void Ray Cannons deployed across the Hidden Dragon domain and at the Void Annihilation Formation. Invisible, intangible, undetectable, yet omnipresent. With these two things he didn't need to lift a finger. As long as those two spirit sovereigns set foot in the Hidden Dragon Star domain, they would never return. Moreover, the Void Annihilation Formation and the Void Ray Cannons were not one-use items. The Void Ray Cannons could recharge on their own in the void, while the Void Annihilation Formation was even more absurd. It operated entirely on its own intrinsic laws of definition, requiring no external energy supply at all. This laid a solid foundation for the safety of the Hidden Dragon Star domain. After all, the spirit race had lost 5 spirit sovereigns and 30 spirit kings here. They would certainly not let the matter rest. They would surely send more people to investigate. Unless a true immortal-level spirit ancestor of the spirit race came in person, the Hidden Dragon continent could rest easy. Even if a true immortal did come, the Void Annihilation Formation could hold them back for some time, long enough for Sulon to arrive. Naj 5 Nebula. Outside a beautiful azure giant planet, ripples spread across the void, and a spatial gate rippled into being. Qingxue stepped out with an arrogant, swaggering gait, followed by 6 great Sage Realm old demons wearing expressions of utter shock. The Great Emperor truly isn't human. A single void gate can span the boundless void and descend directly into another world. Is this something even true immortals can do? An elder of Star Moon Palace could not help but sigh in admiration. Small. Your horizons are too small. True immortals could certainly do it, but no true immortal could ever craft such a void gate. Am not bragging. As long as we follow the Great Emperor, even the Star Moon Palace ascending as a whole sect wouldn't be surprising. Another elder replied in kind. You still don't understand. Qingxue shook his head with a sigh. Boasting's intention is not to make our Star Moon Palace ascend as immortals, but to make beings from all worlds ascend to our Hidden Dragon continent. Oh no, by then the Hidden Dragon continent should be called the Immortal Realm. At that time our Star Moon Palace will be a supreme giant in the Immortal Realm, overlooking the ages, watching the rise and fall of all living beings. The elders fell silent. If those words had come from Sulon himself, they would have believed them 100. But you, Qingxue, forget it. That sort of talk might charm young girls, but does it have any meaning for a bunch of oldtimers like us? After a long silence, one elder finally spoke slowly. Elder Qin, let's not talk about distant matters. We came here under the Great Emperor's orders, so let's first complete the mission he gave us. This world looks quite promising. It seems there are humans on it. Shall we go down and take a look? Hearing this, Qingxue's eyes lit up. He seemed to think of something and said with an earnest expression, very well. Well, split up, gather the local cultural and geographical information, and meet back here in 3 days. After a pause, as if still uneasy, Qingxue added, spread out far apart, and don't communicate with each other unless necessary to avoid drawing the attention of this world's heavenly Tao. With that, Qingxue took out the heaven-deceiving ring bestowed by Sulon and put it on, then descended directly toward the most densely populated area. The remaining 6 elders exchanged glances. One elder suddenly made a bold guess. Brothers, I don't know why, but I always feel that this Qingxue fellow, he's about to resume his old trade. With the heaven-deceiving ring bestowed by the Great Emperor, how could this world's heavenly Tao possibly notice us? Can't say. After all, he's our immediate superior now. But where there are people, there is the Jianghu. It's been a long time since this old man roamed the Jianghu. Rather, I should say, gathering cultural information. All right, everyone, see you in 3 days. One elder wagged his head, picked a region, and descended as well. The remaining 5 scattered like startled birds, descending toward various parts of the world. Old Water, I have a strange feeling that something is off. It is odd enough that this star region contains 3 life-bearing planets, but why do I sense familiar auras on 2 of those major worlds? And where have Carter and the rest gone? I can't sense any of their auras any longer as if. Fire Emperor Oliver Benson, who had just arrived outside the Qianlong Star region, saw this bizarre and ominous sight and instantly felt a bad premonition. Water Emperor McPherson Neal confirmed its suspicion. Carter is dead. All of its essence fell onto the central great star named Qianlong. And Blood Emperor Hermon is dead too. If I'm not mistaken, the other great star is Yetian Star under the Blood Emperor's rule. What? Fire Emperor was greatly alarmed, and its flame-wreathed silver skin turned visibly paler. It asked in disbelief, "Are you certain? Who has such tremendous power to move an entire world through the void? Even the spirit ancestor could not do something like that." Water Emperor emanated waves of frost, and said calmly, "That means there may well be an existence here equal to, or even surpassing the spirit ancestor. We came rashly to invade, and today I fear we will meet our end here." "Why are you always so calm?" Fire Emperor sensed a great disaster looming, and asked in a trembling voice, "Can we escape?" Water Emperor opened its third eye, surveyed the deathly silent void, and said slowly, "I don't know what is here exactly, but it is clear that we have entered a great formation. As soon as it begins to turn even slightly, you and I will vanish in an instant. Since we know we cannot escape, why panic? Don't you fear death? Given the way this man has treated our spirit race." Fire Emperor also opened its third eye. After keenly sensing a terrifying law fluctuation, it trembled for a while, then calmed down. "You are right. This law fluctuation is not something you or I can resist." Hearing the discussion between the two emperors, the 20 spirit kings behind them panicked. "Your Majesties, what do you mean? Didn't we come here to feast on blood essence? Why are we suddenly going to die? What do you mean we can't escape? Could this barren little world really have nurtured a figure like the spirit ancestor?" Facing their kin's questions, the water and fire emperors remained silent. Sometimes ignorance is not a bad thing. The higher one stands, the more cruel truths one tends to know. Yet at that moment, ripples spread through the void. 18 pitch-black cannon barrels slowly emerged, aimed at the group of spirit race beings. Water Emperor opened the third eye at its brow and stared into the deep cannon muzzles. "May I ask which great power stands before us? Would you show yourself and let me die with clarity?" Fire Emperor closed its 3 eyes and responded with composure. "Your Majesties, don't frighten us," cried the spirit kings. "Let's go. Try it. We aren't necessarily unable to escape." Some of the spirit kings came to their senses and fled in all directions like people running for their lives. Outside the Qianlong domain, Su Lan, who had been watching the scene with ease, furrowed his brow. That one was speaking the common human tongue of the void. Su Lan could not understand it, but he could grasp the meaning through the fluctuations of mental intent. "Want to die with clarity?" Su Lan shook his head with a smile and raised his hand, activating the 18 void ray cannons. "To die without understanding is the fate meant for you." A sizzling sound of dissolution followed. In that region of the void, only a mass of silver source essence remained. There was no earth-shattering might, no dazzling light. Merely a process from existence to nothingness. However, Su Lan had kept the source essence of these spirit race beings. To the living beings of the Qianlong continent, or the Yetian world, that was a supreme tonic. When he slew the spirit race, he had not shown an imposing figure to the masses, losing out on a wave of harvesting opportunities. But by scattering a rain of source essence, such a boon, both worlds would once again be swept by intense fervor. The fervor surrounding him in the world represented an income of a great many harvest points. Guan Taishu was the surviving Dao heir of the former Taishu Holy Land. When the spirit race took control of the Taishu Holy Land and recalled all disciples from outside, he had been trapped in a perilous place and narrowly escaped the calamity. When Guan Taishu finally escaped the perilous place and returned to the Holy Land's mountain gate, he found only a wasteland. Everyone in the sect except for a few disciples who had likewise been trapped had fallen. Grief-stricken and burning with rage, he scoured the world in search of revenge. By sorting truth from falsehood among the rumors of the streets, he finally confirmed his enemy, Kanglan Great Emperor. This man was originally an obscure nobody in Kanglan City. Later, through means beyond all comprehension, he defied heaven and became a sword god, and even joined the notorious demon sect Star Moon Palace. Later, for the sake of justice in the mortal world, his master, the Holy Sovereign, personally carried a Dao-integrated imperial weapon and went to Star Moon Palace to slay the demon. But that villain was exceptionally vicious. Not only did he cut down his master, the Holy Sovereign's physical body, he even plotted and slaughtered the entire Taishu Holy Land in the days that followed. Why would a great emperor have such a petty heart? During his investigation, Guan Taishu discovered that people heaped endless praise upon the Kanglan Great Emperor, which made his skin crawl. Not only had he killed people, he even sought to control public opinion and erect a monument to his own great deeds. Guan Taishu had never seen such a shameless person. "If I don't avenge this, how can I face the souls of my beloved master and sworn brothers in heaven?" Yet he was only a mere spirit terrace cultivator. How could he challenge a great emperor who stood atop the world? Guan Taishu was not crushed by this mountain, whose summit was nowhere to be seen. Instead, he strove ever harder, vowing to merge with the Tao, become a great emperor, and seek revenge against the Kanglan Great Emperor. As a prodigy the Taishu Holy Land had not seen in 10,000 years, he began cultivating and discovered that the world had long since changed drastically. The laws were complete, and spiritual energy was abundant. His cultivation advanced with miraculous speed, and he broke through to the spirit terrace stage before he was 20. But he still underestimated the power of that villain, the Kanglan Great Emperor. Not only had this man founded the immortal realm and offered the wild hope of eternal life, he also frequently bestowed blessings to nourish all living beings, winning their boundless favor. Under such circumstances, even if heaven and earth were complete, and he had hope of merging with the Tao, he could not risk universal condemnation to cause trouble for the Kanglan Great Emperor. Can this enmity truly never be avenged for all eternity? In the Taishu Holy Hall littered with bleached bones, Guan Taix's unwilling murmur echoed. "Senior brother, come out and see, it's raining." A delighted voice shattered the tranquility of the Taishu Sacred Hall. A young Taoist boy of 12 or 13 clad in a robe embroidered with crane patterns burst through the door in high spirits. "It's the primordial light rain. It's brimming with energy and Tao resonance. Great for cultivation. Come out and cultivate with me, senior brother." Looking at his unambitious junior brother, Guan Taishu closed his eyes with a heavy heart. "Senior brother, what's wrong?" With his eyes still closed, Guan Taishu said in a deep voice, "If I were to accept the favor of that fiend, how could I face my master's spirit in heaven?" "Say no more." "But..." The junior brother swallowed his words again and again, then finally whispered, "I feel that Emperor Kanglan isn't a bad person. How could he possibly be the one who destroyed our sect?" Hearing this, a surge of rage rose in Guan Taishu's heart. "How can you face the wronged souls beneath the 9 springs? That Kanglan sword god is unworthy of the title emperor. If I ever achieve success in cultivation, I will take his head and offer it to the unyielding spirits of the 100,000 disciples of our Taishu Holy Land." "Senior brother, your face is terrifying." The junior brother, frightened by Guan Taishu's ferocious expression, stammered, "Senior brother, don't be angry. I won't go absorb the essence of the primordial light rain. The heavens are vast, the human path is boundless, and we should follow nature." Seeing the junior brother reciting, the junior brother nodded cautiously but seemed to remember something, then asked in a low voice, "But senior brother, if we become enemies with Emperor Kanglan, won't the world curse us? They all worship Emperor Kanglan so much." "Heh." Guan Taishu straightened his back, raised his head, and said proudly, "They are merely a group of ignorant mortals blinded by the Kanglan sword god's hypocritical mask. What do the words of the world matter to me? I only want revenge. A life for a life is only natural. Upholding the Tao and vanquishing demons is our duty. That Kanglan sword god is the greatest demon in the world. If I am given time to catch up one day, I will tear off his hypocritical mask with my own hands, and let the world see his ugly rumble." Guan Taishu was still speaking in full flow when, without warning, a massive bolt of lightning shattered the dome of the Taishu Sacred Hall, blasting a huge crater into the hard cyan jade floor before him. Seeing this, Guan Taishu was stunned for a moment, then laughed uproariously, "Ha ha. Do you see? Even heaven and earth acknowledge me. One day I will catch up to and surpass the Kanglan sword god. Dumbass, I'll give you all the time you need to chase me until you can't even see me in the distance." Before he could finish, a calm, yet somewhat arrogant voice cut him off. "Who?" Guan Taishu drew his sword, stirred his aura, and shouted harshly. "When heaven gives you a warning, you take it as a reward. Do you really need me to stand before you learn how to behave?" As his voice faded, a figure with the bearing of a banished immortal, calm, detached, and otherworldly, appeared in the blood-stained Taishu Sacred Hall. The junior brother looked at the attire and felt inexplicably familiar. After a moment of thought, he suddenly exclaimed excitedly, "Are you Emperor Kanglan? I really like you. Kanglan sword god." Guan Taishu tightened his grip on his sword and forced himself to stay calm. "Don't come near me. One hater, one fanboy, and only you two remain in Taishu Holy Land." Su Lan smiled amiably at his little fan. "It's me. Does your senior brother have a persecution complex? I'll help you subdue him first. Don't be afraid." As he spoke, he slapped Guan Taishu to the ground with a single slap, releasing a hint of imposing pressure that pinned him down and kept his head from lifting. "Ow! Let go of me, you pig. Noisy." Seeing Guan Taishu pinned to the floor, still refusing to yield, Su Lan simply sealed his vocal cords. So powerful." The junior brother involuntarily swallowed, then looked at Su Lan with some confusion. "What is a persecution complex? I don't understand." It's a type of hysteria." Su Lan said indifferently. "Your senior brother inexplicably regards me as an enemy. When have I ever set foot in Taishu Holy Land? This is a sickness." "Oh, The junior brother's eyes lit up, and he said seriously to Su Lan, if persecution complex is a type of hysteria, then I think my senior brother may really have a persecution complex. Please, Emperor Kanglan, save my senior brother. Truly, brothers love and respect each other. How does that saying go? Even if you are against the whole world, I will be behind you, stabbing you in the kidney. The corners of Su Lan's mouth twitched. What do you mean by that? The junior brother sighed and said in a slightly childish voice, everyone says our Taishu holy land was wiped out by mysterious otherworldly beings, but senior brother doesn't believe it. He stubbornly thinks everyone is lying to him, and that you are the one who slaughtered our sect. At first I also thought so. But when our sect sealed the mountain, you were holding an auction in Bright Light City, and even caught a silver creature from another realm on the spot. You simply had no time to come to Taishu holy land. He paused, cast a timid glance at Su Lan, and whispered, of course I don't think that anymore. You're a good person. Being handed a good person card by a little boy. Su Lan shook his head slightly, then suddenly said sternly, where exactly do you see me as a good person? I'm a great demon from the Star Moon Palace. Instead of being afraid, the junior brother grew even more. The Emperor is just like the legends. He loves scaring children. How thrilling. Su Lan, when the hell did I ever love scaring kids? Who the hell started that rumor? Is there not one normal person in this Taishu holy land? One doesn't believe or spread rumors, relying entirely on his own delusions for the truth. The other believes and spreads rumors, with a mind twisted in the strangest way. Great Emperor, can you save my senior brother? I'm afraid he'll fall into demonic deviation if this continues. MMPH. Pinned to the ground, Guan Taishu made strange noises, trembling all over. Veins bulged visibly on his exposed forehead. Great Emperor, senior brother is having an episode again. The junior brother hid directly behind Su Lan, poked out his little head, and whispered, please can you save my senior brother? Su Lan felt helpless. He had turned the full essence of the 2 invading spirit emperors and 20 spirit kings into a rain of primordial light that scattered over the Qianlong continent and the Yetian world. He was just expecting a huge surge in mowing points when he suddenly received a telepathic message from the will of the Heaven Dao, his good son. Was this some kind of joke? Although many unruly folk on the Qianlong continent liked to drag him into their boasts, saying things like, do you believe that if I throw a punch the Kanglan Emperor will be crying and begging me not to die? This punch, even if the Kanglan Emperor came, he couldn't withstand it. The Kanglan Emperor is finished, and other such vulgar nonsense. But those were just useless haters shouting for fun. Deep down, they still had some respect for him. That would never draw the attention of the Heaven Dao. But this surviving disciple of the Taishu Holy Land before him was different. That fellow was simply insane. Who knew what he was thinking, actually believing that Su Lan was the real culprit behind the destruction of the Taishu Holy Land? Anyone with a shred of sense would know that the Taishu Holy Land wasn't even on Su Lan's, opening the immortal realm, slaying the spirit race, making the Heaven Dao acknowledge him as father, driving the flourishing development of all life, and Qianlong extending the lifespans of all living beings. Which of these was not a great deed that changed the entire pattern of the Qianlong continent and benefited all living creatures? Who in the world did not praise him, admire him, or revere him? Yet this bastard actually believed that all rumors in the world were false, and only what he believed was the truth. He swore one had to know that the relationship between the Heaven Dao and Su Lan was as sweet as honey mixed with oil. Whoever dared to touch the Heaven Dao's father would suffer a heat-in crushing blow. If the Heaven Dao could have solved it, this fellow was insane, but he was the final hope of the Taishu Holy Land, carrying the entire fortune of the Taishu Holy Land on his shoulders alone. Although the Taishu Holy Land had been destroyed, it had dominated the Qianlong continent for hundreds of thousands of years and left a profound influence. The unseen fortune still remained. It had not vanished with the fall of the Taishu Holy Land. Now the only true-blood Taishu disciples left were Guan Taishu and his little junior brother. This immense fortune would naturally protect them both. Protected by this immense fortune, even the Heaven Dao could not directly strike lightning onto Guan Taix's head, or rather the lightning aimed at Guan Taix's head had been deflected by the fortune and missed. That was why Su Lan had been alerted. After all, on the entire Qianlong continent, there was probably only this one person who dared to stand against Su Lan now. Great Emperor, please save my senior brother. The little junior brother gently tugged at the hem of Su Lan's robes from behind him. His gaze did not fall on Guan Taishu, who was convulsing all over. Instead, it was fixed on Su Lan's tall back with fiery admiration. Wow, I touched the Great Emperor, and I even pulled his clothes. When I go down the mountain to the tea house later, he'll have something to brag about. Hearing his little fans please, Su Lan was also exasperated. Guan Taishu, that fellow, was simply a stubborn idiot, perfectly sane. How to save him? Put him out of his misery. Better forget it. After all, Guan Taishu was young, yet he had suffered such annihilation of his sect, it was normal for him to have a mental breakdown. Su Lan was not that petty. He would not draw his blade and kill someone just because a madman cursed at him a few times. Of course, if Guan Taishu learned the full truth and still kept acting like this, then Su Lan would not be polite. He would kill him and be done with it. With that thought, Su Lan withdrew the oppressive pressure pressing down on Guan Taishu. Inhuman. Utterly inhuman. You slaughtered the entire Taishu sect, and now you won't even spare a remnant like me. Ha ha ha, come on, kill me. If I blink even once, I am unworthy to be the Dao son of Taishu. Expressionless Su Lan swung a mighty backhander that knocked out a mouthful of Guan Taix's white teeth and sent him flying into the wall of ancestral statues inside the Taishu Hall. 2A. Guan Taishu spat out a mouthful of bloody saliva and slumped in disheveled hair before the ancestral statues, muttering, "My life is over." Moron. And you call yourself a Dao son with that display? Any random disciple I pull from my Qingxue palace is stronger than you. Su Lan said indifferently. The great emperor is amazing. The little junior brother clapped and Su Lan ignored the little boy fan behind him whose conscience had been eaten by a dog and said slowly, "Take a good look yourself. Who exactly is the one you should be taking revenge on?" With that, he raised his hand and condensed a curtain of light, within which hazy scenes gradually appeared. In the image, 5 tall silver beings were wantonly slaughtering the disciples of the Taishu Holy Land, blood flowing so thickly that shields could float. The ancient ancestors of the Taishu Holy Land broke out of the Forbidden Land wielding imperial weapons against the enemy, but were defeated by the combined assault of the 5 silver beings. The scene shifted. The 5 tall silver beings sat in the main seats of the Taishu Hall, controlling the Taishu elders who had been refined into puppets, and issuing a recall order summoning the disciples. It was another massacre. Guan Taishu went cold all over. He had originally thought these images were fabricated by the Kanglan Emperor to deceive him, yet the traces left behind by the 5 silver beings' slaughter could all be found in the Taishu Hall. In the end, the light curtain dispersed. Dots of radiance condensed on the ground into a sentence. The spirit race that slaughtered your sect has all been slain by me. I will give you one more chance to start over. Conduct yourself well. Then everything faded away, and Su Lan's figure disappeared from the Taishu Hall. Guan Taishu and his little junior brother could not come back to their senses for a long time. After a long silence, a miserable wail of grief echoed from the great hall. At Wuying Mountain in the palace of the female emperor, Su Lan sat on the phoenix throne, but his divine sense was still fixed on the Taishu Hall millions upon millions of miles away. When he saw that Guan Taishu, unable to bear the blow, had finally suffered a mental collapse, his spiritual platform crumbling, his primordial spirit scattered by chaotic mana, and all his cultivation turning to nothing, Su Lan shook his head and withdrew his divine sense, sign. The Taishu Holy Land, after all, has become just a ripple in the long river of time. With the fortune that the Taishu Holy Land had accumulated over the years, Guan Taishu and his little junior brother might live out their lives in peace. But after their deaths, this fortune would, with the passage of time, ultimately dissipate into nothing. This overlord of the Holy Land, once just a minor boss to Su Lan, had thus come to an end. Time flowed quietly, and in the blink of an eye 2 days had gone by. During these 2 days, Su Lan had not been idle. He had been busy with the roster for the next batch of Dao integration and the plan to complete 100 trillion mowing points within 6 months. Now this plan had finally begun to take shape. In the Star Moon Grand Hall, Su Lan was meticulously selecting suitable candidates from rolls of disciple registries while perfecting the final shortcomings of their future plans. Although the celestial realm's spiritual energy is abundant, its laws impose too much suppression, making it unsuitable for cultivators of lower realms. Therefore, the Star Moon sect's main headquarters remains on Qianlong continent. To accomplish the 100 trillion target within half a year, relying on me alone, running myself ragged, won't be enough. I need a large number of law domain stage enforcers. This batch of law domain candidates will be drawn from the Star Moon sect's second-generation disciples. Their cultivation bases are similar. To nurture them to the point where they can refine and absorb the law domain pearl, it will cost roughly 1 million harvest points per person. One law domain pearl costs 10 million, so, with 11 million, one law domain cultivator can be trained. Of course, this takes time. For now, let's set the number at 500. An expenditure of 55 billion harvest points is a trivial matter. The key is to pick older disciples with rich life experience, as they can shorten the refinement and advancement process. Among the Star Moon sect's talents at the spirit nurturing stage and above all have already been advanced to law domain and great sage. Now that law domain is no longer restricted, once this batch of experienced explorers returns, we will have 14 law domain cultivators. The Tianshan Snow Maiden has also succeeded in her ad. This batch of experienced explorers can serve as team leaders, 3 per team, to explore unknown civilized worlds. They will select worlds of high value for harvesting, and I will lead the law domain army to conquer the alien realms. As for grand and lofty imagery and such, There's no time for overly flashy moves. As long as the masses have intense emotional fluctuations toward the four words Kanglan Great Emperor, that's enough. Quantity over quality. The list for this batch of law domain candidates is out. What a bunch of lucky ones to have the opportunity to work for me. A planned and organized operation is always more reassuring than blindly charging around and smacking someone in the face with chaos. Su Lan sat with his back straight, writing a dense array of names on a blank sheet of paper. These were all subordinates in the vassal system, whose conviction exceeded 85. They were all old cultivators from the Star Moon sect's previous generation of disciples, each over 100 years old. Their aptitudes might not be extraordinary with most at the Divine Bridge and Violet Mansion stages, but without a doubt, they all possessed an extremely strong sense of belonging to the Star Moon sect, as well as an unparalleled reverence for Su Lan. This was also the reason Su Lan chose them as this batch of law domain candidates. Although anyone who partook of the system's products would have their conviction forcibly raised to above 90, a forcibly melded melon is not sweet. It was still more comfortable to use subordinates whose conviction was originally above 85. Time trickled by and the sun climbed over the treetops. Taking his seat in the main position, Su Lan sent out a thought summoning a disciple. Before long, a middle-aged man with an excited expression could no longer contain himself and burst through the door. Arriving before Su Lan, the middle-aged disciple suppressed his trembling voice and said, "Gee, Great Emperor. This disciple. Don't be nervous, I don't eat people." Su Lan propped his cheek on one hand, casually flicking a white paper covered in names toward him, and said indifferently, "Go and gather all the disciples on this list and bring them to the Star Moon Grand Hall." Taking the list, the disciple said excitedly, "Yes, this disciple obeys, reverently following the Great Emperor's decree." After the disciple left, Su Lan closed his eyes. He still had another more important matter to attend to. That was to continue calming his mind and spirit to mend the cracks in his state of mind caused by the true immortal experience card. 7 days had already passed since he last used that card in the Yeti world. The cracks in his state of mind had been roughly 70 to 80% repaired. Now, even when he saw the low-priced true immortal Dao fruit in the system marketplace, he no longer felt the urge to directly purchase ascension to immortality. But that did not mean he could now use the true immortal experience card wantonly again. Doing so would only widen the cracks in his state of mind even further. In an instant, the vast hall fell silent enough to hear a pin drop. Su Lan sank into the deepest level of meditative absorption. Before he knew it, the sky had darkened. Su Lan suddenly opened his eyes. In the empty hall, ripples spread through the void, and the familiar void gate swayed into existence. Su Lan's brows furrowed. Had an exploration team returned after only 3 days? His purpose in establishing the exploration teams was to solve the problem of low returns from running back and forth. He would only personally act on worlds with a comprehensive value exceeding 5 trillion harvest points. Finding 20 worlds worth over 5 trillion within half a year was not difficult. In fact, one could say it was more than enough. It was far more efficient than rushing around helter-skelter on his own. But only 3 days had passed, and one exploration group had already finished exploring all 3 world coordinates. No matter how puzzled Su Lan was, the void gate still fully formed. Qingxue and 6 others scrambled out of the void gate in a sorry state. Seeing Su Lan right before them, they immediately called for help. "Boss Su, trouble. We've clashed with the spirit race. They outnumber us. We can't win." "What happened?" Su Lan asked in a deep voice. Qingxue answered succinctly. "It's like this. The world we explored has a highly developed civilization, a massive population base, and a territory more than 5 times the size of Qianlong continent. What's more, there are a full 5 law domain beings in that world. The human race has 2 law domain cultivators dominating, while the demon race, elf race, and orc race stand side by side. But now they've been targeted by the spirit race. 10 spirit emperors and 38 spirit kings have come to invade, threatening to bring about the world's destruction. Fortunately, that world's heavenly Tao has awakened, and marshaling the strength of the entire world managed to restrain 8 of the spirit emperors. But the remaining 2 spirit emperors possess extraordinary combat power, and with 38 spirit kings assisting them, the world's 5 law domain cultivators and dozens of sages are fighting bitterly. Seeing that they were about to be overwhelmed, our group of 7 had no choice but to make a move, and we were almost killed by one of the spirit emperors. Still, we managed to delay the spirit race's advance, so we hurried back to fetch reinforcements. Boss Su, hurry. My prediction is that if the Qianlong heavenly Tao can merge with that world, there's an extremely high chance it will give rise to immortal cultivation laws." Su Lan's mouth twitched almost imperceptibly. This damn spirit race really needed a good thrashing. He hadn't even assembled his law domain army yet, and here they were causing trouble again. Yet from Qingxue's brief account, Su Lan discerned the existence of a vast world that could be worth 100 or even 200 trillion. The living being population base and the cultural environment were key focus points Su Lan had emphasized, and Qingxue had clearly put real effort into investigating them. 5 law domain beings: the human race, demon race, elf race, orc race. Multiple races standing side by side. A glimpse through a small hole reveals a vast world. This world was absolutely extremely valuable. Moreover, with the spirit race as an external invading foe and all living beings gripped by panic, it was the perfect harvest season. There was no denying it. This kind of opportunity was far too rare. Letting out a sigh, Su Lan stood up. Let's go. Hongyu Star was an exceedingly prosperous world. Upon this world existed 4 immensely powerful races, each occupying one of the 4 most vital continents of Hongyu Star. 3 of the continents were named Bei, Yao Shisho, and Nan San. The most powerful of them all, the eastern continent, belonged to the mightiest race on Hongyu Star, the human race. Possessing the greatest population, the human race claimed 2 of the 5 most powerful He Dao beings on Hongyu Star. As the strongest race, humans held dominion over the entire planet. The master of the Bei Yao continent was the 9-tailed celestial fox, sovereign of the demon race, and one of the only 5 He Dao realm beings on Hongyu Star. In overall racial strength, his race ranked 2nd. The Nansen continent was the realm of the elves. They possessed bodies similar to humans, yet with exceptionally exquisite features and an innate extraordinary affinity for manipulating nature. The Elven King was also one of the 5 He Dao realm beings of Hongyu Star, ranking 3rd in overall power. The ruler of the Shisho continent was the Beastman race. Cat-eared maidens, fox-tailed maidens, centaurs, minotaurs. These various tribes dominated the vast continent, yet their overall strength ranked last. Beyond the 4 continents lay an endless, boundless ocean. On Hongyu Star, humans were the overt overlords, but the true hidden rulers were the sea race dwelling in the infinite ocean. The overlord of the infinite ocean was a pure-blooded true dragon that had survived since unknown ages. Its strength was terrifying, standing at the apex of the 5 He Dao realm beings of Hongyu Star. Even the 2 human He Dao masters combined could not defeat this ancient true dragon. This world teemed with countless extraordinary beings as well as many ordinary creatures. Though friction occasionally arose among the major races, overall it remained peaceful and flourished with great prosperity. Yet this tranquil existence was shattered one day. Beings from another world invaded. One towering silver creature after another tore open the firmament, bearing terrifying fangs to devour all living things. At that instant, the human, demon, elven, beastmen, and sea races all set aside their mutual prejudices and joined forces to repel the enemy. Yet the enemy was far too powerful. The sovereigns of the 5 races were no match at all. The weakest of them, the Elven King, nearly perished. On the lower-tier battlefield, it was an even more one-sided slaughter. Massive silver palms appeared, sweeping over large groups of human powerhouses and claiming their lives in an instant, their bodies torn apart. The other 4 great races likewise suffered grievous casualties. Though these formidable otherworldly beings were few in number, their individual power surpassed that of Hongyu Star's inhabitants by many-fold. At that moment, the entire Hongyu Star plunged into crisis. Fortunately, 7 mysterious human powerhouses appeared in the nick of time, temporarily holding back the silver beings' offensive and driving them back beyond the realm. This afforded the creatures of Hongyu Star a brief respite. At that moment, in a city on the eastern continent, the leaders of the 5 great races, human, demon, and the others, were deliberating their next move. The silver beings will not let this rest. Heaven and earth warn me that once those silver beings suppress the natural heavenly Tao, that will be the hour of our doom. So spoke the Elven King, whose affinity with nature was exceptionally high. Humans, those 7 mysterious powerhouses of yours said they would return to seek reinforcements. Surely they haven't fled, oi. A flicker of blood-red light passed through the demon sovereign's green-slit pupils as demonic energy surged within him. I never imagined that you humans would prove so unfathomable. The 2 human He Dao masters exchanged a slightly shifting glance, yet remained expressionless. They are not from Hongyu Star. They too came from another world. I believe in them. Hiss. Ridiculous. Your human race is full of deceit and conspiracy, hardly a word of truth. Could it be that those mysterious powerhouses slipped away upon seeing the situation turn sour, leaving us to fight alone? The demon sovereign remained relentless. Roar. A middle-aged man with imposing horns who had been silent throughout the meeting let out a dragon's roar and said in a deep voice, "This is not the time for infighting." At these words, all beings present fell silent. For this imposing horn man was none other than the overlord of the deep sea, the pure-blooded true Dragon King. 2 humans, are you certain those mysterious powerhouses will return? The pure-blooded true Dragon King's golden pupils fixed upon the 2 human leaders. The 2 human He Dao greats exchanged a glance. One of them slowly said, "We cannot be certain. But since they stepped forward in Hong Yu Star's hour of peril, I have every reason to believe they will return. Before those silver beings suppress the heavenly Tao and free up more strength to invade again, will those 7 otherworldly visitors be able to return? The pure-blooded true Dragon King asked in a deep voice. The 2 human He Dao masters fell silent. As they did, all present sank into an eerie silence. After a long while, the pure-blooded true Dragon King spoke again. Understood. Your humans have a saying, do all that you can and let fate take its course. I only hope those 7 visitors, before we all fall. Before he could finish, the void suddenly rippled. Every being present tensed. With the situation so critical, a sudden tremor in the void could mean the silver beings were attacking, or something else entirely. Soon amid the trembling void, a gateway slowly took shape. The 2 human He Dao masters who had witnessed Qingxue personally open a void gate and depart cried out with surprise and joy, they're back. That's right, it's them. The leaders of the other races were startled at first, then realization dawned, and the gravity on their faces eased somewhat. For them to return at such a critical moment could mean only 2 things. Either they had secured powerful reinforcements, or they had failed and come back to take away Hong Yu Star's last spark of hope. Either outcome was welcome in their eyes. After all, the realm beyond had already been sealed off by the silver beings. The only ones who could still tear open a spatial rift and leave were those 7 mysterious human powerhouses. Moments later, the void gate fully solidified. A handsome human man in a cyan robe with an otherworldly composed air stepped out from it first. The unfamiliar face immediately excited the assembled races of Hong Yu civilization. It seemed those 7 powerhouses had truly brought back reinforcements. This handsome man's aura was on par with their own, a powerful being standing at the pinnacle of the mortal world. Then from the void gate, the 7 human powerhouses they had seen before emerged one after another. One of the human He Dao masters smiled at Qingxue and greeted him. Brother Qin, you really did bring reinforcements. Once we repel the silver beings, you and I must go to the banks of Qinghe Lake and enjoy fine wine and good company. Sure. Qingxue replied perfunctorily, then put away the void gate. All 5 kings of Hong Yu Star suddenly wore expressions of utter confusion. That's it. All that for a single reinforcement. How can one person be of any use? Brother Qin, isn't there anyone else who hasn't come out of the portal? A Dao integration cultivator of the Hong Yu human race asked tentatively. No one else. It's just us. Qingxue said nonchalantly. To be precise, the 7 of us are just bit players. Then his expression turned solemn and he announced with great gravity. Next, let me Qin Iguan introduce this man. He is our Female Emperor, who once achieved the glorious feat of slaying 5 spirit emperors and 20 spirit kings single-handedly. He is the supreme being who forged the immortal realm and dared to rival the immortal domain in greatness, bestowing grace upon all beings. Qingxue's mouth chattered on, endlessly recounting Su Lan's splendid achievements. All the races on Hong Yu Star were somewhat dumbfounded. What the hell is he bragging? The Female Emperor. He doesn't look all that mighty. His spiritual energy is just about the same as ours, isn't it? And he's standing there looking around, playing with a glass bead like a country bumpkin who's never seen the world. Is this the emperor who single-handedly annihilated the spirit clan? Brother Qin, forgive me for interrupting. A Dao integration cultivator of the Hong Yu human race could no longer hold back. Choosing his words carefully, he said, If I may speak frankly, Brother Qin, if you haven't brought reinforcements, then please open the portal and return to your own world. Matters of Hong Yu Star are not worth you risking your life, Brother Qin. I have but one request. I beg you to take my descendants with you. Find a blessed place in your world where they can live peacefully. Rest assured, Brother Qin, I will not treat you poorly. I will certainly offer you a modest gift to your satisfaction. Qingxue was momentarily stunned, glanced at Su Lan, who was still lost in thought, then said solemnly, Brother Wang, I dare not decline your request. I swear by my Dao heart that I will make sure your descendants live well in the world I inhabit. As soon as these words were spoken, the other beings present became restless. Human brother, my demon race has abundant heavenly treasures and exotic materials. I beg you also to take my offspring away. Qin Iguan, I know you covet my daughter. Take her away. Also, my elf race is deeply loved by your human race. Take as many as you can. My beastman race. Faced with such despair, all races chose to preserve their sparks. The 5 powerhouses at the Dao integration realm all chose not to leave. Their karmic ties with the heavenly Dao of Hong Yu Star were too deep. Their entire Dao fruits were anchored to the Hong Yu heavenly Dao, making it impossible for them to leave. Being able to preserve a spark of their descendants was enough for them. Even the pure-blooded true Dragon King, the overlord of the deep sea, lowered his proud head, spat out a crystal-clear dragon egg, and growled in a low voice. I can give you the wealth my dragon race has accumulated over millennia, as long as you let my grandson grow up. Even if you want to take him as your mount, it's fine. Alright, a promise is a promise. We are all at the pinnacle of the mortal world. A word once spoken is a nail driven in. You can't. Qingxue took the gifts from all races with a beaming smile, but still felt uneasy, then said solemnly, "Since I've already sworn by my Tao heart, in turn you must swear that if you live through this you will never demand these treasures back from me." The 6 old devils behind Qingxue saw this, and turned reedied with greed, each silently thinking that after they returned they would make Qingxue share some with them. The beings of Hongyu Star felt something was odd, but they had no time to ponder it. Those silver creatures could launch another attack at any moment. And since Qin Yiguan, this otherworldly visitor, clearly could not pass large numbers of beings through his portal, they each prepared to go back and bring their direct descendants here so Qin Yiguan could take them to his world. They hastily made oaths to set Qin Yiguan's mind at ease. "No time to lose. They'll go gather my descendants at once. Brother Qin, please wait a moment." With that, a Tao integration cultivator of the Hongyu human race immediately prepared to leave. The remaining demon race, elf race, and beastman race also rose to depart and gather their descendants. But at that moment Su Lan, who had been silently watching, spoke, "No need to bother. After I've finished off the spirit clan, I'll migrate the entire Hongyu Star back. Everyone take a rest." The moment he set foot on Hongyu Star, he had drifted into a trance, joining the Qianlong Heavenly Tao and punishing the Hongyu Heavenly Tao with fists and feet until it surrendered and was absorbed by the Qianlong Heavenly Tao, all the while too occupied to attend to anything else. A complete world's Heavenly Tao possesses an extremely strong autonomous will. Without Su Lan's help, the Qianlong Heavenly Tao would probably have needed quite some time to subdue it. And while he was busy fighting with the Hongyu Heavenly Tao, Su Lan took the opportunity to casually purchase a void prison, locking up all the spirit clan members who had been supporting from outside the Hongyu Star domain. It must be said that had it not been for these spirit clan members suppressing the Hongyu Heavenly Tao, Su Lan wouldn't have found it so easy to help his dear Qianlong Heavenly Tao absorb the Hongyu Heavenly Tao. Now that all the preparations were complete, it was time for him to harvest the whole world. Hearing Su Lan's declaration, the faces of the various races of the Hongyu civilization suddenly turned grim. At a time like this, how could this fellow still be spouting nonsense? What astonished them even more was Qin Yiguan, who had taken their entire fortunes and agreed to everything, trotted happily to the side of this so-called Kanglan Emperor and called out with a full smile, "Let's get it straight first. These are gifts you gave me, but it's impossible for me to return them. You've taken your oaths too." The pure-blooded true Dragon King frowned, an arc of electricity flashing across the dragon horns on his forehead, and asked in confusion, "Qin Yiguan, what do you mean by this? Could it be that you intend to destroy your own Tao path?" Qingxue smiled. "You simply don't understand how terrifying Boss Su is. Since I dared to swear by my Tao heart, I naturally mean what I say. From now on you'll all live under the same roof as me, let alone your descendants." "What do you mean?" Qingxue smirked. "How can a sparrow know the ambition of a swan? You all just watch carefully. If everything does not go as the Kanglan Emperor said, Qin will die right in front of you." Su Lan gave him a strange look. This fellow truly never misses a chance to profit. Just now had heard this scoundrel had charmed the Elf King's daughter in a few days, and there seemed to be cat-eared and bunny girls from the Beastman race as well. "No, Su Lan, you're a married man with children. You can't think about these things." Reciting a few heart-clearing incantations silently, Su Lan said, "Although this Qingxue has a loose tongue, there is no denying that he is right." Seeing the faces of people from different races all wearing the same look of doubt, Su Lan couldn't help but shake his head with a smile. "Come with me. Everything will soon become clear." Outside the Hongyu Star domain, in a stretch of void, a massive pitch-black cage loomed indistinctly in the emptiness. Within it were imprisoned towering beings with silver-hued skin and a third eye on their foreheads. "Ursi, have we truly run into that mysterious force that hunts the spirit race?" A spirit emperor stared at the iron bars that sealed off all aura and opened wide his third eye in shock. The spirit emperor, called Ursi, sensed the black prison carefully for a long while before speaking slowly. "I think so. This cage trapping us is built from laws we do not know. From the ripples of law energy it emanates. The being who forged this prison far surpasses us and is likely at the level of a spirit ancestor. And he trapped us without making the slightest sound. The intent is obvious enough. This is very likely the mysterious force that has been hunting our spirit race lately." "Are you certain, Ursi? For us to have encountered such a vast world, can our fortune really be this wretched? We had only just received news from the ancestral star when we run into a mysterious force hostile to our spirit race." Another spirit emperor clutched the iron bars on the verge of tears. "I refuse to believe that the combined strength of 10 spirit emperors and 38 spirit kings cannot shatter this cage. Everyone open your celestial spirit eyes with me and condense the power of annihilation." A spirit emperor refused to accept defeat and immediately rallied the others. Come. When trouble strikes, we cannot sit idle. Great spirit ancestor above, our celestial spirit eyes are open. Grant us a sliver of annihilation power. SSSSSSS. The 10 spirit emperors and 38 spirit kings imprisoned within the cage opened their third eyes, at once their auras pulsing in unison. In a single instant, they released golden beams tinged with the law of destruction, which merged into a single dark red ray capable of piercing and annihilating an entire world. Zzz. That terrifying dark red beam struck the flickering cage bars and caused not a single ripple. It only made the faint outline of the bars grow more solid. There is hope. This cage was hidden between nothingness and reality, but we have blasted a solid breach into it. Again, outside the void prison, Su Lan watched the spirit race, flailing uselessly, finding it rather amusing. In the system store, every item bearing the name Void was expensive beyond measure. None of them could ever be simple. From the very beginning, he had used void barriers, void formation plates, and other functional aids when forging the immortal realm. Then later the void annihilation formation, the void ray cannon, and other terrifying protective weapons that safeguarded the main world of Qianlong. Every single one of them had performed perfectly. Which one was not remarkable? Below the immortal Tao, void reigned supreme. Unless one had stepped into the immortal Tao, no attack of any strength could have the slightest effect against the void. And this void prison was a divine artifact worth 200 million harvest points. Void prison silent and unseen, it selects a region and makes an instantaneous arrest. Main function: delimit a portion of void, instantly define the chosen region as existence and the outside as non-existence. Should any living being exist within the chosen region, it is defined as a void prisoner, eternally separated from the outside world. Su Lan had already arrived some time ago with the myriad heavenly unity cultivators and several Desheng realm beings from the Hongyu star. Watching the spirit race struggle like trapped beasts, all of them were shaken to the core. They realized that separated by the indistinct cage, those tremendously powerful silver beings could not see them at all. Yet they could see the silver beings with perfect clarity. Even though not the slightest trace of aura leaked from the dark red beam fired by those dozens of silver beings with their third eyes, they could still sense its terrifying might. At the very least, none of them could have survived such a strike. And yet that terrifying dark red beam of light struck the seemingly non-existent cage bars and caused not even the faintest ripple. It was like a water jet from a toy gun hitting a hard iron pillar. A splash of water scattered, yet the pillar was left without so much as a white mark. Roar! The strongest, pure-blooded true dragon king of the Hongyu star revealed its true form. An immense black dragon over 10,000 meters long, coiling across the void and letting out unconscious roars. At this moment, it was utterly bewildered. Initially, when this human called Kanglan Emperor had invited them to witness something beyond the star domain, it thought this insolent Kanglan Emperor simply had no idea how terrifying the silver beings truly were. So arrogant, as if he really believed himself invincible. So it had shifted ahead of time into its most powerful combat form to avoid being ambushed by those despicable silver beings. But upon arriving beyond the star domain, it realized that battle was nowhere near necessary. Those horrifically powerful silver beings had all for no comprehensible reason been locked inside a bizarre black cage. Seeing how the human Kanglan Emperor stood with his hands behind his back, gazing at everything with utter indifference, and recalling what Qin Iguan had said, it finally understood. From beginning to end, the one who had truly overestimated himself was none other than its own self. Honorable Kanglan Emperor, may I ask, did you do all of this? It lowered its enormous dragon head and spoke humbly. Su Lan gave it a casual glance, and a random thought surfaced in his mind. In the system store, even a true dragon egg cost only 660 harvest points. He shook his head and said calmly, "It was me." Hiss. At those words, every living being from the Hongyu star could not help but draw in a sharp breath to express the shock in their hearts. To them, the silver beings they could never hope to resist had been sealed and locked away so easily by the Kanglan Emperor. Was this still a mortal man? Could this be an immortal domain descending to the mortal world? Had Qin Iguan not also said that the Kanglan Emperor had forged an immortal realm back in his original world? And had the Kanglan Emperor not personally said that once the silver beings were dealt with, he would bring the entire Hongyu star back to his own world? Powerful. Too powerful. I apologize for my earlier discourtesy. Please accept my utmost reverence, Kanglan Emperor. On the Hongyu star, the strong were honored above all else. Mysterious and mighty Su Lan conquered every living being present. One by one, they unhesitatingly offered their knees. It was not that they lacked dignity. It was that the immortal realm represented by the Kanglan Emperor was simply too alluring. Compared with eternal life, what was a little pride worth? Kanglan Emperor, do you lack a mount? Asked one being. My true body is a nine-tailed celestial fox, so I am unsuitable. But I have an offspring bearing the bloodline of both the nine-tailed celestial fox and the white tiger, beautiful and majestic. If the emperor does not disdain it, was the white tiger truly so tempting, or was this creature even more beastly than Qingxue? Su Lan arched an eyebrow and gave a peculiar look at the demonic cultivator of the Dao integration realm from the Hongyu star. Seeing Su Lan look over, the latter thought he was interested and immediately grinned, ingratiatingly winking. She is female, absolutely beautiful, matching human aesthetics. You can ride her, and also ride her. In the end, Su Lan paid no heed to that troublesome girl, but Qingxue's eyes lit up with glee. Seeing Su Lan's lack of interest, Qingxue eagerly grinned and said, "Brother Yao Huang, so you have a daughter after all, and she bears the white tiger bloodline, doesn't she? I like her. You let her. Return the resources our demon race has accumulated over hundreds of thousands of years first." The demon emperor snarled, glaring furiously. Qingxue gave an awkward laugh. "Oh, come now, you've already sworn an oath. Don't ruin your own path. Damn it." Su Lan paid no attention to these fools who began fooling around the moment they relaxed. He had already reaped and harvested every last one of these beings on Hongyu Star that possessed the strength of Dao Fusion Grand Saints. 5 at the Dao Fusion Realm, 19, with Grand Saint strength contributing a total of 500 million mowing points to him. Compared to the trillions upon trillions of beings on Hongyu Star, this was hardly worth mentioning. The reason he had waited until now was to allow the hidden dragon, Heavenly Dao, to fully take over the collective power of all beings on Hongyu Star. And now it was time for the harvest. Qingxue was still bickering with a group of Hongyu Star beings, and the 6 old demons had also joined the kings of the various races on Hongyu Star feared that Qingxue's group were subordinates of Kanglin, the great emperor, so they remained restrained, carefully debating the finer points of reason to avoid provoking Su Lan's displeasure. Yet none of them noticed. Su Lan had already slowly raised his hand, and from the wide cyan sleeve extended a pitch-black tube aimed at the spirit race still struggling against the void prison. The Heavenly Dao broadcast Su Lan's towering figure in real time. Across every sky of Hongyu Star, the image of Su Lan raising his hand appeared. Who was that? Silver beings. Why do they all seem to be locked up? Could the emperors have launched a counterattack against the silver beings ahead of time? He's a human powerhouse. There seem to be several blurry figures beside him. I can see the pure blood Black Dragon King, overlord of the deep sea. The Elf King, the Demon Emperor, and both human emperors of our race are all there. And those 7 mysterious experts. But can anyone tell me, who exactly is this unfamiliar man? You know what? That unfamiliar human powerhouse is quite handsome. Stand up. Our Hongyu Star's powerhouses are about to counterattack the otherworldly beings. The multitudes on Hongyu Star buzzed with discussion. Yet in the next moment, the entire world seemed to have a mute button pressed. All voices fell silent, heaven and earth still as death. They watched as that unfamiliar handsome human raised his hand. There was no spectacular phenomenon, no attack technique whatsoever. He merely lifted his hand gently, and the group of spirit race beings opposite him dissipated inch by inch like a lit sheet of paper until all that remained was a ball of silver light. Humans, demons, beastmen, elves, and even the sea races surfacing from the deep, all held their breath. They could clearly see the shock and terror in the silver beings' eyes, just like their own eyes of yesterday. Yesterday, when the otherworldly silver beings invaded nightmares, descended, the emperors of every race fought bitterly, cultivators threw themselves into the flames like moths, countless beings perished, and the end of the world had seemed imminent. All of it was still vividly before their eyes. But how in less than a single day had these silver beings, after a long silence, a thunderous roar suddenly erupted across Hongyu Star. Are we saved? Oh, Father, Mother, the silver beings are dead. You can rest in peace now. The human race shall rise. That is our human powerhouse. Roar, roar, roar. Outside the Hongyu Star region, the bickering crowd suddenly froze like ducks with their necks seized, staring wide-eyed at the calm, verdant figure before them. In the span of a mere argument, those silver beings had been wiped out by Kanglin, the great emperor. The demon emperor rubbed his eyes in disbelief and carefully looked toward where the silver beings had been. Sure enough, only a ball of essence remained. Even with ample mental preparation, seeing those silver beings that had nearly caused his demise erased so silently still struck him with overwhelming shock. He was not alone, so it was with all the beings of Hongyu Star. Only Qingxue and his group took it in stride, simply nodding and privately remarking that the great emperor's unconscious talent for showing off had grown yet sharper before turning back to resume their argument with the several emperors of Hongyu Star. After all, in their view, the emperors of Hongyu Star would sooner or later become their neighbors in the immortal realm of the hidden dragon main world. If this conflict were not resolved, they would be caught by the scruff of the neck every day and hounded to repay their resources. Unbearable. Su Lan's brow furrowed slightly. Though the emotions of Hong Yu Star's beings surged violently, a full minute had only earned him 10 billion mowing points. 10 billion seemed enormous, equivalent to the daily total of the hidden dragon world after it had settled into stability. But compared to the nearly 3 trillion intelligent beings on Hong Yu Star, these mowing points were utterly negligible. Especially since this was the first surge of emotion from Hong Yu Star's beings, the peak of harvest, which would inevitably decline afterward. If the first wave had only yielded 10 billion, then this trip was a massive loss. It seems I need to spread our name across Hong Yu. Without directed emotion, it's all going to waste. Sulan thought to himself, then activated the Dao voice domain covering all of Hong Yu Star. Let me stoke this emotion even hotter. The human race truly teems with powerhouses. We thought there were only 2 human emperors, but unexpectedly, there are 7 mysterious experts, and this unfathomable, dread-inducing being. To annihilate an otherworldly race with a snap of the fingers. Who else could do that? We all saw the human emperor nearly fall. The human race is far too deep. I'm never coming here again. No wonder our clan elders always said humans were terrifying and forbade us from setting foot in the eastern continent. Truly, they are too fearsome. It's over. Humans are this strong, and they even like capturing our elven women. Do we have any hope of... Ain't that the truth? Our beastmen race has suffered greatly too. The beings of Hong Yu Star buzzed with discussion. Judging from the direction of their discussions, Su Lan's failure to harvest satisfactory mowing points was not without reason. There were vast differences between civilizations, different cultures, different ways of thinking. Yet there was no denying that sorrows and joys were shared between all living beings. So, what's going on? How is it suddenly raining with not a single cloud in the sky? I am suddenly moved to verse. Isn't life just like this rain born of the heavens scattered to the earth, and in between lies an entire lifetime? Enough with your poetry. This rain is a treasure. Old folk who bathe in it regain their youth, children who bathe in it have their aptitude improved, and I who bathe in it grow strong and healthy. Unlike humans, the other races, far more sensitive to concentrated essence, had long since noticed this heavenly blessing. They howled and surged into the sky, savoring the even denser raindrops of pure essence. And at that moment, the figure that had already faded on the horizon materialized once more. Compared to before, it held less killing intent and sharpness and more majesty and gentleness. I am Kanglan, the great emperor of the human race. Today I spill blessings upon all beings. May the entire world ascend to the immortal realm. Oh, so this benefactor is Kanglan, the great emperor. Not only did he annihilate the otherworldly beings, he also sent down this divine rain that prolongs life and grants longevity. Gratitude to Kanglan, the great emperor. Wonderful. I feel young again. When I return, I'll erect a memorial tablet for Kanglan, the great emperor, and pay homage to him every single day. Kanglan, the great emperor, is no ordinary man. If he were willing... How mortifying. How did such words come out of my mouth? I'm so embarrassed, my goosebumps. But if he didn't say such utterly silly words, he couldn't spread his reputation. Still, the result was good. After a brief trough, the mowing points surged straight past the heavens. The notifications rolling across the newly opened Hong Yu Star harvest panel were even more ferocious than those of Yetian Star. Host has harvested cultivator Murong Fu at the marquee realm of the human race. Mowing points 10000. Host has harvested the demon race. Current balance 11,950,300,000,300. Current balance 12,095,600,000,000. Each second harvested over 100 billion mowing points. Even so, the system's harvesting speed was too limited for the updates to keep up, which was why it was stuck at the threshold of 100 billion per second. Even so, within just a few breaths, the mowing points balance had broken through the 15 trillion mark. And as time passed, and more beings partook of the source rain, Su Lan had scattered the growth of mowing points, not only refused to stop, but intensified further. Watching the mowing points climb, Su Lan was exhilarated inside, but the thought that in every future world, he would still have to shamefully shout out his title as Kanglan the Great Emperor left him somewhat unable to let it go. It was too damaging to his image. Next time, I must cultivate an army of Dao fusion experts to spread my name. Never again will I take the stage myself. With his resolve to build an army of Dao fusion experts solidified, Su Lan did not hesitate and immediately spoke. This matter is settled. Time to go home. Hidden Dragon Continent. A vast and dazzling new star had suddenly appeared in the sky. The laws of heaven and earth grew increasingly complete. Cultivators discovered that the Dao laws became easier to comprehend and mortals' physiques gradually strengthened. A subtle and silent process that represented the evolution of the heavenly Dao. The people of Hidden Dragon were unfazed by this. They took it for another fine deed by Kanglan the Great Emperor. They simply enjoyed it while another craze of discussing Kanglan the Great Emperor's exploits swept through the land. Yetian world. As the first world to be integrated into the Hidden Dragon Heavenly Tao, it too reaped immense benefits. Though it could not compare with the Hidden Dragon continent for the beings of Yetian, who had emerged from a fractured world, the experience of complete heavenly laws was simply too blissful. The cultivators of Yetian, suppressed for so long, erupted with terrifying potential. Saint-level experts who once existed only in historical gaps kept appearing frequently, triggering immortal gates and ascending. Even mortals were no longer as frail and sickly as before. They could live with ease and joy every day, filled with renewed hope. To all beings of Yetian, all of this was brought by Qinglan, the Great Emperor. Thus, whenever the world underwent another transformation, discussions about Qinglan, the Great Emperor, across Yetian became utterly unstoppable. The soaring fervor surpassed even the Hidden Dragon continent, more than twice as intense. The strength of living beings represented the richness of mowing points harvested. Now, every single hour, Su Lan could harvest more than 2 billion mowing points from the two worlds. Of course, there was also an animal world, but the mowing points harvested there were negligible. Even though the beast-taming sect had already arrived in the animal world and begun their conquest, such a tiny wooden stick could not possibly stir such a stagnant pool. The animal world was as good as wasted. Fortunately, Hongyu Star was formidable enough. Its vast population brought with it tremendous mowing point dividends. In a single stroke, Su Lan harvested 20 trillion mowing points from the first wave of fervor on Hongyu Star, twice what he had anticipated. The first wave always filled the harvest to the brim. Once Hongyu Star stabilized, it would continue contributing over 50 billion mowing points to Su Lan. After all, although Hongyu Star had suffered the spirit race's first wave of devastation, its sheer size was still 6 times that of the Yetian world and 8 times that of the Hidden Dragon continent. Wuying Mountain, Qingxue Grand Hall. A day had passed since Hongyu Star was brought back. The 5 Dao fusion cultivators of Hongyu Star were personally conscripted by Su Lan and forcibly stuffed into Qin Shou's exploration team, sent to explore the various worlds that had once been trampled and caged by the spirit race. Su Lan, however, had not been idle either. All this while he had been feeding medicine to his 500 disciples in the Qingxue Grand Hall. At this very moment, Su Lan lounged askew on the main seat, outwardly watching the 500 disciples in secluded meditation below, but inwardly immersed in silent communication with the system. I'm getting closer and closer to 1,000,000 trillion mowing points. Things have developed beyond my expectations. In less than a month, I've already reached 30 trillion mowing points. Host's plan is indeed quite successful, but this system must remind the host that the harvesting range covers one world, not the entire universe. If the host is not personally within the world being harvested, then this system is powerless. Then why can I harvest Yetian and Hongyu while I'm on the Hidden Dragon continent? Because those two worlds are subsidiary worlds under the Hidden Dragon Heavenly Tao, not far away. Harvesting can be conducted along the Heavenly Tao. So you mean as long as I bring them all back, I can harvest them? Ding. In answer to the host, that is exactly what it means. Hearing the system's reply, Su Lan was finally at ease. The only consequence of doing so was missing out on the first peak of emotional fervor, but as long as the sheer volume was large enough, bringing back a single world could yield an extra 10 billion mowing points per day. 10 worlds would bring 100 billion, 100 worlds a trillion. Accumulate for 100 days, and 1,000,000 trillion would be within easy grasp. Time flowed unhurriedly, and a month passed in the blink of an eye. During the first 3 days of that month, Su Lan spent most of his time in the Qingxue Grand Hall attending to his disciples and restoring his inner peace to mend the cracks in his state of mind. As for the remaining 27 days, Su Lan spent all day immersed in the 900 billion garden. Admittedly, it was a blessing that Mu Qingxue was pregnant. Su Lan had scarcely any reason to feel timid. And sometimes when the baby grew hungry and began to stir inside Mu Qingxue's belly, Su Lan would not indulge it. He would directly grant it a baptism of fatherly love. Mu Qingxue strongly approved of this behavior, even willingly giving up the calming, wound-nourishing tonic, claiming that drinking too much was bad for her health. As for what she truly thought, only Su Lan knew. After a month, Mu Qingxue's belly had grown noticeably more prominent. Radiant with maternal glory, her slightly plump figure had become utterly enchanting. "Babe, I need to go out now." At this moment, Su Lan was fully dressed and sat upright on a beanbag sofa, speaking to Mu Qingxue, who was sitting askew across his legs. Mu Qingxue, draped only in a blanket, wrapped one arm around Su Lan's neck and played with her damp hair with the other. Looking at him with puzzled eyes, she asked, "Didn't you already deal with the spirit clan, my lord? Then why do you have to go out?" Su Lan sighed and spoke slowly. "I want to stay with you too, but I can't build the immortal realm without me. Our child is extraordinarily gifted. We must provide him with an environment no inferior to the immortal domain, and we must not suppress his talent." Mu Qingxue's beautiful eyes glistened with a watery spring as she stared at Su Lan's evasive gaze and asked in a low voice, "Are you hiding something from me?" With that she pressed her hand against her bulging belly and murmured, "Is it about the baby? That damn sixth sense of women. It's just too accurate." Su Lan hesitated for a moment, then decided to reveal everything about the child. Keeping it from Mu Qingxue was not right. She was the child's mother and had the right to know everything about their child. Moreover, Su Lan now felt no fear at all toward the immortal king's threat. He and the system shared one life and cultivation. Though the system was usually aloof and ignored him, it had never made a mistake. If it said that upgrading would make him unafraid of the immortal king, then after upgrading the immortal king would indeed be nothing. In just 3 months, he would dare to topple the immortal king from his throne. But Mu Qingxue did not. When she learned that the child in her womb had the potential to become an immortal emperor, her face blossomed with joy. But upon hearing that such monstrous talent would arouse the immortal king's enmity, she panicked at once. "My lord, will the child truly provoke the immortal king's attack? What should we do?" Mu Qingxue asked, utterly distraught. Although she did not know what level of being an immortal king was anything capable of making Su Lan's expression so grave, was certainly no simple opponent. Su Lan pulled her close by the waist, his gaze firm, and said, "The immortal king is nothing. To me he is but a minor nuisance. A little effort will take care of him." It was at this moment that the power of conviction manifested. Mu Qingxue, whose conviction score was 9, quickly believed his words, and the weight hanging over her heart finally settled. "So, my lord, you have not been dealing with the spirit clan these days, but trying to contend with the immortal king." Su Lan nodded. "Exactly. I didn't want to worry you at first, but then I realized the immortal king isn't even worth mentioning." Mu Qingxue smiled. "As long as you have a plan, my lord, I trust you." For hours later, Su Lan, having changed into fresh robes, arrived at Wuying Mountain. The Qingxue Grand Hall no longer existed. As the formidable auras of a full 500 Dao integration cultivators surged, the hall was ground to dust in an instant. Had Su Lan not already erected a sturdy void barrier, it would have been no wonder if the entire world had been reduced to wasteland. Though Dao integration cultivators seemed as plentiful as he wished in Su Lan's hands, in reality every single one stood at the very pinnacle of the mortal world. A wisp of aura could crush mountains and rivers, a flick of the finger could shatter space. Of course, that only happened in ordinary worlds, not on the Qianlong continent. Thus on the Qianlong continent, as long as one was not a being of the immortal Dao realm, they could not inflict much damage upon the Qianlong continent. Still, 500 Dao integration cultivators were rather terrifying. A swarm of ants cannot kill a fire-breathing dragon, but there is no doubt they could kill an ordinary elephant. The Qianlong Su Lan, whose mind had suddenly been tapped by the heavenly Dao, found this rather strange. Why was it so terrified? Ding. The question-resolving system has detected the host's query and will resolve it. Get lost. Su Lan dismissed the pop-up panel of the question-resolving system in his sea of consciousness and instead sent a thought to the heavenly Dao, his dear son. What are you afraid of? These people are native beings. Shouldn't you be pleased that they have achieved Dao integration? Soon a tremor echoed in his heart. The heavenly Dao replied, though they are native beings, they did not integrate the Dao by relying on my world's laws. Their entire Dao fruits have separated from the world. Thus I cannot receive their feedback, but rather must fear that they will destroy the world's order. So Father, please take care of them. Su Lan. Fine. They were all forged through his lavish spending, so indeed, they did not rely on the Qianlong heavenly Dao to achieve Dao integration. From this perspective, his heavenly Dao big son seemed quite pitiable. In contrast, the main world, though seemingly full of Dao integration cultivators, had not produced a single true Dao integration cultivator. Instead, after fusing with the Hongyu star heavenly Dao and receiving the feedback from Hongyu's 5 native Dao integration cultivators, the immortal Dao laws had finally emerged. At that thought, Su Lan sent a reassuring trace of intention to the heavenly Dao. Enough. The laws have become strong enough. Dao integration beings will appear sooner or later. Worry not about these integrations. They were all arranged by your father and will be sent to conquer other worlds. By then you will be able to devour the heavenly Dao of many worlds and evolve. Wouldn't that be wonderful, eh? The heavenly Dao responded, not devouring, fusing. I have already split off 100 avatars waiting for Father to head to the other realms. Holy moly. Sure enough, this heavenly Dao fellow also had the most primitive desires. It had been waiting here for me all. Don't worry. The 1-month period has arrived. The vanguard sent to explore have returned one after another. Worlds with high cultural value have already been cataloged, and we can set out very soon. The exploration team sent earlier had brought back cultural information from over 1,000 worlds. Su Lan selected 100 worlds with the potential to contribute 10 billion grass-cutting points every day. All that remained was for his army of Dao integration cultivators to set out suppress the heavenly Dao of other realms in his name and fill those realms with his legends. Then he would journey to each conquered realm and bring them back. On an empty stretch of ground, exactly 500 figures floated in the air. There were men and women, each emanating surging auras struggling to suppress the involuntary leakage of their overwhelming pressure. At a certain moment, a figure in green robes stepped in. Seeing the newcomer, the 500 Dao integration cultivators finally lost control. The vast pressure instantly swept through the entire space. One after another, they descended from the air, clasped their fists, knelt on one knee before the man, and declared in unison, "We pay our respects to the great emperor." Sulan looked at this scene that felt strangely familiar. Subconsciously, he raised his left hand where a dark red rune on the back remained as conspicuous as ever. "Rise, all of you." Sulan shook his head and waved his hand, conjuring exactly 500 sealing talismans. With a smile, he said, "These are sealing talismans. Integrate one into your body to effectively suppress the leaking aura you cannot control." "Yes, Great Emperor." "No problem, Great Emperor." "Thank you, Great Emperor." The Qingxue Palace disciples replied excitedly, then rose and used their minds to connect with the sealing talismans floating above. Soon the overwhelming pressure that had filled the entire space vanished without a trace. "All of you prepare yourselves. Next, I have a very important mission for you," Sulan ordered in a calm voice. Before his words even faded, a letter of subjugation for the myriad worlds appeared in every disciple's hand. In this letter, Sulan, impassioned, he stated how scarce the resources of the other realms were, how miserable the people's lives were, and that they were saviors who would carry supreme glory to sweep away all dissenting voices, bring the other realms under Qianlong's banner, become the cornerstone of building the immortal realm, and restore the hope of eternal life. He also explained in detail how they should suppress the other realms' heavenly Dao, cooperating with the Qianlong heavenly Dao clone within the accompanying world orb to absorb and fuse with it. At the end, Sulan overtly and covertly emphasized that everyone must act under the name of Kanglan, the Great Emperor, and that everything was done by the order of Kanglan. Initially, the demonic sect disciples were somewhat confused, but after realizing that all the conquests were for the sake of building the immortal realm, they felt everything dawned on them clearly. Each of them willingly became the vanguard, determined to spread the great emperor's glory across the myriad worlds. Seeing that everyone's morale was stirred, Sulan immediately commanded, "All generals, heed my order. Form groups of 20 and begin operations at once. Strive to capture more worlds as soon as possible and achieve great feats." As ordered, Great Emperor. The Qingxue Palace disciples responded in unison. Soon 25 squads had been formed. Then Sulan selected 25 leaders from the ranks, produced 25 void gateways, taught the leaders how to use them, and gave each squad for explored world coordinates. After giving all the instructions, Sulan raised his hand and dispersed the void barrier covering the area, then declared sonorously, "Since you all understand your mission, then all forces attack. Squad 1, charge with me. Squad 2, follow me up. Squad 3. Before long, the 25 interrealm conquest squads set out. Void gateways opened one after another, and all 500 Dao integration realm cultivators reached out their demonic claws toward other worlds. After watching them leave, Sulan went to the Empress Palace and quietly awaited news of the first world's successful conquest. Situ Yuanda had originally been an obscure intersect steward disciple of Qingxue Palace. His cultivation talent was above average, and he had never done anything remarkable. At the age of 18, Qingxue, then only at the Cave Heaven realm, discovered his aptitude and abducted him from a small mountain village to the Qingxue Palace, taking him as a nominal disciple, transforming him from a shepherd boy into a member of the demonic sect. During his 128 years at the Qingxue Palace, he cultivated diligently. Finally, he broke through from the Spirit Bridge realm to the Purple Mansion realm and was promoted from the inner disciple ranks. Under Qingxue's arrangement, he entered the emolument hall as a steward and thereafter became part of the Qingxue Palace's management. 128 years of cultivation had granted him extraordinary strength, yet he never forgot Qingxue's instructions. He simply focused on making money colluding with Qingxue. However, his talent was truly too mediocre. After reaching the third layer of the Purple Mansion realm, he encountered an unbreakable bottleneck. For 200 years, not an inch of progress was made, and even Qingxue, who was both his teacher and friend, was utterly helpless. Had there been no other intervention, his lifespan would have withered away in 10 years. But that was when Sulan appeared, and his life changed forever. He had never imagined that he would experience such a glorious and spirited day. Of course, he had his own unique qualities to be chosen by Sulan and catapulted to become a Dao integration cultivator with terrifying power. For instance, he was forever of one heart with Qingxue. Qingxue acknowledged Sulan as his boss, with his conviction reaching full value. Situ Yuanda was the same. Although he had never spoken to Su Lan, he acknowledged Su Lan as his big boss in his heart. His conviction did not reach full value, but it reached 99. And so he achieved Tao integration, and his lifespan surged by 10,000 years. Now he had received a mission from the boss he deeply admired, and became the leader of the 6th Conquest Squad. With an excited heart, he arrived at a planet called Feng Nebula. Conquering this world before him was the first stage of his mission. Situ Yuanda looked at the verdant planet ahead, and declared with great vigor, "My brothers, we have come here by order of the Kanglan Great Emperor to conquer this world. Follow the protocol set in the Great Emperor's Edict of Conquest. Whoever dares to act recklessly and ruin the Great Emperor's good cause must not blame me for being ruthless." As the leader, he naturally had the duty to give a warning before launching the operation. "Rest assured, Brother Yuanda, we know exactly what to do." The Great Emperor said in the edict that to conquer this world, we must first beat the strongest beings of this world into submission. 3 brothers, come with me to exchange pointers with this world's Tao integration beings. Amen. The Qianlong Heavenly Tao told me that this world has 3 Tao integration beings. 15 of us will be enough to go, the rest will come with me to suppress this world's Heavenly Tao. The remaining 24 Tao integration cultivators responded loudly and quickly sprang into action. 15 were dispatched to enter the world and make their names known, while the remaining 10, under Situ Yuanda lead, began suppressing the Heavenly Tao of this world, cooperating with the Qianlong Heavenly Tao avatar in the world orb to fuse with this realm. Feng Qingxue, a prosperous and mighty ancient star of life, carried a venerable heritage where 4 races, human, demon, god, and devil, stood together. The intelligent residents of Feng Qingxue numbered as high as 1 trillion. Among them, 4/10 were humans, 5/10 were demons, and the remaining 1/10 comprised an aggregation of other minor intelligent races. As for the god and devil races, their numbers were pitifully scarce, less than 1 million. Yet they were the 2 most powerful races across the entire Feng Qingxue. The human emperor, the god emperor, and the demon lord were the 3 beings in the Tao integration domain on Feng Qingxue. Yet today a group of uninvited guests had separately sought out these 3 mighty beings who stood at the apex of Feng Qingxue. Inside the human emperor's palace, 5 human cultivators were releasing an overwhelming pressure that suppressed all things. Precisely the 5 Qingxue Palace Tao integration experts who had burst in from beyond. "What purpose brings fellow Taoists here?" the human emperor asked, feeling immense pressure when faced with 5 powerhouses of the same domain. The leading human male stepped forward and declared in a loud voice, "I am Zhang Lin, a subordinate of the Kanglan Great Emperor. By the Great Emperor's decree today, I shall suppress the entire world. You don't seem to be one of us from Feng Qingxue Taoist." The human emperor rose to his feet, his deep gaze fixed upon the 5 Qingxue Palace Tao integration experts, thick wariness hidden in the depths of his eyes. Although these 5 powerhouses were of the same human race as himself, they were visitors from another world with obviously ill intentions. Thus he wondered whether he should seek out those 2 old relics of the divine domain and the demon land to join him in battle. What he did not know, however, was that the same thing occurring in the human emperor's palace was also happening in the divine domain and the demon land. Wuying Mountain Emperor's palace. Su Lan, who had been in a state of deep meditation, suddenly opened his eyes. He had received a message from the Heavenly Tao's good son saying that a world had already been assimilated and now awaited his relocation. At that very moment, from below the Emperor's palace, came the aura of a void gate opening. Harvest season has arrived. Feng Qingxue. This day was both dark and bright for all living beings. The human emperor was captured, the god emperor and the demon lord were severely wounded, and a host of great demons were suppressed. A full 15 unfamiliar human powerhouses had mounted themselves atop the heads of all beings in Feng Qingxue. The name of the Kanglan Great Emperor spread throughout the entire world. "We have come in the name of the Kanglan Great Emperor to rescue all living beings from the abyss of suffering. Today the entire world ascends. Let none of you panic." The majestic and awe-inspiring voice, empowered by the Heavenly Tao, resounded through every corner of Feng Qingxue. At first the living beings were utterly panic-stricken. But when they later discovered that these strange human powerhouses had not taken any action to plunge the world into chaos or enslave them, they calmed down. Perhaps for the common masses it was nothing more than a change of rulers. So long as their ordinary lives were unaffected, that was enough. For those beings with extraordinary power, however, this might not be a disaster, but rather an opportunity. The 3 majestic peaks that stood above all living beings had been suppressed with such ease. These human powerhouses from another world were beings of the same rank as the human emperor, god emperor, and demon lord. Yet such powerhouses were merely servants under the Kanglan Great Emperor. Was this not using emperor-level powerhouses as soldiers? From this one could see that a world capable of nurturing such a vast number of experts must be an extraordinarily powerful world. and these otherworldly powerhouses had been sent by the mysterious Kanglan Great Emperor to sweep them along in a worldwide ascension. If everything they said proved true, then this would be a heaven-sent opportunity. The human emperor is suspended upside down above the sky. The god emperor and demon lord have had their wings broken, and the 12 primal demon patriarchs have been reduced to mounts. What is all this for? Worldwide ascension. What an arrogant claim. Who is this Kanglan Great Emperor? With emperor-level powerhouses as soldiers, does he intend to conquer us and enslave us? Small-minded. Your scope is too small. If he can use emperor-level powerhouses as soldiers, how could he possibly care about ants like us? What enslavement? Those mysterious powerhouses said it themselves. Today the entire world ascends. Where we ascend to, I don't need to spell it out. Soon we will all be citizens under the Kanglan Great Emperor. A world that can nurture so many emperor-level experts. If we can ascend to the world where the Kanglan Great Emperor resides, wouldn't cultivation become smoother and opportunities even greater? Could it be the legendary immortal domain? It doesn't seem so. Legend says that the immortal domain grants eternal life and that immortals flourish forever, but our Feng Xingyun has never heard of any predecessor ascending there. To hell with that. The Kanglan Great Emperor is a true hero. The cultivators buzzed with discussion, their faces flushed with excitement. Ding. The host has successfully harvested Feng Xingyun, a human of the Dao integration domain. Harvest points 10000000. Ding. The host has successfully harvested Shen Wudao, a celestial of the Dao integration domain. Harvest points 15000000. Ding. The host has successfully harvested Mo Filu, a demonized celestial. Harvest points 200000. Hearing the pleasant broadcast, Su Lan could not wait to open the harvest panel where a brand new harvest section for Feng Xingyun had been opened. Skipping past the dazzling array of notifications in the prompt box, he looked directly at the harvest point. Current balance 2958360. Current balance 3014850. Though he had missed the first emotional climax, he had still arrived just in time to catch the tail end of the first dramatic surge of emotions. He had made a tidy profit of 2 trillion harvest points. What surprised Su Lan even more was that logically after the first emotional peak, the emotions of the masses should have quickly faded and harvest points should have dropped to a trough before stabilizing. But this Feng Xingyun before him shattered Su Lan's expectations. The rate of harvest point growth had not declined at all, instead as time wore on it climbed higher and higher. This was utterly different from the Yitian and Hongyu worlds. Intrigued, Su Lan chose to ask the puzzle resolution system. Ding. The puzzle resolution system is at your service, analyzing the host confusion. Answer for the host: the essence of harvest points is actually the emotional fluctuations of living beings toward the host. The more active their souls, the greater the yield. Su Lan skipped past the puzzle resolution system's lengthy exposition and focused directly on the key point. In the Yitian world and the Hongyu world, the host personally operated and manifested a concrete image to stimulate the emotions of the living beings, lifting their emotions to a peak within a short period. However, after such violent emotional upheavals, the soul falls into a period of silence. Thus, after reaping a large amount of harvest points, returns decline as the norm. But Feng Xingyun is different. None of the discussions about the host in the world were personally orchestrated by the host. There is only a title. Everything about the host is mysterious with no concrete form. The living beings can imagine whatever they please, and the discussions about the host never stop. They even hold different views, and when opinions differ, they quarrel with one another. Emotions thus fluctuate wildly, and the soul remains active and enduring, allowing for long-term harvesting. Therefore, the rate of harvest point growth will continue to rise. Only after time ferments and it reaches a peak of popularity will it begin to fall. Are you satisfied with this answer? Satisfied, but not entirely. Su Lan perfunctorily clicked a negative rating. He did not fully trust the puzzle resolution system. These were lessons bought with blood. Nevertheless, the puzzle resolution system had solved his doubts. This was the very saying, though the man is absent from the world, his legend spreads through every corner of it. It was just like when he was still in Kanglan City, a foundation establishment nobody who only knew how to visit pleasure houses, yet was spun by meddlesome gossips into the supreme sword god. When people vied to discuss him, anyone could hear his story. The only difference was that back then Su Lan passively accepted the rumors, whereas now he was actively shaping the truth. In other words, he had stood up. If I never appear in person to clarify, instead remaining behind the scenes and occasionally performing mysterious miracles, wouldn't the world's enthusiasm for me stay persistently high? Maybe I could even harvest 100 billion every day. Suddenly struck by a flash of inspiration, Su Lan tentatively asked the puzzle resolution system. Analyzing. If we consider only Feng Xingyun, there is a high probability this can be achieved. This should be promotable to every world. Sulan selectively ignored part of the puzzle resolutions. Just then Situ Yuanda flew out from Feihong Xingyun and shouted, "Great Emperor Group 6 has completed its first mission. Please make your decision." Sulan nodded. "Well done. He'll credit you with a merit. If you want a horse to run, you must feed it grass." Sulan understood this principle deeply. Thus, even though the army of 500 Dao integration experts were all loyal devotees, with a conviction rate above 90, the deserved rewards still could not be omitted. So Sulan emulated Lu Xiaoya's task point reward and punishment system and devised a point exchange mechanism. Whenever a world was conquered, the group's performance could be judged by task completion, granting them points. Points could even be exchanged for supreme resources, including true immortal Dao fruits. Hearing this, Sitayunda said excitedly, "All credit goes to the brothers for their cooperation. The merit is not mine alone." "Enough." Sulan waved his hand and said casually, "It's time to move this world back." "But Great Emperor." Sitayunda seemed to remember something and asked cautiously, "What should we do about the 3 Dao integration beings on Feihong Star?" "We resorted to some unconventional measures, and they are quite unconvinced. I'm worried they might make trouble. Simply place them in your ranks and keep an eye on them. Isn't that enough?" Sulan casually offered the advice, then began constructing a dark void gate. "What's going on? Why did I suddenly go blind?" "You're not blind. The sky has gone dark. I have a torch here. Could our ascension have already begun? It's not about letting living beings ascend, it's about making the entire world ascend. The Kanglan Great Emperor, what a grand scheme. Everyone don't panic. Those mysterious human powerhouses said this is a normal phenomenon of world transfer. Just wait calmly, we will soon head to a new world." Even with prior preparation, when the entire world truly sank into complete darkness, people could not help but panic. Time drifted slowly by. An hour later, light returned to the world once more. The living beings of Feihong Xingyun suddenly discovered that there were 3 enormous, dazzling stars in the sky. The energy contained between heaven and earth suddenly began to surge madly, pouring into the bodies of living beings to strengthen them, while the binding force of the laws also grew more powerful. At this they felt at a loss, and found it hard to adapt to such a life. At the same time, discussions about the Kanglan Great Emperor began to rise from every corner. Some regarded it as a good thing, others as a bad thing, each holding their own opinions, and engaged in fierce arguments. In comparison, the Qianlong continent, the Yitian world, and the Hongyu star, which had also undergone changes, were far more stable. After all, the living beings of these 3 worlds were no strangers to this. When the change occurred, they merely remarked, "The Kanglan Great Emperor is awesome," and then went about their business. After dragging Feihong Xingyun back and briefly reaping a bountiful yield from the masses, Sulan rushed without delay to the next world. Time slipped by quietly. 2 months passed in the blink of an eye. Sulan had passed by his own doorstep dozens of times, without entering, bustling along the path of relocating worlds. The Qianlong star domain was no longer the bare world it once had been. Its surroundings were now packed. The Qianlong heavenly Dao was also no longer what it had once been. It had received the feedback of the heavenly Daos of 87 large worlds and gained the ability to derive powerful immortal laws. Every time Sulan pulled back a world, all subsidiary worlds were strengthened. As the central main world, the Qianlong continent received even more conspicuous enhancement, except that the Qianlong heavenly Dao had invested most of that power into the immortal realm Sulan had created. The Qianlong continent now comprised an upper realm and a lower realm. The upper realm was naturally the immortal realm created by Sulan, while the lower realm included the Qianlong main world and 78 subsidiary worlds. In just 2 months, countless prodigies had emerged from the Qianlong continent, each breaking through to sagehood and summoning the immortal gate to ascend to the immortal realm. The other subsidiary worlds were no less impressive. There were countless cultivators who had already reached the threshold to summon the immortal gate. As soon as Sulan pulled their worlds back and the Qianlong heavenly Dao itself descended, they ascended on the spot. Deep within the firmament of the Qianlong continent, in the space where the immortal realm lay, there stretched a boundless azure ocean with countless living beings floating on its surface, drifting with the waves. Back then, Sulan had found it troublesome and had only created 14 islands. Now far too many people had entered and land was running short. Every day, chaotic battles broke out over the islands. Ascended beings who were not strong enough to seize an island could only drift on the sea. The native humans of the Qianlong continent, who had been the first to enter the immortal realm, were no longer the overlords. Great sages and even Dao integration experts from many other worlds ascended, and before long stripped them of the prime territories they had originally occupied, forcing them to huddle together on the only island that had obtained ownership rights from Sulan. Even so, powerhouses from other worlds landed on this finest island, crowding the people of the 3 holy lands, who enjoyed those ownership rights, out to the very margins. If not for their status as the native humans of Qianlong, coupled with the ownership decree issued by the Kanglan Great Emperor, the others would not have dared to provoke them too far. Otherwise, they might have been expelled long ago. The Qianlong humans, inferior in strength, could only swallow their broken teeth and bear the humiliation. This was also a peaceful day. On the horizon, another eye-catching star had appeared without any fanfare. After 2 months of toil, Master Su finally scraped together a quadrillion harvest points. Upgrade conditions met. The system is upgrading. Estimated time, 10 days. Except for the storage space, all other system functions are temporarily shut down for maintenance. Upgrading in progress. Gentlemen, we've found out. Which force is responsible? A legion of human Dao integration cultivators claiming to serve under the Kanglan Emperor. They all bear a dark crimson runic mark on the backs of their hands. Who is the Kanglan Emperor? How could he have slain more than 20 spirit emperors and over 100 spirit kings of our spirit race? Unknown. This person is extraordinarily mysterious, beyond all divination. All we know is that he is undoubtedly a being of the immortal domain. Moreover, he commands no fewer than 500 Dao integration cultivators galloping across the Tiando star domain. Wherever they pass, entire worlds vanish without a trace. More ruthless than even our methods. But why would he oppose our spirit race? Does he truly believe himself powerful enough to defy everything? The void teems with formidable and inscrutable horrors. Does he not fear courting the unknowable? That is of little consequence now. Since he openly declares war upon our spirit race, should we strike to assert our might? A long silence fell. Wait a while longer. Our knowledge of the Kanglan Emperor is still far too meager. On the ancestral planet of the spirit race, within a certain resplendent space suffused with flowing radiance, several colossal silver silhouettes sank back into silence. Time drifted by like endless years. For cultivators, 10 days pass in the blink of an eye. Ding. System upgrade successful. This upgrade brings a wealth of new information. Version notes are now being issued. Su Lan, who had been in deep meditation, was roused by the sudden system notification. Opening his eyes, a flash of light shimmering across his gaze, Su Lan instantly submerged his consciousness into his sea of perception and opened the version update notes. Unrivaled invincible system at your service. Who dares claim supremacy? The moment he saw the system's overbearing manner, Su Lan knew everything was solid. The original mowing points have been redefined as emotion points. The original 128,965,038 points have been equivalently converted into 128,965,038 emotion points. Emotion points, advanced energy generated by the soul fluctuations of all living beings in the universe. The more powerful the being, the more emotion points it generates. After the system upgrade, its capabilities have vastly expanded. The acquisition of emotion points is no longer restricted to disturbances caused by the host. The harvest range now encompasses all known territories, not merely what the host knows, but everything within the system's awareness. Su Lan. Reading this far, Su Lan fell silent. After a long moment, he finally uttered a single phrase. Awesome. Clearly the system had begun to look down on his backwardness. Were it not for the fact that the system couldn't sever ties or leave without the host's consent, Su Lan had no doubt it would never deign to play with him again. The present Qianlong star domain had already been forged by Su Lan into the mightiest world beneath the immortal domain. With a living population exceeding a quadrillion, the heavenly Tao had evolved immortal laws, and the world's rank had ascended to the immortal level. Yet even such a vast and formidable world couldn't drag the system down. It actually intended to bypass Su Lan entirely, not using him as its vessel, and harvest emotion points from every known realm of living beings. Wasn't that simply the entire universe? Was the immortal domain also within its harvest range? Su Lan raised this question, and the system. Indeed, the immortal domain falls within this invincible system's harvest range as well. Aside from immortal kings who remain utterly indifferent and barely emit emotional fluctuations, every living being is within scope. In other words, from now on, the host will no longer be troubled by a shortage of emotion points. Every item in the system shop lies within the realm of manifestation. Doped. Su Lan offered a word of praise, then continued reading the update notes. System shop updated. A new item has been added. Please summon the system shop for details. New subsystem added: the Great Tao. Great Tao system: deduce the Great Tao, manifest the Great Tao, and wield the Great Tao. The host may capture fragments of the Great Tao concealed in the void, evolve them, and thereby utilize their power. For example, capture a fragment of the time Tao to grasp the acceleration and deceleration of time. Capture a fragment of the space Tao to manipulate space. The host shall explore the specific details on their own. It seemed as though nothing had truly been updated, yet somehow nothing else mattered anymore. The system shop had been played like a cracked version, and there was even a brand new Great Tao system that sounded utterly formidable. What more could one possibly ask for? Straight up liftoff. With perfect composure, Su Lan summoned the system shop. Only one new item had been added this time. No need to guess there was bound to be some absurdly overpowered cheat. In an instant, a faint black projection unfolded within his sea of consciousness. Latest release. Primordial emotion exciter pierces through superficial appearances to strike at the very essence. Every intelligent being has emotions. How could it be otherwise? The primordial emotion exciter awakens emotions and plunges the target into a chosen emotion, trapping them beyond escape. Primary function awakens the 7 fundamental emotions of intelligent beings: joy, anger, sorrow, fear, love, aversion, and desire, and sinks them so deeply that they cannot awaken. Price 1 trillion emotion points. Phew. Su Lan suddenly let out a long breath of relief. Though there's still no means to directly crush an immortal king, this primordial emotion exciter is more than enough. From its detailed description, Su Lan saw the primordial emotion exciter's overwhelmingly formidable power. A weapon that pierces through appearances to strike at the essence is often the most devastating weapon of all. Scene after scene involuntarily surfaced in Su Lan's mind. When an immortal king overlord comes to invade, he would remain steady as an old dog, casually pulling out the primordial emotion exciter to awaken the fear sealed deep within the immortal king's nascent soul, making the king tremble at the mere sight of him and retreat in cowardice without a battle. Or he could excite the emotion of joy, making the immortal king so ridiculously delighted at the sight of him that he'd eagerly swear brotherhood or even call him father on the spot. Then there was love. Better skip that one. But an immortal king wouldn't bother trading words with me face to face. A single wisp of their will could reduce me to ashes. Su Lan cast aside his stray thoughts and summoned the Great Tao system, murmuring, "It seems the one who can truly make me stand tall is this Great Tao system." As the deep violet virtual screen unfurled within his sea of consciousness, a vast surge of information flooded into Su Lan's nascent soul. Great Tao system currently possesses 3 types of Great Tao fragments. Time Tao. Mastery over time allows one to manipulate the flow of time. A single breath may span 10,000 years, or 10,000 years may pass in a single breath. The ratio of time manipulation is determined by the amount of time Tao fragments captured. Current possession 0.01 manipulable time ratio 11000. Space Tao. Mastery over space allows one to define whether a region of space exists, from being to nothingness, from nothingness to being. The scope of definable space expands with the number of space Tao fragments captured. Current possession 0.4. Karmic Tao. Authors note him back, but not entirely. The Tao of causality. Where there is a cause, there is an effect. Turning effect into cause, inverting cause into effect. Mastering the Tao of causality allows one to swap cause and consequence, reap the result first, then dissolve the cause, or use the result to erase the cause. The scope of what can be eliminated depends on the fragments of the Tao of causality one has acquired. Current possession 5. Su Lan gasped inwardly. The Tao of time and the Tao of space were manageable. Useful, yes, but hardly enough to let him confront an immortal monarch Eden. The Tao of causality, however, was the heaven-defying cheat that after this system update could let him close the gap of countless years of cultivation against an immortal monarch in a short time. Turning effect into cause. Obtain the result first, then erase the cause. In simple terms, Su Lan could first make a wish, for instance to obtain immortal monarch cultivation. The Tao of causality would take effect, and he would instantly attain the fruition of an immortal monarch. Then he would gradually fill in the blank process that led to that result. And this was with only 5 of the Tao of causality. Had he possessed the complete Tao, he would not even need to fill in that blank process. He could simply erase it entirely. How could this not be called extraordinary? It truly was a heaven-defying cheat. System of the Great Tao. Activate the Tao of causality. I now make a grand vow I shall become the flawless, immortal monarch. Warning: once the grand vow is made, the Tao of causality will take effect. This process is irreversible. Asking once more, do you confirm your vow to become the flawless, immortal monarch? Su Lan hesitated for a moment, then looked toward Mu Qingxue, who sat quietly nearby, gently caressing her belly. He said softly, "My dear'll step out for a while." Mu Qingxue did not raise her head, only humming lightly in acknowledgement. Su Lan smiled, then soared out of the 90 billion garden, heading straight into the boundless void beyond. His understanding of the immortal monarch realm was far too shallow. All he knew was that an immortal monarch was an entity of immense terror. The Qianlong world was still too fragile. If he were to attain the immortal monarch realm within the Qianlong domain, a single leaked wisp of aura might reduce the entire world to wasteland. Moreover, the instant he became an immortal monarch would likely draw the attention of other immortal monarch powers. He did not want to expose himself so early. At the very least, he could not reveal the Qianlong world as home base. So, he opened the arbitrary void gate. Coordinates anywhere in the immortal domain. Activate. The void gate swung open, and Su Lan stepped through. The immortal domain, endless sea. Towering waves crashed into the sky. With every surge, countless stars were shattered and swept away. Colossal beasts frequently leaped from the sea, their auras terrifying. A single slap of their tail fins could wipe out countless minor worlds. This was a sea fraught with danger. At that moment, above a certain stretch of the sea, monstrous waves roiled as several terrifying beasts opened their jaws wide, all seeking to devour a single figure hovering above them. Su Lan's face darkened. He never imagined that a randomly entered immortal domain coordinate would deliver him straight to the jaws of a pack of monsters. Though these beasts were not at the immortal level, they were beings of the Tao integration realm, just like him. Having lived in the immortal domain for eons, they were accustomed to its powerful rule suppression, making their strength wildly ferocious. How could Su Lan, a minor Tao integration cultivator from the lower realm, possibly be a match for such beasts? Before he could even experience the laws of the immortal domain, he was already on the verge of dying in a beast's maw. Su Lan had no choice but to urgently invoke the Tao of time from the great Tao system, slowing the time around him 10,000-fold. The pack of beasts opened their jaws wide, yet could only crawl towards Su Lan at an impossibly slow pace, as if frozen in place. Gazing at the blood-red, gaping maws before him, Su Lan shook his head and summoned the great Tao system. I confirm my grand vow, I shall become the flawless, immortal monarch. The 5 fragment of the Tao of causality is consumed. Host shall immediately become an immortal monarch. The causality must be filled. The blank process is as follows. The host refines 1,000,000 years worth of the primal rule crystallization, then sleeps for 10,000 years before awakening. You may choose a moment within 3 years to complete this process. Should you fail to begin filling the blank process within 3 years, the backlash of causality will strike with consequences too dire to estimate. Host is advised to make preparations early. The moment the system's notification faded, Su Lan felt something was not quite right with him. An inexplicable force of law descended, power beyond Su Lan's comprehension. In a daze, his primordial spirit seemed to detach from his physical body. By the time Su Lan regained his senses, he found himself standing above an immensely broad river. The river stretched endlessly, its origin and its end both beyond sight. Vast and torrential, it surged with rolling waves. Amid the churning foam, Su Lan could clearly see each fading ripple. Each one was the birth and destruction of an entire world. Though he had never truly witnessed it before, Su Lan knew this could only be the legendary river of time and space. At that moment, a blurry azure figure slowly approached from downstream. He trod upon the waves, his aura unimaginably immense, far beyond Su Lan's current comprehension. Su Lan could only vaguely sense that a single wisp of this figure's aura was enough to crush the eternal ages of the entire Qianlong star domain. Yet what puzzled Su Lan was that despite this person's overwhelming power, he felt no fear at all, only a profound sense of familiarity. A flash of inspiration struck, and Su Lan stared at the blurry azure figure walking toward him, a thought forming in his mind. When the azure figure finally crossed time and space to stand before him, Su Lan spoke softly. "Future me, you're damn handsome." Seeing the corner of his future self's mouth twitch slightly, a wonderfully strange sensation rose in Su Lan's heart. In the future timeline Archeo. The words came to an abrupt halt. Su Lan's vocal cords seemed to have been plucked out of existence, his mouth opened wide, yet not a single sound escaped. The Su Lan who had come from the lower reaches of the river of time, saw his past self in this state, shook his head with a smile, and turned slightly to gaze deeper downstream. His gaze condensed into a tangible light, illuminating a stretch of darkness, shrouding the lower reaches of the river of time. The present Su Lan understood and followed the direction of his future self's gaze. Further downstream along the majestic river, there was a blank stretch of water, as if severed from existence by some terrifying force. It was impossible to pry into. All that could be faintly discerned was a figure within that blank expanse, even more colossal than his future self, standing silently, suppressing time and space itself. "My son has the makings of an immortal emperor," Su Lan murmured to himself, exchanging a knowing smile with his future self. Moments later, however, the present Su Lan could no longer smile. A strange force of causality suddenly manifested, instantly binding both of them. The present Su Lan was bewildered, his entire body immobilized, leaving him at a loss. The future Su Lan, by contrast, seemed experienced with this. He simply spread his arms wide and faced it with calm acceptance. Before long, a crystalline, human-shaped orb of light was drawn out from the future Su Lan's body and slowly merged into the present Su Lan's body. A vast and profound comprehension of the Tao was absorbed without obstruction by the present Su Lan's primordial spirit. Torrential power flooded into his body like water flowing into the sea, continuously elevating his strength. In stark contrast, the Su Lan who had come from the lower reaches of the river of time withered away. His entire being seemed hollowed out, his upright posture gradually bending into a stoop. Causality, reversal complete. The host's great vow has been realized successfully, obtaining the cultivation of an immortal king from 10,000 years hence. When Su Lan opened his eyes again, he had already returned to the endless sea of the immortal domain. Although he seemed to have lingered within the river of time and space for an immeasurably long time, in reality, less than a second had passed in the outside world. Those gaping, bloodthirsty maws were still open just as widely, but in Su Lan's eyes they no longer seemed as terrifying as before. In fact, they now appeared rather adorable. Perhaps this was the marvelous perception that power brought. The laws of the immortal domain, which had once possessed an overwhelming suppression, now seemed as fragile as paper. After all, he was no longer the minor Tao integration cultivator from a second ago, but a supreme immortal king who had acquired the tremendous power of his future self. With a single casual sweep of his gaze over the 5 giant beasts around him, an intangible force faintly materialized, instantly transforming the 5 terrifying monsters into 5 plump and tender little fish. Returning to the origin, reversing yin and yang, overturning life and death. This was the power of the inverse chaos immortal body in its great perfection, and also the fundamental Tao by which his future self had attained the pinnacle of immortal king. He casually summoned a wooden stick, skewered the 5 strange fish now reduced to their freshest, most tender forms, snapped his fingers to summon a tongue of flame, and began roasting them with utmost leisure. Say, if my future self traveled upstream along the river of time and space to deliver the Tao fruit of an immortal king to my present self, then what would my future self do? While grilling, Su Lan suddenly recalled such a paradox. I myself send myself a gift. Then where does this gift come from? If the me from 10,000 years later is an immortal king, and now I am already an immortal king, then what was I doing during those 10,000 years in between? Could this Tao fruit of an immortal king simply vanish out of thin air? If my future self gave the Tao fruit to my present self, would that future self become an ordinary person? No, that's not the right way to think. The future is the future, and the present is the present. You could regard the present and the future as one continuous timeline. If the present self receives the Tao fruit of the future self, and then the future self withdraws from the river of time and space, and then receives the Tao fruit that was already sent to the past, then is the future self still an immortal king? Is this the great Tao of causality? It's a bit convoluted. Forget it, I won't think about it. Su Lan shook his head and skipped this puzzle. Even though he was now an immortal king, he still could not see through those 2 supreme Taos, time and causality. He turned his gaze toward a certain direction, and through endless space sensed several auras no weaker than his own. At the same time, strands of faint, almost imperceptible divine will were deducing him. This was the probing of the other immortal kings in the immortal domain toward the newly risen immortal king. But their attempt was doomed to be futile. Even Su Lan himself could not figure out the origin of his power, let alone this group of immortal kings. Withdrawing his gaze, Su Lan looked at the skewered small fish that were now roasted to perfection, crackling without tinder within. In some unknown space within the immortal domain, several colossal divine thoughts collided with one another. Who is shielding this? Why has a being at the immortal king level been born all of a sudden, and yet I could not foresee even a trace of it beforehand? It seems this has nothing to do with us. Chaos. Everything is chaos. Shall we invite this mysterious immortal king for an investigation? The upheaval in the river of time and space must be related to him. Su Lan, who was savoring the roasted fish, suddenly put down the fish. He sensed the descent of several colossal wills. At last, the primordial emotion stimulator, purchase. After silently communicating with the system in his heart, Su Lan waved a hand, tore apart space, and stepped inside the Taichu forbidden land of the immortal domain. It had existed since ancient times, located in the eastern lands of the immortal domain. 9 sacred mountains towered without visible peaks extending into the unknown. Trees flourished in dense abundance, and at the central region lay an immense abyss that plunged straight into the deep bowels of the earth. For nearly 100 million years, the immortal domain had seen vicissitudes generation after generation, rising and falling with constant startling upheavals. Countless forces that once overlooked eternity were either flattened or vanished outright. Yet the Taichu forbidden land still stood here unyielding. Many beings knew that Taichu immortal king attained the Tao during the primordial age of chaos and had endured through eternity. Many beings knew that Taichu Immortal King attained the Tao during the primordial age of chaos and had endured through eternity. Although later generations produced prodigies who defied heaven and became mighty immortal kings, they still held Taichu Immortal King in awe. Sulan walked in with an unhurried, indifferent stride. "Gentlemen, since you invited me here, are you still going to put on airs?" The voice was not especially loud, yet it penetrated clearly into the abyss beneath the 9 sacred mountains and even shook the entire eastern lands of the immortal domain. Everyone erupted in an uproar. Someone actually dared to break into the most ancient and mysterious Taichu forbidden land. The beings of the eastern lands were greatly shaken. Was this a newly emerged magnate coming to challenge the ancient Taichu Immortal King? The beings of the eastern lands certainly would not think that this mysterious immortal king had come as a guest, for they witnessed a world-splitting scene, a sacred mountain shattered into pieces, turning into streaks of golden light that flew in all directions. When immortal kings fight, we suffer. Even the residual might alone could reduce the eastern lands to ruins. Run. Run as far away as possible. Many beings fled in terror, badly frightened. Yet inside the Taichu forbidden land, all was serene. The collapse of a sacred mountain did not affect the tranquil atmosphere here in the slightest. After breaking the golden light barrier laid down by one of the immortal kings and casually destroying a sacred mountain, Su Lan reached this place. He did not advance any further. Instead, he transmitted his voice, coldly summoning them to present themselves. Silently, a breathtakingly beautiful woman appeared and bowed gracefully to Su Lan. "Great immortal king, your strength has won the respect of our ancestor. He sent me to invite you inside as a guest." Su Lan stepped forward without committing himself. Since they had conceded first, there was no need for him to keep pressing the matter. He followed the woman down into the abyss. At the bottom of the abyss lay a vast stretch of ruins left from an unknown era. From the broken walls and collapsed beams, one could tell that this place had once prospered, only to be reduced to decay by the ravages of time. At the center of the ruins stood a colossal stone gate emanating an aura of ancient eternity, as if it connected to a boundless immortal land. It seemed that a transcendent figure sat there alone in company with the immortal Tao. This was a strange sensation that arose in Su Lan. The place was so lonely that it made one feel uneasy all over, and its grand yet suffocating aura was astonishing. With a deep rumble, the stone gate slowly opened and thick immortal mist surged outward, revealing an extraordinarily resplendent world. The gorgeous woman leading the way stepped in with a graceful lotus-like walk. Su Lan frowned, his wariness rising. Silently, he clasped the primordial emotion stimulator in his palm and followed her inside. This place was completely cut off from the outside world, permeated by high-level immortal Tao laws. Immortal chi so dense that it nearly turned liquid drifted all around. Immortal herbs rarely seen in the immortal domain grew haphazardly along the paths. Immortal birds and auspicious beasts appeared and vanished between glimpses, and wondrous springs manifested extraordinary phenomena, hazy and indistinct. Su Lan paused before a radiant immortal tree. The whole tree appeared to be about 1 meter tall, with a canopy spreading barely 3 meters. Yet in truth, it was a giant tree, massive enough to blot out the sky. Someone had used tremendous magical power to shrink it into an ornamental plant. Such extravagance gave Su Lan a fresh appreciation of an immortal king's residence. It was far vaster and far more luxurious than the garden he had built at the cost of 90 billion. As he walked forward, the sight that met his eyes sent a shock through his heart. Ahead, an immortal corpse shrouded in deathly aura floated in silence, an ancient sword radiating waves of terrifying might piercing through its chest and plunging deep into the ground, suppressing the remnant soul within. Unable to escape, yet unable to die. Su Lan was struck speechless. He could clearly sense that this immortal corpse in life had stood at the pinnacle of the immortal path as an immortal king titan, just like himself. A being of such overwhelming power could well be called immortal and indestructible, yet for unknown reasons it had been nailed and slain here, enduring endless ages of solitude and humiliation. This was an immortal king who strayed from the path, fell into darkness, and sought to slaughter all beings in the immortal domain. In the end, he was suppressed here by the ancient ancestor of my clan. The breathtaking woman leading the way explained in a low, ethereal voice, her tone brimming with reverence and awe. In that case, Taichu Immortal King really is a good man. Su Lan smiled, faintly noncommittal. Any discerning eye could tell at a glance that the Tao rhythm emanating from this immortal corpse was grand and upright. How could it belong to a fallen immortal king who had strayed from the path? Though history could not be verified, Su Lan could roughly guess that this nameless immortal king must have done something that encroached upon the interests of Taichu Immortal King and the other titans, and was thus jointly suppressed and slain. Because on this immortal corpse, Su Lan sensed 5 distinct immortal king wills. Otherwise relying solely on Taichu Immortal King, no matter how powerful he was, could not have suppressed and slain another immortal king of the same realm. Withdrawing his gaze, Su Lan continued forward, having already sensed several immense auras ahead. After a moment, he reached the deepest part, where an ancient stone hall appeared standing within swirling chaos, qi looking vast and mysterious. At the sight of this stone hall, ripples stirred within Su Lan's heart. This was an immortal artifact of unimaginably high grade. The stone walls were inscribed with profound Darun patterns emanating an ancient and mighty aura that bound the surrounding chaos, qi, preventing it from escaping. The inexplicable wariness in his heart grew even sharper. Silently clutching the primordial emotion stimulator, Su Lan composed his grave thoughts and walked in with calm indifference. Passing through several halls, he arrived at a boundless grand hall. It was no longer as miraculous as the outside. Instead, it seemed quite ordinary, like an unremarkable vast plaza. Upon arriving, Su Lan's mind shook violently. He saw over a dozen immortal kings and recognized one of them. He almost froze on the spot. "Aren't you supposed to have been nailed and killed?" Su Lan blurted out in shock, having seen a person who should never have appeared here under any circumstances. The immortal king nailed and killed outside the stone hall shared the same origin as one of those present in the hall. In other words, they were the same person. Hearing Su Lan's question, that immortal king turned around and said with a faint smile, "That one outside was my demonic body tainted by darkness. I asked several fellow Taoists to slay it together with me." Upon hearing this, Su Lan fell silent for a moment, then instantly activated the primordial emotion stimulator. He selected every immortal king present and instantly evoked the most primal fear within their hearts. "What are you doing? Why are you standing so close to me? Get away. This person is extraordinarily mysterious. Even if we join forces, our chance of successfully suppressing and killing him is less than 98%. How is that any different from walking to our deaths?" For a moment, the entire hall erupted in chaos. Several immortal kings raised their brows and quietly retreated further back. All the immortal kings stared at Su Lan, who was still standing apart, with extreme wariness, a trace of the same color flashing in their eyes, fear. However, the only one present who remained unchanged was the immortal king, who claimed to have had his demonic body severed. At this moment, he stood blankly in the center of the hall, his expression utterly unchanged. Only those who agree with you are called fellow Taoists, while those with differing opinions are labeled as fallen. Su Lan walked with his hands behind his back, slowly approaching the immortal king in the arena, whose expression was blank and dazed. After a brief sensing, he said, "Severing the human soul is not enough. The heavenly and earthly souls must also bear marks. These are your puppets." The immortal kings retreated one after another. Overcome by fear, they put on a brave front and said, "Fellow Taoist, his roots of affliction are impure. We are merely helping him sever his fleshly self. Fellow Taoist, let us reason this out. Do not lose your temper. We have no grievances against you. Let each of us be at peace. Even if you are powerful enough, you cannot kill us all before your spiritual energy is exhausted. When that happens, it will be you who dies. I urge you to think twice." As expected, they were all cut from the same cloth. Su Lan's expression remained cold. "Even though we have no grievances now and the future, you can serve as training grounds for my son." With that said, surging power erupted from Su Lan's body, and the mighty law of yin-yang reversal poured forth instantly, sealing the area. Meanwhile, the primordial emotion stimulator in his hand was activated to full power, awakening the 7 emotions and 6 desires hidden deep within each immortal king's heart, plunging them into various emotions from which they could not extricate themselves. "Ha ha ha, why am I so happy? What's there to be happy about? Your existence infuriates me. It'll kill. Sigh, I have existed since the Ascension era, having experienced everything that needed to be experienced. Sitting alone at the end of immortality, it might be better to forget the past and start anew. This is dangerous. Let me out." "Why go out? Actually, I've harbored feelings for you since long ago. Why not yield to me today?" "Gag. You're all going to die. A bunch of old things who've lived for who knows how many years. We'll send you on your way early. Come on, only you in this world can bring me joy. I've held this in for too long. Joy, anger, sorrow, fear, love, hatred, desire." The 7 emotions surged in turn upon each immortal king. Excluding the one immortal king whose human soul had been severed, devoid of emotional fluctuation and autonomous thought, all the others were completely trapped in the vortex of emotions, unable to free themselves. They unleashed world-destroying power against one another, not to break through the reversal barriers Su Lan had established, but to suppress the other immortal kings. For instance, the 2 immortal kings consumed by love and desire each subdued 2 immortal kings trapped in sorrow who refused to submit to them. One immortal king consumed by rage clashed with another consumed by joy, while the immortal king enveloped in malice radiated sinister energy and crept menacingly toward the immortal king overcome by fear. Though the immortal kings retained their consciousness, they could not control the surging emotions within them. They collided with one another, having no time to attend to anything else. The stone palace forged by the Taichu Immortal King was an Immortal King artifact, its interior space extending infinitely, more than enough room for their destruction. Otherwise, the power capable of annihilating the entire immortal realm colliding here would shatter the stone palace and reduce the immortal realm to wasteland. In other words, Su Lan single-handedly held off a full 16 ancient immortal kings. The primordial emotion stimulator was indeed as terrifying as rumored. Damn it, I can't kill you, but I can certainly trap you. Future matters will be settled in the future. Su Lan was somewhat drained, having expended all his spiritual energy to construct the reversal law barrier, preventing the residual waves of the immortal king's battles from spilling out and shattering the stone palace, which would attract the attention of other hidden immortal kings within the immortal realm. As one in the realm of immortal kings, Su Lan understood exactly how formidable the beings of this realm were. Blooddrop rebirth was merely a standard trick. Almost every immortal king had anchored their will within the obscure reaches of the long river of time and space. Even if their primordial spirit and physical body were destroyed, an immortal king could revive and return to the world as long as someone reverently chanted their true name. The very fact that Su Lan could trap this host of immortal kings was already an astonishing demonstration of the primordial emotion stimulator's overwhelming power. Looking at the 16 immortal kings, each revealing ugly attitudes, Su Lan's heart remained utterly unruffled. Ever since he had entered the immortal king realm, one thing had perplexed him. Immortal kings dwell high above the river of time and space. No joy, anger, sorrow, or pleasure can disturb their state of mind. To them, all things in the world are no more than ants and dust. Who then would take notice of ants? Even if his unborn child possessed the makings of an immortal emperor, an immortal king should not have been so petty as to trouble a newborn babe. But when he personally saw these immortal kings, he suddenly understood. They had lived too long, their minds asunder, their thoughts utterly decayed. The boundless stretches of eternity had after all left indelible marks upon their hearts. They could tolerate one another, but could never permit any power beyond their control to emerge. They were a clique. Only immortal kings who shared their mindset could blend, and dissenters would be purged. That was why Su Lan had been wary from the moment he entered, and why he activated the primordial emotion stimulator the moment he saw the puppet immortal king, without a second word. In short, Su Lan had discovered that these immortal kings all had damn broken minds. Leaving the primordial emotion stimulator behind to trap them in an emotional vortex, Su Lan walked away without turning back. The immortal domain had more than just these 16 immortal kings, at least in Su Lan's perception, several obscure auras were hidden there. He could not be sure whether the owners of those auras were sound of mind. Still, as a fellow being in the immortal king realm, he was confident he could allow his child to be born safely under the gaze of the other immortal kings. Outside the Qianlong Star region, the heavenly Tao of the Qianlong Star region trembled timidly, transmitting a tangible, "Will, Dad, welcome home. Please go easy. This world cannot bear your mighty power." The Qianlong heavenly Tao was terrified. It no longer dared to recklessly knock at Su Lan's heart. That grand immortal king was enough to blast it into nothingness. Su Lan merely smiled, withdrew a wisp of his stray aura, and as if an ordinary mortal tread across the void into the Qianlong grand world. Kanglan calendar year 1 month 1 a day 20. Early morning. A towering sacred tree radiated dazzling red light, extending its branches from the immortal realm of the Qianlong main world. Every branch burned at an extremely high temperature, playing the role of a great sun and illuminating the 99 subsidiary worlds of Qianlong. It linked all the scattered subsidiary worlds of the void into one integral whole. All living beings in the world bathed in the sunlight and began a new day. Kanglan calendar year 1 month 1 a day 21. The Star Moon Palace ascended as an entire sect. Immortal music lingered in the air. A colossal figure surveyed the masses, and the world gasped in awe. The long-silent Kanglan Emperor once again displayed his imposing presence to the world. Kanglan calendar year 1 month 3 a day 8. Someone saw the Kanglan Emperor strolling through the rainbow domain with the Empress. His peerless demeanor captivated all living beings. Kanglan calendar year 1 month 3 a day 9. The world buzzed with endless discussions about the Emperor's son. In an instant, the 9 domains of Qianlong were destroyed, countless billions of beings died miserably, and all creation wailed. The long-silent Kanglan Emperor emerged, and within one day suppressed the 4 terrifying beings in the ruined domains, quelling the catastrophe. The ruined 9 domains were renamed the 9 Heavens and 10 Earths. Any living being of the Qianlong domain could go there to seek fortune. Kanglan calendar year 1 month 12 day 25. Purple mist filled the sky, golden lotuses sprang from the earth, and the world was covered in auspicious signs. A loud clear cry echoed throughout the cosmos. Kanglan calendar year 3, a month 2, day 28. On the 24th domain of Qianlong, in the capital of the Great Wu dynasty, in a small courtyard within the inner city, a little boy delicate as carved jade and with teardrops at the corners of his eyes shouldered a pack several times larger than himself, pushed open the courtyard gate, and left without a backward glance. Husband Shower is running away from home. Are you really not going to stop him? Mu Qingxue, whose grace was even more enchanting than before, leaned against Su Lan's bosom and asked, "That little rascal just won't stay put. Let him go temper himself in the mortal world. It saves him from making trouble and disturbing our private time." Su Lan shrugged, utterly nonchalant. Besides, he was born an immortal. He won't run into any danger. Mu Qingxue tilted her chin up and said with playful pride, "My son is amazing." Su Lan smiled. "Don't say that. Even you, his mother, are no match for your son." Annoying. She turned away, thinking of something too embarrassing to mention. Su Lan sighed. "I've had nothing to do recently. Now that we've finally kicked the little rascal out of the house, isn't this the perfect time to accompany you in cultivation, my dear?" She thought for a moment, then asked, "How shall we cultivate?" "Cultivation," Su Lan said with a perfectly serious face. "Naturally, we travel the world, experience all its myriad forms, and temper our hearts." "I always feel you're up to no good," Mu Qingxue muttered. Su Lan smiled, said nothing, and simply drew Mu Qingxue by her slender waist. Kanglan calendar year 2, month 3, a day 24. That little rascal Su Shao really knows how to make trouble. The moment I wasn't watching, he went off into the 9 heavens and 10 earths. If I hadn't found out in time, he would have perished young before becoming an immortal emperor. Qingxue was worried, but under my consolation, she quickly sank into our sweet two-person world and had no attention to spare. Speaking of which, the physical body of an immortal king is truly remarkable. Kanglan calendar year 3, a month 10, a day 1. What must come will come. It is time to repay karmic debts. I have spent 3 years wandering the Jianghu with Qingxue and relived a wholehearted love affair. I have no regrets. Let Qingxue see the little rascal once more. Kanglan calendar year 3, a month 10, a day 2. That little rascal Su Shao, no idea who he learned it from, took to visiting brothels at such a tender age. A little boy surrounded by gaudy beauties, face covered in rouge marks, utterly indecent. Qingxue was so angry she didn't even want to recognize him as her son. For that I gave Su Shao a good lesson, then went into seclusion with Qingxue. Refining the million-year rule crystal requires 100 cycles of reincarnation, so I had Qingxue come along to be husband and wife for 100 lifetimes. Kanglan calendar year 3, a month 10, a day 3. Repaying karmic debts. Time flew by, and the long river of history rolled onward. In the 8,000th year of the Kanglan calendar, Su Lan still pursued Qingxue through reincarnation, while Su Shao defied heaven and attained the realm of immortal lord. The Qianlong heavenly Daos investment made before Su Shao's birth had paid off. Through this ordeal, the world had undergone a leap, able to engender immortal Dao laws sufficient to bear an immortal lord. Kanglan calendar year 9999. Perhaps sensing that his father was about to awaken, or perhaps because the Qianlong star region could no longer support beings of a higher realm, Su Shao turned and entered the immortal domain. Kanglan calendar year 1003. Su Lan completed the refining of the million-year rule crystal, and Mu Qingxue attained immortal kinghood, perceiving the source secrets of the power of heaven and earth. The moment Su Lan revived, the great Tao of karma descended. He stepped into the long river of time and sent warmth to his past self. After returning, he remained in the immortal king realm, but was utterly enraged by Su Shao's reckless antics. Was the immortal domain a place for a raw immortal lord like him to go? When he and Mu Qingxue crossed the boundaries to the immortal domain, they found no trace of Su Shao, as if he had vanished from the world entirely, leaving not a single mark behind. The only reassuring thing was a faint sensation from the depths of the bloodline, which told them Su Shao had